Today is the day before this year's graduating high school students awaken their supernatural abilities and enter the trial grounds. Number 1 Senior High School, Class 13, Grade 3. Anyone who turns 18 will be scheduled to awaken their superpowers and enter the trial grounds within that year. In this era of global awakening, everyone will awaken one superpower, and a very few geniuses will be able to awaken multiple superpowers. Tomorrow you will enter the trial grounds and see an awakening monument. Place your palm on the monument and your unique ability will be awakened. Supernatural talents are divided into 9 levels, from lowest to highest, F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and finally God level. After awakening, you can choose whether to enter the trial grounds, where unexpected opportunities are hidden. The former Emperor Ling obtained the talent fruit from it, and his superpower was upgraded from SS level to SSS level. Now he has become the strongest existence in our China. But great dangers lurk behind opportunities, and you must carefully decide whether to take the test. A clear and melodious female voice echoed in the classroom, and all the students listened attentively. No one dared to slack off, because the teacher was Yi Qing, who, although young and beautiful, was known for her strictness, and moreover, this concerned their future. However, accidents are always inevitable. A handsome young man in the last row was dozing off at his desk, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. It smells so good, so delicious. Although the voice was soft, it carried throughout the entire classroom during the teacher's pauses in speaking. Ha 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 ha. The whole class burst into laughter. Judging from his appearance, he obviously didn't sleep well last night, and probably did something shady in the middle of the night. Ling Chen, stand up. Yi Qing walked to Ling Chen's desk, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted sternly, what is it? Ling Chen groggily opened his eyes, peeking through a thin crack, and glanced blankly at the angry teacher. Suddenly snapping out of it, I cursed myself inwardly for falling asleep in Professor Yi Qing's class, a teacher known as a tiger mom. Ling Chen quickly stood up straight, lowered his head slightly, and said obediently, I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't sleep well last night. Seeing his sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Yi Qing's anger gradually dissipated. You'll stand and listen to the rest of this class. After speaking, she turned back to the podium and continued to explain in detail the precautions for tomorrow's awakening. At this moment, Ling Chen was still completely bewildered. What was going on? What did Teacher Yi just say? Superpowers? Awakening? Isn't this a Chinese class? Didn't I stay up all night watching those adult movies and that's why I dozed off in class? Ling Chen slapped his forehead, thinking he must still be dreaming. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar memory flooded his mind. Ling Chen clutched his head, wincing in pain. It took me a while to recover. Through his memories, he discovered that he had actually traveled through time. This is a parallel world overrun by monsters, and the original owner's name was also Ling Chen. My classmates and teachers are the same as before, nothing has changed. But he inexplicably has a younger sister, whose name seems to be Ling Shi. Aside from that, the only changes are the existence of superpowers and monsters. Ling Chen quickly accepted the fact that he had traveled through time. Thinking about how he would awaken his superpower the next day, Ling Chen was extremely excited. It was a superpower, after all. In the past, which young person on Earth didn't dream of having superpowers? If I could awaken the invisibility spell, wouldn't I be able to openly watch the girl next door take a shower? Unlike me, who always has to sneak around. I'm not that kind of person. Continuing to peruse the original owner's memories, Ling Chen learned that 40 years ago, Blue Star was a technologically advanced planet, just like Earth, except that Blue Star was dozens of times larger than Earth. Until one day, life on Earth suddenly evolved rapidly, its strength increased dramatically, and it awakened its intelligence. Humans became their food, and they swarmed together to conquer cities. At first, people could use firearms to threaten the beast horde. However, as the monsters continued to evolve, the effectiveness of firearms became weaker and weaker. Just when humanity felt helpless and desperate in the face of powerful monsters, the trial grounds suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious voice rang out, explaining in detail the significance and function of the trial grounds. At the same time, awakening monuments descended upon every human settlement. These monuments not only helped humans awaken their supernatural abilities but also teleported them into the trial grounds. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. With the help of the awakening monument, more and more humans are awakening their supernatural abilities. Humans gradually gained a foothold, formed a force capable of resisting the beast tides, and slowly established 8 major settlements. Tianan City is a satellite city within the Hangzhou metropolitan area. Soon, the bell rang, and Teacher Yi Qing finished explaining the precautions and reminded everyone to gather at the school playground at 9 o'clock the next morning to head to the awakening monument. After saying that, he left the classroom with long, slender steps. Hey, Shinji, what are you thinking about? You actually dared to sleep in Yi Laowu's class. That's really something. Yi Kong walked over and teased, giving him a thumbs up. Yi Kong is Ling Chen's best friend. They grew up together and were in the same class. Everyone knows each other's background. Of course, this route is not the same thing. It's all because you old idiot, sent me study resources in the middle of the night. cough. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. Ah, brother Chen, looks like you stayed up all night studying. Yi Kong said with a lewd smile. You're awakening tomorrow. How's your preparation going? What else can we do? Just awaken an A-level. That should be enough, Ling Chen said without hesitation. Humph, you think you can awaken an A-level? Ling Chen, are you still dreaming? Xiao Tianzhua walked over and sneered. With your level as a 3-star apprentice, you'd be lucky to even awaken a D-level. As everyone knows, the stronger one's strength, the stronger one's awakened superpowers. In the class, everyone's strength has reached at least the 4th level of apprentice, except for Ling Chen, who is still at the 3rd level. However, Ling Chen, with his handsome appearance, became the most popular boy among the girls in the class, especially Bingling Shuang, the ice beauty in the class, whose stunning beauty and temperament, coupled with her perfect figure, drove countless boys crazy and made her almost everyone's dream girl. Even a goddess like her occasionally pays attention to Ling Chen, which makes some boys jealous and deliberately look down on him. Yes, don't we go to your house to burn incense every year during Qingming festival? Ling Chen replied with a smile, not caring at all. You, humph. Ling Chen, do you dare to make a bet? Xiao Tianyu gritted his teeth in anger. If you can awaken a superpower of D level or above, this 100,000 is yours. If you can't, then don't come near my goddess. Ling Chen, do you dare? Xiao Tianyu sneered as he stared at Ling Chen. I had no worries in my previous life, and now I have a younger sister to depend on. It's not a bad thing to think about. Since you insist on giving me money, I have no choice but to accept it reluctantly, Ling Chen grinned. After all, the goddess was always far away from him. Xiao Tianyu stared intently at Ling Chen, as if he could already see the pathetic state Ling Chen would be in when he awakened his F-level trash ability. Ling Chen, are you confident? Yi Kong asked with concern, but without any anxiety. As his good brother, he knew that over the years, Ling Chen had given most of his cultivation resources to his sister, and used the rest to make money. Therefore, Ling Chen has almost never used any potions to enhance his strength. It's important to understand that before awakening one's special abilities, without cultivation resources, the only way to improve one's strength is through long and arduous training. Ling Chen reached the peak of 3 stars on his own, and even 5-star opponents were no match for him. Therefore, Yi Kong was not worried about Ling Chen accepting Xiao Tianyu's bet. By the way, are you going into the trial grounds tomorrow? If so, let's team up and look after each other, Yi Kong asked. Of course I'll go in, no problem, Ling Chen replied. Ding, the Legion system has been bound. Silently recite the command to open the system. For all. What? A system? A transmigration cheat? The author really didn't lie to me. Ling Chen opened the Legion system. Legion level, lone commander, time to recruit. Backpack, newbie gift pack, it's free, what good stuff do you expect? Note, you can check other people's loyalty to you. If it reaches 60, you can join the Legion. If it is below 60, you will be automatically removed. If it reaches 100, you are a loyal follower who will never betray you. Is it really a system? Let's try it out and see if it's just our imagination. Ling Chen immediately tried opening the newbie gift pack. Marrow cleansing pill cleanses the marrow and transforms the body, enhancing cultivation talent, especially suitable for you. Special ability evolution card can unconditionally increase a special ability's talent level by 1. Wow, awesome. If I awaken an SSS level superpower, could I become a god level superpower? That legendary talent? What are the remaining Legion boost cards used for? Legion? Does this mean I need to recruit people to form a legion? Ling Chen was startled, and images of himself leading thousands of troops and conquering cities and territories with a wave of his hand began to appear in his mind. He had no idea that this fantasy would become a reality in the future. What? A B-rank fire-type ability? System, you're amazing. I didn't expect a B-rank ability to come so easily. Moreover, it is also capable of evolution, meaning there is room for advancement in the future, at least to A level. Ling Chen couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Recruiting. Ling Chen's mind was filled with nothing but recruiting. Seeing Ling Chen staring blankly and grinning, Yi Kong hurriedly called out, Son, why have you become so silly? Each gathering place consists of a main city and several satellite cities. Get out of my way. Ling Chen pushed Yi Kang's arm away, looked up, and his eyes lit up. He immediately used the system to open Yi Kang's loyalty interface. Wow, that's tall. You're definitely a good brother. He didn't get a perfect score. It seems he's still holding a grudge about accidentally deleting his study materials last time. Without further ado, Ling Chen said to Yi Kong, I'm planning to form a small team so we can hunt monsters together. What do you think? Of course, no problem. But can I livestream you when you're dealing with the monsters? The gifts will definitely go crazy. Yi Kong put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder and readily agreed. Rewards can be withdrawn at any time. Awesome. B-level superpower acquired. Go away. Go play somewhere else. See you later. Ordinary people are truly happy. The sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. Brother, you're back. The food will be ready soon. A petite yet lively and adorable girl, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, walked out of the kitchen, which seemed somewhat incongruous at first glance. But in this small apartment where the brother and sister depend on each other for survival, there is an extraordinary sense of harmony. Her name is Lingxi, and she is Ling Chen's only known relative. Their parents sent the siblings to an orphanage when they were very young and have not heard from them since. The brother and sister have relied on meager government subsidies for many years. Ling Chen's status as a minor means he can only occasionally do odd jobs to supplement the family income. Brother, go wash your hands, it's time to eat, Lingxi said before going into the kitchen to do the final stir-fry. Okay. Watching his sister's busy figure, Ling Chen silently vowed that he would make sure she could live a comfortable life as soon as possible. Soon, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes were served. Simple and plain, yet they were the siblings' meals for the day. Little sister, your cooking has really improved. These shredded potatoes are sour and spicy, and the texture is amazing. Wow, these tomatoes and eggs taste absolutely amazing, Ling Chen exclaimed in amazement as he picked up some food and mixed it with his rice, as if he hadn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. Seeing Ling Chen's funny expression, Lingxi couldn't help but laugh and said, brother, you're going to awaken tomorrow, so you'd better work hard. God-level talent, bro. That's definitely a B-grade talent. Ha ha ha. Ling Chen thought to himself, wondering what kind of talent he could awaken. But at least now that I have a B-level fire-type ability, I can rise up and give my sister a better life. A B-level talent is pretty good too. You have a good chance of getting into a top university, Lingxi said with a smile. You've narrowed your vision. Your brother here is definitely a top student. Every university will be fighting to get me. Just wait and see. Ha ha ha. Lingxi sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. I really can't do anything with this brother of mine. Back in his room, Ling Chen opened the system and checked Lingxi's interface. Ling Chen had always given the cultivation resources he received from school to his younger sister, but he didn't know what level she had reached. My younger sister is already a junior in high school and will be participating in the awakening event next year. I guess she should be close to 5 stars by now. What? 7 stars? My goodness, isn't this the classic case of playing dumb to fool the enemy? I never expected that my adopted sister would quietly rise to 7 stars. Before my younger sister awakens next year, wouldn't it be possible for her to break through to the bronze level? There has never been a case of someone under the age of 18 reaching the bronze level. Could it be that I also possess such a talent? Ling Chen was filled with anticipation for his awakening the next day. Alright, I haven't extracted the B-level talent yet. Extract fire-type abilities. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt his whole body enveloped in intense heat, and his body became burning hot, but this feeling did not last long and he quickly returned to normal. Ling Chen found himself suddenly developing an intense affinity for flames, as if they had become a part of his body. He reached out and tried to control the flames. Flames emerged from his palm, and he could feel the intense heat, but they did not harm him at all. I must become the most powerful superhuman, Ling Chen silently vowed to himself. By the way, I wonder if the marrow cleansing pill in my hand is the same as the one in the cultivation novels I read in my previous life. He took out the marrow cleansing pill and looked at it. It was a black pill the size of a quail egg, emitting a faint fragrance. Just one whiff of it made him feel refreshed. Without hesitation, Ling Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill. The pill melted in my mouth, turning into a warm current that slowly spread throughout my body. A surge of heat coursed through my body, and I felt a stinging sensation in every part of my body. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but the heat soon dissipated. It seems the effects of the marrow cleansing pill have worn off. Ugh, what's that awful smell? Ling Chen looked at himself and found his skin covered in black substance. Could it really be a marrow cleansing ritual? He rushed into the toilet and gave himself a thorough wash, making sure he was completely clean. I raised my right arm and brought it to my nose to smell it. Finally, there was no smell. Upon closer inspection, I felt much more comfortable and my sense of connection with the primordial energy of heaven and earth had also increased significantly. Ling Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and began to practice the basic cultivation technique Bingfa that is now being promoted throughout China. Soon, the primordial energy of heaven and earth began to converge from all directions, at a speed several times faster than before. After a night of arduous training, at dawn, Ling Chen waved his arm. At this moment, he had already reached the peak of the 3-star level and had successfully broken through to the 4-star level of martial apprentice. Today is the big day for awakening superpowers. We absolutely cannot be late. Ling Chen quickly washed up, a piece of bread that Lingxi had prepared in his mouth, a carton of milk in his hand, and hurried towards the school. Soon, he arrived at the school playground on time. My son has grown up and knows how to care about his father, Ling Chen said, pretending to be moved. Ling Chen found his class at a glance and calmly took his place. Almost all the students had smiles on their faces, filled with anticipation for the upcoming awakening of their superpowers. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's set off. With the principal's order, the homeroom teachers led their students onto the buses heading to the awakening monument. The driver steadily maneuvered the vehicle, and the number 1 high school bus quickly arrived at its destination. As we can see, many other high schools have already arrived at the scene, and some students have begun to awaken. Ding! Host trigger condition detected. starting to bind to the Legion system. Not far away, a stone tablet stands tall, reaching into the sky. It was a square stone tablet with the words Awakening engraved on it. It could help people awaken their supernatural abilities, so it was called the Awakening Tablet. Simply place your hands silently on the stone tablet and carefully feel the changes deep within your brain to trigger your own special abilities. Ding, the new member gift package has arrived. Please check it carefully. Haha, I've awakened a D-level Earth-type ability. I really am a genius. Wow, congratulations. I just awakened an F-rank fire type. Looks like I'm out of luck. After each awakening, the students who did not choose to enter the trial grounds stepped down from the Awakening Monument and began to discuss intensely. During the annual awakening process, roughly half of the participants can only awaken F-level abilities, indicating low talent. Therefore, F-level almost represents ordinary people. Those who reach rank D can choose to join the army. If they have even higher talent, they will be sent to specialized universities for professional training and will eventually go to the battlefield to fight against monsters. Character, Ling Chen. Humph, they're all a bunch of good-for-nothings, Xiao Tianyu sneered. Strength, Apprentice 3 stars, Experience 299/300. Oh wow, looks like you're pretty good at this? Yi Kong sneered from the side. Ability, guess what? Alright, it's our turn. Let's go. Ling Chen patted Yi Kong on the shoulder and stepped onto the Awakening Monument first. Talent, depends on my mood. Looking at the towering Awakening Monument, Ling Chen slowly placed his hand on it. Mol, I can't afford it, unlock it for nothing. He sensed it carefully, and countless lights appeared in his mind. Gradually, a purple lightning bolt flashed through his mind. Number of Legion members, 1. It's actually a lightning-based superpower. That's an incredibly powerful weapon. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Another ball of light was forming in his mind at the same time. What's going on? Isn't it true that a person can only awaken one superpower? Summon Legion, unlocked. The ball of light gradually transformed into a silver cube. Wow, that's so cool. Ling Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. I've awakened 2 superpowers myself. Could I really be the protagonist? Moreover, one of them possesses a spatial ability, and only 2 people in the entire China have ever awakened a spatial ability. As a veteran internet user from his previous life on Earth, Ling Chen knew that without rising geniuses, nothing could be accomplished. However, if you don't take the initiative to show your abilities, it's difficult to get attention and secure resources. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to reveal his spatial abilities at a crucial moment. For now, being a dual elemental ability user of lightning and fire is enough. When the opportunity arises, Ding, open the novice gift pack. We'll make sure your titanium alloy eyes are blinded. Ding, you obtained 1 marrow cleansing pill, 1 ability evolution card, and 1 Legion attack bonus card. Alright, I still have 1 superpower evolution card left to use. God level space system, here I come. Talent, the bearing of an emperor, in a great mood. Use the ability evolution card? Yes/no. Yes. Without hesitation, Ling Chen used the evolution card on his spatial ability. Flash, level 1, 0 out of 1000. It can flash freely within a 10-meter range. Ling Chen felt his blood boiling and was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. That's incredible, and it hasn't even cooled down yet. Should we teleport you to the trial grounds? Just as Ling Chen was immersed in ecstasy, a cold, mechanical voice rang out. Legion bonus card, increases the attack power of all Legion members by 20%. Huh, who's talking? Ling Chen looked around but didn't see anyone. He shook his head in confusion. Of course we need to teleport. Is there even a question? With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared from beside the Awakening Monument. Ha, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? This place looks like a school. Ling Chen appeared in a spacious classroom with neatly arranged desks and chairs, and a podium and blackboard in the distance. He walked to the window and looked outside. What he saw shocked him. A peach tree, as tall as a 10-story building, stands in the distance, its branches and leaves lush, with several green peaches hanging on it. Ding, main quest released, please check it out. Sensing the faint origin chi emanating from the peach, Ling Chen immediately understood that this was no ordinary object. Main mission, initial team building. However, he didn't rush over, because he knew that treasures wouldn't come to him easily. Task content, recruit a member into the Legion. He observed carefully and soon noticed something unusual in the tree. Quest reward, B-level fire ability, evolvable. Having identified the source of the danger, Ling Chen cautiously approached, testing the waters first. The squeak sound came from the tree. It turned out to be a fire monkey. Ling Chen immediately checked the system. Fire monkey, bronze 1 star. Attribute, fire. Skill, fireball fist. Comment, if you don't want to get beaten to a pulp, you'd better run. Run? That's absolutely impossible. Ling Chen frowned. Having just awakened 3 special abilities, his physical fitness had greatly improved, and he was full of confidence. Ling Chen, what's wrong with you? Yi Kong shook him. If you can't win, you can always use Flash to escape. Flash, am I just here for you to run away? Seeing this, the fire monkey roared. Since when has even an ant dared to step into my territory? The fire monkey pounced and threw a powerful powerful punch. Ling Chen naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He clenched his fists to meet the challenge and charged forward. Yi Kong, 5-star warrior, 250/500. Seeing that this human ant dared to confront him head-on, the fire monkey grinned maliciously, as if it could already see the other party being smashed to pieces by its own punch. Loyalty, 95, recruitable. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Ling Chen suddenly appeared 10 meters behind the fire monkey, grinning as he headed straight for the peach tree, thinking to himself, this big idiot. For all. Where did everyone go? Fire monkey stood there, stunned for a moment, when he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Looking back, they discovered that the human had already picked all the peaches. Fire monkey's eyes were slightly red, burning with rage. Do you really think I'm an easy monkey to bully? It roared and pounced on Ling Chen at top speed. Seeing the fire monkey rushing towards him, Ling Chen smiled and said, hee hee, goodbye, brother. After a few flashes, he had disappeared from the fire monkey's sight. Ding, Yi Kong joins the legion. Roar, chirp chirp. The fire monkey pounded its chest in anger. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a B-level fire ability, evolvable, inside a student building not far away. Phew, my strength is still not enough. I've used 4 flashes, and my source energy is almost exhausted. I guess I can only last 2 more times. Ling Chen sighed inwardly. However, he quickly looked at the spirit peaches he had harvested in his space with a smile on his face. This was a good harvest. I got 11 peaches. These peaches are clearly of extraordinary quality, as they are personally guarded by a bronze-level demon monkey. Ling Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly. Use the system to view the spirit peaches in your hand. Spirit peach, consuming it can greatly increase your source energy, enhance your cultivation talent, and accelerate your cultivation speed. Eat it now. Note, the more you take, the less effective it becomes. Taking brisk steps and humming a little tune, Ling Chen returned to the small apartment in the old town. Let's find a place to try it out. He opened the door skillfully, only to find another person inside. On his floor, Ling Chen found a quiet classroom. After confirming that there was no immediate danger around him, he found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Close your eyes to calm your mind, form hand seals, and circulate your energy to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth. I heard his voice before I saw him. The primordial energy, invisible to the naked eye, slowly gathered into a vortex. An hour later, Ling Chen opened his eyes and exhaled. Having finally adjusted himself to his best condition and restored his source energy to its peak, he was ready to start consuming the spirit peaches. He took out a spirit peach from his spatial storage. The spirit peach was bright red and translucent, so tempting that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Chen swallowed it whole, spat out the kernel with a poof, and then licked his lips with a smacking sound. As the peach entered his stomach, a warm current quickly spread from his stomach and filled the meridians throughout his body. Ling Chen immediately circulated his cultivation technique, guiding the warm current through his meridians for one cycle, eventually transforming it into pure source energy that surged into his dantian. He could clearly feel that, under the influence of this force, his meridians had become wider and thicker. Soon, the warm current was completely absorbed. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand, and saw that he had achieved the peak of the 4-star level. Good, that was efficient and effective. He immediately took out another spirit peach and swallowed it. The familiar warm current transformed into source energy once again, continuously flowing into his dantian. A certain diaphragm in the dantian has been breached. Apprentice level 5, successfully promoted. Ahem, the living environment is comfortable, brothers, don't get carried away. Upgrading is as easy as drinking water. Ling Chen stood up, swung his fist, and felt that his strength was several times greater than before. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really fast to cultivate with resources. After finishing his cultivation, he prepared to continue his journey. Patting his bottom, Ling Chen walked out of the classroom. Looking around, I could see faint fluctuations of energy coming from the distance to the east, accompanied by subtle sounds. It seemed that some students were in trouble. Go check it out. You might just be able to play the hero and save the day. He walked towards the east. Now he considers himself a dual elemental awakener of lightning and fire, and he will never use flash lightly unless absolutely necessary. He slowly approached, and soon sensed the approaching battle atmosphere. He lightly leaped and landed on the branch of a nearby tree. Through the dense foliage, Ling Chen looked toward the battleground and saw 9 people fiercely fighting a group of skeletons. Oh, all men? That's no fun, he muttered to himself. Don't worry, I'm your brother, the chosen one, a saint. I can awaken anything tomorrow. A skeleton? She was probably a woman when she was alive. These skeletons aren't very strong. However, those who entered the trial grounds today were all newly awakened, and none of them had many attack methods. Strangely, after these skeletons knocked down their opponents, they didn't kill them. Instead, they stripped the person of everything they owned. Could it be that the skeletons in the trial grounds are also a little money grubber? Only greedy for money, not killing? I've heard of people who entered the trial grounds and never came out again. Could it be that there's something wrong with these skeletons? skeletons? Ling Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. After confirming that everyone below was still alive, Ling Chen began to observe carefully. These skeletons were able to cooperate with each other, as if someone was directing them. Could it be? Ling Chen kicked off the tree trunk, and his figure vanished instantly. Ah, I'm rich. I'm rich. He hid under a tree, watching the battle and chuckling to himself. He thought that when he needed cultivation resources in the future, he might as well send the skeleton to steal from the rich. So, does that mean everyone who sees it gets a share? A voice suddenly asked. For all. No way, they're all mine. For all? Who is it? Ling Chen turned his head and saw a boy about his age staring at him with a grin. This young man was none other than Ling Chen himself. He stretched out a hand, his fingers slightly bent, and summoned a ball of flame, saying, "What, there's no share for me?" He casually tossed a small fireball, which struck the grass at the boy's feet, instantly scorching the ground and revealing a patch of burnt soil. This terrified the boy. Aside from the skeletons he summoned, he had almost no fighting ability. Damn it, if these skeletons were replaced by beautiful enchantresses, he would definitely have kept two to protect him. What he didn't know was that even if all the skeletons he summoned gathered here, they would still be no match for Ling Chen. Lingshi, apprentice 7 stars, 345/700. Boss, it's all yours, the boy said eagerly. Loyalty, 100, recruitable. After all, we are at a disadvantage at this point, so we should be timid when necessary. What's your name? Where are you from? Is your superpower summoning skeletons? Ling Chen questioned him like a police officer. Summoning abilities are relatively rare, and most summoning abilities can only summon 1 or 2 creatures in the early stages, making them rather useless in the early game. The more initial summons a summoner has, the higher their talent level will be. A normal summoner can only summon 1 or 2 at most. The boy in front of me seems to have just awakened and summoned a large group of skeletons. It seems that his talent should be above S level. So as soon as they met, Ling Chen had a thought in his mind that he wanted to bring him under his command. Ma Xiaoxiao, big brother, you can just call me Xiaoxiao. I come from Tianqing City in the Magic City. I am a summoner and can currently summon 20 skeletons. Ma Xiaoxiao didn't try to hide anything. After all, the pile of skeletons was right in front of him, and he had no idea about the person in front of him. If the other party has a bad temper, I'm afraid I'll inevitably get a beating today. Moreover, the aura emanating from the other person exerted a strong sense of pressure on his superpower. Okay, come with me. Tell your skeletons to stop attacking. With that, Ling Chen walked towards the direction of the battle. Xiaojiao followed him, her steps faltering. On the other side, the skeletons suddenly stopped moving. Although the teenagers had not fully grasped the situation, they did not let their guard down and remained in a fighting stance. The beads of sweat on their foreheads and their rapid breathing clearly indicated their current state. He opened the Legion system. Seeing 2 teenagers slowly approaching from a distance, the leader of the group suddenly froze for a moment and quickly shouted, "Ling Chen, don't come any closer." Character, Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled slightly and glanced at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao waved her hand, and the skeleton stood neatly to the side. Strength, apprentice 3 stars, experience 299/300. The boys froze, stunned. What does this mean? These skeletons are summoned creatures? Were we bullied by someone's summoned creatures during the day? Ability, guess again? Isn't the summoning ability widely recognized as one of the weakest abilities in the early game? Talent, I'm in a good mood now. I just happened to be passing by and saw you being bullied so badly by a bunch of little skeletons. You really embarrassed your father. Ling Chen stepped forward, patted the leader of the boys on the shoulder, and sighed. Maul, unlock it when you have money. You son of a bitch. By the way, Ling Chen, what talent did you awaken? Your dad is an S-class wind-type ability user. If I weren't unfamiliar with it, these little skeletons wouldn't be able to get close to me at all. The leading boy was Yi Kong, panting as he pointed at the skeletons. Backpack, Marrow Cleansing Pill ×1, Power Evolution Card ×1, Legion Attack Bonus Card ×1, B-level Firepower, not extracted. That's not bad either. Dad will protect you from now on. Ha ha ha. Yi Kong put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder and laughed smugly. At this moment, Ma Xiaoxiao glanced at Ling Chen. How could his talent only be B-level? Even I, with my SS level talent, feel the pressure. Come on, Ling Chen, these are my new underlings. Didn't you plan to form a team? Take a look at them. They're all D rank and C rank. Yi Kong pulled Ling Chen and pointed to several teenagers behind him. Ling Chen scanned the system and found that no one had a loyalty score higher than 50. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level fire ability. However, this was not unexpected, as they chose to rely on Yi Kong rather than themselves. Not yet, we'll talk about it later, Ling Chen said calmly in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Ha! Ling Chen suddenly realized that Ma Xiaoxiao beside him had a loyalty level of 65, which met the recruitment standard. With my B-rank talent, how could this happen? Was it frightened by my fireball just now? Little did Ling Chen know that his god-level talent would exert a sense of oppression on talents of SS level and above, much like a king looking down on his subjects. Is this a supernatural power? It's amazing. In Xiao Zhao's eyes, he was simply an SSS level prodigy, which made Xiao Zhao feel a little admiration mission for him. Mission objective: recruit 10 people into the Legion. That's a legendary national treasure. Ling Chen's gaze fell on Ma Xiaoxiao beside him. Ma Xiaoxiao noticed Ling Chen's burning gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Xiaoxiao had a mournful face, her hands crossed over her chest. Ling Chen's lips twitched, thinking to himself, aren't you overacting? Big brother, please accept my bow. Please be gentle with your abuse. Ma Xiaoxiao immediately changed his tune, looking at Ling Chen with a fawning expression. Feeling around, Ling Chen pulled out 10 yuan from his back pocket. Daddy, you're so generous. Xiaoxiao darted over and snatched the 10 yuan. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then took out a 100 yuan bill. Ling Chen let Xiaoxiao take the 100 yuan bill, but he was already plotting how to continue to exploit his grandson. Join my team. From now on, follow me. Xiaoxiao was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this what we were just talking about? When did I agree to that? Even if I agree, there are other conditions. What, you won't agree? Ling Chen looked at Xiaoxiao with a smile, his right fist clenched and he kept tapping his left palm, his fingers gently twitching. Yi Kong, who was behind him, also came over. He was in pain all over from being tormented by that little skeleton, and now he was planning to teach the original owner a good lesson. They surrounded us with sly looks on their faces. No, I agree. From now on, you'll be my older brother. Xiaoxiao nodded hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice, and said with a righteous face, if my elder brother says go east, I will never go south. If my elder brother says go west, I will never go north. Alright, if I don't see you at the gate of Tsinghua University in 6 months, I'll personally come and beat you up. Ling Chen said. Ling Chen, are you confident about Tsinghua University? Yi Kong asked worriedly from the side. Based on past admissions, Tsinghua University's admission criteria are possessing S-level talent, reaching the 8th level of the apprentice level, or slaying a bronze-level monster. In addition, one must obtain an excellent evaluation in the college entrance examination. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Oh, and here, take this. Find a safe place to take it. Ling Chen pretended to open his backpack, took out a spirit peach from the system, and tossed it gently into Yi Kang's hand. Yi Kang caught it steadily without asking any questions, because he knew that Ling Chen would not harm him, and this must be a good thing. He walked to the side, sat down cross-legged, and ate the spirit peach that Ling Chen had given him. A moment later, Yi Kang opened his eyes. Ling Chen, I've advanced to 6 stars. Your spirit fruit is really amazing. He happily reported the good news to Ling Chen. Those around them looked on with envy as Ling Chen gave Yi Kang a spirit peach, which actually helped him level up by 1 star. They stared intently at Ling Chen, and Ling Chen noticed that everyone's loyalty to him had increased significantly, reaching 60, probably because they were attracted by the resources. As for why no one is robbing the resources, just look at the little skeletons who were bullied by them earlier, standing neatly to the side, and you'll understand. Ma Xiaoxiao also looked at Ling Chen with burning eyes. Who wouldn't like resources? Ling Chen said provocatively, I will never mistreat the people in my team. Ma Xiaoxiao nodded and took back most of the skeletons, leaving only 2 standing behind him. He then stood behind Ling Chen, posing as a subordinate. At 9 o'clock sharp, everyone was present. Feeling that the time was right, Ling Chen asked everyone present if they were willing to join his team. Everyone agreed without hesitation. After all, there were benefits to following Ling Chen. The number of people is just right, enough for Ling Chen to complete the system task. Xian Yuan sword, sealed an ancient divine weapon, a sword of the holy path, forged from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in ancient times. This sword was crafted by the heavens and contains boundless power. It is an unparalleled divine weapon for slaying demons and beasts. 16 caddies of divine iron. Xuan Yuan sword style, first form, 10,000 swords return to the origin. If unlocking the first layer of the seal is this difficult, what kind of divine weapon is this Xian Yuan sword? Ling Chen couldn't imagine. Just when he was worried about not having a suitable weapon, a handy divine weapon was delivered to his doorstep. Shopping mall. We'll see when we make some money. Please keep up the good work. Host, don't embarrass me. Ling Chen gathered the remaining people, and after a brief discussion, they decided to continue eastward to see if they could encounter any opportunities. It's important to know that you can only stay in the trial grounds for 1 day. After that day, everyone will be teleported back to their original awakening monument. Having tasted success so quickly upon entering, Ling Chen would never easily give up the opportunity to explore. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, suddenly, a boy wearing a yellow and white haori and with a samurai sword at his waist leaned against a large tree not far ahead. The boy's hair was tied with a dark blue rope and hung down naturally, giving him a dashing and unrestrained look. He just wasn't holding an apple in his hand. If he had, he could have shown off his amazing skill of peeling an apple with a knife. Ling Chen and the others stopped in their tracks. He stepped forward, silently observing the man, waiting for the young man to state his purpose. The boy wore wooden clogs, yet made no sound, as if they were carried by the wind. Hello, do you still have that spirit peach from earlier? The boy asked Ling Chen. Can we trade? I have 5 spirit fruits here, which are no longer useful to me. I'll trade you 2 spirit peaches. These spirit fruits can also improve cultivation and enhance aptitude, the boy explained. explained. After a moment's thought, Ling Chen said, okay. He took out 2 spirit peaches from his spatial backpack, while the boy took out 5 spirit fruits. The transaction between the 2 parties was fair and there was no fraud involved. The transaction was complete. The young man contentedly put the spirit peach into his backpack, turned to Ling Chen, and asked, could we have a friendly spar? Why me? Ling Chen wondered, since he had only shown B-level strength. Because you're the only one here who makes me feel pressured. I feel like I might not be able to beat you, but I don't believe it. Sure, but such monotonous fighting is too boring. What do you want to do? Of course, we should make a bet. How about this? If I lose, you can challenge me to a duel anytime you want, and I'll return these 5 spirit fruits to you. If I win, you'll have to join my team and fight the monsters with me, Ling Chen said. Their companions silently stepped aside, giving the 2 of them enough space. Ling Chen reached into his backpack and took out the Xianyuan sword. As soon as the Xianyuan sword was drawn, the sword of the young swordsman beside him trembled slightly and made a buzzing sound. He gripped his sword tightly, staring in shock at Ling Chen's Xianyuan sword, feeling the submission of his own sword. A fine sword. The young man carefully examined Ling Chen's sword. The sword's aura was like a rainbow, exuding an imposing and domineering presence. One side of the sword was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side was engraved with mountains, rivers, and vegetation. We'll settle this with just 3 moves, a simple sparring match, Ling Chen said, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a reclusive master. He certainly didn't want to fight the boy for long. I don't know many moves. I just transmigrated here, so I can't use flash or thunder. Having only a handful of moves, he deliberately suggested a quick and decisive battle. What does this mean exactly? Alright, please enlighten me. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully awakening. The boy bent slightly, gripped the hilt of the sword with his right hand, and assumed a drawing stance. SS level thunder power. Ling Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his right hand holding his sword hanging straight down, looking elegant and composed. SSS level spatial ability. Excuse me. The young man's eyes narrowed, and he shouted softly before rushing towards Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. Sword drawing technique, slash. So fast. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He stood still, and as the boy approached, he quickly moved to the right, dodging the sword strike. Ling Chen casually summoned a fireball and threw it at the boy, while his right hand swiftly swung out the sword. The young man leaped up nimbly, flipping over to dodge the fireball and sword strikes with a tricky move. The boy spun the knife twice, creating a gust of wind that swept towards Ling Chen. Hokushin Itoryu, whirlwind slash. Seeing the boy's increasingly refined and sharp swordsmanship, Ling Chen swung his sword, and an incomparably sharp sword energy burst forth from his body, with several sword-like phantoms flying and swirling around him. The boy's sword seemed to receive a guidance, and it was drawn from its sheath, transforming into one of the swords surrounding Ling Chen. 10,000 swords converge, emerge. The boy's whirlwind slash clashed violently with Ling Chen's myriad swords converging, their sword energies colliding fiercely. A fierce wind howled, sand and stones flew, and dust was kicked up, blurring the view. After a long while, the wind subsided and the dust settled, and 2 figures gradually appeared. The long samurai sword stopped in front of Ling Chen's heart, while the domineering Xianyuan sword was placed against the boy's neck. This battle is currently undecided. May I have your name? Ling Chen. The young man murmured, remember my name, Yu Shuejing. The bet remains unchanged for the next fight. Yu Shuejing sheathed her sword and bowed to Ling Chen, a samurai-style greeting that conveyed her approval of him. Then, he turned and walked away into the distance, his figure gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. Ling Chen looked around at everyone, whose faces were filled with shock. They couldn't understand how, despite both having just awakened, the difference in their abilities could be so vast. Only Xiao Zhao wore an expression that suggested she had expected this. Character, Ling Chen. That duel just now was probably at the bronze level. They were truly 2 awe-inspiring monsters. Strength, apprentice 4-star, experience 51 of 400. Those who originally joined Ling Chen's team because of the resources and Yi Kang's talent are now completely convinced of his abilities. Superpowers, SSS level spatial power, SS level thunder power, B level fire power, evolvable, unexpected. A leader who is both strong and caring towards his teammates, who wouldn't like that? Seeing the loyalty of the crowd gradually increase, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Let's go, let's set off. After a short period of cultivation, Ling Chen's origin chi was replenished once again. Mall, hurry up and make money to unlock the mall. The group headed east and soon left the area that resembled a school, entering a dense forest. Backpack, ability evolution card X1, Legion attack bonus card X1. Be careful, Ling Chen warned, feeling like he was leaving a starting village in a game in his previous life. Send your skeleton to scout ahead. Okay, boss. 2 skeletons walked at the front without complaint, while the others followed at a certain distance. Suddenly, several vines shot out and wrapped around the skeleton's bony legs, hoisting it high into the air, the vines tightening their grip. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Son of God level ability space. Boss. Xiao Zhao looked at Ling Chen anxiously. Space system comes with 100 cubic meters of space. Ling Chen pondered for a moment, then tentatively tentatively threw a fireball at the vines. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-given skill Flash. As soon as the fireball touched the vines seemed to have met their nemesis and quickly loosened their grip on the skeleton. The skeleton landed heavily, its days numbered. No, it was an inanimate object to begin with. It stood up, patted its rear, and began to explore the path again. To prevent the vines from causing trouble again, Ling Chen formed his right hand into a claw and summoned a slightly imperfect circle of fire, encircling everyone inside. If the skeleton had an expression, it would probably look puzzled. What about me? Seemingly frightened, the vines did not reappear. Squeak, squeak. Upon hearing the sound, Ling Chen and the others immediately went into battle preparedness. Dust billowed in the distance, and a group of things were rushing towards them. Those are fire-eating rats, Xiao Zhao said blankly, staring at the swarm of rats rushing towards them. There were at least several hundred of them. Although most fire-eater rats are less than 3 stars, once they are entangled, they are very likely to die from exhaustion. Besides, the fire-eating rats feed on flames. Boss, I'm afraid you won't be able to use your fire-type abilities. Ling Chen nodded and drew the Xian Yuan sword. Brothers, prepare for battle. When they saw their leader draw the Xian Yuan sword, everyone's eyes lit up. They had already memorized the leader's strength. Brothers, how can a mere swarm of rats stop our advance? Yi Kong shouted from the side, kill them all. Ding, the host legion is detected to be united as one. The legion system is now officially activated. What? Was it not open before? Ding, the legion system requires the host's legion to reach the minimum required number of members and for the members to be united before it can be activated. Legion size, 11. Legion level, commander and his guard platoon. Summon legion, not yet unlocked. Legion leader, not enabled, requires 1,000 members to configure. Vice leader, not enabled, requires 1,000 members to set. Legion skill, none. Legion attack bonus, 1%. Legion defense bonus, 1%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Note, special bonuses are unlocked after the legion level is increased. Ding, host legion detected to be facing danger. Activate legion attack boost card? Yes/no. Such a thoughtful reminder almost made Ling Chen forget about it. Legion attack bonus, 21%. A golden light visible only to Ling Chen enveloped everyone, and in an instant, everyone felt a tremor. You feel that way too? I thought I was the chosen one, awakening my powers when I was in danger. Ha, now we're even more confident in dealing with this swarm of rats. Despite their excitement, everyone knew they couldn't let their guard down and remained fully focused on maintaining their defense. Come out, little skeleton. Xiao Zhao made a mysterious hand gesture, summoning the remaining skeletons. When the swarm of rats rushed to within 50 meters of the group, Yi Kong whispered, "Wind, go." A strong gust of wind howled out and rushed straight at the leader of the fire-eating rats. Several of the leading fire-eating rats were blown over by the wind and flew backward, instantly disrupting their charging formation. Ling Chen waved his right hand and stomped his feet on the ground, charging into the horde of beasts first. His companions followed closely behind, 20 skeletons keeping up. In close combat, Ling Chen slashed horizontally with his sword, instantly cutting a 4-star fire-eating rat in two. He then swung his sword to the right, slaying 2 more fire-eating rats in succession. This feels even easier than chopping melons and vegetables. Ling Chen was incredibly fast. Before his brothers could even react, he had already charged into the swarm of fire-eating rats, his sword flashing as he continuously slashed and killed them. What he didn't realize was that every time the Xian Yuan sword killed a fire-eating rat, something would float out of the corpse and be absorbed into the sword. Ling Chen was incredibly strong, and his brothers were equally formidable, their supernatural abilities seemingly inexhaustible. However, the sheer number of fire-eating rats was staggering, and the sheer number made it difficult for them to cope. To make matters worse, more fire rats swarmed in from all directions, and Ling Chen slashed and dodged them with agility. At this moment, Ling Chen gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. Their strength was too weak, and they lacked effective skills. Even with his protection, it would be difficult to withstand such a massive swarm of rats. Moreover, their numbers were too small to withstand the swarms of fire-eating rats. They had to find a way to deal with it. The people behind him were mostly commoners, with neither weapons nor advanced martial arts skills, and could only barely use their supernatural abilities to eliminate low-level fire-eating rats. In an instant, the swarm of rats had surrounded Ling Chen and the others. The skeletons fought fiercely against the swarm of rats, whose attacks were almost ineffective against them. Under Xiao Zhao's command, the skeletons showed no mercy and repelled the charging rat horde with unstoppable force. Since skeletons are not afraid of getting hurt, Xiao Zhao had them stand on the outermost layer to form a defensive line and protect everyone. They are not afraid of being bitten by rats at all, and naturally become the strongest shield. The fire-eating rats that broke through the skeleton defenses were dealt with by the group working together. After the initial chaos, everyone gradually calmed down, and the situation began to improve. However, their good fortune didn't last long, as they discovered that the rat swarm they were dealing with seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. The crowd gradually lost their grip, and even the skeletons became sluggish under the continued continuous onslaught. Ling Chen understood that this was not because the rat swarm had become stronger, but because their source energy was about to run out. After all, everyone has just awakened their superpowers and is not yet proficient in using them. The simplest superpowers are the most energy-consuming and the least efficient. Ling Chen, what do we do now? Yi Kong asked, panting heavily, his face pale. Our source energy is almost gone. Looking around, everyone was pale and breathing rapidly. Ling Chen rubbed his forehead. It seemed he would have to resort to lightning magic. Several dark clouds had drifted in from above, occasionally flashing with lightning, as if an explosion was imminent. Lei is here. Ling Chen clenched his fists slightly. Strands of silvery white electric arcs quietly formed and coiled around his arm, as if they had come to life. Ling Chen waved his right hand, guiding the electric arc towards the swarm of rats. The lightning struck the rats like a bomb, and they scattered and fled in all directions, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, a large area of open space was cleared, and under the full force of Ling Chen's lightning, not a single fire-eating rat could get close. Lightning continued to strike, and Yi Kong and the others stood frozen in shock. In their eyes, Ling Chen was practically the Lord of Thunder, wielding the power of lightning. Those fire-eating rats were as fragile as paper in the face of lightning. Boss Ling Chen, you're really too strong. Finally, the rats were so frightened that they scattered and fled for their lives, like startled birds, and lost all their former vigor. Sensing the rats retreating, Ling Chen withdrew the raging electric arcs, stood with his hands behind his back, and locked his gaze on the direction they had fled. Ling Chen, you're so handsome. Yi Kong leaned closer. I never expected you to awaken dual elemental abilities, and your lightning element is so strong. You didn't even tell me. Can we just reveal our hands so easily? Ling Chen said helplessly. As expected of you. Yi Kong lightly punched Ling Chen on the shoulder, then turned to the crowd and said, brothers, you've all seen our brother Chen's strength. From now on, we'll just follow brother Chen and stick close to his coattails. Yes, we'll do whatever the boss says, the henchman echoed. Seeing Ling Chen's impressive display of power, the underlings became even more determined to cling to his coattails. After Yi Kong finished speaking, Ling Chen took out 5 spirit fruits and 5 spirit peaches and distributed them to everyone present. Brothers, get back to your strength and let's continue our journey. Yes, everyone was thrilled. Everyone saw the effects of Yi Kong eating the spirit peach, but no one expected it to happen to them so soon. The loyalty of the crowd soared at a visible speed, and Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. Under the protection of the skeletons, everyone consumed the spiritual fruit. I've broken through to 5 stars. 5 stars is nothing, I just broke through to 6 stars. Everyone was thrilled and cheered for their breakthrough. Even Xiao Zhao is no exception. His original 6-star strength has now broken through to 7 stars. They looked at Ling Chen with excitement. Ling Chen smiled and said, cultivate diligently, and in the future, we'll work together to quell the demonic beasts and rebuild peace. But boss, we're not in the same place. You and Yi Kong are definitely destined for Tsinghua University, but we're afraid we won't be able to follow in your footsteps at university. Sooner or later, we will fight side by side on the battlefield against the monsters. Ling Chen smiled faintly. As long as we forge ahead, we will surely meet at the finish line. In the distance, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, emitting a dazzling light that attracted everyone's attention. There must be something good hidden in the trial. Let's go take a look. Ling Chen led the way towards the pillar of light. An hour later, Ling Chen and the others finally arrived at the foot of the heavenly ladder. The area was already packed with people, and many were climbing the ladder. The leader had already reached over 200 stories. Isn't that the leader Zhuge Kongming from Beiping City? It's said that he has reached the 9th level of apprentice, only 1 step away from the bronze level. Moreover, he has awakened an SSS level mental ability, a rare genius in recent decades, and he will probably be fought over by several universities. The burly young man who was a few levels behind him seems to be Chu Tian from the military. He is also a 9-star strength and has awakened an SSS level power system. And that young man in black is Ma Huntao from the Ma family in Shanghai. I heard he has awakened an SSS level summoning ability. Oh, Ling Chen glanced curiously at Ma Xiaozhao beside him and found him staring intently at Ma Huntao in black, his eyes seemingly filled with murderous intent. It seems that Xiao Zhao and Ma Huntao must have some connection. Wow, look at that girl in white following closely behind these geniuses. Wow, her looks are amazing. I'm in love. Does any of you know who she is? And the girl in purple behind her, so delicate and refined, with a face like a lotus in water. She's absolutely gorgeous. I love her. Ling Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this girl in white Bingning Xuan? Bingning Xuan's strength has always been ranked first in the class. Her awakened supernatural talent is extremely high, which is not surprising to Ling Chen. But the girl in purple was quite a surprise. She was almost invisible in the class and had always been quiet and unassuming. I never expected it to be her. She was among the lowest achieving students in her class and almost never interacted with anyone. Logically speaking, her look should be enough to attract countless suitors. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would line up from the classroom door to the school gate. However, in recent years, very few people have paid attention to to her. Moreover, it seemed as if someone was deliberately ignoring her, and Ling Chen felt a little suspicious. Just as Ling Chen was about to delve deeper into the key points, he was interrupted. "Brother Chen, how about we go up together now?" Yi Kong asked Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned to his brothers behind him and said, "Brothers, the trial is almost over. Everyone, go and begin your heavenly ladder trials. If you feel you can't go any further, collect the trial rewards for the current level and retreat down the mountain. Once you're out, we'll meet again in the monster battlefield. Boss, we will definitely follow you from now on. Let's go." Ling Chen nodded and took the lead on the heavenly ladder. As soon as I stepped onto the first floor, I felt a faint sense of oppression. Each level of the sky ladder is several meters wide. Ling Chen maintained a steady pace, climbing up the floors one by one. He easily resisted the pressure on the first few dozen floors thanks to his B-level talent. Soon, when they reached about the 100th floor, Ling Chen clearly felt greater upward pressure and could no longer maintain his speed. He thought that people with talent below grade B would probably have to stop here. Ling Chen stopped, wanting to see if the younger members who had just joined the Legion could make it this far. "Ling Chen, why did you stop?" Yi Kong asked immediately. "Let's see if they can get here," Ling Chen replied. After waiting for a while, Ma Xiaozhao arrived. Although she was talented, her strength and physique seemed to be lacking. He stopped beside Ling Chen, panting, and rested silently without saying a word. After a while, the figures that had been following the boy gradually appeared in the distance. They were panting heavily. Each step they took seemed to be a struggle against immense pressure, but no one stopped. Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Let's go." Turn around and continue walking uphill. He once again used his SS level lightning type ability to resist the pressure. Maintaining the previous speed, they quickly reached about 300 floors. After feeling the pressure, Yi Kong and his group figured this was probably their limit. At this point, there were very few people around, only a handful. Looking down, the figures in the distance looked as small as ants. Ling Chen stroked his chin, thinking that roughly every 100 floors corresponded to one talent level. Therefore, the highest floor that an SSS level character can climb is 500 floors. How many levels does this heavenly ladder have? Looking up, the ladder disappears into the clouds, with no end in sight. Never mind, let's keep going up. Ling Chen pushed off with his right foot, quickening his pace and no longer holding back. The oppression here had no effect on him, who possessed 3 superpowers. Soon, Ling Chen climbed to more than 400 floors and encountered Bingning Shuang and Xianling Air. "Ha, why do they look so familiar?" You should know that Bingning Shuang in the class is a cold and expressionless person, while Xianling Air is almost invisible. When they saw Ling Chen approaching, they all showed expressions of surprise. Ling Chen, who was always at the bottom of the class, actually made it this far. It seems everyone has a secret. Ling Chen didn't say much, just smiled slightly at Bingning Shuang and Xianling Air, and continued climbing. As Ling Chen gradually disappeared from their sight, Xianlinger teased, "I really didn't expect his talent to be so high. Speaking of which, I've noticed you've been stealing glances at him a lot. Do you have a crush on him?" "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I just overheard that Ling Chen is an orphan and has never used any of the resources provided by the school. If that's the case, he's already advanced to 5 stars, he must have a secret. By the way, I heard that the trial grounds on Blue Star contain that person's legacy. Shall we give it a try? We've almost found the trial grounds. If we want to reach the top of the heavenly ladder, we should be able to obtain the inheritance. Alas, even if we break our own seals, we can only reach the 800th floor at most, and we probably won't be able to obtain the inheritance. This heavenly ladder trial is much more difficult than the trial grounds on other planets. It's best not to reveal our identities. Don't forget, we came to Earth on a mission. We can't forget the prophecy left by our ancestors." Ling Chen was completely unaware that the 2 people behind him were discussing these topics after he left. Soon after, he saw Zhuge Kongming, Xu Tian, Ma Huntao, and others. They were all stuck on the 499th floor, seemingly competing to see who could reach the 500th floor first. The 3 stared blankly at his retreating figure, a sense of bewilderment washing over them. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? We've all worked so hard to win first place, and he comes to tell us, 'Kids, stop playing, and go home for dinner.'" Zhuge Liang watched Ling Chen's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Xu Tian, on the other hand, was filled with fighting spirit, eager to compete with Ling Chen, while Ma Huntao's eyes were filled with anger as he stared intently at Ling Chen's back. At this moment, Ling Chen arrived at the 600th floor and slowly slowed down his pace. Of course, it wasn't because the pressure had increased, but because he was tired from running. Have you ever seen an apprentice climb hundreds of steps in one go without getting out of breath? I've definitely never seen it before. There was no one behind him now. After taking a short break, Ling Chen continued forward. Finally, when he reached the 800th floor, he clearly felt a strong sense of oppression, which surged like a tide as he stepped to the next floor. Phew, standing on the 800th floor, Ling Chen let out a breath. Is this my final destination? He looked up, but still couldn't see the end. Ling Chen sat down cross-legged, circulated his internal energy, and regulated his breathing to restore his source power. What other options are there? He walked towards the next floor. "Stop stopping before reaching the 801st floor. He reached out and touched the boundary membrane, immediately feeling intense pressure. He quickly withdrew his hand, stared at the boundary membrane between the layers, and a sudden idea struck him. If I don't touch the membrane of this ladder to heaven, will I not feel the pressure? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen flashed and appeared directly on the 801st floor. Yes, it really works. He didn't linger, using flash more than 10 times in a row until his source energy was almost depleted. Then he sat cross-legged and absorbed the source energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself. After his source energy was restored, he used flash again. After repeated attempts, Ling Chen finally saw the top floor, the 1001st floor. As he stepped onto this level, a faint golden light enveloped him, instantly filling his body with source energy. He clearly felt an increase in his strength. As the golden light faded, Ling Chen had already advanced to the 6th star apprentice level. He clenched his fists and looked around. Where are my trial rewards? Why are they all empty? Suddenly, with a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. Before me lay a fairyland, a veritable paradise, with peach groves, cranes, and mountain streams flowing gently. In the distance, beside a peach grove by a stream, stands a simple thatched hut. An old man sat by the stream, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, holding a long bamboo pole, fishing. Strangely, there was no hook at the end of the fishing line. Senior, did you bring me here? Looking at the old man in front of him, he thought to himself, do all old people have this habit of pretending to be unfathomable? The old man stared at him and said, you possess 3 elemental abilities, space, lightning, and fire. That's truly rare. Seeing through him at a glance, Ling Chen dared not be negligent and bowed slightly with his fists clasped. Would you like to become my disciple? The old man asked calmly, his expression like that of a transcendent sage. May I ask your honorable name, senior? Ling Chen did not answer directly, but instead asked in return. Good, composure and humility are commendable. My name is Kong Ming. Ling Chen pondered for a moment, but had no recollection of the name. May I ask what realm you are at, senior? The immortal king. When you are strong enough, you will understand. You only need to know that in my eyes, a saint realm cultivator is nothing more than an ant. Therefore, if you become my disciple, you can roam freely across this blue planet. Master, please accept my bow. Ling Chen knelt down on one knee without hesitation and performed the apprenticeship ceremony. Once, when that leg was placed in front of me, I grabbed it tightly without hesitation. Ha ha ha, good, get up. A smile appeared on the withered face of the old man Kongming. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, I'm currently just a soul. Back then, you were ambushed by dozens of immortal kings, and your body was torn to pieces. The heavy responsibility of revenge is now entrusted to you. What? Ling Chen was stunned. He hadn't even gotten the benefits yet, and he already had to face a bunch of enemies? Moreover, one of them couldn't even defeat a saint, and he himself wasn't even a bronze-level expert. Is it too late for me to withdraw from my apprenticeship? After all, he had only been a disciple for less than 7 days. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ling Chen's stunned expression, the old man Kongming laughed out loud, feeling a sense of joy he hadn't experienced in a long time. Good, my mantle can finally be passed on. Do you know why those immortal kings would stoop so low as to conspire against me? Seeing Ling Chen's bitter expression, the old man decided to give him a little something sweet. Because I'm a space-type user, they can't beat me. They're afraid of me and won't let me live. The old man gazed at the horizon, filled with pride and joy. I established this trial ground here to find a successor. You've seen the benefits here. Do you think I didn't leave you anything? Upon hearing this, Ling Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly and looked at his master expectantly. This entire trial ground is yours. Why are you staring at me? You're richer than me now. Why don't you hurry up and refine it? Kongming said irritably, handing Ling Chen a round array plate. As soon as he got his hands on it, Ling Chen felt a tremendous force pressing down on his palm, making it feel heavy. I have already severed control. Drop a drop of your blood onto it, then refine it. After Kongming finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his fingertip and entered Ling Chen's brain. He then turned back to continue fishing. Ling Chen scratched his head. The golden light he had just seen was the method for refining the array plate. He sat down on the spot, put his right index finger in his mouth and bit it hard, dripping a drop of blood onto the array plate. The blood was instantly absorbed by the array plate. The array plate trembled violently, and Ling Chen closed his eyes tightly, his expression more solemn than ever before. He understood that once he successfully refined it, it would be a significant boost to his power. Ling Chen continuously circulated his origin chi, drawing close to the array plate while chanting incantations. Then, using 2 fingers of his right hand as a pen, he directed the blood in the array plate to imprint the brand according to his hand gestures. B-level fire. Ling Chen replied calmly. Once the branding is complete, the shaking of the array plate gradually subsides. Ling Chen opened his eyes, looked at the array plate in front of him, and absorbed it into his body. Ling Chen stood there in shock. This thing has 9 levels. You've only opened the first level so far, and I've only opened the first 7 levels. I've left you treasures and spirit stones for cultivation on each level. I've modified the first floor to make it suitable for nurturing geniuses. Remember, unless it's a matter of life and death, try not to let others know that this place belongs belongs to you. The trial grounds will remain here for now. With the array plate, you can return at any time, and you can also freely arrange for others to enter and exit in the future. However, only those you absolutely trust can be brought here, understand? The old man from the void casually tossed over a ring containing 10,000 cubic meters of space. Alright, go on. Don't keep this old codger company anymore. Come back to me when you reach the bronze level, and I'll personally teach you for a few months. Seeing that Ling Chen had already refined the array plate, Lord Kongming gave him some instructions. Okay, master, I'll be going now. I'll definitely come to see you next time. Ling Chen waved goodbye, bowed to the old man Kongming, and then disappeared from the spot. Above the heavenly ladder, Ling Chen gazed at the people still climbing it. Now, he can teleport to any corner of the trial grounds with just a thought. Yi Kong performed well on the 333rd floor, which shows that his S-level talent is indeed in the upper middle range of S-level. Long Ning Shuang and Xian Ling Er are still on the 400th floor and haven't moved. Their talent is estimated to be between SS and SSS level. Oh, Xiao Zhao is also on the 400th floor, which is quite impressive. Ling Chen watched with great interest as people climbed the ladder to heaven below, secretly pleased with himself, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Curiosity drove him to want to see just how big the first floor was. The results surprised him greatly. The entire trial grounds were actually the size of a province. Those who enter the trial grounds each year are teleported to the central area here. He looked around at the edge, where there was a dense forest and high mountains, a rather treacherous environment, unsuitable for the newly awakened students. Ding, release system tasks, mainline. However, this is actually a good training ground, Ling Chen thought to himself. System task, initial team building, 2, bronze level. I wonder when I'll be able to reach that. My master will probably teach me at least a few heaven-level martial arts techniques, then I'll be invincible. Ha ha. Talent, the bearing of an emperor, aren't you happy? Quest reward, Xian Yuan sword, seal. The soul power of the Xian Yuan sword has increased. Could it be the soul power gained from killing that fire-eating rat? What? Xian Yuan sword? It seems I'll have to slaughter more monsters in the future, Ling Chen thought to himself. This trial is over. A powerful voice resounded throughout the entire trial grounds. One by one, the figures in the trial grounds disappeared and were teleported back to their original places. As the controller of the trial grounds, Ling Chen can freely enter and exit at any time. After everyone had been teleported away, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, palm facing up, and summoned the array plate. He drew a mysterious rune with his left hand and injected it into the array plate. The array plate immediately shot out a beam of golden light, heading straight for an open space in the center. A magnificent golden temple then appeared, and Ling Chen used the array plate to teleport into the temple. Brother, no. I like girls, stop staring at me like that. I won't give in, unless you pay more money. For all. The spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain. One side of the main hall was piled with a large number of low-grade spirit stones, and in the center was a beautifully carved long table covered with various cultivation techniques. Right in the center was a cultivation technique with a domineering name, Chaos God Slaying Technique. Since it's right in the center and has such a resounding name, then it's yours. Pikachu, no, Chaos God Slayer Technique. Ding, cultivation technique detected. Do you wish to begin? Okay, I'll pay more. Oh, so convenient, it even skips the introductory training? Yes, learning. Good heavens, it's actually a god-level technique. Cultivation techniques on Blue Star are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Earth level techniques are already extremely rare, and Heaven level techniques are even rarer. God level techniques are obviously more powerful than Heaven level techniques. Ling Chen stored dozens of cultivation manuals into his personal space, and then gathered all the spirit stones in the main hall into his arms. The smallest of these spirit stones is the size of an egg, and there are a total of 100,000 of them. It's an incredible windfall. After collecting all the spirit stones, Ling Chen decided to leave immediately. After all, staying too long would inevitably arouse suspicion. When he teleported back to the Awakening Monument, he found that he had worried too much. It was already packed with people, and people were coming and going almost at the same time, blocking the front of the monument. It took Ling Chen quite a while to finally squeeze his way to the school bus. Grandpa, Ling Chen, over here. Yi Kong waved to him. Ling Chen walked over. Isn't this Ling Chen? What kind of trashy superpower did you awaken? Show us your face. I awakened a sea-level Earth-type superpower. Then I'll take it as your agreement to join. When Xiao Tianyu saw Ling Chen approaching, he immediately stood up and mocked him. Agree to what? Hey, are you asking for a beating? Our brother Chen is a B-rank fire type. Yi Kong chuckled and put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder, retorting to Xiao Tianyu. How could that be? Xiao Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then revealed a ferocious expression. You think I'd believe you just because you said it? Ling Chen shook his head, and a ball of flame condensed in his right hand. Wow, Ling Chen really awakened a B-rank fire element. I'm only F-rank with 4 stars, but he's B-rank with 3 stars. Isn't it? Want to back out? Yi Kong reached out, and a gust of wind wrapped around his arm. I doubt our school has many S-level students. students. Xiao Tianyu stared at Ling Chen and Yi Kong in shock, knowing in his heart that he could only admit defeat and that he was no match for them even if he fought. Reluctantly, he pulled out dozens of bank cards from his pocket, tore one off, and tossed it to Ling Chen, saying, "The password is on the back." Wow, he's got the makings of a tycoon. Tisk, so boring. Ling Chen casually stuffed the card into his pocket. Ling Chen, looking at you like that, 100,000 yuan is worthless to you. Yi Kong looked at him, and Ling Chen shook his head. If he told Yi Kong that he had 100,000 spirit stones, each worth at least several hundred thousand, Yi Kong would probably break his legs in frustration. Soon everyone was present, and the bus headed towards the school. Ling Chen and Yi Kong, who were sitting in the last row, became the focus of discussion among all the students on the bus. Currently, the two of them have the highest level of awakened superpowers in the class. If Ling Chen knew what everyone was thinking, he would definitely retort, "The real masters are Bing Ning Shuang and Xian Ling Er. They are the true masters who pretend to be weak while actually being strong." They returned to school quickly. Yi Qing distributed a questionnaire to everyone, asking them to choose the skill they wanted. Each student can choose one skill from the school's special ability skill library for free. If it's fire-based, choosing a close quarters, unarmed combat skill would be more suitable. That's it. Yellow rank high level, blazing palm. Ling Chen wrote down his special abilities and the skills he wanted. A month from now, we will hold a mock college entrance exam preparation session. The top 20 students will form a cram school to prepare for the exam, Teacher Yi Qing announced from the podium. I will distribute the skills you applied for tomorrow morning. That's all for today. Everyone, go home quickly and don't let your families worry. Alright, the students exclaimed excitedly. Ling Chen called Yi Kong, and the two took a taxi, heading straight for the auction house in the city center. What would you two like to buy? There's an auction tonight at 8 o'clock. A pretty maidservant greeted them as they entered. We're going to auction off a few spirit stones, Ling Chen replied. The maid's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "Please sit here first. I'll go and call our manager over." The maid left in a hurry. Wow, spirit stones. Ling Chen, you actually have spirit stones. Yi Kong exclaimed in surprise. I'll tell you later, Ling Chen replied calmly. Not long after, a slightly plump man appeared in front of them. Hello, I'm Qian Duo, the auction house manager. I'm in charge of all the auction items. I heard you two are here today to auction spirit stones? Qian Duo asked. Ling Chen took out 3 spirit stones that he had prepared beforehand from his backpack and handed them to Qian Duo. The luster and the size of these are top quality spirit stones. How about this? I'll offer 2.6 million for these 3 spirit stones. Is that acceptable? Qian Duo quoted Ling Chen. Oh, this price has exceeded Ling Chen's expectations. He nodded in agreement. Do you have a catalog of the auction items? Yes, we do. Qian Duo took out a list of auction items and 2 invitations. If you're interested, you're welcome to come and take a look. Room number 1 in the Earth section is reserved for you tonight. After the transaction was completed, the two walked out of the auction house. Okay, I got it. Let's go back together. They took a taxi and returned to their familiar little apartment. I'm back, Ling Chen said with a smile as he pushed open the door. The younger sister opened her bedroom door. Brother, Ling Shi rushed over and hugged Ling Chen tightly. It's okay, I'm back safely. Guess what treasure I brought you? Ling Chen looked at his sister with a mischievous grin. Ling Shi rolled her eyes at him, said nothing, but extended her right hand with a sweet smile. Alright, there's really nothing I can do. Ling Chen sighed helplessly, looking at his sister who wasn't cooperating with him at all. He took out the last spiritual fruit that could increase source power from his bag and handed it to Ling Shi, saying, "This can help you increase your source power." He then took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to her, saying, "Take these to cultivate first. If you need more, I have more here, more than I can count." Finally, he slammed a bank card with 100,000 yuan in it into Ling Shi's hand. "This is your pocket money. Spend it however you like." Ouch, that hurts. She touched her face where her brother had just pinched her. These were all obtained from the trial grounds. Ling Chen rolled his eyes at her. Ling Shi immediately changed her expression and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, brother. How can I return something you gave me?" He. Ling Chen patted his sister's head and said with a smile, "Now that I have money, let's buy a house when we have time, instead of always squeezing into the small apartment." Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Brother, let's buy this room. I like it here. Ling Shi blinked her big eyes at him. Reward, Xian Yuan sword, seal. Okay, let's go find the landlord. He took Ling Shi's hand, and the two siblings chatted and laughed as they walked to the landlord's door. Coming, who is it? Came a middle-aged woman's voice from inside the house. The door opened quickly. Hey, aren't these the two boys from the Ling family? What brings you here? Come in. Xian Yuan sword, seal 8 layers of seals in total. Aunt Lin warmly pulled them into the house, pointing to the fruit on the coffee table and saying, "Eat as much as you like, eat as much as you want." Unlocking conditions for the first level of the seal. Their landlady, Aunt Lin, had always been very kind to them. She never pressured them to pay the rent and even offered to reduce it. She would occasionally bring them fruits and vegetables, so Ling Chen and Ling Shi were always grateful to her. One golden beast core, each of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Aunt Lin, it's like this. I'd like to buy this house we're renting. Is that alright with you? Ling Chen peeled a slice of orange and popped it into his mouth before asking, "Oh, you have money now?" Aunt Lin looked at him in surprise. "Yeah, after awakening yesterday, I made some gains in the trial grounds and sold some things. We need to have a home of our own," Ling Chen replied. 3. Soul power, 0/10,000. Alright, I bought that house of yours for 200,000 yuan back then. It's not very big, so I'll sell it to you for 200,000 yuan. The rent I've collected over the years has been quite good. Xian Yuan sword, seal silver level. No, Aunt Lin, house prices keep rising. How can I buy your house at the original price? I'll offer 400,000 yuan. Is that alright? Ling Chen wanted to use this opportunity to repay Aunt Lin for her care over the years. Alright, whatever you say. Aunt Lin smiled with satisfaction. The formalities were completed quickly, and the money was transferred to Aunt Lin. The brother and sister, holding the property certificate, walked back excitedly. The last 7 styles have not been unlocked yet. Watching Ling Chen and Ling Shi's figures, Aunt Lin's eyes welled up with tears, and she murmured to herself, "Good, good, the young master has finally grown up." Watching his younger sister skip and hop home, Ling Chen smiled and shook his head. I pushed open the door and went inside. Lin Shi exclaimed, "Wow, this is our new home. It's so beautiful." Ling Chen couldn't help but facepalm this dramatic younger sister. He opened the Legion system. Ignoring her sister's excited shouts, she went straight to the living room sofa and took out the auction list. Character, Ling Chen. I flipped through a few pages. They were all medicinal herbs that could be used to refine cultivation pills, as well as some already formed pills for auction. Strength, apprentice 5-star, experience 49 out of 500. In the middle are various ores used to forge weapons. Superpowers, God level space power, SS level thunder power, B level fire power, evolvable. Next are finished weapons and armor, mostly bronze level weapons, with only 1 silver level weapon. Talent, the Great Emperor's appearance, just barely passable. That makes sense, considering it's an auction held every week. Skills, flash, 10,000 swords return, Xian Yuan sword. You only know this. Nowadays, most people who fight against monsters are at the bronze level, so bronze level weapons are consumed in great quantities. Oh, turning to the last few pages, they're all strange and unusual things. These things can't be authenticated at auction houses, and they're useless sitting in the warehouse, so it's better to put them up for auction. Most buyers don't understand the value of these items and can only gamble blindly. Number of Legion members, 10. For those superpowered individuals with substantial wealth, winning the gamble would bring them enormous profits, while losing would at most mean killing a few more monsters, which wouldn't be considered a loss. Legion level, Bear Commander with his guard squad. What exactly are these? Let's use the system to identify them. Summon Legion, unlocked. Since it can't be authenticated, it seems I'll have to go to the auction in person to see for myself. Backpack, Legion attack bonus card X1, Xian Yuan sword, seal. Little sister, I'm going to an auction tonight. Do you want to come along? Ah, an auction? I've never been to one before. Great, hee hee. Ling Shi laughed happily. I'll go cook. Ling Shi ran into the kitchen, humming a little tune, and skillfully activated her kitchen skills. I leaned back on the sofa with my hands behind my head. These days are so comfortable. Without realizing it, Ling Chen had fallen asleep. Sometime later, he was shaken awake. Brother, get up and eat. Ling Shi shook Ling Chen while calling out to him. Alright, I'm awake. Stop shaking me. Ling Chen sat up, looked at Ling Shi pouting, and couldn't help but laugh. So cute. He reached out and rubbed Ling Shi's little face. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Let's eat. After we eat, I'll take you out to play. Whatever you like at the auction, I'll buy it for you. The brother and sister finished their dinner warmly. Ling Chen cleared the table and went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. The siblings had a clear division of labor. One cooked, and the other washed the dishes. After getting ready, Ling Chen washed his hands, called Ling Shi, and they set off together. Ling Shi specially changed into her pretty clothes that she usually couldn't bear to wear, making her look petite and adorable. He hailed a taxi and quickly arrived at the auction house. Upon reaching the entrance, Ling Chen presented the invitation. Welcome, esteemed guest. An old servant standing ramrod straight at the door placed his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and performed a gesture of respect befitting a superhuman. Hello, I am your maid for tonight, Xiaoqing. Please follow me. Led by the maid, the brother and sister arrived at room number 1. This is a luxurious private box, carpeted with expensive fabrics, featuring large, plush sofas, and fruit platters and red wine laid out in front of it. One wall is a single sheet of one-way glass, directly facing the auction stage below. Hello, please press the bell if you need anything, Xiaoqing said, then bent down and left the room. Seeing Ling Chen and his group approaching, the young man looked up and walked towards Ling Chen. Wow, bro, this place is huge. Look, there are so many people sitting in the regular seats down here. Ling Shi pointed to the area below the private room. Don't be so surprised. Sit still and tell me what you want to see later. Ling Chen sat on the sofa, lounging comfortably like Guyu. Okay. Ling Shi plopped plopped down on the sofa, swinging her legs back and forth. It seems they're really excited to be out having fun. At 8 o'clock sharp, an elderly man stepped onto the auction stage and gently struck the gavel in his hand. The auction has officially begun. First item up for auction: Foundation Establishment Pill, suitable for apprentices cultivating origin chi. Starting bid 5,000. Minimum increment 100. So what if I have it? So what if I don't? Ling Chen responded indifferently. This elixir is for apprentices only. It can significantly enhance one's source energy and reduce the long hours of arduous cultivation. 5,000. I'll bid 5,100. This kind of elixir is very popular among those with supernatural abilities. It is affordable and makes a good gift for younger generations. Before long, a middle-aged man won the foundation building pill for 7,200 yuan. Next item: Wind Soul Grass. It can be used to forge spirit ascension pills. Ling Chen stretched, since he wasn't really interested in this. One hand hands over the fruit, the other hand hands over the peach. Next up, the Phoenix Cry Pill. Anyone below the bronze level can advance to the next star level by consuming it and has a chance to obtain the legendary Phoenix inheritance. Starting bid 100,000. Each bid must be at least 1,000 higher. Ling Shi's eyes lit up. Brother, I want this, but isn't it too expensive? Oh, it's rare for this girl to have something she wants, so Ling Chen looked at her. Phoenix Cry Pill allows those below bronze level to advance one level unconditionally and has a chance to obtain a trace of Phoenix Chi. This is definitely good stuff. I'll offer 200,000. Ling Chen's voice rang out from inside the private room. The bidding immediately quieted down. The people in the number 1 VIP room were all wealthy and powerful, and everyone was afraid of offending them, so they all fell silent. 250,000. A woman's voice came from the next room, room number 2. 300,000. You, poof. A soft snort came from the private room. Everyone knew that the Phoenix Cry Pill was only worth 200,000, and there was no need to fight to the death for the sake of face. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 three times, all sold out. Soon after, a maid carrying a box knocked on the door and entered. The maid handed the Phoenix Cry Pill to Ling Chen, who then transferred the payment. He then casually handed the pill to his younger sister who wanted it. The auction continued smoothly, and soon the last piece of silver-grade equipment was brought up. After bidding on the silver-level equipment, the next step is the treasured gambling segment. Silverware, Bloodthirsty Battle Axe, starting bid 1 million, minimum increment 10,000. Okay, I promise. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,100,000. The crowd in the hall shouted enthusiastically, but soon, the shouts from inside the private room suppressed this enthusiasm. In the end, a middle-aged man from the Earth VIP box won the silver artifact for a high price of 12 million. Judging from his rough voice, he must be physically strong, and this weapon is perfect for him. Ling Chen sighed inwardly. As expected, the saying goes, the rich are good at martial arts, but poor at literature. How can one become a strongman without resources? Next comes the gambling segment. Next item: Unknown Iron Ore. Impervious to water and fire. Specific uses unknown. Starting price 100,000. Minimum bid increment 1,000. What is this thing? We can't make it. If we buy it, it'll just be a piece of scrap metal. Yes, yes. Ding. Divine iron detected. Divine iron, a core material of a planet, capable of forging primordial treasures. What? Divine iron? This is produced from the core of a planet? A condition for the Xianyuan sword's advancement? Only the first layer of the seal has been broken? Then the next layer would be the entire planet? A faint voice came from the VIP box. That's Master Shi's voice. I was fortunate enough to meet Master Shi once. Is that Master Shi from the Blacksmith's Guild? That's right. It's him. I reckon this stone is a treasure, which is why it caught the master's attention. Ling Chen stood up excitedly. My darling. Seeing her brother's appearance, Ling Shi asked, Brother, what is this? Good stuff. I'll tell you more later. Ling Chen replied in a low voice. After all, this is someone else's territory, and they're afraid of being overheard, so they can't expose their plans to make money quietly. Ling Shi nodded, understanding her brother's intention. The entire auction room fell into discussion, and no one placed any more bids. 110,000. Ling Chen was the first to raise the price. 200,000. Clearly, someone hadn't expected there to be such a disrespectful person on the field. Sure Hao had simply wanted to relax and casually checked out the auction house. Seeing those ores he had never seen before, he couldn't help but feel curious and wanted to study them carefully. On his first attempt, someone didn't give him any face, but he didn't hold a grudge. Wow, this is the real life of the super rich. They can spend $1 million on a rock that they don't even know what it's used for. 1.5 million. Sure Hao felt that Ling Chen was teasing him, only adding 10,000 each time. If Ling Chen knew what Sure Hao was thinking, he would definitely cry foul. He just wanted to save some money. Never mind, this is probably just a shill at the auction, Sure Hao thought to himself. He was only buying out of curiosity and would never waste his money. Unbeknownst to him, he was unjustly made a scapegoat for Ling Chen at the auction. Unexpectedly, the auction for this divine iron was completed so easily. If the auction house knew that they had sold this priceless treasure to Ling Chen for just over $1 million, they would probably cry themselves to death in the bathroom. Next item, a lightning-type martial art of unknown level. This technique is extremely difficult to master, and no one has succeeded in learning it to date. Starting bid, 100,000. Each bid must be at least 1,000 higher. For all lightning-type martial arts, what a coincidence. Compared to the mysterious ore, the martial arts techniques of unknown level were far more appealing. The more difficult they were to cultivate, the higher their level. The superhumans present immediately became excited. Brother, who did you learn from? 110,002. Yeah, brother, who did you learn from? I'll pay you 110,030. The Shen level and Huan level ability users in the hall were bidding fiercely. Soon, the people in the VIP boxes also began to make their moves. On Blue Star, all martial arts techniques created by martial artists themselves are registered with the Federation. Most of those nameless martial arts techniques were discovered in ruins after the Beast Chaos. Little sister, do you think I should participate in the auction? Ling Chen fell into deep thought as he watched the price soar. One should not flaunt one's wealth. If I were to bid myself, wouldn't everyone know I have considerable riches? It's not the theft itself that's worrisome, but the fact that someone has their eye on it. Given my current limited resources, it's best to keep a low profile. Oh, Ling Shi looked at him in surprise, as if she could read Ling Chen's mind at a glance, and tilted her head and said, Brother, I'm not afraid. Ling Chen reached out his sinful hand and pinched his sister's cheek. Just then, Ling Shi's arm touched the price quote switch, and the sound went out. Wow, that voice is so lovely. Is it really that blatant? 5,001,000. For some reason, Shi Hao, who was ranked number 1, actually added 10,000. It was unclear whose bad influence he had learned from. 20 million. Ling Chen added over 10 million in one go, wanting to use this price to express his determination to win. Many potential bidders were deterred as a result. Those who wanted to maliciously inflate prices were afraid that Ling Chen had set this as the bottom price. Why has Ling Chen stopped bidding frugally? Find out the details below. Just 1 minute ago, Ling Chen activated the system. The threefold Thunder God technique, using thunder as a catalyst to refine my body. First level, using lightning as a catalyst. Second level, using thunder as a catalyst. Third level, using thunder tribulation as a catalyst. Good heavens, this is a heaven-rank body refining technique, and a secret one at that. You should know that a high-level Shen rank cultivation technique can cost hundreds of millions on the market. As for Earth rank cultivation techniques, they're not even worth mentioning. These are treasures passed down through martial arts families who would sell them, let alone heaven rank ones. For items involving secret techniques, the price will be another level higher. Fortunately, he had plenty of spirit stones on hand, and no one at the scene knew the true grade of this martial arts technique. Therefore, Ling Chen did not hesitate and immediately increased the price by 10 million. Small goal. At this moment, the guest in room number 1 of the top-tier rooms announced a shocking price. Ling Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that the other person had also seen the value of this martial art? That would inevitably make the competition even more intense. Don't worry, he can't tell the true level of this technique yet. An old voice suddenly rang in Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen immediately tensed up. What, have you forgotten your master's voice so quickly? Master? It's you. How did you get out? And you were talking in my head. I was worried about you, so I left a wisp of my divine sense on you. Master, if someone tries to harm me, will you step in to help? My divine sense will dissipate after one use. I will not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death. Well, it seems I can't count on my master to be my bodyguard, but this is not bad either. At least for now, I don't have to worry about my sisters and my safety. Master, how do you know he doesn't know this technique? Ling Chen asked. Do you think it's so easy to recognize a heaven-rank cultivation technique? That bitter is of the lightning attribute and cultivates a low-level profound rank body tempering technique. I guess he sensed that this technique was stronger than what he currently had, which is why he made the bid so decisively, Xin Ming explained patiently. Ling Chen didn't hesitate to raise the price, since he could make a profit no matter which way he bought it. I'm fine, he said softly, patting Ling Shi's head. 300 million. The bidding spiel rang out in the private room, lasting for a long time this time, as if someone was hesitating. After some consideration, the customer of room number 1 in the heavenly category chose to withdraw from the auction. Deal done. The thought of buying a heaven-rank body refining technique for the price of a profound rank martial skill filled Ling Chen with excitement. He casually took out 500 spirit stones from his spatial storage and put them into his ring. Soon, there was a knock on the door. The manager who had previously received Ling Chen entered the room. These are the martial arts techniques you purchased. Would you like to pay by card? Xian Duo asked with a grin. He never expected that this cultivation technique would fetch such a good price. Thanks to this sucker, young man, it's just a mystery who the real sucker is. If they knew, they'd probably be so angry they'd cry. Can I pay with spirit stones? Oh, of course. For those with superpowers, spirit stones are a precious resource, while money is not easy to urn. Qian Duo looked at Ling Chen curiously. How could someone so young have so many spirit stones, worth hundreds of millions? Ling Chen took out 300 slightly larger spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to Qian Duo. Qian Duo excitedly accepted the spirit stones, silently appraised their value, and then excitedly said to Ling Chen, "These spirit stones are worth about 380 million. Shall I return the rest to you?" "No need, just exchange it for money for me," Ling Chen replied calmly. Good heavens, he doesn't care about spirit stones at all. Qian Duo thought to himself, this must be a scion of a great family. He secretly decided to cling tightly to this young master's thigh, thinking it would definitely bring him benefits in the future. His own little scheme immediately began to emerge. "Yes, young master." Qian Duo transferred 30 million to Ling Chen, bowed to him, and slowly left the private room. Stepping out of the private room, Qian Duo breathed a sigh of relief and walked briskly toward her office. The auction was as lively as ever, with all parties reaping considerable rewards. After that, no further items piqued Ling Chen's interest. Of course, that's the perspective of the system. After the auction ended, seeing his sister still smiling, Ling Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. She's so carefree. "It's okay, I'm here." Ling Chen patted Ling Shi's head. "Put on the black robe I prepared for you, it's inside the ring," came the master's voice. Ling Chen took out 2 black robes from the ring, handed one to his sister, and put on the other himself. The two walked out of the private room, where the people from the adjacent room were already waiting in the corridor outside. Finally, they saw the door to room number 1 slowly open. 2 young men and women, dressed in black robes and with their faces covered by hats, slowly walked out. The brother and sister walked out of the door and headed straight for the gate. The middle-aged man in room number 1 instructed the guard beside him, "Go and follow them, and find out where these two are from." After leaving the auction house, Ling Chen did not rush to take a taxi. He knew that someone would be following him, trying to find out information. He led his sister toward the nearby shopping mall and blended into the crowd. The man following behind them was no ordinary person either, closely tracking them by their presence. "Go to that corner where there are lots of people." Master's voice rang in my ears. As Ling Chen walked to the corner, he suddenly felt a mysterious force enveloping him and his sister. He quickly put away his black robe, and the brother and sister calmly walked through the crowd. After strolling around the pedestrian street next to the mall for a while, Ling Chen took his sister home by taxi after his master confirmed that no one was following them. Back home, Ling Shi asked curiously, "Brother, what's that stone? That cultivation technique is so expensive. Do you know what grade it is? How many spirit stones did you earn in the trial grounds?" Faced with his sister's barrage of questions, Ling Chen rubbed his temples, sat down on the sofa, and took a sip of water to calm his excited emotions. "That stone is called divine iron, which is extremely rare. Weapons forged from it far surpass those of saints, and it has been a great help to me." "Huh?" Ling Shi stared blankly at her brother. "Aren't the artifacts of saints already top tier? How can there be weapons even more powerful than those of saints?" "That martial art is called the 3 Revolutions Thunder God Technique, a heaven-rank martial art. Its value is immeasurable." "We've hit the jackpot this time, huh? Heavenly rank!" Xiao Cixi exclaimed in shock. "Also, I've obtained quite a few spirit stones, probably around 100,000. "Wow, so many spirit stones. When you run out of spirit stones, come to me for more. It's inconvenient for you to keep too many." Ling Chen was satisfied with his sister's surprise, but he remained calm and composed as he spoke. "When you awaken your superpowers, I'll give you something good." Okay. Ling Shi smiled so hard her eyes curved into crescent moons. "Go wash up and go back to your room to cultivate. Don't forget to eat the spirit peach I saved for you." "Oh, I haven't even tested the effects of this new cultivation technique yet." He formed hand seals, closed his eyes slightly, and began to circulate the chaos god-slaying technique. The surrounding heaven and earth energy continuously converged towards the community where Ling Chen was located, immediately attracting the attention of various forces. Inside the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man looked in Ling Chen's direction and muttered to himself, "Another one has advanced to the platinum level, but I wonder if he's friend or foe." "Lord City Lord, what are your orders?" "Prepare generous gifts and go to the east of the city to investigate the identity of the promoted individual." "Yes, sir." The guard withdrew and immediately carried out the order. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa in a wealthy residential area, a man in black stared blankly towards the east of the city. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the air, "Find out who that person is, and don't let him interfere with our plans." A figure suddenly appeared from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. "Yes." Then it disappeared into the darkness. Ling Chen, who was cultivating, was completely unaware that the commotion caused by his cultivation technique had already generated such a huge reaction. He was so engrossed in the technique that his speed was astonishing, more than 100 times faster than before. This is the power of a god-level technique. It's truly amazing. After a long while, he finished his cultivation. Good heavens, that's incredibly fast. If I weren't worried about damaging my foundation by cultivating too quickly, I could probably cultivate non-stop for a month. Ling Chen stopped circulating his cultivation technique, and the strange phenomenon of the primordial energy energy of heaven and earth disappeared. Apprentice level 7. It seems that I have a very good chance of reaching the bronze level in the college entrance examination 3 months from now. Just as Ling Chen took out the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique to study it in detail. Don't worry, I sealed off the surroundings and concealed your presence as soon as he arrived. He knows nothing about the situation in the room. You can go and see what they're up to. Phew, Ling Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. He put on a black robe, opened the window, and with a few leaps, using the friction of the wall, he jumped onto the rooftop. I apologize for disturbing your cultivation, senior. May I ask your honorable name? Zhang Jie clasped his hands in a respectful bow to Ling Chen. Nobody's name is not worth mentioning. Oh, this senior's voice is so young, and I can't even sense any aura from him, so his strength is clearly far beyond mine. Senior, this is a small gift from my city lord. Please accept it. Zhang Jie took out an exquisite box from the spatial ring in his hand. He's trying to recruit you to work for him, isn't he? His master's voice echoed in his mind. The city lord's intentions are kind, so the gift is unnecessary. Please convey to the city lord that although I have always been free and unrestrained, I will never stand idly by if Tianan City is in trouble. This junior takes his leave. With that, Zhang Jie turned and leaped toward the rooftop not far away. After a few leaps, he disappeared from sight. How did the city lord know about my affairs? It's all because of you. You went all out, running the chaos god-slaying technique at maximum intensity, causing the primal energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate, and you were recognized as a powerful being who advanced in rank. Ah, this. Ling Chen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He leaped and quickly returned to his room. Take out the 3rd revolution Thunder God technique that was interrupted earlier. Is there any need to hesitate? Of course, there is. Ding, use Legion attack bonus card. I've learned the technique, but what's the difference between this body refining Thunder God technique and ordinary body refining techniques? The first layer requires using electric current to flow through the entire body, opening up the 12 meridians within the body. If you're not a lightning type ability user, it's really not easy to cultivate. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and several arcs of electricity quickly appeared in his palm, wrapping around his arm. He activated the Thunder God technique, guiding the electric arc along the first meridian specified in the technique. I feel my strength suddenly becomes stronger. Ouch! Why does it hurt so much? Aren't I immune to lightning? Ling Chen endured the excruciating pain and gritted his teeth. Your meridians are blocked, and this exercise is helping to clear them. Just bear with it. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, veins bulged on his neck, and his body trembled involuntarily. Ling Chen's pain was on full display. 10 minutes later, Ling Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The energy of the first electric arc was exhausted, and only 1/5 of the first meridian was unblocked. It seems the journey is still long. The road ahead is long and arduous, but Ling Chen will continue to explore and seek the truth. After a 5-minute adjustment, he summoned the electric arc again, gritted his teeth, and continued to unblock the meridians, repeating the process. After a long while, when the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, Ling Chen opened his eyes. After a whole night of hard work, he had finally opened up the 12 meridians of the first level. Only he knows how much pain he endured during this process. His face was full of exhaustion, but hard work pays off. Carefully feel the changes after the internal forging. The body is more solid and firm than before. Beneath his slightly thin frame lies a terrifying power that should not be underestimated. Ling Chen pulled up his collar, smelled the stench of sweat on his body, quickly ran into the bathroom to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then leisurely walked out of the room. Brother, you're up. Breakfast is ready. Ling she said happily when she saw her brother come out. So happy? Looks like you made a lot of progress last night. Good opportunity, brothers, charge. That's right, bro, guess how many stars I gained? Hee. This silly girl probably never imagined that her brother has a system. Check. Loyalty, 100, can be recruited. Wow, this little girl not only leveled up 1 star in one night, she's almost at 9 stars. Not bad at all. Guess? How can you guess? Is it 1 star or 2 stars? Ha ha ha. Just kidding, little sister, I know you're already 8 stars. Looks like you trained hard all night last night. You must have worked so hard. Ling Chen vigorously rubbed Ling Shi's head. Ugh, don't mess up my hair. Ling Shi protested, pouting. Okay, stop fooling around and let's eat. Breakfast was simple, a glass of milk and a slice of bread, which the brother and sister devoured in no time. Let's go to school. Ling Chen packed his things and walked towards the school side by side with his sister. My younger sister is a junior in high school, while Ling Chen is a senior. They both attend the same school. Ling Chen has always been at the bottom of his grade, with his grades consistently among the lowest, while Ling Shi has always been at the top of her class. At first, some people doubted Ling Chen. Are you really siblings? Or is it fake? But after Ling Shi beat up those who had doubted her, no one dared to say it again. Soon, they arrived at the school, walked to the fork in the road between grades, waved goodbye to each other, and the brother and sister went to their respective classrooms. As soon as he arrived at the door, before even entering the classroom, Ling Chen heard someone in the class praising Yikong. Yikong, you're really amazing. S-rank martial arts. You'll have to teach us classmates in the future. Brother Kong is awesome. TSK, our young Master Yi is getting too cocky, Ling Chen teased as he walked into the classroom. Ah, Ling Chen, you're here. Yi Kong walked over and put his hand on Ling Chen's shoulder. You just arrived and everyone's praising you? Seriously? Yi Kong laughed smugly. The school bell rang, and teacher Yi Qing walked into the classroom. Today I'm bringing you the martial arts techniques that you all chose yesterday. These are all printing plates. Private transactions are strictly prohibited by the school. After they are distributed, please abide by the rules and hand in the printing plates after you have learned how to use them. Got it. The students were immediately excited. For most of them, this might be the first skill they would ever learn. It might even be the last skill they can get for free. Seeing the anticipation in the students' eyes, teacher Yi Qing called out each of their names one by one. The last one is Wu Li. After the training manual was distributed, teacher Yi Qing instructed everyone to practice on their own and to ask her if they had any questions. The moment Ling Chen received the cultivation manual, he heard a voice from the system. Martial arts skills are divided into yellow rank, mysterious rank, earth rank, heaven rank, king rank, and god rank. The school mostly issues yellow-colored cards. Of course we should learn. Learning brings joy. She learned it so quickly. If she were to return the martial arts skills to teacher Yi Qing now, her jaw would probably drop. Ha ha ha. Of course, Ling Chen wasn't foolish enough to expose himself. Back in his seat, he opened the blazing palm manual. Ling Chen spread the fiery palm on the table, closed his eyes slightly, and practiced the moves with his hands. On the surface, he was immersed in learning martial arts, but in reality, the movements had become muscle memory, and his mind had already sunk into his dantian. After a night of cultivation, Ling Chen's meridians have been opened. Now, all you need to do is continuously circulate your source energy along with the cultivation method to continuously improve your physique until you reach the first stage limit. Let's try it first. Ling Chen drew a wisp of primordial energy from his dantian and circulated it according to the cultivation technique's pathway. He soon discovered that the source energy was being consumed continuously during its operation, as if it had been exhausted halfway through. Before a meridian had even finished circulating, this wisp of primordial energy was used up. Trying again, Ling Chen channeled the same amount of source energy to continue circulating, and found that the source energy was initially sufficient. However, when the process reaches the previously consumed node, the source gas begins to run out again. Soon, the source energy disappeared again, and Ling Chen understood the principle. In other words, one must continuously integrate the source energy into the 12 meridians to strengthen them and ultimately achieve refining from the inside out. While Ling Chen was immersed in body tempering, on the other side, in the city lord's mansion. Oh, you mean a brother and sister live there, or two abandoned children? The middle-aged man asked. That's right, sir. According to the federal household registration, that's indeed the case, Jean Jie replied. Reporting to you, sir. My brother is a senior in high school, and his grades have always been at the bottom, only at the level of a 3-star apprentice. But yesterday he awakened a B-level fire-type ability. My younger sister is a junior in high school and has always been among the top students in her grade. She last registered at school 3 months ago and is a 6-star apprentice. Oh, so, it's very likely that person is this girl's master, the man muttered to himself. Clearly, the middle-aged man's thinking was off track, a fact that Ling Chen was completely unaware of. After a morning of hard work, Ling Chen finally completed the first circulation of the source energy. When the cycle was completed, he clearly felt a surge of heat slowly seeping into the depths of his body, as if he were becoming stronger at all times. I've gotten stronger. I'm such a little genius. How can I become stronger? Suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He picked up the blazing palm manual and walked towards the podium. Teacher, here's the book back. I've already learned it. Ling Chen handed blazing palm to teacher Yi Qing. You learned it? So fast? Teacher Yi Qing looked at Ling Chen in surprise, a strange look flashing in her eyes, but she wasn't too shocked, because 3 other students had already submitted their work. Teacher, I would like to ask for a few days off. Oh, what do you need to do with this leave? The city lord said I have extraordinary talent and said yesterday he would teach me for a few days. Ling Chen remained calm, silently thinking, this time, I'm counting on you, city lord. Oh, you, city lord? Teacher Yi Qing was genuinely surprised this time, and looked at Ling Chen with curiosity. Yes, Uncle Zhanjie is still waiting for me outside. Ling Chen continued. Only then did teacher Yi Qing begin to believe it. He knew the city lord and knew that the city lord had guards around him. Ordinary people had no idea that the city lord's name was known. Okay, your leave request is approved. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Ling Chen left the classroom in a flash. Why did Ling Chen need to ask for leave? Because his strength has improved, but his mastery of superpowers and combat skills are almost zero. So, he just made an important decision. He was going out hunting to hone his combat skills, while also processing the changes in his body and mastering the first level of the 3 transformation Thunder God technique. I left a note for my sister, telling her that I would be away for a few days on business and not to worry. He also left behind a few spirit stones for his younger sister to cultivate. Adjusting his attire, he put on a black mask, wore a black hooded sweatshirt, and pulled the hood down. After leaving the apartment, Ling Chen headed towards the Hunters Guild. Having no experience, he decided to go out of town with a small squad for safety. Since his B-rank fire-type ability couldn't attract a strong team, he decided to use his lightning-type ability. Upon arriving at the Hunters Guild Hall, one finds it bustling with people, many of whom are browsing various quests. Many teams were also chatting in the rest area. He asked the receptionist, "Hello, how do I apply to join the team?" "First, you need to register your identity with the guild. Then I will send you a list of teams that need members, along with their contact information. You can apply yourself. Please fill out this form." Ling Chen quickly filled out the form. The name wasn't Ling Chen, but Ji Chen, a name full of good luck. "Here's the roster for the squad that's short-staffed. For your reference, the Dawn squad looks good. Let's choose them." Click to view Dawn squad details. Group members, 5 people. Recruitment requirements, silver level combat strength, offensive type, no restrictions on special abilities. It seems like things are going well, but my abilities are limited and I lack experience. I don't know if they will accept me, which is a problem. Ling Chen sent a voice invitation to the Dawn squad's king, and the other party answered quickly. "Hello, I'm here for an interview to join the team." "Oh, what level are you?" 7-star apprentice." "Are you kidding me? Can't you see we're recruiting silver level players?" No, I really want to try. I have an SS level lightning type ability." Ling Chen replied, though he himself wasn't sure if he could pass. "Oh, please wait a moment, I'll go ask the captain." Meanwhile, Lingling, who was in charge of recruitment, rushed upstairs and knocked on Captain Xiao Tianqing's door. Captain. With a creak, the door opened and a dashing middle-aged man dressed in white walked out. He wore glasses on his nose and his eyes were clear and deep. He raised his almost perfect hand, adjusted his glasses, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Captain, you're so handsome, hee. There's a young genius who wants to join our team. Although his strength is only at the apprentice level, he has SS level lightning abilities." Lingling quickly finished introducing him. After a while, the sounds of breakthroughs came one after another. "Oh," Xiao Tianqing stroked his chin. "Tell him to come here for an interview, and also tell Dali, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Ya to come along." "Okay." Lingling took out her phone and sent a voice message to Ling Chen. "Hello, we'd like you to come to the team base for an interview. When would be a convenient time for you?" Ling Chen replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." Shortly after hanging up the phone, Ling Chen received a message. Building 101, Xincheng Lu Yuan. This is truly a villa district in the heart of the city. The Dawn squad is really extravagant. Ling Chen hailed a cab and got in. "Driver, to Xincheng Green Garden." The driver looked at him with surprise. An hour and a half later, they finally arrived at their destination. After paying the fare, Ling Chen walked towards the gate of Xincheng Green Garden. The entire new city Green Garden is surrounded by high walls, and the only way to enter is through the main gate. If you want to climb over the wall, no problem. Everyone here is either rich or powerful. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. "Who are you?" The security guard at the entrance stopped Ling Chen as he approached. "Let me see." "Oh, I've got it. Let's go in." "Go straight. It's the last building on the right." "Thank you," Ling Chen said politely. Arriving at the gate of Villa number 101, which covers an area of about 1,000 square meters, half of which is the yard. The villa has 3 floors. Upon entering the gate, there is a cobblestone path with stone benches on both sides, displaying various bonsai plants, which are pleasing to the eye. The heavenly ladder trial begins. At the end of the path was the main entrance to the villa. A petite little girl was standing there waiting. A deep, resonant voice rang out. A cute, childlike face, a ponytail, and a pair of bright, big eyes, a typical lowly look. "Are you here for an interview?" the girl asked in a childish voice. "Yes, little sister. Do you know how to get in?" Ling Chen said with a smile to the little girl, reaching out his right hand to pat her head. "Who's the little sister?" "I'm an adult. You're the little brother." The little girl angrily slapped his hand away, feeling wronged. She was already quite grown up, yet she was still being treated like a child. Ling Chen clicked his tongue, secretly regretting that he hadn't been able to touch the little girl's head. "Sorry, I don't know. Hello, may I ask where the interview is held?" "Just you wait." Humph carrot. The little girl turned around and skipped into the villa. This little girl really does look like a little girl, Ling Chen thought to himself. Not long after, the little girl came out with 4 people. The leader was dashing and had deep, penetrating eyes. On the left is a short-haired, dashing young woman wearing a tight leather outfit that perfectly hugs her figure, making her look sexy and alluring. The 2 men on the right are strong and muscular, standing as tall as a wall, looking like twins. All team members have assembled. "Kid, this is our captain, Xiao Tianqing, Boss Xiao. This is our vice-captain, Xiaoya, Sister Xiao. These 2 are Shi Jingtian and Shi Poliai. And the cutest of all, Princess Lingling." The little girl Lingling excitedly finished introducing them. "My name is Yi Chen. I would like to join the Dawn squad. What are the requirements?" I asked. "How talented are you?" someone asked. A few dark clouds drifted across the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. I summoned several thick arcs of lightning, as thick as vines, which circled around me. "Okay, we'll make an exception selection and accept you, but there's one condition. What are the conditions? I asked eagerly, since it concerned whether I could join the team. It's not difficult, but you must reach the bronze level before you can go hunting with us outside the city. Before that, you have to cultivate on your own. No need, I can do it right now, I replied confidently. Good, very confident. I will use my bronze level cultivation as the final move. You must use your strongest martial skill to defeat me. If you can push me back even half a step, you will pass. Xiao Tianqing said calmly. I stood upright, my right hand guiding the arc of lightning as it spiraled upwards. Using the strength I had just developed, I threw a punch at Xiao Tianqing. I don't know, do you know? I also want to see just how powerful this all-out attack really is. As I charged toward Xiao Tianqing, his pupils constricted sharply. The power was incredible. Xiao Tianqing clenched his right fist and threw a punch, which collided with my fist coming straight at me. With a bang, I was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the lawn beside me, while Xiao Tianqing also stumbled back 3 steps. Good, good, good. You passed. From now on, you'll be on missions with us. After he finished speaking, he took out a pill from his ring and handed it to me. This is a healing pill. Take it. I took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current flowed through my body, and the previous pain was significantly relieved. Captain, when do we go on a mission? I asked. Just call me Brother Qiao. We're leaving tomorrow. Get some rest today. There are still rooms available on the 3rd floor. Pick one yourself. After saying this, Xiao Tianqing turned and walked into the villa. Several team members greeted me warmly and then led me into the villa. The girl in purple is none other than Xianlinger from our class. Upon entering, one is greeted by black marble floors, gleaming ceramic tiles, a magnificent crystal chandelier, tables and chairs made of glass, and pure black sandalwood, imported designer upholstered chairs, and an exquisitely carved bookcase placed in the center of the living room. The level of luxury is almost beyond words. Follow me, said the little girl Lingling, leading the way up the circular staircase beside her. I followed closely behind, looking around curiously as I walked. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lingling pointed to 3 rooms, saying, these 3 rooms are unoccupied. You can choose anyone as your accommodation, and you won't be disturbed. Aren't you going to come in tonight? That would be so boring, I said with a laugh. Pa, don't overthink it. I'm leaving now. Remember to meet downstairs at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lingling skipped downstairs. Watching Lingling's retreating figure, I smiled, revealing a kind smile. I chose the room closest to the stairs and went inside. My first impression was how clean it was. It's practically uninhabited, spotless. But now that I'm here, I definitely won't keep it this tidy. I'd feel uncomfortable if I didn't make a mess of the room. The room is fully equipped, though small. It has everything you need. However, I did not choose to relax and rest. I am leaving the city tomorrow, and my strength is not strong enough. I climbed onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and began circulating my qigong, controlling the absorption rate within a reasonable range. A continuous stream of source energy was drawn to me and transformed into source power within my body. Nothing happened that night. After a night of hard training, I could clearly feel a significant increase in the source energy within my body. However, it's still a little short of being promoted to the bronze level. Yeah, boss. I checked my status. Strength, 7-star apprentice, experience 369/700. Special abilities, God level spatial ability, SS level thunder ability, D level fire ability, evolvable, talent, the bearing of an emperor, in a good mood. Technique, chaos god slaying technique, God level. Skills, flash, myriad swords return to origin, Xianyuan sword, 3rd revolution thunder god technique, secret technique, fiery palm. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, sealed. Xuanyuan sword, soul power, 88/10,000. Shopping mall, opening soon, please wait. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, sealed, divine iron X30. There has been progress. I've already fulfilled one of the 3 conditions for the Xianyuan sword's advancement. Now it depends on how well I kill monsters and collect beast cores. Take it slow, don't rush. I will slowly complete this task of killing 10,000 people after the college entrance examination is over. Ling Chen walked down the stairs to the ground floor, where the members of the Dawn Squad were already. Let's go, let's go. Captain Xiao glanced at Ling Chen indifferently, and then they walked together toward the garage in the backyard. There were 2 cars parked in the garage, a Land Rover and a Jeep Wrangler, both of which were highly favored by superhumans outside the city. You 3 drive that one. Captain Xiao pointed to the Land Rover and handed it to Ling Chen and the twin brothers from the Shi family. Standing in front of the mission screen in the lobby, after careful selection, Team Leader Qiao chose 1 advanced bronze level mission and 3 basic silver level missions. In the entire Dawn Squad, Captain Xiao Tianqing is a high-level silver-ranked player, Vice Captain Xiaoya is a mid-level silver-ranked player, and the remaining 3 are all low-level silver-ranked players. They usually take on mid-level silver-rank missions, but this time, considering that they wanted to mentor the newcomer Ling Chen, safety was the top priority for their first mission outside the city. Task 1, Picking Task. Task difficulty, Advanced Bronze. Task, Pick Qingyang Flowers. Task reward, 800,000. Task 2, Beast Core Quest. Task difficulty, Silver Level, Beginner. Task objective: obtain any silver-grade Earth-type beast core. Quest rewards, determined by the value of the beast core. Task 3, Beast Core Quest. Task difficulty, silver level, beginner. Task: obtain any silver-grade fire-type beast core. Quest rewards, determined by the value of the beast core. These missions are located in similar and related places, and there happens to be a fire-type monster guarding the vicinity of the Qingyang flower. Are you ready? Captain Zhou asked. Wu Lian stared blankly at Ling Chen, who had a serious expression on his face, and decided to ignore him. As he prepared to venture into the wild and confront a monster head-on for the first time, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The monsters in the trial grounds are nothing special. At best, they are weak and harmless domesticated monsters. The group boarded the car and headed towards the east gate. Once outside the gate, it was another 30 kilometers to their destination, not far, but safety was the top priority. As soon as they left the city, Ling Chen noticed that the Shi brothers' gazes had become sharp. Their muscles were tense, unlike before when they were relaxed. This is a consistent good habit of the Dawn Squad. Remain vigilant at all times after leaving the city, and even when hunting a rabbit, they will go all out. Ling Chen looked around with curiosity. This was the first time he had ever seen the wilderness of this world. There are no skyscrapers or ruins here, only endless wilderness. Of course not. This place has been attacked by countless monsters, which is why it has become like this. Shi Jingtian's rough voice came. We must completely subdue the demonic beasts and make them never dare to invade our city again. Shi Jinglei's honest voice, coupled with this domineering vow, made people unable to help but smile. Yes, after all, Ling Chen thought to himself. After a half-hour drive, the convoy finally drove out of the wilderness and stopped in front of a city made of steel. The captain swiped his ID card, and a moment later, two men dressed in soldier uniforms came out and saluted the Dawn Squad. The captain and Shi Jingtian tossed the car keys to the soldiers, and the squad members quickly assembled. Next is the forest. The car can't go any further. We'll have to walk. There are all sorts of unexpected dangers lurking in the forest, so everyone must be careful. Captain Xiao's words were clearly directed at the newcomer, Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded and raised one hand. Don't worry, I'll be the first to run if there's any danger. Today we'll just do a simple hunt on the edge. Let Yi Chen try his hand at it. We'll head back to the supply depot tonight, and tomorrow we'll go pick some Qingyang flowers. Okay, De Qiao. No, brother Qiao. After saying that, the Dawn Squad made some preparations and adjusted their state before heading into the depths of the forest. Before they had gone far, a rustling sound suddenly came from the trees beside them. Something is creeping closer. After sensing the situation for a while, Xiao and his team relaxed somewhat, but their vigilance remained high. At this moment, Ling Chen stared intently in the direction from which the sound came, looked around, and suddenly jumped up onto a large tree with a whoosh. Hey, are you that afraid of dying? Ling Ling pouted with a hint of disdain. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a strategy. Do you understand? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Ling Chen replied indifferently. The next moment, a wolf with gray fur appeared in sight. Moon-chasing wolf, apprentice level 7-star. Comment, what's one moon-chasing wolf? What about 10, 100, or 1,000? What the hell? Where did so many moon-chasing wolves come from? After confirming that there were no other demonic beasts around, Ling Chen quickly jumped down from the tree. Ha, you dare to harass your father all by yourself. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and arcs of electricity roared out as he punched the moon-chasing wolf. No, Yi Chen. Ling Ling was stopped by Captain Xiao before she could finish speaking. It's alright, let him know the consequences of recklessness, Xiao Tianxing said, shaking his head. A Wu the moon-chaser wolf roared and pounced on Ling Chen. Ling Chen's current strength has already reached the 7-star level. In addition, he possessed an SS level superpower, cultivated techniques that granted him even more abundant source power, and his self-created 3-turn Thunder God technique. Needless to say, he is practically invincible among the 7-star apprentices. The human and the werewolf clashed violently. A Wu with the moon-chasing wolf was sent flying by Ling Chen's punch, its bones breaking. It rolled twice on the ground, raising a cloud of dust, before finally coming to a stop. The moon-chaser wolf collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, its body trembling slightly. Ling Chen stepped forward, ready to put an end to it. But then the moon-chasing wolf's eyes narrowed, and it put its two paws together in front of its chest. Ling Chen paused, thinking, what, are you afraid I'll disrespect you? Seemingly having adjusted its state, the moon-chaser wolf looked up and whimpered, a woo woo woo. After letting out its final roar, the wolf's head drooped limply. Ling Chen looked at it with great respect. What a fine wolf, so dashing, walking with such heroic spirit. At this moment, Ling Ling stepped forward and gently patted Ling Chen's arm. Take a look around first. What's wrong? Ling Chen looked up. The sight before him shocked him. Countless eyes were emerging densely from the forest. There were wolves everywhere, too many to count. Only then did Ling Chen understand what the system's previous evaluation really meant. You have no martial ethics. Ling Chen pointed at the dead moon-chaser wolf and cursed angrily. Everyone covered their foreheads in exasperation. You killed the wolf yourself, and now you're blaming it for howling? Ling Chen shook his head and turned into a gust of wind. hand, passing by the three people, leaving only a back. Everyone quickly stepped back, thinking that this had nothing to do with them and that they should let him handle it himself. Sigh, alright, I can't hide it from you all anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. To be honest, all of you wolves here are like little brothers in my eyes, Ling Chen shouted to the wolf pack. Although the wolves couldn't understand his words, they still surrounded Ling Chen tightly. At this moment, a wolf, more imposing than the others, emerged from among them, bearing a crescent-shaped mark on its head. Wolf-like frenzy increases all attributes of all allies within 10 meters by 10%. Comment: I heard that cemetery plots in the east of the city cost 20,000 each. Should I buy one for you first, host? Bronze level 2. Last time when facing bronze level 1, Ling Chen had to rely on his spatial abilities to get the treasure safely and escape. With so many people around this time, I definitely can't use the same old tricks. I can only go all out and hone my skills along the way. Awu the Wolf King howled, and a pack of moon-chasing wolves pounced on him. As the first moon-chasing wolf charged towards him, Ling Chen immediately bent his hand slightly, summoning arcs of lightning that surrounded his entire body. With one punch, he sent a moon-chaser wolf flying, followed by another punch. Outnumbered, single target damage is definitely not enough. I must unleash my AoE ultimate skill beautifully. Ling Chen used his fists to block the wolves from getting close while waiting for them to approach. Sensing that the wolves were closing in, he decisively unleashed his ultimate attack. 100,000 volts. Pikachu, wrong, let's try again. Arcs of electricity struck down from around Ling Chen, heading straight for the wolf pack. Blood splattered instantly. The moon-chasing wolf closest to Ling Chen was electrocuted, breaking its arm and leg, while the one further away was also knocked to the ground. Awu the Wolf King roared again, and the remaining moon-chasing wolves that could still move gradually scattered, giving up their attack. Don't go. I haven't gained enough experience yet. Ling Chen was anxious and wanted to keep the wolf pack. The Wolf King stepped forward, rubbed his right foot on the ground, and charged towards Ling Chen with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Although Ling Chen's moves were cool and fierce just now, in the eyes of the Wolf King, he was still an apprentice-level ant. Ling Chen, who had just unleashed his ultimate move, wasn't in the best condition as expected. Panting heavily, he sidestepped the Wolf King's pounce. This is bad. Yi Chen is not in good condition now. Captain, we should make a move. Ling Ling shouted urgently to the captain. Xiao Tianqing hesitated. If he helped Ling Chen now, Ling Chen would not be able to break through his limit, and the meaning of this training would be lost. But if we don't save him, what if Ling Chen doesn't make it? He's a young man with SS level talent. As long as he doesn't perish, he'll definitely become a powerful figure in the future. He may become the Dawn Squad's greatest asset in the future. Team leader Xiao never expected that Ling Chen would indeed become the backbone of the Dawn Squad, and the captain would become Ling Chen's assistant. Just as Captain Xiao was about to order everyone to take action, Ling Chen took out a spirit stone from his backpack. He circulated his cultivation technique and devoured the source energy in the spirit stone. This scene stunned Captain Xiao and the others, and also astonished the Wolf King. It could sense that Ling Chen's originally weak aura had suddenly become powerful. Team leader Xiao and the others behind him cursed inwardly. They actually used spirit stones to replenish their source power. Do they have a mine at home or something? Spirit stones are expensive. Although everyone can afford them, they are highly sought-after treasures in Tian'an City. Who would easily give up such precious resources for cultivation? The fact that this person isn't using spirit stones for proper cultivation but instead is using them to restore their source energy clearly indicates that they come from a wealthy family. They felt the helplessness of poverty. I originally thought Ling Chen was a commoner genius who wanted to earn some resources by hunting to leave the city, but now it seems that he is a young master who came to the wilderness for training. Ling Chen was completely unaware that, in everyone's eyes, he was just a rich young master from a wealthy family. If he knew, he would surely retort, I own the mine myself, what does it have to do with my family? The old man of emptiness? Awu the Wolf King realized that it was not stupid and would never allow Ling Chen to recover his source power in peace. It sped up and pounced on Ling Chen. Having recovered some of his source energy, Ling Chen retrieved the spirit stones, activated the Third Revolution Thunder God technique, and unleashed a powerful punch. To everyone's surprise, Ling Chen was so confident that he would try to fight force with force. However, they were all wrong. Just as the Wolf King and Ling Chen were about to collide, Ling Chen slid past the Wolf King's head with a tackle. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and delivered a Pegasus Meteor Fist, striking the Wolf King's most vulnerable spot in the waist. The Wolf King let out a miserable howl, spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backward. It fell to the ground, panting heavily, its body trembling slightly, and soon became still. Dead. Everyone was utterly shocked. No one had expected Ling Chen to defeat his opponent in a single move, and with such exquisite skill. They had all assumed the two would engage in a fierce battle, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Basic operation. Don't panic. Ling Chen grinned as he pulled out the Xianyuan sword and plunged it straight into the head of the moon-chasing Wolf King, extracting its beast core. Xianyuan sword. IF ****ing. Upon seeing the sword in Ling Chen's hand, everyone instinctively felt that this sword was extraordinary, carrying a mysterious aura. aura. Xiaoya's pupils contracted sharply, and she exclaimed inwardly, "This sword? Could it be the sacred artifact passed down from our ancestors? Legend has it that the main family's sacred artifact is an unparalleled divine weapon. Martial arts have never been well developed on Earth. It was only after the monster rampage 40 years ago that people began to pay attention to martial arts with supernatural abilities. What is little known is that in ancient times, Earth was a planet where martial arts flourished. At that time, the Xianyuan family was the most powerful family on Earth, ruling over various races for hundreds of millions of years. Later, the power of martial artists was no longer limited to Earth. More and more Earth martial artists left their homes to develop countless planets and take them over. The Xianyuan family remained steadfast on Blue Star, but was eventually overthrown by a coalition of martial arts families that had ventured out to develop their own territories. They were nearly wiped out, which led to the decline of martial arts on Blue Star and its eventual fall into ruin. Afterwards, the primordial energy of heaven and earth gradually recovered, and demonic beasts ran rampant. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the trial grounds, Blue Star would probably have already become the territory of demonic beasts. While those around him were still reeling from Ling Chen's performance and the extraordinary nature of the Xianyuan sword, Xiaoya, standing beside him, was already experiencing a tremendous surge of emotions. She had always thought that the history mentioned in the ancestral precepts was just a vague legend, but she never expected that the Xianyuan sword actually existed. The ancestral precepts state, "The Xiao family has revered the master of the Xianyuan sword for generations. Should I follow the ancestral teachings and be loyal to the descendants of Xianyuan?" Xiaoya hesitated in her heart. Ling Chen walked forward and asked doubtfully, "You're here. Let's see if he's even qualified to have me submit." After Ling Chen took out the beast core, he used his sword to peel off the wolf king's claws and wolf skin, which could be sold for a good price. Although Ling Chen is now considered a wealthy man with plenty of money, who would complain about having too much money? He felt around the wolf king's belly and suddenly felt something bulging under its skin. With his left hand supporting the wolf's body, he gently sliced open its belly from top to bottom with the Xianyuan sword in his right hand. A parchment-like object came into view, covered in a sticky liquid. "What is this?" Just as Ling Chen was about to use his sword to peel open the parchment scroll, the Xianyuan sword suddenly vanished from his hand. "Holy crap, I almost got tricked. This sword actually dared to disobey me." A black man with a question mark face? Forget it, let it go this time. "Captain Xiao, come quick and see what this is," Ling Chen shouted. The Dawn Squad approached and looked at the sheepskin scroll that made them lose all appetite. "Quick, open it. It might be a treasure map," Lingling exclaimed excitedly. Lingling looked at Ling Chen expectantly, while Captain Xiao stroked his chin in silence, seemingly deep in thought. Xiaoya covered her nose with one hand and turned her head to one side. The Sher brothers raised their hands, shook them, and took a step back. Fine. I'll have to do all the dirty and hard work. Poor kid. If there's any treasure, I'll take the lion's share," Ling Chen complained, feeling wronged. "Hurry up and drive, stop dawdling." Looking around, Ling Chen's eyes lit up, thinking, something good has come. Returning to the parchment, he gently poked it with a twig and unfolded it. The parchment scroll bore the inscription, "The Shu family shall prosper. The Shu family shall be the lord of the city." Why does this feel so familiar? Could it be the will of heaven? Is Zhu the lord of heavenly mandate city? Captain Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. It seems so. What realm is that? How strong is it? Ling Chen touched his head curiously. No way. That fat bastard Zhu was chosen by heaven to become the city lord? Lingling exclaimed in disbelief. What's going on? Ling Chen turned to look at everyone and found that no one seemed to suspect anything. Isn't this what Xiao Wu and Xiao Chen learned? Oh right, they don't exist on Blue Star. It seems this Zhu is quite capable. Let's pretend we didn't see this and keep going. Captain Xiao waved his hand, and a gust of wind instantly tore the parchment scroll into pieces. Everyone agreed with the captain's decision. Zhu didn't have a good reputation in Tianan City, and Captain Xiao and his team naturally didn't want this news to spread. If Zhu really became the city lord, the common people would ultimately suffer. Ling Chen stood to the side, drawing small circles with a twig, thinking to himself, feudal superstition is completely unreliable. How am I going to explain this to the captain and the others? But Zhou and his team didn't wait for him at all and continued walking forward. "Hey, wait for me." Ling Chen stood up helplessly and jogged after him. For the rest of the time, Ling Chen was still fighting hard by himself, while the others just watched the show from the sidelines. Seriously, the watermelon Lingling bought this time is really sweet. Of course, I went to several fruit shops to find it. Isn't it delicious? Dizzy face, Ling Chen, panting heavily, dodged the two flaming tigers that attacked together. His right arm was already aching terribly, but he still swung his fist and smashed it hard against one of them. A punch landed on the flaming tiger's face, causing the tiger's head to tilt slightly and its eyes to widen. Roar! The flaming tiger roared, opening its huge mouth, trying to bite Ling Chen to death. Lingling, where did you get this chilled plum juice? It tastes absolutely amazing. Of course I made it myself. I studied it for a long time. Ling Chen crawled and rolled past the crowd, with several several monkeys chasing closely behind him. The monkeys couldn't understand his explanation, they only knew that Ling Chen had stolen and drunk the monkey wine they had painstakingly brewed for many years. Why did Ling Chen run so fast? Just check the system and you'll find out. Note, want to preserve your innocence? Run for your life. Good heavens, these monkeys' skill is stealing peaches. If I'm not careful, my reputation will be ruined. Soon, Ling Chen and a group of monkeys disappeared from everyone's sight. God has been very kind to me, sending me a disciple with godlike talent. Captain Joe, should we follow them? It's alright. He's out here to gain experience, so his family must have some means of protection. It's good for him to suffer a bit. We'll just take it one step at a time. After saying that, the group leisurely drank their chilled plum juice, chatted, and slowly walked in the direction where Ling Chen had disappeared. Ugh, isn't anyone going to take care of me? Ling Chen, exhausted from running, sat down under a tree and panted. Seeing the monkeys approaching from behind, he quickly took off running. Is this really necessary? We didn't dig up your ancestral graves. If the gibbon could hear his thoughts, it would definitely say, why bother? We just love playing like this. Ling Chen shook his head. After running for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen suddenly realized that there seemed to be no road ahead. Could it be that he had run into a dead end? This is a cliff, and it has to be said that Ling Chen was really lucky. He just happened to run into the only dead end. Is the heavens jealous of talent? Is my 2 lifetimes of innocence about to be ruined today? Ling Chen sighed deeply, staring at the bottomless abyss, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he spotted a vine that seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Ling Chen climbed down the vines. After climbing for a while, he wrapped the vines around his arms twice, placed one foot on a protruding rock, and used the other foot to push against the cliff face, clinging tightly to the precipice. The gibbons arrived late. Seeing the road blocked ahead, they scratched the back of their heads and looked around, but couldn't find Ling Chen below. They were completely baffled. Monkeys are intelligent, but those at the bronze level don't really have much deep thinking ability. The lead monkey looked up and sniffed. That's right, the man's scent ended here. That shouldn't be the case, humans can't fly. After waiting for a long time without any result, the lead monkey let out a long howl and led the way back. At this moment, Ling Chen below was suffering multiple torments. His right leg was numb, and he couldn't move around on the cliff. His right palm was marked with red marks from the vines. Hearing no further movement from above, Ling Chen slowly adjusted his posture, preparing to use the vines to climb up again. The plan was perfect, but reality was far more cruel. As soon as Ling Chen exerted his strength, the vine snapped, pulling him down with it. The vines complained helplessly. I've tried my best. What a mess. Ah! A cry of surprise rang out, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Yes, it was Ling Chen. Unexpectedly, there was a way out. There was a protruding platform in the middle of the cliff, and next to it was a dark cave, the contents of which were unknown. Ouch! Ling Chen clutched his chest with one hand and pressed his head with the other. If he hadn't just happened to have cultivated the first stage of the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique, he probably would have been half dead from the fall. At this moment, Ling Chen was in extremely poor condition. His internal organs seemed to be out of order, his face was pale, and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. The most urgent task is to heal the wounds. But he soon discovered that he could not use the source power, as his meridians could not withstand the impact of the source power at this moment. Don't worry, your self-healing ability has greatly improved, and your body will gradually recover, came the voice of the old man from the void realm. Master, if you won't help me, how long will it take me to recover? It can take anywhere from 3 to 5 days to half a month. What the hell? Half a month? It'll be cold by then. This is the only way for now. Ling Chen secretly vowed that he would always carry various healing medicines with him when he went out in the future, otherwise, like now, he would be separated from the team's healer and even have trouble healing himself. Calming himself down, he began to observe his surroundings. Beneath his feet was a bottomless abyss, and above him was a cliff top shrouded in mist. That doesn't make sense. It feels like we haven't been falling for very long, so why can't we see the mountaintop anymore? You've fallen into a formation. As if hearing his question, the old man's voice rang out. What kind of formation? I never expected that such a profound formation was set up here. Even in my prime, I probably wouldn't be able to guarantee that I could break it. Master, didn't you say that Earth is invincible? Ahem, don't get hung up on the details. The old man suddenly lost his usual air of mystery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the origin treasure, City of Space. Master, how do I get out? Original treasure, coexistence with heaven and earth. Ahem, I have urgent business to attend to, so I'll have to go now. The words had barely left his lips when silence fell. This unreliable technician is really useless. He turned around and realized that there was a cave behind him. I get the plot now. As an earthling who had read countless online novels in his previous life, Ling Chen couldn't help but start daydreaming. Needless to say, the cave must contain the legacy of a martial arts master, and then an old man in spirit form takes him as his disciple, thus embarking on the pinnacle of life. The old man of emptiness? Have I been forgotten? Suppressing his eagerness, Ling Chen waited quietly for his body to recover. He couldn't very well go inside now. That would be too too shabby, even though there might not be anyone inside. On the other side, several hours had passed since Ling Chen was chased and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone searched for him anxiously. Captain, it's all your fault for saying you wanted to train him. Now he's disappeared. By the way, this space ring is for you. It should be helpful to you. Team leader Chow smiled wryly, not expecting that Ling Chen, who had no sense of direction, would have wandered so far. Let's keep looking. We must get back to the supply base before sunset. Stop talking nonsense. He was prepared to fight the monsters to the death. This day was bound to come sooner or later. It's his fate, Captain Xiao said with a mix of rationality and regret. What a promising talent. However, if Captain Xiao knew that Ling Chen was actually a space-type user, he would definitely do everything in his power to find him. Yi Chen. At this moment, Ling Chen was slowly moving his body, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and slowly straightening his upper body. Slowly bend your right leg, place your foot on the ground, and then push off the ground, lifting your left leg up as well. He took his first step toward the cave, and managed to hold on. This is a small step for Ling Chen, but a giant leap for him. He limped slowly toward the cave. When he reached the entrance, he looked at the pitch-black interior, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped inside. The narrow passage inside the cave came into view. Ling Chen slowly walked forward, and after walking 20 or 30 meters, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Sure enough, this place was a hidden paradise. Thinking about his guess, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Master, why don't I see you being this excited? The younger brothers all stayed at the 100th floor, which showed their perseverance. As the light drew closer, the cave suddenly felt more spacious as Ling Chen approached. This is a spacious, open-air cave with an opening in the ceiling through which a ray of light shines down. The light shone directly onto the pool of water in the cave. It was a natural pool, about the size of a basketball court, with wisps of cold air rising from the surface. Ling Chen couldn't help but shiver. It was really cold. He walked towards the edge of the pool and gazed at the deep, still water. What are you waiting for? Check it out using the system now. Extreme Cold Spring, the ultimate ice, born in an extremely cold land, nurtured by absorbing the essence of stars and moon. Note, consuming ice-type abilities has a high chance of evolving the ability. It can also be used to refine ice spirit pills, which have a certain chance of awakening ice-type abilities. Staring at the pool of spiritual spring water, Ling Chen's mouth was practically watering. Not only can they possess ice-type superpowers, but they can also sell the rest for a little money. The question then becomes, how do we organize it? This spiritual spring is made of the finest ice, and ordinary containers simply cannot contain it. Just as Ling Chen opened his storage ring to see if there was anything he could put the spirit spring in, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Ding! Host's current situation detected. System upgrade accelerated to 2.0. What is this? This system should be renamed Timely Rain. Ling Chen quickly took out the jade purification bottle. He held the bottom of the bottle with one hand and the mouth with the other, and the water from the spiritual spring pool surged up and turned into a water column, all flowing into the jade purification bottle. Watching the entire spiritual spring being collected into the bottle without leaving a drop, Ling Chen was overjoyed. Ha, he'd really struck it rich this time. What's that? In the deep pool where the bottom has been seen, there is a small stone platform, and on the stone platform is a round stone egg. It's remarkable that it remained intact even after being placed in such cold spring water. It must be no ordinary item. Check the system immediately. What the hell? I can't see anything. Does your system have eyes? Go ahead and deduct it. I don't know what the points are for anyway. However, Ling Chen was still quite curious about what this stone egg was. He stepped forward and slowly walked into the pool. Although the spring water had been absorbed, the bottom of the pool still exuded a faint chill, a refreshing coolness, and my heart soars. He opened the Legion system. When he got to the stone egg, Ling Chen was certainly not foolish enough to touch it with his hand. Character, Ling Chen. Ding! One dragon egg detected. It still shows signs of life and is not past its expiration date. Should the host pan-fry or boil it? Strength, Apprentice 6 star, Experience 1/600. Grass, plant name. Superpowers, God level space power, SS level thunder power, B level fire power, evolvable. System, you've changed. You're no longer that quiet, handsome man. The system in version 1.0 was much cuter. This is a dragon egg. Boiling it raw would be such a waste. I think it's more worthwhile to hatch a baby dragon and then eat braised dragon meat, Ling Chen thought to himself. The storage ring can't hold living creatures, so it looks like I'll have to put it in my own space. Mol, you still can't afford it, don't look at it. Ling Chen rolled up his sleeves, bent his legs slightly, and supported the bottom of the dragon egg with both hands. Skills, Flash, 10,000 swords return, Xianyuan sword. I tried my best, but hey, I couldn't lift it. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. He circled the dragon egg and suddenly noticed a thin layer of ice between the egg and the stone platform, holding them tightly together. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 88/10,000. It made me think it was a big deal. Exotic treasure, origin of the supreme treasure, city of space. Ling Chen mobilized the last bit of origin chi he had just recovered, summoned a ball of flame, and and threw it under the dragon egg. Number of Legion members, 11. Luckily I have fire-based abilities, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Legion level, Commander and his guards. Under the heat of the flames, the ice slowly melted. Summon Legion, unlocked. Where is that roasted egg smell coming from? It smells pretty good. Legion Commander, not enabled. Dragon egg, what do you think? You scoundrel. Deputy Leader, not enabled. After the ice melted, Ling Chen put the dragon egg into his spatial storage, feeling quite pleased with himself. Legion skills, none. Let's take a look at what the online store feature we just activated is all about. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Open the shop and on the left side you'll see categories such as cultivation techniques, skills, talents, weapons, and elixirs. Legion defense bonus, 1%. On the right side are a wide variety of products in various categories. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Chaos God slaying technique, God level price, 10 billion. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Top tier cultivation techniques are so expensive. The divine level cultivation technique I'm practicing is worth 10 billion points. Backpack, Spirit Peach X1, Xian Yuan Sword, Seal, System Master. How exactly do I earn points? Killing monsters. Apprentice level monsters are worth 10 points. Bronze level monsters are worth 100 points. Silver level monsters are worth 1000 points, and so on. Note, Legion members can obtain 10% of the points for hunting monsters. 2. Item recycling. Any useful item can be recycled, and the points are determined by the item's value. Note, dragon eggs are worth 10 billion points, consider it. 3. Achievements and task rewards. The system will release reward tasks with points from time to time, and points will be awarded based on the host's completion level. System, what is the current buyback price of the Chaos Godslayer technique? You're taking a kickback? 10 times the price difference? Who's stupid enough to trade with you? After retrieving the dragon egg, Ling Chen finally had a chance to observe his surroundings. He didn't see any skeletons, nor did he find the old man's ring with a soul. Sigh, it seems I'm not the main character at all. Strange, how can someone as strong as me catch a cold? Ling Chen sat down on the ground in disappointment, then suddenly sprang up. Something sharp had poked his buttocks. Could it be the ring? He looked down excitedly and saw a smooth, jade-like stone. Damn it! Ling Chen picked up a stone and threw it at a wall to the side. Strangely, there was no sound of the stone hitting the wall, nor did it bounce back. Instead, the stone disappeared into the wall. Something was wrong, so Ling Chen walked toward the wall. Reaching the wall, he casually picked up a small pebble and threw it at it. Good heavens, the pebble disappeared into the wall. Who knew there was a hidden paradise behind it? Ling Chen stepped into the wall, causing ripples to appear on its surface before returning to calm. After passing through the stone wall, a high platform appeared before us. A beam of light shone down on the platform, while the surroundings were pitch black. It seems this level won't be easy to pass. Is anyone there? If so, reply to me. If not, I'm leaving. Suddenly, a sound came from behind, a mixture of wind and the sound of heavy objects scraping against the wall. Ling Chen stood there, stunned. Judging from the sound, there was probably a huge thing behind him. A series of panting breaths came, and cold sweat instantly soaked Ling Chen's forehead. He slowly turned his head. No way. Ling Chen froze, staring motionlessly at the creature in front of him, while the creature stared back at him, its breath hitting him in the face. Am I dreaming? This thing is still alive? That's right, this creature is a dragon, a living dragon, a golden divine dragon. It has a slender body covered with scales like snake scales, antlers like deer antlers, cow ears, 2 shrimp whiskers around its mouth, large and protruding round eyes, claws like eagle claws, paws like tiger paws, fins on its back, and a pearl in its mouth. There were countless legends about dragons on Earth in his previous life, but Ling Chen never took them seriously. I never expected that when I arrived on Earth, I would actually see a live dragon. Ling Chen stood there in shock, staring blankly at Brother Long. Brother Long was also watching him intently, as if he could see right through him. After a long silence, Ling Chen finally broke it. Brother Shenlong, could we take a picture together? Wait, where's my phone? I really hope it doesn't fail me at such a crucial moment. No way. Ling Chen pulled a bunch of cell phone fragments from his back pocket. My 200 yuan knockoff phone is just gone like that? Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the god level technique, Chaos God slaying technique. Ling Chen held his phone in grief, heartbroken over his lost money. 3 million years have passed, and we have finally waited for you. The majestic voice of the dragon slowly echoed. You can talk? Oh, do you know me? Ling Chen looked at the dragon with a puzzled expression. Ling Chen, I have guarded that dragon egg for you for 3 million years. From now on, you must take good care of it. It will become your most loyal companion, the dragon said, its eyes fixed intently on Ling Chen. I understand. Although he couldn't understand what it was saying, Ling Chen quickly agreed. Take out the dragon egg and I'll help you hatch it. Otherwise, if you hatch it yourself, who knows how long it will take. Does that mean you look down on people? Ling Chen thought to himself, but his body honestly did as he was told. He took out the stone egg and placed it in front of the dragon. The dragon stared at the dragon egg in contemplation for a few seconds, then spat out the spirit pearl pearl it had been holding in its mouth, which floated above the stone egg. Streams of energy overflowed from the spirit pearl, slowly spreading around the stone egg. The stone egg hummed and trembled, as if it were very happy, greedily absorbing the ever-approaching energy. A wisp of energy dissipated, and Ling Chen sensed it. It was truly extremely pure energy. If you'd like, you can also try to absorb it through your internal energy. The energy of the Dragon Ball is very gentle, and your current meridians can handle it. As if seeing through Ling Chen's thoughts, the dragon's voice directly entered his mind. Without saying a word, Ling Chen immediately sat down cross-legged, circulated his cultivation technique, and began to absorb the energy flowing from the spirit pearl into his meridians. To his surprise, he discovered that this energy was not only well within the range that his meridians could withstand, but it was also gradually repairing the damaged meridians in his body. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen let out a long breath. 8-star apprentice. Not only did he level up, but all his internal injuries were also healed. He looked up and saw that the stone egg was still absorbing energy. Brother Long, could it be that my absorption of energy has delayed the hatching of the dragon egg? Aren't you overestimating yourself? The dragon teased. You only cultivated for a few minutes just now. You wait, one day I'll say the same thing to you. Ling Chen cursed inwardly, but he still sat down and continued to cultivate for half an hour until the stone egg finally reacted. It stopped absorbing energy and began to tremble slightly. The dragon retrieved the spirit pearl, and Ling Chen cried out in despair. Brother Dragon, I was just a little bit away from leveling up. Let me absorb just a little more. Just a little bit more. Shenlong glared at him, and Ling Chen, feeling wronged, hid in a corner and spun around in circles. A crack appeared in the stone egg, and a chubby little dragon head poked out. Then, its plump little paws reached out, broke open the eggshell, and started gnawing on it, crunching away. Young hero, what fine teeth you have. Ling Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. Soon, the eggshell was completely gnawed clean. The little dragon's entire body was revealed. It was a golden, chubby creature shaped like a ball. This thing? Is it even considered a dragon? Ling Chen stared at the dragon with a puzzled expression. Cough cough, I've been soaking for too long, and I'm a little swollen. Shenlong said with a flick of his wrist. What the hell is this edema? Are you kidding me? Compared to the millions of years that the dragon is, I'm probably older than a 3-year-old child. S rank. Daddy little dragon stretched out its chubby paws and pounced on Ling Chen. / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / Yi Kong has actually awakened an S-level superpower. Don't come any closer. With a thud, Ling Chen was pinned to the ground by Xiaolong. He was just too fat. How am I supposed to take this out? Everyone else's monster companions are so cool and handsome. Am I only supposed to win them over with cuteness? The students were talking about it. Ling Chen pulled the little dragon off him, quickly stood up, and took a few steps back. Seeing that Xiaolong was about to pounce again, he quickly reached out and stopped Xiaolong's head. Little dragon waved its claws and kicked its feet, but it still couldn't reach him. I'm just taking advantage of your short arms. What can you do about it? Senior, how am I supposed to take this little guy out in the future? You can sign a contract, and then you can summon it into your space at any time. Okay, Senior, how do I sign? Mr. Xiao, I knew you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. The dragon spat out the spirit pearl again, which emitted 2 beams of light that extracted a drop of essence blood from Ling Chen and the little dragon respectively, forming 2 special symbols before shooting them back into their bodies. Xiao Tianyu smiled awkwardly, got into the car silently and sat back in his seat. Ding! You have obtained a super god level pet, a chubby divine dragon. Suddenly, a sense of closeness developed between the human and the dragon, and they were able to understand each other perfectly. Daddy, a childish voice rang in Ling Chen's mind. They no longer needed words to communicate. What the hell are you calling me, Daddy? Ling Chen pinched Xiaolong's chubby cheeks. Call me boss. Senior, Brother Long, can this be returned? The dragon murmured softly. Ahem, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Ling Chen forced out a business-like smile. By the way, Brother Long, what's the purpose of this formation? Why have you been here all this time? Were you waiting for me? Ling Chen asked curiously, since he still had to go out. You'll understand when you're strong enough. Telling you now is useless. You're just doing this along the way. You need to become stronger as soon as possible. The future of Blue Star depends on you. The last time you said that was back then. When you've transcended the mortal realm, come back here again. Remember to bring little dragon with you. Just return the way you came, and I'll help you open the entrance to the formation. After saying that, the dragon turned around, spiraled upwards, and gradually disappeared from Ling Chen's sight. So handsome. Watching Brother Long's disappearing figure, Ling Chen glanced down at the chubby little Long. Let's go. Ling Chen took the lead, and Xiao Long hurriedly followed. Let me tell you about a fun place. Yes, I'll send it over right away. Put away your pet space. Returning the way he came, Ling Chen took a deep breath after exiting the cave. This time, it was truly a blessing in disguise. He looked up and saw no end in sight. He didn't know if the source energy within his body was enough to support him to teleport up. Hey, master, are you done with your work? Ling Chen asked quickly upon hearing his master master's cough. Ahem, wasn't it just blocked? What good stuff is inside? Master, this won't do. Do you remember how you bragged to me? Ha ha. The old man Kongming chuckled. I met a dragon, and I even gained a little dragon companion. Let's forget about it then. Maybe next time. After saying that, Ling Chen teleported upwards. Each time he teleported, he would teleport again before gravity could react. A faint membrane of light appeared in Ling Chen's eyes, which was probably the boundary of the formation. The formation has sealed off the space itself. Just as Ling Chen was hesitating about what to do, a small opening appeared on the light membrane, just big enough for one person to pass through. Yi Kong, come on, go out with me. Without saying a word, Ling Chen flashed through the air. As soon as he left, the light membrane slowly closed and returned to calm. Ling Chen stood on a protruding rock and looked down, where there was still a bottomless abyss. This must be a trick of the formation. He turned around and continued climbing. Finally, when Ling Chen's source energy was almost exhausted, he saw the top of the cliff. The Dawn Squad's voice came, and he quickly grabbed the vines he had been holding and stuck them to the stone wall. I'm here. Ling Chen's voice came from below the cliff. Let's go take a look. The group arrived at the edge of the cliff. Here, below. Ling Chen's voice came again. Everyone looked at it and exclaimed, hey, isn't this just the gecko mode? Ling Chen remained motionless, pressed tightly against the stone wall. Okay, pull him up. The Sure brothers stepped forward, half-crouched on the edge of the cliff, and reached out to grab the roots of the vines. Slowly, they pulled Ling Chen up, and Ling Chen pretended to be scared. It's alright. Those monkeys chased me to the edge of the cliff, but luckily I cleverly hid below it. But my legs went numb from lying down for so long. Everyone couldn't help but facepalm. Do you know how hard we've been looking for you? You've even written your will for you. They didn't suspect much. After all, Ling Chen seemed like a carefree person who would dare to hide on the cliff. Since Yi Chen is alright, let's call it a day and continue the mission tomorrow, said Captain Xiao. Yes, Captain, the others responded. Yi Chen, you've made great progress today, keep it up. Captain Xiao encouraged. Ling Chen nodded, thinking to himself, I almost lost my life. Isn't this a big improvement? The group returned the way they came, encountering no trouble along the way. They did occasionally run into a few monsters, but Captain Xiao easily dealt with them all. Today's training mission was over. There was no need to waste any more time on the road. There's an auction going on tonight at 8 o'clock. Are you interested in attending? Since the main purpose was to train Ling Chen, the team did not venture deep into the forest and quickly returned to the base. Team leader Zhou walked to the base gate and had his identity confirmed through facial, fingerprint, and palm print recognition. After a short wait, the gate slowly opened, and 2 soldiers came out to greet us. After verifying the information of the Dawn Squad members through the Skynet system, they let everyone into the base. Why is it so troublesome to just get in? Ling Chen complained to Lingling in a low voice. That's right. I heard that when demonic beasts cultivate to a certain level, they can transform into human form. Several bases were once infiltrated by demonic beasts and were subsequently overrun. Since then, strict identity verification has been required every time someone enters such a supply base. Ling Chen, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. If a demon beast transforms into human form and looks exactly like a human, does that mean it can do those kinds of shameful things? Pa. Lingling blushed and immediately denied it. Ahem, just kidding. I wasn't thinking about any vixens. Lingling rolled her eyes, feeling helpless and unwilling to pay attention to him. After passing through a narrow, dedicated passage, we finally entered the base. Before me was the lobby on the first floor, where a large screen on the wall displayed various missions, including private bounties and orders issued by the military. This place was also a trading hub for many hunters, with rows of small shops lining the streets. There are retail outlets for large weapons and elixirs, as well as numerous small teams setting up stalls filled with various herbs, monster pelts, and beast cores. Stepping into the hall is like entering a bustling market, with various vendors' calls rising and falling. Brother, this knife is a family heirloom, incredibly sharp. Freshly made chi refining pills, the perfect choice for bronze-level cultivators. Don't miss out. The scene was quite different from what Ling Chen had imagined, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. If you need anything, you can go and see for yourself later. Now, let Lingling show you around our place. After saying that, Captain Xiao and the others dispersed, leaving only Lingling and Ling Chen staring at each other. Oomph carrot, come with me. Lingling led the way with her short legs. Ah, she's still a little proud and aloof, Ling Chen thought to himself with a chuckle. After walking through a bustling street of stalls, I arrived at the staircase. Scattered queues came and went on the 30-meter wide staircase. This base has 7 floors in total. The first floor is the transaction and taba area that you just saw. The third floor mainly deals in pet eggs and monster pets. The fourth floor is the cafeteria. You can go there anytime you want to eat. The fifth and sixth floors are residential areas. We live on the 5th floor. The 7th floor is a high-level meeting area, which is not open to the public at other times. I understand, Ling Chen replied casually, his hands behind his head. The system had just given him a hint, and now he just wanted to quickly familiarize himself with the route and go down to Pan for gold. Ling Shi was stunned. Brother, did you go to sell kidneys kidneys? Since I have a system, I can do whatever I want. Ding! Divine treasure detected, star up stone. After walking up several floors, Lingling's voice finally came. We're here. Our team is in suite 5201, which has 8 rooms. There are 4 empty rooms in suite 2478. You can choose whichever you prefer. Which one to choose? Of course, it's the 8th. After all, money is the most important thing, and it's auspicious. Do you want it? Don't give it back to me. After choosing a room, Ling Chen dashed out. I'm going to browse the first floor first. I'm leaving now. He disappeared from Lingling's sight, his voice gradually fading away. Humph carrot, this guy. Lingling pouted, her lips curving into a mixture of helplessness and indulgence. Ling Chen hurriedly ran downstairs. After all, he hadn't gotten his hands on the treasure yet, and someone else might beat him to it at any moment. Upon reaching the first floor, his pace immediately slowed, and the excitement on his face vanished instantly. He pretended to be indifferent, walking slowly forward, looking left and right as if he was interested in everything around him. Ling Chen's innocent and naive appearance, coupled with his youthful face, immediately attracted the attention of many shrewd old businessmen. As he passed a small retail store, a slightly overweight middle-aged man came up to him and greeted him. Young man, it seems like this is your first time here? What would you like to buy? I have everything here, good quality and low prices. Come and take a look. Knock, knock, Aunt Lin, are you there? When you're out and about, how can you be without a few self-defense weapons? Look at this golden silk armor of mine. It's impervious to blades and spears, and can withstand attacks from a silver-level expert. It's especially suitable for your current status. Oh, let me see. Ling Chen's gaze fell on the armor in the man's hand. Hearing what he said, he realized that he was indeed lacking in armor. He quickly accessed the system to check. What a shrewd businessman. If I hadn't known his stuff, I would have bought it and actually believed it to be able to block silver-level attacks. Wouldn't I have just been asking for trouble? Brother, does your gold-threaded soft armor have a warranty period? Ha, young man, what's the warranty period? If it breaks after I buy it, it can be repaired for free. As for the price, I don't care if it's a bit expensive. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately felt that the idea had potential. Thank you for your guidance, young man. Consider this soft armor a gift. The middle-aged man readily handed the gold-threaded soft armor to Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, casually put the soft armor into his ring, and turned to leave. He never imagined that this middle-aged man would later become the #1 weapons dealer in all of China through warranty service. Ling Chen looked left and right, and finally arrived at his destination, the stall selling star-rising stones. Young man, would you like to buy some more? Even though the stall owner had seen that Ling Chen hadn't bought anything along the way, he still greeted him warmly. These are high-quality obsidian. Adding one piece when forging a bronze-grade weapon can give you a chance to create a silver-grade weapon. This obsidian looks quite unusual. How much is this obsidian? Ling Chen asked, picking up a piece of obsidian about the size of an apple. The stall owner quickly packed up the obsidian on the table. Boss, that's 64 yuan in total. The total price is 32 million. I'll give you a discount. I'll give you 30 million. The stall owner looked at Ling Chen with a smile. Okay, I've transferred the money. Ling Chen made a simple operation and transferred all the remaining money from the auction house to the stall owner. After taking the package, Ling Chen casually flicked his wrist and stored it in his spatial ring. The stall owner then noticed that Ling Chen actually possessed a spatial ring, something that only powerful families and experts could have. In his mind, Ling Chen's status suddenly rose. This must be a scion of a powerful family coming out to gain experience. If Ling Chen knew that everyone mistakenly thought he was from a powerful family, he would definitely tell them openly, let me be clear, the biggest backer on Blue Star is my master. After the transaction was completed, Ling Chen hummed a little tune and continued to stroll around the trading area. Trading 30 million for a god-level treasure is practically a freebie. He quickly used the system to check the specific effects of the Star-Up Stone. Star-Up Stone allows equipment below God tier to be upgraded by 1 level unconditionally. Wow, this stuff is amazing. Incredible. Just a rock, worth a whopping 30 billion. They made a fortune. The remaining stones, though not Star-Up Stones, are still worth 500,000 each. We'll sell them later. A price of 510,000 per piece is reasonable. He made a net profit of over 100,000 yuan. That's outrageous. Look, take a look. Freshly hunted firewolves, the meat is delicious, come and see. Top quality pills, freshly made, don't miss out. The hawking cries from the roadside did not stop Ling Chen, because he firmly believed that good things are discovered gradually and do not need to be advertised to be snapped up. As he walked, he used the system to check information about various items along the way. Ding, bronze level wolf pelt detected. Ding, silver grade spirit building pill detected. Ding, the system is tired and needs a rest. Ha, system, you need to rest? That won't do, you can't rest. Ding, system update 3.0 complete. Please explore the attributes of items on your own initiative. This system will no longer detect items below the god level for you. Ding, skill lottery feature activated. Ding, based on the host's needs, the first lottery draw has been changed to the system specified skill appraisal. Ding, Congratulations, host, you have acquired the appraisal skill. It has been automatically learned by the host. Ding, please explore the system's functions yourself. This great one needs to rest. A series of system notification sounds rang out one after another. Ling Chen stood there stunned, then a surge of joy welled up inside him. If they weren't on the street, he would have loved to find a place to do a striptease to entertain everyone. This system is surprisingly user-friendly. It can be stopped at will, but it adds a lottery feature, so you're guaranteed to make a profit. Let me see what this identification technique is actually useful for. Basic appraisal skill 0/1000 can preliminarily determine the attributes and functions of items below the gold grade. Ding, the system can only identify physical objects. Excellent, excellent, I'm extremely satisfied. System, forever a god. System, grass, a type of plant, you get benefits and you even wish me to be single. Having acquired a new skill, Ling Chen couldn't wait to try it out. He noticed a slightly old shop next door with very few customers. Ling Chen went inside and saw an old man resting leisurely in a chair with his eyes closed. Without disturbing the old man, he started reading on his own. A blood red ore, I've never seen anything like it before. Identify it. What's going on? This skill doesn't seem to work. Why can't I understand these things? Ling Chen thought to himself, little one, get out of here. You can't afford these things. An old voice came from the armchair. Ling Chen turned around, holding the dull weapon in his hand, and asked, Senior, what are these things? I feel that I can still afford it. Oh, you, a mere apprentice, dare to come out and gain experience? You've got guts. The knife in your hand was once diamond grade, but it is now damaged, though it still retains the strength of gold. Do you still think you can afford it? The old man said calmly. Ling Chen wasn't angry. He took out 100 spirit stones from his spatial ring and silently placed them on the table. As if sensing something, the old man suddenly sat up. Ahem, young man, I can tell you are a very wealthy and noble person. Just tell me what you need. I have a very rich collection here. The old man rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining as he stared at Ling Chen. Seeing the old man's expression change instantly, Ling Chen's lips twitched. You're being way too realistic. Tell me about the good stuff you have here. If it's something you like, I'll just steal it. No, I mean buy it. The weapon in your hand was once diamond grade, but it was damaged in battle with a demon beast and lost its spiritual essence. Now, based solely on its material, its strength is still considered gold grade. That's more like it. Ling, she responded with a pout. This is fire crystal ore, an important raw material for refining platinum grade equipment. Young man, which one have you taken a fancy to? I'll take the fire crystal ore. I don't need that weapon. Just kidding. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, why would I need another weapon? The Xianyuan sword trembled slightly in the space, seemingly enjoying it. Alright, 2 spirit stones. The old man waved his hand and accepted the 2 spirit stones. Seeing that Ling Chen had no desire to buy anything, the old man returned to his chair and lay down leisurely. That old man is so realistic. The old man in front of you has cultivated a special technique that only requires spirit stones and has almost no bottlenecks. Oh, does that mean that as long as he has the resources, he can defeat everyone? There's actually such a technique. You're overthinking it. This technique does have no bottlenecks at the mortal stage, but if you want to break through to the transcendent and saintly level, you still have to rely on your own efforts. Ling Chen held Ling Shi's little hand and walked in. That's already incredible. Okay, So what is his current strength? How many spirit stones does he need to level up? Ling Chen rolled his eyes, suddenly thinking of something. Platinum level peak, almost reaching diamond level. So strong? The city lord of Tianan City is only at the platinum level. How did he end up here? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen said in the direction of the old man, Senior, how about we make a deal? Senior, I see that you have extraordinary talent and I would like to ask you to stay by my side and protect me and my family. You little brat, you want me to be your bodyguard? You're asking for trouble. Senior, please accept this 100 spirit stones as a gift. If you need anything, just let me know. I have plenty of spirit stones. The old man thought to himself, what I lack most is spirit stones. I only want spirit stones. How much can you offer in return? The old man looked at Ling Chen with a suspicious expression. Although Ling Chen was young, the old man did not look down on him because of that. Since Ling Chen is currently only an apprentice, the old man doesn't believe that his family will provide him with too many resources, and he is unwilling to extend credit to him. Ling Chen thought for a moment. Opening the second level required gold level strength. At his current pace, he should be able to reach that level in less than 2 years, right? An annual salary of 20,000 spirit stones is all I can offer right now. I'll give you a raise depending on my performance. Oh, 20,000 spirit stones. The old man was tempted. He couldn't earn that much even if he worked for a whole year. Being a bodyguard isn't that dangerous, and you can get a lot of spirit stones for cultivation, so it feels like a sure win. Alright, I agree. In the end, the old man bowed his head to the evil spirit stone force. Okay, then take care of things here first, and then come find me. The two exchanged Tianwang IDs, and Ling Chen left satisfied. He's worthless now, but if he reaches the supreme realm, I'll make a fortune, ha. Ling Chen laughed smugly. Passers-by looked at him and thought, where did this idiot come from, laughing loudly in the street? Ling Chen didn't care about other people's opinions at all. I don't really have anything I want to buy right now, so I'll go check out the second floor instead. He was filled with curiosity about the battles between superhumans in this world. In the previous world, firearms were used, and fighting was a combination of strength and skill. In today's world, superpowers reign supreme. How do skills and superpowers combine in combat? At the same time, Ling Chen was also very curious about how the teams would fight using their superpowers. Upon arriving at the second floor, Ling Chen walked towards the arena entrance. Just as he was about to step into the arena, a middle-aged man who looked like a security guard stopped him. How much is a ticket? I accepted it. 500 yuan each, cash or card? Why don't you just rob us? The fighting is all done by small teams like ours. It's one thing to collect money on the sidelines, but to charge such exorbitant prices. If you don't have money, you don't have to come in. Oh my god, I have such a bad temper. Ling Chen really wanted to grab the security guard by the neck and say, I just finished negotiating a project worth hundreds of billions. Give it to me. Ling Chen rummaged in his pocket for a while, then took out his Skynet communicator and scanned the code to pay 500. Okay, sir, please come in. The security guard's attitude changed. He could get a 1% commission from selling tickets during the sales. He'd made a killing, getting 5 yuan of his own money. Of course, he had to be polite to Ling Chen. After all, money talks. Finally, Ling Chen stepped into the arena. This is in the style of the Roman Colosseum, with a circular tiered seating area around a huge circular stone platform in the center. The two teams are engaged in fierce combat on the stone platform. Two middle-aged men stood on one side. They had rugged faces, tall and strong figures, and a menacing aura. Their eyes revealed their strength and domineering nature. On the other side were two young and beautiful girls. One of them wore a black bodysuit, showing off her sexy and voluptuous figure. The other wore a white bodysuit, which perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. Although both women were wearing tight-fitting clothes, their full breasts still stood proudly upright, exuding an alluring charm. At this moment, the arena was completely silent, with almost everyone staring intently at the ring. The two girls suddenly burst into incredible speed, attacking from the left and right, their daggers flashing two cold lights, pointing directly at one of the men. The surrounded man sneered, extended his right hand, and a ball of purple gold flame erupted from his palm to meet the two cold glints. A deafening roar echoed through the arena as the purple gold flames and cold light collided violently, creating a deafening explosion that sent sparks flying everywhere. The two girls missed their first attack, and then immediately attacked again with their daggers. The man handled the situation with ease, dodging nimbly while also launching counterattacks with fireballs. Alright, let's finish this quickly. At this moment, another man made his move. His figure blurred into afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the two girls, suddenly throwing a punch. Caught off guard, the two girls were momentarily stunned and disoriented. When they regained their senses, they hurriedly used their signature moves to defend themselves, but were still heavily knocked away. The two fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Oh dear, what a pity, those two girls actually lost. What a shame. Yes, it's amazing that such a beautiful girl lost. Seeing the two girls lose, the onlookers discussed it animatedly, some expressing regret and others sighing. Ugh, we can't watch the game anymore. The two teams stopped fighting, and the two men stood still, waiting for the referee to announce the result. We give up, the two girls said in unison. As the match in the arena came to an end, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. We've already explored the first and second floors, so let's check out the third floor. Now that he was here, Ling Chen didn't want to miss a single floor. What if he managed to snag a bargain? After all, the star-up stone was lying in his spatial storage. Pet eggs. Although he already possessed a divine pet, the strongest dragon pet at that, Ling Chen wasn't very interested in other pets. Of course, if they were divine pets, the more the merrier. As for why I chose a pet egg, it's naturally because the college entrance exam is approaching. After the college entrance examination, my sister and I will be separated for a while, so I want to leave her with some company. Upon arriving on the third floor, Ling Chen entered a pet egg shop. Hello, welcome. As soon as you enter, a female shop assistant in uniform greets you. What level and attributes of pet egg do you need? Just kidding, it's always a bit nerve-wracking to openly cheat. It's much more comfortable to make money secretly. Skipping over the FC level pet eggs displayed in the lobby, Ling Chen headed straight for the B level ones. It's not that they're unwilling to use identification techniques to slowly examine low-level pet eggs, but rather that lower-level pet eggs are usually of common breeds and have rare mutated bloodlines. First, look at grade B. It's of high quality, and the chances of identifying a good pet are greater. Embark on the journey of identification. It took Ling Chen 10 minutes to identify all the grade B pet eggs. Finally, he discovered an unusual pet egg. Why is there no notification sound? Ding, the system is only providing notifications for currently god-tier pets. Okay, underscore. It would be perfect to buy it as a birthday gift for my younger sister. How much is this pet egg? Do you have any higher grade pet eggs? Ling Chen asked the shop assistant since he couldn't couldn't find any pet eggs of grade A or higher. Hello? This one costs 10 spirit stones. Sorry, we only sell pet eggs of grade A and below. Higher grade pet eggs are very rare. Usually, pet eggs of grade A and above are sold in the city. If you are interested, you can keep an eye out for them. Ling Chen nodded and took out 10 spirit stones, handing them to the shop assistant. The next floor is a food court. Time to go eat. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Ling Chen was struck by the massive crowd. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to return to his room to rest first, then ordered takeout to be delivered from the 4th floor. Perfect. Back in my suite 5201, room number 8. Ling Chen couldn't wait to open the system and see what had changed in his 3.0 version. Pet, Super God level pet, Little Dragon, Juvenile stage. Giveaway, 1 free draw per month. It seems that apart from the addition of a shopping mall and a lottery feature, there are not many other changes. System, your performance is really too mediocre. Ding, host's disregard for system functions has been detected. Lottery draw frequency has been adjusted from once a month to once every 3 days. Wow, this system is amazing. It's incredibly powerful. Without further ado, let's give the system a round of compliments. It turns out there are shortcuts to becoming powerful. By appeasing the system, the whole family can benefit. Come out, Pai Xiaolong. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and a chubby little dragon jumped out. Boss, you lied to me, it's not fun at all. Xiaolong stared at Ling Chen with teary eyes as soon as he came out. That's a white lie. I'm not lying to you, sweetie. I just wanted you to get some fresh air and have some fun. I'll take you back tomorrow. Ling Chen patted Xiaolong's head. It was soft and warm. Upon hearing that he had to go back tomorrow, Xiaolong immediately stopped crying. Eating was more enjoyable than crying. Boss, I want to eat meat. Little dragon opened his mouth, holding a dragon and pointing to his mouth. Look how fat you are. What are you still eating? You need to lose weight. That makes perfect sense, and Ling Chen was speechless. Then I'll make an exception this time and allow you to eat more. Look how fat you've gotten. Ling Chen poked Xiaolong's belly with his finger. Okay, boss. Xiaolong raised his hands happily. Ling Chen opened the Tianwang app Bailin and searched for barbecue. Soon, a large number of barbecue delicacies popped up. After all, there are many monsters in this area, and monster meat cannot be stored for long, so it is very cheap. He ate 20 jin, 10 caddies, and spent 500 yuan. Another 500 yuan gone. 500 a day, 15,000 a month. The cost of raising this divine pet is too high. I'm afraid I'll go bankrupt. Suddenly, Ling Chen had a brilliant idea. Hee, wouldn't it save money to let Xiaolong catch the monsters himself? That's settled then. Little dragon, after you finish eating meat today, you'll have to catch your own meat from now on. Don't expect a free lunch. Oh no, I don't know how to catch it. Aren't you a dragon? Where's your aura? Ling Chen grabbed the little dragon by the thick neck and shook it. Yeah, boss, I have a skill. Oh, what skill? I can increase the chances of monsters submitting to the old minister by 50%. Little dragon, even though you're young, you're still quite useful. Looking at the little dragon that had only hatched a few hours ago, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, that's not entirely true. Staying in an egg for millions of years, wouldn't that count as age? 210,000. Does that mean this chubby little dragon is the ancestor? 1 million. This idea is unacceptable. Well, it's just a tiny baby, only a few hours old. From now on, whenever you see a monster, use this skill on me, understand? Oh, right, boss, I can do a lot of other things too. I can be cute, and I can eat meat. 1,010,000. Stop. From now on, you'll be in charge of being cute and using your skills. Leave the rest to me. Okay, boss. Xiaolong jumped up happily. You're so cute. I'll listen to you. He opened the door, and a burly man was holding a box in one hand, which presumably contained meat. Thanks. Ling Chen quickly took the box from the delivery guy. 1,510,000. He turned around, and with a spinning kick of his right foot, closed the door. I walked to the dining table, put the box down, and the aroma was already wafting out of it. Little dragon had somehow appeared, standing to the side, rubbing his belly and staring intently at the box. A rich aroma wafted through the air as pieces of roasted meat were piled up together. The man and the dragon were practically drooling. The colors alone were enough to whet their appetites. 1,510,000 for the first time, 1,510,000 for the second time, 1,510,000 for the third time. Deal. The two exchanged a glance and prepared to start eating in unison. Xiaolong picked up a piece of grilled meat and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ling Chen also picked up a piece, took a bite, and found it to be neither oily nor greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a unique flavor. I must say, the taste was superb. I'll have to ask the barbecue chef downstairs for his recipe next time. After eating 2 pieces, Ling Chen was almost satisfied. He walked to the window, stretched his limbs briefly, and looked out at the simulated ecological environment. Surrounded by green trees, with a meadow in the middle, water flows over the meadow from above, its destination unknown. To the left of the stream is a small workshop where the water flow keeps the windmill spinning. To the left is a small courtyard with 2 simple wooden houses surrounding the workshop where flowers and plants flourish. 100,000 in 1,000. To the right of the flowing water is a sea of flowers, where butterflies flutter, and a snow-white rabbit lies quietly to the side. 101,000. What a beautiful and harmonious scene. Unfortunately, this is all a scene from the past of Earth. Such beautiful places are now few and far between. Ling Chen secretly vowed to restore Blue Star to its beautiful state. Okay, I've watched for 5 minutes now, and I've almost finished digesting it. Seeing Xiaolong still eating his roasted meat, Ling Chen shook his head helplessly and went into the bathroom. After a quick rinse, I dried my hair with a towel and came out. Xiaolong had already finished eating the meat and was sitting on the floor leaning against the sofa, rubbing his round belly. Hurry up and clean up after you finish eating. Oh, Xiaolong pouted and reluctantly got up to clean up the crumbs on the table. Not bad, not bad, this divine pet is really something. Ling Chen sat on the bed and began his cultivation for the night. The night passed quietly. After a whole night of cultivation, Ling Chen clearly felt that his strength had improved a lot. After washing up, I opened the door to find everyone already waiting in the living room. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's set off. After saying that, Captain Xiao took the lead and walked out. An elderly man in a shop sensed something and slowly stood up from his chair. These old bones of mine, after only a few days of rest, have to get moving again, the old man muttered to himself. Hearing his sister say this, he naturally understood what she meant. After a thorough inspection, the Dawn squad finally left the base. Brother, how much money did you make from cutting kidneys? Team leader Qiao pulled up a map from the Skynet and pointed to a spot on the edge of the forest, saying, there might be Qingyang flowers nearby. Although it's still on the edge, we can't let our guard down. It's only a few 100 million. No, are you looking for? Understood, boss, everyone responded in unison. After identifying the general direction by the direction of the sunrise, everyone set off towards their destination. The Dawn squad was clearly not here for the first time, and they were very familiar with the surrounding environment. It hurts. They didn't encounter any powerful monsters along the way, and the low-level monsters they did encounter were easily dealt with by the group. Ling Shi screamed miserably. After advancing about 5 kilometers, Captain Xiao stopped, opened the map again to confirm the location, and confirmed that this was the place. Everyone, split up into pairs and search separately. If you encounter a powerful monster, signal immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, the group naturally split into 3 teams, the Shi brothers in one team, Xiao and Xiaoya in another, and Lingling pitifully partnered with Ling Chen. Hey, why did you put me in the weakest team? Lingling pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Angry face, don't worry, your brother will protect you. Ling Chen patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Pa! Lingling curled her lip in disgust. Ha 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 ha, everyone burst into laughter. Brother, there's something wrong with you. It's alright, remember to signal if you encounter any danger. After saying that, the 2 teams set off to search in different directions. Only Ling Chen and Lingling remained, staring at each other blankly. Then let's go this way, Lingling said helplessly, pointing to a direction no one was going. No problem, you go first, I'll keep an eye on things from behind, Ling Chen said calmly. Lingling rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself, if you want me to scout ahead, just say so. You're just putting on a brave face. Suddenly a white light flashed, and a cool and stylish machine gun appeared in Lingling's hand. A little girl and a machine gun, what a perfect match. Lingling held the gun barrel with her left hand and held the machine gun upright against her shoulder with her right hand. Let's go with your sister. Ling Chen stood there, stunned. Isn't that Jinx? Although he knew it wasn't true, it just looked like it. After all fear stems from insufficient firepower. The firepower is now top-notch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the heavenly grade technique, secret technique, third turn thunder god technique. Suddenly, a low-level bronze grade wind wolf darted out. Ling Chen and Lingling both stopped. The 2 stared at each other silently, neither making the first move. What's going on? Why aren't you shooting? Are you stupid? If I fire the gun, won't I just attract even more monsters? Then why did you take out your weapon? Of course it's for looking good, don't you think? Thank you so much for giving me such a strong sense of security. Ling Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Stop standing there. Hurry up. Do you want me to beat it up myself? Lingling urged. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly, pushed off with his right foot, and rushed forward. He did not draw the Xianyuan sword, intending to use it to hone his unarmed combat skills. His right hand flashed with electricity as he threw a punch. The wind wolf was not to be outdone. As a wind attribute demon beast, it could run much faster on 4 legs than on 2. It pounced on Ling Chen at lightning speed, leaping up and opening its mouth, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Ling Chen didn't confront it head-on. Instead, he dodged to the side and then delivered a punch to the wolf's waist, sending it flying. The wolf's waist has few bones, making it the most vulnerable part of the wind wolf's body. The wind wolf rolled a few times on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It struggled to its feet, staring intently at Ling Chen for a long while, as if trying to memorize him. Then, with a sob, it turned and fled quickly. Quick, after them! Lingling exclaimed. Have you forgotten why we came here? Ling Chen said irritably. Oh, right. Keep looking. After saying this, the 2 gave up chasing the fleeing fleeing wind wolf and continued their search. They continued their exploration forward. Parting a clump of bushes, a fiery red flower came into view. There are 4 petals, 2 on the outside and the other 2 hidden inside. Brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing his brother suddenly shout, Ling Shi looked at Ling Chen anxiously. The flower branches bend and droop, resembling a jade pendant. The entire plant emitted a faint, fiery red glow, dazzling and eye-catching. Ling Chen opened the Skynet search system. This was the first time he had seen this kind of flower, and he wasn't sure if it was the target. After carefully observing his surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Ling Chen was about to go forward to pick the fruit. Ling Ling suddenly grabbed him, gently placing her right index finger to her lips as a gesture. She don't move yet, send a message to the captain and the others first. After saying that, she took out a small wooden puppet from her spatial ring, placed it on the ground, and then formed hand seals while chanting incantations. Surprisingly, the little wooden puppet miraculously stood up on its own. Ling Ling pointed her right hand at the Qingyang flower, and the little wooden puppet wobbled and walked towards it. Just as it was slowly approaching the Qingyang flower, a lightning-fast figure suddenly flashed by, and a sharp claw tore the little wooden puppet into several pieces. See, this kind of treasure must be guarded by a monster. Ling Ling didn't care at all that the little wooden puppet was destroyed, because she still had dozens more hidden in her ring. Ling Chen nodded, a wave of fear washing over him. If he had been careless and been ambushed by this monster, he would likely have been seriously injured. When the figure stopped, Ling Chen could see that it was a creature with spots all over its body, a small head, deep-set eyes, and sharp eyes. It was very similar to the cheetah he had seen in his previous life, so it should be the same species. Note, you'll soon be able to enjoy a delicious barbecue, host, don't you think? Mid-stage silver level. Ling Chen's expression was solemn. This was the first time he had faced such a formidable opponent, and he himself was just a high school student at the apprentice level. He was still confident of victory even against a 4-star bronze level monster. However, the silver level 4-star represents a significant leap forward. The flame leopard sniffed the air, seemingly noticing something, and its gaze swept directly towards Ling Chen. In that case, 150 million. Sensing the intruder's presence, the flame leopard vanished from its spot in a flash. It rushed towards Ling Chen and Ling Ling at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, leaving only a blur. Ling Ling reacted first, quickly pulling out a machine gun almost as big as herself and releasing the safety. The bullets flew rapidly toward the afterimage, but the flame leopard was too fast for Ling Ling to pinpoint its exact location. 250 million. The bullets all hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Ling Chen tried his best to react, but he still couldn't see any trace of the flame leopard. Ling Chen, watch out. 350 million. A sudden gust of strong wind swept in, and Ling Chen quickly clenched his fists and crossed them in front of him to block it. The flaming leopard swung its claw, sending Ling Chen flying with a powerful gust of wind. He crashed heavily to the ground, landing not far behind Ling Ling. Both arms were scratched by leopard claws, covered in blood, which stained his clothes. 350 million once. 350 million twice. 350 million 3 times. Deal. A dull pain shot through his chest. Ling Chen braced himself with one hand on the ground and clutched his chest with the other. Is this the world of the rich? I really don't understand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then what about the 1,000 we had before? Although his injuries looked severe, he felt slightly better after spitting out blood. Ling Chen took out a spirit stone. Although his self-healing ability had been greatly enhanced and he could recover on his own, he needed to get back to his normal condition as soon as possible. On the other side, after the flame leopard knocked Ling Chen away, it ignored him. It believed that such a weak opponent could not withstand its attack. The remaining target is Ling Ling, whose aura is similar to mine. Come in. Therefore, the flame leopard was somewhat cautious, but it still felt that killing these invaders would be a piece of cake. With a powerful push from its 2 hind legs, the flame leopard once again vanished in a blur. The artillery fire continued relentlessly, but it seemed to be nothing more than a futile attempt to suppress the enemy. If this petite body gets close, the consequences are unimaginable. Just as the flame leopard closed to within 20 meters, Ling Ling's spatial ring flashed, and a dark fortress descended from the sky, tightly enveloping Ling Ling and Ling Chen. There is a small opening for mounting a machine gun in each of the 8 directions of the fortress. At the same time, the muzzle of the 8-barreled machine gun protruded from the small opening, instantly unleashing intense firepower. Caught off guard, the approaching flame leopard was finally hit by a bullet, leaving several bullet holes in its body, from which a trickle of blood slowly flowed and dripped onto the ground. Flame leopard flashed back a few steps, staring intently at the black fortress. Suddenly, it moved swiftly, rapidly approaching the fortress, and then leaped into the air. It landed on top of the fortress and got stuck in the blind spot of the machine gun. Oh no, we can't hit it. Ling Ling said anxiously. Captain, why haven't you guys arrived yet? The flame leopard scratched at the top of the fortress, leaving behind a series of claw marks. It shattered the cameras used for observation outside the fortress, plunging the screens inside into darkness. It seems this fortress won't last much longer. Just as Ling Ling was getting anxious, Ling Chen's voice came from behind her. Let me out, I'll do it. Don't make things worse, okay? Going out is just suicide. Ling Ling couldn't help but scold. Trust me, just let me out. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Ling Chen said in a low voice, his right hand clutching his chest as he breathed heavily. Oomph, go ahead and die if you want. Ling Ling pressed a button, revealing a small gap just big enough for one person to squeeze through. I didn't call you out, so don't wander off, okay? After saying that, Ling Chen walked out. Watching the ant he had previously blasted away emerge from the fortress, the flame leopard tilted its head in confusion. You ask who's number one? Of course, it's the reader who's currently reading the novel. Although he couldn't understand Ling Chen's words, the flaming leopard could tell that he was provoking him. Transforming into a streak of lightning, the flaming leopard lunged at Ling Chen with a powerful claw. Just as the flame leopard approached, Ling Chen flashed and appeared behind it. It looked to the side in confusion, then turned around and found Ling Chen standing on the fortress behind it. Without hesitation, the flame leopard pawed at the ground a few times with its right hind paw and charged at Ling Chen again, this time at an even faster speed than before. But just as he was about to pounce on Ling Chen dodged again with a flash. Hey, it's just for fun. Ling Chen gripped a spirit stone tightly in his right hand, absorbing source energy to replenish the energy consumed by his teleportation. The flame leopard never expected that this ant in front of it would be faster than itself. Before I could even see what he was doing, he had already moved behind me. But the flaming leopard wouldn't give up easily and continued to pounce on Ling Chen. Brother, are we in danger? From a distance, someone who doesn't know the situation might mistake it for an animal trainer playing with a pet. Just as the two were having a great time, the master's aged voice rang out. Your teammates are here. If you don't want to give yourself away, you'd better keep a low profile. I almost forgot, I just reported my location to the team leader and the others. Ling Chen flashed to create distance. A storm of lightning converged and struck the flaming leopard. Although he sensed that the lightning posed no fatal threat, the flame leopard continued to dodge. Knowing it couldn't get close to Ling Chen, it kept moving away to better evade the lightning. Sensing the thunderous movement, Captain Xiao and the others immediately realized that Ling Chen and his group might be in danger, and they sped off to get there. Not long after, they arrived at the scene and saw that Ling Chen's ultimate move was about to end, and a mid-level silver rank flame leopard was being struck by lightning and was fleeing in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Had the plot been reversed? Apprentice level is suppressing silver level? There are two major levels in between. How dare you? Xiaoya's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed that the master's son was really good. It was not unreasonable to follow him. What are you all standing there for? I'm out of source energy. Big boss, help me. The talented actor Ling Chen immediately went online. As soon as Captain Zhou made his move, his power was immediately apparent. A whirlwind enveloped the flame leopard. The flame leopard roared and charged to the side, but was blasted away by the whirlwind and crashed heavily to the ground. It rolled over and shook its head. The leopard's mouth suddenly opened, and a small fireball condensed within it, slowly expanding. But just as the flame leopard was about to unleash its fiery ray, the fireball suddenly went out. The flame leopard was stunned. The center of my whirlwind is almost a vacuum, with no oxygen, so my fire-based abilities are basically useless, Captain Zhou explained. As expected of the captain, being good at math, physics, and chemistry gives you an advantage wherever you go. Ling Chen couldn't help but praise. The others couldn't understand why Ling Chen always managed to come up with such strange and unusual things. Soon, the flame leopard slumped down, as if it had lost all its vitality. It looks like it can't hold on much longer. Oh my god, just thinking about suffocating is terrifying. As expected of the captain, he is a high-level silver rank martial artist. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, the flame leopard couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, motionless. After waiting for a while, Captain Xiao finally stopped releasing his skill. Go and call Ling Ling out. Captain Xiao took a breath, his expression quickly returning to normal. The flaming leopard had already been weakened by Ling Chen, so he didn't expend too much source energy. Ling Ling is out? She's alright now. Xiaoya called out to Ling Ling while thinking to herself that she should find an opportunity to have a good talk with Ling Chen about life. Why Yi Chen, Ling Ling covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, and walked out, sobbing. What are you thinking about? Look over there, who is that? Xiaoya rolled her eyes, patted Ling Ling's head, and pointed to where Ling Chen was meditating cross-legged. Ling Ling looked up. A familiar figure came into view, and she immediately stopped crying, rubbing the tears from her eyes. Ling Chen, he's still alive. Ling Ling rushed over, completely disregarding the fact that Ling Chen was in a state of cultivation, and suddenly hugged him. Ouch, that hurts. Ling Chen cried out in pain as his cultivation was abruptly interrupted. He opened his eyes and saw Ling Ling nestled in his arms, trembling slightly. Wah! Ling Ling couldn't help but sob again. It's nothing, I'm fine. Ling Chen was confused, wondering why she suddenly seemed like a different person. On the other side, Captain Zhou took out the fire-type beast core of the flame leopard. Without any monsters to stop them, they successfully picked the Qingyang flower. After storing the monster's corpse in the ring, Captain Xiao and the others walked to Ling Chen. Chen sighed. Ling Chen sat upright, holding Ling Ling in his arms, gently stroking her head with one hand and wrapping his other arm around her waist, whispering words of comfort. Something feels off. Doesn't this look like a touching scene between a father and daughter? Brother, don't leave me, Ling Ling murmured softly, gradually falling asleep from exhaustion. Ling Chen took out a quilt from the ring, gently laid Ling Ling down, and covered her with the quilt. Team leader Qiao waved, and Ling Chen tiptoed to the side with him. Actually, Ling Ling is not an ordinary person. Captain Xiao's words shocked Ling Chen. What? Ling Chen was struck dumb, frozen in place. After the brother and sister finished their conversation, they went back to their rooms to start their training tonight. Ling Chen shook his head, having no impression of the elves in his mind. Ling Chen returned to the room, washed up briefly, and sat cross-legged on the bed. The elves are the darlings of the heavens. They control the tree of life, and legend has it that a single leaf can bring the dead back to life. They can briefly give life to any object and possess powerful life force. As long as you have a breath left, they can help you recover. Ling Chen asked in confusion, you mean, Ling Ling is? That's right, she's an elf. Because elves don't focus on cultivation, yet they possess such a powerful treasure. A powerful vortex of source energy formed above his head, so they suffered a devastating disaster. The elves were almost wiped out, and I rescued Ling Ling in the forest 3 years ago. Her family and brother have all left her, and now you seem to have made her dependent on you again, so I have a favor to ask. As soon as he said that, even a fool would understand goodness, he's here to ask me to be his nanny. Since you've said it's an unreasonable request, then I won't say any more. Captain Xiao was speechless for a moment. Alright, I already have a younger sister. Having another one would be a real headache QAQ. Upon hearing this, Captain Xiao immediately understood that Ling Chen had agreed. He turned back and said in a low voice, finally, we've gotten rid of that little devil. We can finally have a few days of peace and quiet. Ling Chen was deep in thought. Elves, simply put, aren't they just healers? The kids are still young and I don't have enough breast milk. But when they grow up, they'll need to keep replenishing their milk supply when they fight. It'll be so satisfying. The group set up camp on the spot. This territory belonged to the flame leopard and was relatively safe as it was rarely disturbed by other monsters. I've taken on 3 missions so far, and I've already completed 2 of them. All that's left is the Earth-type beast core. This time, in order to take care of Ling Chen, the tasks were not very difficult, and everyone was able to relax a bit. For this mission, the Azure Sunflower was discovered by Ling Chen and another person. They each take 35% of the credit and will split the remaining 30% equally. Does everyone agree? Ling Chen didn't have much of an opinion. He had learned a lot about entering the jungle from the Dawn team, so he didn't care much about the share of the loot. This fire-type beast core was mainly held back by Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Ling Ling each took 20%, I took 30%, and the remaining 30% will be divided equally among us. The Dawn squad has a rule that whoever contributes the most will receive 70% of the profits. For tasks that require less contribution, the remaining 30% is divided equally among the entire team. Clear division criteria are essential for maintaining harmony within the team. It's settled then. We'll calculate the profits in detail when we get back to the base. After a quick dinner, Captain Xiao began assigning the night watch duties. Nighttime in the wild is fraught with danger, and you may encounter peril at any moment. Ling Chen and Xiaoya were assigned to guard the first half of the night, while Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers were assigned to guard the second half. This arrangement was something Xiaoya had discussed and agreed upon privately with Captain Xiao. With a knowing look in his eyes, Captain Xiao glanced at Xiaoya and Ling Chen in the distance, then nodded. Be careful. Captain Zhou's words were puzzling. Afterwards, Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers went back to their tents to rest. Ling Chen sat alone by the campfire, silently thinking about how to expand the Legion more quickly. Can I have my Legion members recruit new members and then turn them into my people? Ling Chen recalled the pyramid scheme tactics from his previous life and thought, isn't this turning the Legion into a pyramid scheme den? What are you thinking about? Xiaoya walked over with elegant steps, unhurried and leisurely. Oh, I wasn't thinking about anything, just figuring out how to deal with high-level demonic beasts more easily, Ling Chen said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Ling Chen, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you would be willing. Xiaoya stared at Ling Chen with a charming smile. No, I'm not that kind of person. Ling Chen crossed his arms, protecting his chest. No, I won't sell my soul just because you're handsome. Xiaoya couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a narcissist. So what if he's a little handsome, a little tall, a little rich, and a little more talented? That's not what I meant. I wanted to see your sword. Zhang Jia, a guard at the city lord's mansion, has come to pay his respects to you, senior, on the orders of the city lord. Please come up to the rooftop for a chat. Xiaoya stared at the ring on Ling Chen's hand, while Ling Chen's hand happened to be placed on the innermost part of his thigh. A voice wrapped in source energy reached Ling Chen's ears. Isn't it the same thing? I won't sell my virginity. That's a different price. Ling Chen said reluctantly. With my short temper, even though I didn't mean it that way, what's with this unwilling look on your face? Xiaoya grabbed Ling Chen's collar, but because her center of gravity was too low, she fell on top of him. The two fell to the ground together. Xiaoya sat up, straddled Ling Chen's waist, and grabbed his collar, saying, "What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Am I not attractive enough?" Just then, Ling woke up, rubbed her eyes, and came over. "What's wrong, Sister Xiaoya?" She saw the scene before her. Ling Chen was lying on the ground, looking helplessly at Xiaoya on top of him. Xiaoya was grabbing Ling Chen's collar and swaying on his waist. "Sister Xiaoya, what are you doing to Yi Chen?" Ling exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River." Ling Chen was speechless, all his integrity was gone. Xiaoya quickly scrambled off Ling Chen, her hands unsure of what to do, and hurriedly said to Ling, "It's not what you see, don't overthink it." Ling pouted and didn't say anything, then sat down on the grass next to Ling Chen. Seeing this, Xiaoya said no more and sat down on the grass on the other side of Ling Chen. Ling Chen sat up and couldn't help but shiver. It was quite chilly in the middle of the night. He looked at Ling beside him, feeling a pang of tenderness in his heart. He gently patted her head and said softly, "I have a younger sister who looks about your age. You two look quite alike." Ling responded softly, "I also have an older brother, but he's gone. It's okay, I'm here. As long as you don't mind, you can just call me brother from now on." Ling Chen's voice softened unconsciously. Ling looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Really? Of course it's true." Ling Chen replied with a smile. "Great, I have a brother again." Ling cheered excitedly. Ling Chen smiled and patted her head again. Then, he turned around and looked at Xiaoya. "Big sister, what exactly do you want to do? Who are you calling big sister? This is clearly preferential treatment." Xiaoya said angrily, "I just want to borrow the sword you used to take a look. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you had ulterior motives towards me." Ling Chen said irritably, Hey, get this straight. Would I have any ulterior motives?" Xiaoya stood up excitedly. "You need my help now, so I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words." "Oh my, handsome Yi. There are enough women who have designs on you to circle the entire planet 3 times over. You're so kind, can I have a look at them? I like that you tell the truth. Tell more truths in the future." Ling Chen waved his hand. As he spoke, he took the Xianyuan sword out of his ring and handed it to Xiaoya. As soon as Xiaoya took the sword, her legs trembled involuntarily and she knelt down. It really is true. The main family's Xianyuan sword has a bloodline suppression effect on subordinate families. Seeing Xiaoya suddenly kneel down, Ling Chen was dumbfounded, thinking, is it necessary to be so respectful when you see the Xianyuan sword? Take it back. Xiaoya held the sword with both hands and returned it to Ling Chen. Ding, a heavenly level body refining secret technique has been detected. Do you want to practice it? As soon as Ling Chen took the sword, the pressure on Xiaoya vanished without a trace. She let out a long sigh and looked at Ling Chen with a complicated expression. "It seems I need to find some time to go back to my family." Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the 3rd level Thunder God technique. Yi Chen, did you just awaken your superpower this year? When did you obtain this sword? After awakening superpowers. As expected, they are descendants of the Xianyuan family, but how come the main family has fallen to such a state? SS level talent, actually the highest genius of the main family in this generation? If Ling Chen knew what Xiaoya was thinking, he would definitely tell her, "You're overthinking it." "Sister Ya, how old are you? What kind of superpower do you have?" With nothing else to do, Ling Chen started checking his family history. Seemingly apologetic for what had just happened, Xiaoya honestly answered his question. After all, no one can resist. 21 years old, his superpower is shadow-based. At night, even Captain Joe might not be able to beat me. Wow. Sister Ya, where are you from? How many people are in your family? Do you have a younger sister? How old is she? Is she pretty? Without realizing it, Xiaoya seemed to have the word annoyed on her forehead. The two exchanged questions and answers, and Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Through chatting, Ling Chen gained a general understanding of Xiaoya's abilities. Seeing that Xiaoya turned her head away, unwilling to pay attention to him, Ling Chen turned his head and continued to investigate Lingling's situation. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to ask about sensitive topics. The two chatted happily. Since becoming sworn siblings, their relationship had become exceptionally close, and time flew by. Around midnight, Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers came out of their tent. "Yi Chen, can I sleep with you?" Ling blinked her big eyes and looked at him cutely. No, go to sleep." Ling Chen refused without hesitation, thinking to himself, I still want to get some rest. As soon as he entered the tent, Ling Chen quickly fell asleep. He trusted his teammates, they would wake him up in time if there was any danger. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, Ling Chen awoke from his dream. Although I slept soundly, something felt off. When I opened my eyes, oh my god, Ling was right in front of me. Seeing the two of them covered with their own blankets, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I wasn't scammed. Ling Chen quietly dressed and gently stepped out of the tent. Get up. How did you sleep? Someone called out. Go wash up quickly, have a quick breakfast, and get ready to leave. Captain Xiao urged impatiently. Where's Ling? Xiaoya wanted to wake Ling up but found that her tent was empty. She's sleeping in my tent, Ling Chen said with a hint of helplessness. hands. Yi Chen, you're really too cruel. Hey, don't get me wrong. I woke up and saw her lying next to me. I didn't do anything. We didn't say what you did. What else do you want to do? Ling Chen rubbed his forehead and said with a wry smile, okay underscore. The more I explain, the more confusing it becomes, so I'll just stay silent. It seems Ling Chen has tacitly agreed. In the end, the crowd did not let him off the hook. After breakfast, everyone set off to search for Earth-type monsters. This task is neither difficult nor easy. If you're lucky, you'll encounter it on the first try, but if you're unlucky, you'll have to search for a long time. After all, Earth-type monsters prefer to live deep underground and rarely show themselves. This inadvertently increases the difficulty of the task. Lingxi, apprentice 8 stars, 700/800. 2 hours passed, and they still hadn't gained anything. They encountered a few monsters of other attributes along the way, but they easily dealt with them. There shouldn't be any more here. We'll have to look deeper into the forest. Captain Zhou's voice reached everyone's ears. Just when everyone felt they had run out of ideas and were preparing to continue searching deeper into the forest, Ling Chen suddenly remembered that 3 days had passed and he could sign in to obtain new skills. Perception. After activating this skill, you can perceive creatures and their attributes within a certain range. The perception range expands as your cultivation level increases. System, you're so timely. Ling Chen thought to himself, I'd like to call you Song Jiang. He immediately activated his senses, which expanded to a radius of 20 meters. Brother Carrot, you praised me too soon. System, what can you sense from 20 meters? But soon, Ling Chen's expression turned strange, because he detected that there was an Earth-type monster 20 meters below their feet. Captain. As soon as Ling Chen spoke, all 5 people turned to look at him. Ahem, there's an Earth-type monster 20 meters away right now, he said weakly. Captain Xiao wasn't angry that Ling Chen contradicted him. Instead, he asked in surprise, really? Ling Chen nodded. However, his strength is estimated to be no more than that of a gold saint. No problem. The Dawn Squad members easily dealt with monsters below the gold rank. The question is, how do we force the monster out from 20 meters underground? Sure, Jingtian pulled out a shovel. Easy scooped up a clod of earth with his shovel, pushed it aside, and said, give me half a month, and I'll definitely be able to dig it up. Everyone was stunned. How can you say that? Ling Chen stroked his chin, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him, though he didn't know if it would work. He took out the Xian Yuan sword. Captain, use that whirlwind from yesterday to make me spin, and I'll use my sword to carve a path. Captain Zhou immediately understood, which is commendable. He simply raised his hands to waist height, summoning a small but swift whirlwind. Ling Chen gripped the sword with both hands. As the whirlwind approached, he leaped slightly, head down, and thrust the Xian Yuan sword straight towards the ground. Seeing that he had entered the whirlwind, Captain Zhou increased the speed of the whirlwind. The whirlwind carried Ling Chen into a spinning motion, faster and faster, forming a miniature whirlwind top, its afterimage gradually approaching the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dust flew as the little spinning top dug a deep, circular hole in the ground, getting deeper and deeper. Everyone was astonished. Ling Chen really had a lot of clever ideas. Team leader Chao continued to increase his supernatural output, and the afterimage formed by Ling Chen and the Xian Yuan sword spun faster and faster. When a well more than 10 meters deep first appeared, the earth began to tremble slightly. Bang! A pangolin suddenly burst out of the ground. It has a long and narrow body, exceeding 3 meters in length, covered with hard scales, with short, thick, and powerful limbs, a flat and long tail, and a slightly bulging back. Its head is conical, its snout is sharp, its claws are toothed, and its tongue is long, soft, flexible, and adept at hunting. Upon seeing the monster appear, Captain Xiao immediately stopped releasing the whirlwind skill, and Ling Chen also slowly stopped. A blur of light flashed before his eyes, and Ling Chen felt dizzy, his body swaying as he fell to the ground. Damn it, the rotation was too fast. He was a little dizzy underscore. Attack together. Quick and decisive. Don't let it escape. At Captain Xiao's command, the group quickly surrounded the iron pangolin. Petrified. The clothes on the upper bodies of the 2 Shi brothers suddenly burst open, revealing their muscular physiques. Their skin instantly hardened like stone, making them look incredibly resilient. Xiaoya took out a dagger from her bosom, gripped it tightly in the back of her hand, and placed it in front of her chest. Make a fist with your other hand and place it in front of you. Cross your legs slightly and bend them in an attacking stance. Hello, students. Lingling then pulled out a beast-catching net. Against this thick-skinned, earth-type monster, firearms had limited effectiveness. Hello, teacher. Using highly resilient animal nets, employing a soft approach to overcome a hard one, is the most effective method of restraint. The Shi brothers were the first to step forward and probe, each throwing a punch with their right hand. The pangolin swung its tail like a dragon's tail, instantly sending the 2 brothers flying. Xiaoya quickly shifted her position, approaching the pangolin. Just as it lunged to bite, she somersaulted over its head. The dagger in his right hand slashed across its head, creating sparks. However, this did not cause any obvious damage. The iron pangolin has thick skin and flesh, so its defenses must be breached first. Bayu Lingling quickly launched the animal-catching net, trapping the iron pangolin. Tornado. Captain Zhou seized the opportunity and Chen unleashed his strongest attack. The pangolin had not yet escaped from the net when it withstood the impact of the tornado. The wind howled, and the iron pangolin roared angrily. After a long while, the wind subsided and the clouds thinned. Yi Kong Xian Linger. The pangolin had several marks on its body, indicating that it was clearly injured. Ling Ning Xuan Ling Chen. We must strike while it is weakened and kill it instantly. Xiaoya quickly approached. 1, 2, 3. She kept inflicting secondary damage, and the pangolin, in poor condition, could only keep sticking out its tongue, trying to roll Xiaoya into its mouth. But they ultimately failed to achieve their goal, and the Shi brothers continued to punch it relentlessly. As it lay dying, a faint voice came from behind them. Endless lightning poured down, taking away the last bit of health from the monster. Ding! Yellow level martial arts detected. Do you want to learn? Wow, Yi Chen, you're amazing. Lightning type skills are so cool. I'm so envious. Keep it low key. It's all thanks to everyone. I just got lucky. The group gathered together, filled with laughter and joy. This is Ling Chen's first capture of a silver level monster, a moment worth commemorating. Captain Zhou stepped forward and removed the beast core, then put the remaining corpses into his ring. Alright, mission accomplished. Let's get ready to head back. After cleaning up the battlefield, Captain Xiao called out to everyone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the fiery poem. Okay, everyone responded in unison. The return journey was relatively smooth, as everyone stayed on the edge of the forest and there was little danger. Soon, the outline of a supply station appeared on the distant horizon. Everyone cheered, finally able to relax a little. After a series of complex checks, Ling Chen and his team re-entered the supply station. Ling Chen was already familiar with the process this time, and as soon as they entered the base, everyone separated. The team leader went to sell monster meat to increase extra income. Lingling and Xiaoya then went shopping together at various stores. The Shi brothers went to have their clothes custom made. Ling Chen was left to wander around aimlessly. Suddenly he remembered that there was an old man he hadn't seen yet, so he hurried over to the old man's shop. The old man's shop door was wide open, and the shelves were empty. The old man lay leisurely in the armchair, gently swaying his body. Senior, it seems you are ready, Ling Chen said, clasping his hands in greeting. Seeing Ling Chen's politeness, the old man stood up and returned the courtesy. We can set off any time. Senior, I hope you can help me protect my sister's safety this year, Ling Chen said softly, expressing his most urgent wish at this moment. Oh, where are your family members? The old man asked in confusion. Why would someone of Ling Chen's background need outsiders to protect him? It's just my sister and me at home. There's no one else, Ling Chen explained. The old man stared at Ling Chen in surprise. How could someone so young have so many spirit stones without any family support? Clearly, the old man did not fully trust Ling Chen's words. Never mind, these are his privacy. I'll just focus on doing my job well, the old man thought to himself. Sure, but it would be best if you gave me the spirit stones beforehand. The old man's tone revealed his great desire for the spirit stones. Of course, no problem, Ling Chen readily agreed. Through the loyalty system, Ling Chen saw that the old man's loyalty level was 40. That being the case, let's keep working hard. Normally, 0 represents stranger, below that is hostility, 0 to 20 is acquaintance, 20 to 50 is friendliness, 50 to 60 is trust, and above 60 is loyalty. This shows that the old man genuinely wanted to do business. Therefore, Ling Chen was not worried, believing that the old man's loyalty would continue to increase after he gave him the spirit stones. After agreeing to set off together the next day, Ling Chen left alone. Ling Chen wandered around the first floor alone, still hoping to find something good. As it turned out, after only one day, the goods were still the same old stuff, with almost no new products, let alone anything that Ling Chen had his eye on. Back in his room, he summoned the little dragon and taught it how to order food using the Skynet system. Is there anything special about these two children? Watching Xiaolong personally order a plate of barbecue, Ling Chen began his evening cultivation. After a night of arduous training, Ling Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. At the peak of the 8th star, he could clearly feel that he could break through to the 9th star at any time. There was no rush, so Ling Chen got out of bed. Upon entering the living room, the sight before him gave him a headache. The entire living room was piled high with takeout boxes, and the aroma of barbecue still lingered in the air. Xiao Long was fast asleep on the sofa. Ling Chen couldn't help but reflect that he really shouldn't have taught it to order takeout. The delivery guy must be exhausted. He delivered hundreds of kilograms of barbecue to the same room. What a glutton! He didn't know that the little dragon he kept as a pet was the glutton he had imagined. Ling Chen walked over and kicked Xiao Long awake from his dream. Oh no, my roasted chicken leg! Xiao Long exclaimed, bewildered. When she opened her eyes, she noticed that Ling Chen's complexion was not good. You still ask? Can't you tidy up after you finish eating? Ling Chen was furious. How could he sleep with things all messed up like this? You're still eating so much, you might as well get fat and die. Looking at Xiaolong's round and chubby figure, Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. Everyone else has a handsome and invincible divine beast, the white tiger, but his little dragon is a chubby little ball. We need to figure out a solution. Xiaolong's weight loss plan needs to be implemented at a suitable time. Oh, Xiao Xiaolong skillfully cleaned up the mess from last night. Practice makes perfect. After it finished cleaning up, Lingchen gently waved his hand and put the little dragon back into the pet space. Stepping out of the room, I saw that everyone had already gathered. Let's go back to the city. When they arrived, Ling Chen and the Shi brothers rode in the same car, but on the way back they split into 3 cars, Captain Xiao and Xiaoya in one car, the Shi brothers in another, and Ling Chen, Ling, and the old man in the third. Ling Chen explained that it was his uncle, and they were going back together on the way. However, everyone guessed that the old man was probably Ling Chen's protector, responsible for his safety during this training. Brother, do you think my sister will accept me? Ling asked somewhat nervously. Don't worry. Seeing Ling, who had lived for countless years, looking like this, Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh. Elves generally live dozens of times longer than humans, so Ling is still considered a minor. Based on this calculation, Ling should be a little younger than Lingxi. Ling Chen believed that the 2 kind-hearted little girls would get along very well. The return journey seemed much faster than the way there, and soon the towering walls of Tianan City came into view. After completing the mission in the mission lobby, Qinji Angua received 800,000. The fire-type beast cores yielded 3.8 million. The value of an earth-type beast core is as high as 5.8 million. In addition, there was the 120,000 obtained from selling monster meat. Ling Chen received a total of 320,000 from Qingyang flowers, 720,000 from fire-type monsters, 290,000 from earth-type monsters, and 20,000 from monster meat, totaling 1.35 million. After a few days away from the city and completing a series of tasks, Ling Chen unexpectedly became a millionaire. It must be admitted that martial artists can make money at an astonishing speed. This earned them the equivalent of 1 spirit stone. But the thought of this made Ling Chen feel a little unbalanced. I risked my life to gain just 1/10,000th of my assets. It was truly hard work. However, after this hunting trip, Ling Chen felt that his mastery of skills had improved by several levels. The harvest this time was indeed quite substantial. After distributing the money, Captain Xiao led the Shi brothers back to the villa. Xiaoya said she had to go home for something. Ling Chen took Ling and the old man home. As soon as Ling Chen entered the apartment, the old man downstairs called out to him, "Little Ling, your sister has been worried about you these past few days. She hasn't smiled in days. You should go back and check on her." After leaving the school gate, Ling Chen went straight home. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen quickened his pace. Upon hearing the door open, She turned her head reflexively. Upon seeing Ling Chen, she immediately jumped up. She rushed forward and hugged Ling Chen tightly. "Brother, I miss you so much. I'm so afraid you'll be in danger. I'm afraid I'll never see you again." Sobbing, she's tears welled up instantly. "I'm fine, don't cry. You have to believe me, there's no danger." Ling Chen gently comforted his sister. "Oof, Carrot, next time you go out you must take me with you. I don't want to be home alone and worry about you. I'm not a little kid." She pouted and puffed out her chest. Cough. The old man who had been standing outside the door for a long time coughed. Ling Chen then realized that there were 2 other people outside the door. "Sister, let me introduce you." He pulled Ling and the old man into the house. "This is Ling, my little sister whom I just met. She will be your little sister from now on. You should get along well with her. This gentleman will be our bodyguard from now on. He will protect your safety when you're out and about." "Ah, I have a younger sister too?" She completely ignored Ling Chen's introduction of the old man and went straight to Ling's side. She reached out and took Ling's hand. From now on I'm your older sister. Let's play together, without Ling Chen." At this moment, the old man's face was filled with helplessness and despair. Alas, the old have no human rights. Lingxi pulled Ling into her room, and they went off to talk about something. Ling Chen walked to the counter. Ling Chen felt much more relaxed, but with 2 more people suddenly added, the house suddenly seemed too small. Knowing that the apartment across the hall had been vacant, he went to the landlady and bought it. Then they arranged for the elderly man to live alone in the next room. "Is this your first time here?" Ling and Lingxi stayed in Lingxi's room. After making the arrangements, Ling Chen called out to Xiaolong, whose chubby figure had just appeared. "Wow, so cute." The 2 younger sisters immediately went up to touch the little dragon and pinched its chubby body. "Okay, how do I register?" "This is Xiaolong. It will stay at home from now on," Ling Chen introduced. Xiaolong looked at Ling Chen with a wronged expression, his eyes seeming to say, "Boss, please save me." Ling Chen ignored Xiaolong's pleading eyes, left his Skynet communicator behind, and returned to his room. Tomorrow is a mock exam before the college entrance examination, and those who rank high will receive corresponding resource rewards. Although these rewards are not of much use to Ling Chen right now, even ants, though small, can still have meat to eat. The system has actually issued a task, and the reward is really tempting. Looks like I'll have to show off my skills. Cultivate, you must ensure you get first place. North Wind Squad, Captain Feng Xiao, early silver level. Ling Chen sat down cross-legged and first adjusted his state. Tiger Squad, Captain Fat Tiger, early silver level. Feeling that it was about time, he formed hand seals and began to circulate his energy, absorbing the source energy of heaven and earth. Dawn Squad, Captain Xiaotianxing, late silver level. Soon, he sensed the invisible barrier between their realms. With a gentle touch, the membrane was broken. 9-star apprentice. It seems I'm destined to be the first person in the history of the college entrance examination to reach the bronze level. It's hard to keep a low profile. Dawn Squad, silver level squad. Ling Chen continued cultivating for a while, consolidating his cultivation level. Captain, Xiao Tianxing. It took Ling Chen less than half a month to upgrade from 3 stars to 9 stars. Next, I'll continue cultivating the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique. I have a feeling that this technique is not just about body refinement. After all, this is a heaven-level cultivation technique. He slowly guided the source energy to flow through his meridians, and the night passed quietly. Ling Chen completed the second round of channeling and strengthening of the source energy. To register, please add Tianwang ID, Limingxi Adui. 3 days later, Ling Chen returned to school. As soon as I entered the classroom, I felt Yi Qing's sharp gaze. Ling Chen, you come here right now, Yi Qing said before walking out of the classroom. Ling Chen followed behind, knowing in his heart that his lie had been exposed. He walked to Yi Qing's desk and sat down. Yi Qing looked directly at him and said coldly, "This is Team Dawn, what can I do for you? Explain yourself. What exactly did you go to do?" "I went to visit my second uncle and even invited him to my house as a guest." Ling Chen helplessly took the blame for the old man. I'm going to the wilderness to practice my skills." Yi Qing was stunned and stared at Ling Chen. She had thought he was just playing around, but she never expected it to be like this. Ling Chen left the office with a whoosh. For some reason, he always felt a sense of oppression when he entered the office. Perhaps this is the power and authority of a teacher. The mock tests are divided into talent tests, source power tests, and strength tests. The official college entrance examination will also include a combat test. The talent test results have been obtained based on everyone's awakening status. Today's main focus is on testing source power and strength. According to statistics, among the more than 30,000 candidates in Tianan City, there is 1 SS level candidate, 9 S level candidates, 381 A level candidates, 2,657 B level candidates, 4,698 C level candidates, 8,920 D level candidates, and 16,248 F level candidates. The higher the talent level, the higher the score will be. F grade weight times 1, D grade weight times 1.2, C grade weight times 1.4, and so on. Looks like there's hope. The first step was the source power test. Zhang San, 443. Li Si, 444. Wang Wu, 445. The test for Class 8 has ended, and the one who ranked first was Wang Ba, who was Wang's younger brother. Soon it was Ling Chen's class's turn, and the current number 1 ranking was still 567. Xiao Tianyu, 630. Not bad. Yi Qing, the homeroom teacher of Class 13, smiled. Class 13 had just won first place. Xiao Tianyu raised an eyebrow at Ling Chen triumphantly, but Ling Chen ignored him. Yi Kong and the others followed closely behind. Why is it that when I'm only at 4 stars, others have already reached 7 stars? As expected of an S-rank Wind-type talent, its strength is indeed formidable. Those 2 girls are so pretty. How come I never noticed them before? Yes, I think so too. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He could clearly sense a dangerous aura emanating from Xianlinger and Long Ning Shuang. Clearly, they are deliberately concealing their strength. Xiao Tianyu left just as Ling Chen was about to go on stage. Then I'll send you the address. See you later. Ling Chen, don't be complacent just because you're slightly more talented than me. Strength is what determines everything. See you later. Too lazy to respond to Xiao Tianyu, Ling Chen calmly walked onto the stage and casually placed his hand on the spirit testing stone. The teaching assistant was stunned when he saw Ling Chen's grades. Why hasn't it been announced yet? Could it be that Ling Chen's grades are so bad that the teaching assistant is too embarrassed to say it for fear of hurting his self-esteem? This achievement spread to everyone's ears. The entire venue instantly became as quiet as if it were dead. Oh my god. 909, is Ling Chen really in our year? Who would have thought that Ling Chen, who had always been at the bottom in spiritual power, would suddenly jump from last place to first place? Since its establishment, no one in Tianan City has ever had a spiritual power exceeding 900 in simulated tests. Only during the college entrance examination, Gaokao, do a few scores above 900 occasionally appear. Now, Ling Chen has already surpassed 900, and with 3 months left, reaching the bronze level is almost imminent. Okay, let's go now. Thinking of this, the school leaders couldn't help but get excited. Ling Chen is highly likely to become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. If he wins the top scorer representing number 1 high school, the benefits will be immeasurable. With a massive influx of students, there will be strong support from higher authorities. The vice principal whispered to the secretary next to him, then turned and hurriedly left the testing site. He rushed to the principal's office and barged in without even knocking. Seeing the vice principal suddenly burst in, Dong Tianqi remained calm and showed no anger. Instead, he asked, "What's the matter that you're in such a hurry?" The vice principal then realized that he had been impolite. Just now. over there. He was so anxious that his tongue got tied. Here, have some tea and tell me slowly. Principal Dong poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Hello, I'm here for an interview with the Dawn team in Building 101. The vice principal downed his drink in one gulp and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, they were conducting source energy tests on the students over on the playground. A student named Ling Chen actually achieved a source energy score of 909. As soon as he said that, Dong Tianxi, who was leisurely drinking tea, immediately looked up and showed a surprised expression. Oh, take me to see it. Principal Dong's interest was piqued. A mock test can yield 909 source power points, making it almost possible to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination 3 months later. This will be a significant achievement for Dong Xiao. Soon, the two arrived at the test field. At this point, all students have completed the source force test and are now undergoing the strength test. Use all your strength to deliver the most powerful punch you can. Not bad, not bad, this kid is pretty good. Principal Dong stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, Ling Chen confirmed his guess once again. What were the source energy test scores for these two girls? The vice principal flipped through the list in his hand. Their source power test scores were all 700. Good. It seems they are deliberately hiding their strength. When it was Ling Chen's turn to go on stage, the entire audience fell silent instantly. Everyone wanted to see just how powerful Ling Chen really was, and whether his source energy was just a facade. Ling Chen walked onto the stage unhurriedly, his right fist clenched, without using any skills or enhancements. He threw a powerful punch. The testing device flashed red lights frantically, and an alarm suddenly went off. A plume of black smoke billowed from the testing instrument, rendering it unusable. Only one number remained on the terminal, 999. Everyone knew perfectly well that it wasn't that Ling Chen's score was exactly 999, but rather that the testing instrument's maximum limit was 999. The teaching assistant in charge of announcing the grades fell silent for a moment, unsure of what to do. In the end, he still reported the score according to the numbers on the testing device, since first place was already undisputed. Everyone present was immediately shocked. Ling Chen smashed the testing device with a single punch. Separately, it's understandable, but put together, it's simply incomprehensible. He actually smashed the testing equipment. Ling Chen, are you sure you didn't use cheats? Where did that adorable Ling Chen go? After the test, have all four of them come to my office. Principal Dong pointed at Ling Chen and the others, then turned and left. The vice principal nodded, feeling much more at ease seeing the principal's serious and earnest demeanor. Soon, all the tests for this year's senior high school students were completed, and Ling Chen unsurprisingly ranked first in the entire school. Once all high schools in Tianan City have completed their tests, a unified ranking will be conducted. Just as Ling Chen finished his test and was about to go home for dinner, Ling Chen, wait a minute. A slightly rough middle-aged man's voice came from behind. Ling Chen turned around and saw that it was the vice principal. Is there anything I can help you with? If not, I need to go back and cultivate. Ling is truly a diligent and hard-working student. Principal Dong wants you to go to his office, and also asks Yi Kong, Xian Linger, and Long Ning Shuang to come along. The vice principal relayed Principal Dong's message. Okay, I understand. Ling Chen scratched his head, pondering what conditions he should propose later. Back in the classroom, he called Yi Kong and the others, and the four of them walked together toward the office. Linger, aren't we being too obvious? Thunderous. If we keep all our scores below 700, we're bound to get caught. But I didn't expect Ling Chen to perform so amazingly today. From 3 stars to 9 stars in less than 10 days. He must be hiding some secret. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, this oppressive feeling, is indeed an SS-level talent. Come in. A strong and powerful voice came from behind the door. Principal Dong was leisurely sipping his kung fu tea. You're here. Please have a seat. Principal Dong straightened up, pointed to the sofa next to him, and invited the students to sit down. The first thing, of course, is that we hope you can stay and represent number 1 high school in the college entrance examination. The school will provide you with the resources you need for cultivation before the college entrance examination free of charge. We will also arrange the best teachers to provide you with specialized tutoring. You can also make your requests if you have any conditions. Xian Linger and Lang Ning Shuang stated that they had no special needs and would not be poached by other schools. After all, for them, the more low-key, the better. Yi Kong would never transfer schools because his homeroom teacher, Yi Qing, was his aunt, and he would never do such a thing. When all eyes were on Ling Chen, he looked up and said calmly, I don't think of anything I particularly need right now. How about you just transfer me 100 or 200 million? Principal Dong almost spat out his cup of tea. Ahem. Ling Chen, our school is facing a tight budget lately. Over 100 million yuan is simply too much. Okay, I was just kidding. How about this? Just give my sister the resources she needs for her senior year of high school. Sure. Principal Dong agreed with a smile. After all, one person doesn't use many resources in a year. But he never expected that 6 months later he would be crying his eyes out. But that's another story. After ensuring that these 4 prodigies would stay at number 1 high school, Principal Dong began to dream about the future. He could almost see countless geniuses scrambling to get into the top high school next year. The second thing, have you heard of the national competition? Principal Dong's tone relaxed considerably. It's a competition among high school students from all over the country, right? Yi Kong replied, as he watched the national selection trials on TV every year. However, it is said that there is a certain mortality rate in the finals, so there will be no live broadcast and only the results will be announced. That's right. Each school will send 4 contestants to participate in the competition. First, there will be a selection competition in the satellite cities. The top 3 from each satellite city will go to the main city to continue the competition. The top 3 teams from each major city will qualify for the final national competition. In the past, the finals were held behind closed doors, but this year it will be broadcast live nationwide for the first time. Everyone fell silent, which meant that the situation was no longer optimistic. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have made such an arrangement. This was to make everyone aware of the cruelty of the world of superpowered individuals in advance, so that the people would not be complacent and fearful. The peace in the city today was bought with the desperate fighting of countless warriors in the wilderness. The team that ranks first in the country will receive a platinum-level custom set and a resource exchange card worth 100 million yuan. The second and third place winners will receive a gold-level custom set and a 50 million resource exchange card. Third to 10th place will receive a silver-level custom set and a resource exchange card worth 10 million. The other teams that make it to the finals will receive a bronze-level custom set. Ling Chen slapped his thigh, thinking to himself, I have to participate in this reward. Seeing that Ling Chen had signed up, Yi Kong followed suit without hesitation. Xian Linger and Long Ning Shuang hesitated. It seemed that Ling Chen was likely to obtain the inheritance. Participating in the competition might attract attention, but not participating meant they couldn't be sure if the inheritance had truly fallen into his hands. The clan prophesies that whoever inherits the throne will surely become emperor. If Ling Chen really did inherit the legacy, now is the crucial moment to build a good relationship with him. After hesitating for a moment, the two looked at each other and finally nodded, deciding to participate in the competition. Then I'll register you. For now, we'll fill in Ling Chen as the team leader, said Principal Dong. What do you mean, temporarily? Do you think I look down on you? Ling Chen retorted, summoning a fireball and throwing it at Principal Dong. Everyone was speechless, thinking, you're incredibly bold. You're just an apprentice. How dare you provoke the principal? You should know that anyone who can become a school principal must be at least a gold-level expert. The principal had never seen anything like it before. It was the first time he'd ever seen a student dare to use their skills against him. He casually waved his hand and extinguished the fireball, not bothering to argue with the student. You can discuss the team leader position yourselves. I'll arrange it for you. Go, 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 get out of here. Principal Dong hurriedly gave them the order to leave. The 4 of them took turns leaving the office. Yi Kong couldn't help but give Ling Chen a thumbs up. Ling Chen, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. Yi Kong couldn't help but laugh out loud when he thought of the principal's surprised and helpless expression. If you laugh again, you'll never be able to laugh again. A stern voice came from inside the room. Yi Kong quickly covered his mouth, but his eyes betrayed his inner desire to laugh. Once he was out of sight, Yi Kong finally came to his senses. Of course. Yi Kong was the first to respond. Ling Chen nodded and looked at Long Ning Shuang. The condensation frost remained as cold as frost. Seeing Ling Chen looking at her, she nodded slightly, and Ling Chen returned the nod. Look at those two, all they do is nod. Yi Kong whispered to Xian Linger, pointing at Ling Chen and Long Ning Shuang. If you nod, then I'll nod too. Yi Kong nodded in agreement. The 4 of them returned to the classroom together, where the students were having a heated discussion about Ling Chen and his classmates' grades. Is Ling Chen pretending to be weak to take advantage of others? Was it all an act before? I think so too, otherwise how could I have leveled up 6 levels in one go? Luckily, I haven't offended Ling Chen before. As soon as Ling Chen stepped into the classroom, the noisy classroom, which was as bustling as a marketplace, immediately fell silent. Everyone stared at him intently, not daring to utter a single word. Ignoring the gazes of the group, Ling Chen returned to his seat, adjusted his state, and entered cultivation mode. Success is indeed 1% talent and 99% perspiration. You have free time to chat here? Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Before afternoon classes began, Yi Qing entered the classroom and called Ling Chen and the other 3 out. I will be your team leader for this competition. The competition in Tianan City will be held in 3 days. You don't need to come to the classroom these days. Go directly to the training room to study during the day. Okay, everyone responded in unison. Character, Ling Chen. Before school ended, the test rankings for Tianan City had already been announced. Considering that his strength test in the early morning exceeded the apprentice level, his talent weight was increased by 1 level. In the end, Ling Chen topped the city's leaderboard with a score of 3,434. The second place went to Zhu Li from the second high school, who possessed SS level talent and scored 3,333 points. The third place went to Yi Kong, with a score of 3,202. 2. The students at number 1 high school were not too surprised when they learned of Ling Chen's grades, but other schools immediately erupted in uproar. Who exactly is this Ling Chen? I've never heard of him before. In a class at the second high school, a slightly overweight boy clenched his fists and whispered, Ling Chen, right? I'll remember you. Ling Chen was not surprised by this result. However, he did not expect that some people were only a few dozen points short. We almost got overtaken. Sure enough, the notification of receiving a reward was the most gratifying. Exclusive ability skill. Select an existing ability to gain the corresponding exclusive ability skill. Is there even a need to consider this? Skill effect 2. Select a teammate to create a spatial link. The linked teammate can share damage. This skill looks great in team fights, but it's not very useful in one-on-one situations. Ling Chen stroked his chin, thinking to himself that the system had clearly pulled some dirty tricks this time. They gave him a team-specific divine skill just before the team competition. System boss, I need to curry favor with you. The Legion defense boost card was also used. This thing is no ordinary card. It may not seem very useful now, but it will definitely bring about a qualitative leap when there are more people involved. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Let Little Dragon handle the pet experience cards. Use pet experience card on Little Dragon. Yes/no. Congratulations, Little Dragon, you're no longer a baby. You've started to grow up. First time out of town. Hope everything goes well. Thanks, boss. Boss, I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger. Ling Chen was communicating with Xiaolong through telepathy. Boss, I've reached silver level. Good heavens, this silly dragon is lucky in his foolishness. After using up the system task rewards he had just received, Ling Chen's personal strength did not improve much. However, the team's collaborative abilities have definitely been greatly enhanced. Mission objective: recruit 100 Legion members. Upon seeing the mission reward, Ling Chen stood frozen in place. Coming to his senses, all he could think of was, the system is truly amazing. Soon, Ling Chen came to the Hunters Guild again. Master-level alchemy skills are so rare that only a handful of people in the entire Tianan City possess them. Currently, Tianan City only has 1 senior alchemist and 2 intermediate alchemists. The rest are apprentices and beginners. This demonstrates just how valuable a master alchemist is. And this is just one of the rewards. Having exclusive skills for all abilities means that you can acquire even more exclusive skills. The Summon Legion system, as the name suggests. In other words, Ling Chen can use the Legion summoning system to randomly summon squads, mercenary groups, or legions to assist him in battle. It is not yet clear which legions can be summoned. However, Ling Chen was already immersed in his own fantasy, as if he could see his thousands of troops under his command. With just a wave of the hand, lost territory can be reclaimed and homes can be rebuilt. Ding, task issued. Please check. Mission objective: to compete for first place in the grand competition. Task rewards: evaluation based on task completion. Evaluation criteria based on the level of shock experienced by all viewers. Mission rating: SSS rank. Physical ability increased by 1 level. Mission rating: SS rank. Physical ability upgraded to 9 stars. The meaning of this reward is quite clear. It increases physical strength by 1 level. If I am currently at the silver level, then my physical strength has already reached the gold level. Moreover, once physical fitness is achieved, there are virtually no bottlenecks to promotion. This means that Ling Chen can quickly advance to a higher rank. The rewards are incredibly generous. However, these evaluation criteria are still forcing me to do something big. Ling Chen thought to himself. As soon as I pushed open the door, a thick plume of smoke billowed out. Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the kitchen. A somewhat familiar figure came into view, though she appeared rather petite. What are you doing? He walked over, turned on the range hood, and then turned off the stove. Looking at the dark, murky mass in the pot, Ling Chen couldn't help but facepalm. I wanted to cook you a nice meal, but I failed. Ling Ling pouted, feeling wronged. It's okay, it's normal to not do well the first time. Why didn't Ling Shi come with you? She went to buy groceries. I want to secretly cook a dish to surprise you. Whether the surprise will come true is unknown, but there will definitely be a shock. A short while later, Ling Shi returned. Seeing the mess in the kitchen, she understood the situation and comforted Lingling. Afterwards, Lingxi began preparing dinner, while Lingling helped out and quietly studied. Always ready, Ling Chen replied. After a pleasant dinner, Ling Chen returned to his room. Compared to those handsome, dashing, elegant, refined, dignified, and extraordinary readers, the system is just a little bit lacking. Ding, don't speak the truth carelessly. Ding, system update complete. Please check it yourself. I never expected that my strength had reached the level of silver level 1 star. 1 star is awarded for every 100 kilograms of strength at the apprentice level, 1 star for every 200 kilograms of strength at the bronze level, 1 star for every 400 kilograms of strength at the gold level, and so on. Ling Chen's current strength is 3,113 kilograms, which is at the apprentice level, but he has crossed 2 levels. This can be described as unprecedented and unparalleled. The combat strength rating seems pretty good. At this moment, Ling Chen was still unaware of just how high his combat strength was. limits. Only when he compares himself to others in the future will he realize just how outrageous his combat power is. It's getting late, time to start cultivating. Every night after arriving on Blue Star, Ling Chen would spend his time cultivating. There's no rush to improve his source power right now. He's already received the physical fitness reward, and what Ling Chen wants to improve most is his physical fitness. So he continued to cultivate the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique, and thus, Ling Chen began his third origin Chi body refinement. In the blink of an eye, the night had quietly passed. After a whole night of hard work, Ling Chen strengthened his body twice more with the help of source energy. After a quick breakfast, Ling Chen arrived at the school's training room on time. Yi Kong and his 2 companions had arrived early. Is it like this everywhere here? Ling Chen couldn't help but ask. Seeing Ling Chen arrive, Yi Cheng nodded. The selection in Tianan City is in 2 days. Judging from your strength, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, the Hangzhou City selection and the national competition that follow will be the real challenge. Today's main purpose is for everyone to get to know each other and, incidentally, test each other's abilities. Ah, here. Ling Chen, who was lost in thought, answered reflexively. You're the only one who hasn't been tested yet. Hurry up and do it. The first test was still strength. Ling Chen looked up and his pupils contracted slightly. Sure enough, everyone was hiding their true strength in the dark. The large screen displays. Everyone got off the car, and Ling Chen followed suit. Who would believe that someone could gain 100 kilograms of strength in a single day? Yesterday, both Xian Linger and Lang Ning Shuang weighed only 700 kilograms, but today they jumped to 800 kilograms. It seems they haven't fully unleashed their true potential yet. This is a bronze-grade testing instrument with a maximum weight capacity of 3,000 kilograms. Don't worry about it breaking. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Chen raised his right hand high above his head. Is there anything with a higher upper limit? Yes, of course, but Teacher Yi Ching suddenly froze. Could it be? I'm afraid you'll make me pay for this testing device. Although it wasn't said explicitly, the meaning was quite clear. My strength has exceeded 3,000 kilograms. I need to quickly upgrade to a higher-end model. Despite some doubts, Yi Ching still managed to obtain a silver-grade testing instrument with a maximum capacity of 7,000 kilograms. After last night's arduous training, Ling Chen's strength has increased significantly. With legs slightly bent and right fist clenched, he threw a powerful punch. Understood, Captain. The numbers on the testing instrument kept fluctuating. Okay, Brother Chiao. It eventually stopped at the number 3,333. For all. Teacher Yi Ching stood there in shock, wondering if the student had been possessed. A high school senior student actually possesses silver level 1-star power? Teacher Yi Ching himself is only a silver level 5-star. When I was in my senior year of high school, I was only an apprentice level 6-star. Brother Chen is awesome. Yi Kong was stunned for a while before stepping forward and patting Ling Chen on the shoulder. Lang Ning Shuang and Xian Ling Er exchanged a glance and nodded silently. They were convinced that Ling Chen had taken the inheritance. Since the inheritance chose Ling Chen, he must be hiding a secret. Ling Chen, I've been teaching you for 3 years, and I never expected you to give me such a big surprise today. Ahem, it's all the result of talent and hard work. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Ling Chen waved his hand to indicate. Now that everyone's strength has been tested, let's introduce our respective abilities and skills. I'll go first. Yi Kong raised his hand and said eagerly, I am an S-class wind-type ability user. Currently, I only know 2 skills. One is Wind Wall, which is defensive, and the other is Wind Blade, which is offensive. Yi Kong started by announcing the abilities and skills of the others. A-level Ice-type ability, Winter is coming, offensive skill, Ice Vine, control skill, Lang Ning Shuang said coldly. A-level healing ability, purification, removal of negative status effects, and healing spells to restore status. Xian Linger finished her introduction. Ling Chen thought to himself, isn't this just a wet nurse and Wang Zhaojun? After the introductions, everyone's eyes turned to Ling Chen. B-rank fire-type, skill flaming poem, that's all for now. Is there a mismatch between his strength and talent? Seeing the questioning look in Teacher Yi Ching's eyes, Ling Chen smiled awkwardly. Attribute, wind. Okay then, let's divide the roles in our team like this. Linger, you'll be the main support, responsible for healing and removing control effects. Skills, none. Yi Kong, you focus on defense and harassment. Use the wind wall to protect the back row and use the wind blade to disrupt the opponent from time to time. Frostbite, you are in charge of control and attack. Freeze your opponents and unleash a powerful move. Cough cough. No, it's Winter is coming to attack the enemy. As for Ling Chen, Yi Ching looked at Ling Chen's expectant gaze and pondered for a moment. You draw their fire. As the captain, you'll definitely be targeted. You just need to hold them off, find an opportunity to get close, and use your strength to kill them in one blow. In teamwork, the key is not how strong an individual is, but the tacit cooperation of the team members' special abilities. Yi Ching did not place all her hopes on Ling Chen alone, even though his strength far exceeded that of his opponent. Now that we all know each other, let's come up with a name for the team. This stumped the 4 of them. Coming up with a team name is no easy task. The Eagle Squad? Yi Kong Kang asked tentatively, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Could it be any more tacky? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Time ticked by, and still no one could come up with a suitable team name. The situation was bad, and Ling Chen finally spoke. Since we can't think of any other name, let's call them the first team of the year. Isn't this name a bit too arrogant? A youth who isn't arrogant is a wasted youth. This name is quite interesting. Let's call it Team Leader Chen's words. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Okay, this one will do. I don't want to be too arrogant and attract attention. Yi Kong nodded in agreement. Ling Chen turned to look at the two girls, and they both nodded silently in agreement. After all, choosing a name is really not easy. Now that the team name has been decided, let me introduce the specific rules and schedule of this competition. Seeing how casually they had chosen the names, Yi Qing sighed, thinking to herself that she wouldn't know how to come up with any names either. As soon as Yi Qing spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of the four people. In this national competition, each of the 8 major gathering places sent 3 teams to participate. The competition will be entirely in team format. You are about to face the competition in Tianan City. Only by winning the top 2 places can you enter the main city of Hangzhou to participate in the selection competition. There are a total of 15 middle schools and 15 teams, which means you will have to play 14 games in a week. The top 2 teams in the final standings will travel to the main city to participate in the qualifying tournament with the city's high school. Everyone nodded in understanding. 2 matches a day weren't too intense, and they could manage. Once we get to the main city qualifiers, it won't be a round-robin tournament anymore. At that time, 22 teams from 11 satellite cities and 26 teams from the main city high schools, a total of 48 teams, will compete in a knockout tournament. The top 3 teams will have the opportunity to participate in the national competition. The specific rules for the national competition have not yet been announced. You should prepare for the main city selection competition first. Listen carefully. I understand. My mind raced. I still don't quite understand. After teacher Yi Qing's patient second explanation, Ling Chen and the others finally understood the general situation, or rather, they probably did. Well, whether you understood or not, we've won everything, teacher Yi Qing said helplessly. Why didn't they just say so earlier? Instead of wasting your brainpower on all those competition format details. After explaining the competition rules, Yi Qing arranged for everyone to train together and spar with each other to improve their ability to control their supernatural powers. After all, on this planet where superpowers reign supreme, superpower skills are more important than mere combat. As soon as Yi Qing let go, Ling Chen sat down cross-legged and continued to refine his body with Origin Qi. Once he completes 9 body refinements, he will be able to step into the first stage of transformation, but he has only completed the first stage so far. Once mastered, this will become a crucial trump card. Of course, the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique is not only a body refining technique. The core purpose of body refining is to enable the body to withstand stronger impacts from source energy. That's right, this is actually a divine level secret technique that can dramatically increase one's strength in a short period of time. Ling Chen was filled with anticipation to see how it would turn out. He guided the source energy along his meridians and quickly entered a state of cultivation. On the other side, because Xian Linger is a support type, Yi Kong and Long Ning Shuang are sparring. Xian Linger observed from the sidelines, and would cast healing spells on whoever was in poor condition. The two fought for a long time, and although they were exhausted, neither of them was seriously injured. Phew, I'm not fighting anymore, I'm freezing. Yi Kong shivered, his whole body trembling, with frost still clinging to his eyebrows. The 3 of them stopped and sat down on chairs to rest. Ning Shuang, look at that person. He's been cultivating since morning and hasn't even eaten. Ling Chen looked aggrieved and turned to face the wolves. And do you really think he's just a B-level? Xian Linger's tone was full of doubt. Lang Ning Shuang glanced at Ling Chen and muttered under her breath, just what kind of person are you? Yi Kong suppressed a laugh, wanting to tell them directly, of course, it's not just B-level. Brother Chen is an SS-level lightning-type powerhouse. However, he could only keep these words to himself, as he had promised Ling Chen that he would keep it a secret. The day passed quickly, and after a full day of hard work, Ling Chen completed 3 more Origin Qi body refinements. It should work tonight. All right, I almost forgot about the lucky draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the fighting skills mastery. He clearly felt that his physique had improved significantly, and he was even able to use the secret techniques of the first stage. Moon Chaser Wolf King, Bronze 2-star. He breathed a long sigh of relief. The competition was about to begin. Attribute, Wind. To shock everyone, it seems I have to take first place, Ling Chen muttered to himself. Skill, Wolfish Boiling. The selection competition in Tianan City has officially begun. The match will be held at the Ring Stadium in the city center. Ling Chen had just come downstairs and was about to go to school to meet up with everyone so they could head to the stadium together. He turned his head and saw Yi Kong standing on a red Ferrari waving. Ling Chen stepped forward and saw that Yi Qing in the driver's seat was wearing sunglasses. Get in the car, get ready to go. Yi Qing rested one hand on the steering wheel and adjusted his glasses with the other, revealing his eyes as he looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen swallowed hard and, rather cowardly, sat in the passenger seat. Unexpectedly, the beautiful female teacher who taught him for 3 years turned out to be a wealthy woman. For some reason, my blood was boiling. After fastening his seatbelt, teacher Yi Qing stepped on the gas, the engine roared, and the car sped off. Soon, the car stopped in front of the stadium. Ling Chen and his group entered the stadium through the dedicated entrance for participating athletes. Perhaps due to the low overall level of the round-robin tournament, there weren't many spectators in the stadium. The venue, which can accommodate 200,000 people, only had a little over 1,000 people seated. Is that the number 1 high school team over there? Wow, their looks are absolutely divine. I heard those 2 boys got 1st and 3rd place respectively in the citywide test. They're amazing. This girl is so beautiful. Mom, I'm in love. After a short wait, all the teams arrived one after another. An announcement drew everyone's attention. Without saying a word, Ling Chen strode confidently onto the stage. Number 1. It's Ling Chen's team's turn for the first match. On the first day, they were scheduled to play against the 6th middle school and the 16th middle school, 2 schools ranked lower. Now, the first match of the day officially begins. As soon as the host finished his opening remarks, the theme of the competition was announced. Thunderous. The first match was between the Chenggu Says It All team from number 1 high school and the Just Passing By team from number 16 middle school. Will the first high school defend its honor, or will the 16th high school launch a desperate counterattack? Let's wait and see. The players from both teams went up on stage together. The contestants of the What Brother Chen Said team are Ling Chen, apprentice level 9 star, Yi Kong, apprentice level 7 star, Xian Linger, apprentice level 7 star, Lang Ning Shuang, apprentice level 7 star. Wow, it's unbelievable. Our captain is a 9-star player. Let's look forward to his performance. The Just Passing By team members are Li Baihe, apprentice level 6 star, Fang Shiming, apprentice level 6 star, Huang Huayu, apprentice level 5 star, and Jin Zian, apprentice level 5 star, max level. What kind of sparks will fly between the two sides? Stay tuned. I declare the match open, the host and referee announced, waving his hand. 4 players from number 16 were knocked away. Well, it ended as soon as it began. For a moment, everyone's vision blurred, and they saw that Ling Chen was still in the position of throwing a right punch. One punch, and he took down 4 of his opponents. Everyone stood there stunned. Was this the power of a 9-star expert? Ding! Congratulations, host, for stunning the audience during the competition. Current mission rating, F. Ling Chen turned back to the center of the group and said excitedly, I'll handle the rest of the matches by myself. Although no one understood why Ling Chen wanted to go into battle alone, no one objected, since it would be easier and more comfortable that way. In the afternoon, the team from number 6 middle school took to the field. After the host announced the start of the competition, Ling Chen rushed over without hesitation. There were no fancy moves, only pure strength and speed that overwhelmed the opponent. When the host announced that Team Du, as Chen Gu had mentioned, had won, the players from the 6th middle school were still completely bewildered, asking, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Ling Chen once again reaped a batch of opponents that shocked the audience. In the following days, the situation remained the same. Almost every opponent of Ling Chen's team could not withstand his punches. If one punch was not enough, then 2 punches would follow. Throughout the 14 matches, Yi Kong and his 2 companions did not even get a single chance to play. Ling Chen's mission evaluation finally rose from low to high to D level. The other 14 teams are fiercely competing for the sole spot in the competition, as that position has already been firmly occupied by Ling Chen. They really wanted to report it, to say that someone was cheating here, but no one expected that Ling Chen actually had such ability. In the end, Ling Chen's team, Chenggu Shua Dedu, won 1st place in Tianan City. The team ranked 2nd is the 2nd high school team. These 2 teams will represent Tianan City in the main city's qualifying rounds. When the referee went on stage to announce the final result, he found that the 3 members of Ling Chen's team were still playing Do Diju on stage. Ling Chen, meanwhile, quietly cultivated by himself, his dedication astonishing. I hereby announce that the 1st place winner of this Tianan City selection competition is Team Du, as mentioned by Brother Chen, and the 2nd place winner is Team Yongjing first. After making the announcement, the referee hurriedly stepped down from the stage. Just kidding, the team in 1st place on stage is still busy practicing. If I'm ignored, where will I put my pride? Brother Chen, this is so boring. We feel completely invisible. Can I play a turn next time? Yi Kong complained to Ling Chen as he played his cards. We always reveal our trump card last. You guys are our team's secret weapon. Be good. I'm the captain. What I say goes. Looking at Ling Chen's shameless face, everyone was speechless for a moment. Back in the practice room of number 1 high school, teacher Yi Qing applauded to congratulate Ling Chen and others on advancing to the next round. I know you won't let me down. The upcoming main city selection competition will be the real test, so don't let your guard down. Yes, Ling Chen answered with great enthusiasm. The other 3 were either lost in thought or talking quietly. Seeing that only Ling Chen had truly made a move in this Tianan City competition, Yi Qing's lips twitched involuntarily. Oh well, do whatever you want, I don't care anymore. anymore. Go back and pack properly today. We'll head to the main city tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Qing strode out of the training room. Brother Chen, what about the next round of selections? Just get your melon seeds, peanuts, and popcorn ready, and sit on the sidelines and watch the show. Hiss okay then underscore. Ling Chen bought some fruit at the door, just in time for Ling Shi to cook dinner. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, stir-fried beef. Great, the food quality has improved significantly. The three siblings finished dinner in harmony, creating a warm atmosphere. Ling gradually integrated into the small family that originally consisted of only 2 people. Brother, I heard you took on 4 teams single-handedly in the competition and knocked them all down with one punch. Ling Shi's big eyes sparkled. Keep it down, I didn't expect them to be so weak. I'm already out of breath just from praising you. By the way, I'm going to the main city for a competition tomorrow, which may take about a week. If I advance, the national competition may also last for a week. The brother and sister had never been separated for so long in just half a month. Brother, can I go with you? Ling Shi pouted and pleaded softly. When Ling Chen went away for 3 days last time, she felt empty inside. Half a month is far too long. Seeing Ling Shi's aggrieved little face, Ling Chen nodded. Okay underscore, you'll come with me. I'll show you the world. Hee thank you, brother. Ling Shi's big eyes lit up immediately, and her face was as bright as the spring sky. Hello, who is it? Dong Zhao's voice came from the communicator. Principal Dong. It's me, Ling Chen. I'm going to the main city tomorrow and would like to bring my sister along. Is that alright? Of course. Ling Chen, do your best in this competition and bring glory to the school. It's no trouble at all. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Ling Chen pressed the hang-up button without waiting for Dong Zhao's response. He gave Ling Shi an okay sign. Done. Ling Shi smiled sweetly. Of course we'll go together. Upon hearing this, Ling Xi and Ling Ling quickly went back to their room to prepare. When you're out and about, you always need to bring some necessities. Ling Chen stroked his chin, pondering something. After a long while, he first knocked on the door next door, and the old man opened the door in surprise. What's going on so late at night? We're going to the main city tomorrow, Ling Chen said directly. I'll follow quietly, the old man replied softly, then closed the door. Soon, faint panting sounds could be heard coming from inside the room. That old guy is a rascal. It seems I still need to prepare some things myself. Ling Chen went downstairs and took a taxi to the Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion in the heart of the city. If we're talking about the place in the city least afraid of people causing trouble, then Treasure Pavilion is the place to be. Each settlement and satellite city has a branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Rumor has it that the person behind the Treasure Pavilion is one of the 3 strongest people in the world today. No one knows exactly who it is. A powerful expert once caused a ruckus at the Treasure Pavilion, only to be killed on the spot. From then on, all the powerful individuals who entered the Treasure Pavilion behaved properly. The Treasure Pavilion has 3 floors. The first floor contains daily necessities, weapons, pills, and various materials for low-level superhumans. As soon as I stepped into the Treasure Pavilion, a beautiful maid came forward to greet me. Good question. Is there anything defective here? Sir, you must be joking. The quality of our products is guaranteed. Then cover everything for me except the weapons. Okay. Ha, what did you say, sir? The maid covered her mouth and stood there stunned. How much would it cost for this entire floor? Please wait a moment, sir, I'll go get the supervisor. The maid turned and hurried upstairs. She had never encountered a customer like this before, and she couldn't handle it herself. Seeing the maid's flustered appearance, Ling Chen smiled and wandered around the first floor alone. The weapons section is full of apprentice-level and bronze-level equipment, not worth a look. The pills are mostly healing medicines and chi-boosting pills, some costing 1,000 yuan a bottle, others costing millions of yuan a single pill. The materials are all beginner-level items used by alchemy apprentices and blacksmith apprentices, and the prices are relatively affordable. Ha, what is this? Just as Ling Chen was focused on making his selection, a charming and alluring voice came from behind him. Ling Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him, wearing a bright red tight-fitting cheongsam and holding a feather fan. I need all the pills and materials. I don't need the weapons anymore. Help me calculate how much they cost. No need to calculate, the daily inventory here is fixed. There are 16.5 billion pills and 8.5 billion materials, for a total of 25 billion. Okay, I'll pay with spirit stones. She took out 20,000 spirit stones from her ring and handed them over. Sigh, money flows like water, and you only worry when you don't have enough. However, Ling Chen believed that he would earn that money back sooner or later. I thought I wouldn't be able to spend all 100,000 spirit stones, but in just a few days, half of them were left. Ling Chen fell into deep thought. No, I need to keep making money. The most profitable profession is still alchemy, and I absolutely cannot let go of the system's main questline. I need to take action in this competition, Ling Chen thought to himself. Little brother, would you like to come upstairs with me? There are lots of nice things there. Oh, upon hearing that there was something good, Ling Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Hey, sis, could you please stop interrupting me? It'll cause misunderstandings. Ling Chen sighed helplessly. Sister, lead the way. Hee. The beautiful woman gently covered the corner of her mouth and smiled slightly, exuding charm and captivating beauty. She turned around, her long legs moving gracefully, her steps light and swaying, exuding a sexy allure. Ling Chen followed behind, his face slightly flushed, and he involuntarily turned his gaze elsewhere. After passing through a long spiral escalator, the second floor gradually came into Ling Chen's view. Unlike the down-to-earth, cluttered layout of the first floor, every item on the second floor is meticulously decorated. Each item was displayed like a rare treasure and was under strict protection. Royal Ultimate Pill increases the chances of a superhuman advancing to diamond level. Bloodstone can be used to forge weapons, with a chance to improve weapon quality. Seeing these hundreds of display stands, Ling Chen thought to himself that even if he sold himself, he still couldn't afford a few. He thought he was already quite wealthy with 100,000 spirit stones, but he never expected that even a cheap item would cost 100,000 spirit stones for a high-level ability user. It seems that poverty still limits my imagination. At this moment, an item in the center of the second floor caught Ling Chen's eye. It was a stone egg, somewhat like the egg that Yu Xiaolong had back then. He stepped forward and carefully examined the description on the central display stand. With a whoosh, he appeared under a big tree and bent down to pick up a dead branch on the ground. Mysterious stone egg, still has signs of life, hatching method unknown, starting point is a king-level monster egg. A lifeline has arrived. 500 billion for one egg? Ling Chen thought to himself, wishing he could just rob it. But then I thought about it again, Xiaolong didn't seem to have spent a single penny, so does that mean he earned 500 billion? Next time I'll have to see how much a live baby dragon is worth. It must be at least 1 trillion, otherwise they wouldn't sell it at all. After reading the introduction, Ling Chen used his appraisal skill himself. Ice Crystal Phoenix, ice type, capable of controlling all the power of winter, can be hatched using ultimate ice. Since that's the case, we certainly can't let it go for nothing. I want this one. I know how to hatch it, Ling Chen said firmly to the beautiful woman. His voice attracted the attention of several other superhumans nearby. Ah, little brat, you just said you could hatch? Even the treasure pavilion is helpless. Who do you think you are? An old man couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The others also turned to look curiously, but seeing Ling Chen's lack of ambition, they naturally didn't take it seriously. They felt that Ling Chen was just putting on a show to attract the beautiful woman's attention, since they had done similar things before. Ignoring the old man's mockery, Ling Chen stared intently at the beautiful woman. Oh, the beautiful woman pondered for a moment, then raised her hand and clapped. Soon, several strong and powerful superhumans came over and dispersed everyone around them. They set up a cordon, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. Then, the beautiful woman took out a glass ball and gently tossed it. The glass ball slowly expanded, enveloping the central exhibition stand, Ling Chen, and the beautiful woman within it. This is a protective formation, strong enough to withstand attacks from diamond-level experts, and it can also block out sound and light. Those outside could neither see what was happening inside nor hear a sound from within. In Tianan City, where platinum level is already the pinnacle, this formation is enough to make everyone hesitate. Alright, you can speak now. How do you hatch it? With everything ready, the beautiful woman stared intently into Ling Chen's eyes. This is an ice attribute monster egg, so it needs to be awakened with extreme ice, Ling Chen replied calmly. It's that simple? The beautiful woman frowned, surprised that such a simple method had never been tried by anyone in her treasure pavilion. That's right. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you right now. But this pet egg, our treasure pavilion values reputation above all else. Once you can hatch it, it belongs to you. Ling Chen nodded, took out a jade bottle from his ring, and slowly drew out some extreme ice, placing it next to the stone egg. The moment the extreme ice touched the stone egg, it immediately turned into fine mist and dissipated. The stone egg rapidly absorbed the energy of the extreme ice at an astonishing speed. Soon, the stone egg, having absorbed all its nutrients, emitted a buzzing sound, as if it were cheering and jumping for joy, like a baby crying for milk. The beautiful woman standing to the side was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The bottle in the boy's hand was actually a spatial device, capable of preserving extreme ice. What surprised her even more was that, despite the extreme rarity of the ice, this little brother didn't seem to care at all. Finally, after feeding the stone egg several times, the stone egg reacted. It hummed and vibrated, and suddenly a crack appeared on the eggshell. The crack continued to widen, and a head with 3 sideburns slowly emerged. The eggshell cracked open completely, revealing a phoenix covered in blue ice crystal feathers. Unlike other pets that start eating their eggshells as soon as they hatch, this ice crystal phoenix set its sights on Ling Chen as soon as it appeared. Chirp! The ice crystal phoenix gently flapped its wings and chirped softly, staring at the jade bottle in Ling Chen's hand. It seems to be saying, give me a little more. Ling Chen understood its meaning and then drew out a bit of extreme ice. With a light wave of his right hand, the point of extreme ice flew to the ice crystal phoenix. He then put the jade bottle back into his ring. After all, this is the only thing he can currently control about the phoenix. The ice crystal phoenix inhaled the ultimate ice with relish, letting out a satisfied cry. It flew to Ling Chen's feet, its 2 icy wings wrapped around his legs, and it nuzzled him with its head. The two were were stunned, and Ling Chen gave an awkward smile. Of course. Thank you for sharing your method to awaken the stone egg. The beautiful woman first expressed her gratitude politely. He then muttered to himself, absorbing the ultimate item of the same attribute? I'll have to try it later. Alright, since you're so blue, I'll call you Little Blue from now on. I really didn't mean to drink your monkey wine. I thought it was water, and I only took a sip. Ling Chen reached out and touched Xiaolan's feathers, emanating an aura of icy coldness. He casually gave it a name. Ling Chen turned to look at Xiaolan and asked softly, would you like to follow me from now on? Following the method of signing the contract from memory, Ling Chen bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall. He drew a contract rune in the void, which merged into his and Xiaolan's bodies. Suddenly, he sensed an invisible connection between the two. Little Blue, I'm taking you to a really fun place, and you'll have a friend to come with you. Let's go. Ling Chen waved his hand and put Xiaolan into his pet space. Gibbon monkey, bronze 1 star. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, as it was the first time she had ever seen someone coax their pet like this. A tribute would, but as a professional pet owner, she quickly came to her senses and handed a business card to Ling Chen. Skill, peach stealing monkey claw hand. If you need anything in the future, just contact me anytime. I can get you any resources that headquarters has. Ling Chen nodded, that way he wouldn't have to go looking for it himself anymore. After saying goodbye to the beautiful woman, Ling Chen took a taxi home. His sisters were already asleep, so he went back to his room. After a week of arduous training, Ling Chen's source power has reached the peak of the 9-star level, only one step away from the bronze level. Among the pills I bought today, there happened to be a source foundation pill that could advance me to the bronze level. He's determined to go all out and aim for the bronze level. When he reached his peak condition, Ling Chen took out the dark green origin pill from his ring. The elixir emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. He tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, turning into a surging heat that swept through his entire body. The effects of the source foundation pill became apparent very quickly. Nourished by this warm current, Ling Chen felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, feeling incredibly comfortable. Urged on by the source foundation pill, the energy within the body began to circulate rapidly. Ling Chen quickly circulated his cultivation technique to absorb this portion of energy from his body. He vaguely felt as if he had touched a bronze-level barrier, but it was still just a hair's breadth away. Without saying a word, Ling Chen looked up and swallowed another origin pill. He continuously circulated his inner energy, channeling it into the center of his dantian. After a small cycle, Ling Chen's source energy had filled enough space, and the remaining source energy rushed straight to the barrier of that realm. The energy from the second origin foundation pill was like a sharp knife, instantly helping Ling Chen break through the barrier. Ling Chen broke the record for origin chi among high school students on Earth. Reaching the bronze level means that Ling Chen has officially joined the ranks of superhumans and is no longer a superhuman apprentice. This greatly boosted Ling Chen's confidence, and he was determined to shock everyone in the competition. Having reached the bronze level, Ling Chen did not relax and continued to cultivate to consolidate his cultivation. As the first light of dawn rose above the horizon, Ling Chen took a deep breath. After a whole night of cultivation, his cultivation level finally stabilized. Possesses pure power at the silver level 6 star. With the added bonuses from his own skills, Ling Chen was confident that he could compete with high-level silver-grade monsters. He nodded in satisfaction, his resolve strengthened. I want to become stronger, and the next step is to advance to the next star level as soon as possible and become even stronger. Ling Chen gently exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to wash up. After washing up, he came out and found his 2 younger sisters already sitting in the living room waiting for him. Ling Chen stretched and was about to speak. He took out his phone and saw that it was Yi Kong calling. Ling Chen casually hung up the phone and turned to look at his sisters. Are you all ready? There's nothing I need to bring, everything's here. Ling Chen put their luggage into his spatial ring. Let's go. Yi Kong and the others are waiting for us downstairs. The 2 responded and followed Ling Chen downstairs. As the 3 figures disappeared into the corridor, an elderly man dressed in black walked out and quietly watched them leave. Downstairs, Yi Kang's extended limousine was parked. Yi Kong and his 2 companions were sitting in the back seat, drinking and chatting. Upon seeing Ling Chen arrive, Yi Kong quickly opened the car door. Wow, I never expected you to be so successful. In the past, Ling Chen would have been amazed at how wealthy Yi Kang's family was. But now, ugh, I'm richer. It's so frustrating. Now that everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the specific rules of this knockout tournament. Yi Qing cleared her throat, her voice crisp and melodious. This knockout stage will be a single elimination tournament. Win and advance to the next round. Lose and you're eliminated immediately, with no way out. Each competition is divided into individual and team events. First, each team will send 2 players to compete in a 1v1 individual match, and the winning team will get 1 point. Then a 4v4 team competition will be held, and the final score will be calculated based on the number of players on the winning team who have not lost their fighting ability, with 1 point for each player. The team with the higher final score wins. Ling Chen and the others nodded. In other other words, even if they won all the individual matches, they could still lose the team competition. Soon, the van arrived at the station. Taking out the tickets they had prepared beforehand, Ling Chen and his group boarded the direct train to the main urban area. As a satellite city, this place keeps the vast majority of monsters out. Therefore, there are no particularly dangerous areas between the satellite city and the main urban area. The journey was smooth, and we finally arrived in the main urban area. As soon as you exit the station, there are dedicated vehicles waiting at the entrance to pick you up. Hello, we are the Tianan City team. Teacher Yi Qing stepped forward first and said to the leader who was receiving us, "Please get in this car. The hotel has been arranged. It's right next to the elimination arena. We'll explain in detail when we get there," the receptionist said casually. Teacher Yi Qing frowned slightly, feeling that the team she was leading did not seem to be receiving much attention. He didn't say much, just nodded slightly, and led Ling Chen and the others into the car. After everyone was on the bus, Teacher Yi Qing lowered her voice and said, "This time, make me stand out and earn everyone's respect." The shuttle car drove for almost 2 hours before finally stopping. "Everyone, we've arrived." The driver stopped the car in front of the designated hotel and turned to say to everyone. The group got out of the car and saw the magnificent hotel in front of them. "Wow, is this the hotel in the main city? It looks huge," Ling Shi exclaimed in surprise. "Ha, what a bunch of bumpkins." A discordant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw 4 young boys and a middle-aged man getting out of another car. The one who spoke was the young man who was leading the group. His hair was dyed golden and neatly combed. He was wearing expensive clothes and was clearly of extraordinary status. "What did you just say?" Ling Shi was furious and was about to step forward to argue. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and decisively stopped her. He had no interest in wasting time talking to such a boring passerby and simply replied with a single word, "Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, the leading boy's face immediately turned pale and veins bulged. He is the son of the city lord of Ning'an City, and wherever he goes, a group of people fawn over him. This young man actually dared to tell him to get lost? He glared fiercely at Ling Chen, then waved his right hand. "Break his legs." The voice was full of anger. Without hesitation, the other 3 teenagers immediately pounced on Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen shook his head, thinking to himself, "Isn't this just elementary school kids fighting?" He casually dodged a kick from the boy charging at the front, and with a strike of his right hand, the boy immediately fell to the ground clutching his leg. Immediately afterwards, Ling Chen clenched his fists, stepped forward, and threw punches to the left and right, sending the remaining 2 teenagers flying. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 of them were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. At this moment, 2 beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the boy who was leading the group. The weather was so hot that it was unbearable. Seeing the boy standing there silently, Ling Chen walked over. Whoosh! A gust of air rushed toward Ling Chen at high speed. He instantly felt a strong threat and was preparing to dodge as quickly as possible when a delicate shout came from behind him. A beam of azure light shot out from Yi Qing's hand, colliding with the airflow and producing a loud bang, creating a gust of wind. "You shameless old man, attacking a student?" Yi Qing frowned, unable to hide his anger. The teacher leading the other team actually did such a shameful thing. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Ling Chen, then with a snort, he whipped out a gust of wind, lifting the boys lying on the ground up before turning and leaving. "Brother, are you alright?" Ling Shi felt a wave of fear as she watched her brother almost get injured by that shameless old man's sneak attack. "I'm fine." Ling Chen smiled and patted Ling Shi's head. He looked up at the middle-aged man's departing figure, a kind smile appearing on his lips. "If we run into their team, beat them to a pulp." After entering the hotel and registering at the front desk, everyone received their room keys. A team typically consists of 1 teacher and 4 students, so each team has only 5 rooms. In the end, Lingxi and Lingling shared a room, while Lingchen and Yi Kong shared another. After receiving the keys, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Lingchen first went to their room with his sisters and took out their luggage. After reminding his sisters to be careful that night, Lingchen left the room and gently closed the door. "Tomorrow, it's my turn to perform." When Lingchen returned to the room, he saw Yi Kong lying exhausted on the bed. He said with dissatisfaction, "The competition is tomorrow, and you're still dawdling here." Yi Kong, however, remained completely calm and said with a smile, "Hee, with you here, I don't need to worry. I can rest easy." Lingchen ignored him and found an empty seat to sit down, then began to concentrate on his cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Kong saw Lingchen diligently cultivating, so he got up and started practicing with him. A faint smile appeared on Lingchen's lips. The next morning, there was a loud knocking on Lingchen's door. "Lingchen, get up. The opening ceremony is about to begin." Teacher Yi Qing's voice came from outside the door. After quickly tidying up and washing up, Lingchen and Yi Kong walked out of the room together. At 9 o'clock, inside the arena, as soon as Lingchen and the others entered, they felt the lively atmosphere of the main city arena. The stadium was packed with people, and the stands, resembling the Roman Colosseum, were already full, with even standing room overflowing. Several flying machines, shooting from multiple angles, hovered in the air, broadcasting the competition in real time. Teams from 22 satellite cities and 26 main city teams stood neatly on the platform plaza in the center of the arena. The program opened with a familiar lullaby, followed by a speech from the minister of the Supernatural Education Department of the main urban area. "Good morning, everyone." An hour later, when the minister said, "Okay, that's all I have to say," the atmosphere immediately became lively. Next, the lottery process began. A host with flowing bangs walked onto the stage. "Team captains, please come forward and draw lots to determine your opponents for the first round." Ling Chen walked onto the stage, reached into the lottery box, and took out a numbered ball. The number 9 is written on the ball. The other team captains also went up on stage one after another to draw lots. Soon after, the results of the first round of the draw were announced. Teams that draw the same number will be opponents. "Now, please come up to the stage, the two teams that drew one." The two teams quickly moved to opposite sides of the arena. The number 7 middle school of the main city will face off against the 1 city representative team. The first match was a one-on-one individual competition. Li Ping, the captain of number 7 middle school, took the stage first to face Xiao Feng, the captain of 1 city. The two stepped onto the ring, clasped their hands in a gesture of respect to each other, and then adopted an offensive stance. Xiao Feng immediately used his superpower, Beast Transformation. He transformed into a burly gorilla. His burly physique was instantly revealed as his shirt was torn. It exudes the powerful aura of a 6-star apprentice. "Is this a primal superpower? It looks awful. I feel like throwing up." The mocking voices around him put considerable mental pressure on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng channeled his anger into power, roaring as he charged toward Li Ping. Li Ping remained calm and dodged Xiao Feng's powerful punches by moving left and right. Before anyone knew it, Li Ping's fists had turned silvery white and were as hard as steel. He threw a heavy punch, striking Xiao Feng hard in the abdomen after he transformed into his beast form, sending Xiao Feng flying. With a single, decisive blow, Li Ping easily defeated his opponent. A faint sneer played on his lips. "The people from the satellite city are far too weak." The team members from 1 city were filled with righteous indignation, glaring at Li Ping with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. However, the subsequent one-on-one and team matches were a foregone conclusion. 1 city team was easily crushed, with the final score being 0-6. "It's not that they are weak, it's that our main city is too strong." The spectators on the sidelines couldn't help but sigh at the sight. The first game is over, and the winning team is the 7th middle school of the main city. Next, please have the two teams that drew number 2 come on stage. The winning team is number 18 middle school of the main city. 8 consecutive matches have been won by high school teams from the main city. Moreover, all the teams from the satellite cities were completely crushed. "The team that drew number 9, please come up." The referee's announcement rang out, and Ling Chen and his teammates stood up. The 9th match was between the number 4 middle school of the main city and the Tiananqing representative team. Ling Chen led his team onto the arena. Considering that one-on-one matches would be too troublesome, Ling Chen simply gave up on individual match points and chose to start with a 0-2 score. The high schools in the satellite city are just too weak. This match is a foregone conclusion. The captain of the satellite city team is ridiculously weak. He's only a 6-star apprentice. Yes, every high school player in our main city is at the 6-star level. Look at those two girls in Tian'an City. Mom, I'm in love. Don't even think about it. Those are my wife and my sister. Hello, brother-in-law. Once both sides were on stage and ready, the host immediately announced the start of the competition. Come on, there's plenty of melon seeds, peanuts, and chocolate. Enjoy." Ling Chen took out a leather sofa and a matching coffee table from his ring, and laid out a table full of snacks. He gestured for Yi Kong, Lung Ningxuan, and Xian Linger to sit down, then shook his head, rubbed his hands, and turned to look at the 4 boys from the 4th middle school. "Ding, the mall is officially open," giving 1,000 points, and automatically buying a jade purification bottle for the host. "Are you here to have fun?" Ding, purchase successful, system balance, 0. The captain of the 4th team unleashed his full power of origin chi, reaching the 8th star of apprentice. This 4th middle school is really strong. Tian'an City's team is doomed. Are they here to be funny? Do they think they're here to have fun? Jade purifying bottle contains infinite space, can hold hundreds of rivers, and is impervious to water and fire. The spectators on the sidelines booed as they saw that Ling Chen's team of 3 had already relaxed. Ling Chen locked his gaze on the 4 people opposite him, remaining calm and composed, and silently extended one finger. "To deal with you, I only need one move." His calm voice stirred up a huge uproar. The audience at the scene and those watching the live stream were all shocked. "My God, how dare you say that?" On the other side is a captain at the apprentice level with 8 stars and 3 apprentice level members with 7 stars. "You want to take on 4 opponents at once? And with just one move?" Almost everyone's first reaction was that this boy was bragging and trying to show off. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Isn't Tian'an City supposed to be the worst-ranked satellite city? How can it be so arrogant? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and no one believed that Ling Chen could do it. But the next moment, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. A bronze-level aura instantly swept across the entire entire area. All the audience fell silent, and the 4 students from the 4th team opposite them were also stunned. Ding, the distance is too far, the system cannot see clearly. This kid is actually at the bronze level? Bronze level is not uncommon, but who would believe that a boy who has only been awakened for less than a month has already reached the bronze level? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, he has the backing to back him up. Ding, the host is detected to be disrespectful to the system. 200 points deducted. Brothers, he's nothing but a paper tiger, let's attack together. Current balance, minus 200. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Hao, the 4th squadron leader, immediately rallied his troops and led them forward. Wu Hao, now awakened with speed-type abilities, moved like a blur, curving towards Ling Chen. The other 3 team members are also speed-type, so it seems that this team wants to win by speed. Ling Chen directly used nearly 10% of his origin chi. With flames burning in his right hand, he was poised to strike, transforming into a bolt of lightning that outpaced Wu Hao and the other 3 who had awakened speed abilities. With a single, powerful blow, the 4 were sent flying off the stage, unconscious. Sigh, there's not even anyone who can fight. Ling Chen sighed and turned to run towards Yi Kong and the others. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Is there no justice left? I'm reporting someone for cheating. Ling Chen is definitely not a senior in this year's class. Use system to view. The contestant area immediately erupted in commotion, with most students strongly demanding that Ling Chen's age be verified. Why are you so outstanding, even though we both received 9 years of training in supernatural abilities? Hello Ling Chen. As instructed by our superiors, our staff needs to conduct a bone age test on you to prevent any abnormalities. We hope you can understand. A small compensation will be provided after the test. Could you please cooperate? After receiving instructions from his superiors, the host addressed Ling Chen through the microphone. No problem. Ling Chen, who had just won a round of shock, naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. Soon, a staff member came up on stage with a testing instrument and conducted a bone age test on Ling Chen. When the staff announced the results, a gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. This is actually real? Is someone being reported for cheating? We're both 18, so why am I only a 2-star apprentice while he's already a bronze level expert? Upstairs, have you ever considered that maybe you're not working hard enough? The winning team is the Tianan City team. Brother Chen was right. The entire audience erupted in deafening applause. Geniuses are always admirable. Ugh, I'm so tired. Brother Chen, give me these snacks, I'm exhausted. Let's try something different for the next game? Yi Kong said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen pursed his lips in annoyance, then pointed to the suspended camera next to him. What's going on? It doesn't look big. How can it be so heavy? Yi Kong followed Ling Chen's finger and saw a camera filming him in close-up. Being Ling Chen's teammate only requires knowing how to lie down and be passive. It's truly one god carrying 3 others. Why isn't Ling Chen my teammate? The competition continued, and teams as outstanding as Ling Chen's were, after all, rare. Finally, the first round of the competition ended. 19 high schools in the main urban area were promoted, but only 5 were in the satellite city. 3 of them encountered teams from other satellite cities. Ling Chen was surprised to find that the Ning'an City team, which had clashed with the team last night, had also advanced. Today's matches are now concluded. The draw for the second round will be held tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All teams are requested to attend on time. As soon as the host finished speaking, Ling Chen hurriedly led everyone away from the scene. If he doesn't leave soon, Ling Chen will be besieged by reporters. Back at the hotel, upon learning that there was a bronze-level prodigy named Ling Chen in Tianan City, the hotel manager immediately vacated 2 rooms for Ling Chen and his companions. Finally, Ling Chen had a place to live. It's time for our triennial lucky draw. Draw time. Good heavens. Whoosh. I wish I could just get a god-level skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the king-level skill, Lightning Slash. Lightning Slash unleashes a lightning strike as bright as moonlight. Excellent, excellent. Another powerful attack skill has been added. If Thunderous Strike is a wide-area attack, then Lightning Slash is a powerful weapon for high single-target damage. Strength 5,225 kilograms. Skills Flash, Spatial Chains, Myriad Swords Return to Origin, Xianyuan Sword, Third Turn Thunder God Technique, Blazing Palm, Basic Appraisal, 899/10,000, Perception, 20-meter Radius, Combat Skill Specialization, Lightning Slash, Thunderous Strike, Xianyuan Sword Soul Power, 123/10,000. Pet, Super God Level Pet, Little Dragon, Growth Stage, Backpack, Too Many to Display, Heaven and Earth Chaos Art, Supreme Level Price, 1 trillion points. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Ling Chen was just getting ready to familiarize himself with the skills when there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Bing Faju, Yellow Rank Advanced Price, 100 points. Brother, we want to go out for a walk, come with us. Ling Shi's clear voice came from outside the door. Ling Chen had originally planned to refuse to go out, but then he thought about it and realized he was worried about the safety of his 2 younger sisters. He responded with a sound of agreement and walked out of the room, still feeling unsatisfied. At the entrance, Lingxi, dressed in a youthful schoolgirl style, and and Lingling, wearing a long floral dress, were standing to one side, talking in hushed tones. Oh, Ling Chen was taken aback when he saw Lingling wearing a dress. He thought she usually only liked casual clothes. How to earn points? Is it pretty? Lingling asked softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Very nice. The dress suits you perfectly. Ling Chen praised her generously, patted Lingling's head, and said with a smile, Lingling looked up and smiled sweetly. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Let's go to the mall. For the next 3 hours, Ling Chen had no idea how he had spent them. All he saw was a small mountain of all kinds of clothes piled up in his spatial ring. This is much more tiring than cultivation. Ling Chen sighed inwardly. After returning to the hotel, Ling Chen did not continue cultivating. He lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. 1 billion points. This was the first time he had been able to get a good night's sleep since he transmigrated. The next morning, at the arena. Today, the 24 teams that won the first round will compete in the second round of elimination matches. The second round of the competition begins today. Captains of the winning teams from the first round, please come up to the stage to draw lots and determine your opponents. The host then announced the list of the 24 winning teams. Ling Chen was the first to walk onto the stage, but this time was different from the first time. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. At this time, an old man who was fishing sneezed. Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen, I want to have your child. Hey buddy upstairs, aren't you going too far? Ling Chen reached into the lottery box, fumbled around for a moment, and took out a ball with a number written on it. The number 1 is clearly written on it. The teams below fell silent instantly, with one team even muttering to themselves, I'll swear on my dad losing 10 years of his lifespan if I don't draw Ling Chen. That was the Ning'an City team that had clashed with Ling Chen. When they drew the number 1, the audience immediately erupted in gloating laughter. Congratulations, brother, your dad will live a few more years. A team leader standing nearby breathed a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with schadenfreude. Why, Dad, why don't you shorten your lifespan? I want to inherit your estate sooner. What a filial and good child. The draw is over, and the competition is about to begin. All players, please get ready. The first match was between Tianan City and Ning'an City. Grandpa, here I come. But in the eyes of all the viewers, this was a contest with no suspense whatsoever. The 4-person lineup from Tianan City: Ling Chen, bronze level 1 star, B level fire type, Yi Kong, apprentice level 7 star, S level, wind type, Long Ning Shuang, apprentice level 7 star, A level ice type, Xian Ling Air, apprentice level 7 star, A level healing type. The 4 people from Ning'an City were all apprentice level 6 star. Among all the satellite cities, Ning'an City is considered a strong team, but it is not even in the same league as Tianan City. Ling Chen still gave up scoring in the individual competition. Grandpa, are you there? The match begins. Ling Chen calmly took out a sofa and a table, and set out a deck of cards and 3 cups of tea. You're going to try different approaches, aren't you? Yi Kong was quite satisfied. He could eat, play, and drink with his pretty female classmates every day and still win easily. These days are so comfortable. Ling Chen shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. After doing all this, Ling Chen turned around and saw that Ning Ansheng and the other 4 were still standing on the field. Who gave you the courage not to surrender? Ling Chen asked curiously. Ling Chen, don't think you can't beat anyone. If you're so capable, then don't make a move. The entire audience was shocked. No one had ever seen such a shameless person. Oh, no problem. Are you sure? The leading boy was overjoyed. Let's attack together and defeat Ling Chen, then we'll win. The 4 from Ning Ansheng charged forward in unison. Ling Chen sighed. They were just too young. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him, Ling Chen kicked him away. The opponent rolled twice on the ground before finally crashing heavily to the ground. Then, he kicked them 3 more times, knocking the remaining 3 unconscious. Hey, does kicking with your foot count as using force? The scene fell silent. Kicking someone didn't really count as physical violence. The Tianan City team has won the first round. Immediately afterwards, the second match began. Sigh, there's not a single person in this team who can fight. In the following matches, all the teams from the satellite city were eliminated. The other 3 team members have also reached the 8th level of apprenticeship, 2 of whom are water type and 1 is a healing type. The lineup is exceptionally well matched. They are definitely a very strong team. Even Ling Chen wouldn't dare to be careless when facing the top high school in the main city. He would have to use at least 30% of his strength to fight. Ling Chen yawned boredly, scratched the back of his head, and sighed that the game was progressing too slowly. He saw Yi Kong watching the ring with great interest. Ling Chen stroked his chin, wondering if he had let them have too much free time these past few days, making them take the competition for granted. Can't you guys just perform properly and help me stand out? With a light laugh, Ling Chen decided to return to the hotel to continue his cultivation. These student matches involve very little skill in the fighting. It's like a bunch of elementary school kids squabbling with immature moves. Back at the hotel, just as Ling Chen reached his room door, he suddenly felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. He turned around and looked around carefully, but found nothing. Although I didn't see anything, the feeling of being seen secretly watched was definitely real. Ling Chen secretly became more vigilant. He took out his communicator, typed a message, and clicked send. At this moment, an elderly man in a foot massage parlor had a ruddy complexion and was covered in sweat. Suddenly, a message notification tone sounded from the communicator next to me. Upon hearing the sound, the old man stopped what he was doing, turned slightly, and reached out to pick up the communicator and glance at it. A plant. It's perfectly safe in broad daylight. They're just asking for trouble. The old man couldn't help but curse under his breath upon seeing the message. Then he suddenly quickened his pace, creating a series of light and rhythmic sounds. 3 minutes later, the old man trembled slightly and relaxed completely. Ugh, this is so boring. He picked up the clothes that were casually placed next to him, put them on, walked to the window, opened it, and stepped onto the windowsill. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned her head and blew a kiss to the bed inside the room. Little darling, I'll come again next time. Then he kicked off the window and jumped from the 6th floor. He did a 360-degree spin in the air and landed in a half-kneeling position with one foot on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He paid no heed to the surprised and strange looks from the passers-by and ran straight toward the arena. Only after the old man had gone did the crowd begin to murmur among themselves. Oh dear, you're over 50 and still looking for fun. Yeah, they actually came in broad daylight. Why do you think he didn't use the main entrance, but instead jumped off the building? Could it be that they're hiding from their debts and running away with the bill? Isn't that like trying to dine and dash? The old man had long since gone far away and could no longer hear the increasingly outrageous things the crowd was saying. If he heard this, he would make these people regret saying such things. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was cultivating in his room when suddenly there was a knock on the living room window. Seeing the old man leaning against the window, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was I too hasty and chose the wrong person as my bodyguard? He opened the window and let the old man in. Why did you call me over? What's the urgent matter? Although the old man was somewhat displeased, he still managed to suppress his impatience as he asked Ling Chen. Someone is secretly watching me and following me. Go and find out. Ling Chen paid no attention to the old man's displeased expression, wondering to himself who was watching him. Alright, the old man realized the seriousness of the situation, and his expression immediately turned serious. The old man clasped his hands in a fist salute to Ling Chen before silently slipping out of the window. Then I won't be polite. Ling Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, what kind of serious illness has he contracted? In broad daylight, instead of using the door, he's climbing through the window. Now that an elder was going to investigate, Ling Chen felt a little more at ease and decided to take it one step at a time. After all, this is the main urban area, and he believed that those who were secretly watching would not dare to cause trouble openly. Besides, I have a master backing me up. Only now do you remember you have a master? A familiar voice suddenly rang in Ling Chen's mind. I didn't expect it could heal. Ahem. He. Master, I've already reached the bronze level. I'll come find you after this competition. Ling Chen replied with a smile. Not bad, even faster than I expected. It seems I underestimated you, kid. The master's words carried a hint of approval. That's right, I have the potential to become an emperor. Ling Chen casually quoted the system's evaluation of him. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. The master's voice suddenly rose, sternly stopping him from continuing. What's wrong, master? Is there something you can't tell me? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. There are some things that knowing now won't do you any good. You'll understand when you're strong enough, the master said in a low voice. Don't mention those words again, or if Tianji notices. The master stopped there. Ling Chen was puzzled, not understanding what his master was afraid of. Could it be the heavenly Tao? Could such a thing exist in a physical form? Forget it, don't overthink it. The most important thing now is to win first place in the competition. After clearing his mind, Ling Chen quickly calmed down. The next day, at the arena, 12 teams of 4 stood neatly in the center of the arena. The second round of the competition is over. Congratulations to the remaining 12 teams for advancing to the top 12, the host announced. They are the number 1 high school, number 2 high school, number 3 high school, number 5 high school, number 12 high school, and the Tiananmen City team. When the host announced Tiananmen Square, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Humph, just a pretty boy who forced his way up using pills. Li Chang, the captain of the second high school, said viciously with a gloomy face. Why are these lower-class people from satellite cities more popular than him? He'll show them who the real king is. Wow, Brother Chen, are you that popular now? Yi Kong exclaimed while stuffing grapes into his mouth. Keep a low profile. You're respected by people in the martial arts world. Ling Chen waved his hand, indicating that he should keep a low profile. Oh, our Ling Chen seems to have something to say. The host noticed and approached him. Ling Chen, is there a problem? As soon as the words were spoken, the host subconsciously handed over the microphone. 3 seconds later, the host regretted it. I want to say that everyone here is trash. Cough cough. No, I want to request a change to the rules of the game. Playing like this is such a waste of time. I request a one-on-one duel. I'll take on the remaining 11 teams one by one. Ling Chen's words were transmitted through the microphone throughout the venue and reached the ears of all the the viewers watching the live broadcast. This guy is too arrogant, so conceited. Wow, he's so handsome, I love him to death. Damn it, who said he was going to keep a low profile? He can't take on so many people. The crowd inside the arena began to discuss the matter. Oh no, Ling Chen, are you sure you want to do this? I'll ask your superiors for permission. The host was sweating profusely. I'm sure, Ling Chen said firmly. Members of the other teams around him were staring intently at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, don't be so arrogant. You've just broken human history records, becoming the first genius to advance to the bronze level immediately upon awakening. Yeah, so what if you're a little handsome? There are 44 of us, do you think we can't beat the 4 of you? Hey, count me in? I won without even lifting a finger. Yi Kong said innocently. I'm just a tag-along, how did I suddenly get dragged into this? Ignoring the taunts from the teams next to him, Ling Chen closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and waited for the organizer's final decision. Meanwhile, Assistant Xiao Wang rushed to the office of the Minister of the Supernatural Abilities Education Department. Xiao Wang pushed open the office door and rushed inside. Minister Lin, during the arena competition, Ling Chen, the captain of the Tianan City team, has requested to take on 11 opponents at once so that the remaining teams can join him. And now our ratings have exploded. The online live streaming platform is almost overwhelmed. There are just too many viewers. Most people say they came for Ling Chen. Minister Lin, who was looking down at the report, stopped what he was doing, looked up and pondered for a moment. Good. The rules have remained unchanged for so many years. Everyone is tired of it. Ling Chen is a once-in-a-century genius. Approved. Grant his application. A bronze-level high school student, let the other settlements see just how strong our genius really is. Yes, Minister. I'll go and inform the arena right away. Upon hearing Minister Lin's instructions, Xiao Wang turned and quickly left the office. Once outside, he quickened his pace and hurried to the arena to inform the staff. Why is there still no result? Why not just agree to let him play and that would be the end of it? Just when everyone was getting bored, a staff member appeared on the field and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The staff member was a little stunned, wondering why everyone was staring at him. He quickened his pace, rushed to the host's side, whispered a few words, and then turned and left. The host received instructions from his superiors, but he didn't expect that this kind of game would actually be approved. The competition organizer has approved Ling Chen's application. Now, do the remaining 11 teams agree? No problem. Let him see what we're capable of. With the consent of all teams, the host continued to control the game. Now, please welcome both teams to the stage. Who will emerge victorious in this match between Tianan City and the main city? Let's wait and see. Ling Chen and his friends stood on one side, while 44 people stood densely packed on the other side, making the already small arena even more crowded. Brother Chen, do you need us to come together? Facing opponents dozens of times larger, Yi Kong felt he couldn't slack off any longer. After all, if Ling Chen couldn't hold on, he would have to step in sooner or later. Wait until I can't hold on any longer, then you can go up. Ling Chen shook his head. The match has officially begun. At the referee's command, members of each team in the main city unleashed their superpowers, some transforming into beasts, others strengthening themselves, all showcasing their respective strengths. Who should go first? Although everyone had summoned their superpowers, no one dared to be the first to make a move. The scene was completely silent. Anyone who went first would be committing suicide. Anyway, Ling Chen will have someone to handle it, and after that, everyone will still be competitors. So everyone tacitly agreed to let others go first, while they could reap the benefits. A bunch of cowards. I'll take them on. Li Chang from the second high school said with disdain. Facing the players who had been forcibly raised to the bronze level by using elixirs, he was confident that he could take on 10 of them. Li Chang walked to the front of the line and stared coldly at Ling Chen. Ha, Ling Chen, I heard you're a B-rank fire type. Let me tell you, I'm an SS rank fire type Hellfire. Our talents are worlds apart. I'm not your dad, call me boss. Hey, bro, are you kidding me? Are you going to fight or not? Yi Kong shouted from the side. Okay, daddy, I've already cracked half of the sunflower seeds. What am I going to do if you don't hit me soon? From now on, your name will be Xiaolong. You're courting death. Li Chang roared, his body engulfed in black flames, and he charged towards Yi Kong like lightning. Okay, daddy. Ling Chen stepped forward and stretched out his arms. Alright, let's put on a show and use you as the backdrop. Li Chang had already covered half the distance when Ling Chen made a thought, and the entire arena fell into a brief silence. Woo woo woo, boss, you're bullying Long. Purple lightning arcs swirled and danced like vines around Ling Chen's arms. After a brief silence, the scene erupted in uproar. Am I seeing things? Ling Chen's lightning strike is thunder? That's a lightning type ability. Ling Chen not only has a fire type ability, but he also has a lightning type ability. Ling Chen actually possesses twin superpowers. One of them is even SS level. No wonder he was able to reach bronze level so quickly. Although some people have awakened twin abilities before, most of these abilities remain at the F or D level and are not very valuable. Everyone present, except Yi Kong, was shocked, including the viewers watching the live stream. Ha, what's going on? SS level abilities aren't uncommon, so why is everyone everyone so shocked? Upstairs, he had been using fire-based abilities before. Dual elemental abilities? Wow, those two girls are so pretty. Long Ning Shuang and Xian Linger exchanged a glance. Sure enough, Ling Chen was far more complex than he appeared. Lang Ning Shuang stared at Ling Chen's retreating figure, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Is this all the trump cards you have? There must be more than that. Ling Chen, what kind of person are you? Seeing Ling Chen's body crackling with electricity, Li Chang was stunned for a moment, but since the arrow had already been knocked, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Go to hell! Li Chang not only didn't stop but instead sped up and pounced on Yikong. But Ling Chen will never let him have his way. Ling Chen transformed into a blur and instantly appeared in front of Li Chang. An arc-shaped bolt of lightning slashed towards Li Chang. Li Chang quickly crossed his arms to protect his front. The moment the lightning strike touched Li Chang's arm, Li Chang's sleeve was cut open. Li Chang was sent flying by the lightning strike. The story of one man and one dragon begins here. Several ribs broke, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong, boss? A long mark was drawn on the ground, and Li Chang fainted. Next, it's your turn. Ling Chen looked at the remaining people and asked, do you choose to surrender, or do you want me to do it myself? Really? If Ling Chen had only been a B-level fire-type ability user before, everyone would have thought he would be easy to deal with. But now that we know he is an SS rank lightning type, possesses the highest talent level, and has even reached the bronze level, the situation is completely different. If they knew that Ling Chen's strength had already risen to the 6th level of the silver rank, they would probably be terrified. Okay. Seeing everyone hesitate, Ling Chen decided to teach them a lesson. After adjusting his posture, Ling Chen placed his palms slightly upward on either side of his body, as if summoning the energy within him. Boom! Sizzle! Ah, what a beautiful world this is! The sky gradually darkened, with thick clouds gathering and purple lightning flashing faintly within them. Honey, do you still remember that attack that unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts from the sky? You mean that move? An elderly couple were talking quietly on the sidelines. Ling Chen controlled the lightning and soared into the air, his body crackling with electric arcs. Then, he guided lightning to descend from the sky, and bolts of lightning as thick as an arm struck down from the sky, heading straight for the main city's troops. The lightning struck before it could be avoided, splitting the ground in many places. The student struck by lightning was charred black, smoking, and his hair stood on end. He exhaled a puff of smoke. I surrender. I'm not fighting anymore. More and more students hurriedly dodged the lightning, ran to the edge of the ring, and then jumped off the ring. Soon, only the players from number 1 high school and the unconscious student remained on the field. Medical staff quickly and safely removed the unconscious student from the ring. Qin Tian, the captain of the first high school, stared straight at Ling Chen. I admit you're strong, but we haven't fought yet, so the outcome is still uncertain. Suddenly, arcs of lightning appeared around Qin Tian as well. He was also an SS-level lightning ability user. The audience immediately became excited. An SS-level thunder versus an SS-level thunder matchup. It's been many years since we've seen anything like it. This game is definitely worth the ticket price. Both of them possess lightning-based abilities, meaning that lightning attacks would be significantly weakened by them. At this moment, Ling Chen's fire-based ability became a key advantage. Take this. Oh, summon it out and let me see it. Thunderstorm Fist. Qin Tian wrapped his right hand in an arc of electricity and approached Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. After gathering his strength, he threw a punch. His fist carried the powerful force of thunder. It was his all-out strike. Fiery palm. Ling Chen calmly swung out a palm to block Qin Tian's fist. Bang! The fist and palm collided, producing a deafening sound. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and endured it. His fists continued to pound forcefully. Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. He had only used 30% of his strength, yet he hadn't been able to kill his opponent instantly. He then mobilized his internal energy and increased his output intensity. Finally, Qin Tian couldn't hold on any longer and stumbled back several steps. He took 5 steps back, knelt on one knee, and supported himself with his hands on the ground, as if he had suffered internal injuries. Ling Chen turned to look at Qin Tian's remaining teammates. Ling Chen, we surrender. The 3 men raised their hands in surrender, then ran to their captain, Qin Tian, and helped him up. Seeing that the 3 of them knew what was good for them this time, Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. Your previous refusal to surrender seemed more like a willingness to die. This 1v11 team match has ended. I hereby declare Tianan City Team the winner. They are the champions of this knockout stage, the host announced in a loud voice. Tianan City has won the championship. This has never happened before in the history of the competition, as the top 3 positions have always been taken by high schools from the main city. Who would have thought that Ling Chen would suddenly appear? You won the championship? Yi Kong said with a sneer. The competition wasn't as serious or difficult as the principal made it out to be. At this moment, the entire venue erupted in cheers, and everyone shouted Ling Chen's name in unison. Ling Chen exudes an aura of invincibility, and his strength gives everyone hope for the future. Humanity's situation will surely improve. After the host announced the results, Ling Chen led his team off the stage. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he he saw Yi Qing with a face full of anger. Ling Chen, can't you just leave me alone? Do you have to be so reckless? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Chen gave teacher Yi Qing a perfunctory reply, then turned and left. Remember to let me know when you come to collect the award. Captain, there seems to be a sound over there. The main city tournament has temporarily come to an end, with only 11 teams remaining to compete for the top 2 spots. At this moment, what Ling Chen cared about most was who was secretly watching him. He sent a message to the old man and sat on the sofa, waiting and thinking. First of all, I don't think I've offended anyone. After all, I'm so upright, there's no need for me to cause trouble. Could it be someone from Ningen City? But the way that young masters men operate shouldn't be like this. Are they fans? That's insane. There was a knock on the living room window, and the old man's figure came into view. Please use the door next time, Ling Chen said helplessly as he opened the window. The old man squeezed into the room and sat down on the sofa, looking visibly shaken. I said I'd pay you extra to be your bodyguard. Do you know who's watching you in the shadows? The old man said in a low voice. Who? Ling Chen narrowed his eyes. Whoever it was, he just had to catch them. They're a bunch of lunatics who call themselves a new kind of human and claim to be guided by God. They said the monster uprising was just a trial, the purpose of which was to eliminate the weak and leave the strong. They resent the alliance protecting ordinary people and have repeatedly sabotaged it. This angered the alliance, which sent powerful warriors to wipe them out, but they failed. Wait, Ling Chen interrupted. Why are they staring at me? Get to the point. Because they are retaliating against the League, hunting down talented prodigies in the League every year. Are you okay, Yi Chen? Ling Ling asked with concern. As a high school student, you broke the record, which naturally attracted their attention. Ling Chen nodded. Revealing one's talent always brings trouble. The key is whether one's plan can succeed. So who's watching me now? What are their plans? Check it again, and I'll increase your annual salary by 10,000 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, the old man was telling the truth, and after agreeing, he climbed out of the window again. Sitting on the sofa, Ling Chen felt a faint sense of crisis. We must improve our combat capabilities as soon as possible. Back in my room, time to begin my cultivation. Ling Chen, who was focused on cultivation, didn't even step out of his room. At this moment, a tense and exciting elimination tournament is underway in the arena. Because one team is missing, the remaining teams will have to draw lots to determine who gets a bye. The captains of both first high school and second high school weren't very strong, so the team members drew lots on their behalf. The result was unexpected. The first high school actually won a vacant spot. The remaining 10 teams will compete in 5 matches, and ultimately the third high school, the fifth high school, the 8th high school, the 9th high school, and the 11th high school successfully advanced. The second high school team was unfortunately eliminated because their captain had not yet recovered. Today's matches have now concluded. Tomorrow, the remaining 6 teams will compete to determine the final 2 winners. Join Ling Chen's team in the national competition. The next day, the remaining 6 teams gathered at the arena, and the people from Tianan City also came to the players' area. But Ling Chen was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Ling Chen was lying on the bed, excitedly shouting and yelling. Wow, so cool. He clenched his fists excitedly. What exactly made Ling Chen so excited? The message from half a minute ago revealed everything. Stealth technique, achieving invisibility by utilizing the environment. Although it's not complete invisibility, it's still quite good. Every man has a boyish heart throughout his life. When Ling Chen first arrived on Earth, this was the skill he longed for most. Tonight. Thinking about what to do tonight, he planned to go out and investigate those new humans. With the ability to conceal himself, Ling Chen believed that as long as he was a little careful, he wouldn't run into any problems. Meanwhile, the arena battle was in full swing. The 3 winning teams, please come forward and draw lots to determine the order of the matches. The last 3 teams will take turns fighting each other. Rankings will be based on the total points from the 3 matches. Match 1, first high school versus 7th high school. Second match, first high school versus 3rd high school. Third match, 3rd high school versus 7th high school. Ultimately, first high school finished first and 3rd high school second with 8 points and 3 points respectively. Once the rankings were announced, preparations were immediately made to hold an award ceremony. The organizers invited the top 3 teams to come on stage via broadcast. At this moment, Ling Chen was still focused on his cultivation at the hotel. Yi Qing frowned deeply. Where did Ling Chen run off to again? I haven't seen him. It seems he left this morning and hasn't come back. Thinking of Ling Chen's enthusiasm for cultivating, teacher Yi Qing shook her head helplessly. Diligence is commendable, but to forget today's awards ceremony is truly persistent. Fortunately, the hotel was nearby. Yi Qing told everyone to stall for time before hurriedly leaving the arena. Half an hour later, Yi Qing, with her hair all messy, dragged Ling Chen into the arena. All eyes were on the field as everyone awaited the champion's appearance, having heard that this year's champion was a bronze-level genius. Seeing Ling Chen's unkempt appearance, it's true that geniuses always have a bit of personality. All members of the 3 teams had arrived, and the host picked up the microphone and announced in an enthusiastic voice, "It is now announced that the champion champion of this Hangzhou City Gathering Place competition is the Chungus, the city team from Tianan Satellite City. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Ling Chen raised his right hand and twisted his body with his left hand, waving to the audience. Look, the finest snow mountain fox fur. Tianan City, principal's office. As Principal Dong sipped his tea and watched the competition live, he smiled and muttered to himself, I knew I hadn't misjudged him. This year's college entrance exam is a sure thing. The study in the city lord's mansion. The middle-aged man sat at his desk, and Zhang Jia was reporting the results of the main city competition. Oh, you mean that boy possesses 2 supernatural abilities, and one of them is SS level lightning type? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, it seems we misjudged him last time. The one who should truly become our disciple is this young man. After the champion trophy was presented, the acceptance speech segment began, and as usual, the host handed the microphone to Ling Chen. But for some reason, the host felt his eyelids twitching constantly. He instinctively gripped the microphone tightly, but Ling Chen exerted a little force, and he still managed to take the microphone from him. First of all, thank you all very much for your support. His slightly magnetic voice came through the microphone. The entire hall fell silent as the audience listened intently to his speech. Next, I have 2 things to say. The first one, which isn't that important, is to thank my parents, sister, and teachers. Alright, that's enough with the thanks. I'm sure you're all getting hungry, so I'll get right to the second thing. It's very important. I am male, I like women, I am 18 years old, and my ambition is to wipe out monsters and restore peace. I'm planning to start a mercenary group to exterminate monsters. I'm now recruiting like-minded classmates to join. Food, lodging, and salary are all included. Interested classmates, please contact my personal contact number, 042-500-4250. I personally interview every member who wants to join, and those who pass the interview can join the group. This is such a blatant advertisement. Isn't this like stealing the job from the Army's recruitment office? You know, every year, most high school seniors who don't get into university end up in the Army. Wow, with such a handsome commander, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Wow, this gives us a chance to meet Ling Chen face to face. Some students who thought they had no chance of getting into university were tempted. Many of them come from impoverished families and can only exchange the resources allocated by the school for money, making them far less capable than the wealthy. The second floor is the arena, where you can sign up to participate in combat competitions between teams. In the past, joining the army was their best option. Now, following this genius prodigy might not be a bad path. Wait until I get it. Ahem, student, are you finished? Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the host quickly interrupted Ling Chen to stop him from continuing. Ling Chen reluctantly handed the microphone back to the host, secretly relieved that he had said everything he needed to say. Alright, thank you for sharing, Ling Chen. Next, please welcome Minister Lin, the organizer of this competition, to the stage to speak. Let's give him a round of applause. Minister Lin walked onto the stage unhurriedly and skillfully took the microphone. The champion of this Hangzhou knockout stage is the Tianan City team. Congratulations. The prize will be distributed later. Next week you will represent Hangzhou in the finals. Good luck everyone. I wish you all the best. And then, before he could finish speaking, the audience members began to leave one after another. Why spend money to buy a ticket and suffer like this? We've just been tormented by Ling Chen, and now we have to listen to Minister Lin read a speech. Alright, that concludes my remarks. Finally, congratulations again to everyone who made it to the top 3. Sensing that everyone wanted to leave quickly, Minister Lin felt somewhat embarrassed and simply ended his speech before he could finish. After his speech, Minister Lin left the arena with Ling Chen and the 3 teams. Meeting room of the Minister of the Department of Supernatural Abilities Education. This is a moderately sized office, with one side filled with electronic instruments and screens, and a round table in the center, with chairs spaced about 30 centimeters apart. Minister Lin invited the 3 teams to take their seats and began to talk about the day's events. I have a few things to say briefly. Minister Lin's expression suddenly turned serious, completely abandoning his previous kind and gentle demeanor. First and foremost, it concerns your rewards for this elimination round. Each member of the first place team will receive a prize of 50 million and can choose 3 prizes from the booklet in front of them. The second place team will receive a prize of 30 million each, and can choose any 2 rewards. Each member of the third place team will receive a prize of 10 million, and can choose 1 reward. Everyone around was stunned. Ling Chen, you're too domineering. Alright, Ling Chen immediately opened the booklet and began to select items. The changes came so quickly that no one had time to process them. Ah, it really is you. The first 10 pages are all silver tier equipment. The middle 10 pages are all about cultivation pills. The last 10 pages are books on various supernatural abilities and skills. Seeing that everyone had basically finished flipping through the booklet, Minister Lin continued. The competition is very fast-paced. The national finals are in a week. It will take 5 days to get from the main city to Dawn City, the final venue. In the long run, I recommend you choose skill books. But for this competition, ammunition, weapons and cultivation pills offer better value for money. After speaking, Minister Lin paused for a moment, giving the students present time to think and discuss. We don't need any of the pills. I have all of them here. Ling Chen spoke first, eliminating one option for Yi Kong and the others. As for equipment, Ling Chen felt that silver-level equipment was really not enough. To be honest, he was confident that he could not be defeated by a gold-level monster within 5 seconds. Of course, this is on the premise that the time limit is within 5 seconds. What Ling Chen lacks most right now is skills. Now that he has revealed his lightning-type ability, he has a wider range of options. It's not that he doesn't want to choose spatial skills, but ask Minister Lin, how many can he come up with? After a moment's thought, Ling Chen realized that he already had enough offensive skills, but almost no support or control skills. As he flipped through the booklet, Ling Chen would imagine how best to combine each skill with his existing ones. Oh, I'm just taking a look. He first targeted a lightning-type skill, Thunderstrike, a mid-level Xian rank movement skill. Although not as powerful as skills obtained through a lottery, they are still very valuable. The second is a fire-type skill, Fire Shield, a low-level Xian grade skill that summons a fire-type shield to block attacks. Ling Chen hesitated over the last skill until he accidentally caught sight of one. I never expected there would be such a skill here. Skills without levels seem somewhat useless in normal circumstances, but when Ling Chen saw it, his eyes lit up instantly. Ding! Bronze-level armor detected, Golden Vine armor. Combined with his own stealth skills, wouldn't this be an essential skill for murder and arson on a dark and stormy night? I've made my choices, this one, and this one. After circling a few skills, Ling Chen tossed the booklet to his assistant. Soon, Yi Kang also finished his selection. He chose wind binding technique, thinking that with Ling Chen in charge of output, he could focus on being a support. He also chose a silver-grade dagger and swift boots. Yi Kang was very clear about his role, assassin support. Be a man like the wind. Xianlinger chose armor and 2 healing skills. The condensation cream seemed uninterested and showed little enthusiasm, as if these things held no appeal for her. She directly selected 3 bottles of beauty and skin-nourishing pills, which made Minister Lin's lips twitch. Are they really not planning to put in any effort? Look at Yi Kong. For the sake of the bigger picture, at least he chose the right equipment. What will Ling Chen think when he sees this? Speaking of which, how can something like what Xiao Wang did be included in the contestant rewards? Just as Minister Lin was muttering to himself, Ling Chen looked at Long Ningxuang and was stunned to see that she had chosen 3 bottles of beauty pills. Here it comes, it's definitely going to get angry. Minister Lin thought with a hint of anticipation. Cough, I told you there's no need to choose any pills. If you want, I have plenty here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen took out 10 bottles of beauty pills from his ring and handed them to Long Ningxuang. Looking at the pills Ling Chen handed over, Long Ningxuang hesitated. She always felt it wasn't right to accept things from men, but the beauty pills really tempted her. In the end, Xiaolang bowed to the evil forces, extended her slender hand, and put the pill into her ring. If you still need more, just contact me. I have plenty on hand. There were dozens of minerals of different sizes on the stall owner's table, and Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Ling Chen pretended to be generous and said that he actually only had these 10 bottles, since each bottle of pills cost several million, and he couldn't buy that many. Once he wins the championship and becomes a master alchemist, he can refine as many pills as he wants. Thank you. Lang Ningxuang responded softly, her tone warmer than before. Indeed, to deal with aloof people, all you need to do is cater to their preferences. Minister Lin stood by, dumbfounded. Wow, he's really something. Giving away tens of millions of dollars worth of stuff so casually. Youth is truly an advantage. After everyone had made their choices, Minister Lin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. I'm sure everyone has already chosen their favorite items. Now, I have the second announcement to make. This national competition will be held in Dawn City. Dawn City is the largest city on Blue Star and is also known as humanity's last line of defense. Our competition venue this time is a simulated primary field in the primeval forest outside the city, and the environment is completely modeled after the wild forest. 500,000 for one piece, or an equivalent amount of spirit stones will be exchanged first. In the simulated beginner arena, the most common monsters are all at the apprentice level. Only occasionally do bronze-level monsters appear in the central area, but they are extremely rare and unlikely to be encountered in general. Okay, I want them all. Please help me calculate the total price. By the way, I would like to remind everyone that getting familiar with this simulation will be of great help to you in the future. Okay, boss, I'll pack it for you right away. Listening to Minister Lin's introduction, Ling Chen could hardly imagine just how big this city was. It would probably take an average person decades to explore the entire city. So what are the specific rules for this competition? Hearing Minister Lin's description, everyone was filled with anticipation for Dawn City, since no one had ever been there before. This competition is different from previous hunting competitions, as it adopts a brand new format. Moreover, this national competition will be broadcast live in its entirety. 25 teams from various gathering places will enter the primary simulation field of the primeval forest from 25 different directions. The competition lasts for 3 days, and the activity area will shrink each day, until the last day when only the central square area remains. Once you enter the square, your score will be locked and will not change. Take it, and welcome back next time. Ultimately, the team with the highest score standing in the center square will be the winner. Killing a mid-level apprentice-level monster is very quick. What about the bronze-level demonic beasts? As soon as Ling Chen asked, everyone turned to look at him. Okay, you dare to ask. Can points only be obtained by killing monsters? Yi Kong asked. If a team consists entirely of offensive players, wouldn't they be able to keep killing and be extremely efficient? Of course not. There's another way to earn points, and it's the most common one: robbery. Yes, you can steal points from other teams, but you can only steal half of their points each time. Furthermore, if a team is robbed more than 3 times, the entire team will be considered eliminated. Everyone's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just forcing everyone to kill each other? Are there any restrictions on the competition? For example, are there certain behaviors that are prohibited? Ling Chen felt that something was not quite right. As long as you don't intentionally cause the death of others, there are basically no other restrictions. Can different squads team up and cooperate? This idea immediately excited Ling Chen. Of course, but the final championship can only be won by one team. Minister Lin was a little flustered, afraid that Ling Chen was going to pull some trick again. After all, the rules of this competition were changed because of him, so how could the organizers let him change them again at will? Did you all understand? Minister Lin asked, worried that he hadn't explained things clearly enough. Then I'll explain it again. He spent another 5 minutes repeating the explanation, his throat becoming dry, before finally picking up his water glass and taking a sip. Ahem. Everyone, listen to me. Taking advantage of Minister Lin's rest, Ling Chen stepped forward. You should understand that if you can't beat me, you might as well cooperate and join my mercenary group. Let's bring all the geniuses from other gathering places over here, and then we'll split the championship prize equally. Then raise high the banner of our gathering place in the central square. Qin Tian and Zhao Gang exchanged a glance and nodded silently. There's no way around it. Who wouldn't be envious seeing Yi Kong win effortlessly? Finally, it's our turn, isn't it? As for the championship, Ling Chen knew perfectly well that he had no hope of winning a championship. Being able to be the second oldest is already pretty good. Minister Lin stood to the side, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had originally intended to say that people from the same community should look out for each other. That's great. He doesn't even need to ask. Ling Chen has already taken the initiative to win him over. Well, everyone won't have too many points in the first 2 days. It will be much more efficient to compete for points from other teams on the 3rd day. Alright, you guys discuss the specific battle plan for the national competition yourselves. Xiao Wang will take you to collect the rewards later. Minister Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure whether it was due to the heat or some other reason. Before anyone could respond, Minister Lin hurriedly left the meeting room. It seemed there was something urgent waiting for him to deal with. Watching Minister Lin's hurried departure, Ling Chen muttered to himself, I didn't expect this trick to be so effective. If Minister Lin keeps talking, who knows how long he'll go on. Ignoring Minister Lin, who had already left, Ling Chen turned around to face everyone. Brother Chen, let's talk about the specifics of how to do this. Do you have a plan? Once we're inside, we'll start looking for the team on the very first day. But the other teams didn't get many points on the first day. Isn't this just a waste of effort? Qin Tian asked, puzzled. You're thinking too narrowly. Those are all my future underlings. Don't forget, we have 3 teams. Anyone who doesn't agree to be my underling will be eliminated immediately. Isn't it a bit much that our 3 teams have run into the same team in a row? Ling Chen grinned smugly and chuckled. Everyone was stunned at first, then realized what was going on and thought, this kid is really something. We really have to rely on him to cause trouble. Our team will grow stronger and stronger. Eventually, there will be a total of 25 teams. If half of them are our players, wouldn't the competition be over? Ling Chen had already begun to fantasize about the spectacular scene that would shock the entire nation. No problem. Everyone was full of anticipation. As for the consequences, it's okay. Ling Chen will bear all the consequences. After all, he was the leader. Ling Chen was unaware that everyone was actually treating him as a scapegoat. If there are no further problems, then let's call it a day. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and I still have things to do tonight. Sigh, what a miserable life. Ling Chen sighed silently to himself. As I walked out of the meeting room, I saw Xiao Wang pacing back and forth anxiously. Okay, follow me. Assistant Wang responded and turned to lead everyone toward the resources department. Upon entering a room in the resources department, a table was placed in the center, upon which were the resources that everyone had just selected. Each player's account was checked one by one, indicating that the prize money would be directly deposited into their account. After finishing all this, Ling Chen and the others prepared to leave. Sister Wang, we're leaving now. We'll tell Minister Lin we'll see you the day after tomorrow, Ling Chen said, chuckling as he led the group out of the Supernatural Abilities Education Bureau. As everyone walked out of the Education Bureau, Yi Kong asked curiously, Ling Chen, what are you laughing at? It's nothing, let's go back. Afterwards, everyone left together, and the different teams dispersed. When I returned to the hotel, I saw teacher Yi Qing and her sisters waiting in the lobby. Ling Chen stepped forward and patted his younger sister's head. Brother, you're awesome. Ling She gave him a thumbs up. Of course, don't you even know who your brother is? I have to say, it felt really good to be praised by my younger sisters. Ling Chen, I won't be accompanying you on the rest of the journey for this national competition, teacher Yi Qing said with a smile. Oh, what's wrong? It's alright, I have to go back to my post. You'll be led to the competition by people from the main city. I believe in you, don't let Tianan City down. Okay, teacher Yi, please be careful on your way back. Ling Chen clasped his hands in greeting. He secretly took out a few cultivation pills and beauty pills from his ring and quietly slipped them into teacher Yi's arms. Good luck to you guys. I'll be at school with my classmates to watch your finals. Just wait and see when we come back victorious. After seeing Ms. Yi Qing, who was carrying luggage, onto the car, Ling Chen watched the vehicle drive away into the distance. Once the vehicles were out of sight, Ling Chen turned around. Ah, now we're free. We can let loose and be ourselves. The teacher in charge, temporarily free from constraints, felt much more relaxed. Everyone helplessly covered their faces and looked at Ling Chen. I just felt really bad that you two were apart for a short while, but now you're not even acting anymore? We haven't seen enough yet. Sisters, just tell me what you want to eat. It's on me. Ling Chen patted his chest and said generously. Really? Then let's go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion on the top floor of the hotel? Ling Xi's eyes sparkled, and she became excited as soon as she heard about food. Current skill level is too low to be identified. Ahem, how about we let Yi Kong treat us? He just won a 50 million yuan bonus. Who else should we fleece if not him? A dull weapon, identification. Just kidding, there's practically no limit to how much you can eat at Zuexian Pavilion. Yi Kong went up there a few days ago out of curiosity to inquire about the prices. Current skill level is too low to be identified. It's not that expensive. A glass of plain water costs 998 yuan. Wow, brother Chen, you're not being polite to me at all. However, Yi Kong said that he was treating everyone to a meal today, so everyone should enjoy it. After all, this money is essentially free. They all got their positions by currying favor with powerful figures. Let's go then. Ling Chen gestured backward with his thumb. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Let's go. The four girls immediately got excited at the mention of food. They rushed to the front with great excitement. Sure enough, eating is always the primary need. Take the sightseeing elevator to the top floor, and as soon as you step out of the elevator, the glittering signboard of Zuexian Gu comes into view. Stepping through the gates of Zuexian Pavilion, one is greeted by a magnificent, elegant, and exquisitely crafted hall that exudes a golden and resplendent aura, instantly instilling a sense of confidence in one's very being. The place where we eat is simple yet stylish. The waitresses on both sides bowed in unison to greet them. Hello, I'm Lu, the lobby manager here. How many are in your party? Okay, Shelley, take the customer to room 101. Manager Lu bowed slightly, then turned to instruct the waiter to lead the way. Gentlemen, please follow me. Shelley walked up to Ling Chen and the others, put her left hand on her hip and stretched her right hand to the side. After saying that, Shelley took the lead and walked at the very front. After turning left and right and going around several corners, we finally arrived at the door of room 101. Shelley pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, gesturing for everyone to come in. After everyone sat down, Yi Kong immediately picked up the menu. Good heavens, my flesh is practically hurting. Braised pork belly, 88,888 a serving. Pig, I never dreamed I was worth so much. Fish, what's going on? I'm actually cheaper than a pig? Goodness, are you sure it's not expired? It gets even more outrageous when you flip to the back. These unscrupulous merchants are making outrageous profits. Just a few days ago, the Dawn Squad was selling meat for only 200 yuan per jean, 500 G. Bang! Ling Chen slammed his hand on the table. Call your boss over here, he said, his brow furrowed. Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. Please wait a moment. The waiter quickly went out. A short while later, an intellectual-looking middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses walked into the private room, followed by the waiter from before. What about this or? Does anyone have any questions? The middle-aged woman asked coldly. A customer who starts finding fault before even ordering is definitely sent by the neighboring Washinger restaurant to cause trouble. Are you the owner here? Ling Chen stood up and slowly walked towards her. Yes. The middle-aged woman frowned, her expression showing some displeasure. I want to invest, is that okay? Ling Chen's words were astonishing. Ha? What? The woman was stunned. Wasn't she here to cause trouble? Can I invest? I'm very optimistic about the future of our hotel. How about you name your price? Ling Chen looked at her expectantly. The cost of 1 pound of meat is 200, but it sells for 999,999 when cooked into a dish. He made a net profit of 5,000 times. The profits were so huge that Ling Chen could hardly believe it. You absolutely have to include me in this investment. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the woman was still somewhat doubtful. Did Shinju really want to acquire our Zue Xiangu? Sister, can you please reconsider? I'm sorry, I don't plan to sell my shares at the moment. The middle-aged woman directly rejected Ling Chen's request. Ling Chen put on a pitiful look and asked, then, what is the approximate cost of the monster meat you purchase for your store? What exactly do you want? The proprietress immediately became alert. Can I become your supplier? Ling Chen asked unwillingly. Since it was such a lucrative industry, how could he not get involved? Why doesn't he open his own shop? He doesn't have the time or inclination for that. Investing directly is the most cost-effective approach. The voice of old man Kong Ming sounded in Ling Chen's mind. I'm sorry, we already have a stable supplier. The proprietress refused again. Fine, never mind then. Ling Chen felt as if he had lost his sight. After confirming that Ling Chen and the others had no further problems, the proprietress left, her high heels clicking softly. The people left in the room prepared to make a big splash. I'd like this spirit fruit salad and a glass of kiwi wine. Fairy Linger pointed to two dishes on the menu that looked both delicious and healthy. Me too. I want the same one. Ling Shi immediately stood up and raised her hand to indicate that she wanted to order one more. No, children shouldn't drink alcohol. Give her a glass of juice instead. Ling Chen immediately stopped the waiter from recording the drinks. Okay, underscore. Ling Shi pouted and sat back down. Give me a Boston Mutant lobster, stir-fried ironclad beef, and a 82 Coke, please. Brother Chen, doesn't your conscience hurt? Wah, I'm going to be broke. Yi Kong lay on the table, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. After everyone had ordered, the waiter calculated the bill, which came to a total of 3,688,714 yuan. Ling Chen alone ordered 1,562,200 yuan, which accounted for almost half of the total. Indeed, Brother Chen, you truly are my good brother. Before long, the dishes that everyone had ordered were served one after another. Let's eat. I must say, it's expensive for a reason. The taste is really good. Ling Chen licked the soup off the plate, leaned back in his chair, rubbed his stomach, and let out a burp. The two younger sisters next to them rolled their eyes in unison. What deal? The old man responded nonchalantly. After finishing his meal, Yi Kong went to pay the bill with tears in his eyes. Don't worry. Ling Chen patted Yi Kong on the shoulder and took out several bottles of cultivation pills from his ring and handed them to him. Yi Kong glanced at the pills in his hand, his pupils suddenly contracting. These few bottles of pills combined probably wouldn't even be worth 100 million. Brother Chen, you. When Yi Kong looked up, he realized that Ling Chen and the others had already walked far away. Hey, wait for me. He hurriedly chased after Ling Chen. They went downstairs to the floor where everyone lived, and each went back to their room and slept in their own bed. After agreeing on a departure time for the next day, everyone went about their own business. Upon returning to his room, Ling Chen neither cultivated nor rested. He took out a black robe from the ring and put it on, then took out a black semicircular mask and covered the upper half of his face. He opened the window, took a light step, and disappeared into the night. Having cast a concealment spell, he had become one with the night, and even if you stood next to him, you couldn't see anyone. Arriving at a somewhat gloomy old residential area, Ling Chen used a concealment technique and walked towards a warehouse in a corner of the area. At the warehouse entrance, an elderly man was observing the building next door through the window. Ling Chen quietly walked to a spot 3 meters away from the old man, who seemed to notice something. He turned his head to look at the gate warily, but after half a minute he found nothing unusual. He turned back. Ling Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that the two skills working together were indeed quite effective. Below the diamond rank, it's not easy to be detected if you're careful. It's me, Ling Chen. His voice suddenly boomed in the old man's ears. The old man instinctively wanted to turn around and fight back, but years of experience made him calm down instantly. Ling Chen? How did he end up next to me? They didn't even notice. Sure enough, Ling Chen must come from a prominent family. Ling Chen was unaware that the old man was making a series of guesses in his mind because of the effects of the two skills he possessed. How is the situation? Ling Chen asked in a low voice, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes in the darkness. The top 6 floors are a stronghold of the new humans, with at least 2 platinum-level peak experts. There shouldn't be any diamond-level experts, otherwise they would have been discovered long ago. There are 2 more platinum-level 1-star individuals, about a dozen gold-level individuals, and 1 silver-level youth. They should each stay in their own residences and only gather here at specific times. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, cursing inwardly. Can't we get a few of these guys that I can beat? In fact, even if you don't offer so many spirit stones, he will agree. Good grief, I can't even beat their lowest-ranking members. Then how did you find this place? The old man remained silent for a moment. After a long silence, he slowly said, my wife and daughter both died at their hands. After saying that, he said no more, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. I'm so sorry, please accept my condolences. We're not strong enough to take down this stronghold right now. Should we notify the Supernatural Abilities Surveillance Bureau? He thought to himself he wasn't capable of protecting himself yet, and he didn't want this threat to continue. It's no use. Do you think they don't have people people in the Supervision Bureau? Ling Chen's pupils contracted, but he quickly relaxed. Let's wait until someone we can trust comes along before making a decision. I have to go to the national competition tomorrow. With the people from the main city protecting me, you don't need to come with us. Keep an eye on things here for me? Alright, I'll take care of this. The old man's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared intently at the still-lit living room window on the 6th floor. Ling Chen nodded, pondering how to confirm whether there were truly no diamond-level experts here. If you rashly go to test the waters, even if you have excellent concealment skills, you will easily be detected. Master, can you check if there are any diamond-level experts over there? Ling Chen was overjoyed when he suddenly heard his master's voice. Let me see, came the response in my mind. Ling Chen thought to himself, it seems this master has a lot of free time. Let me tell you the good news first. The good news is that there are no diamond-level experts inside right now. Oh, that's lucky then. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The bad news is, there's a city guarding level expert inside, and he's already discovered you. Master's tone was startling. Hello, please show me your ticket. What? Ling Chen exclaimed in shock, his voice rising several decibels. What? What's wrong with you? The old man next to him noticed his unusual behavior. Then why didn't he make a move? Ling Chen ignored the old man and began to ponder his intentions. If you don't know how to deal with a city-protecting level enemy and rashly bring diamond and platinum level enemies to attack a stronghold, the result is predictable. It turns out that this little fish was completely beneath the other side's notice. Ling Chen turned to look at the old man and thought to himself, you're not worth much either. We don't need to keep watch here anymore. Let's retreat first and talk about it when we get back. After saying that, Ling Chen concealed his aura in front of the old man and disappeared into the darkness. Although the old man didn't understand, he followed suit, transforming into a black shadow and disappearing into the night. Residential building, 6 stories. Left protector, are we just going to let them go like this? A man dressed in black and wearing a mask knelt down and asked the person in front of him respectfully. Behind an elegant desk, a man in a purplish-black suit held a glass of red wine, swirling it gently. He sat with his legs crossed, his eyes cold yet carrying a hint of wicked smile. Don't rush, the bigger fish is yet to come. Her purple eyes were icy, her tone full of danger, as if she had everything under control. Meanwhile, Ling Chen and his companion successfully returned to the hotel under the cover of night. This time, Ling Chen sneaked in through the window again, since being dressed in all black didn't look like a good person. After climbing through the reserved window, he changed out of his black clothes, and the old man followed closely behind. Seeing the old man's slightly puzzled expression, Ling Chen said with a hint of helplessness, there is one inside that is even more powerful than a diamond-level being. Upon hearing this, the old man paused for a moment, then stared at Ling Chen in shock. We're lucky, he's too lazy to bother with us. Ling Chen gasped for breath, feeling a bit suffocated after stopping his breath-concealing technique. Before the old man could speak, Ling Chen interjected, alright, let's put this aside for now. Focus on your cultivation and we'll talk about it again when you advance to the diamond level. If you don't have enough spirit stones, just tell me. We can only take revenge when we become stronger, right? The old man gritted his teeth and nodded, a resolute glint in his eyes. Even at such an advanced age, she still makes people worry. After arranging for the old man to cultivate properly in another room, Ling Chen began to refine the specific plan for the competition in his mind. After finalizing the detailed plan, Ling Chen went to bed satisfied and continued his cultivation. The emergence of the new humans gave him a greater sense of urgency. He originally thought he could develop steadily, excel in the college entrance examination and enter Tsinghua or Peking University, and then have a smooth and successful career. However, now that he has just advanced to the bronze level, he has been targeted by this group of new humans. Ling Chen began to let go of the constraints he had placed on himself when he was practicing his cultivation techniques. The primal energy of the surrounding world transformed into a vortex of spiritual energy, continuously converging around him. A whirlwind of spiritual energy formed, and Ling Chen was right in the middle of it, completely enveloped by the spiritual energy. He sat cross-legged, hands clasped together, his robes fluttering gently with the flow of spiritual energy. With his eyes closed, he began cultivating the chaos god-slaying technique, continuously absorbing the source energy of heaven and earth and injecting it into his body, then refining it into his own source energy. The game begins, the referee shouted. He continued his cultivation until the morning of the next day. When he opened his eyes, a sharp light gleamed in the depths of his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Bronze level 2 stars, finally achieved. Shen Yuan Sword Soul Power, 123/10,000. Ling Chen now possesses the power of an 8-star silver level opponent. He is confident that if he goes all out, he can contend with an opponent at the initial stage of the gold level without being at a disadvantage. He stood up, stretched, and felt much more comfortable. Although he had only gained 1 star, his strength had improved significantly. After a quick wash, Ling Chen ate breakfast and took out his communicator. Alright, let's get down to business today. In the first second, nothing happened. The second passed and still nothing happened. Doesn't anyone want to contact me? 3 seconds, seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Finally, at the 10th second, Ling Chen's communicator started ringing incessantly as if it were about to explode. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A barrage of text message notifications rang out. When Ling Chen opened his phone, he was surprised to find that the number of people who had sent him the text message exceeded 9,999. He couldn't even count the exact number of people. This stumped Ling Chen. What should he do? Should he send a mass text message back? But how much would that cost? Finally, Ling Chen gritted his teeth. He was willing to risk everything for the master alchemist's skills. At worst, I can refine the lowest grade pill later and break even immediately. Students who are interested in joining my hunting team, please come to the hotel entrance next to the arena for an on-site interview before 6 p.m. today. After editing, he decisively clicked send. Ding dong, sent successfully. In less than a second, Ling Chen received a text message. It's from Huaqing Communications. Dear customer, as of today, your account balance is in arrears, amounting to 54,268.6 yuan. Your account has been restricted. Please pay the bill as soon as possible. Ling Chen stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Heavenly thunder, if I strike you, can I even take a single hair from your head? This is outrageous. Hundreds of thousands in text message fees. All I wanted to do was hire 100 people. You two girls have already lost. Do you want to admit defeat? Asked the referee. This is truly one in a million pieces of solid evidence. Left with no other choice, he had to pay the communication fee first. I reluctantly deposited 60,000 yuan. Next came the interview. Ling Chen arrived at the hotel entrance and set up a stall next to the central garden, placing a few chairs for the elderly on it. Wow, it's so big, so wonderful. He took out a piece of white paper and quickly wrote down a few large characters. We are recruiting team members. Honest and fair dealings guaranteed. Then, Ling Chen took out a good pot of tea, lay down on the old chair, and leisurely swayed his body. Before long, several girls came to the stall together. Wow, it's Senior Ling Chen. Senior, do you need someone to warm your bed? One of the petite and cute girls said excitedly. Her eyes were full of stars, and she would occasionally exclaim in a fangirling voice, so handsome. Are you here for an interview? Ling Chen asked calmly, seemingly unaffected by the women. However, if there was a divine pet, the system would have prompted it long ago. He casually checked the information of several girls through the system. After reviewing the information, Ling Chen waited quietly for their response. That's right, we all want to follow in the footsteps of the masters. Yang Hui answered eagerly, showing great enthusiasm. Why? I'm the strongest here. Why do you look down on me? Zhang Xiao immediately flared up and roared. Neither of them is as strong as me. I don't lack strong people. I need enough loyalty. Your eyes have already given you away. Ling Chen pretended to be a master at reading people's expressions, and as soon as he spoke, Yang Hui and Li Hui actually believed him. In their hearts, Ling Chen's image became even more towering. Are you two willing to join my team? Are you willing to fight monsters head-on? Ling Chen asked formally. We are willing, they both answered in unison. Okay, let's add each other on a communicator. I'll create a group and add you guys. Ling Chen proactively added two girls, since he had too many people adding him and didn't want to search through them one by one. There were many more people coming for interviews like this, and Ling Chen hired quite a few people in one day. Let me take a look first and call you if I need anything. Ling Chen politely declined the clerk. Many people only see him through live streams and therefore cannot come for an interview in person. As the sun set, the stalls were packed up. Today was a very fruitful day. Ling Chen's legion gained another 560 new members. He created a group and added everyone to it. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt a memory of alchemy appear in his mind, which gradually merged with his original memories. It was as if he had been refining elixirs for hundreds of years. So this is what alchemy is? Do you wish to use it immediately? Yes/no. I don't need it now. I'll wait until I have more ice attribute abilities. Now that he has become a master alchemist, he can easily master the art of refining the ultimate ice elixir. Thinking that he would soon possess ice-type superpowers, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. B-level pet egg, rogue rabbit, one free normal summon can be performed each month. B-rank pet egg, flame tiger. Wow, this is so cool. Am I really going to take off? There's no need to recruit soldiers personally. You can gain a new batch of underlings every month. Who wouldn't like such a system? After receiving the reward, Ling Chen couldn't wait to try out the ultimate ice alchemy. Back in the hotel lobby, he went to the front desk and asked, "Where is the alchemy room?" "Ah, sir, would you like to use the alchemy room?" The receptionist was immediately surprised. The young man in front of her looked so young, yet he was an alchemist. B-level mutant pet egg, Xingluan, evolvable. The alchemy room is on the 8th floor. Just turn right after you get off the elevator and walk straight. Xingluan, one of the 10 ancient mythical beasts, now on the verge of extinction. Perhaps the one you see is the last one. Thank you. Ling Chen walked towards the elevator, and with a gentle flick of his right hand, a chi building pill landed silently in the hands of the receptionist. The receptionist stood there dumbfounded. She had only given directions, and now she was getting free pills pearls worth hundreds of thousands of yuan each? So handsome. And rich too. I really want to have his babies. Of course, Ling Chen had no idea that as soon as he left, the receptionist behind him had already begun to fantasize about their future. Following the instructions, Ling Chen arrived at the entrance of the alchemy room. A regular alchemy room costs 10,000, an intermediate one costs 50,000, and a high-level one costs 200,000 per night. The receptionist respectfully announced the prices. After all, none of the alchemists were people they could easily provoke. Let's get a high-end one. Although I wanted to save money, I couldn't be careless when refining ice spirit pills, so I still had to use better equipment. After scanning the QR code to pay, Ling Chen was led into a high-class alchemy room by a dedicated maid. If you need anything, just ring the bell. I wish you success in your alchemy. The maid said goodbye and left. Ling Chen looked around. The alchemy room was simply furnished and spacious, but it had all the necessary alchemy equipment. The air was filled with a rich and fragrant medicinal aroma, which was very pleasant and refreshing, and seemed to have a calming and soothing effect. In the center of the alchemy room stood a huge alchemy furnace, 2 meters high, with a wide body and several soaring dragons carved on it, exuding majesty. At this price, they only provided the basic equipment, nothing else? It seems that being an alchemist is indeed the most profitable profession. It's also the profession where you're most likely to get ripped off. Ling Chen looked at the empty room and couldn't help but laugh at himself. After a quick tidying up, he took out the ultimate ice and other materials from the ring. Refining the ice spirit pill also requires some auxiliary herbs, but those are all very common, and I had already prepared them when I raided the treasure pavilion last time. With everything prepared, Ling Chen summoned flames and poured them into the alchemy furnace, then added the auxiliary materials one by one. The herbs gradually melted in the flames, turning into a few drops of crystal clear liquid. After purification, Ling Chen used his origin chi to envelop the ultimate ice and precisely guided it to merge into the elixir in the furnace. Under his precise control, the prototype of the ice spirit pill slowly took shape. After a long while, the pills were completed. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and 3 snow-white pills with blue patterns flew into his hand. Is this the ice spirit pill? He took one out and swallowed it immediately. A chill quickly spread throughout my body, and a thin layer of frost formed on my skin. Cool. Ha 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 ha. Ling Chen clenched his fist excitedly. He had finally obtained his 4th superpower. After the initial excitement subsided, he glanced at the time. It was already the next morning. Character, Ling Chen. I'll go wash up first, then have some breakfast. It's almost time to gather and leave. With that thought, he walked towards the washroom in the alchemy room. Strength, Apprentice 8-star, Experience 555/800. 10 a.m. at the hotel entrance. Superpowers, God level space power, SS level thunder power, B level fire power, evolvable. When Ling Chen arrived on time, all the members of the 3 teams were already there, including Ling Shi and Lingling. Talent, Emperor's appearance, good mood. Minister Lin was also present, followed by several soldiers in armor. Kung Fu, Chaos God-slaying technique, God level. In previous years, Minister Lin usually didn't bother to go to the site in person, but this year is different because Ling Chen is there. Skills, Flash, 10,000 swords return, Xianyuan sword, 3rd level thunder god technique, fiery palm, primary appraisal, 888/10,000. Perhaps the championship will belong to our Hangzhou, and then we'll have something to brag about. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Therefore, Minister Lin decided without hesitation to lead the team himself. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 88/10,000. Minister Lin, if I may ask, how strong are you? Although impulsive, Yi Kong asked the very question that Ling Chen had been wondering about. Exotic treasure, origin of the supreme treasure, city of space. It's alright to tell you, I'm at the peak of diamond level. None of the warriors I lead are below platinum level, so you can rest assured now. As soon as Minister Lin finished speaking, everyone's faces lit up with joy. With so many powerful guards, their safety should be no problem. But Ling Chen's brows furrowed tightly. After all, there are high school students among the new types who possess city guarding level strength. Mall, click to view. Ling Chen had a vague sense of foreboding. What are you thinking about, Brother Chen? Yi Kong waved in front of Ling Chen and asked with concern. It's nothing, it's just that I have a feeling the journey won't be smooth sailing. We need to be extra careful. Ling Chen solemnly reminded Yi Kong to be cautious. Number of Legion members, 11. Afterwards, he kept Lingxi and Lingling close by his side. Legion level, commander and his resentful guards. He had previously tested his spatial abilities and found that they could revive objects. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, seal, divine iron X30, jade purifying bottle, extreme cold spirit spring X9999, star ascension stone X1, obsidian X63. Therefore, even if his talent is exposed, Ling Chen will ensure the safety of his sisters in the event of danger. This is the biggest reason why he dares to bring his sisters out with him. Get in the car, we're ready to go. At Minister Lin's command, the teenagers from the 3 teams boarded 3 extended off-road mountain bikes in turn. Each vehicle can seat 8 people, with plenty of space. The other 2 vehicles each carried 4 squad members, in addition to 2 soldiers. Only Ling Ling Chen's car was relatively full, with 6 people plus Minister Lin in the passenger seat and an experienced driver. 4 armored vehicles followed closely behind, stationed at the 4 corners of the convoy, surrounding the 3 vehicles in the middle, with a troop carrier escorting them from behind. Each armored vehicle is equipped with 4 soldiers, while the troop carrier carries 20 soldiers. A guard of over 40 warriors, each at least platinum level, escorted the participating teams to Dawn City. The convoy quickly drove out of Hangzhou's main city and sped northward. Ling Chen, whether Hangzhou can bring glory this time depends on you. I specially applied for the highest level escort team for you. Minister Lin turned around in the passenger seat and said to Ling Chen with a smile. System smiley face. Of course, I won't consider anything but the championship, Ling Chen replied with a smile. After all, the champion's reward awarded by the system is so tempting that other rankings are meaningless. Minister Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly changed his expression, as if he had sensed something, and became serious. Damn it, an ambush. A cry of alarm suddenly came from ahead. Everyone on the bus tensed up instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells flew in from a distance and struck the convoy directly, overturning an extended off-road vehicle. Get out of the car. Minister Lin's voice was calm and firm, completely different from before. Ling Chen and the others quickly got out of the car, realizing that sitting inside was just making them easy targets. Together they righted the overturned SUV. Qin Tian and the others were pale and touched their heads, looking somewhat pained. These shells are ineffective against experts above the gold level, but they pose a deadly threat to high school students like Qin Tian. The 41-man squadron was divided into 5 platoons, each led by a squadron leader. First squad, charge southeast. Second and third squads, provide cross-cover from both sides and flank them. The squadron leader calmly gave instructions. He wasn't worried that the shells would harm his team members. After all, these shells only pose a threat to gold-level powerhouses. But if he doesn't eat enough, how can Xiaolong have the energy to lose weight? The lowest level of the entire squadron is Platinum 1 star. The remaining 2 teams then tightly surrounded the 3 student teams in the middle. Their mission was to protect Ling Chen and his group with all their might. It seemed the ambush crew also realized the shells were useless, and the bombardment ceased. On the southeastern hillside, dozens of men dressed in black appeared, their black trenchcoats fluttering in the wind. The leader waved his right hand and gave the order. The men in black unleashed their source energy, transforming it into cone-shaped streams that charged towards the convoy. 32 platinum grade and 7 diamond grade. Among them are 3 diamond 1 star, 2 diamond 2 star, 1 diamond 6 star, and 1 diamond 7 star. The lineup is exceptionally impressive. 7 diamond level characters? This is getting a bit tricky. Looking at the group of men in black rushing towards him, Minister Lin's face showed a trace of worry. Request backup immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Minister Lin rushed to the front and pounced on the men in black. He had to make contact with the first 3 teams of the enemy and hold off those diamond level experts. Otherwise, these 3 teams would probably not have survived. Zhang San, Li Si. The squadron leader selected 2 platinum level 7-star warriors and instructed them, you 2 take the students and retreat first. Wait for us at Camp 818. Yes, sir, the 2 responded in unison, saluting the company commander. He then turned around, led Ling Chen and the others onto the armored vehicle, and sped away to the side. 32 men in black clashed fiercely with 32 warriors, the 2 sides evenly matched. The remaining 6 platinum level warriors joined forces to entangle a diamond level 1-star powerhouse. Squad leader Chang Guang, a diamond level 2-star fighter, is also engaged in a fierce battle with a man in black of the same level. 33, go after them. Make sure you complete the mission, the leader of the men in black ordered. Yes, sir. A diamond level 1-star man in black chased after Ling Chen in the direction he had left. Want to leave? You haven't even asked me if I'll allow it. Minister Lin unleashed his full power, waving his right hand, and countless vines burst forth from the earth, one of which fiercely charged towards 33. 33 looked at the vines, his body trembled slightly, but he did not stop, instead speeding up. Suddenly, another vine, like a venomous snake, emerged and wrapped around 33's legs. Immediately afterwards, a powerful suction force came and dragged him into the ground. As it was dragged underground, 33 let out a painful scream. Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong with anticipation. Then the vines bound him tightly, slowly dragging him away until he was finally pulled in front of Minister Lin and thrown heavily to the ground. Minister Lin looked at 33 in front of him and used vines to remove the mask of the man in black. His expression changed drastically when he saw that face. This skill is really good. It was you. I can't believe you would do something like this. Minister Lin's tone was full of anger. This person was none other than Deputy Minister Tao from the Bureau. Ha, what's there to say? I admit it. Vice Minister Tao, bound by vines, retorted with a cold laugh. Another vine broke through the soil and pierced straight towards Vice Minister Tao. Stop him. At the leader's command, several diamond-level men in black swarmed forward. The leader, his deputy, a diamond 6-star expert, and a diamond 2-star expert surrounded Minister Lin. Meanwhile, another diamond level 1-star, codenamed 32, sneaked towards the students' location location amidst the chaos. Minister Lin was furious at the moment and had no idea that someone was missing. His own deputy minister turned out to be a crazy new superhuman. On the other side, after driving for a few minutes, the armored vehicle was quickly overtaken by the Diamond Level 1 32. A wall of earth suddenly appeared, blocking the armored vehicle's path. Okay, boss. Screech. The armored vehicle was forced to brake suddenly and stop. Abandon the vehicle. The two soldiers decisively abandoned the armored vehicle, as driving was useless against Earth-type abilities. You go first, I'll support. Zhang San roared, his hands wreathed in the power of wisps of wind. Alright, harden your skin. Come on. Li Si's entire body hardened instantly, as if it were cast from steel. An indestructible appearance. He suddenly exerted force with his right foot, throwing a punch at 32, his fist gleaming with a metallic sheen. Zhang San then used his special abilities to assist in the attack from the spot. Ha! Overestimating yourself. 32's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. He slowly raised his back hand and easily caught Li Si's punch. Soon, there was a knock on Ling Chen's door, and the takeaway arrived. Then, with his other hand, he struck Li Si's chest, unleashing a powerful aura. Li Si instinctively swung out his other palm to block. Boom! The two palm shadows collided violently, unleashing a deafening sound. Li Si's whole body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body being thrown backward by the shock. Ah! Li Si let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter. The excruciating pain quickly spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, instantly soaking his clothes. Li Si. Zhang San looked at Li Si, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, and felt anxious. The gap between them was just too big. Company commander, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the mission. Power of the wind, tornado. Zhang San unleashed his strongest move. The other party vanished from the spot in an instant. Zhang San kept a vigilant eye on the ground, on guard against a sudden attack. Suddenly, dirt flew up from the ground, and Zhang San immediately realized that an enemy was rapidly approaching. Ling Chen untied the packaging rope on the box and opened the lid with both hands. He quickly retreated a few steps, and saw the soil on the ground instantly condense into several earthen pillars and spears, rushing towards him. Zhang San hurriedly used his wind elemental shield to try and block, but the difference in strength was too great. At the very beginning of the battle, the wind elemental shield was covered with a dense network of cracks. The color is red, spicy and fragrant, shiny and translucent. Crack, crack. The shield finally couldn't withstand the attack and shattered, the earthen spear piercing Zhang San directly. Thud. Zhang San was pierced through the chest by a spear and his body was sent flying. He clutched his chest, struggled to his feet, pulled out the spear, and used his supernatural ability to seal the blood from the wound. However, this did not alleviate his current weakened state, and he was no longer able to fight. Just as 3-2 was gathering primordial energy, preparing to send Zhang San and Li Si to see their grandmother, Ling Chen had no choice but to take action, instantly appearing in front of Zhang San with a flash. Don't resist, I'll take you away. Take it, he said in a low voice, and then took Zhang San into his talon space. What exactly happened? 32 looked at the scene in confusion. Why did Zhang San, who was lying on the ground just now, suddenly disappear? Could it be that Ling Chen activated some kind of supernatural ability? Or perhaps some magical method was used? Taking advantage of 32's few seconds of hesitation, Ling Chen flashed again and arrived beside the fallen Li Si. He was also taken into his own space. Ling Chen's space was already furnished with some basic furniture and daily necessities, enough to last for several days and nights. This, could it be, a space-type ability? 32 watched as Ling Chen, a bronze-level ability user, moved around and flashed by, finally noticing the anomaly. It's a space-based system. There are only 2 space-type ability users in the entire country of China. 32 immediately became excited. What kind of reward could he get for killing a space-type genius? Spatial abilities are the strongest and most difficult to deal with. If we can't beat them, we can't catch them once they run away. The boy in front of me is only at the bronze level. There's no way he could escape right under my nose. Ling Chen flashed back to the middle of the student group. Brother Chen, what was that just now? Someone asked in surprise. Ling Chen, what kind of move is that? Everyone looked at him in surprise as he dodged around, but no one expected it to be a space-type ability. Only Long Ningxuang and Xian Linger showed expressions of having already anticipated this. They finally confirmed that Ling Chen had inherited that person's legacy. I never expected him to be such a young man. No time to say more, don't resist, I'll take you away. Ling Chen waved his hand and took everyone into his space. After completing all this, Ling Chen finally looked directly at 32. I never expected to run into a genius in the space system. A cold glint flashed in 32's eyes. Facing a diamond-level enemy, Ling Chen remained completely calm. Master, I can only rely on you this time, he silently called out in his mind. What's wrong? Is it not working well? The old man's voice quickly entered his mind. The opponent is at diamond level. Master, you really think highly of me. I will transfer my power to you. See how much you can withstand, and the rest is up to you. The gap between between the two was simply too great, and Master Kongming would not force Ling Chen to undergo further training. Burp at so delicious smiley face. After all, for Ling Chen, with his bronze level strength to cross 4 major levels and challenge the diamond level was undoubtedly asking for trouble. A tremendous power surged forth from the wisp of soul left behind by his master in his mind. It was infused into Ling Chen's body. Ha! What, do you think you've got me figured out? Ling Chen nodded slightly, then shrugged and looked at 32 with a smile. Upon seeing the boy's confident face, 32 appeared somewhat taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. He immediately gathered his earth elemental power and charged towards Ling Chen. Cut the Gordian knot quickly to avoid further complications. He had a vague sense of foreboding, but just halfway there, 32's expression changed. He discovered that an aura no weaker than his own, and perhaps even stronger, was emanating from the boy before him. Ling Chen twisted his neck, rubbed his hands, looked at 32, and smiled slightly. Next, a fair fight. Who exactly are you? Are you Jiang Haotian? A hint of panic flashed in 32's eyes. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him, whose source energy was stronger than his own, was a teenager. It's definitely a disguise. But that's it, it's all over now. I am who I am, a unique spark. Ignoring 32's shock and panic, Ling Chen used Flash to arrive next to him. Let's go! He threw a punch, but 32 reacted quickly. The group went downstairs and arrived at the first floor. He quickly reached out to block it. Drink! Barely managing to block Ling Chen's attack, 32 used the momentum to retreat, looking at Ling Chen with a serious expression. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From the attack just now, he could sense that the boy in front of him was not yet familiar with this power. He is not that person. It's likely an external force, and it certainly won't last long. All I need to do now is stall until the other side's force ends. With his slightly furrowed brows, he gently clenched his fists, and 4 earthen walls rose up around him. Dozens of earth spears, formed from solidified soil and rock, floated in the air, each containing abundant earth-based elemental energy. Go! Whoosh! Dozens of spears whistled through the air as they flew toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen gently dodged to the side, avoiding the flying spear. A crescent-shaped arc of lightning, several times larger than before, formed in front of Ling Chen and was thrown towards the direction where 32 was located. The lightning bolt struck the earthen wall, leaving a very deep mark. One more blow and the earthen wall will crumble. 32's expression changed slightly, and he immediately focused all his efforts, summoning an even larger and thicker earthen wall. Looking at the black-clad man 32 who was constantly strengthening his defenses, Ling Chen let out a low roar, and the aura emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger. 32 secretly groaned. How come the opponent is not weakening but strengthening instead? The external forces have not disappeared. Ling Chen exuded domineering origin chi, and with a powerful push of his right foot, he pounced out like a cheetah. Upon approaching the earthen wall, he unleashed a palm strike, instantly shattering the wall. 32 took a step back cautiously, then suddenly tensed up and turned to run away. Judging from Ling Chen's current aura, he could clearly sense that he was no match for his opponent. Seeing that his opponent actually wanted to run away, Ling Chen was not going to let him have his way. He took out the Xianyuan sword from his ring, and in a flash, he approached the man in black, his left hand forming a hand seal. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Thousands of invisible sword energies transformed into arrows and shot towards the man in black. Now, Ling Chen, who possesses mid-level diamond-level strength, unleashes a myriad swords converging to the source technique, which is far more powerful than when he was at the bronze level. Sensing the attack from behind, the man in black 32 turned around and quickly erected an earthen wall to block it. But in the end, it couldn't be stopped. Endless sword energy pierced through the body of the man in black, number 32. It stumbled backwards repeatedly until it crashed into a wall and stopped. He actually lost. The other party was just an 18-year-old boy. How is this possible? Why does the other side have such a powerful external force? I am a genuine diamond-level powerhouse. But the facts were right in front of him. The man in black was clutching the stab wound in his chest, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen leaped into the air and landed in front of the man in black. Are you from the new human organization? Just wait. When the god descends, you will all die. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, the man in black 32 tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood, then slowly collapsed against the stone wall. Ling Chen stepped forward and carefully searched the man in black. Apart from a metal token with the number 32 written on it, he found nothing else. After confirming that the man in black didn't have anything valuable on him, Ling Chen walked to the side and chose a slightly cleaner spot on the ground. They lay weakly on the ground, and then released them from their own private space. Brother, are you alright? The moment they came out, Ling Shi rushed over and hugged Ling Chen. I thought I'd never see you again. Wah-ah. With a wave of his left hand, carrot. Ling Shi's tears fell like raindrops, and she kept wiping them from the corners of her eyes with her hands. It's nothing, I'm fine. Ling Chen patted Ling Shi on the back and comforted her softly. Look, isn't that the man in black? Yi Kong exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads, and the black-clad man's cold corpse came into view. Everyone immediately immediately turned to look at Ling Chen. Ahem, basic stuff, don't be silly. What a freak. What's the point of competing in the national tournament? Who are you calling a pervert? You should call me Brother Chen, right, Brother Chen? Zhao Gang glared fiercely at the person who said that, then turned to look at Ling Chen with a grin. He followed closely behind, feeling a sense of security. Brother Chen, you're awesome. The crowd showered him with praise. Just then, the sounds of armored vehicles and off-road vehicles came from behind. Be on guard, Zhang San whispered a reminder. The group was in a fighting stance, watching the approaching convoy. As the convoy drew closer, it became clear that the drivers and other passengers were none other than Minister Lin and his entourage. Phew, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The convoy approached and stopped in front of Ling Chen. When Minister Lin and his entourage came down, almost everyone had bloodstains on them. Minister Lin, how's it going? Has it been resolved? You're oversimplifying things. You took care of 6, and the rest all escaped. After saying that, Minister Lin's expression darkened. We've also lost 2 people. Everyone present fell silent. May the departed rest in peace. They are the best warriors. Director Lin, we're just apprentice-level high school students. Is it really necessary for them to make such a big fuss? Qin Tian asked. You'll have to ask Ling Chen about that. Their target is probably Ling Chen. It has nothing to do with you. Only then did everyone realize that there was someone with cheat codes by their side. I've reached bronze level so quickly. Huh, that's... Suddenly, Lin Bu caught sight of the corpse of the man in black, number 32. Oh, Ling Chen killed him. Ha, Ling Chen, bronze level? This is diamond level. Are you sure you're not kidding? Minister Lin was shocked, because there was no reason for anyone to lie to him. So, it really was Ling Chen who did it? Bronze level versus diamond level? Does that mean the silver tier will be, he can't beat Ling Chen? Ling Chen, how did you do that? He's gone with one ultimate move. If we don't take him down, Zheng San and Li Si will be gone too. Immediately, the eyes of the remaining soldiers changed. They finally understood why they were assigned to protect a mere few high school students. This is what genius is all about. It is possible that it could become the hope for the future revival of Earth. The initial confusion in everyone's hearts vanished with the wind. Does that mean it's very dangerous to travel with Ling Chen? A member of the 3rd high school team said from a corner. Then you can cross this area yourself. Just walk by yourself. Never mind then. Time flew by, and the rest of the trip went very smoothly. Occasionally, a few low-level monsters would pass by, but they were easily dealt with. On the distant horizon, the outline of the city gradually came into view. The city walls stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. Wow, this is Dawn City? It's so big? Standing on a small hill, Yi Kan looked like he had never seen the world before. Are you kidding me? A city spanning 9.6 million square kilometers. Do you think I'm joking with you? Ling Chen couldn't help but tease him, but he was shocked by the size of the city. One city is one country. This is humanity's first line of defense, and also our last line of defense. Minister Lin's words were filled with determination and respect. The crowd was puzzled. Soon, the group approached the city wall and, after a series of identity verifications, entered the city. Let's find a hotel to rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning. Upon entering the city, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief and addressed the crowd. The primary simulation field in the primeval forest was still more than 100 kilometers away from the group, so it's best to rest nearby first. Afterwards, the group entered a slightly luxurious hotel next door. Your room keys. After checking the rooms, everyone was assigned their rooms. Alright everyone, get some rest. We'll be at the simulation arena tomorrow. The rest of the competition will depend on you. Before leaving, Minister Lin gave some instructions to everyone. Today's surprise attack has left all the soldiers and the forest troops exhausted, and they need a good rest. Tell me, what happened? Squad leader, we were both knocked to the ground, about to die, when that boy suddenly appeared in front of us. The identification results showed that this was indeed the Kinji Angwa. Yes, and then he told us not to resist and sent us into a mysterious space. Then everyone else was also sent over. We don't know what happened after that. The 2 soldiers recounted what had happened, one after the other. Oh, could it be a space-age ability user? This young man is no ordinary person. You 2 write a post-battle report describing the events in detail and then submit it to your superiors. After listening to the 2 team members' descriptions, the squad leader felt that Ling Chen might possess spatial abilities and decided to report it to see what the higher-ups would say. On the 6th floor, in room 303, Ling Chen was resting in his room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I found condensation frost standing at the door. What is it? Ling Chen tilted his head, looking puzzled. It's so late at night night and this is a famously aloof girl. What brings you here? It's unlikely that she'd be interested in me. Can I go in and talk? The girl's sweet voice reached Ling Chen's ears. This isn't a good idea. Come in, please. Ling Chen measured her body and then, with a gentlemanly gesture, invited Long Ning Shuang into the room. Then, excitedly, he closed the door and locked it from the inside. After all, what if you encounter danger if you don't lock the door? Turning around, he saw Lang Ning Shuang looking at Ling Chen with a hesitant expression. Can I be your friend? She asked, as if she had used up all of Lang Ning Shuang's courage. Flame Leopard, Silver level 4 stars. Ling Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, thinking something was wrong. Attribute, Fire. Of course, we're friends. Skill, Blazing Line. Thank you, I'm leaving. With her head down, Lang Ning Shuang brushed past Ling Chen. A faint fragrance wafted into Ling Chen's nose. The delicate scent of stamens was refreshing and invigorating. Seeing that the door was locked from the inside, Lang Ning Shuang was stunned for 2 seconds, then hurriedly opened the door and ran out. Silver level 4 stars. Cough cough. Oh no, it seems I've been misunderstood, Ling Chen said with a wry smile. It seems there are a lot of misunderstandings in this world. Ling Chen touched his nose, then went back to bed and closed his eyes to rest. However, I never expected that the ice goddess wasn't aloof at all, but rather socially awkward. As for the misunderstanding that I seem to have been misunderstood, I'll talk about it another time. After returning to her hotel room, Lang Ning Shuang blushed and covered her face, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Why did she ask that question, as if by some strange twist of fate? Could it be that she has feelings for this guy and wants to pursue him? Impossible. After getting into bed, Ling Chen first took a quick look at his own condition. Character, Ling Chen. It's over. I've been discovered. Strength, Bronze level 2. Experience 762/3000. Strength, 5,916 kilograms. Combat power, 10,025. Special abilities, God level Spatial ability, SS level Thunder ability, SS level Ice ability, B level Fire ability. Evolvable. What's your next ability? Talent, The Bearing of an Emperor, assigned by me. Side hustle, Master level Alchemy skills, truly amazing. Technique, Chaos God Slaying technique, God level. Skills, Flash, Spatial Chains, Myriad Swords Return to Origin, Xianyuan Sword, Third Revolution Thunder God technique. View more. Weapon, Xianyuan Sword, Sealed. Xuanyuan Sword, Soul Power, 123/10,000. Extraordinary Treasure, Primal Treasure, City of Space. Pets, Super God level Divine Pets, Little Dragon, Growth Stage, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Juvenile Stage. Shop, click to view. Giveaway, 1 free draw every 3 days. Legion size, 571, not bad, that's an improvement. Legion level, taking 318 heal is a piece of cake. Summon Legion, can be summoned, 1 free summon per month. Legion points, Egg. Backpack, Xianyuan Sword, Sealed, Divine Iron X30, Jade Purification Bottle, Extreme Cold Spirit Spring X 99.99, Star Up Stone X1, Obsidian X63, Source Foundation Pill X 9.99, Source Chi Pill X 9.99. Too many pills to display. The newly unlocked summoning system hasn't been used yet, and it's unclear what it will summon. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked the summon button. Ding! Congratulations, host, for summoning the Shadow Assassin Legion. Legion size, 57, 1/10 of the current Legion size. Legion Commander, 789. All Legion members talent level, S rank. Attribute, Shadow. Skills, Stealth, Backstab, Critical Strike, Traps, etc. Strength Gold tier, 1 star, upgradable with Legion points. Ling Chen's bedroom was densely packed with shadow assassins whose faces were covered by black cloth, with only one eye showing, like ghosts. Looking at the shadow assassin in front of him, whose loyalty was 100, Ling Chen's face showed joy. However, looking at the upgrade requirements for the Shadow Assassin Legion, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. Legion points, but I still have 0. There were no instructions on how to obtain it. Besides Legion points, do you have any other upgrade methods? Since they don't know, they might as well ask them themselves. My lord, we can also increase our strength by absorbing beast cores. Shi Baju nodded in agreement, her tone revealing her yearning for strength. Alright, you can arrange your own hunting trips in the wild to improve your strength. I will summon you if needed. Yes, my lord. The shadow assassins clasped their hands in a fist salute to Ling Chen and then disappeared from the spot. With the Shadow Assassin Legion, Ling Chen felt that many things would be much easier to do in the future. Watching the disappearing shadow assassins, Shi Baju stepped forward and bowed. Go ahead and tell me. Your subordinate wishes to stay by your side and protect you. I'm determined, Shi Baju said firmly. Oh, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. This Legion commander seems to be much more intelligent than the other shadow assassins. I know this is wrong, but I truly wish to stay by my lord's side. The flame leopard kept moving, approaching Lingling. Ling Chen smiled and said, I know you're worried about my safety. Don't worry. Even though my current strength is far inferior to yours, I'm not afraid of anything. However, you shouldn't follow me anymore these days. When you are strong enough in the future, you can stay by my side and protect me at all times. After listening to Ling Chen's words, Shi Baju hesitated for a moment before finally nodding heavily. Alright my lord, then let's go improve our strength. Once we're stronger, we'll stay by your side. Ling Chen nodded. Without further hesitation, Baju disappeared from Ling Chen's sight. Looking at the spot where the shadow assassins had disappeared, Ling Chen's lips curled into a smug smile. Once the shadow assassins become stronger, he won't need anyone's protection anymore. You can do a lot of things by yourself. Moreover, Ling Chen now plans to create his own mercenary group. Therefore, a powerful assassin legion is indispensable. Ling Chen believed that since he was going to establish his own mercenary group, then let's establish an invincible mercenary group. As long as they don't encounter someone as chosen as themselves, they are invincible. Of course, this is on the premise that Ling Chen has enough people and resources. The assassin legion is now taking shape. The rest can be developed slowly. Without further thought, Ling Chen decided to cultivate until dawn to suppress his excited heart. The next morning, everyone gathered at the hotel entrance. Now that everyone's here, let's set off. 3 hours later, after driving through the scattered houses, a city within a city came into view for Ling Chen and his group. Simulated field. 3 imposing plaques hung on the walls and gates of the inner city. Is this the simulation field? Yi Kong exclaimed, looking utterly bewildered. We've been assigned to a hotel for people with superpowers. It's right next to the simulation arena. Let's go check it out first. You're free to do whatever you want these next few days. After saying that, Lin Bu thought for a moment, then said, don't get carried away. The competition is important. After the competition, you can do whatever you want. Yes, everyone responded. The group entered a huge hotel next to the simulation field. Here are your room keys. This time, each participant, along with their accompanying staff, has a private room. Alright everyone, you're all free to do as you please. Get ready for the competition in a few days. After saying these words, Lin hurriedly left. It seemed there was something more important he needed to do. What do you guys think? Should we sneak up and follow them to take a look? Watching Minister Lin's mysterious figure disappear into the distance, Yi Kong revealed a mysterious smile. Aren't you too idle? Everyone replied with a couple of sentences and then went back to their rooms. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the second most handsome man in the world? In this unfamiliar place, it's best to focus on your training and prepare well for the upcoming competition. She went to her younger sister Lingxi's room and took out the change of clothes and daily necessities she had prepared beforehand. If you need anything, just knock on my door anytime. I'm right next door, Ling Chen said with a bright smile. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave. She pushed Ling Chen out of the room. Standing at the doorway, Ling Chen sighed, my sister is too big for me to stay at home. Afterwards, Ling Chen went to Lingling's room. They took out her clothes and put them away. Brother, take a rest. Ling handed Ling Chen a glass of water and then pressed him down to sit on the bed. Then he stretched out his hands and placed them on Ling Chen's. The flame leopard missed its target and left 2 deep grooves on the ground. They gently kneaded it. Brother, how's the force? This is important, and even more important. Feeling completely refreshed, Ling Chen walked out of Lingling's room, his steps feeling somewhat unsteady. I must say, my sister's massage skills are quite good. Ding dong. A text message notification sound reached Ling Chen's ears. Upon opening the communicator, he saw a text message from Captain Xiao asking when Ling Chen was free, as the team had decided to go on a mission. You guys go ahead. I won't be back for another 2 weeks. Oh, where did you go? I've gone to participate in the national competition. A national competition? You're a high school student? A high school student? He fought against silver-level opponents without being defeated. You're kidding me. Ling Chen replied casually. A long silence fell over Team Zhou's side. Seeing that Captain Xiao hadn't replied, Ling Chen didn't bother to check. Never mind all that, let's train. The new types have already sent diamond-level beings to ambush me. Who knows what kind of opponent they'll send next? For Ling Chen, leveling up his cultivation was an urgent matter. Just as Ling Chen was cultivating, on a plateau in the southwest, on a towering mountain, there is a cave entrance. If you go inside the cave, you will find that the entire mountain is hollow. The headquarters of the new human organization is located in the mountains. An office at headquarters. An elderly man with white hair leaned back on a leather sofa, looking at a message coming through his communicator. He then slammed his hand on the table. The table dented, revealing the outline of a palm. Thunderous. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle a few kids. The old man quickly calmed down after his outburst of rage. He pressed a button on the desktop. Bring Xing Tian in. A voice, filled with respect, came through. Soon, there was a knock on the old man's office door. With a creak, the door opened. A strikingly handsome man walked in. His face was sculpted with distinct features, and his angular features were exceptionally beautiful. He appears to be unrestrained and carefree, but his eyes inadvertently reveal a sharp glint. Elder Hua, what are your orders? Xing Tian's face remained expressionless. There's a little bug that I need you to deal with. A document in front of Elder Hua floated up out of thin air and drifted to Xing Tian, who reached out and took it. The document contains information about a high school student. Ling Chen. Interesting. Interesting. A cold glint appeared on Xing Tian's stiff face, and deep hatred flashed in his eyes. Genius? That's the kind of genius I love killing. After bowing to Elder Hua to take his leave, Xing Tian walked out of the room. As Xing Tian disappeared from sight, Elder Hua revealed a strange smile. Ling Huan, if you knew that your former disciple had become like this, I wonder what your reaction would be? A maniacal laugh echoed throughout the room. After a night of cultivation, Ling Chen could feel that his origin chi had increased significantly again. Since he began to fully utilize his cultivation techniques to absorb the source energy of heaven and earth, Ling Chen's cultivation speed has greatly increased. I believe we can achieve another breakthrough before the competition even begins. Xiaoya couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was really a bit cowardly. Oh, and we can have a lucky draw today, sweeping away everything in its path. God help me. I'll stake 10 years of the new human organization's lifespan on a good skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-rank skill, Enhancement. Enhancement LV0, increases all attributes by 20% for a short period of time, upgradable. Not bad, not bad. Successfully shortened someone's lifespan by 10 years, that was a great achievement. The rest of the days were spent in the hotel in preparation for the national competition. The hotel has excellent facilities, offering everything from food and drinks to entertainment, just like a large shopping mall. Lingxi and Lingling would go shopping together whenever they had free time. They also knew that Ling Chen was preparing well for the upcoming competition. On the morning of the day of the competition, Ling Chen was at a crucial moment in his cultivation. Ling Chen continuously absorbed the vortex of primal energy formed by the primal energy of heaven and earth into his body, where it was refined in his meridians and then flowed into his dantian. At this moment, the source energy in the dantian was already full. The incoming source energy mixes with the original source energy, continuously being compressed and purified. When the source energy reaches a certain critical point of purity, the invisible barrier in the dantian breaks. He let out a long sigh of relief, a slight smile playing on his lips. After several days of continuous training, I've reached Bronze 3. It's been 3 days, and the lucky draw is starting again. The last time worked well, so this time, let's use the lifespan of the leader of the new human organization as collateral and get a better skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the divine skill, Nirvana. Nirvana, passive skill. There is a 99% chance to recover to full health on the spot when in a dying state. Cooldown period, 1 month. Ling Chen paused for a second, then his face lit up with joy. The system is being overly optimistic. He felt his heart pounding wildly, and the whole world seemed to be excited along with him. It can be said that this skill made Ling Chen feel more at ease, allowing him to do more things with confidence and boldness. After all, I'm not one of those unlucky people out of 100. Ling Chen's trembling mind activated the system, wanting to make sure that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Bronze rank 3, experience 66/4000. Strength, 6,363 kilograms. Combat power, 14,250. Special abilities, God level spatial ability, SS level thunder ability, SS level ice ability, B level fire ability, evolvable. You don't want the next one, right? Talent, the bearing of an emperor, assigned by me. Side hustle, master level alchemy skills, use it often. Technique, chaos god slaying technique, god level. Skills, flash, spatial chains, myriad swords return to origin, Xianyuan sword, third revolution thunder god technique, nirvana, blazing palm, fire shield, basic appraisal, 899/10,000, perception, 25-meter radius, enhancement, 20% to all attributes, fighting skill specialization, thunder slash, thunderous strike, thunderclap technique, concealment technique, breath concealment technique, weapon, Xianyuan sword, sealed, Xuanyuan sword, soul power, 124/10,000, extraordinary treasure, primal treasure, city of space, pets, super god level divine pets, little dragon, growth stage, ice crystal phoenix, juvenile stage, shop, click to view, giveaway, 1 free draw every 3 days, legion size, 571, not bad, that's an improvement, legion level, taking 318 heal is a piece of cake, summon legion, shadow assassin legion, 1 free summon per month, legion points, 2112, legion commander, not activated, vice leader, not activated, legion skills, none, legion attack bonus, 21%, legion defense bonus, 21%, legion movement speed bonus, 1%, legion recovery bonus, 1%, backpack, Xianyuan sword, sealed, too many pills to display, I definitely want the next superpower, if only I had time, ding, all arranged, ha, system, you can actually reply to me, why didn't you say anything before, ding, because someone is too incompetent, I'm too lazy to bother with them, oh, so you mean I barely met the standard, ding, I'm bored, I'm going to take a nap now, okay underscore, you're the system, you're awesome, however, I'm getting stronger and stronger, Ling Chen suppressed his joy and checked the time, the national competition is almost here, national competition, here I come, after passing multiple tests including entry certificate verification, instrument inspection, and human molecular spectacular examination, participants were able to participate in the competition. Each contestant entered the lobby of the beginner simulation arena. When Ling Chen and his group entered the hall, there were already quite a few people waiting inside. These people were from other gathering places. When they saw Ling Chen and his group enter, many of them cast curious glances at Ling Chen. Some people were looking at Ling Chen, pointing and whispering, as if many people knew Ling Chen. "Isn't that Ling Chen?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, and several people instantly surrounded Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked bewildered. "I haven't even started advertising yet, and everyone already knows me?" He knew that his antics in the Hangzhou metropolitan area had attracted a lot of attention, but I didn't expect that it seems all my competitors know about me. What Ling Chen didn't know was that his name had already been spread far and wide. The youngest bronze-level player. It's him? This report has already spread among students. Ling Chen wasn't worried about being targeted because he knew he might have been thoroughly investigated. Since no one knows that he possesses spatial abilities, if he can't beat others, can't he just teleport away? Have you heard of the elves? This can be considered Ling Chen's trump card. 3 big shots were seated in the main stands. The first one is Chen Guoqiang, the Minister of Education of China. Second place, one of only 2 space-based system users in all of China, Shen Tian. The third is Marshal Xiaofeng. This one is Ling Chen. Minister Chen pointed to Ling Chen, whose presence was the focus of everyone's attention in the hall below, and introduced him to the other 2. "Old Xia, is your information accurate? I didn't sense any spatial abilities on him." Shen Tian frowned, looking at Xiaofeng beside him with a puzzled expression. "Oh, you can't feel it? That's interesting." A hint of surprise appeared on Xiaofeng's resolute face as he carefully examined the young man named Ling Chen in front of him. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he were searching for something. "My men saw it with their own eyes, so there shouldn't be any mistake." Upon hearing this, Shen Tian was taken aback. He continued to observe Ling Chen carefully and found that apart from his exceptionally good physique, Ling Chen had nothing else special about him. "I didn't sense any spatial abilities at all." However, Xiaofeng was increasingly surprised as he watched, as Ling Chen was actually able to conceal his aura. His spatial abilities were so difficult to detect that it was something he could never have imagined. Little did they know, all of this was thanks to the system. It should be a space type. Let's take a look. After speaking, Xiaofeng raised one hand, made a fist, and rested his chin on it, listening to the opening ceremony speech. Hundreds of miniature flying cameras flew above the various teams, and the competition will be broadcast live across the country to all viewers. The live streaming rooms are mainly divided into the main live streaming room and the auxiliary live streaming rooms for each participating team. The live stream began with the opening remarks for this competition. "Hello, everyone. First of all, welcome everyone. Then, please pay attention. Finally, I declare the competition open." Ignoring the host's initial systematic introduction, everyone perked up only after the start of the competition was announced. Countless comments flooded the main live stream chat. He grabbed Ling Chen's hand. "It's finally over. Thank you for your contribution to the organization." Goodness, he was just asleep, but he jumped up as soon as he heard it start. "It reminds me of my speeches under the national flag in the past. There are 36 entrances to the simulation arena. Team leaders, please come up to the stage and draw lots to select your entrance." Soon, Ling Chen came down with a number 36. "Next, we will enter the primary simulation field of the primeval forest." "Ling Chen, what number are you?" Qin Tian, who had gotten number 23, walked towards Ling Chen's team. Lu Gang's team followed alongside. Ling Chen showed them his number 36 and said in a low voice, "Proceed as planned. On the first day, head towards the central area and meet at the eastern part of the central square." Both teams nodded. However, this scene occurred in almost every gathering place's queue. Of course, this excludes the major metropolitan areas of Beijing and Shanghai. As the 2 most powerful gathering places in all of China, their high school teams are of extremely high quality. Almost all of them were apprentice-level 9-stars, and they were full of confidence in their own strength. Ling Chen also saw some familiar faces in the groups at these 2 gathering places. Zhuge Kongming from Tsinghua University-affiliated high school in Beijing, and Ma Huntao from Wuhan University-affiliated high school in Shanghai. "No problem. Please have your staff guide you through the designated entrance." After the team captains finished drawing lots, the host, holding a microphone, shouted passionately into the camera on the main screen. "No need for that." A slightly aged but peaceful voice came from behind. Suddenly, Shen Tian leaped into the air from the main stands. He gently fanned his right arm, along with the sleeve. One spatial wormhole after another appeared beneath the feet of each team. A series of ah sounds rang out. Before anyone could react, they were all sucked into the spatial wormhole beneath their feet, along with the flying miniature cameras above each team. After falling for a few seconds in the dimly lit passageway, Ling Chen and the others plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone rubbed their aching buttocks and groaned, while secretly marveling at how worthy he was of a national-level spatial powerhouse. Ling Chen raised his head and looked around. A giant door, about 10 meters high, stood silently in front of him. Above the door was a shiny plaque with the number 36 graphics displayed on it. Just as everyone dusted themselves off and got up, preparing to push open the door, a slightly aged but powerful voice reached the ears of every contestant. Attention students, I am your proctor, Shin Tian, and I will be responsible for your safety. I hope everyone will abide by the rules of the competition. Finally, I wish you all the best in achieving satisfactory results. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man in a long robe appeared in front of Ling Chen's group of 4. The old man was thin, but he had white hair and a youthful face with few wrinkles, making him look only in his 50s or 60s. However, the aura emanating from the old man chilled the 4 to the bone. That's probably what it means for the strong to oppress the weak. Shin Tian's gaze swept over the 4 people one by one, finally settling on Ling Chen. Now that he is even closer to Ling Chen, Shin Tian realizes that he still can't see through Ling Chen. Moreover, what puzzled Shin Tian was that he found he couldn't see through Ling Chen, nor could he see through Ling Chen's 2 teammates. The only one who could see through him was that S-rank Win-type boy. Is it because I'm getting old? But every night when I come home and hand in my homework, my wife is quite satisfied. As Shin Tian observed Ling Chen met the old man's gaze calmly and indifferently, while also being quite curious about the old man's strength and his spatial ability. I'll come find you after the match. After saying this, Shin Tian disappeared from the spot. Looking at the spot where the old man disappeared, faint spatial fluctuations still lingered. My technique is lacking. Ling Chen withdrew his gaze and slowly walked towards the towering giant door. The 3 of them followed Ling Chen as they approached the giant gate and arrived in front of it. As Ling Chen pushed open the door, a strong sense of nature rushed out, the fresh scent of trees and earth. This concentration of origin chi? Ling Chen suddenly realized that the concentration of origin chi inside was far higher than that outside, almost twice as high. What a great place! The 4 members of the team stepped into the simulation arena. Creak! The giant door behind them closed by itself after Ling Chen and the others entered. Behind the giant gate was a small patch of green grass. In the distance are lush, vibrant green trees and shrubs. Moreover, one can sense that these plants have extremely strong vitality, as if they possess infinite life force. Cultivating here will be at least 3 times faster than before. Ling Chen murmured, stay put and cultivate for a while. Ling Chen gave the order before Yi Kong and the other 2 could react. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, on the screen of the main live broadcast room, wow, is this a simulation field? It's so realistic. Why have all the athletes stopped? Look, there's some bastard who's actually started cultivating. Ling Chen's unconventional personality attracted the attention of some viewers. Brother Chen, isn't it too hasty to start cultivating like this? Seeing Ling Chen immediately enter a state of cultivation, Yi Kang's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, wait a moment. Ling Chen said softly, then fell silent. Not long after, Ling Chen opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, the cultivation speed inside is several times that outside. You must figure out why, and then you must make arrangements for yourself. Ling Chen stood up. Let's go. Let's gather and grab the people. The entire simulation field is not large. If Ling Chen and the others travel at their full speed, they can reach the agreed central square in just 5 hours. Of course, Ling Chen didn't plan to go directly to the central square. Otherwise, those 5 hours would have been wasted. Ling Chen also needs to do something to attract attention and shock the audience, since it's related to his reward. Ling Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. First, he needed to attract viewers. Only with viewership could he do something that would shock the audience. To generate traffic, you need a clear positioning and to cultivate a persona. To attract people to my persona, I need to do things that will keep them in shock, and then they'll call on their friends. After thinking it over, Ling Chen decided to be arrogant. Simply playing passively and hiding your strength to become a dark horse will definitely not attract viewers. I can't keep a low profile anymore. After all, the system has given me way too much. So, the most arrogant way is simple and brutal. Let's just fight our way through. Ling Chen's current strength is 6,363 kilograms, and his pure strength has reached the 8th level of the silver rank. That's more than enough to deal with a group of students who aren't even at the bronze level. Moreover, it's best to have something to compare it to, creating a contrast with the persona. Oh, right, Little Dragon and Little Blue. Come out, Little Dragon. A chubby little dragon, as round as a ball, is sleeping on its stomach. Wow, so cute. The adorable little dragon attracted the attention of the 2 girls as soon as it appeared, their eyes sparkling. Xian Linger stepped forward and reached out to touch the sleeping little dragon. Yeah. Xiaolong was startled awake by sensing something nearby. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's team's livestream chat room was already buzzing with excitement. Wow, so cute, so adorable. I would give up 10 years of my father's life to have a pet like this. Upstairs, you're such a dutiful son. That way I can inherit the family fortune much faster. Come out, Little Blue. As soon as Xiao Bing appeared, she headed towards Ling Chen. Sure, you lied to me. Chirp. It's not fun. Chirp chirp. Give me the good one from last time, otherwise I can't appease you. You're quite arrogant. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Chen took out a drop of ultimate ice from his ring and put it into Little Ice's mouth. Xiao Bing was instantly healed, wobbling, and chirping happily. Lang Ning Shuang froze on the spot, staring blankly at the ice crystal phoenix in front of her. How could this be here? Isn't this the mythical beast totem of our family? Moreover, that looks like holy water. For ice attribute characters, holy water can maximize their talents, making it an invaluable treasure. Ling Chen, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. Just as Lang Ningxuan was hesitating about whether to ask Ling Chen for some holy water, Ling Chen had already summoned his two pets and was ready to set off. Just as Ling Chen was about to set off, he seemed to remember something, took out an ice spirit pill from his ring, and tossed it to Xiao Lang. Remember to take it. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the way toward the central area. Lang Ningxuan gazed at Ling Chen's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes slowly narrowing, a sweet smile appearing on her exquisite face. Her thick eyelashes fluttered alluringly, and a glint of wit flashed in her dark eyes. What are you grinning about? You're already smitten? Seeing the girl's smiling face, Linger gently poked Long Ning Shuang with her finger and teased her. The girl blushed slightly and did not answer. With a light step, she gracefully followed Ling Chen's retreating figure. But I guessed right. Xian Linger smiled and followed after her. Just as Ling Chen and his group were on their way, a fire-type wild boar of the apprentice level 8-star suddenly rushed out. Ling Chen's face was cold and stern, and his deep eyes revealed a hint of indifference as he looked at the wild boar charging towards him. Ling Chen remained expressionless, forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, clenched his right fist, and bent his arm backward to gather strength. Ling Chen's body shot forward like an arrow. The wild boar rapidly approached Ling Chen, and when the distance was right, Ling Chen threw a punch with his right hand. A dull thud. It was the sound of a fist hitting a wild boar's body. The force of tens of thousands of pounds poured out, slamming into the wild boar and sending it flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times. Ho, ho, hiss. The wild boar lying on the ground couldn't stop howling. The mere apprentice-level monster boar was no match for Ling Chen's attack. One blow, and he was critically injured and on the verge of death. Coincidentally, the director of the main live broadcast switched to the scene of Ling Chen fighting against the wild boar. The stunning visual impact caused the live stream chat to explode with comments. Is this even human? Can someone at the bronze level really possess this power? We both received 9 years of special abilities training, so why are you so outstanding? Almost all the viewers who witnessed this scene were slightly shocked. As a result, many viewers flocked to Ling Chen's solo livestream. Ling Chen looked towards Yi Kong, and at the same time, Yi Kong also looked at Ling Chen. After a brief exchange of glances, Ling Chen suddenly gave Yi Kong a meaningful look as the camera shifted its angle. Yi Kong understood immediately. He quickly stepped forward and finished off the dying wild boar. Ling Chen thought to himself, I'll have to trouble you first for the sake of my persona, brother. After taking care of the wild boar's funeral arrangements. With a few words, Ling Chen leaped up and continued on his way without another word. His face was cold, and his eyes were indifferent as he stared ahead. One man and two women followed closely behind, like followers. The screen was flooded with a barrage of comments. There is no image on the main screen. More and more people entered Ling Chen's team's live stream room through the team's live stream room on the main screen. Once they entered Ling Chen's team's live stream room, they could never leave. I was so captivated by Ling Chen's impressive punch that I didn't even notice there were two such beautiful girls. She looks just like my first love. Wake up, upstairs, you didn't have a first love. Everyone, draw your swords. Ling Chen's team continued their advance, unaware that the viewers in the live stream had already started a duel over the girl. Along the way, they encountered many apprentice-level monsters, all of which were taken down by Ling Chen with a single, brutal punch. It can be said that Ling Chen's physical strength is invincible in this simulation arena. Finally, on the afternoon of the first day of the competition, after 4 hours of play, they encountered their first team. At this moment, Ling Chen's team's live stream room was already filled with a group of die-hard fans. How many moves do you think this team can last? 1 move per person. How many moves can they possibly make? Which university? I really want to see my goddess fight, Brother Chen. Can you give me a chance? Jiangsuju Jiang Wuhan University. A small team is dealing with a 9-star apprentice fire monkey. Sensing Ling Chen and his group approaching, the 4 members of the squad moved closer together, forming a battle formation, and watched Ling Chen and his group warily. Team leader Wu Yun stepped forward, releasing a slight pressure, revealing his apprentice-level 9th grade strength without reservation. Squeak! Sure! The little fire monkey next to him shouted and yelled at Ling Chen, as if Ling Chen had come to save him riding on a colorful cloud. Don't be nervous, it'll be quick. Ling Chen's indifferent voice rang out, and he pushed off the ground with his right foot, shooting towards Wu Yun's team like an arrow released from a bow. You're asking for it. The 4 members of Wu Yun's team cursed angrily. As soon as Ling Chen approached, they unleashed their special abilities. Ding, bang, snap, whoosh. Several collisions rang out, and Ling Chen dodged the attacks of the 4 people with a slight tremor of his body. Then, with his toes touching the ground, he rose again and charged towards one of the team members like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! Ling Chen punched the man in the chest, the immense force sending him flying. Then Ling Chen turned around, slapped another team teammate on the shoulder with his left hand and punched him hard in the abdomen with his right fist, knocking him unconscious. The remaining two were stunned by what they saw and didn't know what to do. How could there be such a big difference in strength? What kind of monster is this? How can it be so powerful? After Wu Yun realized what was happening, he quickly called on the remaining team members to surround Ling Chen together. Ling Chen ducked and delivered a side kick, knocking Wu Yun to the ground. He turned around and threw another punch, sending the last person flying. Wu Yun lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Who are you? Wu Yun's lips trembled as he looked at the scene before him, utterly shocked. The weakest member of his squad was at the peak of the 7-star apprentice level, while the strongest, himself, had reached the 9th-star apprentice level. It's shift change, go, and rest. How could such a lineup not even last 3 moves against the opponent? How is that possible? How could this happen? What? Not convinced? Want to go for another round? Ling Chen's sharp eyes revealed a hint of domineering arrogance as he spoke in a cold tone. Wu Yun shook his head and smiled wryly. No, we admit defeat. The points are yours. After handing over half of the points, Wu Yun and 2 other teammates carried their unconscious teammate away. Ling Chen ignored it and turned to look at the little fire monkey in front of him. He smiled slightly and squatted down. Hello, I'm Ling Chen. From now on, you'll be following me. The little fire monkey seemed to understand Ling Chen's words, tilting its head to look at Ling Chen and scratching its scalp with its paw, as if considering how to answer Ling Chen's question. After a long while, the little fire monkey seemed to have made a decision. With a squeak, the little fire monkey darted into the dense forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ling Chen's comments exploded again. As expected of a demon beast, it ran away as soon as I saved it. Why not kill this monster? Didn't you see how gentle this little fire monkey is? Unlike the wild boars from before, which would root at anyone they saw. Brother Chen saved him for nothing. Ling Chen naturally respected little fire monkey's decision. As I stood up, ready to set off, I suddenly heard a cacophony of calls coming from the dense forest behind me. A group of small fire monkeys emerged one after another from the dense forest, numbering about 100. They were all scratching their heads and staring at him with wide eyes, which made Ling Chen slightly taken aback. At this moment, a little fire monkey darted out from the monkey troop, pounced at Ling Chen's feet, hugged his leg, and rubbed its head against him. Squeak! It was the monkey that Ling Chen had just rescued. Are you trying to defect to me? Ling Chen asked, pointing to himself. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The little fire monkeys nodded in agreement. Not bad, I'm in good shape now. Ling Chen replied with a smile. Then I'll take you in. Come with me. From now on, you'll follow my orders. Ling Chen nodded and smiled. The group of little fire monkeys in front of them were all apprentices, and the first little fire monkey was actually their leader. From now on, I'll call you Little Fire. You'll be in charge of keeping these little fire monkeys in check. Ling Chen squatted down and touched Little Fire, who was rubbing against his feet. Little Fire Monkey, age reversion apprentice level 9 stars. Skills, bite, lightning fist, loyalty, 85. If you nurture them properly, you'll reap unexpected rewards. Atavism? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen turned to look at Xiao Long and beckoned him with his finger. Yi Chen, you are too cruel. Little Dragon waddled over with his chubby body. The usually serious Sure brothers couldn't help but make fun of it. Boss, what's up? From now on, you'll be in charge of these little fire monkeys. Ling Chen patted Xiaolong on the shoulder, secretly forming the prototype of a demon beast army in his mind. He doesn't care about the level of the monsters, he has the resources to raise them himself. All he needs is loyalty. Moreover, Ling Chen was still looking forward to seeing how many surprises Xiaohuo would bring him in the future. After making the arrangements, Ling Chen decided to head straight to the central square to meet up, as it was time to begin his own plan. You know this forest well, so lead the way. We need to go to the plaza in the central area, Ling Chen said to the monkey troop. A group of little fire monkeys cheered and rushed into the dense forest, darting from tree to tree until they disappeared from sight. Let's go, follow them. Ling Chen lightly touched the ground with his feet, causing the earth beneath him to sink in and leave a small pit. He took a step forward and followed, walking with his hands behind his back. The little fire at his feet had somehow sprung up onto Ling Chen's shoulder, its claws gripping his shirt tightly. The feeling of being used as a mount by a pet is truly unique. Who said the little fire monkey ran away? They were proven wrong. With such a group of demonic beasts, wouldn't Ling Chen be able to walk around with impunity? Hey upstairs, tell me, without these monsters, wouldn't Brother Chen be able to roam freely? The number of comments in Ling Chen's team's live stream room increased significantly. Xiaoya went to wake up Lingling. Tens of millions of viewers flocked to the site. The number of viewers in the live stream reached over 10 million. Although it can't compare to the hundreds of millions of viewers in the main live stream, it's still a huge number. An hour later, with Ling Chen and the others traveling at full speed, they arrived at the eastern part of the central square. In the center of the square, there is a stone platform, tens of meters high, with the Chinese flag flying on it. Qin Tian's team and Lu Gang's team had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing that Ling Chen had finally arrived, the board group quickly got up and walked towards Ling Chen and his companions. Brother Chen, you're finally here. clear. Upon seeing Ling Chen, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. They had finally met their organization. Next, it's time to hunt. Ling Chen said no more and nodded coldly to the group. The detailed plan had already been discussed before the competition. Hey, what's wrong with Brother Chen? Lu Gang nudged Yi Kong with his elbow, covered his mouth with his hand, and asked in a low voice. Brother Chen wants to gain fans. Let's just cooperate. Yi Kong replied softly. Ha, I know this well. Lu Gang flicked his flowing bangs, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, and was about to speak. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Yi Kong interrupted. Stop talking. Little Fire, have your friends help us find someone? Ling Chen tilted his head and whispered to Little Fire. Once you find them, just keep a close eye on them. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill perception. Chirp, chirp. Little Fire jumped off Ling Chen's shoulder and let out a few chirps into the dense forest. All the monkeys came into view. Damn, so many? Qin Tian drew his weapon, ready to fight at any moment. Put your own monkey back. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Fire gave a command, and the monkeys, in pairs, spread out in all directions. Having accomplished all this, Little Fire darted back onto Ling Chen's shoulder in a few quick movements. In that case, there's no need to search for teams yourself. Little Fire, do you know where there are powerful monsters nearby? Take us there. Ling Chen decided, aiming for the highest efficiency in scoring. Moreover, only the killing of powerful and ferocious-looking monsters has a visual impact and shocks the audience. Chirp, chirp. Little Fire chirped a few times on Ling Chen's shoulder, then quickly flew away into the distance. The crowd followed closely behind. Soon, the group followed Xiaohua to the foot of a hillside. Xiaohua pointed to a cave on the hillside, meaning that it was there. Ling Chen looked in the direction Xiaohua was pointing and saw a huge, snake-shaped python in front of the cave. Bronze level, 3 stars. Same level as me, but a bit ugly. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the giant python looked quite frightening, Ling Chen found it rather unattractive. Ling Chen wasn't the only one who thought so. Almost everyone present agreed that the giant snake-shaped python was extremely ugly, and some even found it repulsive. Chirp, chirp. Little Fire made a series of sharp sounds, its tone revealing urgency and anger. Ling Chen understood what Xiaohua was saying. This giant serpentine python often feeds on the little fire monkey, which makes the little fire monkey very angry. However, the opponent was a bronze-level demon beast, and none of the entire little fire monkey clan could defeat it. Don't worry, leave it to me, Ling Chen said softly, patting Xiaohua's head. Sure, Little Fire nodded, looking at the snake-like creature with a hint of hatred in its eyes. Ling Chen examined it first. Rascal python, bronze level 3. You can't dig a big hole. Skill, venom spray. If you don't want to be poisoned to death, pull out its teeth immediately. Be careful not to get sprayed with venom. After saying that, Ling Chen walked forward. Ling Chen, be careful. Lang Ningxuang and the others hurriedly reminded him as Ling Chen stepped forward. Don't worry, Ling Chen replied with a smile. Soon, Ling Chen arrived 50 meters in front of the giant python, and the giant python sensed Ling Chen. The python opened its blood-red maw and sprayed venom at Ling Chen. Ling Chen's strength is still weak, so he needs to be careful with poison. A distinct layer of fire elemental energy appeared on Ling Chen's body surface. Ling Chen quickly released a fire shield to protect himself. The source energy on the fire shield was constantly being consumed by the venom, and the corrosiveness of the venom alarmed Ling Chen. However, they ultimately managed to withstand it. Seeing that its attack had failed, the giant python let out an angry hiss, opened its mouth wide, and lunged at Ling Chen. Ling Chen did not choose to dodge. This suited him perfectly, as his physical strength was not directly proportional to the strength of his source energy. The giant python opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of black mist, heading straight for Ling Chen. Ling Chen showed no fear. He extended his right palm and summoned his lightning power. An arc of electricity flashed, came into contact with the black mist, and finally purified the black mist. The giant python twisted its body and pounced towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned his right palm into a fist and slammed it hard into the giant python's mouth. With a loud crash, the python's jaw was smashed, its body staggered back several meters, and it crashed heavily to the ground, struggling and thrashing about for a few moments. But no matter what, it couldn't struggle to get up. Seeing that the giant python was powerless to struggle, Ling Chen used his palm as a knife and slashed hard at the python's belly. With a muffled thud, Ling Chen cleaved open the giant python's belly, and bright red blood flowed out, instantly filling the air with a foul stench. Without hesitation, Ling Chen reached into the snake's belly and stuffed the snake's gallbladder into his spatial ring. Ding! Killed the rascal python, experience plus 500. A system notification sound stunned Ling Chen, but he quickly recovered. Defeating bronze-level monsters will grant you experience. Doesn't that mean I can level up by fighting monsters instead of having to cultivate in a boring way all the time? The giant python's corpse lay on the spot, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Do monsters really look this ferocious? Doesn't anyone think Ling Chen is ruthless? Didn't anyone notice that Ling Chen just released 2 different superpowers? Are you new here upstairs? Isn't it normal for our brother Chun to have twin abilities? In Ling Chen's team's live stream, the barrage of comments flooded in, filling the screen. A A hint of relief appeared in the little fire monkey's eyes, and it chirped twice at Ling Chen. Ling Chen snapped out of his reverie, thought for a moment, then took the beast core from the snake's head and tossed it to Little Fire. Little Fire's claws gripped the beast core tightly, as if it wanted to crush it. After staring at the beast core for a long time, Little Fire tilted its head back, opened its mouth, and swallowed it. The beast core melted immediately upon entering the stomach. A warm current formed within its body and quickly spread to its limbs. Finally, after circulating its light throughout the entire body and thoroughly cleansing it, it gradually dissipated into nothingness. Seeing the satisfied look on Xiaohua's face, Ling Chen smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. This is a high-level Earth-type silver-grade monster. He was certain that Little Fire had completely absorbed the energy of the beast core, and its strength had undergone a tremendous change. After absorbing the beast core, Xiaohua successfully broke through, and in just over 10 seconds, his strength had reached the first star of the bronze level. Chirp, chirp. Little Fire chirped excitedly, rubbing its fluffy head against Ling Chen. It was both grateful to Ling Chen for helping it get rid of the vengeful snake and excited about its increased strength. Ling Chen looked around at his surroundings. Apart from the giant python, the other apprentice-level demonic beasts seemed to be afraid of him and dared not approach. However, they were inexperienced, and Ling Chen was too lazy to do anything about it. Alright, are there any other powerful monsters? Ling Chen asked Little Fire impatiently. Chirp, chirp. Little Fire chirped again and nodded. He then darted off into the distance, continuing to lead the way for everyone. Let's go find our next prey. Ling Chen called out and ran into the forest. After circling the dense forest, they found another bronze-level 2-star demonic beast. This time, it still couldn't escape Ling Chen's clutches, and he easily killed it. Another 1,000 points earned. Meanwhile, the team points leaderboard on the main live stream screen changed. Ling Chen's team ranked first with 2,345 points. The second place team was Zhuge Kongming's team with 1,820 points, and the third place team had 1,655 points. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Just half an hour ago, Ling Chen's team had been at the bottom with a score of 345. In the blink of an eye, we were in first place. Ling Chen and his group were unaware of their rankings. They would only be able to see their scores and rankings once they reached the central square. However, Ling Chen had no intention of going up to the central square early. Not doing so until the last second would be disrespectful to the competition. This simulation field is alright for the other kids, but it's not difficult for Ling Chen at all. Judging from his posture, he's probably going to annihilate all the demonic beasts. If Ling Chen does this, the public will think that ordinary monsters can't even beat high school students, which goes against our intentions. Shen Tian stood up from his seat. I'll go talk to them. A spatial rift appeared in front of him, and Shen Tian vanished from the spot in a flash. At this moment, Ling Chen was standing on a bronze-level 3-star earth-splitting lizard, taking its beast core. Another demonic beast that was no match for Ling Chen. In the following period, Ling Chen obtained a total of 18 bronze-level beast cores. As of now, Ling Chen has killed 21 bronze-level monsters. Although these beast cores are not of high grade, they are still a kind of resource that can be used to improve one's strength. Ling Chen's team has reached 21,345 points. They're at the top of the list, more than 17,000 points ahead of second place. Xin Tian and Lu Gang's team behind them had gone from being shocked to being numb. Are you sure we're in the same grade? However, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The betting has started. The betting has started. Place your bets on whether Ling Chen's team can kill more than 25 monsters. Put your bets in now. A total of 21, that's outrageous. The rest of the monsters, come out and face your deaths. Just as Ling Chen was about to continue his journey, he sensed a spatial fluctuation approaching. Although he knew it was probably the examiner, Ling Chen still tensed up and cautiously looked at the air. The people next to him were confused as to why Brother Chen suddenly froze on the spot. A spatial rift appeared in front of Ling Chen, and Shen Tian walked out from it. Isn't that Marshal Shen Tian? Why would Marshal Shen go to find Ling Chen? Shen Tian looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression, and Ling Chen stared back without backing down. Ling Chen, please stop. Give the monster a chance. No way, officer. We were killing monsters entirely within the rules. Ling Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant, showing no intention of stopping. You already have enough points. If you want to kill monsters, I'll take you to kill some after the competition. Shen Tianyuan transmitted his voice, which rang in Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen nodded silently. Thunderous. The first thing should be settled. Now it's time to get down to business. With Ling Chen's nod of agreement, Shen Tian left satisfied. Before they knew it, the sky darkened, night slowly fell, and the world became pitch black. Ling Chen and the others' vision was obstructed, and they could only see things by the help of the moonlight. Let's camp here tonight, Ling Chen said, looking at the dark night. Good, the crowd shouted in response. Ling Chen took out dozens of tents from his ring and distributed them to everyone. While everyone was setting up tents, Ling Chen arranged for Xiaohuo and a few of his little fire monkeys to gather some firewood. After the tents were set up, everyone lit a campfire in the middle of the tents and sat around the fire eating the food they had prepared in advance. The group ate and chatted, laughing laughing and talking, as if they were on a leisurely trip. Did I enter the wrong live stream? If you don't understand, just ask. Is this a live stream of a picnic? Why do I see other teens still sleeping in the trees? After all, Brother Chen will always be your Brother Chen. The national competition has been swayed by Ling Chen and his group. They chatted until midnight, and when the night was deep and quiet, everyone returned to their respective tents and settled down. Several boys took turns keeping watch at night, arranged for Xiaolong, Xiaolan, and Xiaohua to stay in a tent to help them bond. Ling Chen returned to his tent, wanting to see what had happened during the day. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Bronze Rank 3, Experience 166/4000. Experience Pool, 10,500, Upgradable. Strength, 6,388 kilograms. Combat Power, 14,300. Special Abilities, God Level Spatial Ability, SS Level Thunder Ability, SS Level Ice Ability, B Level Fire Ability, Evolvable. The next one is on its way on horseback. Talent, the bearing of an emperor, has half my charisma. Side Hustle, Master Level Alchemy Skills, use it often. Technique, Chaos God Slaying Technique, God Level. Skills, Flash, Spatial Chains, Myriad Swords Return to Origin, Xianyuan Sword, 3rd Tier Thunder God Technique, click to see more. Weapon, Xianyuan Sword, Sealed. Xuanyuan Sword, Soul Power, 158/10,000. Extraordinary Treasure, Primal Treasure, City of Space. Pets, Super God Level Divine Pets, Little Dragon, Growth Stage, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Juvenile Stage. Shop, click to view. Giveaway, 1 free draw every 3 days. Legion Size, 571, not bad, that's an improvement. Number of Legion Beasts, 108. Legion Level, taking 318 heal is a piece of cake. Summon Legion, Shadow Assassin Legion, 1 free summon per month. Legion Points, 4567. Legion Commander, activated by 1000 members. Vice Leader, not activated. Legion Skills, none. Legion Attack Bonus, 21%. Legion Defense Bonus, 21%. Legion Movement Speed Bonus, 1%. Legion Recovery Bonus, 1%. Backpack Viewable. With the addition of an experience pool feature that allows for leveling up, Ling Chen clicked the level up button twice without hesitation. Unconsciously, a pure source energy surged into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could feel his source energy increasing. He broke through 2 levels in succession, reaching the 5th star of the bronze level. 1666 experience points remaining. Awesome! Ling Chen suppressed his joy, but still couldn't relax his usual hard training. Sitting cross-legged and circulating his internal energy, Ling Chen quickly entered a meditative state. At dawn, as the sun rose, Ling Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging source energy within his body, and a smile appeared on his lips. His cultivation level has broken through 1 star again. Of course, all of this was thanks to the concentration of source gas in the simulation field, coupled with the assistance of the beast core, which made him very successful last night. Looking around, Ling Chen noticed a huge, bursting bear about several dozen feet away from them. The burst bear is extremely robust, much larger than an ordinary bear. Its eyes were wide open, radiating a cold, bloodthirsty glint, and its claws gripped the rock wall, making a cracking sound. At this moment, the bursting bear stared wide-eyed at the location where Ling Chen and the others were, its gaze extremely fierce. Bursting Bear was overjoyed to find such a sumptuous breakfast when he went out early in the morning. None of the people showed any panic. Instead, they all turned their gazes toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked up at the camera, shrugged, and said, "This is a gift delivered right to my door. You can't blame me, can you?" At this moment, Shen Tian and Marshal Xia, who were watching Ling Chen, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Looking at the bursting bear, I silently mourned. It's not that we didn't want to save you, it's that you insisted on doing it yourself. Exploding Bear, Bronze Level 7 star. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Bite, Bursting Armor. After briefly checking on the bursting bear's condition, Ling Chen's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. I wonder how many experience points I'll get at the advanced bronze level. Roar! The black bear roared in a low voice, its body suddenly shooting out and charging towards Ling Chen. A pair of iron-like front legs, accompanied by a gust of wind, slammed down fiercely towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen gave a low shout, crossed his arms, and placed them in front of him. The iron-like forelegs slammed heavily onto Ling Chen's arms with a dull thud. Ling Chen's arms trembled slightly, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. This is the first time a bronze-level demonic beast has been able to defeat Ling Chen. Damn it, a high-level bronze-rank bursting bear. Its strength is comparable to a silver rank. Is Brother Chen going to be in trouble? That damned bear, it actually tried to hurt my man. Humph. Hey upstairs, stop eyeing my husband. A group of female spectators are engaged in a fierce battle over Ling Chen. As expected of the bursting bear, which is known for its strength, this power is comparable to that of a mid-level silver rank bear. However, compared to Ling Chen, he is still a bit inferior. After all, Ling Chen's physical fitness has been enhanced. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, Ling Chen stepped forward, facing the bursting bear head-on. How dare he? This was almost the sentiment of most viewers, but the next moment, it surprised everyone. Just as he was about to encounter the bursting bear, Ling Chen unleashed a punch. It collided with the bear's bear's paw. A deafening explosion rang out, and the black bear was thrown several meters away, crashing to the ground, motionless. It looked like it was dead, but the system notification sound didn't appear for a long time, so Ling Chen concluded that the explosive bear must be playing dead. Ling Chen walked over and punched the exploding bear in the chest, making a dull thud. The bear's chest caved in, clearly indicating that Ling Chen had landed a heavy punch. Humph! Seeing that the bursting bear was still pretending to be dead, Ling Chen snorted coldly. With a stomp of his right foot on the ground, he leaped into the air and delivered a whip kick to the head of the bursting bear. Sensing Ling Chen's determination, the bursting bear quickly got up to try and block Ling Chen's attack. However, the injured bursting bear was far too weak compared to Ling Chen, and its head was instantly smashed by Ling Chen's kick. A crystal-clear beast core flew out of the black bear's head and landed in Ling Chen's hand. Ding! Killed the bursting bear, gained 2,000 experience points. Awesome! Kill 2 or 3 more and I can level up. However, there's little chance of winning this competition. Almost all the viewers watching the livestream were stunned, and the chat window went blank for a few seconds. Then, almost instantly, a barrage of comments flooded in. Are you sure I'm watching the national high school competition, not the university league? Little Fire, lead us to find other teams. He patted Little Fire's soft fur. Ling Chen raised his head, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Little Fire nodded and scurried up the nearest big tree. It darted around among the surrounding trees, searching for something. Boss, what's wrong? Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he paused for a moment on a tree branch. There were a few light scratch marks on the branch. Little Fire jumped down from the branch and landed in front of Ling Chen and the others. It stands with its legs straight, points in one direction with one finger, and makes a chirp-chirp sound. Ling Chen understood that Xiaohua was telling them to go that way. Let's go, Ling Chen said, glancing in the direction Little Fire was pointing. Okay. Everyone followed Xiaohua forward. Little Fire is small in size, but extremely fast. In Ling Chen's eyes, Little Fire was faster than a rabbit, perhaps because it possessed this ability itself. After running for about 10 minutes, the group heard sounds of fighting and screams coming from ahead. It's over there, let's get closer. Ling Chen confirmed the direction of the fighting sounds as soon as he heard them, and then quickened his pace to head towards the fighting. The others followed closely behind, not daring to relax. Soon, Ling Chen and the others saw a group of more than a dozen people fighting in the open space ahead. Skills were thrown everywhere, and each side had 2 squads, with 7 or 8 people lying haphazardly on the ground, unable to fight. Little Fire, go and gather the nearby Little Fire monkeys and surround the area. Sure, Little Fire responded and then left. Ling Chen, what do you say? Yi Kong, who hadn't made a move yet, was already itching to try. Let's go. When Ling Chen and his group appeared within the reconnaissance range on both sides, the 2 teams in front stopped simultaneously. They united against Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, and a group of people rushed forward, heading straight for the 2 teams in front, instantly surrounding the remaining 8 people standing in the 2 teams. 12 against 8. And Ling Chen is here. The other side clearly recognized Ling Chen. The 2 captains shrugged, looked at each other, and finally decided to surrender. Ling Chen, we admit defeat, the team leader said. That's right, the old man also joined the team. We're willing to hand over our points. The captain on the other side also didn't want to go head-to-head with Ling Chen, who was at the bronze level. Points? That's not what I want. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? Both teams were taken aback. They came to compete, but didn't want points? They must be plotting something sinister. Join my ranks and let's go recruit other teams together, Ling Chen said calmly. To pledge allegiance to you? The 2 leaders exchanged glances, not understanding Ling Chen's purpose in doing so. He was clearly invincible. What? You don't want to? Then our 3 teams will have to send you home first. No, we're willing. Both teams considered it. Their chances of winning the competition were already slim, so they figured they might as well follow Ling Chen. Moreover, with Ling Chen's talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to become a big shot in the future. Building relationships with future bigwigs now is a major step in life. Soon, Ling Chen's team had grown into 7 squads. Just then, Little Fire appeared with a group of Little Fire monkeys. Little Fire, go find the next one, Ling Chen said to Little Fire. Little Fire nodded, and a group of Little Fire monkeys scrambled up a tree in a north direction, swinging back and forth as they headed north. Ling Chen, is this the monkey troop you tamed? A member of the 4 newly joined teams asked curiously. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Keep up. After saying that, Ling Chen lightly tapped the ground with his right foot and rushed out at lightning speed. We set off towards the dense forest where the monkey troop had disappeared. Ling Chen suddenly stopped after advancing for only a short while. At this moment, Ling Chen's hand suddenly moved, and he gently waved it in the air. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of arcs of electricity cutting through the air echoed as they shot out in 4 directions. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled thuds exploded from the trees in the dense forest. Several figures fell from the trees, crashing heavily to the ground with blood at the corners of their mouths. This was a 4-person team. Seeing that Ling Chen had a large number of people, they hid. However, they did not expect that Ling Chen's senses were so sharp. They hid in the shadows, sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Ling Chen and his group. But they didn't expect that Ling Chen had already discovered their presence. "I'm giving you two choices." Ling Chen's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Either you get out, or you come with us." Seeing Ling Chen's large group of more than 20 people, the squad decisively abandoned their evil ways and joined the organization. The competition that followed became very easy. Almost all the teams were within the range of the little fire monkey's surveillance, and every team they encountered fell to Ling Chen's handsome fists. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. There are a total of 100 people in the competition, and Ling Chen's team has 60 of them. Ling Chen YYDS. Is there any suspense left in the competition? The most predictable match ever. Throughout the second day, Ling Chen led a large group to sweep through the simulation field. That afternoon, Ling Chen, a group of 60 people, encountered Zhuge Kongming's team. The confident Zhuge Kongming squad members were all apprentice level 9 stars, and they insisted on fighting alone, without teaming up with any other squad. Seeing Ling Chen and his group of 60 people, he was dumbfounded. "It had to be you. Are you guys illegally forming teams here?" Zhuge Liang cursed inwardly. "You guys have no martial ethics," but his face maintained a mysterious and inscrutable expression. "Are you still short-staffed?" 4 more people joined. After simply collecting the membership fee from Zhuge's team, led by Ling Chen, everyone headed towards the central square. It's time to end this war, whose outcome is already predetermined. However, the only downside was that, upon checking, Ling Chen found that his mission's shock level rating was only S, which was 2 major levels lower than the highest rating. As he walked towards the center, Ling Chen pondered whether there were any other ways to improve. It seems there's no better way than to continue showcasing other superpowers. Ling Chen made a decision in his heart. Soon, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the central square. Surprisingly, on the other side, Ma Huntao was leading more than 20 people. They sat on the ground or leaned against a tree, waiting for Ling Chen. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ling Shi sitting on the sofa with a worried look on his face. "You finally arrived," Ma Huntao sneered, showing no fear despite the overwhelming numbers of Ling Chen's team. It was as if everything was within expectations. "Oh," Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. "Does the little horse in front of us have some special trump card?" The two sides were locked in a stalemate, with 60 against 20, and the outcome seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Across from him, Ma Huntao crossed his arms, tilted his head slightly upward, and chanted a series of incantations. "Come out, living dead." As soon as Ma Huntao finished speaking, several black hole-like vortexes appeared on the ground around them. Dozens of creatures that looked like corpses crawled out of it. These undead were dressed in green, with ferocious faces, bulging eyes, flat noses, and wide-open mouths revealing 2 sharp fangs. The corners of his mouth turned upwards, which looked quite frightening. What's even more shocking is the power of these undead. It's only bronze level. It's important to know that the strength of a summon creature can never exceed that of its host. You are still young, wait until you are an adult. In other words, what the hell is this thing? Some of the squads behind Ling Chen were discussing among themselves, their voices filled with a hint of panic. Just then, Ma Huntao gave a low shout, and the undead rushed towards Ling Chen and his group as if they had heard some command. Faced with a group of bronze-level undead, most of the people behind Ling Chen instinctively retreated. For a moment, the scene became somewhat chaotic. However, none of the 3 teams from the Hangzhou settlement retreated. Surprisingly, Zhuge Liang's team stood by without moving an inch. "Ha ha ha." Ma Huntao laughed loudly as he watched Ling Chen run away in an instant. Soon, Ling Chen and his group encountered the living dead. Ling Chen delivered the first heavy punch to the chest of one of the undead, sending it flying 5 meters away before crashing to the ground. The rest of the group were several people entangled with one body. By the way, Lingling is from the elf tribe. The other 3 members of Ling Chen's team engaged one of the targets. Yi Kong was responsible for using his wind-based abilities to dodge and draw fire. Long Ning Shuang was responsible for dealing damage, and Xian Linger was responsible for buffing the target. The other 2 squads each engaged one of the targets. Zhuge Liang fought a living dead man alone, while his 3 teammates held off another one. Aside from the 5 undead that were being held back by the others, the remaining 7 surrounded Ling Chen. Ma Huntao also came to Ling Chen's side, his imposing aura bursting forth without reservation. "Didn't expect that, did you? I'm also a bronze level, and I was supposed to be the only bronze level in the history of Blue Star, but you've appeared instead." Looking at Ling Chen, Ma Huntao sneered, his face full of disdain. He was an SSS level summoner, while Ling Chen was only an SS level lightning user. In his mind, Ling Chen was no match for him. "Poochie, okay." Lingling smiled sweetly. "Wow, that was amazing. This Ma Huntao has actually reached the bronze level. Is Ling Chen going to fail today?" Of course, what surprised everyone even more was what happened next. Just as Ma Huntao waved his hand, 7 undead rushed towards Ling Chen, but they came up empty-handed. Just as the undead rushed over, Ling Chen instantly vanished from his spot with a flash. He instantly appeared behind Ma Huntao, clenched his right fist, and threw a punch. With a crack sound of bones breaking, blood spurted from Ma Huntao's mouth. His body staggered forward uncontrollably. There is still an insurmountable insurmountable gap between us. Ling Chen's domineering voice rang out. Almost instantly, all the audience members present were stunned. How did Ling Chen appear behind Ma Huntao just now? Are you seeing things? Soon, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. How did Ling Chen appear behind Ma Huntao just now? Am I seeing things? Can someone tell me how Ling Chen got there just now? If I'm not mistaken, was that a space-based ability just now? When you put it that way, it does seem like it. To everyone's shock, Ling Chen was actually a powerful expert in the space element. Boss, Xiaolong just started to speak. Shen Tian, who was on the platform, suddenly stood up. This space fluctuated. Wow, Xiaolong, you can talk? It far surpasses what I was at when I was at the bronze level. Moreover, the teleportation that Ling Chen just used did not tear through space. Clearly, Ling Chen's talent in the spatial system has reached an unimaginable level. Shen Tian was immediately tempted to take on a disciple. It would be such a waste not to take such a gifted child as an apprentice. You're actually a space type. Ma Huntao turned around, his face pale, and looked at Ling Chen with disbelief. I was instantly killed. Ding, the system has released a task. Please check. Ling Chen did not answer, but just stared coldly at Xiao Ma. Test mission, get first place in the city. Seeing Ling Chen's tacit acceptance, Ma Huntao felt a chill run down his spine. Reward 1, exclusive supernatural skill X1. If it weren't for Ling Chen, I would have been the best performer in this year's national competition, and the championship would have been his. Reward 2, Legion Defense bonus card X1. Since Tao was born, why was Chen born? Reward 3, Pet Experience card X1. Thinking of this, Ma Huntao's face turned red, his fists clenched, his eyes wide open, and he glared angrily at Ling Chen. A sinister look appeared on his face. With a gritted tooth, he lightly slapped his own palm with his right hand, spitting out a few drops of blood essence. His face turned deathly pale. He formed hand seals, enchanted incantations as streams of blood essence transformed into thin threads that seeped into the body of the living dead. Seeing blood streaming from Ma Huntao's mouth and his face contorted in pain, Ling Chen frowned. Having received the stimulation of the essence blood, the living dead man's strength increased rapidly in a short period of time, rising from 1-star bronze level to 7-star bronze level. His eyes shone with a red light, and he became even more bloodthirsty. Ling Chen's expression hardened. He knew that Ma Huntao's secret method was to use his blood essence to stimulate the evil energy within these summoned objects. Once evil energy is activated, it will lose control and even become exceptionally powerful. Although he was quite confident in dealing with the group of monsters in front of him, he dared not be careless. If he made even the slightest mistake, things could get really messy. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to unleash his full power and show these geniuses the gap between them. Several bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Ling Chen. Third revolution, Thunder God technique. First revolution. The crackling lightning bolts drilled into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen's aura continued to rise, instantly upgrading him from a bronze level 5-star to a silver level 1-star. Amidst flashes of lightning, Ling Chen swung his arm, and bolts of lightning danced across it. Ling Chen hadn't expected that this transformation would have such a good effect on improving his strength. Once again unleashing his newly acquired enhanced skill, Ling Chen's origin Chi realm was comparable to a silver level 3-star. His strength reached a terrifying 8,888 kilograms, and his physical strength reached the gold level 3 stars. Sensing Ling Chen's presence, almost everyone froze in place. Almost everyone had the same thought pop into their heads. Ling Chen's strength has actually reached the silver rank 3. How can anyone live like this? Character, Ling Chen. Boom. Sizzle. Lightning exploded, and thick, dark gray clouds gathered in the sky. Strength, apprentice 9 stars, experience 99/900. As darkness fell, terrifying arcs of lightning lurked in the clouds overhead. Talent, Emperor's appearance, I gave it to me. Ling Chen suddenly made a move, and several lightning bolts as thick as an arm shot down from the sky towards the group of undead. Skills, Flash, 10,000 swords return, Xianyuan sword, 3rd level Thunder God technique, Fiery palm, primary appraisal, 899/10,000, perception, 20 m radius. Under Ling Chen's control, these electric arcs changed various shapes and bombarded the dozen or so undead. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Bang 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 bang. More than a dozen muffled sounds rang out. The undead were no match for the lightning arcs of the early morning and were knocked to the ground. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 123/10,000. But Ling Chen discovered that these living dead had an astonishing ability to recover. Those who were seriously injured or even had their arms severed could recover completely in just one breath. Pet, super god level pet, little dragon, junior stage. Ha! Ling Chen, my living dead are immortal. Seeing that Ling Chen's attack had no effect, Ma Huntao couldn't help but sneer. Mall, click to view. I was just testing the waters. I didn't expect it to give you so much confidence. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Ling Chen clasped his hands together, and a huge crescent-shaped arc of light condensed. Summon Legion, unlocked. The arc of light blasted towards the undead. Backpack, see if there is a new one. More than a dozen undead were beaten to pieces. The intensity of the attack has exceeded the limits of what the undead blood can withstand. Ma Huntao quickly retrieved the undead corpse into his spatial storage. He is now full of confidence about the college entrance examination 3 months later. There should still be time. I give up, Ma Huntao said with difficulty and sat down on the spot. His condition is extremely poor now. Having used his essence blood, he is pale and has weak muscles. Moreover, he knew that there was still a significant gap between him and Ling Chen, who was at the silver level. With this final opponent eliminated, the outcome of this competition is no longer in doubt. Ling Chen's team deservedly ranked first with a total score of 41,234. Second place goes to Qin Tian's team, and third place goes to Lu Gang's team. Hangzhou is the clear winner, but everyone knows that it all stemmed from one person, a godlike man. From this day forward, all the viewers who watched this competition will remember Ling Chen. Everyone calls him Ling Chen. How dare they address the Emperor Ling as equals? Once all the teams had marched onto the central square, the national competition came to an end. The familiar vortex appeared beneath the feet of each team once again. Ah, ah, ah. The familiar scream. In previous national competitions, the champions were basically at the apprentice level, 9-star level. This year, Ling Chen broke this record, becoming the strongest champion in history, and also the champion with the least suspense. Back in the main hall of the beginner simulation arena, everyone came forward to congratulate Ling Chen. Brother Chen, congratulations on winning the championship in this competition. Ling Chen, if we ever meet again in college, please look after me. I want to lie down. Ling Chen, I want to follow you. Tell the truth. Yi Qing obviously didn't believe his nonsense. Seeing the team that had won by following Ling Chen, everyone's eyes showed envy. Just as everyone was talking amongst themselves. Ahem. Class, please quiet down. I am Chen Guoqiang, the person in charge of this competition. A dignified voice came from the microphone to the ears of every student. Chen Guoqiang is the current minister of the Department of Extraordinary Abilities Education in China. Go back and do well in today's test. Yi Qing waved his hand. Upon hearing his voice, everyone immediately stopped talking and turned their gaze to Minister Chen on the podium. I have a few things to announce. First of all, let's congratulate Ling Chen and his team on winning the championship in this national competition. Congratulations, Ling Chen. In the hall, all the teams raised their hands and applauded for Ling Chen and his team. The second thing is that some universities will be conducting early admissions tomorrow, and students who perform well in this competition will have the opportunity to enter university ahead of schedule. As soon as Minister Chen finished speaking, the students below started discussing. It's over before we even got a chance to perform. Oh no, I haven't even shown off my invincible turtle pet yet. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ling Chen is definitely a Tsinghua or Peking University graduate. I bet 5 cents that Ling Chen will go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Ling Chen, I want to have your babies. There was almost no doubt about Ling Chen's future. Everyone believed he was a shoo-in for Tsinghua or Peking University. The third thing is to ask the teams that won the prizes in this competition to register with the armaments department within 3 days and customize their own exclusive equipment sets. Alright, this competition has come to an end. Today's matches were quite exciting. I hope you can maintain your form. Minister Lin made a pointed remark. He then sat down. The crowd cheered and hurried back to their lodgings. The male student wanted to get a good night's sleep, but he hadn't been sleeping well or restlessly while camping in the wild for the past few days. The female students wanted to take a proper shower. They hadn't showered for days while outdoors, which had made them very uncomfortable. Just as Ling Chen turned around, preparing to return with his teammates, a sound transmission of origin she reached his ears. Hey kid, come up to the stage. He. I recognized the voice as that of Marshal Shen, the examiner from before, a space-type ability user. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, and then, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. My talent has nowhere to go. You guys go first. After saying goodbye to Yi Kong and the others, Ling Chen turned around and used 2 flashes to teleport directly to the podium. Those who hadn't left yet noticed Ling Chen's actions and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Dude, is it really okay for you to be so reckless? Score, 567. Ahem. Do you have any good gifts to give as a disciple? Ling Chen got straight to the point, and with just one sentence, he left the 3 old men speechless. Ha! The big shots were taken aback by Ling Chen's question. Ahem. When you take on disciples, what kind of initiation gift do you usually give them? Ling Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Entrance ceremony? Upon hearing this, the 3 big shots finally realized what was going on. They are all almost 60 years old, and usually others are eager to become their disciples, but they refuse. Now, you actually have to pay an initiation gift to accept an apprentice? Goodness, this should really be given. Are you sure you don't want to become an apprentice of Xiaoshen, who is also a space-type user? A glint of interest flashed in Xia Feng's eyes, and he immediately became interested. Taking in such a talented boy is no problem at all. I have a platinum-grade space-type beast core here, which you might need. Yi Kong, 711. Xia Feng took out a silver-white beast core from the ring. It was crystal clear and quite beautiful. Xianlinger, 700. Hey! Old Xia, isn't what what you're doing a bit unfair? Sensing that Ling Chen didn't seem very interested in becoming his disciple, Shen Tian was extremely anxious. Condensation Frost, 700. Boy, become my disciple. Here's a diamond-grade monster core with a spatial ability. Wow, is this the strength of the top-ranked class? Shen Tian quickly offered his bargaining chips. He was determined to get this disciple. Ling Chen did not respond immediately, but looked at Xiaofeng with a questioning gaze. Xiaofeng shook his head. Spatial-type demonic beasts were already rare. Moreover, if a space-type user wants to escape, it's extremely difficult to kill them unless you are also a space-type user. Therefore, almost all the space-type beast cores in all of China are with Shen Tian. Ling Chen turned his head away, no longer hesitating, and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Shen Tian, saying, "Master." Ha! Shen Tian turned around at the sound, his eyes flashing with surprise. You really want to become my disciple? Of course. Ling Chen nodded firmly. Shen Tian, who was also a space-type user, would definitely be a great help to him. Besides, he gave way too much. Okay. A kind smile appeared on Shen Tian's wrinkled face. We'll hold a simple apprenticeship ceremony and a press conference in a couple of days. Oh, right, you have a senior brother, Jiang Haotian, who's now a diamond level 3-star. He's currently on the front lines. I'll introduce him to you when he gets back. It had been a long time since Professor Shen had spoken so much. Great, Professor Shen. Shen Tian had heard of his senior brother a few times, but had never actually met him. Okay, then you should go back and rest first. Shen Tian coughed lightly and tossed a jade token to Ling Chen. Take this. Ling Chen reached out and caught the jade pendant, which had the character Shen engraved on it. It should be Shun Shi's identification document. Master, cough. How about we settle the apprenticeship fee first? Teacher Shen was taken aback, then his face turned angry. Are you afraid I'll renege on my debt? After saying that, he took out a silver-white beast core the size of a pigeon egg and handed it to Ling Chen. This is a platinum-grade space-type beast core with a skill attached. At your current bronze level, it's a bit of a stretch for you to absorb it. Master Shen warned Ling Chen that he must reach the gold level before attempting to absorb it. Master, do you have any diamond-grade or city-protecting-grade beast cores that I can take back and study tonight? Ling Chen rubbed his hands together, revealing an expectant face. Upon hearing this, Master Shen's face darkened immediately. After you finish observing it, will you accidentally lose it? And then you won't be able to return it? It took a while for the teaching assistant to react. You even noticed that, Master. You truly are my master. Ling Chen looked surprised. After all, experience counts. Ling Chen, 909. Get lost. Teacher Shen waved his hand angrily. Greetings. After bowing respectfully to the three big shots, Ling Chen vanished from the spot in a flash. Watching Ling Chen's figure appear and disappear in the distance, gradually getting smaller, Shin Shi's lips curled up slightly, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This child not only cultivates quickly and has a very solid foundation, but also has exceptionally high comprehension. Alright, stop bragging about your good disciple. Marshal Xiaofeng, standing to the side, curled his lip. If he weren't a space-type user, you wouldn't even have a chance. Did I hear correctly? Ha. Shen Tian stroked his beard and laughed heartily with a smug look on his face. Ling Chen, 909? Wasn't he only 303 last time? Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Ling Chen couldn't wait to check his system task rating. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, first place in the grand competition. Ding! Mission rating, SSS. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a level 1 advancement in physical fitness. Originally, when Ling Chen advanced to the 5th level of the bronze level, his physical attributes had already increased from the 8th level of the silver level to the 9th level of the silver level. A special power descended into Ling Chen's body, and Ling Chen could clearly feel that his physical fitness had greatly improved. The mysterious power gradually disappeared, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Physical attributes and strength comparable to a gold level 9-star. To outsiders, Ling Chen is a monstrous talent at the bronze level 5 stars. By the way, Ling Chen took out the platinum grade beast core he had just obtained from the ring. The silvery white crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, shone brightly and emitted strong energy fluctuations. With a thought, Ling Chen put it into his mouth, and it was instantly swallowed into his stomach, transforming into a powerful energy that entered his limbs and bones. Great stuff! Not only is my source energy constantly increasing, but I never expected it could also improve my physical attributes. Ling Chen exclaimed. Generally speaking, only a very small number of monster cores have the effect of increasing physical attributes. Unexpectedly, what Master Shin gave me was something that could improve my physical fitness. I suppose even Master Shin himself didn't expect that. It took Ling Chen an entire night to absorb the energy of the beast core. After absorbing the entire beast core, Ling Chen's physical attributes successfully broke through the platinum level, reaching platinum level 3. No, Ling Chen must be kept in number 1 high school. His own source energy has also reached the bronze level, 7 stars. The skill associated with this beast core is called Spatial Tremor. Spatial Tremor, an area of effect attack skill, creates unstable fluctuations within a certain spatial range, damaging enemies through spatial disruption. Perfect. Ling Chen was overjoyed to have just acquired this skill. Finally, his space-type skill also had an offensive ability. This skill can perfectly make up for his lack of spatial abilities. Dong Tianqi, the principal of No. 1 High School, was leisurely sipping kung fu tea. Feeling the surging source energy within his body, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little smug. Well, I can understand, it's early in the morning after all. Knock knock knock. Ling Chen, are you going to the mock exam to check out the admissions? Just then, Yi Kang's voice came from outside the door. Coming right away, Ling Chen replied. An hour later, Ling Chen's team arrived at the simulation field in perfect formation. Good morning, Ling Chen. A simple greeting drew everyone's attention. Ling Chen is here. Upon seeing Ling Chen arrive, everyone came over to greet him and try to become acquainted with him. The admissions office's eyes lit up, and they all rushed forward almost instantly. Ling Chen, have you considered coming to Wuhan University in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? A middle-aged man asked with a smile. He looked very kind, but there was a hint of lewdness in his smile. What we can offer is a resource allocation of 30,100,000 academic credits and a diamond-grade exclusive beast core. Well, I'll think about it. Ling Chen certainly wouldn't make a decision immediately. After all, he wasn't flustered at all and was waiting for the right price. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's conditions, most of the school officials froze, then helplessly turned to look for other targets. The admissions officers from Shanghai Wuhan University and Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Wuhan University also came and offered the same conditions. Just as Ling Chen was deciding whether to go to Tsinghua University, Peking University, or Wuhan University, an old man stepped forward. The three leaders were shocked to see the old man, but they quickly recovered and bowed in respect. Greetings, Elder Mu. The old man nodded slightly and turned to look at Ling Chen. Dawn Academy offers no special conditions. Everything depends on your own efforts. I can give you a chance to participate in the assessment. Are you willing to come? The old man looked directly at Ling Chen and said calmly, Dawn Academy doesn't have the necessary conditions? Ling Chen was taken aback. He had thought that Dawn Academy would offer him something special, but it turned out to be just an opportunity for assessment. Is it possible that Shiguang Academy is even stronger than Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Wuhan University? Moreover, I don't think I've ever heard of this college. However, judging from the respectful manner of the other responsible persons, it must be a good academy. That's right, you have to fight for any resources yourself. Also, I forgot to tell you, your master, Xiaoshun, is from Dawn Academy, Elder Mu said. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, I'm willing to participate in the Dawn Academy's assessment. Zhang San, 513 kilograms. Very good. I look forward to you becoming a member of our academy. I hope you will not let us down, the old man said, looking at Ling Chen. Li Si, 514 kilograms. Upon hearing Ling Chen's decision, the people nearby were all surprised. They did not expect that Ling Chen would choose to go to an unknown academy, and one without any resources. Yi Kong, 888 kilograms. It seems there's still a chance for him to surpass Ling Chen in the future. Some people thought to themselves. Only a few heads of the Wuhan University admissions office knew the truth. They knew exactly what kind of place Shiguang College was. Xianlinger, 700 kilograms. The people there are both true geniuses and true warriors. Condensation Frost, 700 kilograms. It seems that true geniuses are ultimately destined to be excluded from martial arts universities. Unable to obtain information from Ling Chen, the heads of Shanghai Martial Arts University and Jiangsu Zhejiang Martial Arts University turned their attention to recruiting Yi Kong and his two companions. Although they didn't have any particularly impressive plays in this competition, the whole country witnessed their victory. The championship badge is right here. Tsinghua, Peking University, and Wuhan University, however, showed little interest and turned to look for the second most outstanding candidate, Ma Hunteo. Senior, I'd like to ask, which martial arts university is Dawn Academy closest to? Long Ning Shuang asked Elder Mu in a slightly light and agile voice. Shanghai Martial Arts University, came the old man's aged voice. I'm going to Shanghai Martial Arts University. The girl's unwavering voice drew surprised glances from the others. Ling Chen, you can do it. The girl's face unconsciously flushed under everyone's gaze. But Ling Chen, seemingly oblivious, asked the old man, when is the assessment? My name is Mu Rong. You can also call me Elder Mu. I am one of the elders of the Dawn Academy. The old man patiently explained the content of the assessment to Ling Chen. The Dawn Academy's assessment has 3 stages. The first test is an assessment of your talent and potential. It will test your talent and potential to determine if you are qualified to be a student of Dawn Academy. The second test is the assessment of source energy and physical fitness. A powerful ability user not only needs strong source energy, but also very strong physical strength. The third test assesses your combat ability, testing your overall combat skills and techniques. As long as you pass the test, you can obtain various cultivation methods and resources provided by Dawn Academy. Of course, you will need to work hard for it yourself. After listening to the old man's words, Ling Chen nodded but was secretly a alarmed. It seems that based on the strength he demonstrated in the competition, he has not yet met the requirements to pass. Otherwise, all I'll get is an invitation to take the assessment. However, Ling Chen was not worried about these 3 challenges at all, because with his talent, he could definitely not find anyone else who could overcome them. Moreover, with his bronze level 7-star origin chi strength and platinum level physical qualities, that's invincible. For the first 2 tests, go to Shanghai when you have time and take them. The old man transmitted his voice to Ling Chen. As for the 3rd test, we'll see how you perform in the college entrance examination. Alright, Ling Chen replied to the old man. After that, your master will take you there, the old man said before leaving. After the old man left, Yi Kong approached him and asked, Brother Chen, is this Dawn Academy very powerful? I don't know, we'll find out when we get there. A glint flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. His master came from there, so it probably wouldn't be too bad. In the end, Yi Kong and the other 2 decided to go to Shanghai Martial Arts University. After settling the matter of early enrollment, Yi Kong suggested ordering weapons from the armory. Ling Chen, $9.99. A platinum level bespoke set. The group arrived at the armory, asked the staff a few questions, and then Ling Chen and his companions were led to the custom suit area. Because the men's and women's custom-made areas were separate, Ling Chen and Yi Kong entered the men's area. These people are dressed quite well, Li Xianxian exclaimed, looking at the people who were customizing weapons not far away. Yes, Ling Chen nodded. Soon, it was Ling Chen and his companion's turn. Led by the staff, Ling Chen and his companion arrived at the weapon refining room in the corner of the armory. Inside was a blacksmith, his skin tanned dark, dressed in simple clothes, and who looked to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Holding an iron hammer, he looked up at Ling Chen and the other man and said, Young men, what level of set are you making? Please tell me the size and your requirements. Platinum level set. Ling Chen answered truthfully. Ha! The man's expression changed slightly. You are the champions of this national competition? Are you still the Ling Chen who ranked last in grades? Yes. Yi Kong answered without hesitation. Oh, Ling Chen? He does look somewhat like him. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Don't you have a younger sister? Although it was very soft, Ling Chen just happened to hear it. What do you mean by this? Ling Chen was taken aback but quickly asked in a slightly hurried tone. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have grown up so much in the blink of an eye. The man's voice silenced Ling Chen once again. You know me? I don't know you. The middle-aged man shook his head. But I might know your father. I even made equipment for him. He's still alive? For the first time, Ling Chen was stunned into silence. So it turns out I wasn't an orphan after all. Of course. Don't worry, he'll be coming to find you soon, said the middle-aged man. Ling Chen remained immersed in the news he had just received for a long time. Who exactly is this middle-aged man? Is he a friend of my father? Why is this person so certain that his father will come looking for us soon? How did he know I have a younger sister? Countless questions flashed through Ling Chen's mind. Hello, hello, the man called out several times, but found that Ling Chen did not respond at all. Hey! The man waved his hand in front of Ling Chen's eyes a few times, and Ling Chen finally reacted, though his face was full of confusion. What are you doing? Of course, it's custom-made equipment. What kind of requirements do you have? The man asked. Putting his questions aside for the time being, Ling Chen silently gave his measurements. I don't have any big needs, just have all my weapons and armor crafted into swords. Me too. Yi Kong finally interjected. I want to order a set of hidden weapons, and the whole set of equipment. After confirming that the 2 men's information was correct, the middle-aged man entered the weapon refining room. An hour later, the middle-aged man led the way out of the weapon refining room, carrying the equipment he had just customized. Here's what you wanted. The man placed the finished equipment on the table. 7 swords gleaming with sharp edges. It is 3 feet 5 inches long and weighs about 30 pounds. The sword is made of mithril, and many enhancement runes are drawn on the blade, making the sword even sharper. This is the platinum-grade custom weapon that Ling Chen requested. On the other side, the platinum-level custom-made equipment that Yi Kong had requested was also made by the man and placed on the table. He was dressed in platinum-grade custom gear, the design of which was very similar to the clothes Yi Kong was wearing, but the materials were completely different. Yi Kong changed into full gear on the spot, but his weight did not increase at all compared to before. Do you think it could be a legacy? After changing into his full suit, Ling Chen looked at the final custom-made hidden weapon. 6 slender black iron nails appeared before my eyes. These are 6 black nails, made primarily of black iron and supplemented with rare materials. Ling Chen and others pushed the door open and walked in. Its power is immense. If it hits within its attack range, it can easily penetrate the human body and cause fatal damage. You can try it now. The middle-aged man gave Yi Kong a brief introduction to the 6 iron nails, clearly very satisfied with his work. Okay, let's give it a try. Whoosh 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 whoosh. I called you here today because I want to discuss 2 things with you. Yi Kong launched the 6 black nails in his hand, which landed accurately on the opposite wall. All 6 black nails pierced the wall, creating a large hole. Haha, not bad. Yi Kong was overjoyed. By combining my wind-based abilities with these 6 6 iron nails, I'm sure I can achieve unexpected results. After receiving his custom-made equipment, Ling Chen wanted to ask further questions about his father. All I got in return was, "Come find me again after you get into the academy." Entering the academy? Ling Chen was stunned. The blacksmith in front of him was actually from Dawn Academy. Ling Chen became increasingly excited. After bowing to the man in farewell, Ling Chen returned to the hotel with a jumbled mess of thoughts. In his previous life, Ling Chen was an orphan, and he thought he would be the same in this life after transmigrating. But now there is news about the original owner's father, and Ling Chen felt a mix of emotions. Ding! It has been detected that the host is not in the mood for cultivation and is in a complicated mood. It is recommended that the host draw a prize to cheer himself up. Just as Ling Chen was lost in thought, a system notification interrupted him. Yes, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Shouldn't this be a good thing? Ling Chen suddenly understood and breathed a sigh of relief. I opened the lottery interface. Ding! The lottery system has been fully updated and will no longer be limited to skills. This message appeared before Ling Chen's eyes. There was no mystery involved in the lottery draw. Ling Chen clicked the draw button without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSS talent card. 3S talent card. For a talent below 3S, the talent level will unconditionally increase by 1 level. Without hesitation, Ling Chen used it on his lightning-based superpower. Ling Chen felt a powerful surge of lightning element enter his body, running rampant and merging into his limbs and bones. With a thought, lightning arcs appeared on Ling Chen's arm. It's quite noticeable that lightning-type abilities have changed significantly. Ling Chen's lightning arcs were even more terrifying than before, with their power increasing more than tenfold. Ling Chen's lightning ability has been successfully upgraded to SSS level. System is awesome. Through this lottery, Ling Chen could feel that the system would provide him with assistance in certain aspects based on his situation. Now that his twin talents are almost maxed out, his lightning element might even reach god level in the future. With this thought in mind, Ling Chen couldn't help but start daydreaming. However, the most important thing now is to improve my combat strength. Ling Chen thought to himself, I am really too weak to barely fight against a platinum level opponent. When I get back this time, I'll first go to my master's place and ask for a few heaven level cultivation techniques. The most urgent task for Ling Chen is to improve his origin chi realm. Another night of arduous practice has passed. The competition was over, and after spending 2 days playing around the simulation field with his 2 younger sisters, Ling Chen and his group prepared to go back. After all, my younger sister is still a high school sophomore and has to go back to school. This trip has really given her a great time. However, before returning, Ling Chen did some promotional work by attending a press conference announcing his formal apprenticeship to Master Shen. He announced to the entire nation that Ling Chen had become Master Shen's apprentice. Once this matter was made public, it immediately caused a huge uproar. More people learned about Ling Chen. However, this was expected by many insiders. After all, Ling Chen, that dog genius, awakened the space system, a superpower that so many people dream of. The press conference announcing Ling Chen's apprenticeship ceremony went very smoothly and was a great success. Not only was Professor Shen happy, but the whole of China was also very happy. Because the space system has always been synonymous with geniuses and strong individuals, challenging those of higher levels is no problem for them. I just wanted to ask if you guys would be interested in signing up for this year's competition. With the addition of a space-type expert, China has an even greater chance of success in fighting against monsters. What's the benefit? Dawn City, Inner City. Principal Dawn's mouth twitched slightly. It was true that there was no gain without pain. Headquarters of the China Alliance. Aren't you going to go and take a look? Let's talk about it after he enters Dawn Academy. These demonic beasts have been keeping a close eye on him all these years. A man dressed in a white robe stood by the window, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He gazed at the flying monsters outside the window with a deep and wise look in his eyes. Behind him stood a tall, middle-aged man in military uniform, whose face was filled with worry. But the middle-aged man was about to say something when he was interrupted by the man in white. Don't worry, he's my son, I trust him. After a moment's thought, he added, also, after he goes back, tell Longjio he can come back. Yes, the middle-aged man replied solemnly, then turned and left the room. The man gazed out the window, a bitter smile playing on his lips. That's enough, that's enough. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Ling Chen suggested to Minister Lin that he return to Hangzhou first. The competition here has ended, and Minister Lin readily agreed to arrange his return journey. Because he was assigned to lead Ling Chen to Shanghai for the assessment, Master Shen accompanied Ling Chen and the others back to Hangzhou first. Then, he took Ling Chen and set off for Shanghai. As Ling Chen prepared to embark on his journey back, all the geniuses who participated in the competition came to see him off, respectfully bidding farewell to the god of Ling. Cough, you kid, your popularity rivals mine back in the day. Teacher Shen suddenly appeared in the car without being seen by anyone. Then I found a comfortable position to lie down and closed my eyes to rest. Ling Chen smiled and waved his hand, showing no modesty. He knew in his heart that his strength had improved too quickly, and no one in the entire senior class class of Huaxia High School could surpass him. Let's go! Minister Lin shouted softly from the front. The convoy left the simulation field. Among the crowd seeing them off, someone lowered their head and, taking advantage of the fact that the person next to them wasn't paying attention, sent a message. 5 diamonds, 48 platinum. Following the previous attack, Minister Lin reinforced the security forces. They were also extremely cautious about the way back. However, what he didn't know was that in the car behind Ling Chen, a certain big shot was lying down and sleeping. They arrived at the city walls of Dawn City without any problems. After inspection, the group left the city. Some students from the 3 teams looked back and thought, this Dawn City is so big, I must explore it all when I have the chance. At that moment, a man stood on the gate of Dawn City. He was dressed in white, with long legs and a handsome face. He watched the convoy gradually disappear into the distance. As if sensing something in the darkness, Ling Chen turned around and looked back through the car window. 1,000 meters apart, the two looked at each other. A strange feeling welled up in Ling Chen's heart. He shook his head, didn't think much of it, and quickly turned around. Half a day later, the convoy was driving along the edge of a dense jungle. There's been a team following us for several kilometers behind us, Shinshur casually remarked, sensing something. Ah, could it be the same people who ambushed us last time? Yi Kong exclaimed in surprise. Ling Chen smiled wryly. It seemed the Shadow Squad's stealth skills were still lacking. Oh, your people? Sensing Ling Chen's unusual behavior, Shinshur's surprised tone was transmitted to Ling Chen's mind through his source energy. Ling Chen nodded silently. Those people in front must have been the ones lying in ambush. Shinshur's words instantly put Ling Chen on guard. There was a group of people ahead. Suddenly, the convoy braked sharply and came to a complete stop. A group of men dressed in black emerged from the nearby jungle. Judging by their clothing, they were the same group as last time. However, compared to the previous group, this group looked even more sinister and terrifying, wearing masks and remaining silent, as if they came from hell. The leader was handsome and otherworldly, with cold and murderous glint in his eyes. We'll be teammates from now on. I hope you can give us some guidance. Xian Linger took the initiative to step forward and said. He held a long sword in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light, like a bloodthirsty serpent. This person is none other than Xing Tian. You all stay in the vehicle and don't get off. After giving this instruction, Minister Lin and all the soldiers got off the vehicle. It's him? Upon seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Master Shen looked shocked. Who is he? Ling Chen asked. He was once the pride of China, but he has already sacrificed himself. Xing Tian on the opposite side moved, his body like a ghost, rushing towards the convoy, and an aura that made Minister Lin despair emanated from him. Peak of the Night Star level, a city protecting level. The 12 men in black behind him unleashed their source power without reservation. A total of 12 diamond level peaks. How could these people possess such formidable power? Minister Lin exclaimed in shock. Xianlinger also nodded. At this moment, Minister Lin realized that their fighting strength was no match for even a little finger of the other party. Minister Lin seemed to see the fate of his entire group being completely wiped out. Stop! A sharp shout came from the car, and Shinshur instantly appeared outside the car, hovering in the air. Pucci Xianlinger couldn't help laughing out loud. So silly. Upon seeing Master Shen, Xing Tian's expression changed, and a ferocious smile appeared on his lips. Master Shen, it's been a long time. Ling Yun Tian, you're still alive? Why have you become like this? Master Shen's tone revealed a hint of melancholy. Ling Yun Tian is the disciple of Ling Huan, the strongest being in China today. A genius, only 30 years old, whose strength has already reached the peak of the city guarding level. Xing Tian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. I became like this all because of you. What exactly happened back then? Master Shen asked in a deep voice, his brows furrowed. You have no need to know my affairs. Xing Tian sneered. I was just concerned about your safety. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask any further. Teacher Shen continued with a serious expression. However, if you dare to hurt any of you tonight, I will not let you off. I didn't expect that the top 5 students in the school were all in our class. Xing Tian sneered. Ha, I'd like to see why you won't let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people behind Xing Tian began to surround and attack the convoy. Master Shen clasped his hands together, veins bulging on his arms, and quickly released his supernatural abilities. Strange spatial fluctuations flew from his hands and towards the surrounding crowd. Boom 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 boom. One loud bang after another knocked the group back several steps, but they did not die. Immediately afterwards, their bodies were enveloped by a strange energy, rendering them unable to move at all. Ling Chen is already first, and he's still working so hard. Is this the gap between us and him? Xing Tian's face darkened, and his gaze toward Master Shen was filled with apprehension. Thunderous fury. With a low roar, streaks of purplish-red lightning shot out from Xing Tian's body, instantly enveloping him. With the support of the lightning arc, Xing Tian's aura actually rose to the level of a first-star national-level expert. 9 Heavens Thunder Control. Xing Tian brandished his long sword, and bolts of lightning shot out from it, forming giant dragons that hurtled towards Master Shen. Master Shen remained expressionless, but his aura suddenly intensified. He clasped his hands together, and a burst of white light shot out from his palms, meeting the giant dragon's head on. After a loud explosion, the giant dragons shattered and turned into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. Shinshir vanished from his spot in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Xing Tian. Turn back! With a low shout, Master Shin threw out his right fist, the force of which was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down, directly striking Xing Tian. Xing Tian was horrified and quickly raised his longsword to defend himself. With a muffled thud, Xing Tian's longsword shattered instantly, and Shenshir's fist struck Xing Tian's chest directly. Instantly, a large section of Xing Tian's chest caved in, blood gushed out, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a large tree. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Xing Tian struggled to stand up, his face as pale as paper. Xing Tian never expected that he would be no match for him at all. I will be back. Xing Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a jade pendant, and crushed it in his hand. Not good, Master Shin exclaimed, trying to seal off the space. A spatial rift appeared behind Xing Tian, and a large hand reached out and pulled him into the rift. Before Xing Tian disappeared, he glanced at Ling Chen, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The crack quickly returned to normal. Damn it! Shinshir hadn't expected that the other party would have a location talisman left by a space-type ability user. Tie them up and keep a close watch on them. After sealing the source energy of the 12 men in black, Master Shin ordered his men to keep a close watch on them. Let's keep going. After traveling for some time, the group finally arrived at their destination. Minister Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the main city of Hangzhou. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Minister Lin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ling Chen. Ling Chen, come visit me more often. I'll personally deliver any reward to you when we get back. Okay. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. I'll definitely bother you as much as possible. Ha ha. Minister Lin laughed heartily after hearing Ling Chen's words, patting Ling Chen on the shoulder. Then I'll be waiting. After saying that, Minister Lin led the entire squadron of soldiers away. Watching Minister Lin's departing figure, Ling Chen thought to himself, this Minister Lin is indeed a conscientious and responsible person. Master, do you have any plans for Hangzhou? Ling Chen asked, turning around. No, everything is up to you. Master Shin said calmly, looking at Hangzhou with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Then let's stay here tonight and return to Tianan City tomorrow. But, Teacher Shin nodded in agreement. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ling Chen then led everyone back to the hotel where they had stayed during the competition, checked into their rooms, and made all the necessary arrangements. Ding, obtain a special ability skill X1. As night fell, Ling Chen appeared in a flash. Ding, get Legion Defense bonus card X1. They arrived at the living room of the elderly bodyguard they had hired. Ding, get pet experience card X1. It's me, I'm back. Noticing the old man in the bedroom suddenly becoming alert and about to make a move, Ling Chen quickly stopped him. You're back, the old man's slightly hoarse voice rang out. She pushed open the door and came out, her hair a mess, as if she hadn't left the house for many days. However, to everyone's delight, the old man successfully advanced to the diamond level. With the help of the spirit stone, it has reached the second star of the diamond level. Let's pack up, we're heading back to Tianan City tomorrow. After that, I'll have to trouble you to protect my sister, Senior, Ling Chen said to the old man. Of course, I chose the space department. This is my duty. The old man nodded gently. Don't worry, whether to use the special ability card, yes/no. On this trip to the national competition, I met people from the New Humans. Their strength is beyond our imagination. Select ability attribute. Afterwards, Ling Chen told the old man about what he had seen and heard on his way there and back. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the exclusive skill, Space Chain. The old man's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression turned grave. Have these people actually become this powerful? Space Chain, God-level skill. The old man felt a mixture of resentment and helplessness. Skill effect 1, select a teammate to link in space, and the linked teammate can flash together. If I weren't weak, I would have gone to seek revenge on the New Humans long ago. Why would I stay here and wait to die? Don't worry, we'll destroy them together in the future. Ling Chen patted the old man on the shoulder. The old man gave Ling Chen a deep look. My surname is Hao. Ling Chen could clearly see that the old man's loyalty level rose rapidly from 70 to 90. Old Hao, then you'll be coming with us tomorrow. I'm leaving now. With that, Ling Chen vanished from the spot in a flash. The old man was shocked to discover that Ling Chen was actually a space-type ability user. However, a glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. With Ling Chen's talent, he would definitely be able to help him take revenge in the future. After leaving the old man's room, Ling Chen returned to his own room. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something. One by one, shadowy assassins, like ghosts, appeared out of nowhere. The one leading the group was Qi Baju. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qi Baju stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Ling Chen. After checking, Ling Chen was shocked. Good heavens, they had all reached the 4th level gold rank. This is how many monsters were killed and how much experience was gained. Qi Baju, go. There's something I need you to do later. Ling Chen instructed. My lord, please give your orders. Shi Baju replied immediately. I will give you some funds later. I need you to set up an assassin intelligence organization. Ling Chen said. Ding, congratulations to Xiaolong for leaving the larval stage and entering the growth stage. I need to be able to know important news about the major gathering places and the internal workings of the monsters in the future. Furthermore, I need you to become top-tier assassins, capable of infiltrating hordes of monsters and killing their leaders. My lord, do you want us to establish an intelligence network? Shi Baju asked. Yes. Ling Chen nodded. He did indeed want to establish an intelligence network, but it was not just a simple intelligence network. He needed to establish an intelligence organization. Ling Chen needed to know about some of the more important demonic beasts. For example, some special monsters or demon races, and some places where demon races gather. Oh, so how strong are you now? The intelligence organization that Ling Chen wants to establish is called Shadow. Ling Chen hoped to establish an invisible intelligence network under his command, following him like a shadow. Only in this way can one's own intelligence organization truly exist and be considered an intelligence organization. Yes, I'll take care of it right away, Shi Baju said immediately. Ling Chen took out a spatial ring containing 10,000 spirit stones and handed it to Shi Baju. Okay, go ahead. Ling Chen waved his hand. Yes. Shi Baju led a group of shadow assassins and quickly left. Watching Shi Baju and the others leave, Ling Chen returned to his bed, sat down, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Ding! The main task of the system is issued. Please pay attention to it. After a quick wash, Ling Chen opened the door and called out his sisters and teammates one by one. System task: hundreds of people form a company. 3. A spatial rift suddenly appeared, and Master Shin emerged from it, still looking unfathomable. They then invited the old man along, and the group set off. As evening fell, Ling Chen and his group returned to Tianan City. Quest Reward 1, Master Level Alchemy. Yi Kong, Ding Ningxuan, and Xian Linger all took their leave one after another. Mission Reward 2, All Ability Exclusive Skills. Ling Chen and his group of 5 returned to their familiar apartment home. Mission Reward 3, Summon Legion Function enabled. Ahem, I'll head back now. Old Hao returned to the room next door. The 2 younger sisters exclaimed that they were exhausted from the journey and went back to their room to rest. The new human organization that just launched a major offensive is now being thoroughly investigated and targeted by the China Alliance. I don't think I'll have time to worry about myself for a while. Ling Chen sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Master, what kind of place is this Dawn Academy? Ling Chen asked curiously, looking at Master Shen. Dawn Academy is an academy within our Huaxia Alliance that only accepts prodigies. The students here are the most prodigies of all. The levels of alchemy are divided into apprentice level, junior alchemist, intermediate alchemist, senior alchemist, and master alchemist. Every teacher at Dawn Academy is one of the top experts in the Alliance, and the lowest level is a national level expert. Moreover, at Dawn Academy, the number of students is far less than the number of teachers. They may not even admit a single student in a year. Entering Dawn Academy requires passing numerous rigorous examinations. Only exceptionally talented individuals will be admitted. Once you enter Dawn Academy, as long as you are talented enough, you will always receive preferential treatment in terms of resources. The requirements for graduating from Dawn Academy are quite simple. Break through to the City Guardian level before the age of 30. Currently, more than 20 students have graduated from the academy. After listening to Teacher Shen's introduction, Ling Chen sighed silently in his heart. It truly is an extraordinary academy. A sense of anticipation rose in my heart. Ling Chen believed that he would definitely get into the academy. Master, let's set off in a few days. I need to go out for some business, so please protect my sister these next few days. Ling Chen said to Master Shen. Now that he has reached the 7th level of the bronze rank, he is preparing to return to the trial grounds to learn from a master. He knew that although he was talented, he was still far inferior to those monstrous geniuses, so he had to work hard to improve his strength and become stronger. Become the strongest person on earth as soon as possible. Go ahead, I'll protect them. Teacher Shen didn't ask Ling Chen what he was going to do. After all, everyone has their little secrets. Okay, you can rest now, I'll be going now. After bidding farewell to Teacher Shen, Ling Chen turned and walked outside. I wonder what my master will teach me. Ling Chen left the city, found a deserted place, and teleported back to the trial grounds. After many days, the trial grounds remained unchanged. Ling Chen arrived in front of Master Kongming. Greetings, Master. Ling Chen stepped forward and bowed with his hands clasped together. Side quest, first place in the competition. You've come. Kongming nodded. He had been watching Ling Chen's performance closely these past few days. Ling Chen's talent and hard work far exceeded Kongming's expectations. He was very satisfied to have taken on such a disciple. I'll teach you a trick first, and then your task is to master this trick. Master Kongming waved his hand, and space immediately distorted, forming a huge spatial vortex. Immediately, Master Kongming and Ling Chen were sucked into the spatial vortex and disappeared. This is a vast vast, white expanse. This is a spatial skill I've mastered, called spatial teleportation. This space can take you anywhere. In this place, the flow of space is 1,000 times faster than normal. In other words, if you move 1 meter in one direction within this space, you will move 1 kilometer in the same direction outside. However, this space exists for a limited time, and it will continuously consume your source energy. Kong Ming explained to Ling Chen, then extended his aged, wrinkled fingers and gently pointed at Ling Chen. A golden light flashed into Ling Chen's mind. Ding! God-level skill, spatial travel detected. Learn it, yes/no. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned spatial travel. Space travel LV0, 10-fold bonus, duration depends on source energy. He took Ling Chen back to the stream, and watching Ling Chen close his eyes to comprehend the mystery, Kong Ming prepared to continue his fishing business. After all, it would take several days for this kid to grasp anything. Just as the old man Kong Ming was about to take out his fishing rod, Ling Chen opened his eyes. Master, I've learned it. Ling Chen blinked, as if to say, is there anything a little more difficult? Oh, show me how. Space travel. A spatial vortex, much smaller than before, appeared in front of Ling Chen, who stepped into it. After school, Ling Chen returned home as usual. 5 meters away, Ling Chen suddenly appeared, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Ling Chen, who was in the spatial vortex, had only taken half a step when he exhausted all his vital energy. Seeing that Ling Chen had actually used spatial teleportation, the old man Kong Ming was shocked. He knew that Ling Chen was exceptionally talented, but he did not expect that Ling Chen's talent could be so powerful. His apprentice was far more talented than his master. Could it be that Ling Chen has a chance to break through to the legendary Emperor realm? He lowered his head slightly, covered his mouth and nose, and walked into the kitchen. After Ling Chen finished using his spatial teleportation technique, he saw the surprised look on the old man's face and chuckled inwardly. What's going on? Master, I've learned it. Good. You truly are worthy of being my disciple. Kong Ming was also very pleased. But this skill is too consuming too much source energy. Ling Chen lay on the ground, panting heavily, not wanting to move at all. That's because you've only just begun. And it's because you're too weak, the old man retorted mercilessly. Once you fully master it, with your current source energy, traveling tens of kilometers will be no problem. At that time, the power of space travel will be greatly enhanced. Spatial travel not only has the speed of traveling thousands of miles in an instant, but also the function of traveling through space. Within the spatial vortex, no one below the level of a saint can detect it. The old man's words gave Ling Chen a sudden inspiration. It was practically an essential skill for escaping. Alright, practice hard for the next few days. After saying that, the old man took out his fishing rod and ignored Ling Chen. Ling Chen sat cross-legged in place for a long time to recover his source energy before continuing to cultivate this space travel technique. 2 days later, after continuous training, Ling Chen successfully increased the spatial vortex's enhancement from 10 times to 20 times. Today is lottery day again. I hope the system will give me a good draw. Ding, lottery draw begins. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a 10x comprehension card. 10-fold comprehension card grants 10-fold comprehension ability for 24 hours. As expected, system, you love me. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked use. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 10 times the comprehension power. Effective for 24 hours. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt enlightened. His mind became much clearer, and the doubts he had encountered before were easily understood. 10 times the understanding, so satisfying. Feeling the effects of 10 times the comprehension, Ling Chen was extremely excited. Ling Chen dared not waste any time, devoting every minute to comprehension. A day later, Ling Chen finally mastered the spatial teleportation technique to the level of 100-fold. Master, I have already mastered spatial teleportation to the point of being 100 times faster, Ling Chen excitedly reported to the old man. System master, can you let me see my specific strength value? Upon hearing this, the old man showed a hint of surprise on his face. Ding, at the host's request, the system starts updating. 3 days? As the founder, it took me a full 3 months. The system is really cool. Ahem, not bad. You're almost catching up with your master. Keep up the good work. Kong Ming coughed lightly. Your comprehension is very high, but spatial teleportation is just the most basic auxiliary divine skill. How you use it is up to you. Yes, master. Then this disciple will take his leave. Ling Chen bowed respectfully to Kong Ming, then turned and left. Although he didn't learn any cool or awesome offensive skills, he gained another life-saving skill. Perfect, Ling Chen thought to himself. Watching Ling Chen's departing figure, the old man couldn't help but sigh. What kind of disciple have I taken on? About 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, having emerged from the trial grounds, returned home. You're back. Shinshir's voice came as soon as Ling Chen entered the door. In the living room, Shinshir was sitting on the sofa, watching the live broadcast with great interest. Character, Ling Chen. In today's world, there are no longer any entertaining television programs. Strength, apprentice 9 stars, experience 99/900. The television was filled with news about monsters from various regions, as well as live broadcasts of competitions. Strength 3,113 kilograms. kilograms. Yes, Professor Shen. Ling Chen walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Combat power, 5,555. Ha! Shenshi looked at Ling Chen and sensed something was wrong. The spatial aura emanating from Ling Chen had become even more restrained. Talent, Emperor's appearance, I gave it to me. When are you leaving? Kung Fu, Chaos God-slaying technique, God level. Let's set off tomorrow. Ling Chen was filled with anticipation for Dawn Academy. Pet, Super God level pet, Little Dragon, growth stage. Teacher Shen looked at Ling Chen. Are you ready for this trip to Dawn Academy? Mall, click to view. Although Master Shen was unsure of Ling Chen's abilities, he believed that Ling Chen would be able to pass the assessment. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. After all, Ling Chen's talent and hard work speak for themselves. Number of Legion members, 11. We're ready. Legion level, recruit people quickly. In that case, let's set off tomorrow. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. Ling Chen nodded. Thank you for your trouble, Master. Available for viewing, hee hee. Teacher Shen chuckled. There's no need for formalities between us. Ling Chen stood up. Teacher Shen, I'll go back to my room now. The next morning, Ling Chen woke up, greeted his sisters, and then left with Master Shen. This assessment test will not take long and will be completed quickly. Master Shen, which way do we go? Ling Chen asked Master Shen as they arrived outside the city. Dawn Academy isn't far from here. I'll take you. After saying that, Teacher Shen reached out a hand and grabbed Ling Chen by the collar. With a wave of his other hand, a spatial rift tore open in front of them, and Shenshi stepped into the rift with Ling Chen in his arms. Within the crack lies another parallel space, where one can vaguely sense numerous spatial wind blades sweeping by. This seems to be a space that existed originally, while Master Kongming taught me a space that I created myself, which is much safer. Ling Chen thought to himself. A moment later, Shenshi, pulling Ling Chen along, traversed hundreds of kilometers to reach the summit of a high mountain near the outskirts of Shanghai. Behind him were towering mountains, and in front of him was a cliff. Standing on the mountain, you can see the outline of Shanghai in the distance. Follow me. After saying this to Ling Chen, Shenshi turned and walked into the dense forest. Ling Chen quickly followed, and before long, Master Shen stopped in front of a stone wall. There is a recessed part in the stone wall, as if it requires a key to open. Take out the jade pendant I gave you before and put it on. Master Shen pointed to the dent and said in a calm voice. Ling Chen took out the jade pendant from the ring and carefully placed it on the ring. It fits perfectly. Just then, a beam of light shone into my eyes from inside the stone wall. Let's go. Master Shen led the way towards the stone wall, passed through it, and disappeared from Ling Chen's sight. Ling Chen followed and walked into the stone wall. After Ling Chen stepped into the stone wall, the light disappeared, and the jade tablet automatically fell off and flew into Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen put away the jade token and followed closely behind Master Shen. After passing through the stone wall, there is a long passageway. A bright light was shining from afar. It was the exit. After passing through the passageway, the view suddenly opened up before us. This is a very large space. Before us stands an ancient stone gate, hollow and without a frame, flanked by 2 stone lions. A delicate plaque hangs on the stone gate, with the 4 large characters Shuguang Academy clearly written on it. Behind the stone gate is a long, bluish-gray flagstone path that connects to a large cluster of buildings not far away. Teacher Shen's voice came. This is Dawn Academy. Ling Chen looked at the distant buildings and marveled at the sheer size of Dawn Academy and how secluded its location was. Come with me, I'll take you to the testing location. Okay. Ling Chen nodded and followed Teacher Shen toward the academy gate. Walk under the stone gate and follow the stone path toward the college's buildings. Teacher Shen led Ling Chen deeper into the academy, and Ling Chen followed Teacher Shen forward while carefully observing his surroundings. He knew he wasn't the only genius here. After all, this place was different from ordinary universities. It was a concentration camp for prodigies. Teacher Shen led Ling Chen to the central square of the academy, where a 100-meter-high dark black stone tablet stood in the very center. In one corner of the square, there is a simple little table and an old rocking chair. An elderly man with white hair was lying in a rocking chair, his eyes closed, leisurely dozing off, the rocking chair gently swaying. This is the location of the first test, the talent assessment. Master Shen turned to Ling Chen and said, then walked towards the old man. He slammed his hand on the table. With a thump, the old man jumped up from his chair and looked around seriously. However, the old man quickly realized what was going on and shouted angrily at Master Shen. What brings you here, you old geezer? Old Lin, you're really taking it easy. I brought my apprentice here for a talent test. It was arranged by Elder Mu. Oh, they're recruiting this year? The old man turned his gaze to Ling Chen, who was standing not far away. So young, and he seems to have good talent. The old man could sense that Ling Chen's source energy was extremely pure and rich, and his muscles contained powerful strength. Of course, look who my disciple is. Master Shen stroked his beard proudly and laughed. Yikon, 888 kilograms. He's your disciple? And also a space-type cultivator? The old man instantly understood why Ling Chen had qualified for the assessment. Xianlinger, 800 kilograms. The old man took out an old register with slightly yellowed pages, which recorded the names of every student since the founding of Dawn Academy. Condensation Ocean Frost, 800 kilograms. Ling Chen, is that right? Hearing the call, Ling Chen stepped forward. It's all registered. Go over there, put your hand on the stone tablet and let it sense your power, the old man said, pointing to the stone tablet in the distance. After the test is completed, the stone tablet will light up. You can pass the test once you reach a distance of 30 meters. Ling Chen nodded and walked towards the stone tablet not far away. He placed his right hand on the stone tablet and immediately felt a strange sensation. A golden halo appeared on the stone tablet, enveloping Ling Chen in its center. A series of golden rays swept over Ling Chen, and soon the golden halo faded and returned to the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet seemed to be activated, and a golden light shot upwards from below. How high do you think your apprentice's talent can reach? The two people watching from the side gazed at the stone tablet in the center with some anticipation. My record was 36 meters back then. My apprentice is a 3-elemental ability user. With his talents combined, 30 meters is no problem for him. Of course, I've never seen anyone get eliminated in the first round of the assessment in all these years. Old Lin rolled his eyes. The highest record on the talent monument is 66 meters, held by the same person from back then. He's still alive, Old Shin interrupted the old man, and then fell silent. A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Seeing that Elder Shin was unwilling to say more, they continued to look at the awakening steel together. The golden light shot up 30 meters in an instant. You've met the standard. After reaching the 30-meter threshold, the golden light continued to rise at an undiminished speed. It stopped climbing after reaching a height of 99 meters, but the light began to shine even brighter. The two elderly people present were stunned and stood there in disbelief. If I remember correctly, the height of the stone tablet is only 99 meters. Moreover, once you reach the top, the light shines even brighter. This shows that Ling Chen's talent is more than 99%. After a long while, the golden light gradually dissipated. When the light faded, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and his figure appeared in the sight of the two elders. Congratulations! You have passed the first talent test and will have the opportunity to enter the second test. We hope you will continue to work hard. Old Lin composed himself, his face showing shock, and said with a smile, "Thank you, seniors." Ling Chen bowed to the two elders. The two elders nodded with satisfaction. As if remembering something, Old Lin stretched out his right hand and raised his middle and index fingers. He muttered something to himself, and streams of origin chi spread out. Elders meeting room. The elders who were meeting to discuss the demon beast battlefield all heard a transmission of origin chi. Ling Chen, talent level is 99 meters. The elders were all taken aback. There is no harm without comparison. 99 meters? Who is Ling Chen? Was he just hired this year? All the elders were stunned. Ling Chen is the champion of this year's national high school competition. He possesses 3 elemental abilities: lightning, fire, and space. That's why I invited him here. I'm sitting to the side, said Old Mu, a faint smile on his face. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, the elders' meeting room fell into a brief silence. No one could believe their ears. 3 elemental abilities? 18 years old. That's a bright future ahead of you. The elders gasped. It seems our academy has welcomed another prodigy. Ling Chen's aptitude probably surpasses that of all previous students. All the elders nodded in approval. Now that he's passed the first test, he's probably moving on to the second. Shall we go and take a look? An elder suggested. The elders all echoed this sentiment. After saying that, everyone headed towards the training room for the second level. Soon, the group arrived at one side of the testing platform in the training room. At that moment, Ling Chen, who had passed the talent test, stepped onto the testing platform under the guidance of the two elders. The second test is a test of one's source energy and physical fitness. The elders frowned slightly as they looked at Ling Chen on the stage. They couldn't even see through Ling Chen's specific cultivation level and power. One could only vaguely sense the aura emanating from Ling Chen, as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. Bone age testing confirmed that Ling Chen's age of 18 was correct. Ling Chen's second challenge has officially begun. The first step is the source gas test. The origin chi test not only tests one's cultivation level, but also the purity and total amount of origin chi. In the realm test, Ling Chen had previously demonstrated a bronze level 5-star level in the competition, but now he has reached 7 stars. Ling Chen, simply input your origin chi into this crystal ball. Elder Lin pointed to the crystal ball on the testing table, behind which was a crystal screen. Ling Chen nodded and did as instructed, channeling his origin chi into the crystal ball. A burst of light suddenly emanated from the crystal ball. A string of data was then displayed on the crystal screen behind it. Origin chi, bronze level 7 star. Total, 26,662. Purity, 97%. Everyone was stunned when they saw the data on the crystal screen. If I remember correctly, Ling Chen should be a senior in this year's high school, right? Ling Chen only awakened his superpower a little over a month ago, right? Moreover, with such a high level of purity, it seems that Ling Chen's foundation is also very solid. As the elders marveled, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Their purpose in establishing Dawn Academy was precisely to recruit genius teenagers like Ling Chen. Now, Ling Chen has actually passed the second stage of the Origin Chi test with such an outstanding performance, which is simply amazing. Ling Chen, your Origin Chi test is over. Elder Lin looked at Ling Chen and said with a smile, next is your physical fitness test. First, strike the testing device with your pure strength. Then, use your superpowers and all your strength to unleash the power of your strongest attack. Ling Chen understood and nodded slightly. Arriving in front of the testing device, Ling Chen took a light breath. Clenching his fists, Ling Chen swung his fist forward and slammed it into the testing device. Boom! The tester emitted a dull sound, and an arc of electricity shot out from the tester, forming a circle on the tester, which then slowly shrank. Once the tester has shrunk completely, it displays the number 15135. 15,135 kilograms? How is that possible? How could his physical abilities be so extraordinary? His physical abilities are comparable to a platinum level 1-star. Such exceptional talent is probably unmatched in the entire academy. The elders were in an uproar, staring at Ling Chen in disbelief. They couldn't even remember how many times they had been shocked today. Looking at the numbers displayed on the testing device, Ling Chen was not surprised at all. He took a deep breath. Next was his strongest attack. Third revolution Thunder God technique. Ling Chen shouted softly, his aura rising continuously, and a surge of thunderous power permeated his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Ling Chen's Origin Chi was raised to silver level 4. Physical strength has been upgraded to platinum level 4-star. This is a secret technique? It seems this young man has had some extraordinary encounter. The elders nearby were discussing among themselves. Enhance. Ling Chen used enhancement again, raising his physical strength to platinum level 6-star. Spatial tremor. Ling Chen unleashed his newly acquired offensive skill, a silver light emanating from his body, and a powerful spatial shockwave surged forth. Attached to Ling Chen's arm, Ling Chen unleashed a powerful punch, blasting it towards the testing device. This powerful spatial vibration, carrying a hint of destruction, vibrated towards the testing device. The fist, carrying a shockwave, slammed into the testing device. 23,927. Everyone gasped in shock at the sight. Brother Chen is right. Such powerful attack, surpassing 3 levels in a row. Heaven blesses China. The elders secretly clicked their tongues in amazement. This young man, when he grows up, will surely become a saint. Ling Chen, congratulations on passing the second test. Turning around from his shock, Elder Lin congratulated Ling Chen. Thank you very much, Elder Lin. Ling Chen said, bowing with his hands clasped in gratitude. The third test assesses your overall abilities, but based on your performance just now, it shouldn't be a problem. After your college entrance exam, come directly here. The elder stroked his beard and said with satisfaction, Xiao Xin, show your apprentice around. Yes. Master Xin respectfully bowed to the Grand Elder. Let's go. We haven't finished discussing this yet, the elder said to the group. The group returned to the conference room for another meeting. Master, why haven't we seen many people along the way? It's very simple, because in the 40 years since Dawn Academy was founded, it has only enrolled a total of more than 200 students. After 10 years of enrollment, only those who reach the national level are qualified to graduate, and now only a little over 20 have successfully graduated. Students who have not graduated within 10 years can choose to become teaching assistants and remain students, or they can leave the academy. There are currently 19 students enrolled at the entire Dawn Academy. So few? Ling Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Dawn Academy had so few students? You should know that Dawn Academy only admits prodigies. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, every student can become a saint. Then, Ling Chen hesitated, wondering why only 10% of the students graduated. Because they died in battle. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's body trembled. Teacher Shen looked at Ling Chen, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. The competition in Tianan City adopts a round-robin exchange system. Do you know the original intention behind the founding of Dawn Academy? Ling Chen shook his head. He'd never even heard of it. The Dawn Academy was founded with the aim of protecting this land and the entire Blue Star. 1 point for a win and 1 point for a loss. Master Shin said seriously, in fact, the strength of demonic beasts far exceeds that of us humans. Then why? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. It was won by generations of martyrs who risked their lives. Teacher Shin's tone was filled with sorrow. To protect our Chinese land, we would gladly die 10,000 times. Dawn Academy was founded by the first batch of powerful individuals who survived the battlefield. In the process of resisting the invasion of demonic beasts, our predecessors realized the importance of peak combat power. Therefore, they established Dawn Academy, which only accepts prodigies. The first batch of powerful beings to survive on the battlefield? Ling Chen asked in surprise. Yes, each of them has reached the realm of a saint. Ling Chen's heart began to race. Just what kind of academy was Dawn Academy, which he had joined? Every student at Dawn Academy is a gifted individual, but talent alone is not enough to reach the pinnacle. Those who come to Dawn Academy to cultivate will constantly hone themselves in order to improve themselves and eventually become saints. The training at Dawn Academy Academy is mainly based on actual combat. Perhaps more than 300 out of 365 days a year are spent fighting against monsters on the front lines. During this period, most of the trainees died in battle. Old Shen's voice was a little hoarse, and his tone became low. Ling Chen nodded, feeling a strange sense of mission weighing on his shoulders. Therefore, the original purpose of Dawn Academy was to protect Blue Star. Elder Shen said slowly. Now, I'm telling you this secret, and I hope you will remember my words and protect this land. Upon hearing these words, Ling Chen clenched his fists, his expression shifting rapidly. Senior, rest assured, I will definitely protect this land. Ling Chen said firmly. Good, I'm relieved to hear that. Old Shen nodded. Ling Chen's expression remained resolute. There's one more thing you need to understand, Old Shen suddenly said. What's the matter? Ling Chen asked. Everyone nodded. Your identity. Old Shen stared at Ling Chen seriously. What I mean is, you mustn't reveal the original purpose of establishing Dawn Academy. It concerns the safety of the entire Blue Star. If outsiders find out, you will become the target of everyone's criticism. I understand. Ling Chen replied earnestly. Okay, I'll show you around first. Then we'll go to the main office building to get a temporary ID card, Teacher Shen said calmly. Once you finish your college entrance exam, you can complete the formal enrollment procedures. Ling Chen nodded without asking any further questions and quietly followed behind Shenshi, heading towards an oval-shaped office building in the center of the complex. As Master Shen walked forward, he introduced the surrounding scenery, and Ling Chen listened attentively. After walking for about 20 minutes, Ling Chen and his companion arrived at the foot of the office building. The entire oval-shaped office building is a 4-story skyscraper. The entire skyscraper is hemispherical in shape, and its appearance is like a giant eggshell. Upon entering the building, the first floor was a spacious lobby, but there was no one there. Teacher Shen led Ling Chen to the second floor and into a spacious office. The office contains a desk, several chairs, and a coffee table. An old man was hunched over his computer on the desk, watching the screen with great interest, occasionally letting out a lewd laugh. Old Su, come and get a temporary ID card for my apprentice. Master Shen called out to an old man who was sitting in his office enjoying the show. Old Su trembled with fright and turned around angrily, shouting, You old man, you came in without knocking. The old man quickly closed the learning website on the computer screen, then looked up at Ling Chen and asked, Name? Old Su stretched out his palm and made a few circles in the air, and then a strange fluctuation emanated from the air. A transparent crystal floated from his palm into the air, hovering there and emitting a dazzling light. Old Su stretched out his right hand and drew the two characters Ling Chen in the air. The crystal turned into a ball of light and fell into Ling Chen's hand. This is your temporary identity card. Ling Chen took the temporary identity card. This is a token made of crystal, white in color, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface. On the back of the token are two large ancient seal characters, Ling Chen. This token is made of an unusual material. It is no ordinary object. Our Dawn Academy is located within a shielding magic array. If you want to enter, you'll need a token. If you don't have a teacher's identity jade token, infuse your source energy into the token, and the token will guide you to the location of the academy. In addition, you can also use this token to identify yourself when you are outside. However, you must be alive to play the game. Old Su warned Ling Chen to always keep the token with him. By the way, is there tuition? Ling Chen asked. With so many experts teaching him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to afford the tuition. Tuition fees? Ha! You may have some misunderstanding about Dawn Academy. As a student of Dawn Academy, not only do you not have tuition fees, but you also receive a scholarship of 100,000 spirit stones every year. Teacher Shen was taken aback, then answered Ling Chen's question seriously. 100,000 spirit stones? Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He was almost out of money, and 10,000 spirit stones was a huge sum of money for him. If I could have 100,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Teacher Shen nodded. Alright, Ling Chen, I'll take you home first. You can come back to register after the college entrance exam. Old Shen stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Ling Chen clasped his hands in a salute to Elder Su. Then he left with Master Shen. We returned along the same route we came from and arrived at the passageway we had entered. They easily navigated the passageway, exited the stone wall, and entered the dense forest. Ling Chen turned around and reached out to touch the stone wall. The cool touch confirmed to Ling Chen that this was indeed a stone wall, and that the formation was truly magical. Let's go! Before Ling Chen could react, Master Shen stepped forward and grabbed Ling Chen. He tore open a spatial rift, slipped inside, and disappeared from the spot. Tianan City, City Lord's Mansion. Lord City Lord, Julie is here again, leading a group of highly respected elders, requesting an audience at the gate. Zhang Jie clasped his hands in a fist and reported to the middle-aged man behind the desk, who was frowning and deep in thought. In recent days, several martial artists outside the city have found sheepskin scrolls inside the bellies of demonic beasts. The Zhu family will prosper, and the Lord of Julie City shall be born. 8 large characters appeared on the parchment scroll. Very good and very practical. Under the current leadership of Lord Yi, Tianan City has enjoyed favorable weather and has handled handled the occasional small-scale beast tides very well. After another day of hard work, Ling Chen finally completed 9 rounds of source energy body refining. Zhu Li was originally the deputy city lord of Tianan City, but he was always licentious, greedy, and lustful, and only knew how to enjoy himself all day long. Logically speaking, such content, which resembles divine instructions, should be selectively ignored by everyone. After all, nobody wants their city lord to be a greedy, lecherous, fat man. However, for some reason, there are always some highly respected elderly people who are stuck in their ways and cling to feudal superstitions. They decided that since it was a divine instruction, they should just follow it and not worry about the consequences. In their view, the command from heaven is the will of heaven, and they should obey it, rather than resist or refuse it. They didn't consider whether the matter was true or false. What's more, just a few days ago, Zhu Li sent them a series of rare and precious materials. Let them in. Lord Yi rubbed his temples. Not long after, a fat man with a fleshy face and a bloated body walked over. A long sword hung at his waist, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light, as if he were ready to fight at any moment. Behind him followed several elderly people, who were highly respected elders in Tianan City. Lord Yi, these are the parchment scrolls I just found in the corpses of the demon beasts. Please take a look, Zhu Li said, pointing to the parchment scrolls in his hand. Ling Chen, over here. A familiar voice came. Oh, a parchment scroll? Heh, I've already seen that. City Lord Yi let out a cold laugh. Just some underhanded tricks. Oh, what are you saying, Lord City Lord? This is a decree from heaven. Deputy City Lord Zhu pretended not to understand and said in surprise, do you intend to disobey the decree from heaven? The will of heaven? Ha 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 ha. City Lord Yi laughed. Zhu Li, you know perfectly well whether it's the will of heaven or not. Stop pretending, Deputy City Lord Zhu. Yi Chang emphasized the word deputy with particular force. Do you know what the consequences will be for what you're doing? Humph. City Lord Yi, I am chosen by heaven. Deputy City Lord Zhu sneered disdainfully. Let me tell you the truth. I'm here today to force you to step down. Zhu Li bluntly abandoned all pretense of civility. Lord Yi, you should be aware of what's going on here, right? Upon hearing Lord Zhu's words, Lord Yi was instantly enraged. Zhu Li, are you plotting a rebellion? Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. Even if you are the chosen one, it's still not allowed. He. Deputy City Lord Zhu chuckled. Since you're unwilling to abdicate, then don't blame me. After saying that, he stretched out his hands and clapped twice. 3 elderly figures rushed in from outside, followed by dozens of men in black. Zhu Li turned to the 3 elders beside him and said, Elders, it's best if you handle this matter yourselves. The 3 elders nodded. Lord Yi, you should think this through. Deputy Lord Zhu said with a smile. Humph. City Lord Yi sneered. No matter what methods you use, I will absolutely not back down. In that case, said Deputy City Lord Zhu, let's capture City Lord Yi first. The 3 elders rushed forward. Their auras were overwhelming. All 3 elders were platinum level, 2 were platinum level 1-star, and 1 was a platinum level 4-star expert. Humph. You think you can catch me with that? Lord Yi snorted coldly. A powerful aura surged forth, colliding directly with the auras of the elders. Several elders exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't expected that Lord Yi had actually reached the platinum level 4 stars. He was careless for a moment and was knocked away. At this moment, Zhang Jie led the guards from the city lord's mansion forward. They were all of the gold rank. They confronted the men in black outside. Lord Yi frowned slightly. If things continued like this, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Zhang Jie, go and seek help from the senior from last time. City Lord Yi transmitted his voice to Zhang Jie using his origin chi. Zhang Jie said something to his deputy next to him, and taking advantage of the standoff between the crowd, he sneaked away. After escorting Ling Chen to the outskirts of Tianan City, Master Shen took his leave. He instructed Ling Chen to come to Shuguang Academy as soon as possible after the college entrance examination, so that he could give Ling Chen some proper guidance. Team captains, please come up to the stage and draw lots. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. After watching Xinshi enter the spatial rift, Ling Chen entered Tianan City and headed home. Ling Chen, is that right? Just as Ling Chen returned to the apartment building, he saw Zhang Jie, the guard who had come to visit him last time. Hello, I am Zhang Jie, a guard from the city lord's mansion. I visited your master last time. Could you please call your master over? Guard Zhang Jie said. Last time, Ling Chen was masked, so Zhang Jie didn't recognize that Ling Chen was the so-called master he was talking about. What's the matter? Ling Chen asked. The city lord's mansion is in trouble. The deputy city lord, Zhu Li, has rebelled and wants to seize the position of city lord. Zhang Jie briefly explained the situation. Ling Chen immediately thought of the sheepskin scroll he had taken from the belly of the monster during his first battle in the wild. What is the opponent's strength? Ling Chen asked. 2 are platinum 1-star, 1 is platinum 4-star, and the rest are gold. Let's go, I'll go with you. Ling Chen considered that his strength was sufficient and led the way towards the city lord's mansion. Ah, what? Ling Chen, you absolutely mustn't. Just call me your old master. Zhang Jie quickly stopped him. Although Ling Chen had shown his skills in the national competition, his opponents were only at the bronze level. Now, however, it was was a battle at the platinum level, so Zhang Jie did not think that Ling Chen could solve the problem. Don't worry, I'm going now. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he immediately appeared and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Zhang Jie hesitated for a moment, but had no choice but to follow. When Ling Chen arrived at the city lord's mansion, the city lord was already being beaten back step by step. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he was about to collapse. The city lord's mansion was filled with people, and some guards were fiercely fighting with the men in black. The road was littered with the corpses of people on both sides. Ling Chen, what are you doing here? Get out of here at once. Upon seeing the young man who had shone so brightly in the competition appear before him, the city lord shouted anxiously. He feared that the other party's methods were cruel and would take the life of such a talented young man. Lord City Lord, didn't you send Uncle Zhang Jie to find me? Ling Chen teased, taking out a healing pill from his ring and stuffing it into City Lord Lin's mouth. Ignoring Lord Lin's dazed gaze, Ling Chen turned his head and looked at the 3 platinum-level old dogs. Next, your opponent is me. Where did this brat come from? Humph, with your bronze-level strength, you dare to challenge us? Yeah, kid, you think you're worthy? Swish, bang, aha. The 3 platinum-level elderly man sneered. Really? Then let's give it a try. Ling Chen shrugged, gently waving his right arm. A layer of red flames appeared on his palm as he charged towards the strongest of the 3 elders. Fiery palm. With a loud shout, the old man rushed towards Ling Chen in a flash, his speed as fast as lightning. A pale blue frost appeared on his palm as he slammed it hard into Ling Chen's chest. Frozen for thousands of miles, the old man seemed to see Ling Chen frozen in ice. Just as the two were about to collide, Ling Chen vanished from his spot in a flash and instantly appeared behind another old man. A punch was thrown out, accompanied by a thunderous sound, and struck the old man's back. Before the old man could react, a fist struck him hard in the back. The old man's body flew backward and crashed heavily into the wall, falling to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What happened? The platinum-level 4-star elder stared in astonishment at his companion. His partner had been instantly killed by this kid without even having time to react. This was too bizarre. The opponent is only a bronze-level player. Ling Chen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot once again. They approached another elderly man, but this man was clearly prepared. A dense aura of origin chi adhered to his body surface, forming an origin chi armor. Ling Chen punched the origin chi armor, and the old man only took 3 steps back. Heh, kid, out of options now? Seeing that Ling Chen's attack had failed, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ling Chen with a mocking expression. Ling Chen had a faint smile on his lips, his hands slightly outstretched, and he gave a soft shout. 3 revolutions Thunder God technique. A surge of thunderous power enveloped his entire body, and Ling Chen's aura continued to rise. Upgraded to Silver Tier 4-star. Ling Chen clenched his fingers, a slight smile curving his lips. With a powerful push of his feet, he shot towards the old man like a cannonball, punching the old man's chi shield in the chest. Ling Chen's punch actually destroyed the old man's origin chi armor. How is this possible? The old man stared wide-eyed at Ling Chen in disbelief. He didn't understand why Ling Chen could suddenly improve so much. Moreover, a bronze-level being was able to break through my defenses. Ling Chen, unaware of the old man's thoughts, smashed the old man's source energy shield with one punch and then delivered another heavy punch to the old man's head. A violent tremor followed, and the old man's head was struck by Ling Chen, sending him flying backward. Ling Chen moved swiftly, catching up with the old man and punching him in the chest. The sound of bones cracking rang out. The old man's sternum was shattered by Ling Chen's punch, and he was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out, and the old man struggled a few times but was unable to get up. Boy, you're asking for death. Seeing his 2 companions, with whom he had spent every day, severely injured by Ling Chen, the 4-star elder was furious. He conjured 2 lumps of ice in his hands and threw them at Ling Chen. Then, his figure blurred, and he rushed towards Ling Chen like lightning. The ice block came hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, and with a sudden grab of his right hand, the ice block was absorbed into his palm and held in his hand. Not bad, but your ice-type skills are probably not enough. Ling Chen flicked his wrist, and the ice block erupted with a piercing scream, turning into countless ice shards. With a wave of his right hand, Ling Chen sent countless ice shards flying towards the old man. The old man was shocked to see this and quickly summoned a sky-blue ice shield to block it in front of him. Just then, Ling Chen moved. He kicked out, holding an ice blade, and vanished from his spot. When it reappeared, the ice blade was already on the old man's neck, and it was gently wiped away in the old man's shocked gaze. The ice blade pierced the old man's neck, and he froze in place. The ice shield that had formed on his hand slowly dissipated, and he fell to the ground, unable to support himself. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Lord Yi, standing to the side, was stunned. How could this kid be so twisted? The main reasons were that the opponent underestimated him and he had exhausted most of his strength. But in just 3 minutes, Ling Chen killed 3 platinum-level powerhouses, a feat more fantastic than a dream. Ling Chen greets City Lord Yi. After defeating his opponent, Ling Chen returned to the City Lord's side and greeted him with clasped hands. No need for formalities, young man, thanks to you. Lord Yi, this person is now in your hands. Ling Chen pointed to the fat man in the corner, who was preparing to sneak away. Lord Yi nodded, flipped his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand, which he then threw into a corner. The long sword drew a beautiful arc and pierced the fat man's back, pinning him to the spot. What? Where is Deputy City Lord Zhu headed? The fat man shuddered, a chill rising from his tailbone, and a nameless fear filled his heart. He raised his head and looked at Lord Yi, who stood in front of him with a detached smile. His body trembled, and he didn't know what to do. He never expected that, just when victory seemed assured, Ling Chen would suddenly appear out of nowhere. You just said that we should follow the will of heaven and that you should be the city lord? A smile appeared on City Lord Ye's face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Lord City Lord is wise and mighty, so naturally you should be the one to govern the city. I'm nothing but a fart, so please let me go, Zhu Li pleaded, lying on the ground. Humph, men, take our deputy city lord to the dungeon. Serve him well, City Lord Yi ordered. Yes, Lord City Lord. Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately escorted Zhu Li toward the dungeon deep within the city lord's mansion. Young friend Ling Chen, please follow me here. Lord Yi said to Ling Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude. If Ling Chen hadn't stepped in to help him resolve this matter, he certainly wouldn't have been able to keep his position as city lord. Ling Chen nodded and followed behind City Lord Yi to the orchid pavilion in the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Young friend Ling Chen, thank you so much for your help earlier. Otherwise, my Yi family would have suffered today. Let me offer you a toast. After the two sat down, Lord Yi picked up a glass of wine from the table and gestured to Ling Chen. It was nothing, not worth mentioning. Ling Chen shook his head and downed his drink in one gulp. Young friend Ling Chen, I heard that you received an invitation from Dawn Academy. Looking around, City Lord Yi lowered his voice and said, yes, that's true. Ling Chen nodded. All the students in the competition had seen it. It's not something worth hiding. I've heard that Dawn Academy only accepts geniuses, and every student who graduates is destined to be a king or general. Lord Ye's tone revealed a hint of respect. Young friend Ling Chen, I have a favor to ask. City Lord Yi suddenly stood up, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Ling Chen. I wish to follow you, young friend, and from now on I will follow your lead. Lord Yi said earnestly. Follow me? Ling Chen was taken aback. These days, are there still free deliveries? Lord Yi nodded. Yizhentian, Platinum Level 4-star, 12345/50000000. Loyalty, 85, recruitable. Their loyalty is quite high. It seems the city lord is truly sincere. It was clearly a team competition, but how did it become Brother Chen's personal show? Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile, since City Lord Yi is so determined, then follow me. As long as you are loyal to me, your future will be bright and smooth. Sisters, I'm back. Then I thank you in advance, my lord. Lord Yi thanked him respectfully, appearing ready to pledge his loyalty to the death. Putting aside Ling Chen's life-saving grace, the talent Ling Chen has shown so far suggests that his future achievements are limitless. Therefore, Lord Yi did not hesitate to choose to pledge allegiance to Ling Chen. No need for formalities. Lord Yi, you can just call me Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, gesturing for Yi Zhentian to sit down. Yi Zhentian sat down as instructed. Ling Chen inquired about the current situation in Tianan City and learned that, apart from the recent controversy surrounding the parchment scroll, the situation in Tianan City had been relatively stable, which put his mind at ease. I learned this from Lord Yi. Tianan City is not in a good geographical location. The eastern part of Tianan City is a broad plain that leads directly to Hangzhou. The other three sides are surrounded by continuous mountain ranges, stretching for hundreds of miles. Tianan City, like an outpost of the Hangzhou gathering area, has always been the primary target of the beast tide attacks. Therefore, Tianan City frequently experiences large and small beast tides. However, through the communicator, the superhuman army in the main city can quickly arrive in Tianan City to help. Tianan City has stood for many years. Amidst wave after wave of beast tides, the surviving residents of Tianan City gradually adapted to the war, no longer fearful and panicked, but instead becoming calmer and more united. Therefore, the overall order in Tianan City is quite good, and generally no problems will occur. This would save Ling Chen a lot of trouble. Master, young Master Ling, what do you think of my city lord's mansion? It will be yours from now on, City Lord Yi said with a smile. No need, you can keep it yourself. Ling Chen replied, then suddenly a thought struck him. Does the city lord have any places like underground fortresses here? Yi Zhentian was taken aback. An underground fortress? Does young Master Ling intend to build an underground palace? Ling Chen nodded and said with a smile, that's right. I want to establish an underground kingdom specifically for training legion warriors. Moreover, this place will become the starting point for our future battles against monsters. For a moment, Lord Yi was also stirred up by Ling Chen's words. Understood, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to handle this matter and will definitely transform the area beneath the city lord's mansion into a powerful underground palace, City Lord Yi said excitedly. I want everyone who knows about this to have their information reviewed by me personally. Just in case, Ling Chen decided to personally oversee everyone in charge of this matter. After all, you can't see into someone's heart, but with my own system, there's absolutely no problem. Yi Zhentian had no objection. After all, this matter was of utmost importance. Ling Chen then spent the entire day talking with Yi Zhentian, discussing some details. In this way, the entire plan can be considered completely complete. Ling Chen took out the Skynet communicator and called the principal. Young Master Ling, there's something else I'd like to ask you. After hesitating for a moment, Lord Yi asked the question that had been bothering him. Oh, what is it? Please speak freely. Ling Chen smiled slightly. I'd like to ask, what scale does our Lord intend to develop Tianan City into? Yi Zhentian was filled with anticipation. Although Ling Chen only plans to build an underground kingdom as his headquarters, but Yi Zhentian believed that Tianan City on the ground would be expanded sooner or later. Dawn City, not bad. Ling Chen smiled slightly. A simple sentence left Yi Zhentian frozen in place. Only one thought remained in his mind. Dawn City? Tianan City's target is actually Dawn City. This goal made Yi Zhentian's breathing quicken, and his eyes were fixed on Ling Chen, filled with excitement and anticipation. He never imagined that he would be able to participate in building Tianan City into a city like Dawn City in his lifetime. Alright, I'll leave it to you for now. Call me when you've chosen your people. I hope the underground kingdom will be completed before my college entrance exam. With that, Ling Chen turned and left. Watching Ling Chen's departing figure, City Lord Yi clenched his fist excitedly. This time, it seemed like he had made the right bet. He immediately turned around and went to arrange the things Ling Chen had told him to do. Can I go too? Ling Ling asked in a low voice. When Ling Chen returned home, his two younger sisters were sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV. Brother, you're back. How did the test go? Hearing the noise, Ling Shi asked casually, her eyes fixed on the screen, without even turning her head. You're back. With your brother's talent, there's no way he can fail. Ling Chen sat down easily next to his two younger sisters. Ling Chen touched Ling Ling's head. TCH. Narcissist. Ling Shi curled her lip. Pack up your things tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Ling Ling covered her mouth and smiled. It's been a long time since I've had my sister's cooking. I wonder if we'll have any today? Ling Chen said with a funny smile, looking at Ling Shi. Carrot, now you know how good this chef is. Ling Shi tilted her head back proudly, like a black swan. Having said that, he put down the potato chips in his hand, held his head high, and walked towards the kitchen. Ling Chen turned his head and glanced at Ling Ling. The two exchanged a smile. Just as Ling Chen and his family of three were enjoying the chef's dinner, there was a knock at the door. Ling Shi put down her chopsticks and opened the door. There stood Aunt Lin, the former landlady, holding some fruit. Aunt Lin, come in and sit down. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's eat together. Ling Shi invited Aunt Lin to have dinner together. Over the years, Aunt Lin has always been very kind to them. No, I've already eaten. I came to say goodbye. I'm leaving, Aunt Lin said softly. Aunt Lin, where are you going? Ling Shi asked in surprise. Aunt Lin shook her head and did not answer. We'll meet again sometime, Aunt Lin said, leaving behind a cryptic remark before departing. Ling Shi and Ling Chen exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Brother, what happened to Aunt Lin? Why did she suddenly leave? Ling Shi asked in confusion. Ling Chen shook his head, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. Could it be related to that father he had never met? Dawn City, at the entrance of a heavily guarded base. A woman dressed in a blue military uniform and wearing a dark green beret walked in. The soldier on guard saw her and reached out to stop her. The woman took out a blood-red token from her person and held it up slightly so that the soldiers could see it clearly. The number 9 is engraved on it. Upon seeing the token, the guards at the gate immediately saluted and allowed passage. The woman walked through the gates of the base, attracting a lot of attention along the way, as females were a rare sight at the base. She walked past each guard post and came directly to the door of an office. 3 light knocks were made on the door, and a deep hoarse voice came from inside. Come in. The woman pushed the door open and closed it behind her. She saw a middle-aged man sitting at the desk. The man wore a white robe, and although his face was pale, he exuded an aura of fortitude and heroism. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if they could see through everything at a glance. Aunt Ling is back? You've worked so hard all these years. The man looked up towards the door, his gaze falling on the woman, his eyes filled with tenderness and gratitude. If Ling Chen and his sister were here, they would recognize that this woman is none other than Aunt Lin. The woman smiled and shook her head after hearing his words. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Young master, how have you been these past years? It's alright, cough. It's just an old problem. The man coughed, holding a handkerchief. Young master, what about the young master? Only when fledglings leave their protection can they spread their wings and soar. A resolute glint flashed in the man's eyes. Young master's talent is so high, he will definitely succeed. Aunt Ling said, when the fledgling eagle spreads its wings, we'll begin our plan. The man's eyes suddenly became deep and sharp. Yes, young master. Aunt Ling nodded respectfully. There was a rapid knocking at the door, and the man and Aunt Ling exchanged a glance. Come in, came the man's deep voice. A middle-aged man in military uniform pushed open the door and entered. He quickly walked to the table and looked at Aunt Ling, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping himself. The second floor contains items needed by high-level psychics. Longjiao, you should go back to Team Long and report for duty. The man waved to Aunt Ling. Yes, sir. Aunt Ling saluted the man and left. Speak. What is it? Sir, what can I do for you? Reporting to the commander, urgent. The beast tide is launching a massive attack, the middle-aged man reported hurriedly. The man frowned upon hearing this, remained silent for a moment, and then asked, how large is the beast tide? According to intelligence, it has expanded to around 10 million, the middle-aged man replied. In addition, it is suspected that a supreme-level demon beast is leading the group. A beast tide of tens of millions. The man muttered to himself, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The Saint Realm is already beyond the ordinary and into sainthood. Below the Saint Realm, all are mere ants. After each major battle, a saint-level cultivator needs several years to heal their wounds. Under normal circumstances, the Saint Realm of humans and demonic beasts are mutually restraining. Therefore, the strongest beings to appear on the battlefield are those at the supreme level. Sir, what do we do now? The middle-aged man asked. Go and inform the Dragon Eagle Legion to dispatch 20,000 men to provide immediate support across the entire front. Also, inform the Dragon team to take their men to the front lines and be ready to participate in the battle at any time. Also, bring a legion of 100,000 high-level ability users to reinforce the front lines. The man quickly made the arrangements and gave the orders. The man is a decisive person who usually arranges things in an orderly manner. Yes, sir, the man in military uniform replied, and left the office to carry out the order. He strode forward, giving orders to his men as he went. Immediately contact the Dragon Eagle Legion and dispatch 20,000 men to the front lines to provide support. Recruit a sufficient number of ability users from the training grounds, and we'll depart for the front lines immediately. Notify team leader Long to prepare his weapons. We'll be heading to the battlefield shortly. The subordinates responded in unison, and each of them quickly took action with a serious expression. Members of the Dragon Eagle Legion have already ridden their eagles and are rapidly heading to the front lines to provide support. The Beast Tide army advanced forward in a mighty manner. With each step forward, more and more monsters would join in. In the very center of the Beast Tide, a massive tiger, 5 or 6 meters tall, stood silently while the beasts behind it knelt respectfully on the ground. This monstrous beast is none other than the Beast King who led this Beast Tide. Reporting to your majesty, the Beast King, the human defense front line is just 100 kilometers ahead. A demon general in black armor ran quickly to the Beast King and knelt on one knee to report. Upon hearing this, the Beast King glanced down and said in a deep voice, Army, halt your advance. Yes, sir. The army shall halt its advance. The demonic beasts below responded in unison. You lead 30 beasts to scout ahead. The rest of the demon beasts, rest where you are, and launch an attack tomorrow. The Beast King pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, Yes. The demon general responded and rose to run towards a group of demon beasts in the horde. He casually selected 30 demonic beasts. Come with me to scout out the enemy's strength. Little brother, do you want to book the whole place? After saying that, he led the way toward the human front. Several days have passed since Aunt Lin left. Ling Chen has been cultivating at home, and of course, he hasn't forgotten to try his luck at the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the golden wound medicine. Wound medicine, remarkably effective in treating old, hidden injuries. I don't need it for now, Ling Chen thought, putting away the wound medicine. He stretched and decided it was time to go to the school. A month later, when Ling Chen returned to school, he felt a sense of loss and disillusionment. He arrived at his classroom with ease. His classmates were practicing martial arts diligently, as the college entrance examination was just over a month away. Upon seeing Ling Chen's arrival, everyone was taken aback at first, then burst into enthusiastic applause. Clearly, everyone watched this year's national competition. Knowing that he is currently ranked first in the country, it is clear that getting into any Wuhan university would not be a problem. Ling Chen sat down and chatted with everyone. Although he had been away for a month, his classmates were still the same as before, with no changes. Brother Chen, the principal told you to go see him as soon as you arrive. Seeing that everyone had finished catching up, Yikong said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded, then stood up and walked outside. Upon reaching the principal's office, Ling Chen knocked on the door. Come in, came an aged voice from inside. Ling Chen pushed open the door to the principal's office and went inside. Xiao Chen, you're here. Have a seat. Principal Dong greeted Ling Chen with a smile as he entered. Ling Chen sat down opposite Principal Dong and immediately asked, What can I do for you, Principal Dong? Xiao Chen, I already know about the national competition. First of all, congratulations on winning first place, and thank you for bringing honor to our school. Upon hearing Principal Dong's gratitude, Ling Chen quickly replied modestly, Not at all, it's all what I should do. You, my dear child, you've always been a student I value highly. Principal Dong waved his hand. To be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Principal Dong, please speak. Ling Chen revealed an expression that said, I knew it, while secretly wondering what Principal Dong's instructions were. Hey, Ling Chen, I know you won first place in the national competition. So many martial arts universities must be coming to recruit you early. Principal Dong coughed lightly slightly and looked at Ling Chen with anticipation. Could you represent our high school in the college entrance examination? But, Ling Chen stammered, looking troubled. What do you want? Ahem. Ling, you've been working hard lately. The school will allocate 100 million. What do you want, sister? Alright, I agree. Ling Chen interrupted Principal Dong. As a student of this school, it is my duty to bring honor to our school. Of course, Principal, don't forget to transfer the money to my card. Having just heard Ling Chen's dignified and imposing speech, I thought he was going to bring glory to the school, but when I heard the last sentence, I couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why are you so dramatic? He nodded helplessly. This is really nice. Ling Chen, who was about to take the college entrance examination, easily got 100 million for free. 3 sentences, and Principal Dong spent 100 million yuan on me. 100 million. That's equivalent to several tens of spirit stones? Ling Chen was stunned for a moment. Am I asking for too little? Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. Forget it, I'd rather not. After all, I'm a model young person who's always willing to help others. By the way, I need to ask for leave. The competition left me sore all over and injured. I need to rest for a couple of days. Ling Chen immediately clutched his chest, looking weak as if he was about to breathe his last. Principal Dong picked up a cup of tea from the table, blew on it gently, took a sip, nodded, and said, okay, no problem. How long will you like to serve me? Let's do it the day before the college entrance exam. But Principal Dong spat out his tea. Good heavens, he didn't want to stay at school for even a day longer. However, considering Ling Chen's current strength, there really isn't much he can learn from staying at school. Ling Chen walked to a gorgeously decorated display stand. He nodded. Okay, go back and rest. I'll take care of things at school for you. I'll let you know the day before the college entrance exam. Diamond level item, Imperial Pill. Okay, thank you, Principal Dong. I'll head back now. Principal Dong waved his hand. Let's go. Price, 2 billion. Ling Chen left gracefully. He looked at the display stand next to him again. As Ling Chen walked out of the principal's office, a smile appeared on his lips. This feeling of getting 100 million for free is really damn awesome. Special item, Bloodstone. Ling Chen returned to the classroom. After all, he had just come back today and hadn't finished catching up with his classmates yet. Back in his seat, everyone surrounded him again. Soon it was time to leave school, and the students scattered in 2s and 3s, heading home together. Price, 1.5 billion. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. Feelings had faded. His brother couldn't compare to the food at home anymore. Brother Chen, what's the next step? Yi Kong stepped forward and put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder, asking, I plan to leave the city and train hard for a month. Ling Chen didn't hide anything. Go Chen Gu. Ling Chen waved, put his hands on his neck, rested his head on his hands, and slowly disappeared around the corner, facing the setting sun. Sisters, I'm going out for a while. Ling Chen put down his chopsticks and let out a burp. Okay, remember to come back early. Ling She waved her hand. Now that Ling Ling was with her, it didn't matter whether Ling Chen was there or not. Be careful, Ling Ling said with a smile. Okay, I understand. Ling Chen stretched out his 2 big hands, pressed down on his 2 younger sisters' heads, rubbed them, and then turned and went into the room. 789. Ling Chen called out in his mind. A black vortex-like crack appeared in front of them, and a man in black tight-fitting clothes appeared. It was Chi Baju. My lord. Chi Baju knelt on one knee and addressed Ling Chen respectfully. How's it going? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to the lord, the shadow is being established, and we are personally responsible for the initial espionage work. Currently, our members have spread to 8 major gathering places. Price, 500 billion or incubation method. Chi Baju's tone remained cold, but it carried a hint of excitement and agitation. Good. Well done. What about Dawn City? My lord, Dawn City is currently under martial law and cannot be entered. According to our scouts, tens of thousands of troops have set off from Dawn City to the front lines of the Demon Beast battlefield. Oh, something big is probably going to happen. Ling Chen stroked his chin, guessing that there might be a monster uprising. Let's go, gather the remaining shadow assassins, and head to the front lines. With his spatial abilities and hidden skills, Ling Chen was confident that he would not be discovered. Chi Baju responded and then disappeared in a black shadow. Ling Chen stood up, stretched, looked out the window, and murmured, the front lines. I hope everything goes well. He then leaped into the night and disappeared. He teleported into the woods outside the city, his figure as elusive as a ghost, instantly arriving at a clearing in the forest. Dozens of shadowy assassins, dressed in black and with their faces covered by black cloth, were hidden among the shadows of the trees under the moonlight. God-level pet egg, ice crystal phoenix. Greetings, Lord. Dozens of people shouted in unison upon seeing Ling Chen's arrival. Ling Chen took a closer look and exclaimed, good heavens, a whole bunch of gold level 6 stars. And it's only been a few days? How did you guys get promoted so quickly? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to my lord, when there are no other arrangements, I will send them into the wilderness to grind monsters. Chi Baju stepped forward and said, alright, let's go then. We'll grind our way through. At a command, dozens of shadow assassins unleashed their movement techniques and vanished instantly among the trees. Ling Chen did not hesitate and followed closely behind, rushing towards the front line. 3 days later, Ling Chen and his group finally arrived near the front line. After 3 days of traveling and leveling up, Ling Chen's strength finally reached the peak of the bronze level, 9 stars, just 1 step away from silver level. His physical strength is comparable to a platinum level 3 star. In the distance, a continuous, majestic city wall came into view of Ling Chen and his group. A magnificent and imposing pass, as solid as steel, stands on the only path the monsters must take. This pass is called the Beast Suppressing Pass. Outside the distant city walls, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard, along with the roars of countless demonic beasts and the occasional shouts of anger from people. "My lord, those demonic beasts are attacking the frontline passes," Shibaju said in a low voice as she saw Ling Chen's expression turn serious. "Let's go. Let's take a look." Ling Chen waved his hand, his body transforming into a black afterimage as he rushed into the checkpoint, heading straight for the city wall on the side of the checkpoint where a battle was taking place. The beast tide is mainly attacking from the front, so there's no point in Ling Chen and the others going there now. At this moment, on one side of the city wall, a tall, burly middle-aged man with hardened muscles was fighting fiercely with 400 or 500 monsters. He held a large sword that was 1.5 meters long in his hand. With each swing, the sword aura was fierce, and he killed several demonic beasts surrounding him on the spot. Beside him were dozens of armed humans, who were holding off the monster's attack. Boom! A series of loud crashes resounded as the city walls were blasted open by the monstrous beasts, leaving huge cracks. One human middle-aged man, who had just blocked the attack of the monster, was bitten on the left shoulder by the monster, and blood gushed out, causing his entire left arm to droop. Another middle-aged human was unable to dodge in time, and his right leg was bitten by the monster, and his entire right leg was torn off instantly. The blood-soaked scene did not frighten the middle-aged man wielding the large knife, because the same thing had happened far too many times in recent days. Ling Chen's dark eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the densely packed demonic beasts below the city wall, his expression gradually darkening. It turns out that while we were carefree cultivating ourselves at school, countless predecessors were shedding their blood on the battlefield for our brief peace. These monsters deserve to die. With a furious roar that echoed through the sky, Ling Chen leaped up and pounced into the horde of demonic beasts like a tiger pouncing on its prey. He punched a monster in the head, sending it flying. The monster crashed heavily to the ground with a thud and died instantly. Ding! Killed a gold-level monster, experience plus 2000. Ling Chen's actions enraged the surrounding monsters, who roared and charged at him. On the battlefield, the most numerous are the gold-level monster cannon fodder. Meanwhile, on the city wall where Ling Chen was located, most of the creatures were gold-level demonic beasts. The few platinum-level monsters are also fighting against human powerhouses. Seeing the surrounding demonic beasts charging towards Ling Chen, the shadow assassins behind him revealed themselves, their daggers flashing like the tongues of venomous snakes. It flashed through the air like lightning, slicing across the necks of the demonic beasts, and jets of bright red blood spurted out. One after another, the golden-level demonic beasts fell to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, the shadow assassin had eliminated all 20-odd monsters that had charged at him. The middle-aged man and his group stared in shock at Ling Chen and his group of shadowy assassins dressed in black who had suddenly appeared. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen turned around and glanced at the middle-aged man. He took out a token from his ring, held it up in his hand to show it to everyone, and then put it away. Upon seeing the token, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a look of shock. He then looked at Ling Chen with a hint of respect, knowing what the token represented. Students of Dawn Academy have the right to take over command at any time on the battlefield. In other words, as long as Ling Chen is willing, all the soldiers on this city wall have to listen to him. However, it is clear that Ling Chen is currently unaware of the token's function. Why aren't there any diamond-level monsters here? Ling Chen wondered. If the monsters were stronger, wouldn't this city wall be easy to breach? Your Excellency, we will not allow diamond-level monsters to enter the battlefield, the man replied respectfully. Ling Chen continued to draw out more extreme ice. Ling Chen nodded and turned his gaze back to the demonic beasts. The hundreds of demonic beasts around them were all dealt with by the shadow assassin. They fell to the ground dead without even a scream. With the addition of Ling Chen and others, the people on the city wall rallied and fought the monsters again. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed, blade energy was chilling, and various supernatural abilities flew everywhere. A platinum-level demon wolf had its head smashed to pieces by the large knife in the middle-aged man's hand. While these platinum-level monsters weren't too bad in strength, they were still somewhat inferior to those high-level monsters at the peak of the platinum level. But coincidentally, beneath the city walls lurked a peak platinum-level demonic beast, which was the lead beast in this siege. Seeing that his men had almost exhausted the opponent, this platinum-level peak monster suddenly stood up, let out a long roar, its fur stood on end, and its skin turned crimson. A round bump appeared on his forehead, like an egg. Its size also increased rapidly, reaching a height of 10 meters, with a much larger body and thicker limbs. It also has a huge wing on its back, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and its body is covered with scales, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. With a low roar, the monster opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of crimson flame, which flew straight toward Ling Chen and the others. Seeing the ball of flame hurtling towards him, Ling Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly urged, "Everyone, be on guard." Before he finished speaking, Ling Chen and the others quickly retreated, moving away from the range of the fireball. The fireball slammed into the city wall with a deafening roar, shaking the entire city. Fortunately, the city walls provided protection, otherwise, they would have definitely been burned down. Crested red-tailed dragon, platinum level pinnacle. Skills: flame throw, fireball, self-sacrificing impact, earth throw. Seeing the powerful demon beast, Ling Chen's expression tightened slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he appeared in front of a gold-level monster and blasted it into a bloody mist with a single punch. Ding! Killed a gold-level monster, experience plus 2000. Enough experience, promotion. A surge of immense power flowed into Ling Chen's body, further enhancing his strength and propelling him to silver level 1 star. A smile appeared on Ling Chen's face as he looked at the platinum level peak demonic beast opposite him and gave a soft shout. Third revolution thunder god technique. Ling Chen's aura suddenly surged, and an aura of peak silver level spread out. Physical fitness has also been upgraded to platinum level 7 star. His aura, which had previously stalled, surged back to gold level 2. His physical attributes reached the peak of platinum level. Now, let's have a fair fight. Lightning crackled around Ling Chen's body, and streaks of purple lightning danced around him. A crescent-shaped lightning slash shot out, hurtling swiftly towards the crimson-tailed dragon. Although the crested red-tailed dragon was enormous, it was incredibly fast and dodged the lightning slash attack in an instant. It swooped down towards Ling Chen, its enormous claws whistling through the air as it reached for him. Seeing the crested red-tailed dragon pounce, a fierce glint appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. "Can I take this with me?" Immediately, Ling Chen took 2 light steps forward and unleashed a palm strike. Instantly, flames covered his palm as he met the crimson-tailed dragon's claws. With a muffled thud, the raging fire and the crested red-tailed dragon's claws collided, and both were thrown back at the same time. What formidable defensive capabilities! Ling Chen was secretly surprised. His attack just now was comparable to that of a top-tier platinum-level expert, yet it only left a faint mark on the crimson-tailed dragon's claws. Such formidable defensive capabilities were simply beyond his imagination. Since that's the case, then we must show some strength. The crimson-tailed dragon was repelled by Ling Chen's palm strike, its eyes filled with shock and anger. This ant-like being in front of it had actually managed to defeat it. Roar! It roared at Ling Chen, opened its blood-red maw, and spat out a ball of scorching flames at Ling Chen with all its might. "Then I'll take you away." Seeing a ball of blazing flame hurtling toward him, Ling Chen formed a hand seal, flames swirling around his arms, a thin layer of flame armor covering them. Ling Chen's body was engulfed in flames and he was sent flying. Kneeling on one knee, Ling Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiaolan nodded. A silver light appeared on Ling Chen's body, and a powerful spatial shockwave surged out. Ling Chen gathered power in his right hand, unleashing a punch with immense shockwave. He instantly appeared beneath the crimson-tailed dragon and unleashed a punch. A dull thud was heard as Ling Chen punched the crested red-tailed dragon in the chest and abdomen. The crested red-tailed dragon shuddered and staggered back several steps, its chest caved in, revealing a deep fist-shaped mark. The power of spatial tremors completely blasted into the monster's body. The beast howled in agony, its body trembling violently, its eyes fixed on Ling Chen, filled with boundless hatred. Ling Chen gave a cold snort and threw another punch. With another muffled thud, the crimson-tailed rooster dragon flew backward, crushing several monsters behind it to death. "Jiao, really? Jiao, take me there quickly." Ling Chen pressed his advantage, appearing above the crimson-tailed dragon in a flash. Lightning crackled around his arm as he slammed down with his palm, unleashing a surge of immense power into the dragon's body. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Inside the crimson-tailed dragon's body, a bolt of lightning exploded, followed by a mournful wail. Its massive body was blasted into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing. Everyone on the city wall was stunned by what they saw. What kind of monster is this young man? Why are they able to fight opponents several levels higher? That's equivalent to the strength of a platinum level 9th Dan martial artist. Judging from the aura just now, the boy in front of me has only just broken through to the silver level. The middle-aged man in the lead was greatly shocked, as expected of a student from Dawn Academy. Ding! Platinum level monster defeated. Experience gained plus 4000. Ding! S-grade beast fire detected. Can be absorbed. S-rank beast fire? No wonder my fire type ability is no match for. Absorb. Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to absorb it, and he vaguely guessed its effects. A ball of flame erupted from the monster's body and shot towards Ling Chen, entering through his mouth. As soon as the beast fire entered his stomach, it burned like a raging fire, and a scorching sensation spread throughout his body. Ling Chen frowned slightly, enduring the excruciating pain. Large beads of sweat soaked his forehead, and his clothes were completely drenched. His body trembled violently. However, he pulled through. Finally, the system notification sounded. Ding! S-rank beast beast fire detected. Fuse? The B-grade flames within his body slowly came into contact with the beast fire and gradually merged into one. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-rank fire-type ability. Upon hearing the system notification, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. His fire element had advanced to S-rank? His own fire-based ability could actually absorb beast fire to evolve. Sit cross-legged on the bed and adjust your state. Ling Chen stroked his chin. It seemed he would have to pay more attention to powerful fire-type monsters in the future. The leader of the demon beasts was killed, and the remaining demon beasts scattered and fled immediately upon seeing this. Unfortunately for them, Ling Chen wouldn't let them go. Rough bolts of lightning fell from the sky, exploding amidst the fleeing monsters, instantly creating sparks. Many monsters collapsed to the ground under the pressure of the explosion, losing their fighting ability. Ding! Killed a gold-level monster, experience plus 2000. A series of notification sounds came, and Ling Chen instantly gained tens of thousands of experience points. Seeing Ling Chen display his skills, the morale of the crowd soared, and they all brandished their weapons, launching a counterattack against the monsters from all directions. In an instant, most of the monsters in this area were killed or wounded, leaving only a few dozen platinum-level monsters and hundreds of gold-level monsters still putting up a stubborn fight and fleeing back. Ling Chen and his group fought with great gusto, chasing and killing their way through the enemy lines. Seeing that he had killed most of the surrounding monsters, Ling Chen stopped attacking. After all, he had eaten the meat, so he had to leave some soup for the others. After about 15 minutes of fighting, all the monsters were killed. Ling Chen stepped forward and took out the beast core of the crimson-tailed dragon. An orange-yellow crystal the size of an egg appeared in Ling Chen's hand. He then took out the beast cores of the monsters he and the shadow assassins had killed, hundreds of gold-grade beast cores the size of quail eggs. After taking out 5 5-element beast cores, Ling Chen handed the rest to Chiba Ju. The current shadow is in its initial construction phase and requires a large amount of resources. Your Excellency, thank you for your help. After instructing his men to clean up the battlefield, the middle-aged man holding a large sword approached Ling Chen, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said. Ling Chen waved his hand. It was nothing, no need to be so polite. I just noticed that you are a student of Dawn Academy. May I ask if you may leave your name so that I can register your military merits? The man said respectfully, bowing with his hands clasped. Ling Chen gave his name. Ling Chen? The man repeated the surname, then nodded. So you're Ling Chen? What, do you know me? Ling Chen asked in surprise. Your Excellency may not know this, but every student of Dawn Academy is required to register with the Allied military headquarters. The middle-aged man said with a serious expression, in necessary circumstances, for legions without a marshal, students of Dawn Academy may temporarily assume the position of commander. Oh, Ling Chen was surprised. He didn't know he had this right. He hadn't heard old man Shin mention it to him. Bronze level. Shinsher, who knew you'd go to the battlefield and cause trouble when you were only at the bronze level? A high school student. Therefore, Dawn Academy has increased its number of students, and almost everyone in the Alliance Legion knows their names. However, your information is classified as top secret, so we only know your name. After listening to the man's words, Ling Chen nodded. Doesn't that mean, is there a marshal at Jinsho Pass now? Ling Chen asked casually, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Yes. Marshal Xia is in Guanzhong. The man's lips twitched slightly as he quickly answered, already imagining what would happen if he answered no. What a pity. Ling Chen said with some regret. There shouldn't be any problems here. I'll go check ahead. Ling Chen clasped his hands in farewell to the man. Be careful. Nodding, Ling Chen put his hands behind his back, took a light step, and leaped onto the city wall, rushing towards the front of the battlefield. Behind him, a group of shadow assassins dressed in tight black suits transformed into black afterimages, following closely behind. After Ling Chen left, the men and others on the city wall exchanged glances and smiled. With such a genius, how could the human race not be revitalized? After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone remained focused on their posts. Character, Ling Chen. Ling Chen, who was leading the charge, knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to make much of a difference on the main battlefield. Strength bronze level 1 star, experience 199/2000, but a voice inside urged him to go. Strength 5,115 kilograms. For safety's sake, Ling Chen decided to improve his combat capabilities. Combat power, 8,888. System, you're the one. Pets, super god level pet, little dragon, growing stage, god level pet, little blue, junior stage. Open the system to check. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. Character, Ling Chen, available for viewing. Strength, silver tier, 1 star, experience 1/10,000. Experience pool, 46,666, upgradable. Strength, 19,999 kilograms, platinum level 4 star. Combat power, 41,888. Special abilities, god level spatial ability, SSS level thunder ability, SS level ice ability, S level fire ability, evolvable. The next one is on its way on horseback, coming soon. Talent, the bearing of an emperor, has half my charisma. Side hustle, skill, master level alchemy. Won't you let me show off my skills? Technique, chaos god slaying technique, god level. Spatial abilities, teleportation, spatial chains, spatial vibration, spatial travel. Lightning element, third stage thunder god technique, secret art, thunderous strike, thunder slash, lightning bolt technique. Fire type, fiery palm, fire shield. Special, 10,000 swords return to 1, Xianyuan sword. Basic appraisal technique, 2288/10,000. Perception, within a 50-meter radius, nirvana, enhancement, concealment, breath concealment technique, combat skill specialization. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, sealed. Dad, your son is calling you. Xianyuan sword, soul power, 1999/10,000. The cell phone rang. Extraordinary treasure, the city of space, first floor. Pets, super god level pet, little dragon, growth stage, god level pet, ice crystal phoenix, juvenile stage. Shop, click to view. Hey, son, what's up? Giveaway, 1 free draw every 3 days. Son, hurry down, daddy's here to take you to the station. Legion size, 572, not bad, that's an improvement. Number of Legion beasts, 108. Legion level, taking 318 heal is a piece of cake. Summon Legion, Shadow Assassin Legion, 1 free summon per month. Legion points, 1 2 3 4 5. Legion Commander, activated by 1,000 members. Vice Leader, activated by 1,000 players. Legion skills, none. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Legion defense bonus, 21%. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, sealed, divine iron X30, jade purification bottle X1, extreme cold spirit spring X99.99, star up stone X1, obsidian X63, all ability specific skill cards. View all. After carefully examining his interface, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, I immediately clicked the upgrade button twice. The driver of Yi Kang's family was in the front seat, and Yi Qing was sitting in the front seat. With a whoosh, 2 white lights flashed by, and it was a silver level 3-star weapon. Ling Chen, who possesses 4 elemental abilities, can sense that the amount of source energy he gains when he levels up is 4 times that of others. Seeing that he had improved from silver level 1-star to 3-star, Ling Chen smiled. Wait, I almost forgot, there are exclusive skill cards for all skills. Ling Chen can now feel that when he fights against opponents of a higher level than himself, his skills are clearly insufficient. Son, get in the car. Moreover, his skills are now widely known. Since we're keeping it anyway, let's use it now. Ding, would you like to use the full skill exclusive skill card? Ding, matching suitable skills for the host. Please wait. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the god level skill Wildfire. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the god level skill Ice Armor. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the god level skill Thor's Fist. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the god level skill Dimensional Slash. A barrage of notification sounds bombarded him, and Ling Chen was overjoyed. 4 god level skills. Let's quickly check their specific effects. Wildfire, an area of effect skill that summons a sea of fire within a certain range, dealing continuous damage. Frost Armor, status skill, casts an ice armor over the user, increasing their physical and magical defense by 1 level. Thor's Fist, covering both arms with the power of thunder, a single punch can create a terrifying vortex of source energy in the air. Dimensional Slash, unleashes an arc of sword light from a distance with the sword in hand, attacking the enemy without a trace, originating from space. The 4 god level skills made Ling Chen feel incredibly powerful. And most importantly, Ling Chen could clearly sense that these 4 god level skills were extremely rare. These skills are rare and hard to come by. Once I have these 4 skills, my strength will increase significantly. Ling Chen is now confident that he can fight against diamond level opponents without the help of external forces. However, when Ling Chen looked at the Xianyuan sword, which was still sealed, he secretly felt distressed. It still needs 8,000 soul power to break the first layer of its seal. However, for Ling Chen, it was only a matter of time. Take advantage of this beast tide to max out your soul power. Ling Chen thought to himself. Soon, Ling Chen and the others arrived at the front line of the battlefield. In the distance, the mountains and plains were covered with monsters, their numbers unimaginable, so numerous that they stretched as far as the eye could see, almost without end. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of superhuman warriors were fighting against the monsters. They were prepared to die, constantly charging towards the monster, desperately unleashing their skills and relentlessly attacking it. Many monsters were blasted away by the superhuman skills, but even more monsters seemed to have gone mad and rushed towards these superhumans. Where humans and monsters clashed, severed limbs and remains were everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and cries of agony filled the air. Ling Chen's face was extremely gloomy. There are just too many of these monsters. Moreover, Ling Chen discovered that almost all of these recklessly charging monsters were of the gold rank. They are merely cannon fodder to consume humans. Even if they are all wiped out, it will not cause much loss to the monsters. It can also help them reduce their excessive population burden. Their true power in this beast tide is yet to come. However, the human leaders saw through the monsters' intentions, and the truly powerful warriors were not sent to the battlefield. Instead, they rested on the spot, preparing for a decisive battle with the main force of the demonic beasts. On the battlefield, more and more human warriors were dying, while the casualties among the monsters were gradually decreasing. These monsters are really intelligent. They even know how to use cannon fodder to deplete human energy. Looking at the superhumans who were killed by the monsters, Ling Chen gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "This is inevitable, because they know that humans are powerful fighters, and if they rely solely on themselves, they are no match for them. Moreover, they also understand that only when humans are completely exhausted is the best time for the main force of the demon beasts to attack." An old voice came from beside Ling Chen. "The advantage of demonic beasts has always come from their numbers." Ling Chen turned around and saw an elderly man with white hair standing beside him. "Senior, who are you?" Ling Chen asked in confusion. He had never seen this old man before, but the old man seemed to know him. "You may not have heard of Feng Guzi," the old man said casually, stroking his beard. "However, you should know my other name, the Dean of Dawn Academy." The old man's casual remark stunned Ling Chen. Principal, Ling Chen didn't expect to see the academy's principal here. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something. "Principal, why didn't you go?" "Alas, if I were to intervene, it would mean a full-scale war between humans and demonic beasts. The human race is not yet capable of that." The old man interrupted Ling Chen, who was about to continue speaking, and then looked at Ling Chen and said, "Your subordinates are quite good. Train them well." After saying that, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the air. Ling Chen stood there, stunned, speechless for a long time. Such a powerful figure is unable to participate in the war against the monsters, and this is all for the sake of protecting humanity. He must be deeply saddened to see the human warriors who have died in battle below. "No matter what, you are a hero to humanity," Ling Chen murmured. "Let's turn our gaze back to the battlefield." The demon beast army continued to charge towards the beast suppression pass. Although some demon beasts died at the hands of human warriors, many more continued to charge forward. The human race, not to be outdone, also continued to fight back. Both sides are engaged in a frantic war. People and monsters kept falling. Blood stained the earth red, staining the land crimson. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers died in battle, and human casualties were devastating. Millions of monsters perished tragically, and the monsters themselves fared no better. Although they outnumbered each other, they also paid several times the price. At the same level, humans are stronger than demonic beasts. The commanders of the monsters seemed in no hurry at all. They wanted to continue wearing down the human warriors. "Marshal Xia, give the order. Let the brothers go." On the city wall, Marshal Xia Feng was surrounded by more than a dozen generals in military uniforms. When has anyone ever dared to tell him to get lost like this? These soldiers looked upright and imposing, but at this moment their faces showed grief. They had followed Marshal Xia for many years and trusted Xia Feng's judgment, but their soldiers were dying one by one, and these generals were all uneasy. "I can't send you to your deaths. If we get out, and if the beast suppression pass is breached, the demonic beast army will advance unimpeded, and the consequences will be unimaginable." Marshal Xia shook his head. "Marshal Xia, are we really going to give up like this? We've already lost many brothers, and the losses are already devastating. Can you bear to let even more people sacrifice themselves?" These men's faces were filled with anger. The pain in their hearts was unbearable as they watched their brothers die right before their eyes. "Divide the Dragon Eagle Legion into 3 groups and take turns to provide support. They are highly mobile and can take turns resting." Xia Shuai's serious voice rang out, and a glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes, even if it was just a drop in the ocean. "Damn it! Attack together!" Looking at the main battlefield, which was like a meat grinder, Ling Chen threw a punch into the air and finally made up his mind. "Never mind, let's join the war." Ling Chen took a light step, his figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on the battlefield. In the face of a battle involving millions of troops, the addition of Ling Chen and his group of dozens was like a drop in the ocean, attracting no attention whatsoever. Ling Chen drew the Shen Yuan sword and roared, slashing out with the sword that instantly sent several demonic beasts flying. "Ding! Killed a gold-level monster. Experience plus 500. What? My experience points have decreased? Ding! Experience points adjusted according to host strength. Okay, underscore." Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and finally reached the Saint Realm. Then he charged toward another battlefield, unleashing the thunderclap technique at an incredible speed, like a phantom. With a series of booming sounds, 3 more sword strikes were unleashed, sending over 30 more demonic beasts flying. "Ding! Killed a gold-level monster. Experience plus 500. This boy is a complete freak." The warriors near Ling Chen were shocked to see him instantly kill a gold-level monster with a silver-level weapon, but he still fought bravely against the monsters. Shadow assassins mingled in the chaos of battle, and amidst the flurry of swords and blades, one monster after another fell into pools of blood. Ling Chen did not stop and continued to kill the demonic beasts. Bang 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 bang. Blood splattered everywhere, and 5 or 6 more demonic beasts were chopped off and sent flying, their blood staining the battlefield. Ling Chen swept the entire area clean, as if he were harvesting wheat. After an unknown amount of time, time, Ling Chen's battlefield finally attracted the attention of the main force of the demonic beasts. Roar! With a loud roar, the surrounding monsters scattered, and in the center of the monsters, a monster about 2 meters tall slowly stood up. The monster was covered in blue scales, had bloodshot eyes, and a huge tail that kept thrashing. A diamond-level monster. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, and a serious expression appeared on his face after seeing the monster's level. The other party finally couldn't hold back any longer. An extremely terrifying wave emanated from the diamond-level demon beast's body. Its gaze was fixed on Ling Chen, and it let out a roar. Roar! The demonic beast roared, its body transforming into a streak of azure light as it charged fiercely towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen flicked his wrist, and the Xianyuan sword charged towards the demonic beast. The sword blade collided with the monster's enormous tail, producing a buzzing sound. Ling Chen felt a tremendous force surge from the point of impact, which made his arm go numb, and his body involuntarily retreated dozens of steps. Wow, such powerful strength. A serious expression appeared on Ling Chen's face. Looking at the more than 60,000 experience points that I had unknowingly accumulated. Upgrade. A magical warm current surged into Ling Chen's body. Silver level 4-star. Third revolution Thunder God technique. Ling Chen's aura suddenly surged. Okay, let's go in first. Feeling the vast origin chi within his body, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. His origin chi realm had now reached the 4th level of the gold rank. The total amount of source energy is comparable to the pinnacle of platinum level. Physical fitness has reached diamond level 4-star. With a whoosh, Ling Chen unleashed the thunderclap technique, his body swaying as he streaked across the ground with arcs of electricity. He appeared before the diamond beast, brandishing the Xianyuan sword and slashing at it. Ling Chen's longsword struck the demon beast hard, but with a muffled thud, the beast was unharmed. This monster's defense is terrifying. Ling Chen was slightly surprised. Roar! The beast roared angrily, its tail whipping out a gust of wind as it lashed out at Ling Chen. Humph! Ling Chen snorted coldly, his body flashing as he dodged. The monster roared angrily once again. Ling Chen smiled faintly. Ling Chen took out several platinum-grade swords from the ring. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Countless sword energies condensed into swords, surrounding Ling Chen and pointing them at the demonic beasts. The sword energy transformed into a sword and shot towards the diamond-level monster. Countless sword energies collided with the tail of the Demon King, causing a violent explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere. Taking advantage of this moment, Ling Chen wielded the Xianyuan sword and unleashed another strike. Ling Chen suddenly appeared directly above the monster and swiftly swung his sword towards its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it struck the Demon King's eye. With a piercing wail, the Demon King's eyeballs were severed by the sword's edge, and blood spurted out. The monster was writhing on the ground in pain. Whoosh! Ling Chen's figure flashed back to the side of the demon beast. A sword pierced the monster's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. The monster's struggles gradually subsided. Ding! Killed a diamond-level monster. Experience plus 4,000. This scene left everyone stunned. A silver-level youth killed a diamond-level 4-star high-level monster? Human morale soared. Ling Chen's slaying of a diamond-level 4-star monster undoubtedly boosted the confidence and courage of the human warriors. Ling Chen did not stop after killing the diamond-level beast. He shouted and flashed, appearing next to a gold-level beast again, and slashed down with his sword. Another head flew off, and blood mist filled the sky. Roar, 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 roar. The remaining gold-level monsters roared angrily. Ding! Automatic upgrade function activated for host. Oh, this is cutting off my path to leveling up and grinding monsters. Without much thought, Ling Chen continued his charge towards the horde of beasts. Ding! Killed a gold-level monster. Experience plus 250. With a whoosh, a surge of power flowed in, and Ling Chen could clearly feel his tired body return to normal after advancing to the next level. Silver level 5-star. Just as Ling Chen was engrossed in the killing, a tremendous earthquake shook the ground in the distance. Ling Chen looked up and saw a large number of tall and powerful demonic beasts appearing on the distant horizon, heading towards them in droves. Millions of platinum-level monsters, tens of thousands of diamond-level monsters, hundreds of city-destroying monsters. For enormous, nation-destroying level demonic beasts, their bodies covered in hard scales, stood guard beside the demonic tiger in the center of the demonic beast army, dressed in armor. This demonic tiger had 2 ferocious horns on its back, 2 rows of sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, and blood-red eyes filled with a murderous aura. This tiger is the overlord among monsters, a supreme-level monster. Flaming War Tiger, supreme-level 2-star, Beast King. Skills: Fireball, Flame Wave, Flame Roar, Bite. Don't be a coward, just do it. Good heavens! Ling Chen gasped as he looked at the King of Monsters. As if Ling Chen's previous performance had caught the Beast King's attention, the demon tiger's gaze fell on Ling Chen. Roar! A tiger's roar rang out, and a ball of scorching flames spewed from the demon tiger's mouth. This ball of flame, carrying a terrifying aura, shot straight toward Ling Chen at an extremely fast speed. Ling Chen felt a pang of fear. One can imagine that if the system were to be touched by this flame, it might consider finding a different host, such as the handsome and invincible reader. Ling Chen dared not be careless and Chen quickly retreated to avoid the ball of crimson flame. With a whoosh, the flames grazed the spot where Ling Chen had just stood, leaving a long trail of black smoke and burning a huge, bottomless crater in the ground. Ling Chen's face turned grim. The Beast King was too powerful. Oh, spatial type? The Beast King looked at Ling Chen in surprise. This little silver-level martial artist had actually dodged its attack. Although it was just a casual strike, it was not something an ordinary person could dodge. Just as the Beast King unleashed 10% of its power, spewing out a fireball that was larger and faster than before, intending to take Ling Chen away completely. A figure descended from the sky, striking out with a palm that intercepted the fireball spewed by the Demon King. "Your opponent is me," a familiar voice rang out. Ling Chen looked up and saw that the person was none other than Marshal Xia Feng. Marshal Xia held a black iron rod in his hand. The rod exuded an extremely heavy aura and emitted a faint cold light. He swung the rod at the Demon Tiger. Seeing this, the Demon Tiger gave an order to his subordinates. It then pounced on Xia Shui, revealing a sharp claw with a cold glint in it, and slashed down at Xia Shui. The man and the beast clashed in mid-air. The clash between the two strongest warriors was like the sounding of a general offensive. The endless roars of monstrous beasts shook the clouds and echoed throughout the heavens, causing the sky to change color. Millions of the main force of the demon beasts rushed towards the side to join the battle. The main force of the demonic beasts were all ferocious and bloodthirsty, with an imposing aura, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength. The competition officially begins. Gold-level cannon fodder is nowhere near as good as this. Kill, brothers, kill. On the city wall, hundreds of thousands of high-level human ability users raised their weapons, their bodies bursting with origin chi. Shouting, he charged toward the main force of the demon beast army. The anger in their hearts had been burning for a long time, and their bodies were already thirsting for the source energy. As the two armies clashed, various supernatural abilities flew everywhere. Ling Chen flashed and joined the battle. Although the effects of the third-stage Thunder God technique have worn off, Ling Chen still possesses the physical attributes of a platinum level 8-star. Wielding the Xian Yuan sword, Ling Chen moved like a ghost through the army of demonic beasts. Streams of blood shot through the air as Ling Chen slashed down one by one, their blood staining the earth and turning the soil red. Ding! Platinum level monster defeated. Experience gained plus 500. Just as Ling Chen was getting into the swing of things, a strong sense of coercion suddenly entered his heart. Not good. City-breaking level. Ling Chen exclaimed inwardly. Ling Chen knew that this crisis must have been brought about by a city-breaking level monster from the monster army. The powerful humans around them were all held back by the demonic beasts. This is something I cannot withstand in my current state. Ling Chen quickly turned around, raised an eyebrow, and a demonic wolf attacked from behind, opening its blood-red maw to bite down on Ling Chen. Ling Chen moved swiftly, only to find that he couldn't dodge at all. The demonic wolf, which had just bitten into thin air, spotted Ling Chen 10 meters away and rushed over. Ling Chen's expression changed drastically. The demonic wolf bit Ling Chen's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere, and Ling Chen staggered backward. Hiss! Blood spurted out, instantly causing Ling Chen unbearable pain. Ling Chen's movements paused for a moment due to his injury. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the wolf opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on Ling Chen's neck. A wolf howl rang out, and a large hole was bitten in Ling Chen's throat, causing blood to splatter. Damn it! For the first time, Ling Chen felt the breath of death. The demon wolf persisted, relentlessly attacking Ling Chen. A flash created space. A spatial vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen, and without hesitation, Ling Chen stepped into it. After Ling Chen stepped in, the spatial vortex disappeared from its original location. No way, the satellite city's team is so weak? The demon wolf missed its target and waited for Ling Chen to appear. Take out all the remaining spirit stones from your backpack. Chaos God slaying technique. Ling Chen frantically circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the source energy from the spirit stone and channeling it into his dantian through his meridians. Frantically absorbing the source energy, Ling Chen consumed the source energy within his body and rushed in one direction with all his might. Once all the spirit stones were used up, Ling Chen fell from the void. At the summit of a colossal mountain, hundreds of meters high and piercing the clouds, stands an enormous building, resembling a jade pillar supporting the sky. At the very center of the top of the building stand two enormous, pure white jade statues, one a dragon and the other a phoenix. The two beasts are lifelike, their eyes radiating awe-inspiring light as they gaze at the sky. In the very center of the megalithic statue stands a high platform, and above the platform stands a huge plaque. The number 18 middle school in the main city played against the Huan City team. The three powerful characters Demon God Palace are displayed on it, as if they can penetrate through all obstacles, pierce the sky, and run through all things, making people unable to help but look up, as if it were a sacred place favored by the heavenly Tao. Inside the Demon God's palace, all was silent, except for the faint sounds of a gentle breeze rubbing against the air. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, a man and a woman stood inside the Demon God's palace. The man was dressed in a black robe, slender and tall, with a sharply defined face and a faint aura of authority emanating emanating from his brows. His entire body was filled with a chilling killing intent, like a block of ancient ice, making people afraid to approach him, as anyone who got close would be frozen. The woman was dressed in blood red, her face flawless and beautiful, her figure slender, graceful, and exquisitely proportioned. She exuded a charming and alluring aura, like a red peony bud about to bloom. Alluring, beautiful, breathtaking. Her eyes were like stars, like autumn water, and like spring water. In short, every frown, every smile, and every move she made exuded a charm that drove men crazy. "Demon Emperor, you were looking for me?" the woman in red asked the man in black in a sweet, gentle voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing this, the man in black robes ignored her and instead stared into the distance. Seeing this, the woman in red was not annoyed, and continued to ask in a sweet voice, "Your Majesty, what is wrong?" "The beast god has descended upon the world," the black-robed man said calmly, but his cold eyes still betrayed his excitement and anticipation. "The beast god?" Upon hearing this, the woman in red frowned slightly, then, as if remembering something, a flicker of fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the beast god you just mentioned, could it be the legendary ferocious beast, the holy dragon?" The man in black robes nodded upon hearing this. The woman in red gasped, trembling as she said, "The beast god, it really exists. Demon Emperor, what do we do now?" "May the beast god ascend the throne and rule over all races," the black-robed man said in a deep voice, his tone resolute. "Our demon beast race is now fragmented and divided. If this continues, we will perish sooner or later. Go to the southeast and seek the return of the beast god to his rightful place." "All right," the woman in red said, moving her feet and disappearing from the spot in an instant. The man in black robes watched the woman's departing figure, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Beast god, heh." A strange light flashed in his eyes. Thousands of miles away, in a lush, dense forest, a group of ferocious beasts were gathered here. These monstrous beasts were covered in fur, had a sharp bull horn on their heads, and exuded a strong smell of death that sent chills down one's spine. Among them, a figure covered in blood lay sprawled on the ground, wounded and barely breathing, on the verge of death. That figure was none other than Ling Chen. Sensing Ling Chen's current state, Xiaolong crawled out of the pet space on its own. The chubby little dragon spread its arms and shielded Ling Chen in front of it. "You, don't come any closer." Although the aura emanating from Xiaolong caused these demonic beasts to feel a slight suppression of their bloodline, the difference in strength still compelled them to move closer. The competition officially begins. Just then, the little dragon suddenly roared to the sky, and its powerful aura burst forth, instantly intimidating the monster. Upon seeing this, the demonic beast was terrified and instinctively retreated backward, cursing inwardly that this little thing's aura was even more terrifying than its own. But that's about all. A silver-level dragon can't completely intimidate all the beasts. Just as a platinum-level monster seized the opportunity to pounce on Ling Chen and launch another attack on him. Ding! Host's current health is extremely low, on the verge of death. Passive, Nirvana triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fully recovered your health on the spot. Nirvana, on cooldown, 30 days. Instantly, a warm feeling surged into Ling Chen's limbs and bones, as if his entire body had become warm and cozy. In an instant, Ling Chen's injuries began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the flesh on the surface of his skin was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a second, all of Ling Chen's injuries had healed. Call! Ling Chen gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling his life force restored, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Just now, Ling Chen had already sensed the breath of death. It's so good to be alive. Looking at Xiaolong, Ling Chen felt a surge of warmth and emotion. This little guy, despite having no fighting ability, is still willing to protect himself at all costs in times like this. Xiaolong, I can tell the difference between catching my own food and having a full meal every day. With a sharp look in his eyes, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, grabbed the monster that was pouncing on him, and squeezed it hard. The monster's head was instantly snapped off, blood splattering and brain matter flying everywhere. When these demonic beasts saw that Ling Chen had killed their companion in a single move, they were stunned and stared at Ling Chen with fear and anger in their eyes. Surrender or die. Seeing the anger and hatred in the eyes of these demonic beasts, Ling Chen couldn't help but sneer and said coldly. Upon hearing this, the demonic beasts were stunned for a moment, and then they saw the sinister look in Ling Chen's eyes, a look that sent chills down their spines. These demonic beasts exchanged glances, then prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with submission. Seeing that the demon beasts had lowered their heads, Ling Chen finally had time to observe his surroundings and examine them carefully. This is a dense jungle. Towering trees, their canopies blocking out the sun, their branches and leaves lush and verdant. Where is this place? Ling Chen asked the monster, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. Wu the largest golden bear, more than 10 zhan long, walked up to Ling Chen and whimpered a few times. Oh, what do you mean? Ling Chen turned around and looked at Xiaolong, since he didn't understand animal language. What does this silly bear mean? Xiaolong said, looking up at the sky above, and then explained to Ling Chen, we are now in the Demon Emperor's territory in the demon realm. What? Ling Chen was taken aback, not expecting the golden giant bear to say such a thing. something. This is actually the Demon Emperor's territory? Isn't the Demon Emperor's territory tens of thousands of miles away from the Demon Suppression Pass? How did I travel such a long distance? Then Ling Chen recalled the scene of him desperately absorbing spirit stones and rushing through the spatial vortex. Thinking about it makes me feel a little heartache. However, what troubled Ling Chen was that he knew the strength of the Demon Emperor, who was a legendary Saint Realm being. Ling Chen slightly exerted his internal energy, and his aura suddenly burst out. If he were to be targeted by someone unintentionally, Ling Chen believed he would be in deep trouble. The most urgent thing is to leave as soon as possible. Do you know which direction the human race is in? Ling Chen asked, looking intently at the demonic beasts. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. The giant golden bear roared and gestured at Ling Chen. The human race is in that direction? Ling Chen nodded. Shadow Legion. By summoning the space, Ling Chen summoned a group of shadow assassins from the Demon Suppression Pass. To Ling Chen's surprise, all the shadow assassins had reached the platinum level. It seems they used quite a few underhanded tactics during the group battle. My lord, are you alright? As soon as they appeared, Shibaju hurriedly stepped forward and asked, because they had seen their master beaten to the point of near death earlier. It's alright, you guys go ahead and scout ahead. Shaking his head, Ling Chen flew off in the direction the golden giant bear had pointed. Little Dragon and a group of demonic beasts followed closely behind. Just as Ling Chen was determined to hurry on his journey and leave the demon realm as soon as possible, a system notification tone sounded. Ding, summoning system cooldown is over. Summoning is now possible. Ling Chen was stunned for a second, then burst into ecstasy. What amazing things will appear this time? Who fire palm, upright arrow, ding. Congratulations, host, for summoning a goblin army. Legion size, 571. Legion commander, Ian Kalendor. All Legion members talent level, A. Attribute, greed. Captain, he's so fast. Profession skills, treasure hunting, plundering, trading, forging, building, breeding. Strength, gold tier, 1 star, upgradable. A creature that reproduces at an extremely fast rate. Suddenly, a dense swarm of humanoid creatures appeared before them. They have dark green skin, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and a pair of emerald green eyes on their short bodies. It gleamed with a fierce and brutal light, looking like a pack of crazed and cruel beasts. The monsters were wearing several different outfits. Save me some popcorn. Each different outfit represents a different role within the goblin army. Greetings, chief. As soon as these monsters appeared, they immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed to Ling Chen, uttering hoarse, low voices. Get up. Ling Chen waved his hand, signaling the monsters to stand up. The monsters all stood up. Ling Chen glanced at them, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Although these goblins are almost negligible in combat, they are definitely experts at gathering resources. You can develop freely and gather as many resources as possible. Ling Chen had already figured out the role of the goblins when they appeared. All the monsters responded in unison. The goblins scattered and ran towards the distant dense forest. Ling Chen watched their departing figures, a thoughtful smile on his face. Although the goblin army has only just been summoned, he believes that given enough time, they will bring him unexpected surprises. Let them develop slowly in the demon beast territory. Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, he felt the joy of being a hands-off manager. Now, let's get going. With a push of his foot, Ling Chen leaped into the air and disappeared from the spot. The mountain range in the dense forest stretches for who knows how many miles. Wide streams converge here. Ling Chen walked along the river for an unknown amount of time before suddenly stopping. Ling Chen, bone age is 18 years old. In the distance, a graceful figure sat on a boulder at the edge of the river, gazing at the stream in a daze. She wore a red dress, her figure was graceful and curvaceous. Her features were exquisite, and she was stunningly beautiful. Beneath her delicate nose were tender, cherry-red lips that looked luscious and inviting. Ha! Ling Chen's heart tightened slightly. This was the demon realm. Who was the woman in front of him? The woman seemed to have just realized something, and turned her head to look at Ling Chen and the little dragon behind him. Ha! This time it was the woman's turn to be stunned. Beast god? The woman's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Her eyes were wide open and her pupils were bulging. I was filled with respect, even prepared to sacrifice myself. But then, is this chubby guy really the beast god? Don't let this affect the majestic and domineering image of the beast god in my heart. Xiaolong tilted his head, puzzled. Ling Chen thought to himself that the other party probably thought that Xiaolong was the beast god. He stroked his chin, recalling that the little dragon had been entrusted to him by a divine dragon that had lived for millions of years. Could it be that Xiaolong was a beast god in his past life? Ahem, may I ask what you need? Ling Chen interjected. The woman in front of him didn't seem human, so Ling Chen secretly became more vigilant. By order of the demon emperor, we have come to escort the beast god to the throne. Although Xiaolong's appearance surprised the woman, her bloodline was subtly suppressed by him. Ling Chen frowned slightly. Would the demon emperor be so kind? You have to understand, among the current demon beasts, the demon emperor is arguably the highest ranking. Would he willingly relinquish his position to a so-called beast god of the silver rank? Or is there some some kind of conspiracy? No need. Little dragon is my partner. Please tell the demon emperor that we have no interest in the matter of ascending the throne, Ling Chen said firmly. Xiaolong, who was standing to the side, quickly nodded in agreement. The woman frowned slightly, looking at Ling Chen with a puzzled expression. Does the beast god not want to lead the monster race? Let's go. Ling Chen didn't want to waste too much time, so he took Xiaolong and sped away. Stop, the woman shouted, blocking Ling Chen's path. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, a displeased expression appearing on his face. What, you still want to stop us? The woman shook her head, her eyes fixed on Ling Chen, her tone icy. Human, the beast god is the future leader of my demon race. I will not let you take it away like this. A powerful, nation-destroying aura swept over him, and Ling Chen felt a sense of suffocation. It seems I'll have to stay here today. It can be said that the satellite city team was beaten terribly. Ling Chen looked at the other party with a solemn expression and took out the Xian Yuan sword from the system. He pointed his sword at the woman, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the demon woman opposite her abruptly withdrew her aura, stood there stunned, and then a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat. The demon woman opposite him actually knew him? This puzzled him greatly, as he didn't seem to have seen her before. The demon woman seemed to remember something as well, a smile appearing on her lips. You are the future leader of our Nine-Tailed Fox clan. My name is Bai Yu, and I am an elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Ling Chen frowned slightly. When did he become the leader of some nine-tailed fox demon? How come he didn't know? Bai Yu noticed Ling Chen's confusion and pointed to the Xian Yuan sword, saying, do you know this sword? Xian Yuan sword? Ling Chen looked at the Xian Yuan sword in his hand with a puzzled expression. Could there be some special meaning behind this sword, which was a reward from the system? The Xian Yuan sword is the symbol of the Xian Yuan family in ancient times. The Xian Yuan family? Ling Chen shook his head silently. He had never heard of them. The Xian Yuan family, the most powerful family on Blue Star in ancient times. Bai Yu continued in a calm tone, the nine-tailed fox has become a subordinate race of the Xian Yuan family. A contract has been signed, and it is forbidden to betray it for eternity. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. The Xian Yuan family is indeed powerful. He had unexpectedly become the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. However, this Xian Yuan sword was a system reward, so the other party probably mistakenly believed that he was a descendant of the Xian Yuan family. So now it seems that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan can be considered one of our own. I've heard that all nine-tailed foxes are incredibly beautiful. He. Ling Chen thought to himself. Seeing Ling Chen's slightly lewd grin, Bai Yu blushed slightly and glared at him playfully. How dare this guy fantasize like that in front of her? Humph. Although Bai Yu was angry inside, her expression remained unchanged. She slowly took out a token from her body and handed it to Ling Chen. Before drawing the lottery, he prayed silently. Here, this is my token. You can use it freely from now on, and it allows you to command members of the demon race within a certain range. I will also help you. Ling Chen took the token, nodded, and put it into his ring. We cordially invite the Swordmaster and the Beast God to visit our Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Bai Yu said softly. Okay. Ling Chen agreed. Now that he needs help, and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has found his way in, why wouldn't he be happy to oblige? Let's go. Bai Yu floated up lightly and flew into the distance. He instructed the other beasts and shadow assassins to rest where they were. Ling Chen followed, but in his heart he was thinking about how to find out about his identity as a member of the Xian Yuan family. These are all things that must be clarified, otherwise, if I stay in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for too long, won't I be exposed? Character, Ling Chen. Bai Yu led Ling Chen towards the depths of the demon realm, and soon they arrived above a mountain peak. Strength Bronze level 1 star, experience 399/2000. This is a flat mountain area, with a very quiet environment, and a strong demonic aura emanating from the forest. Bai Yu gently landed on the ground, and Ling Chen followed closely behind. A young girl sat on a stone bench at the top of the mountain. She was wearing a purple dress. Combat power, 8,999. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her legs were shapely and curvaceous, her skin was snow white, and her features were exquisite, especially her cherry-like lips, which looked even more alluring. Superpowers, God-level space power, SS-level thunder power, B-level fire power, evolvable. Bai Yu stood beside the girl, bowed slightly, and whispered, Holy Maiden, he has the Xian Yuan sword. Talent, Emperor's appearance, I gave it to me. After hearing this, the girl gently raised her eyes to look at Ling Chen, and Ling Chen looked back at her, their eyes meeting. Kung Fu, Chaos God-slaying technique, God level. The girl's eyes flashed, and she suddenly stood up from the stone chair and slowly walked towards Ling Chen. As the girl approached him step by step, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This girl is absolutely gorgeous. Weapon, Xian Yuan sword, seal. Although it's just a simple walking posture, it inspires endless imagination. As the girl's face drew closer to him, Ling Chen's breathing became more and more rapid, and he could feel waves of heat rising in his chest. Finally, the girl stopped in front of Ling Chen. She wore a purple dress and had long, black hair that cascaded down her back, gleaming softly in the sunlight. She looked at Ling Chen with a strange glint in her eyes. Exotic treasure, origin of the supreme treasure, city of space. Ling Chen was startled when he saw the glint in the girl's eyes and quickly looked away. He dared not look at the young girl for fear that he would become infatuated with her. Hello, my name is Bai Ling. The girl parted her lips slightly, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale singing in a valley. Mall, click to view. Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly in reply. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. May I have the honor of showing you the Xian Yuan sword? Bai Ling gently extended her jade-like hand and placed it in front of Ling Chen, her voice filled with anticipation. Number of Legion members, 11. Of course. For some reason, Ling Chen felt an inability to refuse the girl's request. Legion level, recruiting quickly. Ling Chen slowly took out the Xian Yuan sword and handed it to Bai Ling. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. The girl took the Xian Yuan sword, examined it carefully, her eyes fixed on it, and gently stroked the blade with her jade-like hand. This is indeed the Xian Yuan sword. Legion commander, not enabled. We, the nine-tailed fox spirits, have existed since ancient times. Deputy leader, not enabled. Although the Xian Yuan family has declined, we nine-tailed foxes have never forgotten the kindness of the Xian Yuan family, and we have always considered ourselves to be vassals of the Xian Yuan family. Legion skills, none. The girl's eyes revealed a sense of reminiscence. Although the Xian Yuan family has declined, we nine-tailed foxes have never given up searching for traces of the Xian Yuan family. Legion attack bonus, 21%. Ling Chen never expected that the Xian Yuan sword had such a history. Legion defense bonus, 21%. However, the Xian Yuan family has declined and has probably long since disappeared into the annals of history. The Xian Yuan sword should also have been lost long ago. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Where did I get this Xian Yuan sword from? Am I really a descendant of the Xian Yuan family? Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Ling Chen shook his head, dismissing the absurd idea. If it weren't for the system, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this Xian Yuan sword. Ling Chen was making wild guesses when he heard the girl begin to recount her past. The nine-tailed fox clan has lived on this land since ancient times. However, since the great calamity in ancient times, the nine-tailed fox clan has also suffered great losses. Its overall strength has been greatly reduced, and it has almost fallen into decline. However, the nine-tailed fox clan did not perish. Listening to the girl's account for several hours, Ling Chen understood the relationship between the nine-tailed fox clan and the Xian Yuan family. Knowing that the nine-tailed fox clan had always been loyal to the Xian Yuan family and never abandoned them, Ling Chen was filled with emotion. From this day forward, the entire nine-tailed fox clan will obey your commands. After the girl finished speaking, she suddenly leaned closer to Ling Chen, her large, watery eyes looking at him with a shimmering light. Furthermore, I will be yours too. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback and subconsciously wanted to avoid the girl's gaze. However, looking into the girl's watery eyes, Ling Chen suddenly felt an impulse, as if an invisible force was pulling him, making him want to hug the girl. However, Ling Chen's reason quickly prevailed over his impulse. Ling Chen couldn't help but curse himself for being so despicable as to try to hug the holy maiden of the nine-tailed fox clan. Seeing Ling Chen's somewhat flustered expression, the girl couldn't help but giggle. Do you really want to hug me? Ling Chen gave an awkward smile. The girl smiled sweetly. Not bad. You were able to keep your true self even under my seductive arts. Ling Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the girl in front of him to possess a bewitching technique. No wonder his heart had raced when he saw her earlier. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore, but every generation of holy maidens will become the master of the Xian Yuan sword. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Ling Chen scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed smile. Alright, now that you are the master of the Xian Yuan sword in this generation, the entire nine-tailed fox will obey your commands. The girl put away her smile, looked at Ling Chen, and said seriously, Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the nine-tailed fox legion. Legion size, 2333. Legion commander, Bai Ling. All legion members level, S rank and above. Attribute, fire. Professional skills, charm, deception, illusion, flame barrier, inferno. Strength from platinum to supreme peak. Unless summoned by a legion, it cannot be summoned at any time. Upon seeing the system notification, Ling Chen stood frozen in place. Peak supreme level? Ling Chen didn't expect that the fallen nine-tailed fox would also have a peak supreme level expert. Just how powerful was they at their peak? Didn't that mean they had several saint-level beings? However, such a group is merely a vassal race. What's wrong? Bai Ling asked when she saw Ling Chen was stunned. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a little flattered. Ling Chen quickly regained his composure and said with a faint smile. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen and smiled. Let me show you around our clan. After saying that, Bai Ling turned around and walked into the cave. Ling Chen followed closely behind Bai Ling. Upon entering the cave, Ling Chen saw a wide passage paved with many stones, each carved with various patterns. Ling Chen followed Bai Ling through the passage, and after a long time, they finally arrived at the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, a massive bronze gate came into view. Looking at the bronze door in front of him, Ling Chen was shocked. The intricate and mysterious pattern patterns carved on the bronze door startled him. This bronze door is not only exquisitely carved, but even the patterns on it exude a rich aura of heaven and earth. On the wall next to the bronze door, there were densely packed characters. Although Ling Chen did not recognize the characters, he was certain that they were the language of the demon beasts. This is the ancestral home of the nine-tailed fox clan. Bai Ling pointed to the stone gate in front of her and introduced it. As she spoke, she walked over and pushed open the stone gate. As soon as the stone door opened, a rich aura of heaven and earth energy rushed in, invigorating Ling Chen. Inside, there was a self-contained little world. Within this small world, spiritual herbs abound, flowers bloom in vibrant colors, and various rare medicinal herbs exude an alluring fragrance. This is the ancestral land of our nine-tailed fox clan, Bai Ling said, pointing to the spirit fields before her. Although our nine-tailed fox clan has declined, there are still many rare spiritual herbs within our ancestral land. Ling Chen looked in the direction Bai Ling pointed and saw that various spiritual herbs were planted around the spirit field. Even the lowest quality ones are the spiritual herbs that can be used to refine platinum-grade pills. If you need them, feel free to pick them, Bai Ling said with a smile, seeing Ling Chen practically drooling over the medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately picked the lower-grade spiritual herbs, storing them one by one into his storage ring. We are just ordinary people, so happy. Bai Ling watched Ling Chen collect the spiritual herbs, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected Ling Chen to be so familiar with spiritual herbs, and to collect them so quickly. Are you an alchemist? Bai Ling suddenly asked. Ling Chen nodded, his hands moving without slowing down. Most of the alchemy techniques of our nine-tailed fox clan have been lost, so many spiritual herbs are directly absorbed, wasting a lot of medicinal properties. What level are you? Bai Ling pressed. Master level alchemy skills? What's wrong? Ling Chen stopped what he was doing and looked up at Bai Ling. Master level. Bai Ling covered her mouth in shock, but quickly came to her senses. Then, could our future leader please guide our alchemists? Bai Ling's face was full of hope. Ling Chen nodded. After all, he had just picked a lot of spiritual herbs, so giving some guidance on alchemy was just a small favor. Besides, these alchemists would be serving him in the future. From now on, you don't need to call me leader. Just call me Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand. Okay, Ling Chen, come with me. Bai Ling was overjoyed and pulled Ling Chen inside. As Ling Chen held Bai Ling's small hand, a warm feeling involuntarily rose in his heart. Soon, the two arrived at a large gate with a plaque above it bearing the three ancient characters Alchemy Room. Ling Chen, this is our nine-tailed fox's alchemy room. As Bai Ling spoke, she stepped forward, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open and went inside. Ling Chen followed closely behind Bai Ling into the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, several alchemy elders of the nine-tailed fox demons were gathered together discussing something. After Bai Ling and Ling Chen entered the alchemy room, an elder of the nine-tailed fox clan immediately looked at Bai Ling and asked, Holy Maiden, what are you doing bringing people into the alchemy room so late? This is Ling Chen, whom I brought here to guide you in alchemy, Bai Ling said with a smile as she looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. No way they'd listen to you if you said that. Instructing us on alchemy? The elder glanced at Ling Chen, a look of disdain on his face. You're still a kid, aren't you? Do you think just anyone can come and go from the alchemy room? Instructing our clansmen on alchemy? How arrogant. He. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Upon seeing Ling Chen's appearance, the elder of the nine-tailed fox clan couldn't help but sneer. Boy, what are you laughing at? Ling Chen ignored the elder, his gaze sweeping around the room before settling on the alchemy furnaces on the table. These alchemy furnaces? Ling Chen looked at the alchemy furnaces on the table and raised his eyebrows slightly. He discovered that those alchemy furnaces were not ordinary items. The lowest was at the earth rank, and one was even a heaven rank alchemy furnace. Besides those alchemy furnaces, there were also all sorts of high-grade materials. There were some finished pills on the side. Boy, you've never seen this before, have you? The elder sneered, looking at Ling Chen with disdain. Yes, with such a fine alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs, to refine such rubbish pills, isn't that something I've never seen before? Ling Chen said with a smile. You, the elder was speechless, his face turning ashen. The other elders also turned hostile towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen shrugged, looking like he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Boy, I'm letting you off this time out of respect for the Holy Maiden. Don't get too arrogant. Holy Maiden, get him out of here quickly. Don't delay the alchemy. The elders shouted at Bai Ling. Holy Maiden, since he is not an alchemist of our nine-tailed fox clan, he should get out of the alchemy room and not defile our nine-tailed fox clan's territory, an elder said angrily. That's right, Holy Maiden. How could someone so young be a high-level alchemist? He must be a fraud. Don't believe him. Another elder chimed in. Holy Maiden, hurry up and drive him away. Several other elders echoed, their faces showing disdain. Hearing the elder's words, Ling Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. His gaze fell on the elders, and his smile became even more friendly. Oh, you're saying I'm a fraud? Of course, a group of elders replied in unison. Very well, then open your eyes wide and see clearly whether I am an alchemist or not. Having said that, Ling Chen gathered his energy in his dantian Tian and slightly raised his right hand. A ball of crimson flame emerged from his palm and floated above it. Gradually, the flames formed the shape of a cauldron, hovering in the air, with the flames leaping on the cauldron. He took out several ordinary diamond-grade medicinal herbs that he had just picked from the ring. Above diamond level, medicines are categorized into elixirs, precious medicines, holy medicines, and rare and precious materials. These correspond to the four realms of protecting the city, protecting the country, supreme beings, and saints. Looking to the side, he saw a spirit enhancement pill, made from precious medicine and used by city-breaking level demonic beasts, to increase their source energy. Ling Chen shook his head. It was truly a waste of talent. Spiritual herbs are not meant to be wasted like this. Ling Chen shouted, reaching out to grab a fresh Xianin spiritual flower, then gently tossing it into the cauldron formed from origin chi. The first elder wanted to say something, but was stopped by the shocked elders beside him. The creation of the cauldron from source energy is something only master-level alchemists can do. Don't go up and disturb the master's operation. Ling Chen stared intently at the cauldron. A ball of crimson flame suddenly shot up, engulfing the Xianin spirit flower and instantly bursting into flames. After burning, it turned into a milky white liquid, which slowly rolled in the flames, reflecting a faint glow. Under the constant refinement of the crimson flames, the liquid becomes smaller and smaller, yet more and more refined, like a pearl. Following the same method, Ling Chen added dozens of herbs, including water cloud bamboo and red lotus grass, in sequence. They were refined one by one into a pure liquid like pearls. Then, Ling Chen controlled dozens of drops of pure liquid to slowly merge together, forming a liquid that expanded in volume. But soon, under the tempering of Ling Chen's fire-type superpower, it slowly condensed and shrank. When the liquid forging process resulted in a crystal-clear liquid, as translucent as a pearl, Ling Chen quickly picked up the last medicinal ingredient, crimson firegrass, and threw it into the cauldron. As soon as the crimson firegrass entered the cauldron, it transformed into a ball of steaming dark green liquid. After refining and purifying it, Ling Chen combined it with the original liquid. Two completely different liquids fused together, producing a hissing sound, and wisps of white steam rose from the fused liquid. As the white mist gradually dissipated, the rudimentary form of a pill slowly began to take shape. The pill was milky white in color, with faint purple patterns visible on it. It looked extremely beautiful, and the aura it emitted was also very strong. At this moment, everyone in the entire alchemy room held their breath and stared wide-eyed at the pill that was about to be born. No one dared to even breathe loudly. After a long while, the elixir finally solidified completely. Ling Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Even with his current source energy being several times greater than that of other ability users of the same level, he was still finding it difficult to cope. As the pill took shape, a rich fragrance emanated from it. Upon smelling the fragrance, everyone felt instantly refreshed. This pill is, someone swallowed hard and asked. A precious pill. This is definitely a precious pill, an elder exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this answer, the crowd erupted in another uproar. A precious pill? Good heavens! Ling Chen returned to the rest area board. What kind of freak is this kid? He can even refine precious pills. The elders were astonished, their gazes towards Ling Chen filled with disbelief. Only the one who had initially provoked Ling Chen turned ashen-faced, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and hide. What, do you still think I'm a liar? Ling Chen looked at everyone with amusement, his tone teasing. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone's faces showed embarrassment. It is worth mentioning that Qin Tian, the captain of the #1 high school in the main city, has reached the 9th star apprentice level and possesses SS level thunder abilities. No, I wouldn't dare, an elder hurriedly said. The other elders also looked embarrassed. Ling Chen reached out, and a spirit ascension pill of the precious pill level flew into his hand. He played with it lightly for a moment, then casually tossed it to Bai Ling. It's yours, Ling Chen said with a smile. A gift for me? Bai Ling was taken aback. Consider this a return gift for letting me pick the herbs earlier. Ling Chen nodded and said, also, don't do it again. Bai Ling was slightly taken aback. She knew that Ling Chen was referring to the time she had used him as a pawn. Young brother, we were blind to your greatness just now and offended you greatly. We hope you can forgive us. An elder quickly stepped forward, cupped his hands, and apologized. Yes, it's mainly because you're so young man, you're really hiding your true abilities. The elders all apologized. Ling Chen waved his hand. Forget it, let's leave it at that. He then gave Bai Ling a meaningful look, as if to say, how long do you want to keep playing? Seeing Ling Chen roll his eyes, Bai Ling chuckled and quickly stepped forward, saying, from today onwards, Ling Chen will be our leader. Ling Chen, take out the Xian Yuan sword. As soon as Bai Ling finished speaking, a long sword radiating a dazzling golden light appeared in Ling Chen's hand. This is the Xian Yuan sword? This kid actually possesses the Xian Yuan sword? Everyone was shocked when they saw the long sword in Ling Chen's hand. Is the Xian Yuan family finally about to emerge? An elder murmured to himself, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Our nine-tailed fox clan has finally awaited the day when the Xian Yuan family will be born. An elder, tears streaming down his face, trembled with excitement. The Xian Yuan family, we've finally waited for this moment. moment. Ha ha. An old man also shared in the jubilation. Greetings, chief. The group of elders bowed respectfully to Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand. Let me teach you the new alchemy method first. Ling Chen then began to explain the steps for refining pills. While explaining, Ling Chen demonstrated, allowing everyone to learn the process of refining pills and constantly correcting their methods. With Ling Chen's guidance, the elders made rapid progress. Before long, he had mastered the refining method taught by Ling Chen. Seeing the elders looking like they had benefited greatly, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Once these elders improve their alchemy skills by following the methods I taught them, the pills they produce will be a huge source of free labor. Ling Chen chuckled. These alchemists are all high-level alchemists. Some of them are not far from mastering alchemy. However, their alchemy techniques were too crude, and now they have added the new alchemy methods they have taught. Ling Chen believed that they could break through to the master level in a very short time. Once they reach the master level, they will be able to refine precious pills. In the small world where the nine-tailed fox lives, there are countless spiritual herbs. Then, just as Ling Chen was lost in his pleasant daydreams, Bai Ling gently tugged at his sleeve. Ling Chen, are you done teaching? What are you thinking about? Bai Ling asked from the side. No, it's nothing, Ling Chen said with an embarrassed smile. Bai Ling pursed her lips, clearly not believing Ling Chen's explanation. Everyone nodded in agreement, filled with admiration and gratitude for Ling Chen's alchemy skills. They even decided to become master-level alchemists within a year. Ling Chen, thank you. Bai Ling thanked Ling Chen. After all, without Ling Chen, these alchemy elders would have stopped at the advanced alchemist level. You're welcome, it was nothing. Besides, I'm your new leader, after all. Ling Chen shook his head and said with a smile. Bai Ling was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle, finally feeling a huge weight lifted from her heart. Alright, Ling Chen, I'll take you to see other places. Let these old men practice on their own, Bai Ling said with a smile, pulling Ling Chen out of the room. Hearing Bai Ling's words, Ling Chen nodded, then greeted everyone and followed Bai Ling out of the alchemy room. After leaving the alchemy room, there was a wide plaza. Only then did Ling Chen have the opportunity to take a good look at the territory of the nine-tailed fox. I was being dragged along the whole way and my mind was filled with, we are on the west side of the square. The council hall is to the north. This is where most matters, big and small, of the community are discussed. The living quarters are located behind the council hall. The south is the direction we came from. The treasure vault is to the east, containing all the treasures of my clan. Shall I take you there to see it? Bai Ling gave Ling Chen a brief introduction to some of the main buildings in the square. Of course, this small world is very large. This is just the main place where the nine-tailed fox resides. Ling Chen nodded and followed Bai Ling to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is a huge palace, covering an area of about 100 square meters. It is surrounded by huge rocks, making it look extremely solemn and majestic. 2 rows of guards stood at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, all of them nine-tailed fox spirits. They were all burly, with sharp eyes and powerful auras. Each one was a peak-level expert at the breaking city level. Of course, Ling Chen knew that there were definitely stronger figures waiting in the shadows. Ling Chen and Bai Ling walked to the door, where a group of guards shouted in unison, "Greetings, Holy Maiden." Bai Ling nodded and said to the guards, "This is Ling Chen, the future leader of our nine-tailed fox clan. He has free access to the treasure pavilion." Bai Ling then led Ling Chen into the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is divided into 2 floors. The first floor contains materials such as medicinal herbs, rare and precious herbs, and animal cores. The second layer mainly consists of the cultivation techniques and martial arts of the demon beast race. As soon as Ling Chen entered the first floor, he felt as if he had stepped into a giant treasure trove, with all kinds of precious treasures piled up like mountains. Ling Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Sure enough, the nine-tailed fox's wealth was truly abundant, with so many treasures. Bai Ling smiled slightly when she saw Ling Chen's expression, showing no surprise whatsoever. The nine-tailed foxes were already quite powerful, not to mention they had cultivated in the small world for so long. Their collections must have been incredibly rich. It can be said that there are countless rare and precious natural treasures. Ling Chen, take whatever treasure you need, Bai Ling said to Ling Chen. I'm so embarrassed. I'll just pick one randomly. Ling Chen scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. System, quickly show me which one is the most valuable. Ding, scanning in progress, please wait. Ding, time-traveling divine beast core detected. Ding, system suggestion, grab it and run. This is a serious crime. Are beast cores the most valuable? However, when Ling Chen saw the description of the beast core, he no longer had any doubts. Time beast, a divine beast that travels through the river of time, freely moving between the past and the future. If it dies, absorbing its transformed beast core allows one to control the power of time. I would call myself the strongest. Ling Chen suppressed the urge that was pressing down on him. Cough, I want this. Ling Chen walked to the place where the beast cores were piled up, picked up the beast core, and his arm was still trembling slightly. Oh, when did this beast core appear here? Bai Ling asked with a hint of doubt. Generally speaking, only beast cores of the level of destroying a nation or higher are stored here. The lower lower level ones have long been used by the foxes for cultivation. Therefore, Bai Ling has a memory of almost every beast core here. But Bai Ling had absolutely no recollection of this beast core. However, Bai Ling didn't care about a mere beast core. Is there anything else you need? Bai Ling asked again when she saw that Ling Chen had only taken one beast core. No need. Come again next time if you need it. Ling Chen shook his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he looked at the beast core in his hand. Okay, you can use everything here, and you can take it anytime. Bai Ling nodded and said, oh, right, look at my memory. Ling Chen patted his head. Come out, little dragon. A chubby little dragon emerged from the pet space. Ling Chen had put it into his space while traveling and forgot to release it. Boss. As soon as Xiao Long came out, he ran to Ling Chen's side. Little Long, look around here. Is there anything you want? Take whatever you like, it's on the boss. Ling Chen smiled at Xiao Long. Alright, boss, don't worry, I definitely won't treat myself badly. Xiao Long exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, Xiao Long's big eyes started to dart around, and a shrewdness emanated from him. This, and this. Xiao Long pointed at these things, repeatedly calling out, I want this, and that. How can this guy be so greedy? Bai Ling rolled her eyes at Ling Chen. You wouldn't be pretending to be high and mighty, and then deliberately let your pet come and ask for it, would you? However, Bai Ling paused for a moment, then thought, wait a minute. Bai Ling quickly turned to look at Xiao Long. This is the aura of the beast god. Bai Ling stared wide-eyed at Xiao Long's retreating figure and exclaimed in surprise. Why does everyone think that Xiao Long is the beast god? Ling Chen stroked his chin. According to what the divine dragon had said, the little dragon had been frozen for 3 million years. Could it be an egg left behind by the previous beast god after his death? So, does this mean that little dragon is very likely a descendant of the beast god? Wait, the beast god is your little brother? Oh no, is it your pet? Bai Ling suddenly realized that Ling Chen had just summoned the beast god from his pet space. Ling Chen was speechless. Was your reaction a little slow? No, Xiao Long and I have an equal contractual relationship. Ling Chen quickly shook his head. I see. Bai Ling nodded. Boss, I've made my selection. Xiao Long appeared in front of Ling Chen and the other man, carrying a pile of beast cores. He leaned forward, intending to pour the beast cores from his pocket into Ling Chen's hands. They didn't take anything else. Ling Chen took the beast cores from Xiao Long's arms, and upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. Good heavens, they were all supreme-level beast cores. Xiao Long hadn't been raised in vain. I'll keep this safe for you for now. I'll return it to you when you grow up, Ling Chen said seriously. Okay, boss. Xiao Long replied excitedly, without the slightest doubt about Ling Chen's words. Looking at the satisfied little dragon, Bai Ling couldn't help but shake her head. Child, you're too naive. Alright, now that we've made our choice, let's leave, Ling Chen said with a smile and a wave of his hand. A human and a beast entered, and strangely, both chose beast cores. Afterwards, Ling Chen's Xiaolong left the treasure pavilion with Bai Ling. Ling Chen, where do you want to go now? Bai Ling asked Ling Chen after they left the treasure pavilion. Of course I want to go to the residential area, and take a look at the council hall in front, Ling Chen said. That's perfect, Bai Yu is waiting for us. Bai Ling nodded, and then led Ling Chen to the council hall. At this moment, Bai Yu was pacing anxiously back and forth in the hall. Seeing Bai Ling return with Ling Chen, Bai Yu quickly came forward to greet her. Holy maiden, I have something to report. What's wrong? Bai Ling asked, frowning. It's like this, Holy maiden, I have something to tell you, Bai Yu said slowly after a moment's hesitation. The demon emperor sensed the aura of the beast god and ordered me to invite the beast god to ascend the throne and unify the entire demon beast race, Bai Yu said, glancing at the little dragon beside her. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Ling's expression changed slightly. She frowned and looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, what do you think? If we leave directly, what impact will it have on you? Ling Chen pondered for a moment before answering. He didn't believe that the demon emperor would kindly help the little dragon ascend to the throne. If Ling Chen leaves with Xiaolong, the demon emperor will surely blame the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The demon emperor, who has always coveted the resources of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, will inevitably make a move. By then, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan will probably be on the verge of extinction. Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen, our current strength is insufficient to contend with those beast gods. I'm afraid, with the defenses of our small world, we probably won't be able to hold out at all. Bai Ling smiled bitterly. Ling Chen, I want to give birth to a baby for you. That's true, Ling Chen nodded. I do have a plan, but I don't know if you're willing to accept it. What method? The two women asked in unison. I have a great place to go, a place much bigger than this little world, but you might have to move your entire tribe. Ling Chen said with a smile that his spatial city could finally be inhabited. It would be such a waste to leave it empty. Where? The two women asked in unison again. I can only tell you that it's a very safe place. You'll see when you get there, Ling Chen said with a slight smile. Alright then, we'll hold a clan meeting tonight. I need to discuss this with my clansmen. Bai Ling nodded and said she couldn't make such an important decision alone. Don't worry, even if we go there, it won't be long before we can bring it back openly. Ling Chen's tone revealed a hint of domineering. Ling Chen's words immediately warmed the hearts of Bai Ling and Bai Yu. Now, please invite the captains of the 12 teams to come on stage and draw lots. They also believe that Ling Chen, the master of the Xianyuan sword, will lead them to new heights. Wait, Ling Chen raised his hand. I'll go inform the clansmen. Bai Yu nodded, turned and left the council hall, preparing to gather the entire clan. Ling Chen asked Bai Ling for directions to the training room, and with Bai Ling's guidance, he arrived at her boudoir. Arriving at the wall on one side of the boudoir, Bai Ling gently turned a button on the wall, and a stone door opened instantly. Inside the stone gate was an incredibly spacious stone chamber. This is where I usually cultivate, Bai Ling said, gesturing around. There are many cultivation resources here. You can choose whatever you like. Thank you, Ling Chen said with a smile. Then I'll be going. I'll convene a clan meeting as soon as possible, and I'll let you know then. Bai Ling nodded and turned to leave. Ling Chen nodded, then slipped into the secret chamber. After closing the door, Ling Chen sat cross-legged. He took out the beast core of the time beast from the ring. This is an extremely pure beast core, emitting a faint golden light that is very dazzling. The outer skin of the beast core is dark gold with some intricate patterns, making it look very beautiful. After adjusting his state, Ling Chen tilted his head back and swallowed the beast core. Instantly, a vast sense of vicissitude surged from within the beast core. The whole audience was in an uproar. Ding, time-related ability detected, absorbable. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the god-level superpower, Child of Time. Time system has a built-in lifespan of 9,999 years. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent skill, Time Forbidden. Time Forbidden, level 1, 0/1000. Effect, can prevent the opponent's time from passing. Duration depends on the opponent's strength. For best results, use in conjunction with spatial design elements. That's awesome. Ling Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, followed by another wave of joy. He finally acquired a new skill. Moreover, it's an incredibly awesome skill. This time restriction is practically a bug. Once the Time Forbidden skill is cast, it will definitely have an effect on the opponent. Even if it's just 0.01 seconds, combined with Ling Chen's instantaneous flash to the opponent's face, as long as his hand speed reaction is fast enough, Ling Chen's attack can be unleashed before the opponent can react. Just as Ling Chen was lost in his own daydreams, he suddenly discovered that the power of the beast core was continuously flowing into his dantian, and this energy filled his entire dantian. At this moment, a small vortex appeared in Ling Chen's dantian, rapidly absorbing this energy. After absorbing a large amount of power, the small vortex slowly formed a round sphere the size of a beast's core. Wait, no, it's not just like this is clearly it? Ling Chen was shocked to discover that a beast core had condensed inside his dantian. System, do you know what's going on? Ding, the time beast is passed down through its beast core. So you mean if I die, my beast core can be extracted or absorbed by other races? Doesn't that mean I'm essentially a time-manipulating beast now? Ding, that's right, that's it. Ling Chen was bewildered for a moment, but quickly came to terms with it. It's good enough that we can maintain our human form. What more could we ask for? Once Ling Chen's beast core had fully solidified, the source energy within him rose again, reaching the 5th level of the silver grade. After completely refining the beast core, Ling Chen left the stone chamber. Just as Ling Chen was about to take a good look at the saintess's boudoir, Ling Chen, the plenary meeting is about to begin. As the new leader, please attend. Bai Ling's voice came from outside the door. Okay, I'll be right there. Knock, knock, knock. Ling Chen quickly agreed and then walked towards the hall. As soon as Ling Chen entered the conference hall, he sensed a solemn atmosphere permeating the entire space. The matter to be discussed now probably concerns the survival of the tribe. Everyone's expressions were extremely serious, even the elders. Ling Chen walked to the top of the conference hall and glanced around at all the elders below. Their eyes were all fixed on him, their gazes filled with surprise, doubt, and curiosity. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ling Chen knew that Bai Ling had not told them her identity. Without any unnecessary movements, Ling Chen drew the Xianyuan sword and raised it high. Everyone, I, the master of the Xianyuan sword, have arrived. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, the entire conference hall fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the Xianyuan sword that Ling Chen held high. This is the Xianyuan sword, an elder exclaimed in surprise. Is the master finally about to be born? Another elder whispered, trembling. The alchemist elder, who already knew Ling Chen's identity, was looking at the shocked elders with a satisfied expression. They had the same reaction half a day ago. The crowd became excited, and their gazes toward Ling Chen turned fiery. Everyone, please calm down. Bai Ling gently called out from the side, stopping everyone's agitation. Everyone, first of all, from today onwards, Ling Chen will be our leader. Bai Ling's tone was filled with unquestionable authority. Are we still going to compete? Yes, chief. Everyone knelt down on one knee in unison and shouted loudly. From the moment Ling Chen revealed the Xianyuan sword, the elders had already decided that Ling Chen would be their leader. Get up quickly. Ling Chen nodded and put away the Xianyuan sword. He hadn't expected the elders to cooperate so well. System, this is due to force majeure. Then, I'm here to announce a major event event concerning our fate today. Bai Ling's voice suddenly turned serious. Our territory has already attracted the covetous eyes of the Demon Emperor, and sooner or later, the Demon Emperor will come. Therefore, I have decided to migrate our entire clan. Bai Ling's words caused an uproar in the conference hall. The entire clan migrated? Does this mean that by not being here, we can escape the Demon King's pursuit? Ahem. The host put his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. I don't think so. After all, the Demon Emperor isn't stupid. If we don't go here, where else can we go? The elders discussed the matter at length, all feeling that Bai Ling's decision was too hasty. Don't worry about that, everyone. Our leader has his own plans. Besides, don't you all want to follow the Xianyuan family to restore its glory? Bai Ling's eyes swept across the hall. Of course we want to, everyone said in unison. So, does anyone have any other opinions? I can't beat you in a one-on-one fight, so why would I be afraid of you in a group fight? There is none left. Alright, since there are no objections, everyone hurry up and get ready. Take everything you need, and don't leave anything for the Demon Emperor. We must complete the relocation within a week. Yes, the elders responded in unison, and then left the meeting hall to make arrangements for what to do next. After all the elders left, Bai Ling and Bai Yu came to Ling Chen. Ling Chen, can you take us to see the place we've moved to? Bai Ling asked expectantly. Of course, no problem. Ling Chen nodded in agreement, then beckoned to Bai Ling beside him. Little Linger, come with me. As he spoke, Ling Chen took out an array plate from his spatial storage, extended 2 fingers of his right hand, and drew a peculiar arc in the air. He then pointed at the array plate, and a golden light flashed and entered the array plate. A dazzling circular array appeared before the 3 of them. Let's go, Ling Chen said with a faint smile. The 3 stepped into the formation, and the formation vanished instantly. Space City, Trial Grounds, Central Campus. A flash of white light appeared, and 3 figures emerged. Is this the place we're going to move to? The source energy of heaven and earth is not bad. Bai Yu looked around. Ling Chen laughed and said, that's right. This can be considered a small world. You can choose your own settlements for the migration of your races. Okay. Bai Ling nodded, then pulled Bai Yu and flew away into the distance, carefully observing the surrounding scenery. Let them go find it themselves. He shook his head, watching the 2 women's departing figures. It's been quite a few days since I last saw my master. Let's go check on him. Sure. A fire monkey was waving its arms at Ling Chen from the side. Ling Chen looked over and exclaimed, huh? That peach tree looks so familiar. It's you. Ling Chen smiled, waved, and disappeared from the spot. Hey, old man. It's been a long time. Have you missed me? Ling Chen arrived at the fairyland where his master was and saw Master Kongming sitting on a boulder by the stream, fishing without a hook. Damn it, who are you calling old man? Call me master properly. Kongming glared and puffed out his beard, looking like he was about to punch someone. Hee, master, do you have any good things to teach me? Ling Chen asked with a pleading smile. You're so greedy. Kongming looked at him with a disappointed expression, then suddenly froze on the spot. You. Kongming stammered for a moment. Master? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. You actually inherited the time beast? Kongming looked shocked, knowing that the time beast had a very long lifespan. Time flies, years pass quickly, but the mythical beast of time endures. It's safe to say that encountering even a time beast is nearly impossible. What's more, he encountered a time god beast that had just died of old age and transformed into a beast core. Master, you actually figured it out? Ling Chen looked at Master Kongming in surprise. You? Kongming was speechless. Your talent is beyond words, but your luck, can I, your disciple, possess you? Master. Ahem, just kidding. However, I do have something to teach you now. Kongming's voice became serious, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ling Chen. What is it? Ling Chen asked curiously. Here's a skill book, take it. Kongming took out a skill book called Time and Spaceban and handed it to Ling Chen. Read it carefully, and if there's anything you don't understand, try it yourself. Don't come to me for help. Ding, a god-level skill, incomplete, time-spaceban, has been detected. Do you wish to learn it? Time and space imprisonment, flawed within the skill's range, it imprisons space and the passage of time, preventing the opponent from moving. Incomplete? Ling Chen stroked his chin, looking at his master with a suspicious gaze. Ding, congratulations host for learning the time-space ban. How is it? Can you feel it? The old man Kongming looked into Ling Chen's eyes with a slightly evasive gaze. It's really impressive. It took me several seconds to figure it out. Ling Chen nodded. You've learned it? Kongming stared wide-eyed at Ling Chen in disbelief. Then came the master's loud laughter. Ha, I knew I was right. Hearing his master's loud laughter, Ling Chen's lips twitched slightly. So that's what you mean? You created this skill yourself and no one has learned it yet? You're using me as a guinea pig? As if understanding Ling Chen's gaze, the master smiled and replied, yes, you are the first. Well, he really is my disciple. However, Ling Chen thought to himself, the skills his master created were not simple either. Given that he himself does not possess time manipulation abilities, it's likely that his master used a spatial restriction technique. Kongming's smile faded, and he looked at Ling Chen seriously. Disciple, this skill is powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy, so you must choose the right time. Understood. Understood. Ling Chen nodded. Alright, you can go ahead and get busy. Kong Ming waved his hand. Ling Chen nodded and then disappeared from the spot. After Ling Chen left, Kong Ming looked at the distant void and muttered to himself, just what kind of monster have I taken in? You'll all just wait and see. Ling Chen appeared above the trial grounds, took out the array plate, and saw Bai Ling and Bai Yu in a valley. With a whoosh, Ling Chen appeared behind the two women. You're here. We'll choose this place. Bai Ling replied without turning her head when she heard the noise. Ling Chen looked up and saw that the valley in front of him was filled with very rich source energy, and he could also faintly smell a fragrance from the depths of the valley. The valley is large enough to accommodate a population of tens of thousands. However, since it is a trial ground, there are no buildings there, and they need to build them themselves. This is a good choice, Ling Chen exclaimed, then looked at Bai Ling. In that case, I will position the teleportation array here. Okay, it's decided then. Bai Ling nodded. Ling Chen nodded again, then closed his eyes and manipulated the array plate to activate the teleportation array. The three returned to the small world. Ling Chen arrived at the central square, took out the array plate, and summoned the teleportation array. A continuously glowing circular array remained illuminated in the central square. The following week was extremely busy for the entire Nine-Tailed Demon clan, with a constant stream of fox demons entering the trial grounds via teleportation arrays. Ling Chen also took the time to draw 2 prizes in the middle of the game. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Muscle Hardening. Muscle Hardening. The skin hardens and becomes indestructible, lasting for half an hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an unknown treasure map. Skin hardening may not seem to offer a strong boost, but it appears to be a very effective treatment. Ling Chen's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the treasure map. I love treasure hunting the most. Ling Chen decided to wait until he had settled the nine-tailed fox before going treasure hunting. Finally, on the 7th night, the entire nine-tailed fox clan moved into the trial grounds. Almost all the valuable resources of their small world were taken away. Aside from leaving seeds for medicinal herbs, not a single useful fruit was left behind. Only Ling Chen and his 2 companions remained in the central square. You two should go too. Ling Chen looked at Bai Yu and Bai Ling, nodded slightly, and then said, Bai Yu, you can go now. For the next period of time, you will be in charge of managing the clan. Bai Ling's big eyes flickered, and then she said to Bai Yu, Yes, Holy Maiden. Bai Yu bowed to the Holy Maiden and then stepped onto the teleportation array. Watching Bai Yu's disappearing figure, Ling Chen stopped the source energy output from the array plate. Finally, I don't have to manage the clan's affairs anymore. Bai Ling stretched comfortably, her exquisite figure appearing even more alluring and seductive under the moonlight. Seeing Bai Ling's appearance, Ling Chen swallowed hard and quickly looked away to avoid losing control. Ahem, don't try to seduce me with your charms. Ling Chen coughed lightly. But I don't know any charm magic. Bai Ling giggled. This. Ling Chen scratched his head awkwardly. What's wrong with him lately? He can't control himself whenever he sees Bai Ling. So, where is our leader headed now? Bai Ling teased, then winked at Ling Chen. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen retrieved an unknown treasure map from the system. Shall we go treasure hunting? Ling Chen handed the treasure map to Bai Ling. Great. Let's see if there's anything we can use. Bai Ling took the treasure map and examined it carefully for a moment. The treasure map depicts a volcano, its summit already covered in snow. A symbol of a flame and a snowflake is displayed above. There are many volcanic rocks and ice layers around the volcano. This must be the legendary ice volcano. Bai Ling thought for a moment and finally remembered. Oh, you know her? Then lead the way. Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling excitedly and said impatiently, Follow me. Bai Ling said and then flew towards the ice volcano. Ling Chen quickly chased after him. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen finally arrived above the ice volcano. This is it, Bai Ling said, pointing to a volcano below. Ling Chen looked in the direction Bai Ling was pointing, nodded, and then landed next to the volcano. The ice volcano features a massive ice sheet, hundreds of meters in diameter and over 1,000 meters high, emanating a faint, chilling glow. Standing next to the ice, Ling Chen could clearly feel the icy temperature. Ling Chen, look there, Bai Ling suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the wall on one side of the crater. A cave, just big enough for one person to pass through, appeared before them. That should be a cave leading to the inside of the volcano. Let's go take a look. Ling Chen smiled and nodded, then flew towards the cave. Bai Ling followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the cave, Ling Chen used his senses to conduct a brief investigation and detected no danger. Ling Chen then led the way inside. As soon as he stepped inside, a chilling aura swept over him, biting cold to the bone. His ice-type superpower finally came in handy. Ling Chen released his ice-type supernatural power, and a pure, light blue source energy covered his surface. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen could feel the cold air gradually dissipating, replaced by heat. Ling Chen unleashed his fire-based supernatural power again. The further you go in, the stronger the temperature becomes. Finally, a bright light burst forth from the end of the narrow passage. Finally, I see it. This must be the legendary treasure cave. Ling Chen squinted, his eyes filled with fervor. Ling Chen Chen and Bai Ling stepped inside at the same time. Contrary to expectations, a refreshing coolness wafted over me. Looking up, a huge cave came into view. Not far away, in the very center of the cave, there are two oval-shaped pools of water. The pool on the left is reddish-brown, with rising steam and occasional ripples indicating that the water temperature is not low. The pool on the right is ice blue, with wisps of cold air rising from its surface and a thin layer of mist floating on it. Around the pool, there were some herbs and something. Ling Chen, look! Bai Ling exclaimed, pointing to the bottom of the pool. Ling Chen looked over and saw a crystal-clear ice cone with a faint glow in the pool on the right. At the top of the ice cone, a lotus-shaped thing was growing. Ling Chen stepped forward and approached. Ding! Rare and precious herb detected, ice lotus. Ice lotus grows in extreme places. Its extreme ice properties can be used to enhance special abilities. Ling Chen was overjoyed and looked at the crimson pool on his left with a hint of anticipation. Beneath the pool, a wisp of eerie white flame slowly leaped out. Ding! Heavenly spiritual flame, Senluo flame, absorbable, detected. Senluo flame, one of the spiritual flames of heaven and earth, born in places of extreme cold and extreme heat. Ling Chen was overjoyed. I never expected to be so lucky. I actually found some rare and precious materials here. It seems that the system really is helping me. Protect me, Ling Chen whispered to Bai Ling. He then sat down by the pool and adjusted his state of mind. Ding! Absorbing. The pale white flames at the bottom of the pool seemed to be drawn by something, slowly rising from the water, causing the pool to boil violently. Soon, the pale white flames rose to a stop in front of Ling Chen. Surprisingly, the flames did not feel hot. Before Ling Chen could react, the pale white flames quickly entered his body through his mouth. As the flames entered his body, a terrifying aura of destruction, as if awakening, expanded from the pale white flames. Ling Chen's breathing became rapid, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his body was trembling. He felt a tearing pain spread throughout his body, a burning sensation, and Ling Chen gritted his teeth tightly. The flames that entered his body seemed to be fish entering the sea, leaping and frolicking within Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen summoned his supernatural flames and slowly moved closer, trying to envelop the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The two flames came into contact, unleashing a tremendous force that impacted Ling Chen's internal organs. Ah! Ling Chen lowered his head and roared through gritted teeth. Ling Chen, hang in there! Bai Ling shouted anxiously. Such terrifying spiritual fire of heaven and earth, Ling Chen actually swallowed it without hesitation. Ling Chen nodded imperceptibly, then continued absorbing the Senluo flame. Time slips away bit by bit. Ling Chen had lost track of time until finally he became numb and lost consciousness, even finding it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. The pale white flames merged with his supernatural power. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fusing with the Senluo flame. Your fire-type ability level has been upgraded to SSS rank. The source energy within his body also advanced to the silver level 7 star. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and a wisp of flame, as white as milk, was burning slightly in his palm. Although the flame was small, Ling Chen sensed that the energy it contained was almost inexhaustible. Great! Ling Chen smiled. Finally, he had gained another SSS level ability. Ling Chen has already merged with the flames. Next up is the Ice Lotus. Ling Chen looked at the Ice Lotus and pondered for a moment. His hands became as translucent as jade, like frost, with wisps of cold air emanating from them. Ling Chen raised his right palm and gently faced the Ice Lotus. A burst of origin chi shot out, turning into ice upon contact with water, and went straight to the Ice Lotus, freezing it. With a gentle pull, the Ice Lotus was taken out from the bottom of the pool. A flame appeared in the palm of his left hand, and the ice quickly melted into water and water vapor. Ling Chen gently picked up the Ice Lotus, just like before, and tilted his head back to put it in his mouth. It melts instantly upon entering the mouth. The Ice Lotus transforms into a cold liquid that slides down the esophagus into the abdominal cavity. Awesome! Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. After the Ice Lotus entered his stomach, Ling Chen felt that the pain in his body had lessened, as if he had been frozen, which made him feel extremely comfortable. With a thought, Ling Chen unleashed his ice-type supernatural power, enveloping the liquid formed from the Ice Lotus. The liquid was quickly frozen, and the energy contained within the icy liquid was absorbed by the ice-based supernatural power. After a long while, the power of the Ice Lotus was completely absorbed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing the Ice Lotus. Your ability level has been upgraded to SSS rank. Silver tier, 8 star. Awesome! Ling Chen exclaimed again. His ice-type ability had reached SSS level. His abilities have made a qualitative leap. Ling Chen's ice-type ability has become even purer due to the fusion with the Ice Lotus. Bai Ling, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Ling Chen actually dared to swallow the heaven and earth spiritual fire and the Ice Lotus directly. You must know, the heavenly flame is known for its power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. How dare Ling Chen use it? Moreover, he actually succeeded in achieving a perfect fusion. Just as Bai Ling was about to step forward and ask some questions, Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen. Suddenly, the cave began to shake violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. During the violent violent shaking, rocks fell from the cave. Ling Chen and Bai Ling were both startled and quickly stood up, warily looking around. The monster was covered in greenish-blue scales, with a head and claws that were as long as dragon horns. Its eyes were blood red and its mouth was wide open, revealing its fangs. Its body was covered with black spots, just like a dark monster. "This is the azure-scaled demon dragon," Bai Ling exclaimed, her eyes wide. "It actually exists in this world? Azure-scaled demon dragon?" Upon hearing this name, a voice immediately echoed in Ling Chen's mind. "Azure-scaled demon dragon, supreme level 1 star. Skills: burst dragon breath, poison mist, dragon's absorption, dragon's claw. It's best not to get involved with drugs, otherwise, supreme level 1 star. Ling Chen's face showed a solemn expression. This meant that he probably wouldn't even be able to touch its fur before dying at its hands. "Ling Chen, step back!" Bai Ling shouted and rushed in front of Ling Chen. Her aura, at the peak of the nation-destroying level, burst forth, and behind her, a huge phantom of a nine-tailed fox appeared, exuding a powerful aura. Upon seeing Bai Ling, the azure-scaled demon dragon's eyes flashed with a greedy and ferocious light. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of pitch-black mist, which swept towards Bai Ling. "Break!" Bai Ling roared, raising her hands and striking the black mist. With a loud bang, the black mist instantly dissipated, and Bai Ling's palms were also affected by the black mist. Bai Ling suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body swayed twice, and she almost fell over. Ling Chen reacted quickly and caught Bai Ling. Bai Ling's injuries were extremely serious. Ling Chen could tell at a glance that Bai Ling had suffered serious injuries. Although the other party was only one level higher than Bai Ling, there was an insurmountable gap between the supreme level and the annihilation level. "You're injured," Ling Chen said, frowning. "It's all right." Bai Ling shook her head, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then looked at the azure-scaled demon dragon in the distance. "This guy is incredibly powerful. Ling Chen, you go first, I'll hold it off." Ling Chen gazed at the azure-scaled demon dragon in the distance, pondered for a long while, then turned to Bai Ling, shook his head, and said, "I won't abandon you and run away, but you'll die if you do that." Bai Ling shouted angrily, "Don't say anything more, I won't leave." Ling Chen looked into Bai Ling's eyes and said seriously, "You focus on healing your injuries first, leave the rest to me." Ling Chen took out a healing elixir and handed it to Bai Ling, then turned to look at the demonic dragon. Ling Chen stood up, looked at the demonic dragon, and stretched his arms and legs. Third Revolution Thunder God Technique. "Ling Chen, you need to pay more." Ling Chen roared twice, and a platinum level 2 aura rushed out, with lightning power surrounding his entire body. "Ha, what do you mean?" Ling Chen looked confused. "His physical strength has reached the diamond level 5 stars. "Ha!" The azure dragon sensed Ling Chen's change and looked at him with disdain. It was just that it went from being an ant to becoming a bigger ant. Roar! The azure-scaled demon dragon breathed its dragon breath at Ling Chen, trying to kill him with a simple spray. Seeing this, Ling Chen quickly used 2 teleports to dodge the dragon's breath attack. The dragon's breath struck the rock wall above the cave, immediately corroding a large pit and even emitting blue smoke. "Space ban!" Ling Chen let out a low shout, and an invisible aura was released from his body. The space next to the demonic dragon suddenly froze, and everything fell into a state of stillness. The azure-scaled demon dragon held out just before it was about to unleash its breath, taking advantage of the dragon being under a state of prohibition. Thor's fist. Ling Chen took a step forward and unleashed his martial arts technique. With a single punch, lightning crackled around the fist imprint, carrying a world-destroying force as it slammed into the demonic dragon. Just as the fist was about to strike the dragon's unsuspecting abdomen, the dragon broke free from the prohibition. The dragon's abdominal muscles suddenly tightened, taking the full force of the punch. Ling Chen's attack did not cause any major consequences. "Kid, your move." A hint of surprise flashed in the dragon's eyes. How could this ant in front of him imprison him for a second? It had never encountered or witnessed such a situation before. Ling Chen looked at the demonic dragon with a solemn expression and rapid breathing. "This time restriction, which combines time and space, can only imprison the other party for 1 second? The difference in strength is too great, and the skill power is not enough." Ling Chen muttered to himself, a fine layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "Wait a minute? Merging time and space." Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, a bold idea flashing through his mind. What if it wasn't just space-time that was being merged? The power might even be increased. The moment this bold idea appeared in Ling Chen's mind, he decisively made up his mind. The old man shook his head, indicating that he was not sure yet. "Boy, your time is up," came the dragon's voice, and then it breathed dragon breath at Ling Chen. Ling Chen dodged the dragon's breath with a flash, his 5 fingers slightly bent, his hands spread open, and a ball of eerie white flame quietly appeared on his left hand, pulsating and dancing. Almost simultaneously, icy cold air rolled out from Ling Chen's right hand. "Okay, no problem." Staring at the 2 elemental abilities in Ling Chen's hands again, the demonic dragon was momentarily stunned. Just how many superpowers does this human possess? It stared at Ling Chen and continued to spew out its dragon breath. Ling Chen dodged the attacks one after another and hovered in the sky, where bolts of lightning were rapidly converging. Ling Chen. Bai Ling, who who was meditating and healing in a corner, looked at Ling Chen's back and called out worriedly, "Hu fusion." Ling Chen let out a long breath, and the fire in his left hand, the ice in his right hand, and the lightning in the sky slowly moved towards the center. A special ability can grant one immense power. If all five were combined, wouldn't it be even stronger? Ice, fire, and lightning converged wildly, forming an ever-growing sphere of light. A terrifying aura emanated from the sphere of light. Spatial ability user, join us. Time-based superpower, join us. The five elemental powers converged into one. The sphere of light grew larger and larger, and its aura became more and more terrifying. As if it were about to explode at any moment, the demonic dragon looked at the ball of light summoned by Ling Chen with a hint of fear in its eyes. It sensed a hint of danger from above. The source energy within his body continuously flowed into the light sphere, and Ling Chen repeatedly compressed the gradually expanding light sphere. Ultimately, a certain balance was reached among the five elemental abilities, and the resulting sphere of light ceased to absorb energy. Ling Chen held the ball of light in his hand, looked at the demonic dragon, and showed a very kind smile. The dragon's eyelids twitched, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. It silently took a few steps back, wanting to run away as quickly as possible. Trying to leave? Too late. Ling Chen chuckled softly, then vanished from the spot in a flash. Space ban. Ling Chen slammed the ball of light in his hand hard towards the demonic dragon, aiming to smash it towards the top of the dragon's head. A second passed in the blink of an eye, but the ball of light had already arrived in front of the dragon. As the ball of light struck the dragon's body, it suddenly went berserk, followed by a loud bang. The five elements of energy, exuding a destructive aura, erupted suddenly from in front of the demonic dragon. It swept out instantly, engulfing the dragon's body. The dragon's painful roar abruptly ceased. Boom! The entire body of the demonic dragon exploded along with the sphere of light, turning into a bloody mist. Before the explosion, Ling Chen used several teleports to leave the central source, but he was also affected by the shockwave of the explosion. He staggered and was hit by the impact and crashed into the wall. Blood mist filled the air as Ling Chen slid off the wall and lay on the ground coughing violently, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating serious injuries. "Ling Chen, are you alright?" Bai Ling asked, supporting him as she walked over. "It's nothing, I'll be fine after a couple of days of rest." Ling Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was alright. Then, at that moment, Ling Chen suddenly felt a strange sensation spreading throughout his body, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Chen's body began to heat up, as if he had taken something. Damn it, could it be? Ling Chen's expression changed. He turned around and saw Bai Ling looking at him with a slightly flushed face and a dazed look in her eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level skill, Stealth. Chapter 100 Awakening from a Dream. Bai Ling's eyes were glazed over, her eye sockets were red, as if she were drunk, and her cheeks were also flushed. She closed her eyes and called out softly, "Ling Chen." Bai Ling's voice was weak and feeble, as if she might collapse at any moment. The tingling sound made Ling Chen somewhat dazed. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The source energy in his body surged, and he tried to suppress the strange feeling rising in his heart. That was the strange thing. The more it was suppressed, the stronger the rebound became. Bai Ling stretched out her arms and hugged Ling Chen tightly, pressing them close together as if she never wanted to be separated. Feeling the warmth and softness of the woman in his arms, Ling Chen's rationality was finally suppressed. Endless icy air spread, condensed into ice, and sealed off the entire underground cave. Faint, intermittent sounds could be heard. Beneath the cave, a scene was unfolding, but unfortunately, no one had the chance to witness it. A whole day and night passed quietly. The ice shattered, and two figures slowly emerged. The figure behind them walked with a somewhat awkward gait. The figure in front of him was Ling Chen, who looked somewhat dazed. He felt as if he were having a dream of a very beautiful and colorful spring. First high school wins. With the stunning beauty behind him, one night, he felt the land of tenderness and could not extricate himself. Third high school wins. He experienced immense joy throughout the night, to the point that he felt somewhat unwilling to wake up. 20 minutes later, his mind kept replaying that shy face, and for some reason, a strange impulse surged from his chest, making him quicken his pace. Seventh high school wins. Lost in thought, Ling Chen couldn't help but turn around, staring at Bai Ling's fair skin, her delicate face like mutton fat jade, her eyelashes like butterfly wings, and her pink lips. Seeing Ling Chen's gaze fall on her, Bai Ling blushed and lowered her head. Ling Chen awkwardly touched his nose. About last night. Before Ling Chen could finish speaking, Bai Ling reached out her jade-like hand and covered Ling Chen's mouth, interrupting him. "Linger said that from now on I am yours," Bai Ling said weakly, her head lowered. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen paused for a moment, then firmly said, "Linger, don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Just stay by my side with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will never let you down." A strange light flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, but she lowered her head again. "A warm feeling washed over me. System, what's going on?" "Ding, the system has already alerted you. Please try to avoid getting infected with a virus. Little did I know, this poison has has now won my heart. Cough cough, no. Ding, no explanation needed, I understand. After all, someone just used skin hardening. System, are you spying on me? Ding, I'm sleepy, going to sleep now. Linger, let's go, come back to the human race with me, Ling Chen said. Bai Ling nodded. After a night of intimacy, their relationship quickly grew closer. Ling Chen naturally stepped forward and put his arm around Bai Ling's waist, and the two flew towards the direction of the human race. Bai Ling did not resist and let Ling Chen hold her. Although there was a barrier between them, it seemed to disappear instantly the moment Ling Chen put his arm around Bai Ling's waist. Bai Ling's face flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to look up. There was little communication between the two, but they both understood many things in their hearts. He should still be in the hotel room. They sped along at an extremely high speed, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, at the Beast Suppression Pass, the magnificent city walls stand tall and imposing. We've arrived, Ling Chen said to Bai Ling, looking at the Beast Suppression Pass in the distance. Go back to your clan first. We'll find you again after we get through the checkpoint. Okay. After saying that, Ling Chen took out the array plate and sent Bai Ling into the trial grounds. As Bai Ling's figure disappeared, a strange, faint sense of loss welled up in Ling Chen's heart. Shaking his head, Ling Chen pushed off with his feet and flew towards the Demon Suppression Pass. Ling Chen suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked at the chaotic ruins in front of him. This is the city gate of Jinshou Pass. The city gate of a city was half destroyed, making it look as if it had been breached. It seems that the beast tide from a few days ago has already breached the city walls. Ling Chen concealed his aura and slowly walked to the vicinity of the city gate. Who goes there? Stop right there. As soon as Ling Chen reached the vicinity of the city gate, the guards immediately drew their weapons and blocked his way. Ling Chen took out the token from his ring and showed it to the guard. Greetings, Garrison Marshal. Please come in. Upon detecting that it was a token from Dawn Academy, the guards at the entrance immediately saluted. The second place goes to the Qin Tian team from Hongdu No. 1 High School. Ling Chen nodded and walked into the Beast Suppression Pass. The third place goes to Team Zhaogang from Hongdu No. 3 High School. Upon entering the Beast Suppression Pass, Ling Chen's gaze swept around. Inside the Jinshou Pass, the streets were deserted, some shops had been damaged, and some had collapsed. The buildings on the street were dilapidated and in ruins. Ling Chen is invincible. Is this war? Ling Chen murmured, a strange sadness filling his heart. Ling Chen, go for it. At the same time, my mood became somewhat heavy. Jinshou Pass was the largest city of the human race. Although the human race was not weak, it was still unable to withstand the attacks of those savage monsters and was breached. He stopped a patrol of soldiers on the road and showed them his identification. What was the outcome of the war a few days ago? How is it going now? A middle-aged soldier whose face still showed traces of blood, his face full of determination. A Pyrrhic victory, the middle-aged soldier sighed. Our army suffered heavy losses, with more than half killed or wounded. In the end, it was Marshal Xia who wounded the enemy leader, and only then did the beast tide retreat. Upon hearing this news, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp. Although he didn't know the specifics of the battle, he knew that the human race must have paid a heavy price. He took out a bottle of platinum-grade essence enhancement pills and placed it in the middle-aged warrior's hand. Here is a bottle of essence-boosting pills. You can share it. After saying that, Ling Chen turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot. With the assessment in 2 weeks, Ling Chen decided to head back first to avoid any delays. When Ling Chen came out of the Beast Suppression Pass, he returned to the trial grounds and summoned Bai Ling. Wouldn't it be too boring to travel without a beautiful woman by my side? Upon seeing Bai Ling, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The clouds resembled her clothes, the flowers her face, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, the dew is heavy. At this moment, Bai Ling was wearing a light blue outfit, black leather pants, and a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Those long, slender legs were straight and delicate, making it hard not to take a second look. Chapter 101. Returning to Tianan City. She exudes a youthful and lively aura, and her eyes are clear and pure, like a spring without any impurities. Linger, you're so beautiful, Ling Chen exclaimed. Bai Ling smiled slightly, 2 blushes appearing on her cheeks. She lowered her head, looking extremely shy. Cough cough cough. Ling Chen cleared his throat. Come on, come home with me. Ling Chen stepped forward and put his arm around Bai Ling's slender waist. Bai Ling bit her lip lightly and nodded. Ling Chen flashed and carried Bai Ling away into the distance. I feel like I've forgotten something? Oh well, never mind. Feeling the silky smooth touch on his hands, Ling Chen's mind wandered, and he couldn't help but speed up, carrying Bai Ling at breakneck speed. The demon realm, a certain place. Captain, when will our lord summon us back? A masked assassin in black clasped his hands in a fist salute and asked Chi Baju. Wait patiently, our lord would never forget us. Chi Baju shook her head and said. The shadow assassin responded and turned to leave. The group of shadow assassins had already reached platinum rank 4, but Ling Chen still hadn't appeared. For more than 10 days in a row, Ling Chen traveled around, taking Bai Ling, who had never been to a human area before, to explore the place. Bai Ling followed Ling Chen, and every time she saw something new and interesting, she couldn't help but exclaim time in surprise, then stared at Ling Chen with admiring eyes. This made Ling Chen quite proud. After several draws, I got 2 trashy earth-level cultivation techniques and a skill enhancement skill. You can enhance one of your own skills. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar. Ling Chen looked at the hardened skin he had been using frequently these past few days. He fell into deep thought. Okay, half an hour is about right. Any longer and Xia Lingzi won't be able to handle it. All of this was for her health. Enhancement, time-space ban. Ding, using enhancement skill to strengthen time-space ban, incomplete. Ding, skill deficiency detected, default will be repair. I want to join in, hold on tight. Ding, repair successful, obtained time and space ban. Time and space restriction, a domain-type skill that restricts time and space within its area of effect, allowing you to rewind 1 second within the restricted area. Sure, this was worth it. It was worth giving up on skin hardening. Seeing that the complete time-space ban had gained the ability to rewind time, Ling Chen was secretly delighted. That day, just as Ling Chen was enjoying the beautiful scenery with Bai Ling, suddenly, the communicator rang, disrupting Ling Chen and Bai Ling's leisurely time. Ling Chen glanced at the number. It was Dong Zhao's number. Young friend Ling Chen, graduation exam is tomorrow. Where are you now? How are your preparations going? Dong Zhao's enthusiastic voice came through the communicator. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback and subconsciously asked, an assessment? Upon hearing Ling Chen's questioning voice, Dong Zhao's lips twitched slightly. This guy probably didn't actually take a vacation. Ling Chen quickly realized how fast time flies. Don't worry, Principal Dong, I'm ready. The assessment won't let you down, Ling Chen assured him. Okay, now I can finally relax, haha. Principal Dong laughed heartily. After hanging up the communicator, Ling Chen waved to Bai Ling. Bai Ling obediently walked up to Ling Chen and asked, what's wrong? Let's go back. Ling Chen said with a smile, pulling Bai Ling along as they flew towards Tianan City. Finally, they entered the city just before the city gates closed. As soon as they entered the city gate, Ling Chen released Bai Ling from his spatial storage. Ling Chen didn't rush back, but instead brought Bai Ling to the city lord's mansion. Thanks to the construction superhumans selected by Ling Chen last time, the entire underground area of the city lord's mansion has been transformed into an impregnable underground castle. In the study of the city lord's mansion, City Lord Yi was sitting in his seat, holding a pile of blueprints, studying them carefully. Ling Chen and Bai Ling suddenly appeared in front of the desk. Lord Yi looked up and saw Ling Chen, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Young Master Ling, you finally arrived. Lord Yi hurriedly stood up from his chair and came forward to greet him. How is it, Lord Yi? How efficient is the construction this time? Ling Chen asked with a smile. Lord Yi slapped his thigh, extremely excited, extremely efficient. The underground castle of our city lord's mansion has been basically completed in the past few days and is now in the final stages. Upon hearing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Ling Chen's face. Not bad. I have a group of excellent goblin builders here. See if they can be of any help. Come out, goblin. A vortex-like fissure appeared, and dozens of goblins with dark bodies and sharp heads emerged from it. This is... City Lord Yi was stunned for a moment, then a look of shock appeared on his face. Goblins? Young Master Ling, you actually have goblins? Goblins, come here, help the city lord build the underground castle properly, while maintaining its original state, strengthen it, and there absolutely cannot be the slightest flaw. Ling Chen commanded. Dozens of goblins shouted in unison. Lord Yi was speechless with shock. Goblins were master builders. Moreover, the goblins' architectural skills are unmatched by any human master builder. There was a bottle of water and a pamphlet in front of each chair. Oh right, I forgot. Ling Chen tapped his head, exclaiming, how could I forget that? Come out, Shadow Assassin. 789 and dozens of shadow assassins emerged from the shadows. My lord, you have finally summoned us. Why are Chi Baju's eyes often filled with tears? It's because of his sincere loyalty to Ling Chen. Yes, Ling Chen nodded. From now on, the headquarters of Shadow will be located underground in the city lord's mansion. We'll move in once construction is complete. Yes, my lord. Chi Baju and the others responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. After making the arrangements and giving a few simple instructions, Ling Chen left with Bai Ling. Only Lord Yi, the goblins, and the shadow assassins were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Lord Yi remained in shock. These men in black all possessed the aura of high-level platinum, and they all obeyed Ling Chen. Indeed, my choice was right. Thick thighs are definitely more appealing. Back in the residential area, Ling Chen and Bai Ling teleported directly back to his room. Soon, indescribable sounds came from the room. The next morning, Ling Chen finished washing up and got up early. Today is the day of the graduation exam, and I can't be late. Is the third level of Dawn Academy really that easy? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen immediately slapped the table. Just as Ling Chen was deep in thought, are you looking down on me? I want to choose 2 more. I was startled awake by a familiar notification sound. Ding, system has issued a task. Please check. System task, you achieved first place in the assessment. Please check your rewards. Mission reward 1, Legion membership Doubling Card X1. Mission Reward 2, Exclusive Skill Card X1. Mission Reward 3, Legion Skill Boost Card X1. Young man, I believe in you. Chapter 102. The assessment begins. As I opened the door, I heard rustling sounds coming from the kitchen. Hearing the noise, the two women quickly ran out of the kitchen. Brother, you're back. Ling, she called out sweetly and rushed over. Ling, who was standing to the side, also smiled excitedly. Yes, you're back. Ling Chen patted his younger sister's head and replied with a smile. Sensing that his younger sister's strength seemed to have improved, Ling Chen curiously took a look. Lingxi, Apprentice 9-star, 888/900. Loyalty, 100, can be recruited. Oh right, not yet. Little sister, your brother is planning to start his own organization to exterminate monsters, Ling Chen said earnestly, looking at his sister. Upon hearing this, Lingxi was stunned. She never imagined that her brother would choose to establish his own organization to exterminate monsters. Wasn't that a bit too crazy? Not only was Lingxi stunned, but even Lingling, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Brother, I support you. Take me with you. Lingxi quickly realized what was going on. Yes, me too. I want to join, Lingling added. Looking at the two of them, Ling Chen smiled. The two women successfully joined Ling Chen's legion. After chatting and laughing with his sisters, Ling Chen hurried to school to take his graduation exam. This graduation assessment is somewhat similar to a mock test. Measure the source gas and attack strength. The score for Origin Chi strength ranges from 1 star to 9 stars for apprentice level, with each star adding 100 to 900 points respectively. Attack intensity is scored directly in kilograms. Talent, SSS, has a 2.6x score bonus. For each level down, the percentage decreases by 0.2 times. In the final crucial practical test, scores are awarded based on performance. Generally, no contestant will score below 60 unless they are eliminated. Tianan City No. 1 High School. Thousands of candidates are waiting. Ling Chen's arrival instantly elicited a scream. Isn't that Ling Chen? Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and their gazes fell on Ling Chen, who had just arrived. With a faint smile, Ling Chen walked to his classroom. Brother Chen, where have you been all this time without taking me with you? Upon seeing Ling Chen, Yi Kong stepped forward and lightly punched his shoulder. I went on a long trip. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. It's not like I told you where I went. You're not going to skip school. Ling Chen, you should be a shoo-in for first place in all of China this time. That's right. Don't you even know who our Ling Chen is? He completely crushed everyone in the national competition. Since the national competition, Ling Chen has become a rising star. Just as the group was praising Ling Chen, hoping to gain divine favor from the great god, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The assessment of source energy and strength begins. Students from classes 1 through 5, please come up to the stage for the test. Upon hearing this, a quarter of the classes on the playground sprang into action, lining up to walk toward the testing platform. Martial arts, breath-holding technique. On each of the 5 testing platforms, there is a spirit testing stone and a power testing machine. There is only one instrument for talent testing, which is placed on a high platform directly in front of the playground. Behind the platform was a large screen, which was currently displaying everyone's test rankings in real time. Currently, the student ranked first is Wang Ba from class 8. Test score, 616. Just as Ling Chen's class was still waiting downstairs, the announcement came over the loudspeaker again. Ling Chen, please come up to the platform alone for the test. Ignoring the surprised looks from those around him, Ling Chen walked slowly onto the platform. Ha, Ling Chen, it's been a while, you look much more energetic. Principal Dong stepped forward, patted Ling Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile. The proctor asked, Ling Chen, could you tell us what the appropriate strength testing device size should be? After all, you have to remember that last time Ling Chen smashed the testing device with a single punch without any mercy. Is a limit of 10,000 enough? Ling Chen shook his head. Hiss. All the teachers gasped. It should be noted that 10,000 units of power corresponds to the gold level of strength, and Ling Chen's power actually exceeded that. Then, let's make it 50,000, the test teacher said, his voice trembling slightly. Ling Chen nodded and stepped forward to the spirit testing stone. He slowly placed his hand on it, and the source energy within his body surged, rushing towards the spirit testing stone. The spirit testing stone shimmered with a dazzling light. How much origin chi do you think Ling Chen has reached? In the last national competition, Ling Chen's strength had already reached the bronze level 3 stars. Now, 4 or 5 stars should not be a problem, probably around 4 or 5,000 points. The candidates below were buzzing with discussion, all very curious about Ling Chen's score. This is. Upon seeing Ling Chen's score, the surrounding teachers were already in shock. 84,210. Silver level 8 star. The proctor, who was stunned for a full 3 seconds before reacting, entered the score into the system. On the big screen, Ling Chen's score appeared, unsurprisingly placing him in first place. Ling Chen, are you there? We all received 9 years of special abilities training, yet you stood out from the crowd? Everyone was shocked. But soon, something even more shocking happened. Ling Chen stepped forward and came to the testing device. Looking at the testing device, Ling Chen's right hand twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Let me show you what real power is. Without any fancy moves, Ling Chen unleashed a single punch. The fist swung, creating a whooshing sound, and struck the testing device. A deafening sound rang out, and the numbers on the testing instrument skyrocketed. The teachers nearby all gathered around, wanting to see just how powerful Ling Chen's punch really was. The numbers on the testing device instantly broke through 10,000, 20,000, and finally settled at a number that left everyone speechless. 24,888. Platinum level 6-star pure power. When Ling Chen's power appeared on the big screen, after a 3-second silence, the entire examination hall erupted in cheers. Ling Chen, have some decency. Stop using your supernatural powers. We've all just awakened. How are we apprentices supposed to play? Are we from the same cultivation system? After a moment of stunned silence from the teachers, Principal Dong suddenly burst into laughter. God bless my #1 high school. Ha 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 ha. Our school is about to take off. Tuition fees must be raised next year. A sculpture of Ling Chen must be erected at the school gate. After Ling Chen's test ended, the remaining tests became rather dull. No matter how outstanding you are, there will always be someone out of reach there. Soon, all the candidates had completed the first test. Next, everyone will undergo a talent test. The talent tests for almost everyone remained unchanged. Ling Chen enters the stage. Chapter 103, an overwhelming test. Unique assessment, demon suppressing tower. Please have Ling Chen take the talent test. Dawn City covers an area of 9.6 million square kilometers and is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The following is the talent test. The most anticipated moment has arrived. Ling Chen's display of fire, lightning, and spatial abilities during the competition. I really want to see it in person. All eyes were fixed on the testing device screen in front of Ling Chen. The results of the talent test could be displayed directly on the screen of the testing device. Ling Chen walked unhurriedly to the front of the testing equipment under everyone's gaze. Slowly, I placed my hand on it. A crimson aura appeared on Ling Chen's palm. The source energy surged, flowing into the testing instrument like a red dragon returning to its nest. Soon, a line of neat, large characters appeared on the screen. SSS rank fire type. An uproar erupted on the playground. Ox asterisk. Wasn't Ling Chen's fire type ability only B level? When did it become SSS level? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Immediately afterwards, the source energy in Ling Chen's hand turned purple, and the large characters on the light screen changed. SSS rank lightning type. Another 3S. Ling Chen is awesome. Ling Chen is awesome. From below the platform, a unified shout rang out. The next moment, Ling Chen changed the source energy in his hand again, and a surge of silvery white source energy rushed out and rushed towards the testing instrument. SSS, as if stuck. The screen could not fully display Ling Chen's ability level. Even the instruments were stunned by Ling Chen's supernatural abilities. Killing a low-level apprentice-level monster gets 1 point. Ling Chen, I want to have your babies. Brother Chen, I want to fence with you. Hug the thigh tight, starting with clinging to Ling Chen's thigh. Killing an apprentice-level high-level demon beast earns 100 points. Ling Chen smiled faintly and shook his head slightly at the people below the platform. This was not his full strength. Ling Chen, you've really been hiding your true talent. Principal Dong was overjoyed. With Ling Chen's grades, he was practically guaranteed to be #1 in China. Not bad, Ling Chen replied. Soon, Ling Chen's results for the first 2 exams came out. 283,655. The bronze level is 1,000 points at the low level, 2,000 points at the intermediate level, and 5,000 points at the advanced level. A number that is almost magical. The difference between his score and the second highest score in the school, 50-50, was only about 50 times. After being repeatedly shocked, everyone calmed down regarding Ling Chen's total score. Isn't this score reasonable? Next up is the practical assessment. The rules of the assessment were very familiar to Ling Chen, and the entire process simulated a primeval forest. You can earn points for each monster you kill. Add the equivalent amount to your total score. Candidates can compete for each other's points. Ling Chen's lips curled up unconsciously as he patiently waited for the practical assessment to begin. Just then, a cry rang out, and a majestic eagle, tens of meters long, circled above the playground before slowly descending. A man in military uniform with major's epaulets on his shoulders and a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses jumped off the eagle's back and walked towards Ling Chen. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression and asked, "Excuse me, are you student Ling Chen?" Ling Chen nodded, looking at the man with a puzzled expression. "Hello, I am Su Liang, the Vice Minister of Education of China," the man with gold-rimmed glasses said to Ling Chen. "I'm here to tell you, Ling Chen, that your abilities far surpass those of your peers, so you'll need to undergo a separate assessment. Of course, this is a requirement of your college," the man with the gold-rimmed glasses continued. Ling Chen nodded and asked, "What will my individual assessment consist of?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses waved his right hand, and the man in military uniform next to him immediately dispersed the people around him. "Your individual assessment will involve conquering the Demon Suppressing Tower. Demon Suppressing Tower? Ling Chen asked in confusion, the name sounding very familiar. That's right. As the name suggests, the Demon Suppression Tower is for fighting against demonic beasts. The Demon Suppressing Tower has 81 floors. The higher you go, the stronger the demons become. The first level corresponds to the strength of a bronze level 1-star cultivator, and every 9 levels constitute a major tier, and so on. The difficulty level is divided into 4 modes: beginner, easy, hard, and hell. The difference between the 4 difficulty levels lies in the number of opponents. For each additional level of difficulty, the number of opponents increases tenfold. The number of monsters in the beginner difficulty is 1, while the number in hell is 1000. And the test your academy gave you is to pass the 30th floor of the difficult level. 30 floors, 100 platinum level 3-star monsters. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. What are the rewards for conquering the Demon Suppressing Tower? Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and immediately asked. The reward is to enhance your mental strength. Each level you clear will increase your mental strength by 1 level. Mental power? Ling Chen was taken aback, then immediately understood. Mental power is also a superpower? Oh, I see. That's right. You can think of it as a kind of superpower, or mental strength. Vice Minister Jin Si. For powerful superpowered individuals, strong mental strength is also essential. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, understood. The man with the wire-rimmed glasses nodded in satisfaction. If you're ready, you can come with us to begin the assessment immediately. After Ling Chen nodded to indicate that he was ready, Vice Minister Jin and the middle-aged man led Ling Chen away. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Ling Chen climbed onto the eagle's back. With a long cry, the eagle flapped its wings, took off, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Eagles soar in the sky, and gusts of wind howl. Just as the eagle took flight at dawn, it carried Ling Chen into the sky. This eagle is faster than I am when I'm in an airplane, Ling Chen exclaimed in astonishment. After a long while, a magnificent tower appeared in Ling Chen's field of vision. This was the Demon Suppressing Tower. Is this the Demon Suppressing Tower? It looks quite majestic and imposing, Ling Chen thought to himself. With a cry, the eagle circled several times above the Demon Suppressing Tower before finally landing on a boulder and ceasing its flight. Looking down from his vantage point, Ling Chen saw that the entire Demon Suppressing Tower was enveloped in a golden light curtain. A dense pressure swept over us, as if something was about to break through the golden light barrier and fly out. The eagle's body trembled slightly, as if there was something in the Demon Suppressing Tower that terrified it. Could there be some kind of restriction inside this Demon Suppression Tower? Ling Chen was secretly alarmed. We're here, let's go, he said to Ling Chen. Upon hearing the deputy minister's words, Ling Chen snapped out of his daze, leaped down, and followed him toward the Demon Suppressing Tower. The main entrance was heavily guarded. After careful observation, Ling Chen discovered that all of these people were diamond-level experts. Seeing this, Ling Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Was the Demon Suppression Tower really that heavily guarded? Chapter 104: Conquering the Trial Tower. Unsealing the first layer of the seal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Demon Suppressing Tower, 2 guards stopped the group. Please show your pass token. One of the men, dressed in armor and with weapons at his waist, shouted in a deep voice. A pass to pass the level? Ling Chen frowned slightly, looking at the deputy minister Su Liang beside him with a puzzled expression. Heh, your Dawn Academy's tokens are universally accepted, Su Liang chuckled. I only have one small request. Don't bring shame to our Hangdu gathering place. I see. Ling Chen suddenly realized, and then took out the temporary token with his name on it from Dawn Academy from his pocket and handed it to the guard for inspection. Alright, go in. A guard waved his hand and said, Ling Chen, go ahead and try your luck. We'll wait for you outside, Su Liang said with a smile. The group turned and left, leaving Ling Chen and the guards behind. Ling Chen nodded and strode towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Stepping onto the steps, pushing open the gate of the Demon Suppressing Tower, and entering the tower felt like stepping into a desolate, empty place. After Ling Chen entered, the door slowly closed. As you step onto the ground, a series of soft rumbling sounds echo in your ears, inspiring awe. Looking up, all around was a vast expanse of white, and the sky was dark. Welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower. Please select the difficulty level for your tower challenge. Beginner, easy, hard, and hell mode. Once selected, it cannot be changed for life. The number of monsters in each level is 10 times that of the previous level. Furthermore, the beginner level allows you to adjust the pain level as low as 10%, while the normal level allows you to adjust it to 50%. The difficulty level is already 100%. As for hell mode, it grants 500% more pain. An aged voice came from the void and echoed within the Demon Suppression Tower. The assessment threshold set by Dawn Academy is level 30 in hard mode. Since that's the case, Ling Chen didn't hesitate at all and chose hell mode. Choose hell mode, not for any other reason than for the thousands of monsters of the same level on each floor. It is said that the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Hell mode activated, consciousness transfer imminent. Just as Ling Chen was wondering about this, a beam of white light descended from the sky and enveloped enveloped him. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes and stood motionless in the same spot. A blood-red world, vast and boundless. Ling Chen's figure suddenly appeared, standing on a boulder. All around was an endless wasteland, devoid of any living creatures or vegetation. The place he was in seemed to be a dead zone. What kind of hellhole is this? Ling Chen muttered to himself. He then muttered to himself, this must be telepathy. Hell mode has been activated. Proceed with the challenge. Being killed is considered a failure to complete the challenge, and the consciousness returns to the body. The first level will begin in 3 minutes. A series of sounds rang out from the void, reminding Ling Chen that the trial had begun. Upon hearing these prompts, Ling Chen's mind jolted, and his eyes narrowed as he drew the Xianyuan sword. I stroked the Xianyuan sword. Today, I'll let you eat your fill. 3 minutes later, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from the distant horizon, followed by bursts of bronze-level aura soaring into the sky. 1,000 bronze-level, 1-star monsters. Looking at the charging monster, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. My Xianyuan sword is already itching for a bite. These bronze-level monsters posed no threat to him whatsoever. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. What we really need to be wary of are the later levels. Ling Chen let out a low shout, and the Xianyuan sword slashed down fiercely. But with Ling Chen's slash, hundreds of streaks of blood-red light shot out, and one after another bronze-level demonic beasts fell to the ground instantly, dead beyond any doubt. Sister Wang, take us to get the reward. The dead monster turned into a white light and was absorbed by Ling Chen's Xianyuan sword. That felt so good. Let's do it again. Ling Chen laughed loudly and unleashed another sword strike. But hundreds of bronze-level monsters died under the Xianyuan sword. Sword after sword, Ling Chen relentlessly slaughtered the bronze-level demonic beasts at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Ling Chen had dealt with all of the thousands of demonic beasts. System, where's my experience? Did you steal it from me? Ding! These demonic beasts that have been concentrating their thoughts are already dead. This is merely their incarnation as souls after death. Ling Chen stroked his chin, feeling that something was amiss, and examined the soul power of the Xianyuan sword. Xuanyuan sword, soul power 3899/10,000. Ah, okay, I'll pass it on. Take care. Xiao Wang adjusted his glasses and responded softly. The battle just now increased his soul power by 1,000, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was added, otherwise the hell mode would have been a waste of time. First level successfully passed. A cloud of white mist approached along with the aged voice and drifted in front of Ling Chen. Ding, spiritual essence detected, can be absorbed. Ling Chen silently chanted in his heart, and the mist in front of him transformed into a stream of air, a cool sensation flowing from his body into his mind. In an instant, Ling Chen felt that his mental strength had increased significantly, by a full 10%. As expected of hell mode, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel excited for the challenges ahead. The second stage is about to begin. Please prepare, the aged voice rang out again. Soon, Ling Chen arrived at the 8th floor. Ling Chen's mental strength has more than doubled. Just as Ling Chen was killing the demonic beast, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding, soul power collected, Xianyuan sword can be unsealed. Finally, I've gathered enough soul power to unseal it. Ling Chen took out 16 caddies of divine iron and 5 elemental beast cores from his spatial storage and unsealed them. A golden light enveloped the Xianyuan sword, as well as the divine iron and the beast core. Gradually, the three merged into one. The golden light transformed into a pillar of light, shooting into the sky as if it were about to pierce through the clouds. If it were outside the demon-suppressing tower, Ling Chen believed it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Ding! The first layer of seal has been broken. Ling Chen couldn't wait to open the Xianyuan sword's attribute panel and start checking it. Xianyuan sword, sealed platinum grade. Attack, 29,999. Xianyuan sword style, first sword, 10,000 swords return to 1. The second sword, song of the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword song, transforms into sword energy, rapidly slashing at all enemies within attack range multiple times, dealing damage. Invincible while transformed into sword energy. The latter 6 moves are not yet unlocked. Conditions for unlocking the second layer of the seal. 1. 1 platinum grade beast core each of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 2. 1 chaos crystal. 3. Soul power, 0/1000000. Upon seeing the newly unlocked sword technique, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. Being invincible during its duration increases the possibilities significantly. Upon seeing the conditions for unlocking the second layer of the seal, Ling Chen curled his lip. The beast core was no problem, but what was the chaos crystal? As for soul power, keep killing. Holding the Xianyuan sword, which had been unsealed and whose blade had become even more imposing and agile, Ling Chen unleashed a powerful slash. A sharp sword aura instantly pierced through dozens of bronze-level 8-star demonic beasts. Chapter 105 Trial Tower Assessment ends. After piercing through dozens of demonic beasts, the sword energy continued its relentless advance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy only gradually dissipated after all the monsters in that direction had been killed. Its power is significantly stronger than before. Is this the power of unlocking the first layer? sir? Looking at the sword energy before him, Ling Chen was filled with excitement. Before long, Ling Chen passed the 8th level. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the 8th layer, Ling Chen waited for the 9th layer to open. The external assessment lasted for 3 whole days and has finally come to an end. The results of the national assessment were released the day after the assessment concluded. A result that surprised everyone came. Ling Chen isn't ranked number 1. Ling Chen's name came in second. Ling Chen, 283655. Background, Tian'an City number 1 High School. With the same score as the previous 2 subjects, has Ling Chen given up on participating in the practical assessment? The 50 yuan budget I prepared was not enough for 6 people. The number 1 ranked name is Chu Tian, a name that has never appeared in the national competition. Apart from a few people who know that Chu Tian comes from a military-affiliated university, not many people are familiar with his name. Chu Tian's score was astonishing. Chu Tian, 198040096. Background, Military Academy. What kind of assessment score is this? Keep in mind that killing a bronze-level monster only earns 1000 points. How many monsters did this person kill? Did we just stir up a monster's den? Wow, is this guy also from a military academy? If you want to live a decent life, you have to see if the thighs you hold onto are thick enough. Not bad. It seems the military is really going all out. Across the country, people are discussing Chu Tian's achievements. At this moment, in Dawn City, at the military academy training ground, a young figure slowly walked by, and a gaze filled with shock and awe fell upon Chu Tian, filled with deep admiration and respect. The young man before us had just awakened and displayed extraordinary combat power. In a short time, he broke through to the 7th star of the bronze level, making him stronger than a soldier who had been in the army for a year. His strength is comparable to that of a silver-level expert. Ling Chen, we didn't have a chance to compete in the last national competition. This time, let's use our assessment results as our first encounter. The boy remained calm and unconcerned about the stares of the crowd. I'm already used to that kind of look. Chu Tian, well done. You've reached the 10th floor of the trial tower on hard mode? An elderly man with white hair and beard stroked his beard, a contented smile on his face. Yes, teacher. The young man cupped his hands in greeting and said in a voice as loud as a bell. The old man nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, there are 30 floors. The Song of the Xian Yuan Sword. Ling Chen transformed into streaks of sword energy, constantly weaving through the air. Welcome! Sword energies rip through the void, spraying up bursts of bright red blood, annihilating the surrounding demonic beasts. Ling Chen sheathed the Xian Yuan sword and exhaled a heavy breath. After killing 1,000 platinum-level 4-star monsters, Ling Chen felt a bit tired. He had lost count of how many times he had wielded the Xian Yuan sword in the previous 30 levels. After absorbing the reward's spiritual energy, Ling Chen could feel that an invisible barrier had broken through. Suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes widened and his pupils contracted sharply. He could feel that he had a clearer understanding of the world around him. It seems my mental strength has broken through? Ding! Congratulations, host, your spiritual power has broken through the mortal realm and entered the human realm. Ling Chen nodded. Oh, mental strength? Ling Chen touched his nose. Not bad. That's all for today. Since the Dawn Academy token can be used as a pass, let's try again next time. It's time to go out. Ling Chen has been inside the demon suppression tower for 4 days now. The crowd, who initially doubted the accuracy of Ling Chen's combat results, waited for a long time without any results and could only feel sorry for Ling Chen. A beam of white light enveloped Ling Chen, who had been keeping his eyes closed, and he opened them. I checked my body and everything was still there, so I felt relieved. He turned around and opened the door. 4 days later, Ling Chen returned. The gates of the demon-suppressing tower were reopened after several days. With a creak, a beam of light shone out from the door. Hearing the commotion, the people who were meditating nearby raised their heads with empty eyes. Finally, can I go back and properly cultivate? Ling Chen, Vice Minister Su stepped forward and asked with curiosity as Ling Chen came out. How was it? Steamed fish, 66,666 per serving? Ling Chen smiled faintly, secretly circulating his origin chi, and extended his right hand, where a dark golden emblem appeared in his palm. Upon seeing the dark gold color appear, Vice Minister Su's pupils contracted. Hell level? The number 30 was displayed in his palm. Coke from 1982, 99.99 a bottle? Vice Minister Su was utterly shocked, and his gaze toward Ling Chen held a hint of admiration. Ling Chen, your performance is truly amazing, Vice Minister Su said with a hint of a smile. Let me register your grades. Deputy Minister Su took out a special scanner from his ring. He swept his hand over the mark on Ling Chen's palm. Beep beep. 2 beeps sounded, and a number appeared on the scanner that made your jaw drop. Stir-fried armored beef, 888,888 per serving. 409-300-0000. Roasted whole wind wolf, 999,999 per portion. Everyone, Sigma, LLL, good grief, can't you be a decent human being? It seems like most of the test takers this year are in the 3 or 4 digits, right? Ahem, Ling Chen, I need to report your score. score. We might not release your final assessment results. Is that alright? After a long pause, Vice Minister Su finally reacted. Okay, but I must be number 1 in the national assessment. No problem. Su Liang agreed without hesitation. He was joking, with these grades, how could he possibly be second? That kid is a monster. After Ling Chen's results were reported, they alarmed a series of high-level officials, who held a special meeting to discuss them. This meeting lasted a full 2 hours. After the meeting, Vice Minister Su told Ling Chen about the content of the meeting. Ling Chen, we have decided not to announce the results of this assessment, but you are still first place. In addition, we will give you appropriate compensation. The compensation will be sent to you after it goes through your Dawn Academy. Hearing Vice Minister Su's words, Ling Chen nodded slightly and did not pursue the matter further. Seeing that Ling Chen didn't have much of an opinion, Vice Minister Su breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Chen, let us take you home. As soon as he finished speaking, a chirp sound came from the sky. The eagle that came with us spread its wings and circled in the air. Nodding, Ling Chen leaped up and landed steadily on the eagle's back. The eagle spread its wings and soared away. The eagle soars up and overturns the dawn. Meanwhile, as the hype surrounding the assessment gradually subsided, some people inadvertently discovered that the rankings seemed to have changed. The first place has become Ling Chen. Ling Chen, background, Tianan City No. 1 High School. Chapter 106 Mission accomplished. Proper arrangements before departure. What do these question marks mean? The first person to see it shared it with those around them, and soon the news spread that Ling Chen had become the top scorer in the assessment. I knew it. I didn't see Ling Chen's combat performance in the previous assessment results. He really is number 1. Ling Chen YYDS. Although no one knew Ling Chen's exact score, no one doubted the authenticity of Ling Chen's first place. After all, Ling Chen's overwhelming performance in the national competition was evident to all. Tianan City, No. 1 High School. The playground was no longer as lively as it had been a few days ago. It was completely deserted. The sun was blazing overhead, and the sky was clear and blue. In the distance, a faint V-shaped eagle swept across the clouds, flying swiftly toward this direction. On the back of the eagle, Ling Chen was resting with his eyes closed. The intense battles during these days of trials gave Ling Chen a deep understanding of his current physical condition. Although it hasn't reached its peak yet, it has already reached a terrifying level. Chirp, chirp. The cry of the eagle reached Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen, we've arrived. Minister Su's calm voice came from behind. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and sharp. The eagle circled the playground a few times, then descended and gradually landed on the ground. Ling Chen jumped off the eagle and patted its neck. Ling Chen, I have something to attend to back home, so I'll be leaving now. After dropping Ling Chen off, Vice Minister Su took his leave, as he needed to return to discuss a series of issues concerning Ling Chen. Okay. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Su gently patted the eagle on the back. Chirp, chirp. The eagle chirped a few times, then spread its wings and flew into the distance. Ling Chen only looked away after the eagle's silhouette disappeared from sight. When will Xiaolong be able to fly so coolly? Boss, I've reached platinum level. Once I advance one more level, I'll be able to fly. The silly voice of Xiaolong echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Oh, when will you be able to advance? Ling Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I don't know either, Ling Chen. However, I will try my best. Xiaolong continued to assure him. Ling Chen. Too lazy to pay attention to Xiaolong, Ling Chen strolled around the campus. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the last time he sets foot on this campus. He will then go to Dawn Academy to register, and he probably won't have much time to come back after that. After the assessment, the campus was noticeably quieter with about a third of the students gone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving first place in the assessment and completing the mission. Please check your reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Legion membership doubling card, an exclusive skill card, and a Legion skill boost card. Legion membership doubling card. After use, the current total Legion membership is doubled, and the number of summoned Legion members is doubled. Exclusive skill card. Randomly obtain an exclusive skill that suits you. Legion skill boost card. Increases Legion skill effects by 100% after use. As Ling Chen strolled leisurely with light steps, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ling Chen stroked his chin. The reward was alright. After all, this mission was relatively simple. Brother Ling Shi, who had just left the classroom, saw Ling Chen walking alone downstairs. Hearing a familiar call, Ling Chen turned around and looked up, seeing Ling Shi waving her right hand on the second floor. Ling Shi immediately ran downstairs, stood in front of Ling Chen with a bright smile, and sweetly exclaimed, "Brother, you're amazing. Number 1 in the whole country." Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and reached out to ruffle Ling Shi's hair. Work hard. By the way, I missed your birthday a few days because I was out, so this is a belated gift for you. Ling Chen took out a spatial ring and handed it to Ling Shi. Thank you, brother, Ling Shi said sweetly as she accepted the spatial ring, her smile widening. There weren't many things in the ring, just some low-level pills that Ling Chen no longer needed. The most valuable item was the pet egg of the divine beast Xingluan, which Ling Chen had prepared well in advance. This egg contains the ancient divine beast, beast, the Azure Phoenix. Nurture it well. If you need resources in the future, just let me know. Ling Chen instructed Ling Shi. Ling Shi nodded obediently. Oh, right. You're coming with me somewhere. Ling Chen suddenly remembered that the assessment was over, there was nothing to do, and he was about to go to Dawn Academy. However, his younger sister still didn't know that the city lord's mansion was their family property. Okay. Ling Shi nodded obediently. She reached out and took Ling Chen's hand. The two disappeared from the spot, and their voices faintly echoed in the void. I haven't asked for leave yet. With the guidance and assistance of the Goblin Master, the entire underground kingdom has been reinforced. An underground complex capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people is basically completed, with only the final framework and some details remaining to be modified. The entire underground kingdom is vast, shaped like an inverted triangle, and consists of 3 levels. The first floor is primarily a training ground for Legion members and a place for various research projects. Everything here is geared towards enhancing the Legion's combat capabilities, to provide your Legion with a comprehensive training system, and to conduct various experiments to enhance combat effectiveness, as well as the forging of elixirs and weapons, is also a place to do so. The second layer mainly consists of the main offices of the Legion's various branch organizations, as well as their corresponding headquarters. The entire second floor is strictly divided into 6 areas, and currently, the assassin group occupies 1 area. In Ling Chen's vision, the remaining area will be divided into beast taming groups, summoning groups, melee warrior groups, and ranged mage groups. Of course, the most important of all is the Trade and Logistics Regiment that contributes to the entire Legion. The Logistics Regiment was positioned in the central area of the second floor. For now, let those greedy goblins I summoned do their bidding for zero cost, high return trade, let's just rob them for free. The third floor is where the Legion's high command resides, and it will be divided into residential areas and meeting areas. The core figures of the entire army will primarily be responsible for their work on this floor. At the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, Ling Chen and Ling Shi appeared in a flash at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. Seeing the gate in front of her, Ling Shi looked at Ling Chen with a puzzled expression. Brother, why did you bring me to the City Lord's mansion? You'll see once you're inside, Ling Chen said with a smile, leading the way inside. Seeing Ling Chen's expression, Ling Shi didn't ask any more questions and followed him into the City Lord's mansion. As soon as they entered the City Lord's mansion, a young man dressed as a guard came to greet them. The man was thin, with a dark face and eyes that held a hint of respect and flattery. Ling Chen nodded. Take me to see the City Lord. Yes, this way please. The man bowed slightly and respectfully led the way. Chapter 107 Summoning the Healer Army. A sign of a hands-off manager. Ling Shi, standing to the side, was shocked. She hadn't expected that Ling Chen would know the City Lord, and that the guards of the City Lord's mansion would treat him with such respect. Upon arriving at the backyard of the City Lord's mansion, the man stopped, pointed to the main hall in front of him, and said, Young Master Ling, the City Lord is inside. Please. Ling Chen responded casually and pushed open the door to enter the hall. The hall was spacious and decorated simply and brightly. Lord Yi sat in the main seat of the hall, looking down at some drawings. Hearing the noise, Lord Yi put down his letter, looked up, and saw the person who had come. A hint of excitement and joy flashed in his eyes. Young Master Ling, it's finished. Ling Chen smiled slightly, nodded, and said to the City Lord, Thank you for your trouble, City Lord. This is my sister. Please show us around. This is all I should do. City Lord Yi waved his hand and said, Young Master Ling, please come with me. After speaking, Lord Yi led the way for Ling Chen and Ling Shi, who followed behind. Upon hearing the City Lord's address to Ling Chen, Xiaoxi covered her mouth in surprise, pointing a finger at Ling Chen. Brother, you, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Xiaoxi's surprised expression, Ling Chen rubbed his nose and winked at her, saying, Didn't I tell you, I'm going to start an organization? You turned the City Lord to the side so quickly? Ling Shi exclaimed in surprise. Brother, how did you do that? Ling Chen fell into deep thought, and after a long while, he opened his mouth and uttered a very reasonable reason. It's all because of your brother's personal charm. Besides, what do you mean by turning someone into a rebel? Your brother here isn't rebelling. Ling Chen flicked his wrist and gave Ling Shi a light tap on the back of her head. Ouch. Carried Ling Shi covered her head, rolled her eyes at Ling Chen, and pouted aggrievely, a complete drama queen. Soon, the two followed the City Lord to the back hall of the conference hall. The City Lord stepped forward and twisted the 2 candles. A continuous rumbling sound appeared on the floor, revealing an entrance with a downward staircase. Young Master Ling, please come in. The City Lord bowed and gestured for Ling Chen to go first. Thank you for your trouble. Of course. The City Lord bowed slightly. Xiaoxi, let's go in. Ling Chen turned around and said to Ling Shi, who looked completely bewildered. Ling Shi then came to her senses and quickly followed Ling Chen's footsteps, heading into the underground passage. After passing through the underground passage, we soon arrived at a council hall. On the left side of the main hall, there are several tables and chairs. Young Master Ling, the entire underground castle has been built to your specifications, with 3 levels. Each floor has a dedicated entrance. All 3 floors are the same, and we are currently currently in the council hall on the 3rd floor, the city lord explained, pointing to a row of chairs in front of him. Ding, the summoning system cooldown has ended. You can summon now. As Ling Chen was listening to Lord Ye's introduction, a system notification suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ling Chen nodded and said, okay, you can introduce it to me later. Take me to the 2nd floor first. I have something to take care of. Lord Yi nodded and led Ling Chen to the 2nd floor. Leaving his sister and the city lord behind, Ling Chen went to one of the areas. Ding, summoning, ding. Congratulations, host, for summoning the Holy Healer Legion. Legion size, 25. Legion Commander, Sokka Hiram. All members talent level, SS. Attribute, Holy. Professional skills, health recovery, status recovery, light protection, purification. Strength, platinum level, 1 star, evolvable. A group of healers with almost zero combat power, please protect them. A sacred gate appeared and slowly opened. A group of girls dressed in white priestly robes and wearing white cloaks slowly appeared in front of Ling Chen. Ling Chen sighed softly. Looking at these nurses dressed in white dresses, holding staffs, and with devout expressions, Ling Chen was slightly stunned. Although the white cloaks worn by this group of wet nurses were different from the style of the other priests' robes, they radiated a soft glow. These pastors had fair skin and very handsome features, exuding a pure, holy, and spiritual aura. Unlike the other wet nurses, there was a slender and beautiful young girl in the center of the group. The girl wore a blue robe and blue boots, with a pair of exquisite crystal crowns on her head. A pink silk scarf covered half of her face, making her look quite alluring. In the girl's right hand, she held a white jade-like scepter. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the young woman slowly bowed, her clear voice ringing in Ling Chen's ears. Greetings, Master. Ling Chen suppressed his amazed expression and smiled slightly. This must be their Legion commander. This area is yours from now on, and you have the right to prohibit others from entering, Ling Chen said to them. Thank you, Master. All the priests bowed in unison, and suddenly, glimpses of white skin, barely concealed by their priest robes, came into view. I'm leaving now. Ling Chen coughed awkwardly and turned to leave. Ling Chen, who was preparing to return the way he came to reunite with his sister and Lord Yi, suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a Legion doubling card that he could use. Ding, would you like to use the Legion doubling card? Ding. Congratulations, host, your summon Legion size has doubled. Holy Healer Legion, 50. Shadow Assassin Legion, 114. Goblin Army, 9,136. TSK. The little guy is in trouble again. Wait, did I see that wrong? The number of healers and assassins has doubled as usual, but if I remember correctly, there are only 571 goblins, right? Ling Chen was somewhat bewildered, then suddenly remembered what the system had noted down for him back then. They reproduce extremely quickly? But in just 1 month, the number jumped from 571 to 4,568? That's an 8-fold increase. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Even an old sow can't give birth as many as you. Old sow, I feel offended. The number of people Ling Chen summoned in his legion increased several times over. As he walked along, lost in thought, Ling Chen soon spotted Lord Yi and his sister chatting idly. Brother, you're finally here. This uncle is really boring. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Ling Shi quickly stepped forward. Smiling and rubbing his head, Ling Chen looked at the city lord and said, let's meet in the conference room for a meeting. 10 minutes later, in the 3rd floor conference hall, Ling Chen, Ling Shi, Lord Yi, Assassin Chi Bajio, Healer Sokka Hiram, Ian Kalimdor, and Bai Ling are all present. Soon I will be going to the academy to cultivate for a period of time. During this time, I hope everyone will cooperate sincerely, Ling Chen said in a deep voice after scanning the crowd. What about the bad news? So, during this time, I'd like to ask you all to take care of my sister. Everyone bowed respectfully, saying, we will never let our lord, young Master Ling, down. Before I leave, let me give you your assignments for the rest of the time. I won't summon you unless there's a special need, Ling Chen said in a deep voice. 789. Chapter 108 Departure. Back to Dawn Academy. Complete the task I assigned you well, Ling Chen said in a deep voice. The Assassin Intelligence Organization, the eyes and ears of the Legion, must be developed. Yes. Chi Baju clasped his hands in acceptance of the order. Ian, the money-making mission from now on is in your hands. Ling Chen looked at Ian with a serious expression. Ian's eyes gleamed with the light of someone willing to die for a true friend, and an aura of ruthless ambition to seize all the resources of the world's demonic beasts burst forth. Sokka, cough, practice your healing more, increase your healing output, and you won't have to worry about raids. Ling Chen coughed twice and smiled at Sokka beside him. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Chi Baju and Ian's expressions both turned strange. Does that mean we can drink milk when we fight from now on? Lord Yi, you should continue to manage the daily operations of Tianan City. This place will become our base camp in the future. Yes, young Master Ling, Lord Yi replied earnestly, looking at the serious-looking Ling Chen. Then I'll take good care of you all. In the future, while I'm away, within reasonable limits, my sister's words are equivalent to mine. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen said again. The group looked at each other, and finally nodded. Yes. Then I'll be going now. I hope this place will be brand new next time I visit. Ling Chen was secretly pleased. It was so great not having to manage it himself. Respectfully seeing off our lord, young Master Ling. The crowd bowed again. Ling Chen left satisfied, turning back to look at City Lord Yi. City Lord Yi, Tianan City is now in your hands. If you encounter any difficulties that you cannot resolve, tell Chi Baju, he can find me. Yes, sir. After Ling Chen left, everyone bowed respectfully once again. Watching Ling Chen's disappearing figure, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Their lord truly valued them. Ian and Chi Baju exchanged a glance, both seeing a glint of shrewdness in each other's eyes. They are just two little fish jumping around aimlessly. 101 second later, in front of Sokka. Sokka, let me show you around my place. Ian rubbed his hands together, looking at Sokka with a lewd grin. I'm not going. Sokka shook his head. Why? You're so ugly. Ian, I almost choked on my own blood. So, little sister Sokka, are you free tomorrow? Chi Baju, who was standing to the side, was delighted to see this. She tossed her flowing hair, looking elegant, and said with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, yes, Lord Protector. No way. I hate assassins the most. Sokka rolled her eyes and waved her hand in refusal. 789. Why should I take the blame for the trouble caused by other assassins? Lord Yi watched silently from the side, his face twitching, his right hand pinching himself, trying not to laugh. He couldn't laugh. Goodbye, old man. Sokka waved to Lord Yi and walked back. Lord Yi, how could I get caught in the crossfire like this? Back home, I had a simple meal with my sisters, laughing and playing around. He left his younger sister enough resources for cultivation, the rest was up to her. As for what the younger sister's future holds, only she can know how things will unfold. In the early hours of the morning, when all was quiet, a black figure darted across the rooftop and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. On an open ground outside Tianan City, a figure landed silently on the ground. This person was Ling Chen, who stood gazing at Tianan City in the distance for a long time. After a long while, Ling Chen lightly leaped into the air, taking several steps in the air before disappearing into the void. Space travel. A spatial vortex appeared. After confirming the direction, Ling Chen entered it, and then the vortex disappeared into thin air. A gentle breeze blew by, leaving a faint dust in the air, without leaving a trace. At the top of a towering boulder, a vortex gate slowly opened. A gaunt figure emerged from the crowd. This figure was none other than Ling Chen. Using spatial teleportation, Ling Chen arrived near the academy. It was already early morning, and the morning sun shone on the sky. The red glow on the horizon seemed to be stained with a layer of blood mist, which was quite beautiful. Realizing that the token had a location and navigation function, Ling Chen took out the academy's temporary token from his spatial storage. At this moment, the token was glowing faintly, shimmering with a soft light. Ling Chen picked up the token and channeled his origin chi into it. The token then emitted a soft white light. A beam of white light shot off in one direction, and without hesitation, Ling Chen immediately followed. Guided by the white light, Ling Chen quickly found the stone wall where he had entered Dawn Academy last time. There was a groove on the stone wall, and Ling Chen skillfully placed his token in it, where it fit perfectly. A bright light flashed, and Ling Chen stepped forward, walking towards the stone wall. Once Ling Chen's figure had completely merged into the stone wall, a long silence once again fell outside the wall. After carefully collecting the fallen token, Ling Chen stepped forward and walked through the long passageway. At the end of the passageway lies Dawn Academy. Upon returning to Dawn Academy, Ling Chen discovered that his mindset had undergone a significant change. Last time I came here, I was just a student taking an assessment test. Now, I am here as a student. After passing through the stone path behind the gate and entering the Dawn Academy, Ling Chen headed straight for the comprehensive office building area to complete some formalities first. Ling Chen figured everyone in the academy should know him, so he flashed directly toward the main building. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Just as Ling Chen flashed in succession, a spatial wall appeared in front of him. Who goes there? A soft shout came, and a figure appeared in front of Ling Chen. He was a young man in his early 20s, handsome with a somewhat cold face and sharp eyes. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to encounter another space-type user so soon. It seemed to be his senior brother. Ling Chen, a disciple of Master Shen. Ling Chen said calmly, I suppose you must be senior brother Jiang Haotian? Oh, you're Ling Chen. The young man showed a hint of surprise, but quickly put on a smiling face. So that's why you have a space-related skill. Welcome to Dawn Academy. I've heard about you from my master before. Let me take you to see him. Ling Chen smiled faintly. This senior brother's personality was relatively good. Although he was too serious at first, it was to prevent outsiders from intruding. I'm here to complete the formal enrollment procedures. I'll go right away after I'm done, Ling Chen said. Okay, I'll take you there. Zhang Haotian led Ling Chen along the stone path toward the academy buildings. Senior Jiang, where are the other students? Ling Chen asked in confusion. He had only seen Senior Jiang on his 2 visits to Dawn Academy. They've gone on a mission. I just finished a mission and came back to hand it in, otherwise you wouldn't have seen me. Zhang Haotian smiled faintly, his face full of determination. Chapter 109 Enrolling in Dawn Academy. 20. A mission? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. You'll find out when you enroll. At Dawn Academy, there are certain practical training missions every year, which earn credits. Credits can be used to exchange for all sorts of rare and precious materials you need. Senior brother Zheng explained with a smile. Character, Ling Chen. I see. Ling Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Strength bronze level 2-star, experience 99/3000. As Zhang Haotian led Ling Chen into the academy, he explained, there are currently 19 students at Dawn Academy, and with you, that makes 20. Strength 5,888 kilograms. There are 2 more people currently at the academy. You'll have a chance to meet them later. Combat power 9,998. Upon enrollment, you will have 6 months to receive one-on-one guidance from multiple dedicated mentors. During this time, the mentor's instruction is free. Superpowers, God level space power, SS level thunder power, B level fire power, evolvable. Ha, free? What do you mean? Isn't there no tuition fee? Ling Chen suddenly sensed something was wrong. Talent, Emperor's appearance, I gave it to me. He. In 6 months, you won't be a freshman anymore. After that, all the instructional classes you need will require one thing, credits. Zhang Haotian chuckled, seemingly quite satisfied with Ling Chen's dumbfounded look. Kung Fu, Chaos God-slaying technique, God level, and the only way to earn credits is by going out on missions. Unless you know alchemy or weapon crafting, you can exchange credits with the academy through pills. Skills, Flash, Space Chain, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, Xianyuan sword, 3rd level Thunder God technique. One of the students still at the school is a master level alchemist named Yao Wan. She is only 25 years old. Zhang Haotian's tone was filled with excitement. Weapon, Xianyuan sword, seal. Ling Chen shrugged, unconvinced. Ha, aren't you surprised? The two walked along the stone path to the square, where the teaching area of Dawn Academy was directly in front of them. Exotic treasure, origin of the supreme treasure, city of space. From a distance, the teaching area is mainly divided into 4 large buildings of different shapes in the 4 directions of east, west, south and north, and a towering tower in the center. Pet, super god level pet, little dragon, growing stage, ice crystal phoenix, junior stage. Ling Chen's gaze fell on the tall tower, which was spiral-shaped and over 30 meters high. Mall, click to view. The tower is black with patterns on its surface. Lottery, free lottery once every 3 days. Around the tower are many stone tablets, each engraved with a different image. Some depict alchemy furnaces, some show methods for refining elixirs, some show various formations, and others show martial arts techniques. Number of Legion members, 11. These are the best resources in the tower in every aspect. Legion level, go recruit people. The teaching area is divided into 5 areas. The daily training area in the east is enhanced by an array, and the training speed is 3 times that of the outside world. Summon Legion, to be unlocked. The training area on the west side is a place for practicing martial arts. Legion Commander, not enabled. The alchemy room to the north, if you know how to make pills. Deputy Leader, not enabled. The south-facing building is primarily a teaching building for knowledge transmission. Legion skills, none. In the center of the teaching area lies the Academy's treasure vault. You can accept Academy quests on the first floor of the treasure vault, or exchange them for corresponding rewards. Legion attack bonus, 21%. The 2nd to 9th floors of the treasure pavilion contain various types of weapons, martial arts techniques, materials, cultivation methods, and so on. Legion defense bonus, 21%. As long as you have enough credits, you can take whatever you want from the entire treasure vault. Legion movement speed bonus, 1%. Ling Chen nodded, having gained a general understanding of the teaching area. However, it sounded like his master-level alchemy skills were a good way to rack up credits. Legion recovery bonus, 1%. Come on, let me take you to complete the enrollment procedures first. Then I'll take you to the dormitory. Zhang Haotian waved to Ling Chen and led him around the teaching area, heading deeper into the academy. Backpack, Xianyuan sword, seal, divine iron X30, jade purification bottle. Too many elixirs, unable to display. Ling Chen nodded and followed. Throughout the journey, Zhang Haotian continued to talk incessantly, introducing everything about Dawn Academy to Ling Chen. The two arrived at the office door on the 2nd floor of the complex. Zhang Haotian suddenly stopped, his expression strange. He put a finger to his lips and shushed Ling Chen. Then he pointed to the office, and Ling Chen put his ear close to the doorframe, puzzled. From inside the door came faint, strange noises and the old man's lewd laughter. I've heard of this one before, Ling Chen said bluntly, his ears twitching. I think it was this one last time I came. He, you have a good memory. Zhang Haotian teased, then a friendly smile appeared on his lips. Zhang Haotian placed his hand on the doorknob, then suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, "Stop! Stand up!" The sudden noise startled Mr. Su, who was behind his desk. He shuddered and instinctively wanted to slap the screen. He turned on the button that blocked the communicator messages yesterday. He immediately realized what was happening and yelled at Zhang Haotian, "You son of a bitch, you don't learn anything good. What kind of rubbish did you learn from your old man master?" Zhang Haotian chuckled. "Sure Sure enough, his master was right. This was fucking awesome. Seeing that the two were about to have a big fight, Ling Chen quickly stepped forward. Senior, I'm here to complete the enrollment procedures. Upon hearing this, old Su, who was furious, turned around and saw Ling Chen. His anger gradually disappeared. Ling Chen, you're here. Give me the temporary token from before. Ling Chen took out the token and handed it over. Old Su took the token, took out a golden crystal with his right hand, crushed it, and turned it into a golden light that rushed into the token. Then, Old Su took out a jade tablet. Give me 2 drops of blood, Old Su said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded, extended his right index finger, put it to his lips, gently bit it, squeezed out 2 drops of blood, wrapped them in his origin chi, and floated them to Elder Su. Old Su waved his right hand, drawing something in the air. Then, a drop of blood turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the token, and another drop disappeared into the jade tablet. This will be your academy token from now on. Keep it safe. Elder Su returned the token to Ling Chen, then pointed to the jade tablet and said, this jade tablet will be placed in the Hall of Longevity. If the jade breaks, it means you will not be able to come back. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, took the token, and examined it carefully. The token was not much different from before, except that the center of the token was crystal clear with a faint golden light emanating from it, the source of which was unknown. Seeing Ling Chen put away, senior brother Jiang Haotian said from the side, Elder Su, quickly assign Ling Chen a dormitory. I'll take him there. Mr. Su nodded, returned to his computer screen, calmly closed a website, and skillfully logged into the college's accommodation platform. No one lives in Villa 404, go there. Old Su skillfully typed a few keys on the keyboard, then took out a keycard from the drawer and handed it to Ling Chen. Thank you, Mr. Su, we're leaving now. After receiving the access card, Ling Chen and Jiang Haotian left the complex. Come on, I'll take you to the dorm. Soon, the two arrived at the living area. Ling Chen stared blankly at the villa area in front of him, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Each villa occupies several thousand square meters, and each 2-story villa has its own private backyard. Looking around, Ling Chen could see at least 100 villas. Led by senior brother Jiang, Ling Chen arrived at villa number 404. Directly in front of the villa is a huge fountain, with water spraying more than 10 meters high. As Ling Chen stepped into the villa's courtyard, a dense aura of origin chi rushed towards him. He discovered that there was actually an origin gathering array within the villa's courtyard. Take out the access card and gently place it on the door's sensor system. A soft click was heard as the door lock opened. With a gentle push, the door slowly opened. Chapter 110. A hasty opening ceremony, recruiting Zhuge Liang. Ling Chen and Jiang Haotian went inside. The villa's interior is simply laid out, yet elegantly decorated. The living room on the first floor features a set of mahogany sofas and 2 coffee tables. Next to the coffee table was a bookshelf with a row of books on it. The books had antique covers, indicating that Ling Chen had never read them. On the left side of the living room, there is an antique wooden cabinet containing bottles of various potions and elixirs, all of which are used in daily cultivation. Thick, soft animal hide carpets were laid on the ground in the middle of the entrance, extending all the way to the circular staircase on the second floor. After pausing briefly on the first floor, the two turned and headed towards the stairs. The layout upstairs was similar to downstairs. At the end of the corridor stairs was a study. The door was ajar, and you could see a bookshelf with several books on it. There's a book on that bookshelf called Global Trials, Awakening Twin Abilities at the start. It seems the students who used to live here have quite good taste. Ling Chen thought to himself. To the right of the study was a large room. Ling Chen pushed open the door and entered. Inside, there was a huge bed, and next to the bed was a desk with a copy of admission guide on it. On the wall opposite the desk hung a painting. Jiang Haotian stepped forward, pointed at the painting with a mysterious expression, and said to Ling Chen, behind the painting is a secret cultivation chamber with excellent soundproofing. Try injecting your origin chi into the painting. Ling Chen nodded, not understanding the implied meaning, and channeled his source energy into the painting on the wall. A powerful energy surged into the painting, and then the scroll flashed before opening, revealing the scene within. As soon as the scroll was unfurled, Ling Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to it. The painting depicts a vast, empty space devoid of any decorations. Junior brother Ling, I've delivered it to you. I'll be leaving now. There's a welcome ceremony at the square at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to attend on time. Jiang Haotian waved with a smile, indicating his goodbye to Ling Chen. Goodbye, senior brother. Ling Chen waved goodbye to his senior brother. After briefly familiarizing himself with his dormitory villa, Ling Chen returned to his room, opened the secret room depicted in the painting, and went inside. The next morning, Ling Chen woke up from his cultivation, stood up to stretch his limbs, and quickly washed up. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the heavenly rank weapon, Vermilion Bird Feather Fan. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan increases the user's intelligence by 20 points, enhancing the damage output of fire-type ability users. Ignoring it, Ling Chen opened the door and walked out. Arriving at the plaza just in time, Ling Chen found only 3 students there, lazily waiting for something. One of them was senior senior brother Jiang Haotian, and beside him were two students, a man and a woman. To Ling Chen's surprise, this male student seemed somewhat familiar. He had a handsome face, wore a turban, carried a long sword at his waist, and was dressed in flowing white robes, looking every bit the elegant young gentleman. Ling Chen had never expected that Zhuge Kongming, whom he had met twice, was also a student of Dawn Academy. Another female student wore a long alchemy robe that trailed on the ground. She had a delicate face, wore black-rimmed glasses without lenses, and had a petite figure, but her chest was full and well-proportioned. She also had short, shiny black hair and looked heroic. This must be the alchemy master, senior sister Yao Wan, whom we mentioned yesterday. On the high platform in the center of the square, a group of elders stood, each with a dignified and solemn expression. Seeing that all 4 academy students had arrived, a hunched figure slowly walked forward from the high platform. Since everyone is here, please welcome our newcomer, new student Ling Chen, to the stage. A familiar voice rang out. Ling Chen took a closer look and realized that this was old Su, whom he had bumped into twice before. It's the same movie both times. It seems Mr. Su has too few resources. Next time, I can share the few terabytes of data Yikong shared with me last time with old Su. Maybe I can get a lot of resources in return. Ling Chen thought to himself as he stepped onto the platform. Ahem. Let us warmly welcome Ling Chen, a student from the 40th batch of Dawn Academy. Clap, clap, clap. 3 enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. For the specific history and events of Dawn Academy, please refer to the newcomer's handbook when you get back. I won't go into details here. Alright, I believe everyone has a general impression of Ling Chen now. Just don't accidentally kill him next time you see him. I hereby declare the orientation ceremony over. Everyone, go back and catch up on your sleep. Old Master Su shouted loudly, and the elders immediately left the square. Ling Chen was left alone, bewildered in the wind, so he called me up just to recognize his face? Could you be any more hasty? Yang Hui, apprentice level 4-star, 299/400. Junior brother Ling, congratulations on officially joining Dawn Academy. Jiang Haotian stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting to Ling Chen, and said with a smile, loyalty, 70, recruitable, hee. Don't worry about it. Our Dawn Academy has a laissez-faire education system. Everything depends on you. They'll teach you whatever you want to learn. Li Hui, apprentice level 4-star, 188/400. Thank you. By the way, wasn't I the only one recruited this year? What's the situation with Zhuge Liang? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. Loyalty, 62, recruitable. You mean him? He's been here for ages. He's using this spot. Jiang Haotian pointed to his head and said to Ling Chen, Zhang Xiao, apprentice level 5-star, 123/500. Ha! Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized, so this world also values intelligence. Loyalty, 35, unrecruitable. Check it with the system. Zhuge Liang, bronze level, 2-star, 666/2000. Intelligence, 666. Loyalty, 65. Resourceful and wise beyond compare. It is recommended to recruit him. I can accept you too, but not her. Ling Chen pointed at Zhang Xiao and shook his head slightly. Ling Chen was surprised to find that the system actually suggested that he subdue the other party. Moreover, I've always felt that something was missing, and now I know it. The Legion is missing a leader. And now, the Zhuge Liang before him is exactly the talent he needs. With a loyalty level of 65, it seems there's still a good chance of winning them over. Without saying a word, Ling Chen quickly stepped forward and came to stand in front of Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming, I never expected you to be my senior? Ling Chen said. So, the Zhuge in front of him was recruited by Dawn Academy before this year because of his intelligence. Having illegally teamed up with Ling Chen during the last competition, Zhuge Kongming also showed some interest in Ling Chen, who far surpassed others in their class. Ling Chen, please guide me in the future. Zhuge Kongming smiled slightly and bowed to Ling Chen. Brother Zhuge, I have a request to make. Ling Chen clasped his hands in a salute and got straight to the point. Please speak, Ling Chen. Zhuge Kongming said with a faint smile. I would like to invite Brother Zhuge to join my beast hunting legion and serve as my strategist so that we may work together to annihilate the monsters in the future. Ling Chen's impassioned voice rang out, his eyes fixed on Zhuge Kongming. Chapter 111. The strategist returns. The academy's cultivation begins. Zhuge Liang looked at Ling Chen, smiled, and held up 3 fingers. I can join you, but I need you to be able to accomplish 3 things. Ling Chen saw that the team size increased from 11 to 13 people. Which 3 things? Ling Chen didn't immediately agree, but instead asked Zhuge. The first thing you must do is ensure that I have a strong enough person by my side to protect my safety. The second thing is that I hope you can reach the diamond level in a short period of time. The third thing is not urgent now. I hope that later I can mobilize the entire legion to help me find my clan's lost treasure, the Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, Zhuge Kongming said. Ling Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan? Why does that sound so familiar? It seems to be the item I drew this morning. He took out the treasure he had won in the lottery, the Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, from his backpack and handed it to Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge was stunned. Good heavens, are you you sure it's such a coincidence? System, what a coincidence. I noticed this at a previous auction by chance and bought it. This third thing is now complete. Your first two conditions are also fine. Ling Chen clenched his right fist and silently recited in his mind. Third revolution Thunder God technique. A torrent of lightning clung to Ling Chen, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Thor's fist. With a soft shout, Ling Chen unleashed a powerful punch with his right fist, striking the testing device on the side of the square. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level alchemy skill. The numbers on the testing instrument fluctuated wildly, but soon settled on a single number. 48,888. Diamond level 6-star pure power. Through the constant battles in the demon suppression tower, Ling Chen gained a more precise control over his power. This number left all three people present in a state of deep shock. The boy in front of me looks like he just finished taking the college entrance exam? Zhuge Kongming also realized that Ling Chen's platinum level 6-star power in the college entrance examination had not yet been used at full strength. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive superpower of all superpowers. However, this also proves that Ling Chen's talent is extraordinary. He is worthy of my following. In that case, I agree, Zhuge Kongming said solemnly. Alright, then from now on, we're brothers. Ling Chen put his arm around Zhuge Kongming, patted his shoulder, and shouted loudly. Zhuge Liang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, alright, from now on, we are brothers. Ding, Zhuge Liang has joined the Legion. Ding, congratulations on recruiting a peerless strategist. Ling Chen was overjoyed. He had won over a peerless strategist, and his days should be much easier from now on. After all, commanding large-scale battles is not his forte. With Zhuge Liang around, he no longer needs to worry. As for Zhuge's safety, Ling Chen plans to temporarily assign Baiyu to provide close protection, and then make further arrangements once the Shadow Assassin Legion's level is upgraded. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the Summoning Legion system. By the way, Ling Chen, how many people are in your legion now? Summon Legion system, randomly summon various legions to fight for the host, absolutely loyal. Ling Chen looked at his attribute panel. You can perform an epic summon once you complete each main quest. Legion size, 2977, reaching a considerable scale. The Summon Legion is not included in this number. I glanced at the number of Summon Legions again, 18436. Good grief, these goblins are still doubling in number. Let's slow down. Therefore, the total number of people under Ling Chen's command should be 21,443. More than 21,000. Most of them are goblins. Ling Chen told the truth without hiding anything. Brother, goblin? Zhuge asked Ling Chen with a strange tone. Ling Chen was taken aback and asked, puzzled, what's wrong? How did you manage to subdue so many goblins? At first, I only tamed 500 goblins. I never expected that they would now number more than 18,000. Ling Chen's tone also carried a hint of melancholy. The average appearance of his legion had been dragged down by these goblins. Afterwards, Ling Chen reported the general situation of his organization to strategist Zhuge. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you don't trust. Ling Chen nodded. What's more, we have the system with us. Zhuge, who knew Ling Chen's situation, looked at Ling Chen with a strange look. If he had joined Ling Chen mainly because of Ling Chen's talent before, now, he saw Ling Chen's grand ambitions and his far-sighted vision. However, he also noticed some problems with Ling Chen, namely his inability to effectively utilize resources and maximize efficiency. There's no time to lose. I've decided to head to Tianan City immediately, Zhuge said proactively, and Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. Next, the two discussed the details and finally confirmed the time. Zhuge Kongming decided to go to Tianan City 2 days later. After making the appointment with Ling Chen, he hurriedly returned to his villa. After the discussion, it was already late at night. Ling Chen returned to his room and picked up the admission guide. Ling Chen learned that each student basically chose their own courses, except for monster-related and practical courses. There were no fixed courses. As a new student, I can study any subject for free and receive any cultivation resources for my own use for the first 6 months. In 6 months, I will be living a life where everything requires academic credits. 6 months later, you will need to go out and do missions, and you will receive corresponding academic credits based on the difficulty of the missions. Tomorrow, I'll go to the academy's training room to test the effects. Ling Chen thought to himself. They then opened the secret room and entered. Hello, I want to rent an alchemy room. Come out. Ling Chen took out the array plate and summoned her. A white light flashed, and a graceful Linger appeared. Ahem. I haven't practiced skin hardening for several days. Come and practice with me. Ling Chen coughed lightly and walked towards Bai Ling. The night passed quietly. The sound insulation is indeed very good. Early in the morning, Ling Chen arrived at the academy's training room. After a brief registration, Ling Chen pushed open the door and entered the advanced cultivation room, where he could clearly feel the abundant source energy. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and began to fully circulate the Chaos God-slaying technique. A powerful suction force came, and the surrounding elemental energy frantically quickly gathered towards Ling Chen, surging into his body. Ling Chen's pores instantly opened, and endless elemental energy surged into his body. Such dense elemental energy! Ling Chen couldn't help but open his eyes and exclaim in amazement. The training efficiency in this training room far exceeded Ling Chen's expectations. Without further ado, Ling Chen continued his cultivation. After a long time, a barrier that had been blocking things for so long finally broke. Ling Chen's cultivation level also smoothly reached the silver level 9 star. It seems I'll have to come to the cultivation room more often. I'll just have to make do with my Linger for now. Ling Chen thought to himself as he walked toward the teaching building to the south. He wanted to choose some courses that he wanted to take. Just then, a hurried figure bumped past Ling Chen. "Excuse me." Without turning her head, the figure disappeared around the corner. Chapter 112 Course Selection, Alchemy, and Taking on a Disciple. Judging from that back view, it seems to be the same person from this morning. Ling Chen shook his head, not paying any attention. Arriving at the course selection hall on the first floor of the teaching building, Ling Chen began searching for courses. Among hundreds of college courses, Ling Chen chose 5 that interested him. Combination 1 + 1 greater than 2, Addicted to It, Life Lies in Group Sex, The Mystery of the Origin of Life, How Divine Weapons Are Forged. Although these courses were not described in detail, Ling Chen understood them all, and it was definitely inconvenient to explain them in detail. After selecting his courses, Ling Chen's schedule was generated: 1 course a day, 1 course from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., plus free time on weekends. Ling Chen nodded with great satisfaction at his schedule, knowing he could finally go to the cultivation room to practice properly that evening. Thinking about the academic credits he would face in 6 months, Ling Chen decided to pick up alchemy again and exchange the pills he made for academic credits from the academy. After making up his mind, Ling Chen headed towards the alchemy building to the north. Upon arriving at the alchemy building, Ling Chen discovered that the entire first floor was empty, with only various finished pills displayed in the lobby. Upon reaching the second floor, one finds several alchemy rooms with transparent windows, facilitating mutual learning and discussion among alchemists. In the first alchemy room at the top, a woman wearing a long robe, short hair, and black-rimmed glasses was skillfully circulating her origin qi and diligently refining pills. This woman was Yao Wan. Ling Chen stopped and stood in front of the window, watching Yao Wan intently refining pills through the glass. Time flies, and before we knew it, an hour had passed. A burnt smell spread, and the herbs turned black and lost their medicinal properties. Yao Wan frowned slightly, a look of regret on her face, and murmured, "It still didn't work." Then, Yao Wan took off her glasses, rubbed her forehead, and sighed. At this moment, a voice rang out from beside Yao Wan. "Are you trying to refine a precious elixir, the heart-clearing pill?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level superpower Ultimate Ice. Hearing the voice, Yao Wan turned around abruptly and saw Ling Chen standing outside the window. She said uncertainly, "You are the new Ling." "Ling Chen," Ling Chen said with a smile. "Ling Chen, how did you know I was refining the heart-clearing pill? You know alchemy?" Yao Wan's tone revealed a hint of surprise, but not particular shock. "I know a little bit about it, but the mind-clearing pill isn't made like this." Ling Chen shook his head and said. Yao Wan was slightly taken aback, and looked at Ling Chen with some doubt. "The pill formula is incomplete. Do you know how to make it?" "What a coincidence, I really do know how." Ling Chen shrugged. "You can refine the heart-clearing pill?" Yao Wan's voice was full of doubt. It should be noted that a necessary condition for alchemy is possessing fire-type source energy, and Ling Chen in front of us has only awakened it 2 or 3 months ago. Even if he practiced without eating or drinking until today, he would only be a novice alchemist at most. Hee, why don't you try it and see?" Ling Chen chuckled. After saying that, Ling Chen flashed into the alchemy room, raised his left hand, and with a gentle wave, a ball of flame appeared out of thin air and burned fiercely in the alchemy furnace. A wave of intense heat swept over me. From the moment Ling Chen began preparing to refine the pills, his expression changed from lazy to extremely focused. His gaze was fixed on the alchemy furnace. He grabbed a few medicinal herbs from the stone table beside him with his right hand, threw them into the furnace, and controlled the flames to envelop the herbs. In an instant, the medicinal herbs burned to ashes, leaving behind a few drops containing all the essence of the herbs. This trip to Dawn City will be led by Station Master Lin himself. Following that, Ling Chen continued adding medicinal herbs. Danine Lotus, Li Shuiyu, 7-star grass. Under Ling Chen's control, each herb was refined into a pure liquid, which floated in the cauldron. Seeing Ling Chen's skillful movements, Yao Wan couldn't help but be a little surprised. She didn't expect that Ling Chen could actually refine pills, and how he could control the flames so precisely. Her attitude towards Ling Chen changed from initial suspicion to a hint of expectation. She began to observe Ling Chen's every step of alchemy closely in order to find the reason for her failure. The crimson flames continued to burn and rise in the alchemy furnace. Ling Chen's deep eyes were fixed on the crimson flames as he took out an ice-type beast core that he had prepared beforehand. He threw it into the alchemy furnace. As soon as the beast core entered the furnace, it was covered by flames. Under Ling Chen's flames, the hard beast core slowly began to melt and was burned into a ball of sky blue liquid. Next comes the final step, fusion of the core. Dozens of clumps of pure liquid were mixed together under Ling Chen's control, and flames rose up, covering the entire clump of liquid. Slowly, under the forging of the flames, the liquid gradually condensed and fused, and the prototype of an ice blue pill appeared. A faint fragrance of cinnamon slowly wafted out. Finally, the elixir was completed. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and the pill flew from the alchemy furnace into his palm. A precious pill of the highest level, the heart-clearing pill. Finally, Yao Wan's face showed shock. Ling Chen, who had just come of age, was already able to refine a precious pill. How did you do that? Ling Chen shrugged. When you're refining pills, you need to pay attention to controlling the heat and mastering the properties of the medicine. Moreover, your prescription is missing one ingredient, 7-star grass, which can effectively neutralize the repulsion when the medicinal liquid is mixed. Yao Wanmei's eyes lit up, and she suddenly realized the reason for her failure. Thank you. Yao Wan sincerely thanked Ling Chen. It's nothing, don't mention it. Ling Chen waved his hand. Afterwards, Yao Wan tentatively asked Ling Chen a few questions she encountered while refining pills, and Ling Chen helped her solve them all smoothly. Yao Wan looked at Ling Chen with a hint of admiration in her eyes. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she couldn't suppress it. She looked at Ling Chen with longing. Can you be my master? Yao Wan looked at Ling Chen with fervor, her eyes sparkling with admiration and longing. She didn't care about Ling Chen's age. You want to become my disciple? Ling Chen was taken aback. Yes. Yao Wan nodded vigorously. It's a pity I don't usually have much time to teach you, Ling Chen said with a wry smile. It's okay, I can wait. I'm available whenever you have time, Yao Wan said. Alright then, I'll take you. Ling Chen agreed. He, another free laborer. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Yao Wan was so excited she almost jumped up. The highest-ranking teachers in the academy are master-level alchemists, and there are almost none who can teach Yao Wan. Today, Ling Chen was able to easily guide her on her problem, and Yao Wan felt that Ling Chen must be hiding his true abilities. Master, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yao Wan. You can just call me Waner. Yao Wan adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and said to Ling Chen with a smile. Chapter 113. Those years, the days I was tricked by my teacher. I've heard so much about you. Ling Chen nodded. Now that we are master and disciple, can you guide me in refining the heart-clearing pill? Yao Wan looked at Ling Chen with hopeful eyes. Of course, Ling Chen said with a smile. However, Ling Chen's smile quickly faded. Master, how do we control this? Master, what should I pay attention to when condensing the core? Master. In the early hours of the morning, Ling Chen lay slumped helplessly on a stone table, looking utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, Yao Wan, standing to the side, was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Master, come quick. Hang in there a little longer. Zzz. Ling Chen, who usually used cultivation to relieve his fatigue, felt sleepy for once and fell asleep on the side. Master isn't very good. He finished in just a few hours. Yao Wan muttered under her breath, pouting, afraid of waking Ling Chen. She hasn't had enough of learning alchemy yet. The next day, Ling Chen woke up from his sleep, stretched, and felt refreshed after a rare good rest. With a casual glance, Ling Chen saw Yao Wan lying face down beside him. Good heavens, Ling Chen's pupils shrank and his whole body trembled. In a flash, Ling Chen left the crime scene. Shuguang Academy is very efficient and does not have a fixed start date. As long as you pass the assessment and are officially enrolled, you can start classes the next day. Ling Chen is going to one of the 5 courses he chose yesterday, combination 1 + 1 greater than 2. Unlike most courses, the teacher didn't give a brief introduction to the subject's content, but Ling Chen understood something from the subject's name. The location for this class is indicated as the training ground to the west. Wait, isn't this a theory class? Could it be that it can be used in actual combat? For some reason, Ling Chen suddenly felt excited. Ling Chen's body vanished from its original spot and flashed towards the training ground to the west. Ding! Congratulations, host, your flash skill has been upgraded. Flash, level 2, 1/10,000. Can flash freely within a 100-meter range? Oh, so fast, I've used it over 1,000 times already. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, and then he arrived at the training ground in 2 flashes. The training ground is very large, about the size of dozens of football fields. When Ling Chen entered the training ground, an elderly man with white hair was standing there. The old man had gray hair, dark skin, and wore a simple blue cloth robe. His feet were dangling in the air, his arms were clasped to his chest, and his old face was full of vicissitudes, but it did not make him look old. Instead, it added a sense of majesty. At this moment, the old man's eyes were slightly closed, as if he were contemplating something. Beside him, Ling Chen's master, Xinshi Zhang, stood with his eyes fixed intently on Ling Chen. Ling Chen was stunned. In his mind, the image of the 2 old men combining their powers was, well, it was an eyesore. Just as Ling Chen approached, the white-haired old man's weathered voice rang out, "Young man, you have excellent judgment. In all these decades, you are my first student." Ling Chen was taken aback. No one ever signs up for my classes. I recently asked old Su to help me change my name, and sure enough, it worked. The white-haired old man's calm voice gave Ling Chen a bad feeling. Alright, old man Zhang, stop scaring my apprentice. Ling Chen, others can't take this class, but you're just perfect for it. Seeing Ling Chen's ever-changing expression, Master Shin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, Ling Chen became slightly interested. Was there any chance to salvage the situation? Excuse me, senior, what are we going to learn in this lesson? Ling Chen asked Elder Jiang. Learn how to combine and integrate supernatural abilities. Old Jiang slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out from his cloudy eyes, making Ling Chen's heart skip a beat. What? Ling Chen's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. Have you ever used superpower fusion? This is exactly the course I wanted to take. However, because before you, there wasn't a single experimental student with multiple supernatural abilities. Old Jiang continued, his tone tinged with regret. But don't worry, this is based on a lot of experimental data. As Professor Jiang was speaking, Professor Shin next to him couldn't help but cough twice. Cough. In human big data, our courses are mainly designed to help students with multiple superpowers to learn how to combine or integrate their various superpowers. After hearing Master John's brief introduction, Ling Chen hesitated for a moment. Each of the superpowers you awaken can complement each other, working together to achieve a power greater than the sum of its parts, Elder Jiang said calmly. Hearing Elder John's words, Ling Chen nodded. I've tried fusing abilities, see if this works. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, ice and fire elemental abilities appeared on his hands. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky. Streaks of lightning as thick as buckets ripped through the heavens, leaving a blinding white trail in the air. Under the shocked gazes of the two elders, Ling Chen activated his three elemental abilities and fused them together. The three types of supernatural abilities intertwined continuously, and strange energy instantly filled the entire world. The collision of lightning, fire, and ice occurred when the three types of supernatural abilities reached a point of equilibrium. At the boundary, a sphere of light slowly formed. As the three types of source energy were continuously inputted, the light sphere grew larger and larger. This is. Elder John's voice was filled with excitement. Such a miraculous fusion method. We never even thought of this kind of integration. Shinshur exclaimed excitedly. Platinum, 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 diamond, diamond. Your ingenious method of fusion needs to be put into practice before it can truly demonstrate its effectiveness. Elder Jiang said solemnly, your fusion ability, although its strength has increased significantly, is still far from reaching the level of a fusion skill. This fusion skill needs further development. I understand. Ling Chen nodded. Furthermore, the light sphere formed by your newly fused ice, fire, and lightning elemental abilities is almost at the level of a city's defense. When it is about to explode, combining it with your teleportation skill will have a surprising effect. Old Zhang's words shattered Ling Chen's long-held beliefs. His flash ability, if combined with most skills, should be incredibly flashy, right? Ling Chen stroked his chin, nodded, and pondered how to be both handsome and cool. Wait, what did you just say? Shinshur, who was standing to the side, realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. I said to coordinate with flash. Old Jiang recalled for a moment and said, no, the previous sentence. An ice, fire, and lightning tri-elemental light sphere? Oh right. My disciple, when did you reach SSS level in all three elemental types? Ice, fire, and lightning. Chapter 114 Illusion, Combat, Egg Hatching, Weapon Forging? Teacher Shin stared in shock, his eyes wide. It should be noted that awakening an SSS level superpower is already a rare feat, a genius that is hard to come by in many years. What kind of genius is this new apprentice of mine? Well, I was lucky, I had a little bit of an opportunity. Ling Chen touched his nose, not knowing where to begin. Luck? Master Shin shook his head speechlessly. Your luck is truly heaven-defying. Upon hearing Master Shin's words, Ling Chen's lips twitched involuntarily, and even Elder Jiang gave a helpless, bitter smile. Ling Chen is incredibly lucky. Next, we will guide you properly on the fusion and use of superpowers. Ling Chen nodded. In high school, each student's awakened superpowers and learned skills are limited, so high school students are basically not taught how to use skills in combination. Your fire and lightning dual elemental abilities can be fused together perfectly, creating a terrifying flame attached to lightning as fast as lightning, shooting out a beam of white light of fire and lightning. Furthermore, your spatial abilities can be well combined with your other abilities to achieve unexpected results. The simulated sunlight in the small world gradually faded away, and night gradually fell. Ling Chen had a fulfilling and satisfying day. With the teacher's patient explanation, Ling Chen learned how to integrate special abilities and techniques, thus creating his own set of continuous skill combos. Alright, that's enough for today. You should get some rest. With that, Master Shin and Elder John disappeared from the house. Master, Ling Chen called out, but Master Shin did not respond at all. In the blink of an eye, the two old men disappeared without a trace. Watching the two old men disappear, Ling Chen couldn't help but purse his lips, feeling a sense of lingering satisfaction. Shaking his head, Ling Chen walked towards the training room. Tonight, let's indulge to our heart's content. Ha! Before he even reached the door, Ling Chen sensed a familiar aura emanating from outside the training room. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that aura from his cheap disciple? No, No, I can't do it again tonight. My body can't take it. Ling Chen vanished from his spot in a flash, bypassing Yao Wan and heading towards the cultivation room. Upon arriving at the training area, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, otherwise he would have been questioned all night again. I'm being treated like a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. Upon entering the cultivation room, a powerful suction force emanated from it, drawing in a continuous stream of origin chi. Someone was still squatting to the side, silently drawing circles, muttering, "Why isn't it over yet?" The next day, looking at today's schedule, unable to extricate oneself from intoxication, there was still no course introduction. Ling Chen stroked his chin, wondering if there was some hidden meaning behind it. The course was held at Villa number 101 in the residential villa area. Ling Chen arrived at 101 with a little bit of anticipation. The gate to the villa was open, and Ling Chen went inside. An ethereal woman sat gracefully at a stone table in the courtyard, leisurely sipping fragrant tea, occasionally glancing towards the doorway. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the woman paused slightly, then a playful smile appeared in her eyes. The woman's eyes became vacant and unfocused as she looked at Ling Chen. Their eyes met, and Ling Chen's gaze gradually became dull. This is a spacious and luxurious room, filled with an enchanting atmosphere. On a spacious and comfortable bed, the woman from before, dressed in a light gauze, presented her graceful figure to Ling Chen. Ling Chen shook his head and said softly, "No way." The surrounding environment immediately fell apart. Ling Chen's empty eyes regained their sparkle. The woman in front of him was holding a teacup, looking at him with amusement. Seeing that Ling Chen had recovered so quickly, the woman couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Not bad for your composure." The woman took a sip of tea and said jokingly, "Cough, too small, not interested." Ling Chen muttered softly, "Was that an illusion?" Ling Chen asked. "Yes. However, that's just the most common illusion. Once you're captivated by it, and the woman in the illusion, you can't extricate yourself." The woman put down her teacup, stretched out her slender hand, and beckoned to Ling Chen, indicating that he should sit down next to her. "Do you want to learn?" Ling Chen nodded. He was quite curious about these so-called illusions. Illusion magic requires a very high level of mental strength, so let me test your mental strength first. The woman took out a crystal-clear jade pendant and handed it to Ling Chen. "Do you think I dare not kill you? This is a jade pendant for testing mental strength. Place your palm on this pendant and use your spirit to sense it." After taking the mental strength testing device, Ling Chen followed her instructions and placed his palm on it. I closed my eyes and used my senses to feel the jade pendant in my hand. Buzz! The spiritual energy jade pendant emitted a pale blue light, and Ling Chen clearly felt the energy flow within the jade pendant. Human realm? The woman covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the jade token used to test her mental strength. She never expected that this boy, who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, would possess such pure spiritual power. Ling Chen was not surprised. He had already learned about his mental strength level in the trial tower. Your mental strength is sufficient to learn illusion magic. The woman gradually calmed down. I am the 9th elder of the Academy's Elder Council. You can call me Aunt Lan from now on. Yes, Aunt Lan. Ling Chen clasped his hands and bowed to Aunt Lan. Next, Aunt Lan spent several hours explaining to Ling Chen the types and levels of illusion magic. Here is a book called The Complete Book of Illusion. Next, I'll demonstrate it for you again. Aunt Lan's eyes became ethereal once more. Ding! Basic illusion magic detected. Do you wish to learn it? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned basic illusion magic. Aunt Lan, is that so? Ling Chen's eyes suddenly became ethereal, and Aunt Lan felt the pull of the illusion. Hiss, this talent. He's trying to steal that old codger's apprentice. Aunt Lan gasped. This talent was too powerful. Phew. Yes, go back and practice more. Aunt Lan said. Okay, Aunt Lan. Ling Chen nodded in response, waved to Aunt Lan, and left. A-level Earth-related ability, Diamond level 1 star, 32. On the third day, the schedule showed life lies and group exercises, and when Ling Chen rubbed his hands together and curiously entered the practice room, he found several instructors waiting for him. This lesson is all about combat. Every class is just about sparring and exchanging techniques with each other. On the fourth day, Ling Chen arrived at the teaching area, which turned out to be an egg-hatching area, where he was exploring the mysteries of the origin of life. On the fifth day, Ling Chen admitted that when he chose how divine weapons are forged, it was definitely the book he thought would be the most useful for him at the time. Chapter 115 3 days of weapon crafting are not as good as 1 second of lottery. With the intention of learning weapon crafting properly, Ling Chen arrived at the forging room. He possesses master-level alchemy skills, but he is currently completely ignorant of weapon crafting. Arriving at the forge indicated on the timetable, Ling Chen pushed open the door and went inside. A figure, entirely dark-skinned and dressed in simple clothes, appeared before Ling Chen from behind. The figure seemed vaguely familiar. Hearing the noise, the figure turned around and smiled at Ling Chen, saying, "We meet again, Ling Chen." The man in the back of that figure was the middle-aged man who had customized the outfits for Ling Chen and the others during the national competition. "It's you!" Ling Chen's voice became urgent. Back in the armory of the grand competition, the man in front of him revealed that his biological father was still alive. Ling Chen rushed forward, grabbed the man's arm, and asked, "Tell me, who is my father, and where is he?" "The power of wind, the strangulation of wind." "He, calm down, don't get agitated." The man smiled. "Your father is a hero, and he has his own reasons for his actions. I can't tell you who he is right now, but you'll find out soon." He said to find him in the Abyss battlefield once you reach the City Guardian level. "The Abyss battlefield," Ling Chen murmured, releasing his grip on the man's arm. He had never even heard of this place before. "What place is that?" "You'll know when you're strong enough. Didn't you want to learn forging? Go practice hammering iron over there." The man smiled faintly, then picked up a hammer and began hammering a large block of iron. The iron block made a crisp sound as it was struck, and a rich burst of fire elemental energy emanated from it. Only then did Ling Chen notice that the patterns on the iron block were actually fire-based runes. This is... Ling Chen was so surprised that he couldn't speak. "This is a fire elemental rune, inscribed using fire-based energy. It's for forging, and it's called the Forging Fire. It's a high-level rune, and you can't control it with your current strength." Ling Chen nodded and prepared to go to the side to start practicing his basic skills. Ding, advanced rune detected. "Learn it now? Is this for real? Time to learn." Ding, congratulations, host, you have learned the advanced rune, Forging Fire. A memory, as if Ling Chen had practiced it many times, flooded into Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen's right hand faintly revealed Crimson Origin Qi, drawing upon the power of the fire element. Ling Chen controlled the fire element, which moved through the air along a specific route. The fire elemental energy left a trail of fire in the air. The fire line continued to extend, seemingly slowly but extremely rapidly, and getting faster and faster, forming a specific symbol and closing perfectly. A strange symbol floated in the air, emitting a crimson light. This caught the man's attention. He turned his head and stared blankly at the runes in the air for a long time before he came to his senses. "Did you draw this?" The man's tone revealed a hint of shock. "Just lucky," Ling Chen said modestly, secretly praising the system as amazing. Ling Chen ignited the forging fire and attached it to a piece of pig iron. He then picked up a hammer and began to hammer the pig iron. Clang, 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 the hammer struck the pig iron, producing a crisp sound. With the help of the forging fire, the forging of pig iron removed impurities, making it much simpler. Amidst the crisp clanging of metal, Ling Chen began to familiarize himself with the forging techniques, a process that lasted for 3 whole days. Phew! Ling Chen let out a long sigh of relief, opened the system, and activated the lottery system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced forging technique. A memory of advanced forging flooded his mind, and Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In the memory, Ling Chen had been forging iron for decades. Sure enough, 3 days of weapon crafting is not as effective as 1 second of lottery. However, the 3 days of forging also gave Ling Chen more confidence in the experience he remembered. After 3 days of conversation, Ling Chen learned the man's name, Old Wang from next door. Not a bad name. Let the baby suck on it. On the last night of the first week, Ling Chen bid farewell to the man. He could feel that his origin chi had reached the peak of the silver level. "Tonight, let's break through." Ling Chen returned to the cultivation room and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside the door to ensure that no one would disturb him. He then sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state, activating the Chaos God Slaying technique. In the cultivation room, a huge vortex of origin chi appeared, originating from Ling Chen's abdomen. Streams of primordial energy surged into Ling Chen's body, and through the circulation of the cultivation technique, they were continuously condensed and purified before finally merging into Ling Chen's dantian. As the source energy continued to replenish itself, Ling Chen's dantian became extremely solid. This source energy condensed and solidified into liquid within Ling Chen's dantian. This is what is known as condensation of gas into liquid, which is a hallmark of the gold standard. After a night of arduous cultivation, Ling Chen's primordial energy had been completely transformed into liquid, and he successfully advanced to the gold level 1 star. Ling Chen let out a long sigh and walked towards the training room. Today, it was time to learn the technique of fusion again. Time flies, and Ling Chen has been in the academy for a month. In this month, Ling Chen has mastered the fusion of various superpowers and the coordination between skills. Having mastered illusion magic, my fighting skills have improved considerably, and my forging skills are not far from reaching the master level. The next moment, 32 broke out of the ground. It's safe to say that Ling Chen could graduate early from these 5 courses. During this period, Ling Chen drew prizes dozens of times, but they were all things he didn't need at the moment. Ling Chen took several useless cultivation manuals and had them recycled by the system in exchange for points. The 2 physical enhancement cards were used on himself, which increased Ling Chen's physical fitness by 1 star. There were also a few platinum level weapons, but none of them could compare to his own Shen Yuan sword, so they were used as accessories for his sword. Ding, the summoning system cooldown has ended. You can summon now. Ling Chen quickly washed his hands. Ding, summoning, ding. Congratulations, host, for summoning the demon army. Number of legions, 11. Legion Commander, Jun Xie. All members talent level level, SSS. Attribute, magic. Professional skills, Yama's pursuit, demonic possession, soul split, soul binding technique. Strength, diamond level, 1 star, can be purified. A group of demons with the blood of a demon god flowing through their veins. Ah, beautiful. I really should wash my hands before the raffle. At this moment, Ling Chen was inside the academy and it was inconvenient to summon the demons, so he did not choose to do so. After a month of arduous training, Ling Chen's strength reached the gold level, 3 stars. However, Ling Chen was not satisfied with this speed. With the system providing a cheat code, who would still bother to cultivate honestly? Ling Chen decided to start doing the academy tasks ahead of schedule. Chapter 116. Accept the mission. Receive new student resources. It is said that the rewards for the academy missions are very generous, and Ling Chen arrived at the school's treasure pavilion with great anticipation. First floor, mission lobby. Inside the mission lobby, there was a giant screen displaying numerous missions. At the very front of the hall, an elderly man was dozing off behind the counter. The missions are categorized into 4 levels: normal, hard, hell, and extraordinary. On the screen, most of the tasks are at the normal or difficult level. The normal difficulty level corresponds to the difficulty level below diamond, while the hard difficulty level corresponds to the difficulty level of a national guardian or below. In comparison, there are very few missions with the difficulty level of hell corresponding to the supreme level and the difficulty level of extraordinary corresponding to the saint level. For your first task, you are required to choose a task of difficulty level or lower. It must be a protective mechanism of the college. Without much thought, Ling Chen began selecting tasks. A student can only accept 3 tasks at a time, so try to choose tasks that are related to each other. Just as Ling Chen was pondering which mission to choose, a series of mission information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Standard mission: destroy the new type branch. Mission objective: discover and destroy any branch of the new humans. Reward: 10 credits, no upper limit. Task reward: 10 plus credits. Hard difficulty mission: defeat the new human butler. Mission objective: kill any one of the city guarding level deacons within the new human organization. Task reward: 80 credits. Hard difficulty mission: defeat the new human guardian. Mission objective: kill any one of the guardians of national protection within the new human organization. Task reward: 200 credits. These tasks are primarily aimed at the new humans. Ling Chen was secretly shocked. Had the new human organization risen to the point where even Dawn Academy needed to take it seriously? Without hesitation, Ling Chen accepted the 3 tasks. The Chosen One, the Son of Destiny. Having been attacked twice by the new human organization, it's time for me to fight back. Ling Chen's gaze sharpened, and a faint killing intent emanated from him. Just as Ling Chen was preparing to go back and make some preparations before setting off to investigate the new human organization, at this moment, Ling Chen saw a small screen on the wall next to him, with the words wanted list written in large characters at the top. Below it is a list of names for those who have offered bounties. The list clearly lists the code names, strengths, and other known information of various individuals from the new human organization. I copied the list of names on the bounty board. Ling Chen arrived at the counter at the front of the hall. Knock knock, knock. He gently tapped the table, and the old man who was taking a nap slowly opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the old man. His skin was dark, his hair disheveled, and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless. He was short and stout, with a sallow complexion, clearly malnourished. The old man looked at Ling Chen, his eyes narrowing into slits. Kid, what is it? Hello, I am Ling Chen, a freshman at the academy. I would like to collect the spirit stones in corresponding cultivation materials for freshmen. As he spoke, Ling Chen handed over his token. The old man took the token, examined it for a moment, and then returned it to Ling Chen with a look of surprise. He stood up, turned around, and walked towards the steps to the side. His aged voice called out, "Come with me." Ling Chen nodded and then followed. After walking through the long staircase corridor, we arrived at the 2nd floor. There is a door made of ironwood with 2 words written on it: Spirit Storage Room. Pushing open the door to the Spirit Storage Room, a strong surge of origin she rushed towards me. Inside the Spirit Storage Room, there were piles of spirit stones, each one crystal clear, as if containing endless source power. Inside the Spirit Storage Room, with the support of the Spirit Gathering Array, the surrounding heaven and earth source energy slowly gathered and was continued to be absorbed by the spirit stones. Ling Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the mountain of spirit stones before him. It truly lived up to the academy's reputation. With a wave of his right hand, the old man sent spirit stones raining down at Ling Chen's feet like hailstones. Ling Chen quickly put them into his storage ring, a total of 100,000 spirit stones, no more, no less. After Ling Chen finished collecting the spirit stones, the old man didn't say a word and continued walking towards the 2nd floor. After finishing collecting everything here, Ling Chen followed the old man to the innermost part of the 2nd floor, where there was a door. The old man pushed open the door, and the scene inside shocked Ling Chen. In the room, which was about 100 square meters in size, there were 4 huge round tables neatly arranged. On each round table, various kinds of medicinal herbs and rare natural treasures are neatly arranged. These medicinal herbs and rare treasures are priceless and extremely precious. They can be refined into precious pills, or even holy pills. Besides these, the air here is filled with a rich aroma of herbs. Ling Chen's spirits lifted upon smelling the aroma. Seeing Ling Chen's excited expression, the old man smiled slightly. Don't look anymore, all of these are yours. All of them? Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in surprise. Yes, these were all just picked for you from the herb garden recently. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. Thank you, Ling Chen said sincerely. No need to thank me, you deserve it. The old man smiled and shook his head. May I ask your honorable name, senior? Ling Chen asked, bowing respectfully. My surname is Li, but people like to call me Grandpa. Ling Chen's lips twitched slightly, then he clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Grandpa Li, saying, Greetings, Grandpa Li. Old Li laughed heartily. You're a good lad. Straightforward enough. From now on, just call me Old Li. Alright, if there's nothing else, go back after you've collected the resources. Ling Chen nodded, turned around, and put all the medicinal herbs on the 4 large round tables into his ring. Touching the ring on his hand, Ling Chen revealed a very comfortable smile, as if he were. Thank you, elderly. Ling Chen clasped his hands in thanks again, then turned and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Back in his villa, Ling Chen entered the space within the painting. He took out some herbs, and with a surge of fire elemental energy in his right hand, a cauldron formed from crimson red energy appeared. Ling Chen's gaze became focused as he picked up a medicinal herb and tossed it into the cauldron. After a long while, looking at the dozens of medicine bottles placed to the side, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. Each medicine bottle contains a precious pill, the result of a hard day's work. These pills are all holy medicines for replenishing vital energy and healing injuries, which can increase one's endurance. After putting the medicine bottle away, Ling Chen decided to set off. Without further ado, Ling Chen vanished from the room. Inside Dawn Academy, a figure flashed by like lightning, heading towards the academy entrance with practiced ease. Chapter 117 Old Friends Reunited. Good brother, Tool. We passed through the familiar passageway and broke through the wall. A lush, dense forest, a tranquil pool with crystal clear water. Without stopping to admire the scenery, they sensed that there were no living beings nearby. Space travel. A spatial vortex appeared, and compared to before, this spatial vortex became larger and more solid. Ling Chen flashed and entered the vortex. Once Ling Chen entered, the spatial vortex disappeared as if it had never existed. Within the spatial vortex, Ling Chen sped off in one direction. Outside Tianan City, in the wilderness, a figure flashed out from the void in midair, and Ling Chen staggered and fell headfirst downwards. As luck would have it, a small team below was fighting a high-level bronze rank monster. As luck would have it, Ling Chen's slam was aimed directly at the location of the demon beast. A loud bang. A tremendous impact caused the monster's body to smash the ground, sending dust flying. The body of that high-level bronze-grade demon beast was crushed by Ling Chen, leaving it a bloody mess. Ling Chen steadied himself, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal the monster. Ling Chen? A surprised voice came. Ling Chen looked up and saw that it was Lao Lu, cough, his best friend Yikong. Beside them were familiar figures, Bing Ning Shuang, Xian Ling Er, and several classmates. Long time no see. Bing Ning Shuang stepped forward to greet him. Ling Chen awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Long time no see. Ling Chen, where have you been lately? Why didn't you come to the class reunion after graduation? Xian Linger asked curiously. She knew that Bing Ning Shuang couldn't bring herself to ask, so she asked instead. I've registered at the academy and will be cultivating there for the time being. Ling Chen scratched his head. Going to the academy so early? Brother Chen, you're really working hard these days, Yikong said in surprise. The Chen guy I used to stay up all night watching action movies with is gone forever. Yikong sighed silently. He would have to enjoy those hundreds of terabytes of seeds all to himself. Ling Chen smiled slightly. What about you guys? Teamed up to kill monsters in the wilderness? Brother Chen, you have no idea how unsettled Tianan City has been lately. Yikong sighed. Recently, there has been a monster uprising outside Tianan City, with several beast tides already erupting. The city lord is now leading everyone to expand the city and increase its defenses, so the upcoming beast tide should not be a big problem. Ling Chen nodded, instantly understanding the truth behind it. So, we thought we'd do our part for Tianan City and form a team to slay the monsters, Yikong said with great enthusiasm. Ling Chen looked at Yikong with a suspicious gaze, as if to say, with your weak fighting ability, you couldn't even kill a bronze-level monster in half a year. You even want to kill monsters? Do you think monsters are stupid? Yikong pursed his lips unhappily as Ling Chen stared at him. Ling Chen laughed, too lazy to expose Yikong, and asked, what are your plans now? Before school starts, we want to make Tianan City as safe as possible. Yikong said, Brother Chen, since you're here, why don't we go and slay some monsters together? I see you have good organizational skills. How about I give you a task? Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and said to Yikong, in the Legion system, apart from Ling Chen, only the Legion Leader and Deputy Legion Leader have the authority to recruit people. What mission? Do you remember what I said back then about forming a team to hunt demonic beasts? beasts? Ling Chen smiled faintly. I'd like to hand over the position of deputy commander to you. Your main task right now is to help me recruit people and organize their daily training, etc. Is that alright? Ha, of course, no problem. Yi Kong suddenly remembered. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing. So, can I recruit people using your name? Of course. Ling Chen smiled as he looked at Yi Kong. No wonder he's a good brother. He took out a low-level spatial ring and handed it to Yi Kong. The spirit stones in here are for your expenses, and the pills and resources are for your cultivation. Don't let my deputy leader's strength be too weak. Yi Kong nodded, looked into the ring at the mountain of spirit stones and pills, paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, but his slightly trembling right hand betrayed his inner thoughts. Alright, come to the city lord's mansion tonight. Ling Chen transmitted his voice to Yi Kong Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong nodded silently. Ling Chen, can we join? A passionate classmate stepped forward and asked. Ling Chen smiled faintly, of course. Go find Yi Kong and report for duty. In some respects, those who dare to venture out of the city to slay demons are already superior to ordinary people. Thank you, Ling Chen. The crowd cheered. I have to go now. Be careful. Ling Chen waved and took out an array plate, tossing it to Yi Kong. This is a defensive magic circle that can be activated at critical moments to create a defensive shield that can withstand attacks from platinum-level monsters. Ling Chen won it in the lottery, but he no longer needs it. That should be enough to protect everyone's safety. In a few flashes, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Through a specific entrance, Ling Chen arrived at the second floor of the underground fortress. Second floor, central conference room. Ling Chen summoned Shibajio, Sokka, and Ian. Greetings, my lord, the three shouted in unison. Ling Chen nodded, silently saying in his heart, come out. A pitch-black gate of contracts appeared, and 11 figures emanating a dense black mist appeared before Ling Chen and the others. Sokka and the other two immediately became serious, looking at the figures with fear. My lord, what is this? Sokka asked, trembling slightly. This is the legion I just summoned, just like yours. Get along well from now on. Ling Chen said calmly. Greetings, your majesty. 11 figures knelt on one knee and respectfully greeted Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, signaling the 11 figures to stand up. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the full figures of dozens of people were revealed. The leader, Jun Xia, was handsome with deep, unsettling eyes. His jet black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and he wore a wicked smile, appearing languid and lazy. The 10 demons following behind were all robust, with resolute faces, and proudly held their heads high. Wow, so handsome. Sokka was instantly captivated, turning into a little fangirl, rushing to Jun Xia's side with a love-struck expression. Put the fear you just felt completely behind you. Ignoring Sokka, who was only waist-high, Jun Xia bowed to Ling Chen. Your majesty, this is your subordinate Jun Xia. These are our first batch of demon warriors. Jun Xia said respectfully. The first batch? Ling Chen asked in confusion. Isn't summoning a legion a one-time event? Yes, my lord. As your legion's level increases, more demon warriors will join. Ling Chen rested his chin on his hand and pondered. The demon clan seems to be somewhat different from other legions. Chapter 118, Assigning Tasks. Initial expansion of the base camp. System, what's going on? There was no response for a long time. Ha, what's wrong with the system? Just as Ling Chen was wondering what was going on, the system's familiar notification sound came. Ding, the host currently lacks sufficient permissions to provide further information. The only information available is that the demon race truly exists in this timeline. Does it really exist? That means what was summoned earlier doesn't exist in reality here? After thinking for a while, Ling Chen couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up, thinking that he would find out sooner or later. By the way, how's the shadow department doing lately? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to your majesty, everything is going smoothly. The shadow tribe has expanded to every major settlement and city, and is gradually increasing its scale. Chi Baju replied respectfully. Good, not bad. Next, the shadow department will do me a favor. Investigate the branches of the new humans in every city across China. Ling Chen's eyes sharpened. Tell me immediately once you find out. If the branch's strength is insufficient, the shadow division is authorized to destroy it personally. Yes, my lord. Chi Baju replied softly, bowed, and disappeared from the spot. He was going to pass on the mission. Ian, how's your situation going? When you get back, organize the resources, keep the ones you need, and add the rest to the underground fortress's resource vault. Reporting to my lord, our clan has grown strong and has already occupied a small piece of land in the demon realm. There are countless low-level resources. Ian reported truthfully. Their goblin strength was not strong, so they could only plunder low-level resources. Ling Chen nodded. These low-level resources were just enough for Tianan City to train its troops. When Ling Chen turned to look at Sokka, he sensed Sokka's strength and frowned slightly. It had been a month, and the healer's strength hadn't increased by even 1 star. Didn't we tell you to level up more? How are you going to increase your healing output? Is there no one to help you level up? Ling Chen asked in his third year of life-threatening difficulty. Sokka looked at Ling Chen with a pitiful expression. Ling Chen rubbed his nose and said helplessly, Junxia, your next task is to take the healers to level up. Try your best not to let the humans find you. Yes. Junxia's charming eyes twitched slightly as he nodded in response. Thank you, Lord, Sokka exclaimed excitedly. Ling Chen quickly waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back. Ling Chen thought to himself, it's been so long since I've seen my sister. I wonder how she's doing now. I should go back and check on her. With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. Ling Chen appeared out of thin air in the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the entire city lord's mansion was packed with people who were all lining up in an orderly fashion and heading towards the mansion's training ground. When Ling Chen appeared out of nowhere, the people around were startled. But when they saw that it was Ling Chen, they quickly realized, God, Ling is here. People around him turned to look at Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled slightly, waved to everyone, and then ran towards the training ground. In the training ground, several guards were orderly directing the crowd to enter. On the high platform in the center of the ground, Lord Yi and Zhuge Kongming were sitting and chatting. Ling Chen appeared on the high platform in a flash. Lord Yi, who looked like he was about to face a great disaster, tensed up instantly, but relaxed after seeing that it was Ling Chen. Zhuge remained calm and unmoved. Young Master Ling, you're back. We're recruiting soldiers. Those who pass the selection process will be sent to military camps for training. Those who perform exceptionally well during training will be assigned to the training base in the underground castle. Lord Yi finished speaking in one breath, picked up the tea on the table, and took a big gulp. Did you arrange the recent beast tide? Ling Chen asked bluntly. Yes, my lord. Lord Yi nodded. On Mr. Zhuge's advice, the small-scale beast tide we arranged did not cause any casualties because we were prepared in advance. Because of the frequent beast tides, some people in the city are panicking, so we took this opportunity to expand the city to be prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, because the city guards eliminated multiple beast tides with minimal losses, their reputation soared, and as a result, people flocked to participate in the conscription assessment. Lord Yi explained. Well done. Ling Chen nodded and looked at Zhuge. Moreover, it is publicly claimed that the resources for building the city were generously supported by Ling Shen, the #1 expert in the country, Zhuge said with a faint smile. Now, the people in the city are encouraging their children to learn from Ling Chen and never forget their mother city. Ling Chen's eyelids twitched and his lips twitched slightly. He was supposed to eliminate the demonic beasts and restore peace, so why was he starting to win people's hearts? However, this was also beneficial to the stability of the base camp, so Ling Chen didn't say anything more. Let's do it your way. Let the goblins cooperate with the superhumans to build a new city. I want it to be impregnable. Ling Chen's bold words immediately ignited Lord Ye's fighting spirit. Yes, young Master Ling, you guys get back to work. Meet in the conference room tonight. With that, Ling Chen vanished from the spot in a flash. Young Master Ling, you've gotten even stronger. Lord Yi exclaimed, his eyes filled with undisguised joy. Zhuge Kongming smiled faintly, gently fanning himself with the vermilion bird feather fan in his hand, creating a cool breeze. He gazed at the spot where Ling Chen had disappeared, lost in thought. Back at the apartment where I had been staying, I learned from the city lord that my sisters were still living there. Back in his familiar room, Ling Chen took out his key, opened the door, and went inside. Hearing the noise, the two women, who were sitting on the sofa watching the rebroadcast of the national competition, turned around and stood up with surprise when they saw Ling Chen. Brother, you're back. Do you still remember your two younger sisters? Ling Shi's face, full of surprise, vanished instantly, and she said with a pout. Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction. This little girl was still the same as ever. However, Ling Chen felt a warmth in his heart, walked up to the two girls, and patted their heads. Ha, you've already reached the bronze level? Ling Chen looked at Ling Shi in surprise, not expecting that Ling Shi had already cultivated to the bronze level before even awakening. That's right, your sister is destined to be an empress. Ling Shi proudly raised her head. You silly girl. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. Ling Chen turned his gaze to Lingling, who was standing next to Ling Shi. When Lingling saw Ling Chen looking at her, she gave him a sweet smile. Lingling has broken through to the gold level? Not bad at all. Brother, you left us with so many resources, we can't possibly use them all. You'll find out later that these resources are far from enough. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, go to the city lord's mansion and find your brother Zhuge. Ling Chen had a premonition that his younger sister had tremendous potential and that when she awakened next year, she would surely amaze everyone once again. Why again? Those who know. Chapter 119 Legion Planning. Re-entering Hangzhou. After resting at home for half a day, at night, Ling Chen arrived at the city lord's mansion. At this moment, everyone was waiting in the council hall of the city lord's mansion. Yi Kong, Zhuge Kongming, Lord Yi, Qi Baju and others have arrived. Upon seeing Ling Chen, a fierce fervor shone in everyone's eyes. Brother Chen, Yi Kong called out first upon seeing Ling Chen arrive. Ling Chen nodded, walked to the main seat at the top of the conference room, and turned around to look at everyone. The main reason for gathering everyone here today is to announce the general plan for the future of the Legion. Our superpowered Legion will be divided into the superpowered army and the pseudo-powered army. Those who pass the preliminary test can enter the recruit selection. Those who pass the recruit selection can enter our underground castle training camp and become a part of our superpowered army. The superpowered army is divided into corps of 10,000, with a regimental commander and staff officer in charge. In the superpower army, warriors whose strength level reaches diamond will enter the superpower army and enjoy better treatment. The superpower army will be divided into several departments: melee, tank, cavalry, ranged damage dealer, and assassin. In addition, a separate logistics department will be set up, and those with experience in alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, or runes can join directly. The superpower army will establish positions of Legion Commander, Deputy Legion Commander, and Military Advisor. The remaining positions will be arranged by you. Only the Legion Commander, the strategist, and I have the authority to directly mobilize the superforce. In addition, the Legion on the second floor of the underground fortress will be independent of the Legion and will be personally led by me. Ling Chen explained everything he needed to do in one breath. Everyone looked at Ling Chen with surprise, and they could detect a hint of ambition in his plan. That's the general direction. The specific details will all be handled by our future strategist Zhuge Liang. Thank you, boss. Zhuge stood up, spoke softly, nodded slightly to everyone, and then sat down. In addition, the position of Corps Commander is temporarily vacant, and I will temporarily assume the role. I have decided to hand over the position of Deputy Corps Commander to Yi Kong. He will be in charge of recruiting and training troops. Your subordinate obeys. Yi Kong also stood up and pretended to clasp his hands in a gesture of respect. Lord Yi, I would like to appoint you as the Chief of Internal Affairs for our headquarters, to manage the logistics of the city and the Legion. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Lord Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly stood up and looked at Ling Chen with excitement. Thank you for your kindness, Ling Chen. I will do my utmost to ensure the logistical support for the Legion, Lord Yi said hurriedly. Although it sounds like a logistics manager position, its importance will not be underestimated as the Legion grows stronger. Take good care of recruiting people, train them well, and I will regularly arrange for people to put the resources needed for training troops and building the city into the underground castle's resource vault. Yes, everyone replied. Is there anything else? If not, let's call it a day, Ling Chen said. Lord Yi and the others quickly bowed and took their leave. After everyone left, Ling Chen returned to his room at home to cultivate. As if remembering something, Ling Chen went to the door of the next room. Ling Chen slipped into the house and faintly heard strange noises coming from the inner room. Cough, cough. Ling Chen clenched his right fist and placed it near his mouth, coughing lightly twice. The sounds in the room immediately ceased. Ah! A sharp scream rang out. Soon, the poorly dressed old man came out and flew into a rage when he saw Ling Chen. You brat, can you please stop disturbing my business in the middle of the night? The old man was so angry that he scared his underling half to death. You're still going strong, old man. I've come to you on important business. I'm planning to take down the new humans branch. The old man's eyes lit up as soon as Ling Chen finished speaking. Really? The branch in Hangzhou's main city? The old man's tone was filled with a mixture of hatred and anticipation. Ling Chen shook his head. Seeing Ling Chen shake his head, the old man's head drooped again. He had been too happy too soon. I'm going to wipe out all the new human branches in China. Ling Chen's next words left the old man speechless with shock. Tomorrow, let's go and take down Hangzhou first. Good. The old man's tone suddenly became excited. The day of revenge had finally arrived. Seeing the old man's diamond level 7-star strength, Ling Chen silently stroked his chin. It seems that we could consider copying down the old man's cultivation method and giving it to warriors with lower talent to learn. However, this seems to consume too many resources. Ling Chen opened the system shop and searched for similar cultivation techniques that could be upgraded by consuming resources. Finally, Ling Chen settled on a cultivation technique called Transformation Source Technique. The Origin Transformation Technique, high-level Earth-rank cultivation method. Cultivation technique ability absorbs the source energy rich in resources such as spirit stones and spirit herbs, resulting in excellent upgrade effects. It takes approximately 10,000 spirit stones to cultivate a diamond-level cultivator. Price, 10 million points. As far as Ling Chen knew, the old man spent nearly 100,000 spirit stones to advance to the diamond level. Compared to that, this cultivation technique was not bad. I've decided on you. Points balance, 2,237,521. Well, not enough balance. It seems that this time, destroying the new human stronghold will require exchanging more cultivation techniques for points. After agreeing with the old man to depart the next day, Ling Chen returned to his room. The next morning, as dawn broke, outside Tianan City, on a flat lawn, Shibaju and two assassins were waiting for something. The space fluctuated, and Ling Chen appeared on the lawn. A moment later, a figure swept over from a distance. It was the old man, and the group had all gathered. Shibaju, what's the situation in Hangzhou's main city? What's the result? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to your majesty, 3 new human branches have been discovered in Hangzhou. One is guarded by a city protecting expert, and the other 2 are guarded by diamond level peak experts. Therefore, we have not acted rashly. Ling Chen nodded, then ordered, let's set off now. After saying that, Ling Chen took the lead and sped towards the main city of Hangzhou. The group of 4 followed closely behind and sped towards the main city of Hangzhou. As the sun set, the outline of the main city appeared on the horizon. Ling Chen and the old man entered the city smoothly and then summoned the shadow assassin. My lord, please follow me, this way. Qi Baju bowed slightly to Ling Chen and said, then led the way. Ling Chen nodded and followed Qi Baju through a maze of turns until they arrived at a secluded alley. My lord, we'll set up camp here for now. We've built a small base down below, Qi Baju said, pointing to an abandoned courtyard in front of them. Ling Chen nodded and stepped into the abandoned house in the alley. Upon entering the dilapidated house, dozens of shadow assassins were waiting. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the group of assassins whispered, greetings, my lord. Seeing that all the shadow assassins had reached diamond level, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction and gave an order. Chapter 120 Night Raid on the New Human Division. Immediately afterwards, Ling Chen led the shadow assassins toward the branch he knew about from the beginning. Ling Chen and his group of 20 people appeared silently in a corner of the city under the cover of night, outside a slightly dilapidated old residential area. Everyone be careful, there's a city guarding level expert here. I'll handle him. You all take care of the rest, Ling Chen ordered softly. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. At the same time, the old man's eyes were full of surprise. How long had it been? Ling Chen already had a trump card to deal with the city guard level. Soon, Ling Chen and his group quietly infiltrated the residential area and approached the building where the new humans were located. A certain building, the 6th floor. Behind an exquisitely decorated desk, a man deep in thought suddenly looked up and revealed a wicked smile. Ha, a fish has taken the bait, the man murmured. Ling Chen and his group lay in ambush beside the wall outside the building. Looking around and seeing that there was no open space, Ling Chen frowned slightly, secretly calculating in his mind. If a normal, forceful attack is launched, nearby residents will inevitably be injured in the event of a battle. How to avoid such injuries has become a difficult problem. Oh right, wait for me a moment. Ling Chen took out an array plate and disappeared from the spot, leaving a group of shadow assassins looking at each other in bewilderment. A few minutes later, Ling Chen appeared, and at the same time, a graceful figure appeared. It was Bai Ling. Linger, go up there later and make your move. I'll help you take down the enemy's city guarding level enemy in no time. Don't cause too much damage and avoid friendly fire. Upon hearing Ling Chen's instructions, Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Action, Ling Chen said, and rushed towards the 6th floor where the new human stronghold was located. Whoosh! Bai Ling followed closely behind, her body suddenly disappearing. When Ling Chen and the others arrived at the living room on the 6th floor, they found that several members of the new humans were already prepared and waiting for them to arrive. Ha! Finally here! The leading man sneered, his eyes fixed on Ling Chen. Seeing that the man showed no sign of panic, Ling Chen became secretly wary. Did he have some kind of backup plan? He. Let you become my glorious achievement in my advancement. The man's aura suddenly surged, and a powerful pressure burst forth from his body, instantly enveloping Ling Chen and the others, as if to devour them. 1-star National Protector. The main city, the city lord's mansion. A man who was reviewing documents in his study suddenly noticed something. What are your orders, Lord City Lord? A guard pushed open the door and entered, then knelt down and clasped his hands in a fist salute to the man. There's the aura of a city guarding level expert in the southeast. Send the dragon guards to investigate. Yes, the guard replied softly, then turned and headed towards the dragon guard base. Sigh, things haven't been peaceful lately. The man shook his head, smiled wryly, and continued reading the documents. The opponent's strength was fully displayed, and the old man's eyes were filled with a resolute look. Was he about to risk his life just to seek revenge? Sensing the other party's presence, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If this was all the other party had up their sleeve, then there was nothing to worry about. Linger, go. With a soft shot from Ling Chen, the aura of a peak-level being capable of destroying a nation emanated from Linger. The man opposite him suddenly narrowed his eyes, and the thought of running away popped into his mind. But when the man tried to escape, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. Time and space span. Ling Chen released his control over the man. Now, Linger flashed to the man's side, slashed his throat with her claw, and killed him instantly in front of everyone's shocked gaze. Ling Chen and Linger didn't seem to feel anything at all when they instantly killed a city guarding level expert, as if they were chopping vegetables. This scene made everyone's mouths twitch involuntarily. Don't just stand there, leave no one alive. Ling Chen's calm voice rang out. Yes. The group of assassins and the old man acted quickly, rushing forward. Ling Chen also stepped forward and took away a platinum-level new human with a single sword strike. Looking at the corpse beneath his sword, its blood still flowing freely, Ling Chen's hand twitched slightly. He then let out a long sigh and returned to normal. Ding! Platinum-level expert defeated. Experience plus 4,000. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. You also have experience killing powerful new humans? Stop. Put that person down and let me handle this. Ling Chen shouted urgently. urgently. With a leap, he flashed to the last member of the new human organization and sent him to meet his grandfather with a single sword strike. Ding! Platinum level expert defeated. Experience plus 4,000. Sure enough, honestly cultivating is just too slow. Ling Chen looked at his level and accumulated experience. Ling Chen, gold tier 3 star, 99/300000. Experience pool, 28666. I'll take care of the new humans first, then go to the demon realm to level up, Ling Chen secretly decided. Ling Chen removed the spatial ring from the leader's corpse, examined it, kept the man's identity token, and exchanged all the other items for points. Seeing that his balance had increased by more than 1,000,000 points, Ling Chen couldn't help but purse his lips, realizing he had been ripped off by the unscrupulous system again. Let's go! Using the communicator's camera function to leave evidence, Ling Chen led his group into the night. Several tens of minutes later, a male and a female dragon guard arrived at the scene and saw the people lying in pools of blood. What's this? The man stepped forward and picked up the token from one of his underlings. A new human. He then stripped off his younger brother's shirt and, sure enough, saw the unique markings of the new humans on his back. This is the new human stronghold. I didn't expect that someone would actually come to attack them. The woman looked at the new human's token in her hand, a hint of excitement on her face. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go, notify the boss immediately." After saying this, the two notified the relevant authorities to clean up the mess and left the area. When the man and woman arrived at the Tianlong Club, a room was already covered in blood. All the victims were new humans. In the central villa district, in the detached villa of a wealthy businessman, Ling Chen delivered a fatal blow to the throat, sending the last person to attain enlightenment. Ding! Killed a diamond level expert. Experience plus 8,000. He breathed a sigh of relief. The experience pool had reached 302,666. Without hesitation, upgrade. A flash of white light and an invisible force surged into his body, propelling Ling Chen to the 4th level of the gold rank. The new human organization in Hangzhou has been dealt with. We'll continue the investigation. Tomorrow we'll head to other major city settlements to destroy their branches. Yes, the crowd responded in unison and then disappeared into the night. Chapter 121. A month of busy travel. Encountering an ambush. For the next month, Ling Chen and his group traveled to various gathering places. In just 1 month, Ling Chen and his team cleared out more than 20 branches of the new humans, 2 of which were guarded by city-protecting level experts. Finally, Ling Chen accumulated 10 million points. Without hesitation, Ling Chen exchanged for the source transformation technique and left it for his superpowered legion to cultivate. Whether they cultivated it or not was entirely up to them. Ling Chen personally saw off the platinum and diamond users in each branch, and the experience he gained easily earned him another 3 stars. Experience pool, 104666. Ling Chen's strength reached the 7th level of the gold rank, and he improved by 4 stars in the month he was out. Isn't this faster than honestly practicing? It's time to go back. Ling Chen was secretly excited. This time, not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also exceeded expectations in completing the mission. With several hundred credits secured, Ling Chen and his group, filled with excitement, set off from the Baido settlement on their return journey. During this month, Ling Chen did not forget to draw prizes on time, and the prizes were all things needed for cultivation. Double training card, triple experience card, valid for 1 day, marrow cleansing pill. Ding! The summoning legion cooldown has ended. You can summon now. I quickly found a stream in the wild, washed my hands, and called out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for summoning the Bone Dragon Legion. Number of legions, 33. Legion Commander, Abyss. All members talent level, before death SS level. Attribute, Undead. Class skills, Bone Spikes, Corrosive Breath, Bloodlust. Strength diamond level, peak 9 stars, upgradable. Possesses an immortal body, and is enhanced by absorbing the fires of the dead. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen took out the array plate and went to the trial grounds. Summon, silently in your heart. A massive gate of contracts opened, and from it, giant bone dragons slowly emerged. Looking at the bone dragon's appearance, Ling Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This is way too big. Its enormous body, 20 meters long, was entirely made of bones. The bones were dark black with a dark sheen, connected segment by segment, with sharp bone spurs at the joints. 2 wings, each 4 or 5 meters long, were positioned on either side, and the completely black dragon claws revealed a hint of cold light. 33 bone dragons flew out, blotting out the sky and making it seem as if they had taken over the entire sky. Despite being a skeleton, it did not appear evil at all. Instead, it carried a hint of holiness. The number of bone dragons is not particularly large, but they look like a massive army. Master, the 33 bone dragons cried out in unison, their voices booming and echoing throughout the entire trial grounds. Groups of bone dragons flew into the sky, circling above the trial grounds, emanating a chilling aura. Ah, very good. Ling Chen laughed loudly, looked at the bone dragon, and nodded in satisfaction. You can stay here for now. I will summon you when needed. Do not get into conflicts with other races here. Yes, Master, the 33 bone dragons replied respectfully. quickly. Ling Chen waved his hand and disappeared from the spot. Ling Chen's figure reappeared beside the stream. He said to the shadow assassins waiting nearby, "Let's go." An elderly man stepped forward and said, "Ling Chen, thank you." Ling Chen waved his hand without saying anything. "I don't have much to repay you with, but I have a martial arts manual passed down from my ancestors, which I'll give you as a token of my loyalty." As he spoke, the old man took out a book called The Great Art of Absorbing Source from an old, low-level ring. Ding! High-level Earth rank cultivation technique detected. Source absorption technique. The absorption technique, high-level Earth rank. Content: absorbing source energy and converting it for one's own use can rapidly increase one's strength, but one will never break through to the mortal realm. Looking at the cultivation technique in his hand, Ling Chen's expression turned slightly strange. An ancestral heirloom. You wouldn't happen to have the surname Ren, would you? Ling Chen's tone revealed a hint of strangeness. How did you know? That's right, my surname is indeed Run. My ancestors had too many enemies, so I have always kept my name hidden and never told anyone. I hope you will forgive me. Old Ren clasped his hands and knelt down, bowing to Ling Chen. Ling Chen's eye twitched slightly, and he waved his hand to signal the old man to get up. "I accept it. Alright, let's go," Ling Chen shouted, taking the lead and rushing towards Tianan City. He casually gave the source absorption technique to the system, and now that he has something more effective, he naturally won't choose to use this one. Looking at the 1 million points he had just received, Ling Chen felt a pang of regret. Not long after the group had gone, Bai Ling called out softly, "Wait, there's the aura of a powerful figure ahead." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's expression hardened. With his current strength, his mental perception could only detect the slightest movement within a range of 1 kilometer. The group stopped and stared at Bai Ling with serious expressions. Everyone had witnessed Bai Ling's strength, so they had no doubts. He. A cold laugh rang out, and dozens of men in black slowly emerged from the dense forest directly in front of them, weapons in hand, their eyes coldly fixed on the crowd. "They're probably from the new humans, be careful," Ling Chen whispered a warning, his eyes fixed on the other person as he tried to guess their identity. Not bad. It seems that Ling Chen, the #1 genius in the history of China, does have some brains after all. The old man leading the group of men in black said with a smile. "Ling Chen, you've destroyed 28 of my new humans' branches. You're quite brave." Ling Chen smiled slightly, remaining silent but tacitly agreeing. Ha. Do you already think you're invincible and powerful? The old man in black sneered loudly. "Let me tell you, a genius who hasn't matured isn't a genius at all." "Is that so?" Ling Chen sneered and asked indifferently. A sinister smile appeared on the old man's face, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst forth from the old man in black who was leading the group. Sensing this aura, everyone's expressions instantly turned serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. The leader of the opposing force had reached the peak of the supreme level. Behind the old man, dozens of men in black erupted with their auras, each one a city guarding level expert. "Damn it, they really think highly of me, that an elder has personally come." Ling Chen gave a wry smile and said softly, "I'll see you off later." "My lord," a group of assassins cried out urgently. "There's no use in you staying here," Ling Chen shouted, taking out an array plate. Then suddenly his expression changed. "Oh no. Ling Chen, you don't think we don't know you're a space-type user, do you? The surrounding space has long been sealed off by us. Today, you're doomed." The old man's sinister voice rang out. After saying that, the old man disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Ling Chen in an instant, throwing a punch. Before Ling Chen could react, Bai Ling rushed over and stood in front of him. Chapter 122 Father and Son Meet. A mouthful of blood spurted from Bai Ling's mouth and sprayed onto Ling Chen's face. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen's face instantly darkened. He flashed to a distance with Bai Ling in his arms and placed her on the ground. Gently stroking Bai Ling's pale cheeks, Ling Chen's eyes revealed a hint of heartache. A surge of anger welled up inside me. Turning his head to look at the old man in black, he roared, "You old idiot." Ling Chen slightly spread his hands, his eyes narrowed, and he softly shouted, "Third Revolution Thunder God Technique." A powerful surge of lightning energy appeared on Ling Chen's body, flashing with electricity. Ling Chen's aura gradually rose, from the strength of a 7-star gold level expert to the strength of a 1-star diamond level expert. His physical abilities were also improving rapidly, and he soon reached the strength of a 4-star city guard. "Oh, what kind of secret technique is this? This brat must have a great secret." Seeing Ling Chen's aura suddenly rise, the old man was delighted. "After killing Ling Chen, I will obtain this secret technique and then be able to compete for the position of vice leader. Ling Chen, let's see how you escape this time." The old man's sinister voice came, and he slapped out his palm, sending a surge of energy straight towards Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen had no time to react and quickly disappeared from the spot with a flash. Dozens of meters away, Ling Chen's hands were adorned with a crimson source energy in his right hand and an icy blue source energy in his left hand. In the sky, purple lightning streaked across the horizon. The old man's pupils contracted. What was this? Under the old man's shocked gaze, Ling Chen brought the source energy in his two hands together. Lightning fell from the sky, and the three source energies merged. When the three source energies reached reached a point of equilibrium, a ball of light gradually formed. Ling Chen was already very familiar with the creation of the light sphere. Then, the source power of space and time flowed out of Ling Chen's body and into the light sphere. The old man sensed something and looked at Ling Chen in shock. You also possess time manipulation abilities? Is this guy even human? Having spatial abilities is bad enough, but he also has time abilities. Ignoring the old man's surprise, the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand grew larger and larger. Facing a peak supreme level expert, Ling Chen dared not be careless and poured all his source power into him. The old man also wanted to see what tricks Ling Chen could pull. The more Ling Chen acted up, the happier he was, since these abilities were about to become his. When Ling Chen's source energy was almost depleted, he used a flash to close the distance with the old man, and to the old man's astonishment, he blasted the ball of light close to him. A dazzling white light flashed. A loud bang. Ling Chen appeared hundreds of meters away in a flash, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Now, he truly has absolutely nothing left, not even a single drop of his original energy. Looking up, Ling Chen's pupils contracted as he watched the white light from the explosion dissipate. The figure was still there. Not bad, not bad. A gold-level being can actually unleash an attack with the strength of a supreme-level 4-star. I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of opportunity you obtained. Now, this opportunity belongs to me. The old man sneered. His figure suddenly shot out, rushing towards Ling Chen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the old man unleashed a punch that pierced Ling Chen's chest, and a trickle of blood flowed down Ling Chen's lip. The light in Ling Chen's eyes gradually faded. The old man pulled his arm out, and Ling Chen's body slumped down, falling to the ground. My lord! Dozens of shadow assassins shouted in unison, rushing towards the old man in stealth. Oomph! A mere trick. The old man waved his right hand lightly, and dozens of shadow assassins appeared and flew backward. Ding! Host's current health is extremely low, on the verge of death. Passive, Nirvana triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fully recovered your health on the spot. Nirvana, on cooldown, 30 days. Instantly, a warm feeling surged into Ling Chen's body, and he could feel his entire body beginning to recover. Soon, Ling Chen's injuries returned to normal. The wound on his chest disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, Ling Chen felt as if he had never been injured at all. Only the large hole in his clothes and the bloodstains on his chest indicated that Ling Chen had been injured. Phew! Ling Chen let out a long sigh, but his expression remained solemn. There was no one on his side who could withstand the old man, and even if he recovered, it would be useless. Ha! The old man let out a soft exclamation, looking at Ling Chen with surprise as he returned to normal. Then his face became excited, and he looked at Ling Chen as if he had seen a naked woman, his face full of excitement. The more outrageous Ling Chen's abilities were, the more excited the old man became. In his eyes, these abilities were about to belong to him. Without saying a word, the old man reached out to grab Ling Chen, trying to control him. Just then, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and an aura of world-destroying power emanated from it. The old man felt a slight chill and stopped. He looked up and saw endless dark clouds gathering in the sky, with streaks of silver lightning flashing and descending with a terrifying aura. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Ling Chen was stunned. He felt that this sea of lightning seemed to have a sense of closeness to him. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand, and a purple lightning bolt appeared, soaring into the sky and intertwining closely with the silver lightning, just like a father and son playing and frolicking. The old man's expression changed. Damn it, this can't be. Then, to Ling Chen's stunned gaze, the old man vanished from his spot in a flash, flying rapidly into the distance and fleeing in panic. Ah! Ling Chen scratched his head and said softly, is this lightning really that terrifying? He's not afraid of the thunder, he's afraid of me. A powerful voice came from behind Ling Chen. Ling Chen turned his head and saw a figure slowly descending from the sky. It was a middle-aged man in a white outfit, with a resolute face and an aura of intense pressure. But for some reason, Ling Chen could feel a sense of closeness from the man. Ling Chen stared intently at the middle-aged man, who in turn looked back at Ling Chen. After a short while, the man smiled faintly and said, let me take care of something first. Silver lightning surged in the sky, shooting towards the old man at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the rapidly approaching lightning behind him, the old man's face was filled with terror. No! The lightning struck the old man, instantly taking his life. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the man and murmured, he's actually a Saint Realm expert. Chapter 123 Father and son know each other but don't recognize each other. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of silver lightning bolts fell, binding the remaining men in black. From the dense forest nearby, a man in military uniform darted out and took the man in black into custody. After doing all this, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Ling Chen. Ask me any questions you may have. The man's tone was gentle. Do we know each other? Why do I feel that your aura is very familiar to me? Ling Chen stared intently at the man, a strange feeling stirring within him. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Why? Upon hearing the man's words, Ling Chen's tone was surprisingly calm as he spoke softly. Back then, I was a peerless genius of China, and at the young age of 30, I I broke through to the supreme level, full of vigor and ambition, and charged into the demon realm all by myself. The man's tone became low, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Later, I met her, we fell in love at first sight, and later, we had 2 children, until one day, her people came looking for us. At that time, with her help, I had already entered the Saint realm and become one of the strongest in China, but under the pressure of her clansmen, I couldn't even lift my body. At this point, a hint of sadness flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist tightly, and continued speaking. And she seemed to have known all along that all this would happen, having already sent our child away beforehand, instructing me never to let her people know who our child was. As if opening a long-sealed box of stories, the middle-aged man and Ling Chen sat on the ground and began to tell each other their past stories. I hope that one day, we can work together to bring her back. After speaking, the man coughed a few times, his face somewhat pale. Ling Chen felt a pang of sadness, nodded, and asked, noticing the man's unwell condition, "What's wrong?" "The old injuries are nothing to worry about." The man smiled faintly at Ling Chen, but the slightly pale corners of his mouth betrayed him. Ling Chen suddenly remembered the wound medicine he had once drawn. He took it out and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Here you go. This can heal your hidden injury." "Oh?" The man looked at Ling Chen with surprise, a hint of relief in his eyes. He really was his father's good son. Without hesitation, the man tilted his head back and swallowed it. I forgot to mention earlier, this medicine is for external use. Why didn't you say so sooner?" The middle-aged man's forehead veins bulged. "You really are a terrible person to me." "Ahem. Just kidding to lighten the mood. Don't take it seriously." Ling Chen coughed twice. The wound medicine he took transformed into a warm current, flowing towards the man's sores and instantly repairing them. The man's complexion instantly returned to normal, and his energy and spirit were restored to their peak. "I've actually fully recovered," the man exclaimed in surprise as he felt the changes in his body. He then said to Ling Chen, "Good, as expected of the junior I have high hopes for." After saying that, she winked at Ling Chen. Seeing the man's change, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to him. "All right, I still don't know." Ling Chen was interrupted by the man before he could finish speaking. "They all call me Emperor Ling." The emperor's tone was domineering, making people want to submit to him. "Emperor Ling?" Upon hearing this title, a look of shock flashed across Ling Chen's face. "Wasn't this the strongest person in China today? The strongest one is actually my dad? So I'm a second-generation powerhouse? I've heard so much about you." Ling Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute to Emperor Ling and said, "They all call me Godling. I've heard so much about you. Ha ha ha." The two men smiled at each other, reaching an unspoken understanding without uttering a word about their father-son relationship. "I know everything you did in Tianan City. Building a city definitely requires resources. I have some spirit stones here, consider it a small gift." After saying that, Emperor Ling took out a ring and tossed it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen caught the ring and probed it with his divine sense. He was immediately attracted by the abundant source energy within. This ring actually contains tens of millions of ordinary spirit stones and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. One high-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, but generally, no one would exchange a high-grade spirit stone for an ordinary spirit stone. In comparison, the source energy in high-grade spirit stones is purer and contains fewer impurities, making them twice as effective for cultivation. "Then thank you very much, Your Majesty," Ling Chen said with a cupped hand, and accepted the ring without any hesitation. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to send someone to Dawn City to find me." Emperor Ling waved his hand and said meaningfully, "Okay." Ling Chen nodded heavily. "Here are 2 jade pendants. If you encounter danger, you can crush them." With that, Emperor Ling took out 2 more jade pendants rich in spiritual energy and handed them to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took the jade pendant, on which were clearly engraved 2 words, Ling Huang. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation, I'll wait for you." Emperor Ling cupped his hands in greeting, then stood up and slowly walked away. A thunderbird, its body crackling with electricity, sped towards them from afar. With a long cry, the thunderbird landed in front of Ling Huang. Looking at the thunderbird in front of him, Ling Huang's face showed a kind smile. "Let's go." Ling Huang leaped onto the back of the thunderbird, which spread its wings and soared into the sky. An eagle followed closely behind, with a man in military uniform standing on its back, followed by dozens of bound men in black. As Ling Chen watched the thunderbird and the eagle disappear from sight, a question arose in his mind. How did he arrive so quickly? Shaking his head, Ling Chen turned around and came to Bai Ling's side. Bai Ling was closing her eyes and healing herself. After feeding Bai Ling a healing elixir, Ling Chen sat down. After a long time, under the effect of the sacred pill, Bai Ling's pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue and she recovered. Opening her eyes, Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen sitting in front of her and felt a warmth rise in her heart. "All right, let's go home," Ling Chen said softly, looking at Bai Ling. Bai Ling nodded, and their eyes met in mid-air, both of them revealing a smile. The group set off again towards Tianan City. Just as he took a step, he suddenly saw a golden token lying on the ground. It was the one the old man had left behind. He bent down and picked it up. The token is engraved with the character flower. Not understanding why, Ling Chen threw it into the ring. Tianan City, the city lord's mansion. After 2 days of travel, Ling Chen and his group returned to Tianan City. Chapter 124, Establishing the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, Raising Big Money. After dismissing the surrounding guards, Ling Chen summoned all the high-ranking officers of the Legion to the underground fortress. The meeting hall is located on the 3rd basement level. Standing atop the platform, Ling Chen looked down at the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, and a surge of pride welled up within him. Here, Yi Kong said with a serious expression, I have a cultivation technique here called the Origin Transformation Technique. Even warriors with low talent can cultivate it to the diamond level using spirit stones. Take it and let the warriors cultivate it. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and stared at Ling Chen in shock. I have some spirit stones here that the superpower army needs for training. That should be enough for now. You can distribute them yourselves. Ling Chen took out 5 million spirit stones and placed them in front of everyone. These 5 million spirit stones are enough for the superpowered army to use for a long time. Yi Kong, City Lord Yi, and Zhuge Kongming stepped forward to collect the spirit stones, their eyes gleaming with intense light. With these spirit stones and cultivation techniques, they were confident that they could train a group of outstanding warriors in a very short time. There's one more thing to announce. I'm planning to open a chamber of commerce called Chenxi Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Chenxi Chamber of Commerce? Are we going to do business? Yi Kong and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. That's right, we can't sustain ourselves with just these spirit stones for long, so we must become self-sufficient. A glint of shrewdness appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. Currently, we mainly sell resources that we don't need in the treasure vault, as well as pills. In the future, we will run various businesses, and Tianan City is just our starting point. I hope that this Chamber of Commerce can be established in all cities of China. 50% of the Chamber of Commerce's profits will be used to train the army, and the other half will be used to expand the size of the Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen's words caused everyone present to pause for a moment, before they responded in unison, yes. I wonder who will be the president of this Chamber of Commerce. Zhuge Kongming's voice came from all of them. Among everyone present, he was the only one with a bit of business acumen, but he had no interest in it whatsoever. He didn't want Ling Chen to entrust him with this important task. As for the president, Ling Chen stroked his chin, thinking, who among the people he knew was there? Then, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. I have someone in mind, the manager of the central auction house, Xian Duoduo. Oh, it's him? Lord Ye's surprised voice came. Xian Duoduo is quite capable in business, but would he even come? The auction is his family business. I'll go ask him. Ling Chen's eyes were filled with determination. Alright, there's no time to lose. I'll go find him now. I'm leaving things here to you. Yes, young Master Ling, Brother Chen, everyone responded in unison. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction, then disappeared from the spot. The auction house is in the city center. In the 3rd floor office, a stout man was lounging in a comfortable leather chair, sipping fine wine and humming a tune. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. Upon seeing the unexpected figure, the man was so startled that he spat out a mouthful of wine, which spilled onto the ground. Just as the man was about to call for help, he saw Ling Chen's face clearly and said in shock, it's you. Long time no see, Manager Qian. Ling Chen looked at him calmly, a playful smile on his face. Oh, isn't this young Master Ling? What brings you here? Xian Duoduo immediately beamed with joy, stood up, and came to Ling Chen's side. In his eyes, Ling Chen was a young master who had come out to gain experience. If he could stick close to this powerful figure, he could also try to secure the position of his family's heir. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you. I want to establish a chamber of commerce, and I'd like you to be its president. Ling Chen's words made Xian Duoduo frown. Once she went out and became the president of the Chamber of Commerce under Ling Chen, it would be equivalent to giving up her position as the family heir. This, young Master Ling, you may not know this, but according to ancestral rules, family heirs are not allowed to hold positions in other chambers of commerce, Xian Duoduo said to Ling Chen in a low voice, looking troubled. Ling Chen nodded, not trying to persuade Xian Duoduo, but simply said something. I plan to invest an initial 5 million spirit stones in the Chamber of Commerce, plus hundreds of thousands of resources from various systems. Young Master Ling, I have no interest in being an heir or anything like that. I want to follow young Master Ling and pursue my dreams, Xian Duoduo said immediately, her heart pounding. Ding! Xian Duoduo has joined the Legion. 5 million spirit stones. His family's businesses combined are estimated to be worth around 1 million spirit stones, while Ling Chen's investment is just the initial investment. It's easy to see why he has to make this choice. Alright, go to the city lord's mansion tomorrow to find Zhuge Kongming and discuss it together. After that, the development of the Chamber of Commerce will be entrusted to you. Ling Chen stepped forward, patted Xian Duoduo on the shoulder, took out a ring, and handed it to Ling Chen. Upon receiving the ring, Xian Duoduo was shocked. 5 million spirit stones, Ling Chen had just handed them over like that? Wasn't he afraid that she would just run away? Suddenly, Xian Duo felt an impulse to die for a friend who understands him. He secretly vowed to do his best to make the Chamber of Commerce bigger and stronger, to live up to Ling Chen's trust, and then he could get more profit and dividends. Don't worry, young Master Ling, I will definitely do a good job with this Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen nodded. I believe you. I'm leaving. After saying that, Ling Chen silently teleported away and disappeared from the spot, leaving Chen Duo alone, trembling. No, I have to go back. I must leave the family. Chen Duo hurriedly left the office and disappeared around the corner of the auction. Having arranged everything, Ling Chen returned to his long-missed home, where his sisters were cultivating in their rooms. Without being disturbed, Ling Chen returned to his room. After a period of continuous training, Ling Chen could feel that he had reached the peak of the first stage of his 3 revolutions Thunder God technique. Next, he could try the second stage. The second transformation requires tempering the body with heavenly lightning. Ling Chen, who possesses an SSS level lightning talent, believes he can withstand it. After all, he endured great pain during the first stage of tempering his body with electricity, and he survived it. Moreover, he is now even stronger. They took out the array plate and arrived at the trial grounds. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of purple origin chi erupted from his body, soaring straight into the sky. Above Ling Chen, streaks of purple lightning appeared, churning within the dense dark clouds, seemingly possessing the power to destroy the world. However, Ling Chen did not feel any threat. He sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and activated the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique, guiding the power of thunder from the sky to descend like a dragon entering the sea, pouring into Ling Chen's body at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 125 The Third Revolution of the Thunder God Technique, Second Revolution. A terrifying surge of lightning power raged through Ling Chen's body, but he did not feel any pain whatsoever. Under Ling Chen's control, the power of thunder continuously flowed into his body, tempering his physical form. Ling Chen's physical body grew stronger and stronger under the tempering of the lightning power, and a surge of energy emanated from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. After about 15 minutes, the purple lightning slowly dissipated and disappeared. At this moment, Ling Chen opened his eyes, and a dense, sharp light burst forth from his pupils, faintly carrying wisps of purple electric arcs, which was chilling. Ling Chen slowly stood up. After being tempered by lightning, a lightning pattern appeared on his skin, and he exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura that made people's hearts tremble. Through the training just now, Ling Chen's physique has improved to a higher level, becoming even stronger than before. However, Ling Chen discovered that this second transformation was not so simple. To cultivate the second transformation to perfection, one must undergo 9 different kinds of lightning baptisms. As for myself, I only went through one, the simplest one. When the opportunity arises, Ling Chen will also seek out the 9 different types of lightning power in the world. Once he masters the technique, Ling Chen's physique will definitely be greatly improved, at least by 1 level. While there was still time, Ling Chen went to visit Master Kongming. Boy, it's been a while, your strength has grown. The weathered voice of Master Kongming came as he sensed Ling Chen's presence. Master Kongming, you flatter me, Ling Chen said, cupping his hands in greeting. Not bad, worthy of being the disciple I've chosen. Master Kongming laughed heartily, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He. Master. Ling Chen rubbed his hands together and looked at his master. The old man Kongming couldn't help but roll his eyes, knowing that this kid's visit was just a side trip. He said irritably, once you reach platinum level, you'll get your own exclusive talent skill. Also, the second level of the space city will be unlocked then. Right now, you have nothing. The second level of the city of space. Upon hearing his master's words, Ling Chen's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. He had almost forgotten about this. Well, once you reach platinum level, you can enter the second level. I've left some good stuff for you inside, the old man said mysteriously. Ling Chen hurriedly and respectfully asked, Master, please tell me what kind of treasure it is, so I can be mentally prepared. You'll know when you reach platinum level. Alright, Ling Chen nodded and waved to the old man. Then I'll be going now, Master. I'll come back to see you later. Won't you go fishing with your teacher? No, please enjoy your retirement. Ling Chen bowed to the old man Kongming and then disappeared from the spot. This kid. The old man smiled helplessly, turned his head, and continued to look at his fishing rod without a hook. It's been over 30 years, and he still hasn't caught anything. When I got back to my room, it was already morning. Ling Chen jumped out of bed. His sisters in the living room were watching TV and chatting. Ling Chen went into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills and make a delicious breakfast for his 2 sisters, so that they would look at him in a new light. Light the fire, pour in water, add ingredients, add seasonings, stir fry repeatedly, take out the bowl, and take it out of the pot, all done in one go. In just 10 minutes, Ling Chen had prepared 3 bowls of delicious food and placed them on the table. Come on, try my cooking. Hearing Ling Chen's call, Ling Shi didn't even look at him and just curled her lip. Brother, what else can you do besides cook noodles? Ling Chen thought for a moment. He can also fry eggs. Xiaolong, I know this well. Speaking of fried eggs, Ling Chen thought of Little Dragon, who was still diligently cultivating in the pet space. A chubby body appeared on the floor. Little dragon was lying on his back with his 4 legs in the air, making smacking noises as if he was eating something. Good grief, instead of training properly, you're just slacking off and sleeping. Ha, little dragon, wake up and eat barbecue. Ling Chen called out softly, and Xiaolong's eyes opened instantly, shining as he looked around. Where? He. Then he saw Ling Chen, who was looking at him with a big smile, and couldn't help but complain. Boss, you lied to Long. Instead of cultivating properly. Ling Chen's words were on the tip of his tongue when he suddenly realized, how did you become a city guardian level? Boss, I've already absorbed all the beast cores, that's why I'm sleeping, little dragon said, sounding aggrieved. Ling Chen was taken aback, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Xiaolong. He had to admit that the little guy's strength was improving at an incredibly fast pace. It hasn't been that long, and it's already reached the level of breaching a city. With such a significant increase in strength, have you gained any useful abilities? Ling Chen asked curiously, recalling that little dragon could now fly. Boss, I can transform. Oh, turn into what? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. I can become a dragon. Little dragon's voice was full of excitement. I can become a dragon, take boss to the sky, and make boss feel incredibly happy. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? Ling Chen gave Xiaolong a flick on the forehead. Anything else? Oh right, boss, I've also learned fusion, so I can fuse with you and become one with you from now on. Suddenly, Ling Chen was stunned, as if struck by lightning. It's fusion. Boss, I can transform into a set of divine dragon armor and attach myself to you. Little dragon's excited voice rang out. After understanding what Xiaolong meant, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it meant. Alright, I got it. Next time, remember to finish what you're saying in one breath. Ling Chen glared at Xiaolong, annoyed. Brother, we've finished eating. The noodles you made were great. Thumbs up. Ling Shi smiled and gave Ling Chen a thumbs up. Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction, remembering the 2 jade pendants given to him by the emperor. He took out the 2 jade pendants and handed them to his 2 younger sisters. If you encounter any danger in the future, just crush this jade pendant, understand? Ling Chen whispered in his ear. I know. Brother, does crushing this jade pendant mean 100,000 soldiers will descend from the sky? Ling Shi tilted her head and looked at Ling Chen. An unparalleled expert will come to save you, riding on 10,000 bolts of lightning. Ling Shi nodded to Ling, but at the same time couldn't help rolling her eyes. Hearing this, it must be Ling Chen who came riding on lightning. Seeing that both girls nodded, Ling Chen was temporarily relieved, no longer needing to worry too much about his sister's safety. With the protection of the strongest person in all of China, there are very few people who can harm them. Chapter 126 Returning to Dawn Academy. Having been away for so long, it's time to go back to the academy. After saying goodbye to his 2 younger sisters, Ling Chen took Xiaolong to the city lord's mansion. The 2 guards at the gate bowed respectfully upon seeing Ling Chen, but Ling Chen waved them off and walked directly into the city lord's mansion. In the council hall, everyone was discussing the follow-up matters when they saw Ling Chen appear. They all stood up and greeted him. Ling Chen greeted them with a smile, then said, Everyone, I'm going back to the academy now. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on everyone's faces. From now on, I'll leave Tianan City to you all to take good care of. Ling Chen looked at Zhuge Kongming and said softly, Brother Kongming, I'll trouble you to manage the superpowered army for me. Yi Kong, you'll be starting school soon, right? Once you're in Shanghai, make the most of your talents and recruit more promising geniuses into our legion. Brother Chen, don't worry. Yi Kong patted his chest. Everyone, I hope that when I return from the academy, this place will be completely transformed. That will be our chance to shine. Ling Chen stepped forward, patted everyone on the shoulder, and then left the city lord's mansion with a smile. He easily arrived at an empty open space outside the city. A space-time vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen. With one step, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. On a towering mountain peak, Ling Chen stood atop a sheer cliff. On the cliff, Ling Chen looked at the prosperous Shanghai in the distance, shook his head, turned around, and strode into the dense forest. Upon returning to the academy, Ling Chen immediately headed to the first floor of the treasure pavilion. With his mountain of tokens from the new human organization, tens of thousands of academic credits are practically guaranteed. The treasure pavilion, the main hall on the first floor. The hall was still empty, with no one in sight, except for an old man who was taking all sorts of lazy naps. Ling Chen walked to the counter. Knock knock knock. A gentle tap on the table startled the old man, as if he had been jolted awake. He looked up at Ling Chen with a displeased expression and roared, You brat, you've been on a mission for so long. Don't disturb my sleep. Ignoring Elder Li's roar, Ling Chen took out hundreds of new human organization tokens from his ring, including 3 deacon tokens. Immediately, Old Li was shocked. Is this even human? You've probably raided the new human's hideout. After receiving the tokens and conducting a brief inspection, it was discovered that they were genuine. Seeing Ling Chen's seemingly harmless appearance, Old Li was furious. If someone is deceived by Ling Chen's handsomeness, which is only slightly less than the reader's, then he will surely suffer a terrible fate. Hundreds of ordinary tokens, each worth only 0.1% of the credits, were exchanged for only a few dozen credits. credits. The 3 Deacon tokens, each worth 80 credits, made Ling Chen realize the joy that credits bring. 240 credits could be exchanged for some decent items in the treasure pavilion. Just as Elderly was about to register Ling Chen's credits, Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and took out an exquisite token. On the surface of the token, a large character flower appeared. Upon seeing the token, Elder Li's pupils contracted. This is the token of Elder Hua, one of the 4 elders of the new humans. How did you? Old Li's questioning voice was interrupted by Ling Chen before he could finish speaking. It's a long story, it happened on a snowy night. Stop. Get to the point. Old Li quickly waved his hand to interrupt Ling Chen's train of thought. If Ling Chen were to finish speaking, he probably wouldn't see the sunrise the next day, because they were telling stories all night. I was walking down the street when I saw a corpse by the roadside. I rushed over to see if there was anything I could do to save it, Ling Chen said with a serious expression. And then I found this token right next to the old man. Isn't that a coincidence? Ling Chen spoke with great seriousness, but looking at Ling Chen's earnest demeanor, Old Li couldn't help but doubt his sincerity. Are you sure? Elder Li asked, staring at Ling Chen. Elder Hua, just like that, he's dead? I'm sure, Ling Chen said decisively. After all, he could say whatever he wanted about this. Alright then, I'll trust you for now. Old Li looked at the token in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to exchange it for the corresponding points for Ling Chen. Elder Hua's token has appeared in Ling Chen's hands, so he must be dead. Elder Hua is on the bounty list, so in addition to the basic 1000 credits for killing an elder, there is also a 2333 ranking points pool. As Old Li exchanged points for Ling Chen, he spoke. What? Old Li's words stunned Ling Chen. Elder Hua has actually made it onto the list of people in Dawn Academy who are crowdfunding to kill him with their credits. What a pleasant surprise. Seeing Ling Chen's excited expression, Old Li smiled and stroked his beard. Your overall strength has at least reached the diamond level, right? Old Li's tone carried an unquestionable certainty. Ling Chen nodded. Diamond level opponents were easy for him to handle. In that case, some tasks can be assigned to you. As soon as Elder Li finished speaking, the number of tasks on the hall screen instantly increased from hundreds to thousands. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback and looked at the screen. Hard level mission, escort supplies in the battlefield of all races. Mission objective, proceed to a designated location within the battlefield of 10,000 races and escort supplies back. Task reward, 500 credits. With a casual glance, Ling Chen noticed that most of the missions featured a place name he had never heard of before, the battlefield of 10,000 races. I think you've already noticed something different. The old man's calm voice came. Ling Chen turned his gaze away from the screen, looked at the old man, and nodded gently. Do you know why, even though our human race is growing stronger every day, we never launch a counterattack against the demon realm to reclaim the territory we once lost? Upon hearing this, Ling Chen shook his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wasn't it that we couldn't win? Ahem. Of course, one reason is that the demon beast race is stronger, and the other reason is this battlefield of 10,000 races. The old man cleared his throat and continued. This battlefield of 10,000 races is a relic from ancient times. It contains a mysterious substance called Chaos Elixir, which can help cultivators break through bottlenecks without any side effects. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This is good stuff, the old man continued. However, this battlefield of myriad races is not only accessible to those from our blue star. Chapter 127 Battlefield of 10,000 Races. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was taken aback, and a bold guess popped into his mind. Are there other planetary races that can enter? That's right, the old man nodded. The battlefield of 10,000 races, as the name suggests, is where countless races enter to compete for the Chaos Elixir. Moreover, Blue Star has been targeted by a certain extraterrestrial human race who have been searching for an entrance to Blue Star. To this end, they possessed a powerful figure who had entered the battlefield of myriad races back then and developed a complete force on Blue Star. The ultimate goal of this force is to break through the defenses of Earth by working together from within and without. Currently, everyone entering or leaving the battlefield of 10,000 races undergoes rigorous checks, their 5 senses are sealed, and they are brought in. Therefore, so far, no outsiders have achieved. After listening to Elder Li's account, Ling Chen felt that his understanding of the world had been refreshed. Then why don't the outsiders just launch a full-scale attack on our Blue Star's base in the battle of 10,000 races, and then slowly search for it? There are strength restrictions for entering the battlefield of myriad races. Only those with the strength of Saint Realm 3 or below can enter. Hearing the old man's words, Ling Chen frowned. Isn't the Saint Realm the highest level? A sage, is that just the beginning? What comes next? You'll know when you're strong enough. Elder Li shook his head and continued. Our ancestors have always rushed to the battlefield of the myriad races to guard the entrance to Blue Star. The number of those who died in battle is countless. The old man's voice suddenly turned sorrowful. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen felt a pang of sadness. Saints are merely pioneers, only the beginning. In Ling Chen's mind, the scene of saints walking everywhere on the battlefield of myriad races involuntarily momentarily came to mind. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen decided to go and check out the battlefield of all races. But you need to prepare well before you go. Ideally, one should reach platinum level in strength, awaken 2 more talent skills, and unlock the second level of the space city. Young man, this battlefield of 10,000 races, though extremely dangerous, is a good place to hone yourself. Only there will you continuously improve and gain opportunities, the old man advised. Yes, Ling Chen nodded heavily, mentally planning what he needed to prepare. Ling Chen's most pressing need was to improve his origin chi level. Oldly, I'll be going now. I'll come back to you later to receive the mission. Ling Chen's voice gradually faded into the distance. Hee, young man, you're quite impatient. Oldly chuckled. However, his talent is indeed remarkable. Given enough time, he will surely become another saint of our human race and a pillar of our people. Outside the cultivation room, Ling Chen, having just gained several thousand points, was too ambitious and looked down on the free advanced cultivation room that offered 3 times the benefits. They directly registered and chose the top-tier training room, which offers a 5 credit per day bonus to training speed, resulting in a 10-fold increase in training speed. But when you encounter a genius like Ling Chen, it's not just a matter of 10 levels. Upon entering the top-tier cultivation room, I found a spot, sat cross-legged, and began circulating my cultivation techniques, thus commencing my cultivation journey. He currently possesses the strength of a gold level 7-star. Target, platinum. Under Ling Chen's cultivation technique, the source energy surrounding him, which was 10 times denser than outside, poured into his body at an astonishing speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Chen's pores opened as he circulated his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the source energy. After the source energy entered Ling Chen's body, it quickly rushed towards Ling Chen's limbs and bones, then merged into his dantian, where it condensed and turned into droplets. Boom! Within Ling Chen's body, the source energy surged into his dantian in one go. Immediately, a surge of primal energy erupted from his dantian, and Ling Chen's aura instantly soared, breaking through from the 7th level gold rank to the 8th level gold rank, breaking through the shackles in one fell swoop. Ling Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging source energy within his body, and a look of satisfaction appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Ling Chen immersed himself in arduous cultivation. Buzzing, streams of primal energy, like a tide, continuously spread from Ling Chen's body surface, converging bit by bit towards Ling Chen's dantian. Half a month has passed quietly. Ling Chen's strength has reached the peak of the 9th star of the gold level. At this moment, Ling Chen can feel that the source energy in his dantian has reached its fullness, and he is only one step away from the platinum level. Breakthrough. Ling Chen waved his hand, and a saint-grade ascension pill appeared in his hand. He tilted his head back, swallowed it directly, and then began his breakthrough. The effects of the sacred essence pill flowed rapidly through Ling Chen's body, quickly filling his entire being. Buzzing. The source energy surged wildly, and circles of pale red light flickered on Ling Chen's body surface. Streams of source energy flowed along Ling Chen's meridians, constantly washing over and tempering his body. The droplets of primordial energy within his dantian gradually condensed into crystals, each containing terrifying primordial power. After all the droplets in his body were transformed into origin chi crystals, Ling Chen's strength finally broke through to the platinum level. Ding! Congratulations, host, your strength has reached the platinum level. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent skill, spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation, level 1, 0/1000. You can mark 3 locations and teleport there randomly at any time. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent skill, time flow. Time flow rate, level 1, 0/1000. The flow rate of time within a certain space can be freely controlled. Current flow rate 2.0. Having just advanced, Ling Chen gained memories of these 2 innate skills in his mind. Although these 2 skills are not very lethal, they are extremely useful. Spatial teleportation can be used to teleport to a marked location in critical moments, potentially saving lives. The speed of time flow is of great help to Ling Chen. He can slow down the flow of time, which can not only effectively reduce the speed of the opponent in battle, but also increase his cultivation time. With a slight upturn of his lips, Ling Chen couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. That's right, the city of space, Ling Chen murmured. After upgrading to platinum level, the city of space will be able to open its second level. After taking out the array plate, Ling Chen arrived at the trial grounds. We arrived at the trial grounds, in the sky. The array plate floated in the air. Ling Chen stared intently at the array plate, channeling all his source energy into it. Sensing the intensity of Ling Chen's origin chi, the array plate emitted a buzzing sound. Chapter 128. The second level of the city of space, obtaining a clone. What's going on? The array plate trembled, releasing a strange halo of light. Within the halo, the array plate rotated continuously, radiating out ripples of energy that enveloped the trial grounds. Buzzing. The halo of light from the array plate grew brighter and brighter, as if it were about to shine through. Seeing this, a look of anticipation appeared on Ling Chen's face. He knew that the array plate was about to activate its second layer. Sure enough, a moment later, the array plate emitted a dazzling white light, and then the halo disappeared, revealing the entrance to the second level. In the center of the trial grounds, a pillar of light descended from the sky, and at the end of the pillar of light, the second layer of space should be. Ling Chen took a step and his figure entered the pillar of light. The moment Ling Chen entered the pillar of light, he felt as if he had traversed space and instantly arrived inside a giant palace. Inside the main hall of the palace, there were several tables piled high with spirit stones and pills. On the first table were 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and on the tables behind were all kinds of pills. It seemed that his master had placed the pills here because he hadn't expected that he would be able to refine pills. Ling Chen waved his hand and accepted all the spirit stones and pills without any hesitation. These spirit stones and pills were enough for him to train many powerful warriors. After putting away all the spirit stones and pills, Ling Chen finally had time to look around. Inside the palace, there are many rooms, each with a different name. Battle room, training room, soul refining room. Ling Chen arrived at the battle room, pushed open the door, and walked in with a creak. Battle room, fight against mirrored opponents. A voice rang in Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen stopped after taking only a few steps inside. In front of him stood a dark figure, motionless, looking like a puppet. Is this what they call a mirror image opponent? Ling Chen frowned. Suddenly, Ling Chen's pupils shrank as he saw the dark figure opposite him holding an extremely black sword. This sword is somewhat similar to the Xianyuan sword in my hand. The dark figure opposite seemed harmless. Just as Ling Chen was still observing, the dark figure opposite him made the first move. Lightning flashed, and the dark figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Ling Chen. It was the thunderclap technique. Ling Chen's expression froze slightly, but he quickly realized what was happening. Flash! Ling Chen closed the distance with the shadowy figure, then slammed his right fist out, aiming for the figure's chest. The dark figure tilted his body slightly, dodging Ling Chen's punch at a tricky angle, and then unleashed a powerful right punch. Thor's fist. A dazzling arc of lightning clung to the shadowy figure's right fist, which slammed into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen staggered back dozens of steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected the black figure to have such a strong fighting spirit, defeating him with just his lightning-based superpower. Looking at the dark figure in front of him, Ling Chen's expression became serious. The dark figure in front of him was an opponent who possessed all of his superpowers and skills, and he could not underestimate him. Third Revolution Thunder God Technique. Third Revolution Thunder God Technique. Enhance! Enhance! Ling Chen and the shadowy figure's auras suddenly surged, their momentum rushing towards each other like a raging river, engaging in a fierce battle in the air. Ling Chen stared at the dark figure. Thunder God Technique. With a roar, Ling Chen pounced towards the dark figure, his body moving like lightning, so fast that he was almost invisible. Ice armor. A thick, ice blue armor covered the dark figure. Bang! Ling Chen punched the ice armor on the black figure. The black figure was knocked back 2 steps, but was unharmed. There was not a single mark left on the ice armor. Flash! Thor's fist. Ling Chen refused to believe it and threw another punch from behind the shadowy figure. The shadowy figure staggered forward a step but was still not seriously injured. The shadowy figure, known as Wildfire, did not simply defend. Raging flames ignited around the figure, and Ling Chen quickly flashed away to create distance. Upon seeing this, the shadowy figure stomped its right foot on the ground and took a step forward, heading towards the place where Ling Chen had appeared. Its speed exceeded Ling Chen's expectations. Ice armor. Ling Chen quickly activated ice armor as well, thinking, if I can't get it, I'll join in. Seeing this, the shadowy figure did not waste his effort. The 3 elements of primal energy surged from the shadowy figure's body and merged into one in the shadowy figure's hand, and a ball of light that Ling Chen was very familiar with appeared in the shadowy figure's hand. This is... Ling Chen's pupils contracted. Shouldn't this be his exclusive property? Ling Chen was quite clear about the power of this ball of light, and of course he would not sit idly by and wait for his death. He unleashed his 3 types of supernatural abilities. Wait, 3 elements? Ling Chen suddenly realized that this dark figure seemed to only possess his 3 elemental abilities. The other party did not use my spatial and temporal abilities. Just as Ling Chen was stunned, the dark figure was already approaching him at lightning speed. Taking advantage of Ling Chen's continued fusion with the light sphere, it instantly threw the light sphere at Ling Chen, who frowned slightly. Time and space span. Ling Chen gave a soft shout, and the black shadow stopped in midair, moving towards Ling Chen at an extremely slow speed. The ban period was short-lived, but it was enough time for Ling Chen to accumulate the same orb of light. An identical ball of light condensed and took shape. Ling Chen threw the ball of light to the shadowy figure and then retreated to the side. The shadowy figure was swallowed up by the ball of light. The 2 collided, and an explosion was heard. Ling Chen stepped back, his eyes fixed on the ball of light in front of him. He was curious to see if the dark figure could withstand it. As the light from the explosion gradually faded, Ling Chen was surprised to find that his shadow was crumbling. As the shadow disintegrated, Ling Chen noticed that its shape was rapidly fading. A series of cracking sounds rang out again, and the black shadow completely disintegrated, disappearing into the world. Congratulations on defeating the mirror image. The voice in his mind rang out again, and a jade slip appeared from where the shadow had vanished. Ling Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the jade slip. Several lines of text were written on the jade slip. Secret technique, clone. Clone. A clone can be summoned at any time. The clone's strength and physical attributes are as powerful as the original, but it only possesses supernatural abilities with talents below the god level of the original. The original and the clone can switch positions at any time. Note, each clone can only exist for a maximum of 1 month. After 1 month, the secret clone will automatically dissipate. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Ling Chen's mouth opened slightly, and a look of surprise welled up in his heart. With this clone ability, Ling Chen can entrust many dangerous tasks to his clones. Chapter 129 Meditation. Heading to the battlefield of 10,000 races. In this way, he was free from any risk. The value of this secret technique is self-evident. There's such a secret technique? Ling Chen murmured, a smile appearing on his face. This secret technique was truly too powerful. What Ling Chen lacks most right now is a secret technique for survival. Such a technique would be of great help to him. Ding! God-level secret technique, clone, detected. Learn now? They didn't even consider it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned the secret technique, clone. With the system's help, Ling Chen easily learned the clone skill. After finishing his training, Ling Chen reviewed the clone skill. The clone skill is divided into 3 levels. Now that Ling Chen has mastered the first level of the basics, he can have a clone. The second level allows you to summon hundreds of clones. The third level can summon tens of thousands of clones. Ling Chen could already imagine how powerful his clone skill would be. Tens of thousands of clones. What kind of concept was that? While you stay at home without moving, your clone can go out and do missions for you. The only drawback is that the clone does not gain experience from the monsters it kills. Otherwise, if tens of thousands of versions of myself went directly into the wilderness to farm monsters, I could just take off from the spot. In any case, Ling Chen made a fortune. The things Master Kongming left behind on the second level of this spatial city were indeed much better than those on the first level. There were still 2 rooms to visit, and Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Cultivation room. The source energy is 100 times greater than that outside. Ling Chen stroked his chin. The cultivation room was a place where the concentration of origin chi was higher than outside. If he combined it with his time manipulation ability to slow down the flow of time, my cultivation speed will be hundreds of times faster than that of the outside world. Upon realizing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but get excited. However, Ling Chen did not immediately rush into the training room in excitement. Instead, they turned their attention to the third room, Soul Refining Chamber. For tempering the soul, one must have spiritual power at least at the human realm level. Soul refinement not only increases spiritual power but also enhances the soul. While strengthening spiritual power, it also increases the strength of the soul. Soul Refining Chamber? What the hell is this? Is it something related to the soul? Ling Chen muttered to himself as he walked into the Soul Refining Chamber. As soon as he entered, Ling Chen felt his mental energy being suppressed and constantly being depleted. Soul Refining Chamber. Resist the mental drain of the Soul Refining Chamber and receive a reward. A voice rang in his mind again, making Ling Chen's eyes light up. Ling Chen's research revealed that the rate at which mental energy is consumed in this Soul Refining Chamber is not very high. He only needs to continuously replenish his own energy and persevere for a while. After a long time, Ling Chen persevered. Master Kongming, who set the challenge, did not expect that Ling Chen, who was only at the platinum level, had already reached the human realm in terms of spiritual power. They passed the test with ease. Congratulations on passing. You have obtained the mental cultivation technique, meditation. Meditation. Through meditation, one can rapidly restore depleted mental energy and cultivate one's mental energy limit. Mental cultivation techniques have almost been lost on Earth. Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. Master Kongming definitely had a lot of stock. Ding, mental cultivation technique, meditation, detected. Learn it? Ding, congratulations host, you have learned meditation. A memory of meditation techniques appeared in Ling Chen's mind, and he instantly understood how to use meditation. Learning meditation means that Ling Chen can replenish his depleted mental energy at any time. Then the illusion magic I learn will remain effective, and once I learn a mental attack skill, my attacks will become even more unpredictable. Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. Having completed his meditation, Ling Chen left the Soul Refining Chamber and returned to the main hall. The main function of this second layer is to enhance personal strength in all aspects. Ling Chen thought for a moment and then used his clone skill. Although clones cannot cultivate, he can refine pills. He dumped all the medicinal herbs and rare treasures from the ring in front of his clone, and then slowly disappeared before the clone's stunned eyes. Clone, you old fool. After returning to Dawn Academy from the trial grounds, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and headed straight for the treasure pavilion, preparing to return to the trial grounds. Upon arriving at the first floor of the treasure pavilion, the old man, who had been dozing, twitched his eyelids, raised his head, and looked towards the entrance. The man arrived, radiating light, and came before the old man. Ready? The old man's eyes turned serious as he asked Ling Chen earnestly. Ling Chen nodded nodded. Ready. I'm heading to the battlefield of 10,000 races. The battlefield of 10,000 races is no peaceful place, the old man interrupted Ling Chen, speaking in a deep voice. I'm ready. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, a hint of admiration flashed in the old man's eyes. This child does indeed have some courage, he's not afraid of death. But then, the old man's eyes flickered, and finally, he sighed, go, and I hope you'll come back alive. The old man's voice was tinged with sadness. Diamond level is the lowest level in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Be careful in everything. The old man then took out a jade token from his pocket and threw it to Ling Chen. This is the token for entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. Infuse your source energy, and you will be teleported to the entrance of the battlefield of myriad races. There will be guards conducting a routine check. Go. Holding the certificate, Ling Chen nodded, and immediately his internal energy surged, continuously pouring into the jade tablet. With a whoosh, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. Looking at the spot where Ling Chen disappeared, the old man's expression turned solemn, and a look of worry appeared in his eyes. I hope you come back alive. Over the years, of the powerful individuals who entered the battlefield of myriad races, less than 1 in 10 survived, but almost all of those who did reached the Saint Realm. Ling Chen's figure appeared at the entrance to the battlefield of myriad races. Looking around, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The entrance to the battlefield of 10,000 races was actually deep underground. The vast underground space was filled with defensive weapons on the surrounding cliffs, and thick lava rolled beneath the high platform. A guard at the entrance saw Ling Chen and quickly went to greet him, respectfully asking, excuse me, sir, is this your first time here? Ling Chen nodded. Could you please show me your identification token? Ling Chen took out his academy token and showed it to the guard. Please wait a moment, sir, I will inform him immediately. Upon seeing that Ling Chen came from Dawn Academy, the guards dared not neglect him and immediately reported it. Ling Chen nodded and stood to the side. A moment later, the guard returned and respectfully said, please follow me, Your Excellency. Ling Chen took a step forward, following the guard as they moved through the crowd. Soon, they arrived at a huge teleportation array. Chapter 130. Entering the battlefield of 10,000 races. An elderly man with white hair was standing to one side. He was the person in charge of the entrance to the battlefield of myriad races. His name was Li Daoshine, and he was a supreme level expert. Seeing the guards return, Baizong's gaze swept over Ling Chen. Is this your first time on the battlefield of 10,000 races? Ling Chen nodded. It's the first time. Do you know the dangers of the battlefield of all races? Understood. Ling Chen nodded. All right. The old man stepped forward and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. Be careful, and come back alive. Yes. Ling Chen nodded. Thank you, senior. Go ahead. There will be people waiting for you over there. Li Daosheng waved his hand, signaling Ling Chen to leave quickly. Ling Chen nodded, turned around, and walked into the teleportation array. The moment Ling Chen stepped into the teleportation array, he felt a blur before his eyes, and the next second, he disappeared from the spot. Battlefield of all races, human territory. At the teleportation array, several guards were dozing off to the side. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up, startling them awake. A figure walked out from the teleportation array. It's been a long time since a new person came, a guard muttered to himself as he looked at Ling Chen. The others also opened their eyes and carefully examined Ling Chen. Then, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes as well. Ling Chen's cultivation level was far too low, only at the platinum level, 1 star. Coming to the battlefield of 10,000 races is just courting death. It seems that some powerful family is here to gain prestige. Thinking of this, the guards looked at Ling Chen with a hint of contempt. Ling Chen naturally noticed their gazes, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at them indifferently. A powerful aura burst forth from his body, shocking the group of city guards. This aura was even stronger than theirs. The group immediately felt awkward, not expecting the young man in front of them to be so unassuming. They smiled sheepishly, clasped their hands in a fist salute to Ling Chen, and nodded to express their apology. Ling Chen didn't bother arguing with them and walked straight toward them. Sir, please wait. This is our faction token. Only members of our race can wear it. If the token senses the aura of an alien race, it will glow. Upon seeing Ling Chen approach, the leading guard handed Ling Chen his waist token. Ling Chen casually put away the waist token and continued walking forward. The guard quickly followed, respectfully saying, "Please follow me, Your Excellency." Ling Chen nodded and allowed the guard to lead him into a spacious corridor. At the end of the corridor was a huge palace. Stepping out of the palace gates, a vast plaza appeared before Ling Chen. Stepping out of the palace gates, a cool breeze blows, bringing a sense of immense comfort and relaxation. Directly in front of the square stands a massive circular stone monument, inscribed with 3 large characters, "Monument to the God of War." Beside the stone tablet stood several guards, each of whom was at the level of a city protector. Stepping onto the stone slabs of the plaza, Ling Chen discovered that the entire plaza was situated on a huge, open-air, towering mountain platform, with endless mountains and clouds visible in the distance. Around the square are many palaces, each with its own special function: Hall of Merit, Hall of Bounties, Hall of Missions, and so on. The easy-to-understand names allow allowed Ling Chen to instantly grasp the purpose of these halls. In the square, several vendors were sitting cross-legged on the ground setting up their stalls. The stall owners shouted their wares in unison, but the powerful figures passing by didn't even glance at them and rushed towards the teleportation array to the east. Looking at the scene before him, Ling Chen's eyes revealed a strange look. This scene seemed vaguely familiar. New here? Seeing Ling Chen standing there in a daze, a chubby little boy nudged Ling Chen with his elbow, then put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder in a friendly manner. Ling Chen glanced at the chubby boy beside him and said indifferently, "What's up?" Hee, my name is Wang. Little fatty. I'm a rogue cultivator. I heard about the battle of 10,000 races and came here full of enthusiasm. What about you? Little fatty smiled ly and asked. Ling Chen's expression turned strange. Are you kidding me? A rogue cultivator wouldn't let you in. My name is Yi Kong from Wuhan University in Shanghai. Ling Chen thought for a moment and replied, "You're also here to conquer the battlefield of 10,000 races? What a coincidence. Me too. Want to come together?" Wang Xiaopeng's eyes darted around as he said, "Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the battlefield of 10,000 races. I can definitely help you." Ling Chen stared intently at the chubby boy, as if trying to discern something amiss from his face. "Why me? I'm a newbie." Ling Chen's lips curled into a smile. It seemed this chubby guy had some issues. Little fatty chuckled and said, "I just wanted to make your acquaintance. Let's get to know each other. In the future, on the battlefield of all races, if anyone encounters difficulties, don't hesitate to help each other out. Speak like a human being." Ahem. Brother Yi, Little fatty lowered his voice, "I have an ancestral heirloom that can detect other people's fortune. I just saw it, and your fortune is like a dragon soaring to the heavens. I feel that you are a real dragon." As he spoke, Little fatty pulled a parchment scroll from his pocket. "This is a map of the battlefield of all races, with many markings drawn on it. It's also our ancestral map." Hee, Brother Yi, look. Wang Xiaopeng handed over the parchment scroll. Ling Chen glanced at it and saw that there were indeed some locations marked on it, and these locations also had detailed descriptions. "How did your ancestors discover it?" Ling Chen asked curiously. "If I remember correctly, martial arts have only been rising in popularity for 40 years. Little fatty was taken aback. "My grandfather, it was passed down from my grandfather to me in the last 2 generations." Too lazy to pay attention to Little fatty, Ling Chen directly checked the system. Wang Yingjun, Diamond level 7 star, 99999/7000000. Loyalty, 59, unrecruitable. What does almost a point mean? Ling Chen glared at the chubby boy. "Fine, let's go together." Wang Xiaopeng scratched his head, puzzled, not understanding why Ling Chen had glared at him like that. Hee, follow me, I'll protect you." Ling Chen didn't hide his strength, and Xiaopeng patted his chest like a big brother, clearly sensing that Ling Chen was only at the platinum level. Ling Chen smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then I'll leave the rest to you." "Don't worry." Little fatty chuckled, overjoyed to have found a lucky charm for himself. This was truly a chosen one. Don't be fooled by their current apparent weakness. They might just stumble upon an opportunity and soar to great heights. Let's go straight to the mission hall." Little fatty led Ling Chen towards the mission hall. TSK. "Fatty, you should at least have someone else do the newbie tutorial." The stall owner next to him saw that the chubby guy was actually dragging the newbie to do the task, and he made a sound. "What kind of newbie guidance is this? Our team of pros can skip that." Chapter 131 Initial Mission Acceptance, Endless Desert. Little fatty said nonchalantly, and then excitedly pulled Ling Chen into the mission hall. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance, the stall owner curled his lip and muttered to himself, "Show off. Who is this kid? He doesn't look like a veteran of the battlefield of 10,000 races at all. He's no veteran. This is his first time here." "Oh, you dare to send 2 newbies on a mission on their first visit? This chubby guy has been squatting here for days, probably waiting for that young man." The 2 left behind a crowd of people who were still discussing the matter. Ling Chen followed Little fatty into the mission hall. Looking at the tasks listed on the task boards, Ling Chen frowned slightly. These tasks were much more difficult than those from the academy, and Ling Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed that he hadn't taken on any of the academy's tasks along the way. Although he is not afraid of trouble, he does not like to take on tasks that are too troublesome. "Brother Yi, let's take on some treasure hunting missions. They're all roughly marked on the map," Little fatty said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded. It was better to be cautious on the first mission. After all, if they encountered danger and swapped positions with their clone, and the clone died, they wouldn't be able to use it a second time for several days. "Clone, listen to me." "Thank you." "Alright, Brother Yi, I've selected a few rare and precious herbs marked on the map. Shall we get ready to set off?" After receiving a few tasks, Little fatty spoke to Ling Chen. Ling Chen glanced at the map in his hand and nodded. Stepping out of the mission hall, Little fatty led Ling Chen straight to the teleportation array. 2 warriors in long robes stood before the teleportation array. "Location?" the robed warrior asked as he saw Ling Chen and his companion approach. Little fatty quickly stepped forward and said, "Endless Desert. This is our fee." The chubby boy handed over 20 high-grade spirit spirit stones, which the robed warrior accepted. Under the command of the robed warrior, Ling Chen and his companions stepped onto the teleportation array. Come back alive. With the two soldiers' heartfelt wishes, the two disappeared from the teleportation array. An endless desert, a place where humans gather. A flash of white light appeared, and Ling Chen and his companion appeared on the teleportation array. Looking into the distance, there is a golden sea of sand, with yellow sand stretching to the horizon. The view stretched as far as the eye could see, and waves of heat washed over us. Is this the endless desert? Ling Chen murmured. Yes, Brother Yi, the quest items we received, burning sky sand, the core of the crimson wind water sun lizard, and the seed of the tree of life can be found in the endless desert. Little Fatty pointed at the sheepskin map and said to Ling Chen, okay, you lead the way, we'll go straight into the endless desert. Ling Chen nodded. At the same time, Ling Chen secretly thought to himself, the seed of the tree of life? The tree of life, isn't it a sacred object of the elves? Can its seed be found in this battlefield of myriad races? Little Fatty responded and took out a light shuttle warship from his ring. He grinned and said, hee, an ancestral mode of transportation, to save some time. Ling Chen rolled his eyes, said nothing, and jumped straight onto the light shuttle. This light shuttle warship is very different from ordinary light shuttle warships. It has a defensive array on it that can withstand most of the heat waves. Hold on tight. Little Fatty chuckled, pressed a high-grade spirit stone into the battlefield, and slowly started the light shuttle warship, taking off and slowly sailing away from the city gate towards the sea of sand ahead. The endless desert, with yellow sand filling the sky, and waves of heat rising from the sky from time to time. Brother Yi, I heard that this entire endless desert used to be a dense forest inhabited by the elf race, Little Fatty said, sitting in front of Ling Chen and controlling the direction of the battlefield. An elf? Ling Chen was secretly startled. Wasn't Lingling an elf? Could it be? Yes. It is said that the elves are a kind and beautiful race, and they possess the same wisdom as us humans. Not only kind, but also gentle. Every elf has a compassionate heart. It's just a pity that they were wiped out, and disappeared into the long river of history. Little Fatty's words were very logical and reasonable. Ling Chen couldn't help but ponder, could Lingling have come from here? But isn't the passage between this battlefield of 10,000 races and Blue Star controlled by the human race's powerful figures? How did Lingling get to Blue Star? Ling Chen was puzzled. This matter could only be investigated slowly. After a monotonous day of driving through the endless desert, the two spotted an oasis in the distance. That oasis wasn't very large, probably only a few hundred acres. In the very center of the oasis lies a flat meadow, upon which ancient trees reach for the sky, lush and verdant. Brother Yi, let's go see if there's a water source, and take a bath to cool off? Little Fatty couldn't help but say happily as he looked at the oasis ahead. All day long, all I saw was sand, or monsters lurking in the sand. If it weren't for the concealment array on the shuttle, the two would have fought countless times. Okay, be careful. Ling Chen nodded. He was indeed a little tired after sitting for a long day. Alright, don't worry, leave any danger to me. Little Fatty shouted excitedly, and steered the warship toward the oasis. Upon arriving at the oasis, the two jumped off the warship, and then Little Fatty put away the shuttle. Wow, that feels so good. The weather here is so comfortable. I've been so cooped up all this way. I can finally rest. Little Fatty stretched out his hands and let out a comfortable groan. Ling Chen shook his head. This guy really has absolutely no sense of crisis. Walking on the oasis, you can see a water source in the distance, a pool the size of a basketball court, with no bottom in sight. Through a combination of sensory perception and mental probing, Ling Chen's expression suddenly turned strange. Little Fatty looked around and quickly spotted the pool of water, then excitedly rushed over. While running, he took off his clothes, then leaped into the air and performed a 720-degree spin before landing perfectly in the water. With a splash, a large splash of water erupted. Ling Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, as if a good show was about to unfold. Little Fatty swam around on the water's surface, a look of contentment on his face. Brother Yi, aren't you coming together? Ha ha. Ling Chen smiled and reminded him, sense the water level? Upon hearing this, Little Fatty was taken aback. Underwater? Little Fatty subconsciously looked down, and lo and behold, he didn't need to sense anything anymore. Two pairs of blood-red eyes were staring straight at him, and Little Fatty couldn't help but shudder. Two figures rushed towards Little Fatty from below. Help! 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 Little Fatty cried out, wanting to ask for help. However, before he could finish speaking, a terrifying suction force came, and a figure opened its blood-red maw, trying to swallow the little fat boy whole. However, Little Fatty's body was somewhat bloated, and he got stuck on the figure's throat. You could also vaguely see Little Fatty's belly pressed against the monster's mouth. Ling Chen's lips twitched slightly. He took out the Xian Yuan sword, pushed off with his feet, and rushed towards the two figures. Chapter 132 Crimson Wind Water Sun Lizard. The situation on the battlefield of 10,000 races. The Xian Yuan sword, with a single swing, its blade slicing through the air with a sharp buzzing sound, cleaved towards the belly of the monster that had devoured Little Fatty. A muffled thud was heard as the Xian Yuan sword struck the monster's abdomen, sending it staggering backward. The monster, in pain, spat out the the little fat boy and its entire body lurched backward. Having escaped from the monster's jaws, little fatty quickly flipped himself out of the water and leaped onto the shore, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. That was close. I almost got swallowed. Little fatty patted his chest, still shaken. Then little fatty turned around and looked at the monster, immediately becoming excited. Crimson Windwater Sun Lizard. Brother Yi, this is the monster we've been looking for. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen glanced at the two figures in surprise. Indeed, they resembled a lizard, except this lizard was underwater. Through the attack just now, Ling Chen had gained a general understanding of its defenses. Ling Chen's figure vanished from the spot and instantly appeared in front of the Crimson Windwater Sun Lizard, thrusting his sword towards the lizard's body. But blood spurted out as Ling Chen's sword pierced the lizard's body. This scene left little fatty dumbfounded. What was going on? Brother Yi had actually pierced through the scales of the Crimson Windwater Lizard. This was unbelievable. This is a monster of the city-breaking level. I almost forgot that Brother Yi is only a platinum level 1 star. The lizard roared in pain, its massive body twisting violently as its enormous tail swept towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen swayed, dodging the sweeping attack, then flicked his Shen Yuan sword, its blade flashing, and unleashed a sword aura. The sword energy struck the lizard, cleaving it in two. Ding! Killed a city-breaking level monster. Experience plus 16,000. The lizard fell into the water, splashing water several meters high. Ling Chen flicked his sword, sending the beast flying onto the shore. Little fatty was dumbfounded. Brother Yi actually killed a Crimson Windwater Lizard in one move. That's amazing. Seeing the male lizard killed by Ling Chen, the other female red Windwater Lizard roared and charged towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen took a step forward, dodging the attack of the Crimson Windwater Sun Lizard. He spun the Shen Yuan sword in his hand, and a sword aura slashed out, splitting the Crimson Windwater Sun Lizard's body in two. Little fatty was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. When Brother Yi killed the Crimson Windwater Lizard, he was too fast to see clearly what was happening. By the time he reacted, the Crimson Windwater Lizard's body had been cleaved in two. Brother Yi, you're too strong. Little fatty was shocked to see Ling Chen easily defeat two city-breaking level demonic beasts. He hadn't expected Ling Chen's strength to be so monstrous. At first, he just thought that Ling Chen's luck was strong and he wanted to ride on his coattails. He never expected that he would win without even realizing it. Having gained experience once again, Ling Chen carried the beast carcass ashore. Hurry up and get the beast core. We've already taken all the materials we needed, don't waste them. Ling Chen looked at the chubby boy standing there dumbfounded and urged him on. Oh. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, little fatty immediately woke up and hurriedly walked to the two lizards that had been killed. He took out a dagger, removed the beast core from the corpse, and then cut off the beast claws, teeth, and armor. These were all good materials that could be used to forge weapons and armor. Little fatty put the beast core into his Qinquan ring, then turned to Ling Chen and asked with a grin, as expected of Brother Yi, the first batch of demonic beasts we encountered were the ones we were looking for. Ling Chen smiled faintly. You kid, you can withstand the attack of a demonic beast, so what kind of ancestral treasure protects you? Hee hee, Brother Yi is smart. Suddenly, a golden silk armor appeared on little fatty's body, shining with golden light, enveloping little fatty and protecting him. This is my ancestral armor. This armor has first-class defense and can block attacks from those below the supreme level. Ling Chen squinted at little fatty. He could guess that little fatty had a defensive magic weapon, but he didn't expect that little fatty's defensive magic weapon would be so powerful. This made him curious about the chubby boy's true identity. Looks like you're a hidden rich kid, Ling Chen said. The chubby boy smiled sheepishly and didn't answer. Let's see where we go next. Seeing that little fatty didn't answer, Ling Chen was too lazy to ask about little fatty's background. Brother Yi, next we need to find the Burning Heaven Sand. According to my ancestral map, it only takes 3 days to get there. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. Burning Heaven Sand is a byproduct of the Burning Heaven Flame, imbued with its aura, and is therefore coveted by many alchemists. After all, the Heaven Burning Flame was something they couldn't even dream of. Seeing Ling Chen nod, little fatty took out the light shuttle, and the two jumped onto the shuttle and sat down. The shuttle transformed into a streak of white light, gliding from the small oasis into the endless desert. As they flew, little fatty pushed the speed of the shuttle to its limit. For the next 3 days, the two of them will be on the move. If it weren't for the fear of getting lost in the desert, Ling Chen would have liked to take little fatty and travel straight through it. Brother Yi, this is your first time on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Do you know anything about it? With nothing else to do, little fatty took the initiative to start a conversation. Ling Chen shook his head. I don't know much. The entire battlefield of myriad races is divided into 4 regions, east, south, west, and north, with the endless sea in the center. And we are in the eastern region, little fatty said slowly. Even the eastern region, one of the 4 regions, covers an area several hundred times the size of Blue Star. There are countless races in the battlefield of myriad races, but only a few are worth noting. They are the demon race, the monster race, the netherworld ghost race, and the sea race. The demon race, as the name suggests, is a group of bloodthirsty bloodthirsty and brutal creatures. They possess terrifying strength and wield considerable influence on this continent, dominating the entire northern region. The demon race is the most powerful race among the demon beasts, possessing formidable physical strength and speed. Within the demon race, there are even beings more terrifying than the dragons. They dominate the entire southern region. The Netherworld Ghost Clan is a very mysterious race, possessing many ghostly phantoms that feed on souls, making them disliked by all other races. They primarily operate throughout the western regions of the battlefield of 10,000 races. The sea race occupies the center of the entire battlefield and is the ruler of the endless sea. Among the sea race are many terrifying sea monsters and giant fish. Wherever they go, no one can defeat them. What remains is our eastern region, home to humans and countless demonic beasts. Humans from other worlds are currently keeping a close eye on our blue star. As Xiaopeng talked on, time slipped by unnoticed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 133: The Secret Realm. The whereabouts of the heaven-burning flame. For 3 days, Ling Chen and Xiaopeng didn't stop working. Along the way, Little Fatty told Ling Chen many things about the battlefield of 10,000 races. Ling Chen listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions to prompt Xiaopeng to explain in more detail. Through Little Fatty, Ling Chen also learned that the most sought-after chaos spirit liquid in the battlefield of myriad races is produced in greater quantities in more dangerous and perilous places. As for the Endless Desert, as a beginner-friendly map, it can be said that there are almost none. However, there is an opportunity to obtain a large amount of chaos elixir every 3 years. Every 10 years, an entrance to a secret realm appears above the battlefield of myriad races. Only those below the Saint Realm are allowed to enter the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, there will be a chance to obtain a fortune, which includes not only chaos spirit liquid but also other cultivation resources. Of course, the secret realm is also full of dangers. One wrong move and you will perish. At that time, all races in the battlefield of 10,000 races will send people into the secret realm. In the past, when the secret realm was opened, only one person from the Blue Star human race returned alive 20 years ago. That person was none other than Emperor Ling. Through Ling Huang, everyone finally understood the cruelty of survival of the strong in the secret realm. The next time the secret realm will open will be in 6 months. I've already found out. The secret realm will open in 6 months, Little Fatty said. Ling Chen nodded. In other words, only if one could reach the peak of the supreme realm in combat power within the next 6 months would there be a chance to obtain the chaos spirit liquid. Seeing that Ling Chen seemed interested, Little Fatty quickly interrupted. Brother Yi, you don't mean to enter the secret realm in 6 months, do you? Wouldn't it be better to go in 10 years? 10 years? Ling Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, now that I'm on the battlefield of 10,000 races, I don't intend to waste any more time. 6 months is enough. Little Fatty was speechless. Ling Chen's strength was only at the platinum level. Although his combat power was immeasurable, the other major races were all beings capable of fighting beyond their level. Don't worry, the most important thing right now is to find the burning sky sand. Brother Yi, we're almost there. Little Fatty shouted, pointing to a sand dune in the distance that looked like a volcano. Ling Chen looked up and saw that the sand dune was about 5,000 meters high, and it was radiating waves of heat. The heat rising from these sand dunes is actually from magma erupting? Ling Chen frowned as he felt the scorching heat. This is the Burning Heaven volcano, Little Fatty said. The Burning Heaven volcano contains a large amount of fire attribute energy. The Burning Heaven sand was unearthed here. Brother Yi, let's walk over there, Little Fatty said. Ling Chen nodded, and the two of them disembarked from the shuttle and sped off toward the sand dunes. As soon as he approached the sand dune, Ling Chen felt the scorching heat, which caused the fire elemental energy within his body to become slightly excited. Looking at the chubby boy beside him, who seemed completely unaffected by the intense heat, Ling Chen showed a hint of surprise. Seeing Ling Chen's expression, the chubby boy grinned sheepishly, pulled out a jade pendant that emitted a cool aura to ward off the surrounding heat, an ancestral ice heart jade pendant. Hee. Ling Chen's lips twitched. Good grief, we're playing with superpowers, you're playing with money. Ling Chen glanced at the smug-looking chubby boy and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's split up and search. After saying that, Ling Chen ran towards one end of the sand dune, while Little Fatty flew towards the other side of the sand dune. Ling Chen was extremely fast. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Ling Chen encountered no obstacles in this area. 15 minutes later, Ling Chen stopped and glanced at the spot, where he saw a bright red, basketball-sized crystal embedded in a small depression in front of him. A wave of intense heat permeated the area around it. Ling Chen's gaze fell on the crystal, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. This must be the legendary Heaven Burning Sand, Ling Chen murmured to himself. However, the name does not quite match the actual product. Ling Chen reached out and pried the crystal out, feeling the rolling heat emanating from it. Wisps of crimson flames burst forth from Ling Chen's hand, covering the Burning Heaven Sand. Within the Burning Heaven Sand, there is an aura of celestial fire, which must be the Burning Heaven Flame. Absorbing the fiery aura from the Burning Heaven Sand in his hand, Ling Chen's crystal turned into sand and fell to the ground. There must be blazing flames here. Ling Chen stared intently at the sand dunes, then pushed off with his feet and leaped towards the top of the dunes in a series of flashes. Soon, Ling Chen reached the top of the sand dune, where he saw a large circular pit about 10 meters in diameter, emitting bursts of scorching energy. Ling Chen had a feeling that the heaven-burning flames were right below. He gritted his teeth, deciding that he could sacrifice one of his clones at worst. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen's entire body was covered in fire elemental energy, with raging flames burning on his surface, forming a layer of fire armor. Ling Chen suddenly took a step downwards, and his entire body instantly plummeted into the pit. As Ling Chen fell, he plunged into the large pit. The pit was very deep, and Ling Chen dived for a full 40 feet before finally reaching the bottom. Upon landing on a stone platform on the ground, Ling Chen immediately felt an even more intense heat wave rushing towards him, making him feel scorching hot. However, Ling Chen didn't care. Instead, he activated the fire elemental energy within his body, spreading it outwards to isolate the surrounding scorching heat waves. Then, Ling Chen's gaze swept around. Before him stood a massive pool of lava. This lava pool, about 100 feet in diameter, was dark gray in color. Drops of dark brown magma flowed slowly down the pool wall, making a gurgling sound that was extremely jarring. That's burning sky sand. Ling Chen noticed that the edge of the lava pool was covered with hundreds of palm-sized pieces of burning sky sand, as if they were still in the process of being formed. Then there must be heaven-burning flames here. A look of excitement appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. He knew that he had made the right bet. If the flames are not visible in the field of vision, then they can only be in one place. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen took a step forward and walked towards the lava. Looking at the dark brown magma, Ling Chen's eyes twitched. This flame must be beneath the magma. His body surged with primal energy, completely enveloping him, and Ling Chen leaped into the dark red lava. Splash! Ling Chen's body sank into the lava. The magma was extremely hot, and even with the fire elemental energy protecting him, Ling Chen's skin still felt a burning pain. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and desperately tried to control the source energy within his body, allowing the source energy shield to envelop him. After swimming downstream in the lava for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen finally reached the bottom of the lava. Chapter 134: Absorbing the Heaven-Burning Flames. At the bottom of the lava, there is a soft-touch membrane. Ling Chen gently slipped into the membrane, and the burning sensation of the lava suddenly disappeared, replaced by a familiar, intense heat. Blazing flames, I've finally found you. Suppressing his excitement, Ling Chen controlled the source energy shield to protect himself and began to shrink his surroundings. Not far away, a dark flame came into view. As Ling Chen moved closer, he could clearly feel that Zhou Shi's temperature had risen almost instantly. He licked his dry lips and said excitedly, "Heaven-burning flames?" Ling Chen recalled some information about the heaven-burning flame. Ding! Heavenly spiritual fire, blazing flame, absorbable. Heaven-burning flame, one of the spiritual flames of heaven and earth, born in extremely arid places. Upon confirming that the flames before him were indeed the spiritual fire of heaven and earth he had been searching for, Ling Chen was overjoyed. Ling Chen continued to approach the blazing flame. When he was 5 meters away from the flame, he stopped and sat down on the spot. Ding! Absorbing for host. The dark flames in front of him were drawn to Ling Chen and drifted towards him, eventually arriving in front of him. Ling Chen opened his mouth with practiced ease, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to look inward at his own body. The flames entered my body, and a scorching heat emanated from me, but it wasn't as terrifying as when I absorbed the spiritual fire before. As soon as the flames entered his meridians, Ling Chen could feel the intense heat burning inside them. He gritted his teeth and his breathing became rapid. This spiritual fire is gentler than the previous Sunluo flame, but it contains much more energy. Dark flames surged wildly through Ling Chen's meridians, and within seconds, his body was utterly destroyed. Fortunately, Ling Chen endured it, and the flames traveled through his meridians to his dantian. Ling Chen took a deep breath. Although it wasn't the first time, he was still a little nervous. After adjusting his mindset, Ling Chen calmed down, summoned the fire elemental energy within his body, and enveloped the heavenly flame that had entered his dantian. When the fire elemental energy came into contact with the heaven-burning flame, it made a sizzling sound as the two flames collided wildly. Time and space span. With a silent command in his mind, Ling Chen cast spatial and temporal restrictions on the two fire-type powers within his body. The speed at which the two flames collided slowed down. Ling Chen summoned his ice-type source energy again, completely enveloping the flames. Without a continuous energy supply, the energy of the burning heaven flame that entered Ling Chen's body was constantly being consumed. Under the pressure of the ice-type ability, it gradually merged with Ling Chen's fire-type source energy. As time passed, Ling Chen's absorption of the flames gradually improved, and his condition continued to rise. Finally, he successfully integrated the heaven-burning flame into his own flames. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fusing with the heaven-burning flame. Your fire-type ability level has been upgraded to demigod level. Ling Chen's internal energy also increased to platinum level 4. Reaching out, Ling Chen revealed a dark red flame. The color resulting resulting from the fusion of several flames with his own source energy. Moreover, Ling Chen discovered that although the heaven-burning flame had been integrated with his origin chi, its gentle nature was still preserved. In other words, he could use his fire-type origin chi at any time to produce heaven-burning sand for alchemists to absorb. In other words, I have another way to make money. After looking around and confirming that there was nothing else of value nearby, Ling Chen decided to return the way he came. Ling Chen, who had once again absorbed the source energy and entered the magma through the membrane, found that the magma seemed to have lost its temperature as it flowed around him, and he felt a cool sensation. Soon, Ling Chen returned to the surface of the lava pool. The sound of him breaking through the water echoed underground. The dark red flames clinging to Ling Chen's body gradually faded, revealing his figure. With the mindset that nothing should be wasted, Ling Chen collected all the surrounding burning heaven sand grains one by one and threw them into his ring. Without lingering any longer, Ling Chen followed the loose lava dune in trance. He had crawled through to the front, where a spatial vortex appeared, and he flashed into it. Above the top of the sand dune, a spatial vortex appeared, and Ling Chen's figure appeared. Seeing himself in the sky, Ling Chen flashed twice and arrived on the sand surface. Now that he had achieved his goal of coming here, it was time to meet up with little fatty. Ling Chen spread his mental energy outwards and soon sensed a fluctuation of origin chi in the southeast direction. If I'm not mistaken, it must be little fatty. Ling Chen pushed off with his feet, and an arc of electricity flashed, transforming him into a streak of lightning as he sped off towards the southeast. Before long, the figures of a man and a beast appeared before Ling Chen in the distance. Several scorpion-like monsters, each 4 or 5 meters long, surrounded little fatty. Ling Chen couldn't help but purse his lips, thinking, this guy must have the constitution to attract monsters. Of course, Ling Chen didn't know that there were originally no demonic beasts within several miles because the temperature of the flames was too high. However, because Ling Chen had just absorbed the flames, the suppression of demonic beasts by this sand dune had decreased, which is why some demonic beasts dared to approach and investigate the situation. Then they happened to see little fatty, and before they knew it, they were fighting. Watching little fatty being defeated by the horde of monsters, he threw out his life-saving magic treasures one by one as if they were free. Ling Chen moved, flames blazing around him, his body transforming into a streak of light, appearing instantly beside little fatty. He threw a punch, heading straight for a scorpion. Ling Chen unleashed a punch, and the diamond-level scorpion in front of him didn't even have time to react before it was instantly blasted into dust, leaving only a small piece of fiery red beast core floating on the spot. Ding! Killed a diamond-level monster, experience plus 8,000. For a moment, the little fat boy's face froze in shock. This scene was extremely impactful for him. Brother Yi, you finally arrived. I don't know why, but a group of monsters suddenly appeared around here. You almost lost a loyal fan. Little fatty quickly stepped forward and said to Ling Chen, stay where you are and don't move. Ling Chen took out the Xian Yuan sword. 10,000 swords pay homage to the source. Tens of thousands of invisible sword energies condensed around Ling Chen, and then all the swords shot out at the group of scorpion demon beasts in front of him. Endless sword energy pierced through the demonic beasts, and under the dense sword energy, the scorpions fell one by one, being completely harvested. Bite! The system was overwhelmed with notifications about gaining experience points. Brother Yi is awesome. Little fatty exclaimed in surprise as he watched Ling Chen display his incredible power. Chapter 135 An encounter with a void sandstorm. With a wave of his hand, Ling Chen sent beast cores flying into his palm. Now that his mental strength had improved, Ling Chen had gained some ability to control objects. To little fatty, this scene was a completely different story. Could it be that Brother Yi had been possessed by some old monster? Attribute, fire. Thinking that Ling Chen was younger than him, little fatty couldn't help but have some doubts. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. Little fatty shook his head, stopping his own imagination. I've found the heavenly burning sand, let's go. Ling Chen took out a few pieces of heavenly burning sand and handed them to little fatty, leaving them for him to complete the mission. Wow, Brother Yi, you found so many. It's true what they say, following Brother Yi will bring you good fortune. The ancestors were absolutely right. Little fatty exclaimed in surprise, took the burning heaven sand, glanced at it, and then put it away. What did your ancestors say to you? Follow a lucky big brother as his underling, and you'll never have to worry about food or clothing in this life. Ling Chen now has reason to suspect that little fatty's ancestral treasures are all things that his ancestors drank from the soup that the chosen one had been drinking for generations. Let's pack up and go. Ling Chen said. Okay, Brother Yi. Are we going to find the seed of the tree of life? Little fatty asked, tilting his head. Ever since the elf race was wiped out, this quest has existed, and after all these years, no one has found it. Ling Chen nodded. Since we're already here, let's look for it. Lead the way. Little fatty took out a map and said, the ruins of the elf race are deep in the endless desert. Let's go there and look for them. Ling Chen nodded, tacitly agreeing with little fatty's opinion. The two then resumed their journey, heading deeper into the endless desert. Brother Yi, many people have probably already turned the elf ruins upside down. We're probably going to come back empty-handed this time too. But There's a legend in the endless desert, little fatty said to Ling Chen with a mysterious look. Legend has it that the elves did not live in this endless desert. The endless desert was once a forest, and deep within the forest was an entrance to the elves. The elves lived in their own world. Just like us, we came to the battlefield of all races for an opportunity, but instead brought about our own destruction. The chubby boy lowered his voice and said to Ling Chen, "It's said that the Netherworld Ghost Clan did it, but they've never admitted it. After the elven race was wiped out, this forest also lost its vitality and gradually turned into the desert it is today." Hearing this, Ling Chen lowered his head and pondered. This battlefield of 10,000 races is truly cruel. If this is true, he will make the Netherworld Ghost Clan pay a price. By the way, Brother Yi, let's leave as soon as we're done exploring the elven ruins. At this time of year, sandstorms are very likely to break out in the desert. Even supreme-level experts have to give way, little fatty said with a frightened expression, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen felt a chill run down his spine. After all, humans in his previous life were also quite powerless in the face of sandstorms. However, as soon as little fatty finished speaking, the clear blue sky in the distance immediately turned into a sandstorm. It can't be such a coincidence. That's, little fatty shouted in panic. Ling Chen looked up, his pupils contracted, and he saw a yellow sandstorm covering the sky and a tornado sweeping in from directly in front of him. It moved at an extremely fast speed, sweeping up all the sand dunes along its path. With each dune it engulfed, the sandstorm grew even stronger, sweeping towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen finally understood what it meant to have a jinx. "Hurry up and turn around," Ling Chen shouted, waking up the chubby boy who was still in a daze. He was completely unreliable at crucial moments. Looking at the approaching storm, Ling Chen sighed softly. Space travel. Ling Chen hurriedly tried to summon a spatial vortex to leave with little fatty, but no spatial vortex appeared after a long while. Ling Chen's pupils contracted. What was this? Was the space imprisoned? At this moment, little fatty finally snapped out of his daze and quickly turned the shuttle around, speeding it backward at maximum power. Seeing that he seemed to have gained some distance from the storm, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this speed, he should be able to escape. But why can't I use my spatial abilities? However, he soon realized that the storm behind him seemed to have transcended time and space, instantly arriving behind the shuttle, and a powerful suction force came from behind. This sandstorm actually possessed the properties of space and time, coming from the void and briefly disrupting the spatial barriers of this spacetime. The shuttle trembled violently under the pull of the storm, unable to break free. It was pulled closer and closer until it was finally swallowed by the sandstorm and swept into its interior. With a flash of white light, the shuttle disappeared into the storm. Soon, the storm on the spot disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen awoke from his unconsciousness with a sharp pain. The blinding white light made it take him a long time to see his surroundings. All he could see was a dense, lush forest, full of life. Not far away, Ling Chen saw the wreckage of the warship, but little fatty was nowhere to be seen. Ling Chen wanted to climb the tree to see what was happening in the distance, but he discovered that his meridians were completely destroyed and he couldn't use his source power. Despite the pain in his body, Ling Chen hugged a tree with both hands and climbed up little by little using the most primitive method. Standing atop a tree tens of meters high, looking into the distance, golden light shines in the eastern sky, like the sun. The surrounding area is all forest, with only a mountain range to the east where some buildings can be vaguely seen on the peaks. Ling Chen decided to go up to that mountain peak and take a look. Ling Chen then endured the excruciating pain and climbed down the tree, heading east, while also looking for little fatty in the surrounding area. As he walked, he called out little fatty a few times, but no one answered. Ling Chen then spread his spiritual energy, searching for little fatty's figure. Not long after they left, Ling Chen spotted a piece of Xiao Pang's clothing, along with a few strands of gray-black fur. Suddenly, a pitiful scream rang out. Ling Chen turned his head and looked over. The voice sounded like little fatty's. Ling Chen quickened his pace and walked towards the sound of little fatty's shouts. He wanted to check the situation first because in his current state, he probably wouldn't be able to help if he encountered a monster. After walking several hundred meters, a small stone cave appeared in the distance before Ling Chen's eyes. Inside the cave, little fatty's panicked cries could be heard from time to time. "Don't come any closer. Ah, go away. Brother Yi, where are you? Please come and save me." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's expression turned strange. It didn't sound like there was any danger, rather, it sounded like someone was about to ruin their reputation in their later years. Chapter 136 The original site of the elven race? Ling Chen stepped forward and stopped at the cave entrance. Huff inside the cave, besides little fatty's screams, there was also the sound of rapid panting, very frequent. Ling Chen's expression was strange, and a scene involuntarily flashed into his mind, causing him to shudder. After sensing it, wow, the monster inside was actually a city-breaking level beast. Given Ling Chen's current state, cough cough, I silently wish him good luck. About 5 minutes later, Ling Chen suddenly remembered that Xiao Long and the others seemed to have reached the city-breaking level. "Come out, little dragon." A chubby little dragon appeared on the ground, lying lying down to rest. On its back, Little Blue was flapping its ice blue wings. Suddenly summoned, Little Blue's flapping wings stopped abruptly. Her round blue eyes looked at Ling Chen, and a hint of shyness flashed in them. Ling Chen stood there, stunned. Xiaolon, are you always this happy? Ling Chen stepped forward and kicked the dragon in the butt. The little dragon cried out ouch, and rubbed its sleepy eyes with one hand in the butt that had just been kicked with the other. Boss, you're bullying the dragon, Little Dragon said, looking aggrieved. Instead of cultivating properly, you're just enjoying yourself all day long? Ling Chen was furious. His two divine pets had actually. Boss, you gave me so few beast cores, cultivation is so boring. You have to relax a bit. Little Dragon looked at Ling Chen with a grin, trying to please him. Why don't you go and kill him yourself? Boss, I don't kill. Little Dragon blinked, looking at Ling Chen innocently. Ling Chen, you're useless, but it seems you're actually somewhat useful. Little Fatty's voice came from inside the cave again. Ling Chen then realized that he had summoned the little dragon to save someone. Ahem, Little Dragon and Little Blue, you two go in and deal with the monsters inside, and save that fat guy. After saying that, without waiting for their agreement, he sat down and took a rest. Xiaolong and Xiaolun looked at each other for a while. Hurry up and save them. Ling Chen's voice rang out. Okay, Xiaolun and Xiaolong responded and walked into the cave side by side. Within minutes, the cave fell silent, with no sounds of fighting. However, Ling Chen could hear Little Fatty's soft wails, which sounded like he was in a lot of pain, but not as miserable as before. Out of curiosity, Ling Chen walked into the cave. When he saw what he saw inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. Little Fatty lay on a stone slab with a look of despair on his face. Behind him, Little Blue and Little Dragon covered their eyes and verbally reprimanded the two female gorillas in heat in the middle. Sensing the bloodline pressure emanating from the little dragon, the mother gorilla crouched on the ground, holding her head, looking obedient and docile. Brother Yi, you're finally here, wah. The chubby boy, who was lying on the stone slab, saw Ling Chen and kept wailing, his eyes red from crying. Ling Chen stepped forward, squatted down in front of Xiao Pang, gently stroked Xiao Pang's back and patted him softly to comfort him. It's alright, we can just marry them both. They were one family 5 million years ago. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Little Fatty cried even harder. He was just being touched all over by the female gorilla and almost had his pants pulled down. If Ling Chen had arrived a little later, he probably would have already ruined his reputation. But Xiaolan and Xiaolong burst out laughing at the same time. Hearing the laughter, Ling Chen glared at them. Didn't they have any sense? Couldn't they laugh later? Why did they have to laugh now? Ling Chen looked at the chubby boy, who was crying his eyes out, and felt a headache coming on. Alright, stop crying. We don't even know where we are yet. Let's hurry up and find a way back. Upon hearing this, Little Fatty's sobs gradually subsided, and he looked up at Ling Chen, asking, where are we now? Ling Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Let's go. Let's find out where we are first. After leaving the cave, Ling Chen led Little Fatty, Little Blue, and Little Dragon eastward. Surprisingly, while Ling Chen's meridians were completely destroyed, Little Fatty seemed completely unaffected. Sensing Ling Chen's physical condition and the doubt in his eyes, Little Fatty coughed lightly. Ahem, I have an ancestral treasure. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. Why did I ask for trouble? Soon, Ling Chen and his group of beasts arrived at the mountains. Ling Chen raised his head and looked at the building on the top of the mountain, which resembled a palace. Then he walked towards the top of the mountain, and the palace gradually came into view. The palace was in ruins, with collapsed stone pillars and some damaged buildings, making it feel very desolate. Looking towards the main gate of the temple, there is a stone plaque covered with vines with 4 large characters engraved on it. Elf Temple. The Elf Temple. Brother Yi, look, could this be the legendary world of the elves? Little Fatty exclaimed in shock. Very likely. This should be the world of the elves. Ling Chen said with a hint of certainty, because he sensed a vibrant life force in this world. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Chen stepped inside. The entire elf temple had been reduced to ruins. All the buildings had collapsed, except for the elf temple gate, which stood there. As Ling Chen stepped inside, he could still feel a warm, life-giving energy emanating from it. The Elven Temple is the sacred temple of the elven race, and the most precious and mysterious existence among them. Legend has it that the temple of the elves contains the water of life and the seeds of the tree of life. Legend has it that the tree of life possesses boundless vitality, enabling life to be immortal. However, this place has been destroyed for so many years and has been ransacked countless times, so it wouldn't be Ling Chen's turn to be here. As soon as Ling Chen stepped into the temple, a mysterious calling surged in his heart, urging him to walk deeper into the temple. As Ling Chen walked through the long corridor, looking at the broken buildings and the ruined temple, he was filled with regret. The group arrived at the plaza deep within the temple, where an altar stood, a place of blessing for the elves. At the center of the altar stands an exquisite sculpture, which is none other than the goddess once revered as a deity by the elves, the elf goddess. Sensing Ling Chen's approach, shimmering points of light emerged from the sculpture, eventually forming the shape of an elven goddess. I feel the blessing of the elves from you. The elven goddess's gaze fell on Ling Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of kindness and joy. Ling Chen stared in astonishment at at the light and shadow of the elf goddess, never expecting that the elf goddess truly existed. I met a lovely elf and adopted her as my sister. Ling Chen answered sincerely. Sensing Ling Chen's sincerity, the elf goddess nodded. Take good care of that child for me. Here is a drop of the water of life and a seed of the tree of life. I'm entrusting them to you. Chapter 137 The Tree of Life, Returning to the Endless Desert. Ling Chen nodded heavily. I know you want to return to your world. The teleportation array is at the top of the elven sacred mountain. Having said that, the phantom of the elven goddess vanished into thin air. Within Ling Chen's dantian, a seed radiating a rich life force appeared. It was the seed of the tree of life. Beside it, there was a drop of crystal clear, life-giving water. Ling Chen could clearly feel that, under the life force emanating from the water of life and the tree of life, the injuries to his meridians began to slowly heal. Attribute, poison. Alright, let's go. Let's find the elf sacred mountain and go home. Little dragon, transform. Ling Chen said, looking at little blue dragon. Little dragon nodded obediently, then changed its form, transforming into a golden holy dragon, and landed on the ground. The golden holy dragon spoke in human language. Come on up, boss. Ling Chen nodded, then climbed onto Xiaolon's back and rode off. Little fatty started sobbing. Wow, that's great. I can finally leave this place. You think the world of the elves is so easy to conquer? Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. This chubby guy was thinking too simply. We have absolutely no idea where the holy mountain of the elves is. Upon hearing this, little fatty was taken aback. It seemed so. He had absolutely no idea how to get to the holy mountain of the elves. Ling Chen looked at the bewildered little fat boy and sighed softly. He really wondered how this guy had managed to cultivate to this level. The chubby boy felt a little uneasy under Ling Chen's gaze, and awkwardly touched his nose, not daring to say another word. Why don't you go back and ask those two female gorillas? Ling Chen suddenly said to little fatty. Little fatty shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No, I never want to see them again. In that case, let's go and see if there are any monsters that know the way. Ling Chen shrugged helplessly. He then patted Xiaolong on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's see if there are any monsters around here. Little fatty nodded, and then took to the air. Soon the group encountered a gray wolf monster passing by. After a friendly exchange, the gray wolf lay down on the ground, trembling. I'll squat down and ask you, have you ever heard of the holy mountain of the elves? Ling Chen crouched down and asked softly. The gray wolf stood up shakily, wagged its tail, and pointed in a direction. Is that the direction? Okay, thanks. He patted the gray wolf on the back with a smile, which made the wolf shudder again. Let's go. Ling Chen stood up and waved to little fatty and little dragon. The group of people and beasts flew south in the direction indicated by the gray wolf. After 3 days and 3 nights, a giant mountain finally appeared in the distance, towering into the clouds. This mountain peak, over 10,000 meters high, resembles a pillar supporting the sky, piercing straight into the clouds. The mountain peaks were surrounded by clouds and mist, and the peaks hidden behind the clouds and mist looked like a fairyland. Looking at the mountain peaks, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, this is the holy mountain of the elves? Little fatty exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the giant mountain in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, this is the place. Ling Chen nodded. I'll go check if there's a teleportation array. After saying that, Ling Chen took the lead and leaped out, heading towards the mountain peak, wanting to see if there was a teleportation array. Ling Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, looked up at the towering giant mountain, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly moved, rushing towards the top of the giant mountain. His figure soared into the sky. Ling Chen was very fast and arrived at the summit in the blink of an eye. There was a huge aerial platform there. In the center of the platform was a circular array platform, with strange symbols flashing and emitting a faint milky white light. Strange patterns appeared and disappeared around the array platform, making it seem very mysterious. This should be the elven teleportation array, Ling Chen murmured, but it seemed that he didn't know anything about arrays. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment. A search in the system store revealed that it takes 5 million points to unlock the advanced array master. Looking at his remaining points, Ling Chen started the lottery. After saving up for a month's worth of draws, I'm going to do a crazy 10 draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 5 elements sword formation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an advanced array technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill enhancement card. Ling Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually won the draw. A memory about formations slowly merged into Ling Chen's original memories without any sense of incongruity. Then, Ling Chen immediately looked at the elven teleportation array. This time, Ling Chen understood the patterns on the array platform, which perfectly overlapped with some array knowledge in his memory. As expected, only by learning the formation can one use this teleportation array. Ling Chen clenched his fist, then took out hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and embedded them into the array platform. Immediately, Ling Chen extended his right hand, and a life force emanated from it, flowing into the array platform. Sensing the vibrant life force, the array platform was activated with a hum. Let's go, Ling Chen said, turning around. Then, the group went up to the battle platform. The patterns on the platform began to spin rapidly, emitting clusters of light that enveloped everyone. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and Ling Chen and the others disappeared from the array platform. In the endless desert, beneath a desert valley, a long dormant teleportation array suddenly lit up, and several figures appeared, namely Ling Chen and his companions. "Are we back?" Little Fatty couldn't help but ask, looking around with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "They should be back." Ling Chen nodded, stepped down from the array platform, and looked around to see if he could find any useful information. A familiar, dry smell wafted over, and outside the underground platform was a natural barrier, beyond which rolled quicksand. This must be underground, Ling Chen guessed, which explained why no one had discovered this teleportation array for so long. Searching for a teleportation array hidden beneath the endless desert is like finding a needle in a haystack. "Let's go. Little Dragon, you guys go back first." Ling Chen waved his hand and put Little Dragon and Little Blue back into the pet space. With a wave of his hand, a spatial vortex appeared in front of the two of them, and Ling Chen pulled Xiao Pang into the spatial vortex. Once inside the vortex, Ling Chen carried Little Fatty upwards. On the sand, a vortex appeared, and two figures slowly emerged. "You're not Brother Yi, you're Godling?" Little Fatty looked at Ling Chen in surprise and immediately asked excitedly. Ling Chen smiled faintly and remained silent. "Ling Chen, shall we go back and turn in the mission now?" Little Fatty asked cautiously. "Since we're already here, of course we should." Chapter 138 The Desert Overlord, with the potential to subdue a saint-level being? Before he could finish speaking, Ling Chen suddenly froze. Boom! A terrifying roar came from afar, and the entire desert seemed to tremble. Little Fatty swayed and almost fell into the sand, but quickly steadied himself. A strong sense of oppression swept over us. Ling Chen frowned. "What's this? This fluctuation? Oh no, could it be the legendary Desert Overlord?" Little Fatty looked into the distance and said with a solemn expression, "Desert Overlord?" Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. "Is it a demonic beast?" "It's a monster that lives in the yellow sand. It's said that no one who has seen it has survived, not even saints, so no one knows what it is." Little Fatty said with a serious face, "It is said that the aura of the Desert Overlord can be felt from thousands of miles away. It has a deadly sense of oppression. Every time it appears, it is like the sky is falling and the earth is collapsing." "Oh," Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Desert Overlord's strength was at least at the Saint Realm. "Boss, I know what that is." Seeing Ling Chen seemingly discussing the owner of that aura, Xiao Long raised his claws and spoke up urgently. Hearing Xiao Long's words, Ling Chen and Xiao Pang turned around and looked at Xiao Long. Seeing that he had attracted the boss's attention, Xiao Long slowly said in a calm but ancient tone, "Actually, it can no longer be considered a living thing." Upon hearing this, Little Fatty's pupils contracted. Such a powerful aura, the Overlord who had caused countless Blue Star experts to fall over the years, was actually dead? Its true form is an ancient divine beast, a dragon turtle. It is gentle by nature and likes to bury its body in the sand. In the end, for some unknown reason, it was trapped and died deep in the desert. Finally, under the influence of a peculiar power in the trial grounds, its corpse developed a trace of obsession, becoming a sand guardian that controls the corpse to protect the entire desert. The little dragon lay prone on the ground. As soon as Little Blue saw this, it quickly flapped its wings and climbed onto the little dragon's back, giving it a massage. Comfortably let out a dragon roar, and the little dragon continued, "Boss, actually I know it." Seeing the hint of reminiscence in Xiaolon's eyes, Ling Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. "You? Hee, boss, I've awakened my bloodline inheritance. These are all things from my ancestors' inherited memories." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded, not too surprised. After all, the little dragon was hatched from a dragon egg with a shelf life of more than 3 million years. "Boss, I'm fairly confident I can subdue it." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up as if he had seen a stunningly beautiful woman without clothes. "Then let's not wait for the desert, let's go over there." Ling Chen took a step forward and rushed towards the distance from which the commotion came, with Little Fatty, Little Dragon, and Little Blue following closely behind. Deep in the desert, a figure in black robes rode majestically atop a gigantic tiger-like beast, facing off against a colossal creature that blotted out half the sky. "Desert Overlord, today, I've come specifically to take your life." The man in black robes laughed wildly, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. "What lies before us is an ancient divine beast. Although it has been dead for many years, its most valuable part, its tortoise shell, is still intact, making it a priceless treasure even for a saint-level martial artist. If I can obtain this tortoise shell, it will be much easier to compete for the position of clan leader later." The Desert Overlord roared to the sky, his eyes filled with rage, as if warning the man in black robes to get out of the desert. "Ha ha ha." The man in black robes laughed loudly. He didn't take this Desert Overlord seriously at all, because in his eyes, the Desert Overlord in front of him was just an inanimate object, a dead Saint Realm demon beast, not worth worrying about. The man in black robes gave a low shout, and the huge tiger-shaped beast he was riding roared and pounced towards the Desert Overlord opposite him. As the enormous tiger-shaped beast moved, the surrounding sand and dust were instantly stirred up and swept away like a tsunami. The Desert Overlord overlord remained completely calm despite the situation. With a swish, its massive body slammed directly into the tiger-shaped beast. A mournful cry immediately echoed throughout the desert, and sandstorms swept across the sky, obscuring the sun. The tiger-shaped beast's body was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant sand dune. The man on the tiger's back took off early and floated in midair. Useless thing. The man snorted coldly as he looked at his mount, then looked up at the desert overlord that resembled a small mountain not far away. The desert overlord roared, its feet stomping on the ground, sending sand swirling and carrying a destructive force as it hurtled towards the man. Upon seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on the man's face. With a wave of his hands, a tremendous suction force burst forth, enveloping the desert overlord and firmly fixing it in the sand. Under the overwhelming power, everything is illusory. The man had already reached the peak of the Saint Realm, while the dragon turtle in front of him was already dead. However, with the strength of the initial Saint Realm, he could contend against the intermediate Saint Realm with the power of his bloodline. The desert overlord was held firmly in place, with no room for struggle. The man in black robes smiled coldly, waved his hand, and a surge of violent energy erupted from his hand, attempting to rush into the body of the desert overlord. Just then, a white light flashed, and a slightly thin boy appeared between the two, standing in midair, his body exuding a strong aura of thunder and fire. Upon seeing the young man before him, the man in black robes narrowed his eyes with disdain. How dare a platinum-level ant interfere in his affairs? Young man, are you courting death? The man asked the boy coldly, staring at him. A playful smile played on the boy's lips as he glanced at the desert overlord. If you want this desert overlord, you'll have to ask me first. The 3 revolutions Thunder God technique. First revolution, second revolution. Boss, a spirited voice rang out. Ling Feng nodded silently. Combined, divine dragon armor. A beam of light shot from the little dragon's body towards Ling Chen, landing on him before the little dragon disappeared into the beam. A golden suit of armor quickly covered Ling Chen's entire body, its dazzling golden light making him appear like a god descending to earth. A terrifying dragon's might emanated from the armor, as if a divine dragon had descended. Ling Chen stretched out his arm, surrounded by golden light. A thick layer of metallic luster appeared on the surface of his skin, looking exceptionally hard and radiating a cool feeling. So this is Xiaolong's combined technique? It looks pretty good. Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly as he raised his head and looked at the man in black robes. How is this possible? Sensing the change in Ling Chen's aura, the man in black robes widened his eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. Platinum-level strength, capable of radiating an aura comparable to that of a saint. This child cannot be allowed to live. Chapter 139 First battle against a saint. If you can't win, run away. He must be killed. A chill flashed in the man's eyes as he activated the energy within his body. He unleashed an extremely powerful martial skill, throwing a punch that sent a massive burst of energy through the air with a devastating force, hurtling straight toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen did not dodge. Feeling the surging energy within him, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. Thor's fist. Ling Chen let out a low shout, his fist carrying arcs of electricity and terrifying dragon might, slamming towards the man with an aura that could tear the sky apart. The Thunder God fist and the fist chi collided, and terrifying energy raged wildly, instantly causing the surrounding sand to cave in and form a giant crater. The fist's energy broke through Ling Chen's Thunder God fist and struck Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's body was instantly blasted away and crashed into the sand, creating a bottomless crater in the desert below. The quicksand gradually buried the giant pit, trapping Ling Chen inside. The chubby boy standing to the side was dumbfounded. Ling Chen had just exchanged blows with a Saint Realm expert? So here's the problem. It seems like I can't beat Ling Chen. How am I supposed to run away? Little Fatty stood there trembling, then realized that the man in black robes hadn't even glanced at him. He was nothing more than an ant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Little Fatty pulled out his light shuttle, quickly jumped onto the boat, and sped away from there. Ling Chen was in extremely poor condition beneath the sand. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was flushed. His internal organs were also somewhat displaced, and he sensed a sense of gravity. He had given it his all, but he couldn't withstand a single move. As expected of a Saint Realm expert, Ling Chen licked his dry lips, secretly sighing in his heart that he had almost used his clone in one move, but at least he had managed to block the man's attack. With his aura bursting forth, Ling Chen vanished from his spot with a whoosh and appeared on the sandy ground outside. Upon seeing Ling Chen's appearance, the man froze on the spot, not expecting that his attack, which used only 1/10 of his strength, had failed to kill Ling Chen. It should be noted that this attack had reached the strength of an ordinary early-stage Saint Realm cultivator. Kid, not bad, but your luck won't last long. Prepare to die. The man sneered and attacked Ling Chen again. This time, he didn't hold back and acted swiftly, as he didn't have much time to waste here. Seeing the man's actions and sensing the man's aura, which was several times stronger than before, Ling Chen's expression became even more solemn. Time and space ban. Ling Chen let out a low shout, and an invisible aura surged from all directions, freezing the space around the man who rushed forward. In that instant, the man in black robes was freed from the restraint. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the desert overlord broke free from the man's control, let out a low roar, and a halo of earth-yellow light enveloped him. Gazing at the man in the distance, the desert overlord's eyes were filled with rage. It opened its mouth and a golden energy ray shot out, heading straight for the man. Seeing this, the man dodged to the side, easily avoiding the attack. Then, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding with the desert overlord, Ling Chen charged towards the black-robed man from both the left and right. "Humph, you're courting death." The man in black robes sneered, as if mocking the man and beast's overestimation of their abilities. The man's body shot out and instantly moved in front of Ling Chen. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force burst out from his palm and slammed straight towards Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen's pupils contracted, and he tried to teleport away, but before he could activate his spatial power, the man's palm struck Ling Chen's chest. The terrifying impact sent Ling Chen flying hundreds of meters away, slamming him heavily to the ground. But a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the dragon armor on Ling Chen's body turned into a golden light. Soon, the figure of the little dragon was revealed, covered in wounds, lying on the ground. Ding! Host's current health is extremely low, on the verge of death. Passive, Nirvana triggered. Ding! Inform the host that they have fully recovered their health and mana. Nirvana, on cooldown, 30 days. A familiar, warm energy filled Ling Chen's entire body. Ling Chen could clearly feel that his injuries were improving, and after a short while, all of Ling Chen's injuries were healed. Seeing the little dragon barely alive beside him, Ling Chen quickly stepped forward, knelt down in front of the little dragon, took out a few healing pills, and put them into the little dragon's mouth. After a while, the holy medicine took effect, and Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes, looked at Ling Chen, and hurriedly said, "Boss, I have a way to help you subdue the desert overlord, and then we'll leave quickly." Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong in surprise and nodded. Xiaolong got up, stretched his arms out to the sky, and muttered something under his breath. The desert overlord, who was being beaten in the distance, suddenly paused, turned around, and looked at little dragon with excitement and anticipation in his eyes. The sand and dust surrounding the desert overlord slowly dissipated, revealing its dragon turtle-like body. A powerful aura burst forth, breaking free from the man's suppression. The dragon turtle turned its head and instantly appeared in front of Ling Chen and the little dragon. This speed was completely inconsistent with its appearance. Roar! He let out a soft roar, his tone filled with joy. Ling Chen tilted his head and looked at the little dragon. The little dragon also roared at the dragon turtle, then turned to look at its leader. "Boss, quickly sign the contract, subdue it, and then let's go." Ling Chen nodded and quickly subdued the dragon turtle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a god-level pet dragon turtle. Dragon turtle, earth and sand type, capable of controlling land and desert. Oh, it's actually a dual elemental divine beast. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Just as Ling Chen was getting excited, a powerful aura rapidly approached. Ling Chen quickly put the little dragon and the dragon turtle into his pet space. Just as the man was about to get close, he silently thought, "Switch." The clone, who was refining pills on the second level of the trial grounds, suddenly felt an irresistible force and instantly switched places with Ling Chen. Looking around at the familiar alchemy room, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had at least survived. On the other side, the clone, who was holding a medicinal herb and about to put it into the alchemy furnace, was staring blankly at the unfamiliar scene in front of him and the man who was rapidly approaching. Bang! A tremendous force struck Ling Chen's body, and the intense pain instantly destroyed the consciousness of Ling Chen's clone. Clone, main body, I'm CNNND. The clone transformed into countless energy fragments, dissipated into the air, traversed time and space, and returned to Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen was completely unaware of any of this. Chapter 140, Planting the Tree of Life. Where's that brat? The man frowned, looked around, and when he didn't see Ling Chen, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Could that kid have already escaped? The man muttered to himself. He was certain that since he had attacked Ling Chen's body, the brat was definitely nearby and couldn't have escaped so quickly, unless. Thinking of this, the man's expression suddenly changed, and he disappeared from his original spot, reappearing at the location where Ling Chen had been scattered by him, and carefully searching. Sensing the faint spatial fluctuations that remained, the man's brows furrowed tightly. Could this kid possess the supernatural ability to travel through space? The man muttered to himself, speculating about the reason for Ling Chen's sudden disappearance. Although spatial abilities are rare, they do exist. The man had read in ancient books that some spatial abilities could cross interplanetary membranes. Suddenly, the man seemed to remember something. The move that had just imprisoned him seemed to contain not only spatial energy but also a trace of the laws of time. Damn it, this kid is a dual elemental being of the spacetime system. I have to get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise he'll cause endless trouble once he grows up. I must strike first, the man thought to himself. Judging from the direction the fat man who had been with him had fled, the man guessed that Ling Chen must be one of the most outstanding people on Blue Star. It seemed he needed to go back and find some men to put pressure on him. Thinking of this, the man rose into the air and sped off in one direction, quickly transforming into a tiny figure the size of a sesame seed and disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Ling Chen returned to the second floor floor of the trial grounds, to the alchemy room. Just a second later, Ling Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly feel that the connection with his clone had been severed, which meant that his clone had died a heroic death. Phew, that was close. If it weren't for my clone, I probably would have fallen into the hands of that man in black today. In any case, it's all thanks to that guy's reminder. If the man hadn't felt the despair of being crushed, he might not have realized it yet. He always thought that as long as he developed properly, he would be invincible. Perhaps, this is fate. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he had been a step later, he would probably be in grave danger. If he wants to summon a clone again, he will have to wait a month. Ling Chen will take this opportunity to adjust his strength. Ling Chen didn't want to experience the near-death experience he had just gone through. He realized he had gotten a bit too cocky lately. Ling Chen decided to properly develop his own power and strength. After letting Xiaolong and the others recover properly in the pet space, Ling Chen left the second floor and went to where Master Kongming was. You possess an aura that doesn't belong to this planet, the old man Kongming said without turning his head as he sensed Ling Chen's presence. I just encountered humans from other places. If it weren't for the second level clone skill, I'm afraid I would have. Ling Chen's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the old man turned his head in surprise, a hint of shock in his eyes. From what you're saying, you fought with that saint? Ling Chen nodded dejectedly. The old man also sensed the aura of a saint from Ling Chen. Although a saint was no match for the old man, he was still a saint, while Ling Chen was just a platinum level superhuman. Wait a minute. Platinum level? This kid's on drugs. Your strength, boy, must not be so great as to neglect the stability of your foundation in pursuit of higher realms. At this point, the old man paused for a moment. What did he see? He sensed the surging, ocean-like origin chi within Ling Chen's body, and the concentration of origin chi was extremely high, far exceeding that of ordinary people. He could not see the slightest instability in his realm. It was obvious that Ling Chen's advancements were all based on solid and steady progress. This kid, you didn't make a mistake. The old man stroked his graying beard, a relieved smile on his face. As for Ling Chen, who had almost died, the old man said that strong people are not flowers in a greenhouse. Experiencing some setbacks would be a good way to curb the young man's excessive arrogance. By the way, master, where do you think this would be suitable? Ling Chen asked the old man as he took the seed of the tree of life from his dantian. Oh, the tree of life? You lad, you're quite the lucky one. Looking at the seed radiating a strong life force in Ling Chen's hand, the old man's face showed a long-lost look of surprise. The tree of life is the sacred tree of the elves. It can give birth to the elves, producing elves one by one through its fruit. At this point, the old man paused for a moment, as if reminiscing about something. But what most people don't know is that, according to legend, the tree of life can evolve into the world tree. At that time, what it nurtures will no longer be elves, but small worlds. Hearing Elder Kongming's words, Ling Chen stared at the seed in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly, he had a bold idea, to cultivate this seed into a world tree. Seeing the resolute look on Ling Chen's face, the old man's lips twitched involuntarily. This kid, is he really taking it seriously? You can temporarily plant it on the first floor of the space city. Once it grows, the entire first floor will become a giant healing pool. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen accepted the suggestion. With this tree of life, his team members could also undergo brutal training. As long as they didn't die from the training, they could be saved. After bowing to the old man Kongming, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. Arriving at the center of the trial grounds, Ling Chen found a beautiful, fertile open space, planted the seed, and took out the water of life, dripping a drop onto the seed. The seed sprouted quickly and soon grew a bright green leaf. Upon seeing this scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. This place would become Ling Chen's true training ground and garrison. Buzz, buzz. A slight vibration sounded. Nourished by the water of life, the tree of life frantically absorbed the life force between heaven and earth, and soon grew into a sapling. Then it gradually grew into a towering tree with lush branches and leaves, covering half of the sky. Ling Chen stood to the side, watching the tree of life grow little by little. His mood gradually calmed down, and this feeling was very strange. When the tree of life grew large enough, its leaves began to tremble slowly, and its branches swayed, making a rustling sound. Then, a rich life force burst forth from the tree of life, spreading in all directions. Ling Chen could feel that the space he was in had an even richer life force than before. Chapter 141: The Wonderful Uses of the Tree of Life. Returning to Tianan City, the leaves of the tree of life trembled constantly, the branches danced, and halos of light spread outwards. As the leaves danced, Ling Chen could feel the space around him being sucked in. The tree of life is truly extraordinary. Buzz. As the leaves swayed, Ling Chen suddenly sensed something. Sitting cross-legged with his back against the tree of life, Ling Chen silently comprehended the presence of a faint life force surrounding him. Soon, the night passed, and Ling Chen opened his eyes. When Ling Chen opened his eyes, they gleamed with a sharp light. During that night, Ling Chen gained many insights. Most importantly, he grasped the profound meaning of the rules of life. Ling Chen's understanding of life is far greater than before. Ling Chen took a deep breath and looked around. around. The surrounding scenery seemed to have changed a lot. The space I was in seemed to have doubled in size. Ling Chen couldn't help but wonder, could this space also absorb spatial power to become larger? Just as Ling Chen was wondering, a familiar, aged voice came from afar into his mind. That's right, this trial ground is a magic treasure, so it can naturally absorb energy and become bigger. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded silently, surprised that this city of space still had room for growth. Ling Chen looked into the distance and saw a vibrant scene, dense forests and boundless green meadows. The entire space was filled with a rich life force. The nine-tailed fox clan, sensing the life force and movement, along with the bone dragons they had left behind in the trial grounds, also gathered there. A large group of fox spirits stood curiously at a distance, gazing at the tree of life. The energy emanating from the tree made them feel very comfortable, as if they had become much younger. Ling Chen. Bai Ling appeared directly in front of the fox demon clan, waved to Ling Chen, and shot towards Ling Feng's location. She suddenly threw herself into Ling Chen's arms. Bai Ling had missed him terribly after not seeing him for so many days. He patted Bai Ling's head. Her two fluffy fox ears felt silky smooth and very comfortable to the touch. Bai Ling's face flushed slightly as she let Ling Chen touch her ears. Ling Chen, what kind of tree is this? I can feel myself getting younger, and cultivating here is twice as effective with half the effort. Bai Ling's light and melodious voice came, with a hint of doubt and joy in her tone. The tree of life. Is this the legendary sacred tree of the elves, the tree of life? Bai Ling covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Chen nodded, looked at the foxes in the distance, and said with a faint smile, from now on, arrange for your clan to cultivate here. Improve everyone's strength as soon as possible. Really? Ling Chen, you're so kind. Bai Ling exclaimed joyfully, waving her hands to express her happiness, just like a teenage girl. Turning his head to look at the bone dragon beside him, Ling Chen looked at it with a puzzled expression. What are you dragons, all of you just bones, doing here? You're all dead. As if understanding Ling Chen's doubts, the leading bone dragon abyss flapped its wings and respectfully said, Master, by bathing in such rich life force, one day we will be able to reshape our physical bodies and regain the power we had in life. Oh, Ling Chen responded in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected gain. They were dragons in their previous lives, so if they could be restored, it would definitely be a great help to me. Arrange for the Bone Dragon clan to guard around the Tree of Life so they can absorb enough energy as soon as possible to reshape their physical bodies. Ling Chen thought for a moment, then summoned the little dragon and other divine beasts from his pet space, letting them heal around the Tree of Life. After arranging everything, Ling Chen prepared to return to Tianan City for a visit. As for the battlefield of 10,000 races, Ling Chen realized that his current strength was insufficient to change the situation there, so he would leave it to his seniors for now. As for the internal troubles on Blue Star, the predecessors didn't have the energy to retake the entire Blue Star on a large scale, so Ling Chen decided to leave such a minor matter to him. Now I should focus on developing my own power in dealing with the internal crises of the demon beasts and the new human organization, Ling Chen thought to himself. I should go back and see how Tianan City has developed over the past month. After leaving the trial grounds, Ling Chen summoned a spatial vortex and quickly returned to Tianan City. Looking at Tianan City from afar, Ling Chen could clearly sense that the city was several times larger than it had been before he left. During this period, the residents of Tianan City, whether they were superhumans who focused on cultivation or those who made a living through ordinary work, all experienced a significant increase in strength, and the overall strength of the city improved dramatically. The developments of the past month have made Tianan City several times more prosperous than before. Ling Chen looked at the prosperous Tianan City and stepped inside. The original Tianan City was transformed into the inner city, and the wasteland outside the city was incorporated into the city's boundaries and built into the outer city. Upon entering the city, a prosperous scene unfolded before him. The streets were bustling with traffic and filled with superhumans hurrying along. Soon, Ling Chen passed through the outer city and arrived at the inner city. Looking at the somewhat familiar buildings around him, Ling Chen headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As he sped along the road, in the distance towards the city center, Ling Chen saw what appeared to be a tall building. He stroked his chin, realizing that this building hadn't been there before. Ling Chen stopped and decided to go to the tall building to find out what was going on. Changing direction, Ling Chen quickly arrived in front of the tall building. Looking up, he saw the brightly colored plaque of Chenxi Chamber of Commerce hanging above the gate. In an instant, Ling Chen understood that this was his own business association, and he hadn't expected them to act so quickly. Before even stepping through the gate, Ling Chen could hear a commotion coming from inside. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Chen smiled, indicating that business was going well. Stepping into the hall, I found it to be very spacious. Around the hall were many shop counters that resembled vendors' stalls, but upon closer inspection, I realized that they were all shops owned by the Morning Light Chamber of Commerce. However, since there are too many varieties and quantities to sell, it is better to completely separate different types of items, or items of the same type but different attributes. Upon seeing Ling Chen enter, a saleswoman dressed as a shop assistant immediately approached him with a smile and said, "Handsome young man, what would you you like to buy? Ling Chen shook his head and asked, who is your supervisor here? Is he in now? Seeing that Ling Chen's purpose was not to buy anything, the beautiful shop assistant showed a hint of disappointment, but still said politely, our supervisor is Supervisor Chen Duo, and he is here today. Okay, go and call him. Tell him his old friend Ling Chen has arrived. Ling Chen nodded. Your President Ling Chen? The shop assistant covered her mouth and said in surprise. Chapter 142 The current status of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Please wait a moment, I'll go find Manager Chen Duo right away. The shop assistant nodded and then ran upstairs. Soon, a slightly overweight figure came running down the street, his face full of excitement. Ling Chen, you're back. Please come this way with me. After saying that, the fat man bowed slightly, stretched out his right hand, and led the way for Ling Chen, wanting to take Ling Chen to the office upstairs. Ling Chen nodded and followed Chen Duo up to the 9th floor. Upon arriving at the top floor office, Ling Chen sat on a sofa made of demon beast skin, his arms slumped against the back of the sofa. Young Master Ling, have you finished dealing with things outside? Chen Duo stood respectfully to the side. Now, with Ling Chen's seemingly inexhaustible resources, the scale of the Morning Light Chamber of Commerce far exceeded that of his family business. In just 1 month, Chen Duo's net worth exceeded the total value of his family, so he respected Ling Chen very much, and Ling Chen was his mentor in life. It's nothing much. You've worked hard these past few days. Managing the Chamber of Commerce has been all on your shoulders. How is the chamber doing? Ling Chen asked with a smile. As we walked along, we could see that the Morning Light Chamber of Commerce was bustling with customers and doing brisk business. This was partly due to the quality and comprehensiveness of the goods offered by the Chamber of Commerce, and partly due to the excellent business management of Chen Duo. Everything is going well, young Master Ling. Our Morning Light Chamber of Commerce is developing exceptionally fast. We have branch chambers in all the satellite cities within the entire Hangzhou cluster, including the main city. Our daily operating profit has now exceeded 5 billion, Chen Duo said excitedly. You should know that the daily transaction volume of his previous auctions was only about 1 billion, not to mention the profit, which was at most tens of millions. Oh, so many? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. It had only been a month since the Dawn Chamber of Commerce was established, and its reputation had only just begun to gain some traction in the Hangzhou metropolitan area. 50 billion is equivalent to about 3,000 spirit stones. Under the effect of the transformation source technique, it's like I can earn the equivalent of a diamond-level expert in just 3 days. Although diamond-level experts are no match for Ling Chen is still human. He can't possibly go up alone and kill them all in one move when facing an army of hundreds of millions of demonic beasts. It doesn't seem like it's impossible after all. Ling Chen stroked his chin, pondering something. However, he would probably need to have the strength of a saint or higher. Seeing Ling Chen's surprised look, Chen Duo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had met young Master Ling's expectations. This is just our initial profit. We are currently developing our branch associations with great effort, investing a lot of time and money. But as long as we keep going, it will definitely grow bigger and bigger. The subsequent developments are simply unimaginable. When he said this, Chen Duo's tone was filled with anticipation. He never imagined that one day he would be able to personally participate in the rise of a business empire. Ling Chen nodded upon hearing this. If the business couldn't develop after investing so many resources, then that would really indicate a problem. By the way, young Master Ling, Chen Duo rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing as if he were closing them. What is it? Just say it. Ling Chen said impatiently, clearly something was up. We have developed rapidly thanks to the resources you left behind, the resources that the City Lord's mansion regularly delivers, and the pills. Now we can obtain some ordinary items through normal channels, but even so, high-level pills are almost sold out. Chen Duo rubbed his hands together and said without hesitation, pills? Ling Chen was immediately delighted. He thought it was something serious, but it just so happened that he had some pills that his clones had worked day and night to obtain. Without hesitation, Ling Chen left all the high-grade pills in the ring to Chen Duo, since he could keep them for himself and refine them as needed. Looking at the large pile of precious pills in his hand, Chen Duo was stunned. He looked up at Ling Chen blankly, wondering how he could take out a pile of precious pills that were hard to find outside without even blinking. You should know that a single precious pill is worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Don't release it all at once, sell it slowly. Ling Chen said simply, believing that Chen Duo definitely understood the concept of scarcity marketing. Chen Duo nodded. After all, things are valued for their scarcity. At this moment, Ling Chen realized that he had forgotten about the group of alchemy elders from the Nine-Tailed Fox sect. They were all free laborers. If we run out of high-grade pills, we'll just go to the City Lord's mansion to ask for them. Chen Duo nodded to indicate that she understood. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Thank you for your continued support of the Chamber of Commerce. Ling Chen patted Chen Duo on the shoulder, smiled faintly, and then, with Chen Duo nodding, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Watching Ling Chen disappear, Chen Duo's eyes revealed a hint hint of envy. Space-type abilities are great, you don't have to walk yourself. Touching her fat belly, Shen Duo couldn't help but worry, even walking is tiring. However, looking at the pills in his hand, Shen Duo's face quickly showed a look of joy and shock. So many high-level pills were enough to make the Morning Dawn Chamber of Commerce famous. After several teleportations, Ling Chen briefly wandered around the city and found that all the original buildings around the city Lord's mansion had been demolished and replaced by 4 city walls that surrounded the mansion, increasing its area several times over. As soon as Ling Chen entered the city Lord's mansion, he could hear the sounds of soldiers training inside. Ling Chen then understood why all the surrounding buildings were included within the city Lord's mansion area. As soon as they entered the city Lord's mansion, a sharp shout rang out. "Halt! Who goes there?" Ling Chen turned his head and saw a guard in armor staring at him menacingly. His expression was somewhat grave. Ling Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, "It seems that the city Lord's mansion has a pretty good sense of defense." After saying that, Ling Chen vanished from the spot in a flash, leaving the stunned guard standing there, deep in thought. Ling Chen? That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the real city lord of Tianan City that Lord Yi mentioned? By the time the guards came to their senses, Ling Chen had already arrived at the council hall of the city lord's mansion, where no one was present. The 2 guards at the entrance of the hall stood ramrod straight, motionless and diligent. After a quick scan, I found that there were no familiar auras on the ground of the city lord's mansion. I guess everyone must be underground. Chapter 143 The current situation in Tianan City. Thinking of this, Ling Chen went directly through the passage to the conference hall on the 3rd basement level. In the hall, Lord Yi sat in a chair, looking down at a document, his brows furrowed, as if he were deep in thought. Ling Chen slowly walked towards Lord Yi. Hearing what sounded like approaching footsteps, Lord Yi raised his head. When he saw Ling Chen, he was stunned for a moment, but soon a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Young Master Ling, you're back." City Lord Yi stood up excitedly, looking at Ling Chen with a face full of excitement. He didn't expect Ling Chen to return so quickly. According to Ling Chen's previous instructions, City Lord Yi believed that Ling Chen would not be able to return for at least half a year. Unexpectedly, only a month has passed. "Yes, I'm back." Ling Chen nodded with a smile, walked to the chair next to City Lord Yi, and sat down. "Thank you for your hard work these past few days," Ling Chen said to Lord Yi with a smile. "It's no trouble at all, it's all what I should do. Today, Tianan City has become stronger under young Master Ling's leadership. I'm glad I was able to witness the rise of human superhumans in my lifetime, which means I have no regrets." Lord Yi smiled, looked at Ling Chen, and said with emotion. From Lord Yi's tone, Ling Chen could feel the sincerity, but at the same time, he could also see a hint of weariness in the old man's eyes. Clearly, he had been very busy with the development of Tianan City recently. Ling Chen nodded with satisfaction. City Lord Yi had not disappointed him, and he could also see that although City Lord Yi had been very busy lately, he was enjoying it and working hard for the construction of Tianan City. "How's the construction of Tianan City going lately? I've seen a lot of changes on my way here." Remembering the purpose of his return, Ling Chen quickly asked. If possible, he wanted to bring half of the Legion to the trial grounds for a period of time to train. Reporting to young Master Ling, with the help of the goblin race, our Tianan City has expanded several times over. The more fortified city walls and the Dawn Merchant Guild's growing reputation in the area have attracted a large number of residents to settle and do business in the outer city. Currently, our superpower army has recruited more than 300,000 soldiers. At present, the Superpower Legion only has a few hundred people, but as the Superpower Army soldiers train, the number of Superpower Legion soldiers will increase. He quickly gave Ling Chen a brief report on the current situation in Tianan City and the training progress of Ling Chen's army. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. Such speed was simply unimaginable to outsiders. In just 1 month, the organization had grown from nothing to have hundreds of diamond-level experts. As for Ling Chen, he felt that this speed was a little slow. Ling Chen took out a bottle containing several pills for treating old injuries from his ring and handed it to Lord Yi. "Remember to take it, it will cure your old injuries." Upon hearing this, Lord Ye's eyes lit up immediately. He opened the medicine bottle, and the rich medicinal fragrance emanated from the pill. Just by smelling it, Lord Yi could feel his body feel much lighter. Clutching the medicine bottle tightly in his hand, Lord Yi couldn't help but sigh. He had concealed his old injury very well, but Ling Chen had seen through it all at once. "Alright, you go ahead with your work. I'll go check out the 2nd floor first." With that, Ling Chen vanished from his spot in a flash. Lord Yi, who was standing still, poured out a pill from the bottle, and a rich aroma of the pill wafted out. A saint-grade pill." City Lord Yi exclaimed in surprise, tilting his head back to swallow the pill in his hand. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed towards the old, dark sores within Yi Chengzhu's body. Yi Chengzhu could feel a slight itch coming from the spot that had been faintly stinging. Soon, the old injury that had been causing him pain for years was completely healed. Lord Yi felt a long-lost sense of ease, stretched a bit, and then threw himself into his mission with even greater seriousness. On the other side, Ling Chen arrived at the 2nd floor, where where a few shadow assassins and goblins sped past in the corridor. Ling Chen thought for a moment, then stretched out his right hand. Come out. Several figures emerged from the void. They were Chi Baju, Ian, Sokka, and Jun Xie. To Ling Chen's surprise, Sokka was sitting on Jun Xie's shoulder, her little feet swinging freely. After a quick glance at the strength of the group leaders, Ling Chen's pupils contracted. Jun Xie's strength had actually reached the peak of the Breaking City level. When he left, Jun Xie was only a diamond level 1-star expert. Their upgrade speed is even faster than mine. Sokka's strength did not disappoint, reaching the level of a 1-star city breaking expert. Now her healing power will definitely be abundant, and I will have to experience it next time. Seeing that Chi Baju's strength had only increased by 3 stars, Ling Chen stroked his chin. It seemed that in order to develop his intelligence organization shadow, they had delayed the speed at which their strength increased. Seeing Ian's stagnant strength, Ling Chen frowned, a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Seeing the look in Ling Chen's eyes, Ian realized that he had displeased his master and quickly stepped forward respectfully, saying, "My lord, I don't know what I have done wrong. Why hasn't your strength improved at all?" Ling Chen said calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Ian immediately understood and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, as you know, our race has always grown stronger through sheer numbers and rapid reproduction. Don't let my lack of improvement in strength fool you. I still manage to seduce hundreds of beautiful female goblins every night." As he said this, Ian proudly raised his head and gave Jun Xie and Chi Baju a provocative look. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes twitched a few times. "Goodness, now that you mention it, it seems like you're the hardest working person here." Considering that goblins don't require high combat strength, Ling Chen nodded silently and stopped asking questions. "How is the Shadow Department doing these days?" Ling Chen asked Chi Baju, turning his head. "Reporting to my lord, the Shadow Division has now spread to all the cities in China and has grown to a considerable size. It has also recruited a group of trustworthy Legion warriors into the Shadow Division and is currently attempting to infiltrate the upper echelons of various cities." Chi Baju clenched his fist and bowed respectfully to Ling Chen. "Oh, not bad. While developing the Shadow Division, you also need to continuously improve your own strength." Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction and said seriously, "Yes." Chi Baju replied softly, nodding in response. My lord, I'm not afraid to tell you this, but my clan has now developed into a mid-level demon beast tribe." Before Ling Chen could ask, Ian stepped forward and said, "A mid-level monster tribe means that the size of this group of monsters has reached a number of millions." Chapter 144: The Crisis Brought by the Siren. Upon hearing that the goblin tribe had actually developed into a mid-level tribe, Ling Chen looked at Ian with admiration in his eyes. Not bad, they really know how to reproduce. After thinking about it carefully, Ling Chen was a little shocked that the number of babies had increased 100-fold from tens of thousands in such a short period of time. Was it that a litter was born every few days? Good job, keep it up. Ling Chen patted Ian on the shoulder, really unable to understand how Ian's slightly thin body contained so much energy. "If I have the chance, I might ask you for advice." Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Ian's face immediately lit up with excitement. His tireless efforts day and night had finally been recognized by his lord. "Looks like I need to work even harder. 200 tonight." This race lacks strength, so they rely on numbers. And the increase in numbers depends on the speed of reproduction. Just 2 goblins can quickly create a race and tribe. Well, I won't say any more about that. Turning his head, Ling Chen looked at Jun Xie and Sokka with satisfaction. "Where did you two go to level up? You leveled up so fast." Before Junxi could speak, Sokka, sitting on Junxi's shoulder, excitedly replied, "Brother Junxi first led us to kill monsters near Tianan City. Later, as the number of monsters in the vicinity gradually decreased, Brother Junxi felt that the leveling speed was too slow, so he led us to explore further out. We arrived at the seaside. There were so many monsters in the sea, and they were all very strong. We found a small island and went into the sea every day to kill sea monsters. When we got tired, we went back to the island to rest." Sokka finished speaking in one breath, took a deep breath, and gently stroked her chest with her fair hand to catch her breath. "The sea creatures are making unusual movements, as if they are gathering. The area near the coastline is almost entirely teeming with them," Jun Xie added with a cold expression. He felt that something was amiss. Hearing this, Ling Chen was suddenly stunned. He had rarely heard of sea monsters attacking humans, so it seemed that people did not pay much attention to the hidden dangers in the sea. If the sea monsters suddenly gather and attack the human race at this time, the unprepared human race will likely suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared. He looked up at Jun Xie and said, "Let's go to the beach." He then looked at Ian and Chi Baju. "Ian, increase the speed of resource gathering and plundering, and replenish the warehouse in a timely manner. Chi Baju, go and gather all the shadow assassins, and notify the superpower army that there may be a war at any time, so be prepared for battle." "Yes," the two replied in unison, and then disappeared from the spot. A spatial vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen, who grabbed Jun Xie and Sokka, and with one step disappeared into the vortex. On the east coast of China, a spatial vortex appeared, and the figures of Ling Chen and his 2 companions came into view. Not far out at sea, there was a small, which was the island where Jun Xie and the others had been. Without hesitation, Ling Chen teleported them back to the island. Dozens of demon warriors and 50 holy healers were chattering amongst themselves. Do you think our leader is in love? I feel that way. You see, they can't wait to be together all the time. That's right. The group was excitedly discussing, completely unaware that their leader had returned and was watching them with a dark expression. Cough cough. Ling Chen coughed softly. Everyone quickly snapped out of their daze, looked at Ling Chen and the Legion commander, paused for a moment, but quickly recovered and respectfully greeted. Greetings, Lord. No need for formalities. Ling Chen waved his hand casually, then chuckled and said, you guys continue, I'll go check on the situation. In a flash, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. What were you talking about just now? Sokka asked, her face slightly flushed, her bright eyes looking at her wet nurse sisters. Then came Jun Xie's cold gaze, and the group of nannies couldn't help but shiver, waving their hands and saying, it's nothing, it's nothing. A look of disappointment crossed Sokka's face. That blockhead. Appearing high in the sky, Ling Chen looked up at the sea, his mental power and perception fully activated and spreading out. A look of shock quickly appeared on Ling Chen's face. He discovered that tens of millions of sea monsters had gathered in the nearby sea area, which was definitely not normal. Moreover, the fact that these sea monsters did not act rashly but instead rested near the shore must have been on the orders of their leader, the Sea King. But why have the sirens never attacked humans before? Why have they suddenly gathered tens of millions of sirens, as if they want to wipe out the entire human race in one fell swoop? Something must have happened in this vast ocean. The only saving grace was that Ling Chen discovered that among these tens of millions of sea monsters, the vast majority of them were not ridiculously strong, with nearly 70% of them having a strength below the diamond level. Before Ling Chen could figure it out, suddenly, a strong fluctuation of soul power emanated from the depths of the sea. A hint of doubt flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. There were sea monsters cultivating spiritual power in the ocean? Moreover, the strength of their spiritual power was several levels higher than his own, and he could sense the aura of a saint within it. Sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy, the sea monsters cheered and thrashed about, waving their bodies in celebration. Judging from this, it must be a powerful member of the siren who has broken through. Ling Chen's heart tightened, and his brows furrowed tightly. Judging from the performance of the sea monsters below, it was quite obvious that the powerful one of these monsters was definitely a warlike member of the sea monsters, and very likely the leader of this group of sea monsters. This time, the attack will involve at least tens of millions of sea monsters, so the alliance must be notified in advance so that the Chinese alliance military can be prepared. Most of the human race's saints are on the battlefield of all races. If they are not prepared, the human race may really suffer heavy losses. Upon realizing this, a solemn expression appeared in Ling Chen's eyes. Not daring to be negligent, Ling Chen immediately vanished from his original spot and returned to the island where Jun Xie and the others were. Upon seeing Ling Chen appear, Jun Xie stepped forward with a puzzled expression and asked, Master, what about that fluctuation just now? It seems that one of the sirens has broken through to a saintly level. You continue to hunt sirens here to level up, but be careful not to make too much noise and attract attention. Keep an eye on the sirens' movements. I'm going back to inform the military. Ling Chen frowned, pondered for a moment, and then replied with a serious expression. Yes. Jun Xie nodded, licked his lips, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eerie eyes. Demons have an innate yearning for battle. Chapter 145 The Alliance's Reaction. Ling Chen did not linger, and then, under the watchful eyes of a group of people, stepped into the spatial vortex, which was not far from the location of Dawn Academy. Moreover, only through Dawn Academy can the message be transmitted to the top military leaders of the China Alliance at the fastest speed. Soon, Ling Chen returned to Dawn Academy. He quickly passed through the passageway outside the academy entrance and sped towards the main building. Who is this person? How dare they impersonate my disciple? A sharp shout came from the void, and Xinshur's figure appeared from it, coming to Ling Chen's side. Ling Chen was stunned. Impersonating? Aren't I just myself? Master, I am who I am, Ling Chen said, scratching the back of his head, somewhat puzzled. My disciple hasn't even come out of the battlefield of 10,000 races yet. How dare you say you are Ling Chen? Master Shin looked at Ling Chen seriously, as if he wanted to see through Ling Chen, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any flaws in Ling Chen. Master, I can actually come back directly without going through the entrance passage. Ling Chen then patiently explained the effects of his clone skill to Master Shin, but he also held back, for example, that there could only be one clone at most. After listening to Ling Chen's explanation, Master Shin looked at Ling Chen with suspicion. After a long while, he nodded and said, let's just assume it's true for now. I am genuine. You went to see me last time. Hey, my little darling, you can't say things like that. Master Shin quickly stepped forward and covered Ling Chen's mouth, but he also knew that the person in front of him was really Ling Chen. That means what Ling Chen just said was true. There was actually another way to return to Blue Star. Xinshur felt that this matter needed to be reported to the higher-ups. Seeing Master Shin deep in thought, Ling Chen realized he had almost forgotten the important matter. "Oh right, Master, I have something important to tell the Alliance. Could you please pass it on for me?" "What's up?" "Tens of millions of sea monsters have gathered on the east coast of China and may launch a large-scale attack on humanity," Ling Chen said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Xinshi gave Ling Chen a deep look, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I will report and relay it for you, but there is a high chance that the military will take it as wrong intelligence." "Why?" Ling Chen asked, puzzled. "Because the sirens have never attacked the human race. Even if the sirens really gather, it is not enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups, unless the sirens actually launch an attack. But then it will be too late," Ling Chen said anxiously. "Right now, the biggest headache for the higher-ups is the battle of the myriad races. Unless the sea monsters actually launch an attack, it's unlikely they'll take it seriously," Xinshi said helplessly. "There's nothing we can do about it. Almost every day, the Alliance's saints are fighting against the humans from beyond the realm. In their eyes, the beast tides below the saint level are just child's play. However, there may be saint-level experts among this sea monster army," Ling Chen said seriously, his tone revealing a hint of urgency. "Saint realm?" Master Shen murmured. "That should be enough to attract the attention of those above." He nodded to Ling Chen and then disappeared from the spot. Watching Xinshi disappear from the spot, Ling Chen shook his head helplessly and headed straight for the training camp of the superpowered legion. "Since the Alliance military cannot participate in the battle, I will personally lead the superpowered army to train. It's all up to human effort, just do your best. While I can't control what happens above, I can still control my warriors now." Upon arriving at the training camp and seeing the superpowered legion there, Ling Chen's face showed a relieved smile. Although the current combat strength of the superpowered legion is limited, with most of them being only gold-level warriors, they can still play a certain role in the face of a massive sea monster army. After all, the majority of the sirens in the army are of the gold-level sirens. Ling Chen's arrival attracted the attention of some members of the superpowered legion, but most of the superpowered warriors only glanced at him and ignored him. Only a few superhumans looked at Ling Chen with some excitement and whispered, "Godling." Clearly, apart from the new generation of young superhumans, most superhumans do not know Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly to the crowd, signaling them, and then spread his spiritual energy, quickly locating City Lord Yi. In a flash, he arrived at Lord Ye's desk in the study of the City Lord's mansion. Sensing the sudden appearance of a shadow in front of him, Lord Yi calmly raised his head, and sure enough, it was Ling Chen. Putting down the blueprints in his hand, Lord Yi quickly stood up and bowed to Ling Chen. "No need for formalities when you see me in the future." Ling Chen waved his hand and quickly said, "Prepare to assemble the legion and head to the coastline for battle." "Yes." City Lord Yi nodded in agreement, then went to give the instructions without asking Ling Chen why. Watching Lord Ye's departing figure, Ling Chen was filled with worry. This time, the superpowered legion would inevitably suffer huge casualties. Moreover, with his limited strength, he was no match for the enemy. He could only hope that the Alliance would take this seriously and prepare accordingly, otherwise, it would be another disaster for the human race. Soon, tens of thousands of superhumans gathered in the square of the City Lord's mansion, standing neatly in the entire square. At this moment, Lord Yi was standing on the platform. Upon seeing Ling Chen's arrival, he said with admiration, "Now, our Legion commander, young Master Ling, will say a few words to everyone." Upon hearing this, everyone looked curiously at the young man who had suddenly appeared on the battle stage. Ling Chen arrived at the battle platform directly in front of the square, looked at the soldiers below, and said in a passionate tone, "Gentlemen, our human race is now facing a tremendous crisis. We will be attacked by the sea monster army. This time, our enemy outnumbers us many times over, and we may very well die in battle. But can we retreat? No, because our loved ones, our people, are right behind us. I hope we can unite and drive all the invading sea monsters out of our human territory." These few words ignited the morale of the crowd, who shouted with fervor, "We swear to defend humanity to the death. We swear to defend humanity to the death." The tens of thousands of warriors below shouted in unison, their deafening roars soaring into the sky and causing the entire City Lord's mansion to tremble violently. Looking at the high morale of the crowd and the lack of fear despite the enemy's strength, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I believe in your determination and faith, but at the same time, I hope you remember that your safety is also extremely important. In times of crisis, be sure to protect your own lives." With that, crackling arcs of lightning coiled around Ling Chen's arm, and with an earth-shattering aura, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the sky. The force of the fist seemed to shatter the sky, and lightning flashed across half of the sky. Chapter 146. The army sets off. First battle against the sea monster swarm. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the sky, and the entire city trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had struck. Upon seeing this, the tens of thousands of warriors below were all shocked, feeling the invincible aura in Ling Chen's fist wind, which they could not resist. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. "This is supreme-level power," someone couldn't help but shout. The crowd began to discuss among themselves, never expecting that this Legion commander, who had never appeared before, would possess such strength. Ling Chen withdrew his lightning lightning bolts and looked around. After his demonstration, he believed that these warriors who had never seen him before would not harbor any resentment. Satisfied with the group's fighting spirit, Ling Chen shouted, "Let's go! Head to the coastline! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Below, tens of thousands of soldiers from the superpowered legion marched out in unison, leaving the square in an orderly fashion and heading towards the battlefield. "You lead them to the coastline. I'll go first," Ling Chen said, turning to Lord Yi. Lord Yi nodded and immediately went down to arrange the subsequent management of Tianan City. After everything was arranged, the superpowered legion set off. Watching the army depart, Ling Chen's face was filled with solemnity, hoping everything would go smoothly. Ling Chen wasted no time and immediately summoned a spatial vortex, flashing into it and rapidly flying towards the coastline within the vortex space. Back on the island where Sokka and the others were, they didn't see a single person. Ling Chen looked out at the sea. The sun was high in the sky, shining on the azure water and creating a magnificent ripple effect. From afar, it looked like a giant piece of jade, a truly beautiful sight. But Ling Chen had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He spread his spiritual power and quickly sensed Jun Xiaosuoka's location. Dozens of demon warriors were engaged in a fierce battle with a group of sea monsters. They used their strong bodies as weapons and bravely and fearlessly killed the sea monsters in front of them. The number of sirens was enormous, including many high-ranking ones, making the battle extremely tense, with fierce battles erupting from time to time. Surrounded by sirens, the demon warriors sustained numerous wounds. However, the healer legion floating in the air waved their healer staffs, unleashing beams of white light that bathed the demon warriors, gradually erasing their wounds. Soon, filled with fighting spirit, they engaged in battle with the surrounding sea monsters. Seeing this, Ling Chen frowned deeply. If it were a one-on-one fight, these demon warriors would definitely win, but their opponents were high-level city-destroying sea monsters, several times their number, and even a few kingdom-destroying sea monsters. If it weren't for the healing from the healer team, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. Moreover, the sirens will soon begin targeting Grandma to restrict her treatment space. Thinking of this, Ling Chen did not hesitate and immediately used flash to arrive above the swarm of sea monsters. Several thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the azure sky, containing endless lightning, with wisps of electric arcs coiling around Ling Chen's hands. Thunderous force. Looking down at the horde of monsters, Ling Chen didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed a powerful group attack. Thick bolts of lightning, as thick as buckets, fell from the sky and struck the sea monsters. The lightning struck the horde of sea monsters, causing them to explode and scatter blood everywhere, leaving countless sea monsters with mangled corpses. It instantly cleared out a large area of low-level diamond-grade sea monsters, relieving the pressure on the demon warriors. Ding! Diamond-level sea monster defeated. Experience gained plus 8,000. Upon seeing this, the demon warriors were overjoyed and exerted their full strength to continue fighting the high-ranking sea monster before them. Ling Chen's attacks did not stop. Violet lightning continued to rain down from the sky, striking the sea monsters that tried to approach and splitting them in two. Soon, Ling Chen killed thousands of sea monsters. Upon seeing this, the surrounding sea monsters all fled to a distance and stopped approaching. With the harassment of a large number of low-level sea beasts around them gone, the demon warriors focused entirely on fighting the high-level sea monsters around them. However, the number of high-level sea monsters was simply too large. Even though the demon warriors were powerful enough to challenge those of higher levels, they still couldn't defeat them in a short time. However, due to the demon warriors' madness and efforts in battle, the number of high-ranking sirens continued to decrease, and the number of sirens' corpses floating on the sea surface increased. Meanwhile, the sea monsters on the distant sea surface, intimidated by Ling Chen, dared not approach. Finally, as the battle continued, all the high-ranking sea monsters were brought to an end. Looking at the tired smiles on the faces of the demon warriors below, Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction, as expected of a high-ranking legion. Then the life of the last sea monster of the nation-destroying level was ended, and the sea monster horde that had been hiding far away and dared not approach completely collapsed and fled into the distance, not daring to linger in the same place. Let's go back to the island first. Ling Chen waved his hand and called out to the panting demon warriors below. He had already sensed that in the depths of the sea, there were several sea monsters whose auras were at least at the supreme level. Yes. Upon hearing Ling Chen's order, the demon warriors all raised their heads, their eyes still filled with fanaticism. Ling Chen took the lead and leaped towards the western island, followed closely by Jun Xiaosuoka and his legion. After the recent wave of attacks, Ling Chen briefly checked his experience pool. Strength Platinum rank 4-star, experience 949494/400000. Experience pool 4,326,666, upgradable. The thousands of cannon fodder sea monsters he had just killed provided him with enough experience to level up. Without hesitation, a white light flashed, and Ling Chen's level reached Platinum level 5. However, the source energy in his body was like a vast ocean. Ling Chen, who possesses multiple superpowers and whose talents in some of these superpowers have reached the god level, has a total amount of source energy in his body that has reached the level of a high-level city guard. guard. Ling Chen's physical abilities have reached the level of a national protector, which means that even without any skill or weapon enhancements, Ling Chen can fight against a national destroyer-level expert without being at a disadvantage. Moreover, Ling Chen's current recovery ability is several times stronger than that of a normal strong person. Ling Chen almost possesses the ability to be immortal. Once Xiaolong has recovered from his injuries and unleashed his combined attack, he will be able to fight against Ling Chen, a Saint Realm expert. With the addition of the Dragon Turtle, their side will be equivalent to 2 Saint Realm experts. Call. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his power had already grown to a considerable level. Chapter 147 The Wet Nurse's Dream, Evolution. Although his current power on Blue Star appears to be very strong, with 2 experts at the Saint Realm, Ling Chen knows that this world is not that simple. Moreover, through the battle of myriad races, Ling Chen also learned that the Saint Realm is merely a starting point for transcending the mundane. However, Ling Chen was confident that his power would one day flourish and he would become a super strong person. My lord, we have arrived. Just as Ling Chen was lost in thought, Jun Xie's voice came from behind. Ling Chen came to his senses and realized that everyone had already flown back to the deserted island. Okay, let's go find a secluded place to rest first. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he flew towards the mountain range in the center of the island. The demon army and the healer army followed closely behind Ling Chen, quickly heading towards the island. Soon, Ling Chen and the others found a hidden cave on a small hill on the island. Ling Chen left 2 soldiers to guard the cave entrance and then led the group into the cave for a short rest. Ling Chen thought that since the Tree of Life and the healer both had healing effects, could they enhance each other? Thinking of this, Ling Chen wanted to verify his idea. If it was true, then the Legion's healing power would be even stronger. Ling Chen then took out the array plate, embedded a spirit stone, and activated the teleportation array plate. Ling Chen waved to the crowd and stepped onto the teleportation array first. With a flash of dazzling white light, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot, but he quickly returned. Upon seeing Ling Chen's signal, the remaining healers stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared from their spots. Once all the healers had entered the trial grounds, Ling Chen instructed the guarding demons to keep an eye on the sea monsters' movements and arranged for Jun Xie to safely kill sea monsters and level up without the healer's support. After arranging everything, Ling Chen vanished from the spot in a flash. In the very center of the trial grounds, the Tree of Life, brimming with vitality, breathed in the primal energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a vibrant life force. Wow! The healers cheered excitedly as soon as they arrived at the first level of the trial grounds. This life force made them feel very comfortable. They greedily inhaled the life force in the air, and the wet nurses found that their milk production seemed to have increased. Ling Chen's figure appeared in the middle of the healer army. Looking at the healers around him, their round breasts looked like they were about to burst out. Goodness, that's enough, asterisk. Ling Chen was secretly surprised. The more milk the nurses produce, the greater the advantage will be for your side in future battles. Looking at the group of petite wet nurses around him, Ling Chen's gaze kept sweeping over the rounded curves of their breasts. He couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly closing his eyes and muttering to himself, "Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper." Master, what's wrong? Saka, who was standing to the side, saw Ling Chen glance at them and then close his eyes and mutter something. She tilted her head curiously and asked, "Ahem, it's nothing." Ling Chen coughed lightly and flashed in front of the group. "Come with me." After saying that, Ling Chen took a step forward and shot towards the center of the trial ground, his body surface flashing with sparks of lightning. The wet nurses hurriedly followed, and they could also feel that the life force in the central direction was much stronger. Soon, Ling Chen led the nurses to the vicinity of the Tree of Life. From a distance, they could see thousands of fox spirits meditating around the Tree of Life. After a day's absence, the Tree of Life was even more lush and verdant than before. Ling Chen looked up and saw that there seemed to be some green fruits on the crown of the Tree of Life. From a distance, these fruits had a slight human-like shape. Ling Chen was somewhat surprised. The seeds had only been planted for a few days, yet they had already borne fruit? Although he didn't know the effects of these fruits yet, Ling Chen knew at least one thing: these fruits definitely had considerable value. On the Tree of Life, the bone dragon rested on a branch, silently absorbing the life force exhaled from it. Little Dragon, Little Blue, and the Dragon Turtle were leaning against the Tree of Life, their beast eyes tightly closed, recovering from their injuries. Seeing their somewhat rosy complexions, Ling Chen knew that their injuries had improved. The wet nurses excitedly flew forward, gazing at the Tree of Life with great excitement. It really works? Looking at the nurses who were excitedly flying around the Tree of Life, Ling Chen scratched his head. It seemed that his guess was correct. The Tree of Life and the Healer Legion are indeed connected in some mysterious way. My lord, this is the Tree of Life. Sokka's voice was filled with excitement. By cultivating next to the Tree of Life, we can evolve very soon. Oh, evolution? Ling Chen was a little surprised. The healer evolved? Could it be that the healer grew up? Looking at the nanny now, who looks like a little girl, she already has 2 magnificent breasts. If she grows up, who can resist them? That's right, we can evolve into holy angel healers, doubling our healing abilities. Sokka's tone carried a hint hint of anticipation and longing. Ling Chen nodded, while also expressing his anticipation for the healer's evolved abilities. By the way, do you know what the fruit's effects are? Ling Chen pointed to the green fruit on the tree and looked at Sokka as he spoke. My lord, that is the fruit of life. Ordinary people can increase their lifespan by consuming it, while those with special abilities can increase their vitality. It will be ripe when the fruit turns purplish red, Sokka said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Chen was somewhat astonished. This fruit could actually increase lifespan. But thinking about it, the tree of life itself possesses abundant life force, so what's so strange about it bearing fruit that increases lifespan? Alright, when they ripen, help me collect them. Abyss. Ling Chen said to Abyss, the commander of the Bone Dragon Legion, who was crawling on a branch. Yes. Abyss, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his empty dragon eyes, glanced at Ling Chen, and nodded slightly in response. Then you can cultivate here for now. Once you've all finished evolving, you can join the battlefield, Ling Chen said with a faint smile, before preparing to leave the Tree of Life. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Sokka and the others were overjoyed. Evolution was every healer's dream, and now that it was possible, they certainly didn't want to leave. Fluttering their wings, a group of wet nurses flew to the branches of the Tree of Life, sat on the branches leaning against the trunk, their tender little faces with their eyes closed, looking exceptionally serious. Chapter 148 Shark Warrior Legion, Navy Vanguard. Seeing this, Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction, then took a step forward and left the Tree of Life. Brother Ling Chen. Just as Ling Chen stepped out of the central area, a familiar voice came. Ling Chen turned his head and saw Bai Ling standing in front of him. Take me out of here, it's so boring to cultivate here. Bai Ling stepped forward and hugged Ling Chen's arm, blinking her big, bright eyes with a hint of expectation on her face. Who can resist that? Alright, but first go and inform the clan that there will be a major battle soon that requires their participation. They should work hard to improve their strength these days. Ling Chen nodded and looked at Bai Ling seriously. Seeing Ling Chen's serious expression, Bai Ling didn't dare to be negligent. She clasped her hands in response, turned around, and rushed towards the position of the clan elder, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Ling Chen didn't rush to leave. While Bai Ling went to inform everyone, Ling Chen checked the system that he hadn't opened for a long time. A month has passed since I last summoned the Bone Dragon Legion, and the cooldown for summoning the Legion has been completed. Ling Chen rubbed his hands together, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He flashed to the front of the little dragon, which seemed to have even higher luck than him. Ling Chen stretched out his sinful hands and pinched the little dragon to get some of its good fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, for summoning the Shark Warrior Legion. Number of legions, 9,999. Legion Commander, White Shark. All members talent level, S rank. Attribute, Water. Skills, Suicide Charge, Bite, Last Stand. Strength, Platinum level 9-star, Evolvable. A group of bloodthirsty ocean warriors whose combat power will be greatly enhanced in a bloody environment. A light blue portal to space and time appeared before Ling Chen and slowly opened. A shark warrior with a white shark head and a human body stepped forward. He was none other than White Shark, the commander of the Shark Warrior Legion. Looking at the white shark, Ling Chen's expression was somewhat strange, as if he were a person wearing a shark mask, which looked rather comical. The shark warrior's muscular body was encased in black leather armor, exuding a powerful aura. He held a sharp shark knife in his right hand and a huge shark shield in his left. A pair of deep blue eyes gleamed with a murderous light, like a demon, making Ling Chen somewhat afraid. A fierce mouth opened, and its sharp teeth seemed ready to bite off someone's throat at any moment. White Shark greets your majesty. Upon seeing Ling Chen, White Shark knelt on one knee and said respectfully, no need for formalities, and there's no need for formalities in the future. We're all brothers. Ling Chen waved his hand and asked, what about the other warriors? Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, a strange light flashed in White Shark's eyes. He stood up, looked at Ling Chen, and said loudly, they are waiting for Master's instructions in the summoning space. Please make arrangements for us, Master. Ling Chen nodded. The arrival of these shark warriors was just in time. Neither his summoning legion nor his superpowered legion was familiar with underwater combat. Now, the arrival of this naval force had just solved some of the problems Ling Chen was facing. Alright, you'll be busy soon, Ling Chen said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in his heart for the shark warrior's combat prowess. It's a product from the system, so it can't be bad, right? System, I have never seen such a shameless person. Yes. The white shark's eyes gleamed with even greater bloodlust as it responded loudly. Soon, Bai Ling's figure swept towards Ling Chen's location and arrived in front of him. Alright, I've already notified them. Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen with a smile, a hint of joy in her eyes. She must have been bored with the days of cultivation. He reached out and touched Bai Ling's head, then curled a strand of her hair and held it to his nose, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Watching Ling Chen's actions, the girl showed no resistance and lowered her head with a slightly blushing face. Seeing this, the white shark twitched at the corner of its eye. Our boss is so confused. Women only slow down our speed of drawing our swords. Of course, White Shark didn't say anything. He just watched silently from the side. Looking at Bai Ling's beautiful face, Ling Chen's throat went dry. dry. He swallowed, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, and gently patted the girl's head. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Ling Chen retracted the space-time summoning gate in the air and led the two away from the trial grounds, returning to the island. Back in the cave, Jun Xie and the demon warriors were nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that these battle maniacs had gone to the sea monsters again. Once outside in the open space, Ling Chen released the summoning gate he had just created and said to White Shark, "Call the brothers out, let's get to work." "Yes." White Shark responded respectfully, then slipped into the door. Soon, White Shark reappeared, followed by countless shark warriors. A dense array of warriors quickly appeared before Ling Chen, forming ranks. Looking at these shark warriors, each exuding a fierce and violent aura, a chilling atmosphere filled the air, making one's heart tremble. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then instructed, "Spend these days in the waters near the island slaying sea monsters and improving your strength. A great battle awaits you later." "Yes," the shark warriors responded. "Let's go." White Shark waved his hand and took the lead, rushing towards the sea. Then, a group of shark warriors filed out, following closely behind the White Shark, and plunged into the sea, disappearing from the surface. Unlike Jun Xie and his group who lured the sea monsters to the surface to fight, the shark warriors were much stronger in underwater combat, so they didn't need to lure the sea monsters out. Instead, they directly stormed into their lair. Watching the shark warriors disappear into the sea, Ling Chen smiled slightly. These warriors would be the main force of his navy, and now his legion could be said to have all three branches of the armed forces: land, sea, and air. Currently, the Sirens' forces show no signs of launching an attack, suggesting that the Sirens' invasion is still a few days away. Ling Chen decided to go into the water to take a look first. On the seabed, one can isolate oneself from seawater using source energy and not need to breathe for a period of time, but ultimately, it is not a creature of water. Ling Chen opened the system shop and did a quick search to see if there were any suitable treasures. Soon, Ling Chen spotted a very suitable item: water-repelling beads. After ingestion, one can breathe normally underwater and move around normally in water for 3 days. Redeem points, 10,000. Chapter 149 First Exploration of the Seabed. Seeing the water-repelling effect, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. This thing was just right for him right now, and the price was within his acceptable range. Without hesitation, Ling Chen exchanged his points for 2 beads. With a whoosh, a white light flashed, and 2 water-repelling beads appeared in Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen swallowed one of the water-repelling beads in one gulp, handed the other to Bai Ling, and said with a smile, "Eat this, let's go fishing in the sea." Bai Ling blinked her bright eyes twice, took the water-repelling pearl, and swallowed it without any hesitation. Seeing that Bai Ling had taken the water-repelling pearl, Ling Chen's body swayed slightly, and he disappeared into the seawater in an instant. Seeing Ling Chen disappear, Bai Ling's eyes flashed with curiosity and excitement, and she followed suit, jumping into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, Ling Chen felt the icy coldness of the seawater and couldn't help but frown. In the seawater, Ling Chen did not feel any restriction or obstruction from the seawater, which must be because the water-repelling pearl had begun to take effect. As he continued to descend, Ling Chen felt an increasingly heavy force being applied to his body, but it was all within his tolerance. Behind Ling Chen, Bai Ling swung her legs and followed him as he descended. Soon, Ling Chen and Bai Ling arrived at the seabed. Ling Chen looked at the scene before him and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He had not expected the seabed to be like this. At a depth of about 1,000 meters, the seabed is covered by ice, and on top of the ice is a thick layer of hard seabed rock. Various kinds of sea creatures live on the surface of the rock, and seaweed is abundant, covering almost most of the seabed. Sea creatures swim to and fro, constantly moving and shuttling among the seaweed. Upon seeing Ling Chen and his companion, some sea creatures looked at Ling Chen with suspicion, seemingly finding their appearance strange. Ling Chen glanced at these weak marine creatures but ignored them. His immediate priority was to understand the specific reasons behind the sea monster's attack on humans. Why has the sea monster clan, which has never attacked humans for so many years, suddenly gathered a large army? There must be a reason for anything unusual. Of course, before investigating the cause, Ling Chen planned to first understand the specific situation of the sea monster army gathered in this sea area. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen spread his mental energy outwards, wanting to explore the surrounding sea area. However, he soon discovered that his mental energy was limited at the bottom of the sea, and he could only explore the surrounding area within a few hundred meters. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. If his mental power had limited detection range, then the sea monsters in the deep sea area must be outside his detection range. Doesn't this mean that the number of the sirens far exceeds his expectations, and that the sirens in the deep sea are very likely to be even stronger? A thought flashed through Ling Chen's mind. Could the supreme being in the ocean be a sixth one, who has been conserving his strength for so many years and is now so powerful that it's suffocating, preparing to wipe out the human race in one fell swoop? Shaking his head, Ling Chen scanned his surroundings. With his mental energy range too low, he finally chose a direction away from the coast. After gesturing to Bai Ling, he leaped and rushed out. The moment Ling Chen and his companion disappeared, the low-level creatures in the sea realized realized that the two strange creatures they had just encountered were powerful beings they could not defeat. Not long after rushing out, Ling Chen soon stopped. Not far away, he saw an extremely wide underwater platform, which was the encampment of a tribe of the sea monster army. Through observation, it is clear that these are sea serpents, which are about 3 meters long and covered with scales covered with barbs. They look ferocious and terrifying. There are tens of thousands of them, and each one is quite strong, with the weakest being at least diamond level. At the very center of the platform are hundreds of enlarged sea serpents, each 8 meters long, whose strength has reached the level of breaking through a city. Among hundreds of sea snakes, several tens of meters long were coiled up and resting. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Ling's face turned pale instantly. Although these sea snakes were far weaker than her, in this deep seabed, seeing countless sea snakes larger than herself in front of her was still quite a sight. Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine and quickly turned her head away, tightly gripping Ling Chen's arm. Her face was deathly pale, and she looked extremely frightened, as if countless sea snakes would rush forward and coil around her if she reached out. She completely forgot that the sea monster in front of her was no match for her at all. Sensing Bai Ling's nervousness, Ling Chen reached out and grasped her slender hand, smiling slightly as he comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Not a single sea snake will rush towards you, and besides, these sea snakes aren't as powerful as you." Bai Ling felt the warmth from Ling Chen's palm and heard what Ling Chen said. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and she immediately felt at ease. She looked up at Ling Chen, her eyes sparkling with a bright light. Bai Ling nodded, her grip on Ling Chen's arm loosening slightly, but she was still somewhat uneasy. Ling Chen patted Bai Ling's head, telling her to wait obediently in place, then took out the Xianyuan sword and slowly walked towards the sea serpent. When they got close to the sea serpent, the nearby sea serpent had already spotted Ling Chen, but sensing Ling Chen's platinum-level aura, it didn't even bother to move. Looking at the sea serpent before him, Ling Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he slowly raised the Xianyuan sword above his head. Third revolution, Thunder God technique. Second revolution. Taking advantage of the siren's current lack of vigilance, Ling Chen decided to deliver a fatal blow. Ling Chen's aura suddenly surged, and the aura that erupted from him far surpassed that of a diamond-level expert. This immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding sea serpents, who raised their heads to look at Ling Chen, then turned and rushed towards him. Ling Chen remained calm and composed, channeling his inner energy into the Xianyuan sword. A sharp sword aura erupted forth, shooting straight ahead. Wherever the sword light passed, the seawater surged, and the seabed rocks were cleaved in two, revealing solid ice layers beneath. The sword light quickly reached the charging sea serpents, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the sea serpent in the distance had a look of fear in its eyes, and its gaze toward Ling Chen was full of wariness and hostility. All swords returned to their origin. Chapter 150, Gathering Military Intelligence. Looking at the sea serpents gathering in front of him, Ling Chen excitedly gathered his strength and unleashed his first move. Countless sword energies condensed above Ling Chen, locking onto the entire group of sea serpents in front of him. Go! Ling Chen swung the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and countless sword energies shot towards the snake swarm like raindrops. Seeing Ling Chen's fierce and imposing presence, some sea snakes panicked and quickly hid behind the sea snakes around them, trying to use their flesh as shields, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Countless sword energies fell, striking every sea monster on the platform in front. A single sword energy strike could only cause superficial wounds to the sea serpents, but after 10 or 100 sword strikes, the sea serpents began to be covered with dense wounds. Finally, under the attack of the sword energy, more and more sea serpents could not resist and were pierced by the sword energy. Countless sea snakes collapsed and convulsed, their screams echoing across the entire seabed. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and the thick stench of blood filled the seawater, obscuring the view. Ding! Killed a diamond-level monster. Experience plus 2000. Bite! Hearing the screams of the tribal warriors, several sea serpents in the center of the platform opened their eyes, and the sight of corpses scattered all over the ground enraged them. Hiss! Their bodies, tens of meters long, suddenly began to move. They quickly discovered Ling Chen, the culprit, stared at him intently for a moment, and then swam towards him at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the leader of the sea snakes rushing forward, Ling Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "You're the one I'm looking for." Ling Chen did not directly kill the sea serpent that rushed forward, but instead swung the Xianyuan sword to resist the sea serpent's attack. The sea serpent before him was merely a powerhouse capable of destroying a nation. Although it was an unattainable powerhouse in the eyes of most people, Ling Chen no longer considered it his match. Ling Chen flicked his right hand slightly, and the sword energy on the Xianyuan sword erupted, transforming into a rain of swords that shot towards the sea serpent in front of him. Sensing the rain of swords hurtling towards them from the water, the sea serpent's eyes flashed with horror. Whoosh whoosh! As the sword energy descended, the sea serpent's skin was instantly slashed open, blood gushing out, and a painful howl rang out. The leader of the sea serpents lay on the ground, covered in wounds, his snake eyes filled with fear as he looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen withdrew his sword energy, put the Xianyuan sword behind his back, then stepped forward and placed one foot on the head of the sea serpent leader. A powerful pressure was released released, rendering the sea serpent unable to move. Sensing that his life hung in the balance with Ling Chen, the sea serpent leader beneath his feet said obsequiously, "Sir, we have no grudge against each other. Could you please spare my life?" Looking at the sea serpent commander lying on the ground, a cold glint flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. "I ask, you answer." Upon hearing this, the sea serpent leader below hurriedly nodded. Although he didn't know if he would live if he answered, he knew that if he didn't answer, he would die immediately. Seeing that the sea serpent leader was so sensible, Ling Chen moved his foot away from the sea serpent's head and asked in a deep voice, "Speak, how many sea beasts have you gathered here, and what is your specific purpose?" The sea serpent leader's eyes darted around, a cunning glint flashing within them. However, it was quickly intimidated by Ling Chen's sharp gaze, a hint of fear crossing its eyes. It hurriedly said, I'll talk, but after I've finished, I hope you'll spare my life." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, as long as you answer truthfully, I won't kill you." Thunderous force. We have probably gathered more than 10 million Siren clan members by now. I don't know their specific purpose, I only know that it was ordered by our king. Seeing Ling Chen's assurance, the sea serpent leader hurriedly spoke. But after speaking, it still looked at Ling Chen anxiously, fearing that Ling Chen would suddenly take its life. "When do you plan to launch your attack?" Ling Chen continued to ask. "Our army will be fully assembled in about 1 or 2 weeks, and its leader will arrive as well," the sea serpent commander replied truthfully. Realizing he wouldn't get anything important from the sea serpent commander, Ling Chen withdrew his oppressive aura. Sensing the disappearance of Ling Chen's oppressive aura, the sea serpent leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got up, and slowly moved backward, dragging its wounded body. Suddenly, a fox-shaped attack wave condensed from origin chi shot out from behind Ling Chen, hitting the commander and blasting him apart into a bloody mixture that merged into the seawater. "Oh," Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, then turned to look at Bai Ling. "Well done. You promised not to kill it, but I didn't promise that," Bai Ling said with a grin, as if all the sea snakes in front of her had died, so a rosy color returned to Bai Ling's pale face. Seeing Bai Ling's playful appearance, Ling Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her nose, then patted the girl's head. Sensing Ling Chen's subtle gesture, Bai Ling blushed deeply, but her eyes betrayed her undisguised excitement. Ling Chen looked around and saw that there were no survivors left. He calmly said, "Let's go and check on the situation of the demon beast army." "Didn't that guy just say that?" Bai Ling asked, not understanding why Ling Chen still needed to investigate. "You believe everything he says?" Ling Chen glanced at Bai Ling. Bai Ling had extremely high talent for cultivation, but she was too naive, having been pampered by her clan since childhood. What he just said was definitely half true and half false, or even entirely false. Only when we see it for ourselves will it be credible. After saying that, Ling Chen swam off in one direction. He had deliberately left 2 survivors, and now they were quickly fleeing in one direction. Bai Ling nodded and hurriedly followed, chasing after Ling Chen in that direction. The 2 were very fast, and soon they caught up with the 2 fleeing sea snakes. However, the 2 did not reveal their location, but quietly followed behind, letting the 2 sea snakes lead the way. Soon, led by the sea serpent, the 2 traveled about 20 kilometers before a dark, bottomless trench came into view. The sea serpent twisted its body and then disappeared into the trench. Ling Chen and his companions stopped. The trench below was either the camp of the monster army or the lair of the sea serpent. Boom, boom, boom. There must be a powerful figure among them, so the 2 did not rashly follow. After temporarily taking Bai Ling into his own space, Ling Chen quickly used the concealing breath technique, reducing his aura to its lowest point. In the blurry seabed, Ling Chen was almost invisible. Chapter 151: The Foundation of the Sea Clan and the Foundation of the Human Clan. Then, Ling Chen headed towards the trench, where the dark seawater was even deeper. After diving for an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen saw all sorts of sea monsters, including sea snakes and crocodiles, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as various other ferocious sea beasts. This is where these ferocious sea monsters gather, and it is one of the camps of the monster army. This must be the Sirens' camp. There must be many monsters inside, but they definitely haven't discovered my presence. They're resting and recuperating here so brazenly, they must be waiting for the king of the sea demons to arrive, Ling Chen guessed. Ling Chen guessed correctly. This trench was one of the camps of the sea monster army, gathering all the high-level monsters within a 50-kilometer radius. It could be said that there were no less than 1 million city-breaking level monsters here. After a thorough investigation, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp at the final results. Over 1 million city-breaking level experts, tens of thousands of nation-destroying level experts, and hundreds of supreme level experts. Ling Chen was stunned. Had the Sea Monster Clan, after so many years of recuperation, reached this level of strength? In recent years, when monsters invade human territory, a beast tide led by a supreme level expert is already a huge one. This time, the sea race's invasion is likely to be a great calamity for the human race. It seems that the sea monsters intend to completely exterminate US humans, Ling Chen said with some worry. It seems that I am not strong enough to solve this sea monster tide, and I can only do my best. As for the human alliance, let's see how they react. Afterwards, Ling Chen quietly left the beast camp and swam toward towards the top of the trench. Back above the trench where the siren was, he looked back and saw only darkness. But Ling Chen knew that a shocking army was hidden below. Once out of the trench, Ling Chen's speed increased dramatically, transforming into a streak of light as he swam several kilometers away in an instant. In this unknown sea, Ling Chen didn't want to teleport directly into the belly of some sea monster, since some sea monsters were quite large. Ling Chen quickly returned to the sea and released Bai Ling. He reached out and hugged Bai Ling in his arms before disappearing from the spot. If it were just a sea monster army like before, mostly composed of diamond-level powerhouses, it could only inflict significant damage on humanity. But now, such a powerful army is hidden in just a nearby sea area. If we don't take proper precautions, it will be a devastating blow to the human race. The speed on the sea surface is several times faster than the speed underwater. In less than a breath, Ling Chen returned to the island where he started. Although the Sea Serpent Commander's words were half true and half false, judging from their condition, the attack time should be correct, at the earliest a week later. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to go back and seek help from the Alliance. After thinking it over, Ling Chen decided to go to Dawn City to seek help from Emperor Ling. Emperor Ling is now recognized as the strongest person. If Emperor Ling were to intervene, the Alliance would likely take this matter seriously. Moreover, given my connections, I should be able to succeed. With this thought in mind, Ling Chen waved his right hand, and a spatial vortex appeared in front of him. Ling Chen put his arm around Bai Ling's slender waist, took a step into it, and disappeared from the spot. Because Dawn City was relatively far away, and Ling Chen had brought an extra person with him, he hadn't been traveling fast in the spatial vortex for long before his source energy seemed to be completely drained. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared in a dense forest, scaring away a deer grazing nearby. Ling Chen and his companion emerged from it. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Ling Chen spread his spiritual power and quickly checked the vicinity to ensure there was no immediate danger to life. He sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and circulated his cultivation technique. Soon, the source energy of heaven and earth gathered and formed a vortex of source energy that flowed into Ling Chen's body. Seeing Ling Chen absorbing the source energy, Bai Ling, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Not long after, Ling Chen let out a long sigh, opened his eyes, stood up, and felt the powerful source energy within his body. The corners of Ling Chen's mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. "Let's go," Ling Chen called softly to Bai Ling, then stepped forward and embraced her, who had been protecting him the whole time. He then used the spatial vortex once more and disappeared from the spot. Sensing that Ling Chen and the other person had left, the elk that had been hiding to the side jumped out again and continued to eat the tender green grass. Outside Dawn City, two figures appeared on the distant horizon. The man was tall and imposing, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. They slowly walked towards the gates of Dawn City. The two were Ling Chen and Bai Ling. When they arrived at the city gate, only Ling Chen remained. After cooperating with the guards to complete the inspection, Ling Chen entered the city and found a secluded corner. Ling Chen then released Bai Ling from his spatial storage. Phew! Bai Ling, who had just been released, still looked a little reluctant to leave because there were still many delicious and fun things in Ling Chen's space. Ling Chen touched Bai Ling's reluctant little face and found it somewhat amusing. "Let's go," Ling Chen said with a smile, leading Bai Ling towards the nearest military headquarters. Bai Ling followed Ling Chen, and the two of them were much faster than ordinary superhumans. Before long, they arrived at the gate of the military headquarters. "Who is it?" At the entrance of the military headquarters, several guards stopped Ling Chen and his companion. Ling Chen took out his Dawn Academy token and gestured to the guards. Upon seeing the token, the guard immediately bowed and stepped aside to make way. Ling Chen brought Bai Ling into the military headquarters, where hundreds of people were running around rapidly, creating a serious yet hurried atmosphere. Seeing everyone looking like a major battle was about to break out, Ling Chen felt a little strange. Could it be that the demonic beasts had attacked again? Holding the token, Ling Chen passed through without hindrance. The name of Dawn Academy might not be effective elsewhere, but in the military, it was a name worthy of respect from all soldiers. Upon arriving at the military headquarters council hall, hundreds of generals, all clad in armor and exuding an aura of power, stood before them, demonstrating their high status within the military. This was also Ling Chen's first time stepping into the military headquarters council hall. He discovered that most of the generals present were national-level experts, and the officers sitting in the main seats were even supreme-level experts. Ling Chen was somewhat stunned. There were no fewer than 50 such military headquarters in Dawn City. Is this the true strength of the human race? Only now did Ling Chen understand why Dawn City was considered the last line of defense for the human race. With such strength, they should theoretically be fully capable of wiping out the demon beast race. But then I thought about it again, and this world is ultimately a world of the strong. In the face of true power, the advantage of numbers is sometimes no match. Chapter 152 Reunion with Emperor Ling. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Ling Chen, a mere youth, the general near the entrance was about to reprimand the guards for letting people in so casually. When he saw the exclusive token of Dawn Academy in Ling Chen's hand, he immediately swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. This young boy is actually a student at Dawn Academy. He seems to be another prodigy. Brother, what brings you here? I am the commander of this military headquarters. You can tell me what's on your mind. Yang Fei, the leader sitting in the highest seat, immediately noticed the token in Ling Chen's hand. He stood up and walked towards Ling Chen while asking him a question. Ling Chen nodded. Oh, I want to see Emperor Ling. Oh, you want to see Emperor Ling? I can report it for you, but I must warn you, Emperor Ling is very busy. He may not have time to see you, Yang Fei said. It's alright, please inform him that Ling Chen, a student from Dawn Academy, has urgent business to report and I wish to see him. Ling Chen nodded and said, Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Yang Fei looked at Ling Chen with some confusion. If there's anything urgent, you can tell me first and I can help you report it. Ling Chen shook his head upon hearing this and smiled. No need, please inform them on my behalf. Yang Fei nodded. Since Ling Chen was unwilling to talk about it, there was no need for him to force him. However, Ling Huang was not someone you could just see whenever you wanted. Alright, wait a moment, Xiao Wang. Your subordinate is here. Go to the communications department and report to Emperor Ling that a young friend named Ling Chen has something urgent to discuss with him. Yang Fei said calmly. Yes, the general called Xiao Wang replied with a fist and palm salute, then waved his cloak and walked out of the council hall. This is troublesome, Ling Chen said with a smile. You're welcome. If you have nothing else to do, young friend, why don't you wait in the lounge next door for a moment? You'll get a response from there soon. Thank you. Ling Chen nodded, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yang Fei, and then led by Ling out of the council hall. Seeing Ling Chen's departing figure, Yang Fei's lips curled into a smile. This kid is not bad. No wonder he's a new student at Dawn Academy. I wonder which senior he's a student of, Yang Fei thought to himself, while also wondering what Ling Chen wanted to do with Ling Huang. Under Yang Fei's arrangement, Ling Chen and the other person were taken to the restroom next door. Sitting in the lounge, Ling Chen sat upright, sipping tea and waiting quietly. Bai Ling was kneeling behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. As time passed, about an hour later, Ling Chen saw a man in military uniform, with a strong and tall build and a fierce aura, walk in. You're Ling Chen? A somewhat serious voice came as soon as he entered. It's me. Ling Chen nodded, staring directly at the man in front of him, trying to see what the man was up to. Come with me, Lord Ling Huang wants to see you. The man waved his hand and walked outside first. Ling Chen nodded and quickly followed, arriving at the square outside, where an eagle was soaring in the sky. The man put his right hand to his mouth, a whistle rang out, and an eagle swooped down from the sky and landed on the square. Come on, get on. The man reached out and gently patted the eagle's head, then flipped over and stood on the eagle's back, calling out to Ling Chen. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen put his arm around Bai Ling's waist and appeared on the eagle's back in a flash. Ling Chen didn't notice the look of surprise that flashed in the man's eyes when he appeared on the eagle's back. He had originally instructed the eagle to test Ling Chen's strength when Ling Chen came up, but Ling Chen had unexpectedly broken through his plan. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura from Ling Chen, but upon seeing Ling Chen's appearance, he was certain that he had never seen Ling Chen before, a rather peculiar feeling. This kid's aura, it feels so familiar, the man muttered to himself, his brow furrowing. With a gentle pat on the eagle's back, the eagle, sensing the command, flapped its wings and quickly soared into the sky. The eagle was incredibly fast, and before long, Ling Chen spotted a building not far below, a massive, enclosed military base. The eagle circled down and landed at a designated landing spot on the top of the military base. The man jumped down, and Ling Chen followed closely behind. Two soldiers ran over and led the eagle away. Follow me. The man gestured with his hand and then led the way for Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded slightly, took Bai Ling's hand, and followed. Following the man, they arrived at a door made of an unknown mineral. The man took out a card, gently entered the password, and the door slowly opened, revealing a noisy sound coming from inside. The man led the way inside, with Ling Chen following closely behind. After a long corridor, a huge training ground came into Ling Chen's view. Looking down, Ling Chen saw a very spacious training ground where hundreds of soldiers were practicing combat in pairs. The man led Ling Chen through the training building and two more gates, following the corridor around the training field, and finally arrived at a place that resembled an office area. Guards stood every 10 meters along the corridor, and each guard raised their hands to salute Ling Chen and the man as they passed by. Soon, the man led Ling Chen to the door of an office, handed the card to the guard at the door, who glanced at the card, then respectfully returned it, and made way for the man to enter. The man nodded to Ling Chen, stepped forward, entered the gate, and arrived at the door of Ling Huang's study. He gently knocked on the door. Your Majesty, Ling Chen has been brought here. Alright, let him in. A dignified voice came from inside the door. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that there was a hint of impatience in the emperor's tone. Yes, the man bowed and replied, then turned to Ling Chen and said, go in. Ling Chen nodded, clasped his hands in thanks to the man, and waved them to express his gratitude. They then arrived at the study, gently pushed open the door, and with a creak, Ling Chen and Bai Ling stepped inside, then closed the door behind them. The study was simply decorated. A middle-aged man in a white robe stood by the window, watching the soldiers sweating on the training field not far away. The man in the white robe stood upright, his dragon eyes flashing like lightning, as if he could see right through people's hearts. Upon hearing Ling Chen's name, the middle-aged man slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Ling Chen's face, a relieved smile appearing on his face. You've arrived. Chapter 153. The Ling family? The Xianyuan family? It's really not easy to see you. Ling Chen looked at Ling Huang's familiar face and felt no pressure at all. Speak, what do you want? Ling Huang smiled as he looked at Ling Chen's tone, which held a hint of resentment. A large number of sea monsters have gathered in the eastern seas and will invade our China. Speaking of serious matters, Ling Chen looked at Emperor Ling with a solemn expression. I already know about this. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and gestured for Ling Chen to sit down and talk first. Ling Chen pulled by Ling down to sit, waiting for Ling Huang's reaction. This group of sea monsters has at least several million city-breaking level sea monsters, and there are countless powerful ones, and, seeing that Ling Huang didn't seem to care much, Ling Chen calmly recounted what he had seen and heard. After listening to Ling Chen's account for a long time, Emperor Ling's expression also became serious. It seemed that this time, he would have to take action himself. Don't worry, although the sirens are strong, our human race is not to be trifled with. I have already given the order that all the military soldiers in Dawn City are on high alert. Emperor Ling laughed heartily, not taking the sirens seriously. Then, Emperor Ling looked at Ling Chen, his gaze sweeping over Ling Chen. He discovered that Ling Chen's strength had reached the 5th level of platinum, and he couldn't help but feel happy for him. Indeed, he is a prodigy. In just 1 month, he has already leveled up multiple times. He is truly worthy of being my offspring. Emperor Ling nodded in approval. Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he praising me or himself? You flatter me. Actually, this is all the result of my own hard work and diligence, Ling Chen said modestly, without blushing at all. At this moment, Bai Ling realized that the person in front of her, who was recognized by humans as the strongest, was actually Ling Chen's father. She was momentarily shocked. If Ling Chen's father was the Ling Emperor, and Ling Chen was the master of the Xianyuan sword, wouldn't that mean the Ling family was the Xianyuan family? Bai Ling stared blankly at Ling Chen, unable to utter a single word. Who is this? No, you're not human? Emperor Ling noticed Bai Ling's dazed expression. At first, he thought she was Ling Chen's wife, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the little girl following behind his son was actually a fox. Ah, yes, your majesty Ling. Bai Ling quickly came to her senses, hid behind Ling Chen, and tightly grabbed Ling Chen's arm. Although she was already a supreme-level expert, the Ling Emperor before her was already a saint-level expert. Ah, don't be afraid. Even though you're a demon beast, I won't care about you as long as my son is happy. Ling Huang chuckled, but quickly frowned and stared intently at Bai Ling. Are you a nine-tailed fox demon? Bai Ling nodded timidly, but Ling Huang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are you following Ling Chen? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling became even more puzzled. She raised her head and met Ling Huang's somewhat stern gaze, not understanding why Ling Huang was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Reporting to Emperor Ling, it is because Ling Chen is the master of the Xianyuan sword, and the nine-tailed fox clan swears to follow the swordmaster to the death and will never betray him. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Emperor Ling was taken aback at first, but his eyes quickly revealed a hint of excitement and agitation. He turned to look at Ling Chen and asked, You found the Xianyuan sword? Upon seeing Ling Chen nod, Ling Huang laughed excitedly. Ah, good. It seems even the heavens are helping my Xianyuan family rise to power. Upon hearing the words, the rise of the Xianyuan family, Ling Chen scratched his head and realized something. So, he really was a descendant of the Xianyuan family. Seeing the doubt in Ling Chen's eyes, Ling Huang excitedly said to Ling Chen, That's right. Actually, our ancestors were from the Xianyuan family. Later, they were besieged by foreign forces and almost wiped out. Our ancestors who escaped changed their surname to Ling and went into hiding. Ling Chen, I'm glad the Xianyuan sword is with you. You must take good care of it. Emperor Ling took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said slowly, however, try not to expose the name of the Xianyuan sword for the time being. I understand. Ling Chen nodded. He hadn't expected to be burdened with the hatred of his clan's annihilation. However, so many years had passed, and it was no longer related to him at all. Therefore, Ling Chen did not take these things to heart. His top priority was to resolve the sea monster crisis, increase his strength and influence, and bring his mother back. Ling Chen would be content if he could live a comfortable life afterward. There's another matter you must do. It involves a trip to the South China Sea, Ling Huang said in a deep voice. Upon hearing these two words, Ling Chen couldn't help but frown. Isn't the South China Sea occupied by demonic beasts? The South China Sea demon clan was once the top navy under my Xianyuan family. Now that you wield the Xianyuan sword, you have the opportunity to go and test whether they are still loyal. If you can subdue them, your power will at least rise to a higher level, Ling Huang said solemnly. Upgrade to a higher level? Ling Chen asked with some doubt, considering that his force possessed 2 saint-level combatants. That's right, the South Sea demon race now has at least 3 to 5 saints. Aren't you afraid they won't want to rely on me anymore, and then they'll— Ling Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Was he even his his biological son? It's alright, there's still a secondary account, isn't there? Ling Huang said seriously, looking at Ling Chen. Alright, don't worry. You are the master of the Xianyuan sword. As long as the Xianyuan sword is with you, you won't be in danger. Do you think the Xianyuan family is relying on me alone now? Ling Huang smiled and gave Ling Chen a meaningful look. Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but realize that he had been too naive. He actually thought that the human race couldn't withstand the attack of the sea monsters. What a bunch of idiots. There's no time to lose. Why don't you go now? Leave the coastline to me, Ling Huang urged. Ever since he heard that Ling Chen had found the Xianyuan sword, Ling Huang had been impatient. With the Xianyuan sword, many of my plans can be implemented ahead of schedule. Hearing Ling Huang say this, Ling Chen was a little dumbfounded, feeling somewhat forced into this situation. However, since the Emperor Ling assured him that he would not encounter any danger and that it might even increase his power, he would reluctantly go and take a look. Alright, in that case, I'll set off immediately. Ling Chen nodded without hesitation, turned around and took Bai Ling's soft, boneless hand, ready to leave. Wait a minute, you still need to make some preparations for this trip to the South China Sea. What do we need to prepare? Ling Chen asked. Our Xianyuan family's secret technique is called transformation technique, which can change our appearance into the form of any person or object. Only a powerhouse who is a whole realm above us can sense it. Chapter 154 The Wonderful Uses of Transformation? Upon hearing Ling Huang's words, Ling Chen looked at him in surprise. This secret technique sounded so familiar, and the fact that it could actually take human form was a bit outrageous. What, you're surprised? Our Xianyuan family dominated Blue Star for a long time in ancient times. Without a few decent secret techniques, how could we intimidate people? Unfortunately, most of the secret techniques were lost in that great battle. This set of secret techniques is one of the few remaining in our Xianyuan family, and only those with the Xianyuan bloodline can use it, Ling Huang said with pride. After saying that, Ling Huang took out an old book from his ring and handed it to Ling Chen. You should first cultivate the transformation technique. After you have completed the cultivation, you can set off. Leave the matter of the sea monster invasion to me. Ling Chen took the ancient book, and the system notification sounded immediately, not disappointing him. Ding! The divine skill transformation technique has been detected. Do you wish to learn it? Yes/no. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned the transformation technique. The crisp and pleasant notification sound instantly lifted Ling Chen's spirits, and soon the method of using the transformation technique appeared in his mind. Ling Chen looked at Bai Ling beside him, and with a slight movement of his origin chi, he quickly transformed into Bai Ling's appearance. Looking at his hands, he saw flawless white arms and soft, boneless jade hands. Suddenly, Ling Chen, now Bai Ling, thought of something. He placed his hands on his chest, gently squeezed them, and his eyes lit up. The feel of this is exactly the same as the original. This transformation technique is too powerful. Bai Ling, who was staring in disbelief at Ling Chen transforming into her likeness, blushed instantly upon seeing Ling Chen's little trick. That naughty guy. Although Ling Chen was touching his transformed self, Bai Ling also had the feeling that he was touching her, so she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Ling Chen's jade hand that was playing tricks on her. With her hands grabbed by Bai Ling finally realized what she had just done and awkwardly touched her nose. Practice more when you have time, and try to master it as soon as possible. Ling Huang turned his head from the table and saw two identical white spirits. Moreover, Ling Chen's aura had disappeared. Upon seeing the two white spirits before him, Ling Huang's expression froze instantly. He stared at them in shock. This, you've learned it? Of course, this secret technique isn't difficult, but the effect is quite good. One of the white spirits nodded, and at the same time reached out and touched himself. Seeing Ling Chen's actions, Emperor Ling was speechless. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to teach the secret technique to this little brat. However, Ling Chen's speed in learning the secret technique was simply astonishing. You can learn it after watching it once? Is this kind of genius your own child? No, isn't it perfectly reasonable for this kind of genius to be your own child? In just a few seconds, Ling Huang went through a series of internal struggles, and ultimately attributed Ling Chen's talent mainly to his mother, although he himself had also contributed a great deal. Ling Chen, unaware of Ling Huang's deep thoughts, looked up at Ling Huang and asked, "Now I'm ready, aren't I?" Ling Huang was speechless for a moment. He had thought that Ling Chen would learn this secret technique in at least half a month, by which time the clan elders would definitely be in place. Now, how can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Okay, go ahead. Emperor Ling waved his hand, indicating that Ling Chen could set off. Okay, once I get back from the South China Sea, I'll head to the East Coast. Oh, and please keep an eye on my Tianan City Special Ability Legion for me. Ling Chen nodded, transformed back into his original form, and took Bai Ling's hand as they left the study and returned to the corridor. Upon seeing Ling Chen emerge, the man who had been waiting nearby stepped forward, his eyes questioning as if to say, "What arrangements has His Majesty made for you? Are you to be sent away? Take us out." Ling Chen's voice came. Upon hearing this, the man nodded and led Ling Chen back the way they came, soon arriving at the eagle holding area on the roof of the base. At the sound of a whistle, whistle. The eagle, which had just been resting, got up from the ground and slowly walked out of its special restroom, flapping its wings. "Come on up," the man called out, then jumped onto the eagle's back and waved to Ling Chen and Bai Ling. Ling Chen and Bai Ling climbed onto the eagle's back. The eagle then spread its wings and flew into the air, quickly covering a great distance. Ling Chen and Bai Ling stood on the eagle's back. Ling Chen wrapped his arms around Bai Ling's slender waist from behind. Bai Ling opened her arms, closed her eyes comfortably, and looked very relaxed. "Where are you going?" The man turned around and asked Ling Chen about his destination, only to see this scene. Thinking that he had been in the army for so many years, he felt a little sad because he had never spoken to a girl. "Please take us to the city gate," Ling Chen said with a smile, ignoring the envious look on the man's face, and instead looking at Bai Ling in his arms. Looking at the girl in his arms with her fair swan neck, smooth long hair and water-like skin, Ling Chen couldn't help but lower his head and lean close to Bai Ling's ear, his nose filled with the girl's faint fragrance. Sensing Ling Chen's movement, Bai Ling lowered her head, a dimple appearing at the corner of her lips, curving upward slightly, peacefully enjoying the beautiful moment. The man in front stared straight ahead, showing no desire to look back. He hadn't even eaten lunch, yet he felt as if he were already full. Soon, the man led Ling Chen and the other person to the area below the city gate and landed on a lawn behind the city wall. Except during special periods, it is forbidden for mounts to directly cross the city walls to reach outside the city. Moreover, the city wall is protected by a formation, and if anyone crosses the city wall without permission, it will trigger an alarm. "You've arrived. Farewell." After putting Ling Chen and the other person down from the eagle, the man quickly directed the eagle to spread its wings and fly away. Seeing the man fleeing in panic, Ling Chen and Bai Ling exchanged a glance and then smiled at each other. After passing through the city gate and arriving outside the city wall, Ling Chen and his companion quickly disappeared on the distant horizon, vanishing from the sight of the city wall guards. Considering that it would take time for Ling Huang to notify his family, Ling Chen did not intend to teleport there directly. Otherwise, it would be strange if someone protected him. Ling Chen did not believe Ling Huang's nonsense, so he chose to walk there. Since the Emperor Ling is stationed along the East China Sea coastline, there shouldn't be any problems, so Ling Chen isn't in a hurry. "Brother Ling Chen, are we really going to the South China Sea?" Bai Ling, who was speeding along the road, suddenly asked Ling Chen. Chapter 155 Arrival in the South China Sea. "Yes, we must go. Since I am the current master of the Xianyuan sword, I must go. Moreover, if we can gain the allegiance of the South China Sea demons, our power will be even stronger," Ling Chen explained. "But," Bai Ling said with a worried expression. "It's alright, don't worry, I'll definitely be safe," Ling Chen said with a smile, interrupting Bai Ling's next words. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Bai Ling couldn't help but smile and nod heavily. She believed in Ling Chen, she just didn't want him to be in danger. The South China Sea Demon Clan is a group with several saint-level experts. As a supreme-level expert, I am completely unable to protect Ling Chen. I've heard that there are many powerful and ferocious beasts in the South China Sea. If we encounter them, I'll stop them, and you, Brother Ling Chen, should run away quickly, okay? Bai Ling looked very serious, which made Ling Chen feel both touched and amused. "Don't worry, when the time comes, you can go to my space, and that I will become one of the ferocious beasts and blend in." Ling Chen stroked the girl's hair in his arms, a thought flashing through his mind, and said with a smile, "This idea seems pretty good." Bai Ling pondered blankly, then looked at Ling Chen excitedly, indicating her approval. Seeing this, Ling Chen smiled and didn't say anything more to Bai Ling. "Brother Ling Chen, how do you cultivate? You advance so quickly," Bai Ling suddenly asked, somewhat curiously. Every time she saw Ling Chen, she could feel his rapidly improving strength, and it seems that even though he had always been hailed by his clan as a once-in-a-millennium genius, he himself hadn't leveled up as fast as Ling Chen back then. Moreover, Ling Chen's level is completely different from his strength. If anyone is misled by Ling Chen's level and becomes careless, he will definitely die a terrible death. Upon hearing Bai Ling's question, Ling Chen was taken aback at first, then a mischievous smile flashed across his face. Ling Chen's expression immediately fell, and he couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, I don't know why, but I can break through while walking." After saying that, Ling Chen walked along, using the approximately 20 million experience points he had gained from killing the sea serpent swarm to level up twice. With two quick swishes, Bai Ling expressed deep doubt about Ling Chen's words. This rascal was teasing her again. But what happened immediately made Bai Ling's head buzz. She clearly felt that Ling Chen was walking in front of her, and suddenly he was promoted from a 5-star platinum level to a 7-star platinum level. Bai Ling stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Ling Chen, deeply questioning the meaning of life. Could it really be that some people could advance in rank just by walking? Looking at Bai Ling's stunned expression, Ling Chen wanted to laugh, but he held it back due to the situation and pretended to be troubled. Leveling up is as easy as drinking water, it's really troublesome. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Bai Ling shook her head violently and covered her ears with both hands. "I don't want to hear it, Brother Ling Chen is so annoying." "Ah, alright, I'll stop teasing you." Seeing Bai Ling's expression, Ling Chen reached out his right hand and rubbed Bai Ling's forehead. "Let's continue on our way." Over the next few days, Ling Chen led Bai Ling southward, passing passing through several human cities and demon beast territories. However, for the two who now possessed supreme-level combat power, they encountered no obstacles along the way. On this day, Ling Chen was teasing Bai Ling by the stream as usual when suddenly a powerful and subtle spiritual force swept over the two of them. Ling Chen also sensed that someone was secretly watching him, but from the other party's spiritual power, Ling Chen could feel that the other party had no hostility and even intentionally radiated a trace of goodwill towards him. Ling Chen understood that this was most likely a senior member of the family. Putting aside his desire to travel and enjoy the scenery with Bai Ling, Ling Chen bowed slightly to the void, then put his arm around Bai Ling and prepared to set off. The clansmen are here, we need to speed things up, Ling Chen said. Come out, little dragon. The familiar chubby little dragon rushed out of the summoning space, its two dragon wings flapping behind it, and the little dragon hovered in midair. Let's go, transform, and take us to the South China Sea, Ling Chen said, pointing in a direction to the little dragon. No problem, boss. Little dragon nodded, then changed his form into a golden holy dragon and landed on the ground. As soon as the golden holy dragon appeared, several shocked voices echoed in the void. This seems to be the ancestral dragon? Ling Chen did not hear the voice in the void. Instead, he pulled Bai Ling and leaped onto the little dragon's back. Hold on tight, boss. The little dragon in its golden holy dragon form let out a shout, then took off into the air, twisting its body, and flew rapidly toward the South China Sea. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of whooshing sounds rang out as Xiaolong's body streaked through the air, leaving after images as it arrived 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. After the little dragon flew away, several beams of light appeared in the void, and three old men appeared in the same spot. I never expected that the ancestral dragon would be reborn, and he even became a partner with the current Xianyuan sword master. It seems that there is a destiny at play. Looking in the direction Xiaolong left, an old man dressed in black stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This is a good thing for our clan. We can't let anything happen to them. Third brother, go back and report to the Supreme Elder. Second brother, let's hurry up and follow them." Another elderly man in black spoke to the other two elderly men. The other two elders nodded in agreement. Then, the three streams of light split into two groups. Two streams of light chased after the direction Ling Chen had left in, while the other stream of light headed west. With the little dragon as their mode of transport, Ling Chen, his companion, and the dragon arrived in the southern sea in just half a day and stopped on a huge island. With Bai Ling by his side, Ling Chen slowly landed on a giant rock at the junction of the island and the ocean. Standing on the rock, Ling Chen raised his head and looked ahead. The vast ocean stretched out before Ling Chen, his immediate priority being to locate the South China Sea Monsters clan. They definitely couldn't find it on land, so without hesitation, Ling Chen led a fox and a dragon into the sea. The seawater here was not as cold as Ling Chen had imagined. On the contrary, it felt warm, as if flames were burning inside. Having landed on the seabed, Ling Chen, along with Xiaolong and Bai Ling, began a massive search, hoping to find the royal family of the South China Sea Demon clan as soon as possible. However, Ling Chen and his two companions searched for 3 days and 3 nights without finding anything. Moreover, the number of sea monsters that Ling Chen and his companions encountered on the seabed was very small, and they were almost all low-level, heat-resistant sea monsters, as if the South China Sea Monster clan had simply vanished into thin air. Chapter 156 Entering the Eye of the South Sea, 9 Sun's Sacred Flower. This left Ling Chen somewhat puzzled. Where exactly did the South China Sea Demon clan go? How could such a large race simply vanish into thin air? Moreover, the seawater temperature here is incredibly high, making it unsuitable for marine life. Is there some connection between the two? Just as Ling Chen was pondering this with some confusion, Xiaolong pointed to the seabed in front of him and shouted loudly, "Boss, come and take a look." Hearing Xiaolong's call, Ling Chen moved and came to Xiaolong's side. He looked at the seabed in the direction Xiaolong pointed and began to observe it carefully. Upon this observation, Ling Chen did indeed discover some differences. On the sea surface, there was a huge whirlpool, spinning quietly, seemingly unremarkable. But Ling Chen soon discovered that this was only the tip of the iceberg of the whirlpool. As he went down the sea, the whirlpool became wider and wider, and its rotation speed became faster and faster. Ling Chen could feel that the further down he went, the stronger the vortex's attraction became to those around him. Without hesitation, Ling Chen nodded to Xiaolong and Bai Ling, and then swam down into the sea along the whirlpool. The seabed in this area is very deep. Following the whirlpool, we descended nearly hundreds of thousands of meters, resembling a basin on land. This is also a basin in the ocean. Finally, after an unknown amount of time underwater, the group stepped onto the seabed. At this point, the radius of the vortex had become very large, beyond Ling Chen's perception. There was a strong attraction coming from the vortex, and the seabed was frantically surging into it, yet it seemed that nothing was going in. Many seashells, corals, and small creatures adapted to heat are drawn into the whirlpool and disappear without a trace. Seeing this, Ling Chen was shocked. This was no ordinary vortex. What is this? If I remember correctly, this is a teleportation array used exclusively by the royal family of the South China Sea. The Eye of the South China Sea. The Eye of the South China Sea? This was the the first time Ling Chen had heard of this, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Isn't this a teleportation array?" Hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiao Long rolled his eyes. "Boss, this is not as simple as a teleportation array. Teleportation arrays need spirit stones and source energy to activate and use, but the Eye of the South Sea is a natural passage entrance. Legend has it that there is a small world in the Eye of the South China Sea, containing an earth-shattering legacy. The South China Sea Demon Clan built their territory on the Eye of the South China Sea, but now there is no trace of it left. It is very likely that something has happened. The South China Sea Demon Clan may very well be in the Eye of the South China Sea." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. Xiao Long's guess was very likely true, otherwise, there would be no way to explain why they had searched almost the entire South China Sea without finding any trace of the sea monster. But Little Dragon has only been hatched for a short time, yet he already knows this. He truly is my good partner. In that case, let's go in and take a look. After much deliberation, Ling Chen made a decision to enter the Eye of the South Sea, search for the vanished South Sea demons, and uncover the true cause of the South Sea's water temperature. "Okay, boss." Little Dragon responded and transformed into a golden holy dragon on the spot. Ling Chen and Bai Ling then climbed onto the little dragon's back again and patted it on the shoulder. The little dragon leaped up and swam towards the center of the whirlpool in the Eye of the South China Sea, quickly entering the whirlpool. Upon entering the vortex, they immediately felt a powerful suction force pulling Ling Chen and the other two into it. A spatial fluctuation followed, and the three of them disappeared into the vortex. The feeling of weightlessness from the teleportation quickly disappeared. Rubbing his slightly aching head, Ling Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. A strong surge of origin chi rushed towards him. This small world was a vast underwater space. The concentration of origin chi here is more than 10 times higher than in the outside world, which made Ling Chen sigh inwardly. The origin chi here. Yes, this is the most coveted small world in the entire South China Sea. It has always been monopolized by the South China Sea demon race, so this is probably why they are able to cultivate several saints now. Xiao Long also said admiringly, "Such a place with such rich source energy is not common even on Blue Star. Such abundant primordial energy of heaven and earth must be able to nurture some rare and precious treasures," Ling Chen thought to himself, and suddenly he was no longer so anxious to find the South Sea Demon Clan. If he could find something valuable, then even if he didn't manage to recruit the demons of the South China Sea, his trip wouldn't have been in vain. Thinking this, Ling Chen and Xiao Long headed together towards the depths of this small world. "Boss, look what that is!" Xiao Long suddenly shouted. Upon hearing Xiao Long's words, Ling Chen quickly looked in the direction Xiao Long was pointing, and there he saw a huge flower. This flower is pale yellow with 9 leaves. It also emits a golden light, which makes the whole flower glow, as if you are in a fairyland. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen, whose mind was practically engraved with a complete encyclopedia of herbs, gaped in astonishment, staring at Xiao Long in disbelief, and murmured, "Xiao Long, this is the Nine Yang sacred flower?" "Yes, boss, this is the Nine Yang sacred flower. Quickly pick this Nine Yang sacred flower," Xiao Long urged hurriedly. The Nine Suns sacred flower is one of the 9 most wondrous flowers in this world. It is said that the Nine Yang sacred flower can be used to refine sacred pills, and those who consume it will be able to possess a sacred body, the Nine Yang sacred body. However, Ling Chen's current alchemy skills are only enough to barely refine a saint pill. He is not yet capable of refining a saint pill using the Nine Yang saint flower as the main ingredient. However, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Hearing Xiao Long's words and sensing that there was no danger around the Nine Yang sacred flower, Ling Chen quickly stepped forward and carefully dug up the Nine Yang sacred flower along with the soil, placing it into his space. Since we've encountered this, we should certainly try to see if we can transplant it into our own spatial city. After putting away the Nine Yang sacred flower, Ling Chen looked around. This underwater world was extremely vast, and the rare and precious materials inside were definitely not limited to just one Nine Yang sacred flower. However, considering that fighting might have already broken out along the East China Sea coastline, Ling Chen put aside his idea of slowly plundering this small world. His immediate priority was to find the South China Sea monster as soon as possible. Where on earth did that South China Sea monster go? Ling Chen murmured. This world was simply too vast. Within the range of Ling Chen's spiritual power, there was still no trace of the monster. Chapter 157. The Demon Clan of the South China Sea finally appears. Xiao Long, Linger, let's continue exploring. Ling Chen rubbed his head and said helplessly. The two beasts nodded and followed Ling Chen forward. Just as Ling Chen and the other two flew forward for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a figure covered in cyan appeared where the Nine Suns blooming flower had originally been. Upon seeing the vanished Nine Suns sacred flower and the remaining crater, it roared in anger. A cyan figure slowly rose up. It was a cyan dragon. It roared to the sky, its voice echoing through the heavens and earth. Then, it swung its tail violently, shattering the rocks on the seabed and disturbing the clear water of the entire area. Damn South Sea Demon King, how dare you steal my treasure? I will not let you off easily. After venting its anger, the azure dragon transformed into human form, cursing through gritted teeth. In this small world, no demon beast has ever dared to offend the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Ever since that group of foreign sea monsters from the South China Sea entered, they have completely disregarded us. Although he is now the only one left in the Jiaolong clan, he is not someone that can be bullied by anyone. This time, someone actually ignored him and stole his Nine Yang sacred flower. The Azure Dragon was naturally furious. The only ones nearby who knew he possessed the Nine Yang sacred flower and dared to provoke him were the demons of the South Sea. Then, the dragon swayed its body and sped off in one direction, quickly leaving only a sesame seed-sized silhouette behind. Meanwhile, Ling Chen and the others, who were continuing their search, were unaware that the sacred flower they had picked already had an owner, and that the South China Sea demon clan they were looking for had taken the blame for them. A day passes in the blink of an eye. During this time, while searching for the sea monster, they also searched for all kinds of rare and precious materials in this small world. Ling Chen reaped many rewards along the way. Besides the Nine Yang sacred flower he obtained at the beginning, Ling Chen also acquired several sacred-grade medicinal herbs and a few rare ores in his space, which can be used to forge sacred-grade weapons. The three of them continued their search as usual when they suddenly sensed a battle raging ahead. Ling Chen quickly called Xiaolong and Linger over, then sped forward and disappeared into the distance. This was the first time all day that we had encountered a creature of any real strength. After getting very close to the fluctuations, Ling Chen saw a battle taking place ahead. Upon seeing clearly the two sides engaged in battle, a surge of joy welled up in Ling Chen's heart. Ahead, dozens of sea monsters from the South China Sea were besieging a blue dragon, and most of the sea monsters had bleeding wounds on their bodies. It seems they can't defeat that dragon. Ling Chen sensed that the dragon's strength was extraordinary, reaching the realm of a saint, while the group of sea monsters in front of him were all supreme-level powerhouses. Ha ha ha, is this all the South China Sea demons are capable of? Quickly summon your saint realm experts to fight me. The dragon laughed wildly, looking at the group of demons with a hint of disdain in his eyes. You vile beast. I swear I will not rest until I kill you today, roared a sea monster with a fish head and a human body, just as it was preparing to fight and rush forward. Alright, all of you, stop. At this moment, a gentle yet irresistible voice rang out. Upon hearing this sound, the group of sea monsters immediately stopped fighting and obediently retreated. Suddenly, a man dressed in a magnificent dragon robe flew over from the water. With a gentle and refined smile on his face, he approached the dragon. Heavenly Dragon, why are you causing trouble in my territory? The man said, looking at the dragon. This man was none other than the demon king of the South Sea demon clan, Nan Tianjian. But Ling Chen, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the name of the dragon. This Southern Heaven sword is a notch stronger than the Flood Dragon, and the Flood Dragon is well aware of this. That's a question for you to answer. My Nine Yang sacred flower was stolen. Who do you think did it? The dragon, knowing it couldn't defeat the Southern Heaven sword, sneered. Upon hearing Qingjiao's words, Nan Tianjian was initially taken aback, but then he understood. His Nine Yang sacred flower was stolen? Moreover, judging from their demeanor, they seem to suspect that our clan stole it. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you justice. Nan Tianjian pondered for a moment, then turned to the sea monster beside him and ordered, go and investigate whether anyone stole the flowers. After saying that, Nan Tianjian turned around and prepared to go back to his secluded research. Yes, Demon King. The group of sea monsters replied, and then quickly swam away into the distance. Seeing Nantian's sword leave, the dragon reluctantly departed, but as it left, it glared fiercely in the direction where Nantian's sword had disappeared. Unexpectedly, this kid has emerged from seclusion, and judging from his aura just now, he has clearly improved again, and I am now obviously inferior to him. He originally intended to take advantage of Nantianjian's seclusion to teach the young people of the South Sea Demon clan a lesson and take back what belonged to him. However, it seems there's no chance now. Thinking of this, the dragon no longer had any intention of seeking revenge against the South Sea demons. After all, the Southern Heaven sword had already emerged from seclusion, and he was no match for it. As for the Nine Yang sacred flower, he could only accept his fate with tears in his eyes. He couldn't risk his life for it. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Chen and Xiaolong exchanged bewildered glances, as if the sacred flower they had just picked already had an owner. However, Ling Chen felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, the sacred flower was naturally formed, and since he had encountered it, it was fate, so there was nothing wrong with it following him. Let's go, let's follow them and see. As Ling Chen spoke, he gestured to Xiaolong, and the three of them chased after the direction in which the South China Sea demons had disappeared. Following the direction the South China Sea demons had left in, Ling Chen and his companions arrived at the South China Sea demons' territory. Halt! Who are you three? Why have you trespassed into the territory of my South Sea demon clan? Just as Ling Chen reached the border of the South China Sea demon territory, he was stopped by two guards wielding sharp skeletal weapons. We want to see the demon king of the South Sea. Please inform him that we are from Xian Yuan. Ling Chen cupped his hands in a fist salute and said calmly. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the guards exchanged glances. One of them looked at Ling Chen and said, please wait a moment, I will go and report to the demon king. Yes, thank you for your your trouble. Ling Chen nodded, then stood still and waited quietly. Not long after, the guard who had gone to report returned on foot and said to Ling Chen, "Young master, the Demon King invites you to the front hall for tea. Please follow me. Thank you for your trouble." Ling Chen nodded in response, then looked back at Xiaolong, and Bai Ling Xiaolong seemed indifferent, while Bai Ling looked at Ling Chen with some concern. Chapter 158 Alliance with the South China Sea Demon Clan. Ling Chen smiled reassuringly, gave Bai Ling a reassuring look, and then left with the guard. After passing through several long underwater corridors, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the front hall under the guidance of the guards. Inside the front hall sat the middle-aged man who had scared away the dragon earlier. As Ling Chen followed the guards in, the middle-aged man smiled and waved to the guards, saying, "You may step back now. Remember, do not let any of your clansmen approach." "Yes, Demon King." The guard bowed and respectfully withdrew. "Young master from Xianyuan, please have a seat," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Thank you." Ling Chen nodded, then sat down on the chair next to the middle-aged man, with Xiaolong and Bai Ling standing on either side of him. "No need to be so polite." The man's gaze was fixed on Ling Chen. "May I ask which Xianyuan you come from? And what brings you to this small world?" Ling Chen didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "It's the Xianyuan you're thinking of." "Oh, I was thinking that the entire clan was wiped out long ago." The man's tone suddenly became more serious, and his gaze towards Ling Chen turned somewhat dangerous. Ling Chen smiled faintly, took out the Xianyuan sword from his spatial storage, and said unhurriedly, "I wonder if the Demon King recognizes this sword?" "Xianyuan sword?" Upon hearing Ling Chen mention the name Xianyuan sword, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. The middle-aged man stood up with a slight tremor in his body, quickly came to Ling Chen's side, and carefully examined the Xianyuan sword. This really is the Xianyuan sword." Looking at the Xianyuan sword, the man's face showed intense shock. Ling Chen watched the man's behavior without saying a word, still unsure whether the Demon King could still uphold the ancestral teachings. "Are you the current master of the Xianyuan sword?" Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded lightly without saying anything more. "No wonder you went to so much trouble to find my South Sea Demon Clan, and even dared to trespass on my South Sea Demon Clan's territory." The man took a breath, slowly calming his emotions, and then said, "So, you want to bring us under your command again? Not bad." Ling Chen nodded. "The South China Sea Demon Clan was once the most powerful naval clan under my Xianyuan family, so of course I can get their support again." Hearing Ling Chen's affirmation, the middle-aged man fell silent, then shook his head. "With your current strength, you are not enough to gain our submission." "It's not submission, it's an alliance," Ling Chen said calmly, then quietly looked at the Demon King, waiting for his reaction. "An alliance?" The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, then stared at Ling Chen and said incredulously, "How do you want to form an alliance?" Ling Chen ignored his expression and continued, "The South Sea Demon Clan was once the most loyal and strongest sea race of our Xianyuan family. Now, our Xianyuan family has decided to emerge and regain its glory. If we can form an alliance, it will benefit both of us." He. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Just because you are the master of the Xianyuan sword and the already fallen Xianyuan, do you think my South Sea Demon Clan needs to form an alliance with you? Oh, what, do you look down on my Xianyuan clan?" Just as Ling Chen frowned slightly, two old figures suddenly flashed into the hall from outside and asked the man. The two old men, both dressed in black robes and with their hands behind their backs, stood opposite the middle-aged man. They looked like otherworldly sages, giving off an air of otherworldly wisdom. Upon hearing what the two elders had just said, Ling Chen immediately realized that these were the clan elders who had been protecting him all along the way. Upon seeing the two elderly men in black robes, Ling Chen bowed and greeted them, saying, "Junior Ling Chen greets the two seniors. No need for formalities." The two old men looked at Ling Chen with smiles, appearing very satisfied with him. The two elders then looked at the Demon King, emanating a faint aura of power that made the Demon King feel oppressed. You have actually reached the third stage of the Saint Realm?" Feeling the pressure from the two men, the middle-aged man couldn't help but tremble as he asked, a hint of awe on his face. "That's right." One of the men nodded and said, "Now, do you still think an alliance with us is unnecessary?" "Of course not." The man quickly shook his head and said, "It is an honor for our South Sea Demon Clan to be able to form an alliance with the Xianyuan family." He, that's right. The two old men chuckled and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. "Where is your supreme elder of the South Sea Demon Clan? Call him out for a chat. Tell him an old friend is looking for him." "I'm sorry, senior, our supreme elder is currently in seclusion." "Alas, it seems my old friend's lifespan is nearing its end. He's going to have to fight to the death." The old man shook his head and sighed. "In that case, let's discuss matters related to the alliance." The old man nodded, then turned to Ling Chen. "You decide." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Now that we're forming an alliance, if either side encounters a situation, the other must send troops to support them, and then." Upon hearing this, the man thought for a moment and then said, "No problem." Both sides reached an agreement to form an alliance and help each other, with the other providing unconditional assistance whenever one side is in need. After the alliance was formed, the middle-aged man led Ling Chen and the other two, along with the two elders, to a room on the top floor of a tall tower behind the hall. may I have your name? The room was luxuriously decorated, with a beautiful painting hanging on the wall and a round table with a tea set next to it. The man asked Ling Chen and the others to sit down, and then instructed the maids to serve them some special products from the seabed. Seeing the high regard and importance the two elders placed on Ling Chen, the man knew that as long as he could win over Ling Chen, it would be equivalent to winning over the Xianyuan family. Then Nan Tianjian rubbed his hands together, looked at Ling Chen, and said, I haven't asked your name yet. Ling Chen replied slowly. Ahem, brother Ling Chen, now that we've formed an alliance, isn't the problem we're facing the same one you're facing? With a grin on his face, Nan Tianjian stepped forward and put his arm around Ling Chen's shoulder, acting as if they were best buddies. Speak your mind. Ling Chen glanced sideways at the face-changing master beside him, and said with a hint of speechlessness, Ahem, my clan has recently encountered some problems, so I'll be frank with you. Nan Tianjian stared straight at Ling Chen and continued, Young Master Ling, having searched for this eye of the South Sea, you must know that the current water temperature of the South Sea is no longer suitable for survival, right? Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded without speaking, waiting for the other party to continue. Chapter 159 The Request of the South Sea Demon Clan. Seeing this, Nan Tianjian continued, Actually, all of this is related to a kind of spiritual fire. It is located at the bottom of the South China Sea Abyss Canyon, but we don't know exactly which kind of spiritual fire it is. In recent years, the water temperature from the Grand Canyon has been rising, making the entire sea area unsuitable for life. This has forced our entire clan to relocate to the eye of the South Sea. As the Demon King of the South Sea clan, I hope you can help us get out of this predicament. Nan Tianjian looked at Ling Chen with a sincere expression, hoping that the other party would agree to his request. Hearing this, Ling Chen was secretly pleased, not expecting to find another heavenly spirit fire here. However, on the surface, Ling Chen frowned, glanced at the southern heaven sword, then at the old man beside him, and nodded, saying, I can help. But Ling Chen paused for a moment at this point. If young Master Ling helps us solve this problem, our South Sea Demon Clan is willing to become the most loyal ally of the Xianyuan clan in the future alliance, and the alliance will be based on young Master Ling's orders. Nan Tianjian hurriedly assured him, feeling that if he didn't say these words, Ling Chen would definitely not bother to take action. After all, no one wants to provoke the heavenly spirit fire, because one wrong move and you could be burned to ashes. What he didn't know was that Ling Chen loved to provoke the heavenly spirit fire. Okay, it's settled then. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Then thank you very much, young Master Ling, Nan Tianjian said excitedly. The South Sea Demon Clan originally depended on the two members of the Xianyuan family for their existence. Now that the Xianyuan family members were willing to form an alliance with the South Sea Demon Clan and risk their lives for their predicament, how could Nan Tianjian not be excited? If you need anything in the future, my South Sea Demon Clan will definitely do our best to help you, Nan Tianjian suddenly said seriously, his tone filled with determination. Ling Chen nodded and asked seriously, where is the Abyss Canyon in the South China Sea located? It's about 1,000 miles south of the eye of the South Sea. I'll arrange a guide for you, Nan Tianjian quickly replied, then transmitted his voice through the source energy outside. Soon a strong and robust siren walked in. My Lord Demon King, what are your orders? The sea monster asked, bowing respectfully. These are our most respected allies. You will accompany them to the Abyss Canyon to investigate the matter of the heavenly spirit fire, Nan Tianjian said, pointing at Ling Chen and the others. Upon hearing Nan Tianjian's words, the sea monster's eyes widened in disbelief. Demon King, are you sure you're not joking? What? Is there a problem? Nan Tianjian raised an eyebrow and said coldly. The siren swallowed hard and stammered. My Lord Demon King, this Abyss Canyon is a forbidden zone. I know, but for the survival of the South China Sea monsters, we must go to the Abyss Canyon. Do you understand? Nan Tianjian said with a somewhat displeased expression. The strong siren still hesitated. Just take us to the vicinity of the Grand Canyon. You don't need to go in, Ling Chen said from the side. This was a spiritual fire delivered to their doorstep, and he couldn't let it go. Upon hearing this, the siren's face lit up with joy. She looked at Ling Chen with gratitude, then relented and bowed in agreement. Let's not delay, let's set off now. Ling Chen waved his hand and said calmly, but his heart was full of excitement. Upon hearing this, Nan Tianjian was filled with emotion. The Xianyuan sword master was truly kind-hearted. Then let's go. Young master, please follow me. The golden shark turned around, gestured to Ling Chen, and then walked outside. Ling Chen and his two companions immediately stood up and followed the sea monster. The two old men sighed, realizing that Ling Chen had probably overestimated himself this time. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth possesses the power to kill even saints. They looked at each other, shook their heads, and then disappeared from the spot, following after him. After everyone left the room, Nan Tianjian stood with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction where everyone had gone, a hint of excitement on his lips. Soon, led by Golden Shark, the group quickly left the siren's territory and sped westward for half a day before finally arriving at the location of the South Sea teleportation point in the small world. Seeing Jinsha take a step step forward and enter the vortex first. Ling Chen and the others also stepped into the vortex. Soon, a spinning, pulling sensation came, and Ling Chen and the others quickly left the vortex of the eye of the South China Sea and returned to the South China Sea. After quickly determining the direction, the golden shark waved to Ling Chen and the others, then swam south to lead the way. Seeing this, Ling Chen followed, with Bai Ling and Xiao Long on either side of him. Boss, are we really going to that so-called forbidden zone? Xiao Long asked from the side using his origin chi. Of course, I make my living with spiritual fire, you know. Do you think I'm doing this to help them? Ling Chen curled his lip and said in a telepathic voice without any attempt to hide his intentions. He's desperately short of spiritual fire right now. If he gets another spiritual fire, his fire-type ability will have a very good chance of breaking through to the god level. Now that the whereabouts of the spiritual fire have been discovered, Ling Chen naturally can't let it go. It also gains the friendship and recognition of the South China Sea demons, killing two birds with one stone, so why not do it? The boss is brilliant. The boss immediately gave a thumbs up. You're just a suck-up. Hurry up and get going. Ling Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, hee hee. Xiaolong chuckled dryly. After traveling for half a day, the golden shark, who was leading the way, stopped and turned to look at Ling Chen. This is the limit of what I can endure. If we continue in this direction for another 100 miles, we will reach the Abyss Grand Canyon. Okay, you can go back now. Ling Chen nodded and waved to Jin Sha. Then, he continued swimming forward with the little dragon Bai Ling. Jin Sha, who had stopped in place, watched Ling Chen and the others leave with a complicated expression. Although he wanted to continue leading the way for them, he thought that his newborn child could not be without a father. So he gritted his teeth, hesitated for a long time, and finally turned around and returned to the direction of the eye of the South China Sea. Following the direction pointed out by the golden shark, and being cautious because the golden shark wasn't leading the way, the three of them soon saw an enormous crack in the distance. The crack was thousands of meters wide and its length was unfathomable. From time to time, scorching heat waves emanated from the crack, mingling with the water and hitting our faces. What Ling Chen found particularly amazing was that the water temperature here had reached at least several thousand degrees, yet it still flowed in a strange liquid state. If it's not the seawater, then it must be the heavenly spirit fire. Ling Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Chapter 160 Spiritual Fire at the Spiritual Level? Boss, I feel like it's a bit dangerous here. Should we go down? Xiao Long asked with a frown and a serious expression. Ling Chen remained silent. Having absorbed several kinds of spiritual fires, he was quite certain that there must be spiritual fires beneath this great canyon. However, his keen intuition told him that this spiritual fire must be extremely powerful and dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that his physical abilities had far surpassed his current level, he wouldn't have dared to approach him so easily. But now that this spiritual fire has appeared on this continent, how could he possibly miss it? Don't worry, I'll go down and check it out myself. I'll come back up if there's any danger. You all stay here and wait for me, Ling Chen said calmly. With that, he suddenly darted out and rushed towards the Rift Canyon. Watching his boss charge down into the Grand Canyon without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Long hurriedly called out, "Boss!" However, Ling Chen quickly disappeared from Xiao Long and Bai Ling's sight. Seeing Ling Chen disappear from sight, Xiao Long sighed helplessly. He knew how important the spirit fire was to his boss, so without hesitation, Xiao Long quickly swam towards the Grand Canyon. Bai Ling, who was standing to the side, had followed Ling Chen without hesitation the moment he rushed out, without any regard for the potential dangers. Seeing the dragon and fox that had followed, Ling Chen shook his head with some emotion. He knew that his momentary haste had caused his companions to come along and embark on this adventure. However, he was determined to obtain this celestial fire. Boss, I feel something strange. The deeper we go, the hotter it gets, Little Dragon said to Ling Chen as they swam down. Yes, I felt it too, but since I'm here, I certainly won't leave empty-handed. Let's go down and take a look first. Ling Chen nodded in response. While his mind was filled with the need for the spiritual fire, Ling Chen did not forget to constantly observe his surroundings and be aware of any potential dangers. Suddenly he noticed that Bai Ling's descent speed gradually slowed down, and in the dark water, Ling Chen also noticed that Bai Ling's face was somewhat flushed. Ling Chen stopped abruptly, turned around, and hugged Bai Ling in his arms. He reached out and touched the girl's forehead, which was excessively hot, but it didn't seem to cause any damage from the high temperature. It feels like, yes, seawater at a temperature of several thousand degrees is still flowing as a liquid. Ling Chen understood that Bai Ling had failed to withstand the invasion of the heavenly spirit fire. After all, Bai Ling was a supreme level expert, and even she was somewhat unable to defend against it. Go and rest in my space first. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Ling Chen said to Bai Ling gently, his eyes filled with concern. He then put Bai Ling into his own space. Boss, what are we doing now? Xiao Long said from the side. It's alright, go down and investigate first, be careful. If you can't take it anymore, tell the boss. Ling Chen's tone was full of determination. Then boss, let's continue diving. I'll go with you, Xiao Long said firmly. Seeing this, Ling Chen nodded and did not refuse, as he had great faith in Xiao Long's ability to endure. Then, Then, Xiaolong and Lingchen continued to rush down into the bottom of the canyon, one after the other. The further downstream they went, the higher the temperature became, with scorching heat surging in from all directions. Strangely, neither of their clothes were burned, and the seawater around them remained completely unaffected. All of this seemed strange, but Lingchen had a guess in his mind. This scorching heat may not be an ordinary physical temperature, but rather an invisible spiritual fire that affects the temperature at the spiritual level. It can be perceived by a person's spiritual consciousness, thus making them feel the high temperature, but without any physical sensation. After considering this possibility, Lingchen felt increasingly confident about the likelihood of this conjecture. If it is a spiritual fire of heaven and earth, then with my current spiritual power, it would probably be difficult to devour it. Continuing downstream, they encountered no signs of any living creatures along the way. After about an hour or two, Lingchen and Xiaolong finally reached the bottom of the Grand Canyon, where countless white bones lay scattered everywhere. These skeletons had all rotted into white bones, and it was easy to tell that they were the corpses of demonic beasts without careful examination, but there was no flesh or blood left. It's definitely a no-go zone for marine mammals. Lingchen stepped forward, picked up a piece of bone, and turned it over. He was slightly surprised to see special patterns on the bone, and then became even more certain of his guess. He discovered that on the surface of the bones, there were still traces of spiritual energy left behind, which were the result of spiritual fluctuations. As expected, the Dead Sea monsters here were all tormented by mental energy. Lingchen muttered to himself, "Boss, what's going on?" Little Dragon, who was standing to the side, shuddered at the sight of bones scattered all over the ground. He was just a baby that had only been out of the egg for a few months and had never seen anything like this before. "Can you feel the heat waves that come from time to time scorching your mental space?" Lingchen asked. Hearing Lingchen's words, Xiaolong was taken aback. After carefully sensing it, he nodded. "Boss, I do have that feeling you described, but it's very weak and has almost no effect on me." Lingchen nodded. After all, he was the recognized reincarnation of the beast god. Could he be harmed by such a fluctuation of spiritual power? "Boss, what do we do now?" After confirming that the strange feeling wasn't too harmful to him, Xiaolong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't let his guard down easily. "Finding the spirit fire will be of great use to me." Lingchen's eyes were filled with anticipation. He then carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that the scorching heat was strongest from the eastern direction where the two were located. "Over there." Lingchen pointed to the east, pushed off with his feet, and quickly rushed out, with Xiaolong following closely behind him. After advancing for about several dozen miles, the increasingly intense mental burning sensation began to spread, and Lingchen's mental energy was gradually being depleted. "Boss, are you alright?" Seeing that Lingchen's speed was gradually slowing down, Xiaolong hurriedly asked. "It's nothing, just a bit of mental energy depletion." Lingchen shook his head, took a light breath, and said, "Boss, why don't we combine our powers? I can help you resist the spiritual energy." Seeing Lingchen's condition, which made it difficult for him to reach the spiritual fire, Xiaolong suggested. Upon hearing this, Lingchen's eyes lit up. "Yes, Xiaolong's mental resistance is extremely high." Lingchen then nodded. Lingchen gave a soft call, and a beam of light shot from the little dragon's body towards Lingchen, landing on him. The little dragon then disappeared into the beam of light. As the pillar of light slowly disappeared, a golden armor covered his entire body, radiating dazzling golden light. Lingchen immediately felt the loss of his spiritual power slow down to almost nothing. A faint dragon's might emanated from the armor, making Lingchen, clad in it, appear like a dragon god descending to earth. Chapter 161, Subduing the Spirit Fire. Lingchen stretched out his arm, surrounded by golden light, and an invisible power emanated from it. Lingchen's eyes suddenly sharpened. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he continued speeding eastward. He could sense that the spirit fire was not far away, and that his fusion with the little dragon was also time-limited, so he had to hurry. After traveling a few more miles, Lingchen felt a very strong mental impact. With the protection of the little dragon, Lingchen easily defended against the mental impact. Upon reaching the bottom of a secluded canyon, Lingchen could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual fire growing stronger. Instead of rushing closer, he stopped and carefully sensed the energy. Sure enough, he found that the fluctuations of the spiritual fire were very close to his own. "What's going on here?" All that could be seen was an empty canyon. After thinking for a moment, Lingchen tentatively released a wisp of his mental energy to sense it. However, as soon as that wisp of mental energy left Lingchen's brain and entered the seabed, a powerful mental shock completely destroyed it. Lingchen's face turned slightly pale, but he quickly recovered. Then, Lingchen began to use his perception skills to search for the existence of the spiritual fire. Finally, as Lingchen's perception skill swept over a somewhat strange place, a pleasant system notification sounded. Ding! Discovered the heavenly spirit fire, water spirit illusion flame, absorbable. Water spirit illusion flame, one of the spiritual flames of heaven and earth, a flame of the spirit capable of casting illusions and captivating the human soul. Lingchen was excited to detect that the spiritual fire he was searching for was right in front of him. Although Although he couldn't see it with his naked eye, he could sense a blazing spiritual flame burning right before him. Ling Chen cautiously approached, and could clearly sense that the source of the mental fluctuation was right in front of him, so he stopped. Knowing that his safe arrival before the water spirit illusion flame was entirely due to the little dragon's resistance to mental power, Ling Chen knew he had to hurry and absorb it before they came into contact and merged. Without hesitation, Ling Chen silently recited absorb in his mind. Ding, absorbing for host. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat swept over Ling Chen's entire brain, and an invisible flame drifted towards his head. Just as Ling Chen was about to open his mouth, he discovered that the flame did not follow any expected pattern and went directly into Ling Chen's mind. Then, like a spark, it spread like wildfire in Ling Chen's mind. The sudden attack of the flames caught Ling Chen completely off guard. Under the burning of the spiritual fire, the spiritual sea suffered waves of stinging pain, and the spiritual power was severely damaged. Ling Chen felt as if his soul was leaving his body, enduring the intense pain in his mind. Just as the sea of consciousness in Ling Chen's mind was being compressed step by the scorching and spreading water spirit illusion flame, Little Dragon's voice entered Ling Chen's mind. Boss, I'm here. With Xiaolon's shout, a somewhat illusory golden figure rushed into Ling Chen's mind. Seeing the sea of spirit being scorched, the soul form of Xiaolon quickly spat out a golden light, which shot into the flames of the illusion flame. After exhaling this golden light, the little dragon's soul body suddenly became somewhat transparent and illusory. As the golden light shone in, the flame's fierce spread came to an abrupt halt and then gradually subsided. Boss, let's absorb it now, came the weak voice of the little dragon. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen, still immersed in the pain of his damaged mental energy, did not hesitate. He gritted his teeth, suddenly shook his body, gathered the remaining mental energy, and controlled all of it to cover the water spirit illusion flame. Under the golden light of the little dragon, the water spirit illusion flame seemed to have been given a sedative, and Ling Chen enveloped all the flames without much reaction. The moment the spiritual energy came into contact with the water spirit illusion flame, it was like a dragon entering the sea, creating a huge collision. The two engaged in a brief tug-of-war, and soon, the illusion flame seemed to have been broken from within, and it immediately wilted. Ling Chen certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He completely enveloped the water spirit illusion flame with his spiritual power. The wilted water spirit illusion flame seemed to have given up resisting and quickly began to merge with Ling Chen's spiritual power. As the spiritual energy and flames gradually merged, Ling Chen's spiritual energy was rapidly replenished and then grew at an extremely fast pace. At the same time, Ling Chen could also feel the changes in the water spirit illusion flame in his mind. As it continued to merge with his mental power, the water spirit illusion flame became smaller and smaller, until finally only a small ball of spiritual fire essence the size of a fingernail floated in Ling Chen's mental power. Ling Chen could feel that he had completely merged with the power of the water spirit illusion flame. At the same time, Ling Chen's spiritual power has reached the peak of the human realm. He is only one membrane away from the saint realm above the human realm. He only needs to break through this barrier to reach the peak of the saint realm. He summoned his fire-type ability source into his mind, but the raging flames in his sea of consciousness had no effect on Ling Chen. The spiritual fire source that triggered the water spirit illusion flame merged with his own fire element source. Since both were powers he controlled, they quickly merged together. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fusing with the water spirit illusion flame. Your fire-type ability has been upgraded to a god-level ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine inheritance, the Yen Emperor's inheritance. 1. The fire element carries the legacy of the Flame Emperor. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the inherited item, Spirit Fire Detector. Spirit Fire Detector can detect the location of the nearest spirit fire. Collecting all 18 kinds of spirit fire will grant you the complete inheritance of Emperor Yen. After absorbing the water spirit illusion flame, Ling Chen's demigod level fire type ability indeed advanced to the god level, just as he had expected. Moreover, it inherited the legacy of Emperor Yen. Although Ling Chen didn't know who the Flame Emperor the system was talking about was or how strong he was, Ling Chen was confident that he wouldn't be disappointed. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel an urge to quickly gather all the spirit fires after seeing the notes left by the system. Moreover, the inherited item he obtained could actually help him quickly find the heavenly spirit fire and detect its location, instead of relying on his own luck. This item was practically a bug. Taking out the inherited item, Ling Chen smiled as he looked at it. With this item, he will be able to detect all the spirit fires. Chapter 162 Returning to the South China Sea Demon Clan Territory. After reading it, Ling Chen put the item away, a smile appearing on his face. With this, Ling Chen felt that it would be much easier for him to search for the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Moreover, now that Ling Chen has merged with this spiritual fire, his spiritual power has been significantly enhanced, reaching the peak of the mortal realm, and the consumption of releasing spiritual power is now much lower. Having absorbed the water spirit illusion flame, Ling Chen's mental power could originally only create simple illusions. Now, however, he can create higher level illusions and maintain them for longer periods. This gives Ling Chen another small trump card. Boss, how did it go? Did it work? Xiaolong asked from the side as he saw Ling Chen carefully put the thing he had just taken out back. Hearing Xiaolong's voice, Ling Chen turned to look at Xiaolong and said with a smile, yes, I successfully absorbed it. My fire-type ability level has been raised to God-level ability. Oh, that's great, boss, Xiaolong exclaimed excitedly, but then his face turned pale and he slumped weakly to the ground. Boss, I just used up most of my mental energy and even a trace of my spiritual essence. It will take a long time to recover, so I'm afraid I can't help you for the time being. Okay, you should rest well. Ling Chen stepped forward and supported Xiaolong's shoulder, took out a holy medicine to restore spiritual power from his ring, and gently put it into Xiaolong's mouth. The sacred medicine melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a gentle power that flowed towards Xiaolong's brain. Xiaolong's spirit immediately recovered, but his face remained pale. The immense energy contained in the sacred medicine made Xiaolong feel much better, unlike the extremely weak he had been just now. However, the trace of spiritual essence contained in the golden light used by Xiaolong requires a long period of self-recovery to restore. Sensing Xiaolong's condition, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief and put Xiaolong back into his pet space. The loss of spiritual power cannot be healed by vitality, and the best place for the little dragon to recover is the pet space. At the bottom of this great canyon, after the water spirit illusion flame was no longer present, a high temperature on the spiritual level around it gradually began to dissipate. Everything gradually returned to its original state. Now that the purpose of this trip has been achieved, it is time to go back, Ling Chen thought to himself. Ling Chen lightly stepped forward and swam upstream along the path he had come from. Soon, Ling Chen returned to the crevice of the underwater canyon, where the two elders of the clan were waiting. Upon seeing Ling Chen's figure appear, the two elders showed a hint of surprise. This kid actually came back alive, and it seemed that the aura of the heaven and earth spirit fire was slowly disappearing. How is this possible? You must know that even the two elders who came here could not resist the spiritual burning of this spiritual fire. This kind of spiritual fire has an innate suppressive effect on ability users who do not specialize in spiritual power. Young man, you're quite good. One of the elders looked at Ling Chen with a smile, feeling somewhat gratified. To have such ability at such a young age was truly a rare find. It seems that heaven is blessing our Xianyuan clan. Wait, how come you have the aura of the heavenly spirit fire on you? Another old man beside him looked at Ling Chen with a shocked expression. He had just briefly sensed Ling Chen's aura and discovered that Ling Chen had the same aura that had just frustrated them. Replying to seniors, it's because that spiritual fire is within my body and I've already absorbed and refined it. Ling Chen's extremely calm tone completely petrified the two elders beside him. This kid must be a reincarnation of a great emperor. You don't play the bad stuff, you only play the good stuff. Are you trying to cheat like others? Good, good, good. The old man stroked his beard and exclaimed good 3 times in succession. He truly deserves to be chosen by the Xianyuan sword. His strength, talent, and fortune have all reached their peak. Seeing the admiring looks on the two elders' faces, Ling Chen smiled and said, Seniors, let's go. Let's go to the territory of the South China Sea Demon Clan first. Okay. The two elders nodded and followed Ling Chen outside. Throughout the journey, the two elders kept praising Ling Chen. The two elders had never personally experienced the power of the spiritual fire, but even with their Saint Realm strength, they were blocked outside the abyss canyon. One can imagine how terrifying this spiritual fire was. But Ling Chen not only returned unharmed, but also successfully absorbed this spiritual fire. No wonder they were chosen. Such courage and such good fortune are simply defying the heavens. Accompanied by the two elders, Ling Chen quickly returned to the South China Sea Demon Clan's territory in the eye of the South China Sea. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Nan Tianjian, who had been pacing anxiously in the hall where Ling Chen was originally being received, paused slightly before asking, Young friend, what brings you here? The problem has been solved, Ling Chen said, getting straight to the point to avoid any more pleasantries. Oh, solved? That heavenly spirit fire? Nan Tianjian asked Ling Chen with some surprise and eagerness. I have already devoured and absorbed that spiritual fire of heaven and earth, Ling Chen said without any concealment, his tone revealing a hint of confidence. Then Nan Tianjian looked at the two people behind Ling Chen and saw that the two elders were looking at Ling Chen with satisfied expressions. Nan Tianjian had his answer. The new Xianyuan sword master was indeed performing exceptionally well. On behalf of all the demons of the South Sea, I thank you for your help, young friend. Nan Tianjian clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude to Ling Chen. Ling Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing and that it was his duty, then said, Senior Nan Tian, there's no need for that. However, I have a request. Young friend, please speak. As long as it is within my power, I will certainly do it without hesitation, said Nan Tianjian. Now, the sea monster army of the East Sea has invaded our Chinese territory. I hope that you, Senior, can send troops to help our human race. Upon hearing this, Nan Tianjian fell into deep thought before speaking. Young friend, rest assured, our South Sea demon race will do everything in our power to assist you. However, I have a question. At this point, point, Nan Tianjian paused for a moment before continuing. If the human race and the East Sea demon race both suffer heavy losses, wouldn't that be a great opportunity for the Shen Yuan family to rise? Upon hearing this, Ling Chen shook his head slightly. Senior Nantian, I hope that our rise can avoid a large number of casualties as much as possible. After all, our main opponent is not on Blue Star. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Nan Tianjian was slightly taken aback, and then gave Ling Chen a deep look. He had not expected that Ling Chen would have such foresight. While everyone was still vying for supremacy on Earth, Ling Chen had already begun to consider the conflict beyond the heavens. Alright, I'll send a vanguard of sea monsters with you first, and then I'll lead the South China Sea army to arrive within 3 days. Chapter 163 The Battle Situation on the East Coast. Nan Tianjian pondered for a long time before finally agreeing to Ling Chen's request. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen smiled slightly, stood up, and bowed to Nan Tianjian, saying, Then thank you very much, senior. Without further ado, let's prepare to set off now. Guards, Nan Tianjian commanded. A tall, burly shrimp soldier carrying a weapon walked in and knelt before the Southern Heaven Sword. What are your orders, Demon King? Pass down the order. Have all soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion and all members of Nanchantang assemble at the square, Nan Tianjian said solemnly, a sense of pride rising within him as he spoke of Nanchantang. Yes, Demon King. The shrimp soldier nodded in response, then quickly got up, turned around, and left the hall to inform the king. Young friend, seniors, please follow me. Nan Tianjian greeted the two elders and Ling Chen, then led the way for the three of them to the plaza of the territory. In the square, a group of South Heaven Siren members clad in black armor stood at the front, awaiting South Heaven Sword's orders. Ling Chen's gaze was drawn to this, and his mental energy swept over the members of the South Heaven Sea Monsters. Ling Chen was surprised to find that the weakest member of this group of South Heaven members was actually a supreme level. Directly in front of the South Heaven Sea Monsters stood three tall figures, each exuding a faint aura of a saint, all being powerful individuals at the first level of the saint realm. Looking at the thousands of black armors before him, Ling Chen couldn't help but nod with emotion. He once thought that his power had achieved some success, but he realized that in the face of true power, his power was nothing. Not long after, a series of earth-shaking noises came from the direction of the sound. Ling Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a great torrent approaching in the distance. This torrent numbered as many as 100,000 and emitted intense fluctuations. Ling Chen discovered that all the sea monsters in this torrent were at the level of destroying a nation. Clearly, the vanguard of the South China Sea demon race was a force to be reckoned with. Soon, the entire vanguard arrived at the plaza, where all sorts of sea demon warriors stood in neat rows. Seeing that the Vanguard Legion and the members of Nanchantang had all arrived, Nan Tianjian waved his hand, and all the sea monsters stood quietly in the square, without any of them speaking. From now on, you will all obey this young friend's orders and go to the coastline where the East Sea meets the human race to attack the East Sea monsters, Nan Tianjian announced passionately. Yes! Tens of thousands of siren members shouted in unison, their voices deafening like rolling thunder, causing the entire plaza to shake violently. Young friend, please take this token. I will settle things here first, and then I will arrive with a large army within 3 days. Nan Tianjian took out one of his tokens from his sleeve and handed it to Ling Chen. Seeing this token is like seeing the clan chief himself. Ling Chen nodded, turned to look at the army, and solemnly replied, Let's go! Ling Chen roared at the army, leaped up, and led everyone away. Under his leadership, hundreds of thousands of his brothers followed, marching in a mighty force from the South China Sea to the East China Sea. East China Sea, coastline. Nearly 10 days have passed since Ling Chen left, and the assembled army of tens of millions of sea monsters has already pressed on. The massive army of sea monsters clashed with the troops under Emperor Ling and the tens of thousands of superhuman soldiers under Ling Chen, who had been waiting there for some time. In contrast, Ling Chen's tens of thousands of superhuman soldiers were not taken seriously by the sea monsters, and a small tribe with hundreds of thousands of sea monsters fought against them. The two sides were relatively evenly matched, so the battle was quite intense. However, Ling Chen's superpowered soldiers quickly evolved from new recruits into veterans through the bloodshed on the battlefield. On the main battlefield, the Siren army did not rush forward all at once, but instead split into 3 groups and took turns attacking the human army. Kill! Kill! Shouts echoed through the sky, and then the warriors of Dawn City launched a counterattack. Long spears pierced the void, cutting through the air, and thrust towards the sea monster army. Although the Siren Legion's combat strength is far inferior to that of human armies, the Sirens are tough and thick-skinned, making it impossible for ordinary weapons to pose a fatal threat to them. However, they appeared somewhat disheveled when faced with Dawn City's counterattack. This spear is no ordinary weapon. It is a specially crafted weapon designed by the Dawn City Research Department based on the physical structure of demonic beasts. Many Sirens had hundreds of long wounds on their chests, and some weaker Sirens even had their bodies pierced through. However, they did not back down and continued to attack the army of Dawn City, showing a fearless attitude. The army of Dawn City clashed with the first wave of attacking Sirens. Although the army of Dawn City was small in number, it was composed of elite troops who were able to fight fight against overwhelming odds without being at a disadvantage, and the main battlefield became deadlocked as a result. Ling Huang, who was keeping a close eye on the battlefield from the rear, frowned as he saw the siren charging recklessly. What makes this army of sea monsters so reckless with fear of death? Emperor Ling frowned, pondering for a long time. He figured that only by investigating behind the monsters could he find out the specific reason. Ling Huang thought to himself, "Your Majesty, shall we not make a move?" A tall, imposing middle-aged man stepped forward and asked, "It's not the right time yet. I can sense that the other side has no fewer than dozens of Saint Realm experts." Ling Huang waved his hand and replied softly, "Dozens of Saint Realm experts?" The middle-aged man gasped, surprised that the group of sea monsters was so powerful. "That's right." Emperor Ling nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. He had already sent people back to seek help. Their current strength is still too weak. If they act rashly, they may very well put themselves in danger. So all we can do now is wait. I understand. Then let these beasts live a few more days. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully and said nothing more, instead quietly watching the battlefield. At the same time, all the settlements received the message to mobilize troops to the front lines. All the major martial arts schools also received the news at the same time, and all the schools sent their instructors and students with rich combat experience to the coastline. In this era, the students of every university are several times more capable than the soldiers in the army. Some students are even stronger than the generals and marshals of the army. Because the Alliance military's Saint Realm experts were mostly tied up in the battlefield of the myriad races, Tsinghua University, Peking University, Shanghai University, and Jiangsu University and Zhejiang University each sent a Saint Realm expert to lead students to the front line. While the Wuhan University students were heading to the coastal battlefield, Ling Chen also led his vanguard army northward from the South China Sea along the coastline to the battlefield. Chapter 164 The Emperor's Majesty, Reinforcements Arrive. Along the coastline, the sea breeze howled, and the sharp waves kept crashing against the rocks on the shore, splashing up endless dust. Not far from the coastline, Ling Chen rode a giant whale, his body towering like a pillar on its back, gazing ahead. Behind it stood an army of 100,000 sea monsters, lined up neatly like a moving iron wall. Knowing that Ling Chen's destination was the east coast, the two elders escorted him for a while before returning home. "I hope everything goes well," Ling Chen murmured to himself. Beside him, Bai Ling stepped forward and hugged Ling Chen's arm, smiling as she said, "Ling Chen, everything will go smoothly, don't worry." Ling Chen replied, reaching out to touch the girl's hair. He also hoped that this would be the case, that the human race would not suffer too many casualties, and that through this war, the human race would become even stronger. A strange horn sounded, and the fearless sea monsters suddenly retreated like a tide, leaving behind countless sea monster corpses. The golden sand has been stained red with blood. Just as the human warriors were watching this scene in astonishment, thinking they could finally rest for a while, suddenly, a second wave of sirens emerged from the seabed and surged forward. Upon seeing this, the human warriors' faces turned grim, but without any hesitation, they immediately brandished their weapons and charged forward to fight the second wave of sea monsters. The rested and recharged sirens' army clashed with the exhausted human warriors, and the human warriors were quickly forced into retreat. At this point, the numerical advantage of the sirens' army became apparent, leading to a relentless and exhausting battle. But the human warriors fought desperately, and although they were quickly scattered, they did not give up and continued to struggle. "This can't go on." Emperor Ling frowned. They were outnumbered and constantly on the move. "If things continue like this, the final result will likely be a dismal one." "Your Majesty, what do we do now?" asked the middle-aged man beside Ling Chen. This man was one of the generals under Your Majesty's command. "Send the order down to the soldiers to retreat to East Corner Bay. Leave the rest to me," Ling Huang instructed after a moment's thought. Now was not the time for a decisive battle with the sea monsters. This time, he completely underestimated the sirens' determination to attack the human race, which led to the current situation where the strength difference is so great. The sea monsters, thanks to the appearance of the emperor, became more cautious and sought reinforcements from their rear. Although it was rumored that Ling Huang had been seriously injured and his strength had been weakened, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and none of the dozens of Saint Realm sea demons dared to take the lead and try. Who knows if Ling Huang will risk his life to take two of them away? Nobody wants to be the one to stick their neck out. A deep horn sounded, and the human warriors who heard it were startled, but they quickly carried out the order, exerted their strength to break free of combat mode, and retreated rapidly. The speed of the sirens was no match for that of the humans, and the distance between them quickly widened. Thunderous fury. Suddenly, the world changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled in the clouds, and countless bolts of lightning were hidden within them. With a roar, endless lightning descended like a tiger descending a mountain, rushing towards the torrent of sea monsters. Boom, boom. With each explosion, countless sea monsters were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even bone fragments behind. The power of this lightning could destroy everything. What a powerful attack. Seeing this, many human warriors stared with fervor at the figure suspended in mid-air. Their war god has returned. mind. Under Ling Huang's single attack, 2/3 of the sea monster army was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Gone was their previous fearlessness. They turned and fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, the sea monsters at the Saint Realm who witnessed Ling Huang's attack from the rear were all shocked. Such powerful attack power. Wasn't it said that Emperor Ling was severely injured and unable to exert his full strength? Let the army retreat. Continuing the attack is just a pointless assault. Let's wait for the Demon King and the strategist to arrive before we attack. The sea monster leaders discussed among themselves, but ultimately ordered a retreat. After all, from the aura of Ling Huang's skill just now, they could sense that Ling Huang had already stepped into the third realm of the Saint Realm, and that aura was extremely powerful, not at all like someone who was injured. Under the Emperor's thunderous wrath, the sea monster army had no chance of winning and chose to retreat temporarily. The sea monster army retreated swiftly, and Emperor Ling did not pursue them. He only withdrew his thunderous fury after the sea monster army had retreated back to the waters of the eastern coastline. Seeing that Lord Ling Huang had single-handedly repelled the sea monster army, the human warriors excitedly raised their hands and cheered. Ling Huang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction the sea monster army was retreating. He couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that the enemy Saint Realm experts would be so conservative, avoiding battle. However, if the opposing Saint Realm experts simultaneously attack and entangle him, although he is not afraid at all and is confident that he can take a few away, the remaining sea monster army will probably be able to attack the shore soon, and the human army will likely suffer heavy losses. Ling Huang shook his head. He knew that news of his improved injuries would soon reach the Demon King's ears, and next time it might not be so easy. Your Majesty, have you really recovered? The middle-aged man who had been following the Emperor stepped forward and asked excitedly. He has recovered, and even improved. Emperor Ling nodded with a smile, making no attempt to hide anything. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor, the middle-aged man's face was filled with joy, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. The sirens withdrew, and the human warriors in East Corner Bay breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to catch their breath. Moreover, the devastating attack that Lord Ling Huang had just unleashed filled them with confidence that they could resist the sea monster's attack. Space lockdown. 2 days passed peacefully, and the soldiers stationed at Dongjio Bay remained steadfast in their posts. Some soldiers were speculating whether the Emperor Ling was too strong last time and scared them away. Of course, the experienced veterans had some worries in their brows, secretly guessing that all of this was just the calm before the storm. On this day, the sea in front of us was still calm, but in the sky behind us, there were countless shadows. The soldiers on duty discovered it and immediately reported it. Soon, the news reached Ling Huang's ears. It seems our reinforcements have arrived, Ling Huang said calmly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he appeared on the western city wall of Dongjia Bay with several capable generals. Chapter 165. The decisive battle begins. Ling Chen arrives. Upon seeing Lord Ling Huang, all the warriors saluted. Lord Ling Huang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formalities, and then looked towards the western sky. In that sky, he saw a large number of human warriors rushing towards them, clearly coming to their aid. At the forefront were 3 supreme-level mounts, each carrying a saint-level expert from one of the 3 strongest martial arts schools in the country. Your Majesty, our reinforcements have arrived, a general standing nearby said excitedly. With their addition, the Siren race's numerical advantage will vanish, and the scales of victory have begun to tip. Emperor Ling nodded slightly, but he wasn't overly optimistic because they were waiting for reinforcements, just as the sea monster army was. Moreover, the opponent must be waiting for someone of equal strength. Thinking of this, Ling Huang frowned. Greetings, Emperor Ling. 3 supreme-level mounts stopped outside the city wall, and several elders at the Saint Realm leaped to Emperor Ling's side, cupping their fists in greeting. It's been a long time, principals. Ling Huang smiled faintly. These elderly men at the Saint Realm were all vice principals of prestigious schools and had met Ling Huang many times before. This time, we have a total of 3 Saint Realm experts, thousands of Supreme Realm experts, millions of senior students, and 5 million soldiers, one of the white-bearded elders said to Ling Chen. He was the vice principal of Shanghai Martial Arts University, one of the strongest martial arts schools in the country. Bang, 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 bang. Emperor Ling nodded slightly and said, "Thank you all for your trouble. Of course, it is our duty to defend our homeland." "How is the situation on the battlefield now?" the white-bearded old man said with a smile. "It's like this." Ling Huang briefly explained the situation to the 3 elders. "Isn't it highly likely that they are waiting for their Demon King to appear?" Another elderly man in black, his eyes narrowing, continued, "That's quite possible. I think we shouldn't sit idly by and wait to be killed. We should take the initiative and, before the Demon King appears, use our current advantages to attack directly." "Yes, let's charge in." The other 2 old men echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling was speechless. These old men were quite reckless. Ling Huang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's true. However, the Sea Monster clan has gathered a large number of naval forces. Their numbers are too great. If we attack rashly, the human army will be in great danger. Moreover, if their demon king doesn't die, they will be able to make a comeback soon. Upon hearing Ling Huang's words, the three elders nodded in agreement. Then what should we do? Are we really just going to sit here and wait to die? Wait for the enemy to launch a full-scale attack, an old man in armor asked. The battlefield of martial artists is ultimately a stage for the strong, so we must defeat the opponent's Saint Realm expert. Ling Huang glanced at the armored elder and said bluntly, battles between large armies are not simple sparring sessions, they involve bloodshed. If we fight the Siren army to the death, what good will it do even if we win? Then, what should we do? A glint flashed in the white-bearded old man's eyes as he looked at Emperor Ling with some delight. Let's challenge them to a duel, a contest between Saint Realm experts. Only in this way can we reduce casualties. A smile appeared on Ling Huang's lips. What? A challenge? How can that be? The other side has no fewer than dozens of saints, while we only have 5, plus you. How can we possibly fight? The old man in black retorted. Besides, why should the sea monster agree to our challenge? Upon hearing the words of the old man in black, the other two old men nodded hastily, completely unaware of what Ling Huang meant by this plan. Don't worry, you can take your men to rest first. The decisive battle with the sea monster will be coming soon. Emperor Ling didn't explain much. He would understand when the decisive battle arrived. The next day, the once calm sea suddenly began to churn, and a tremendous force swept in from afar, instantly piercing the sky. The demon king of the sea monsters has arrived. Ling Huang's gaze swept across the eastern sea, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Upon hearing Ling Huang's voice, all the warriors turned their gazes to the eastern sea. Looking at the surging waves, all the warriors revealed a solemn expression. This aura was probably similar to Ling Huang's. They knew that compared to this battle, the previous ones were nothing. Suddenly, a massive, sky-covering wave surged up, and a colossal dragon appeared as the wave rose. This giant dragon was entirely bluish-green in color and exuded a powerful aura. This is the demon king of the sea monsters, a general couldn't help but exclaim. It's a demon king and a dragon at the peak of the Saint Realm. As soon as the surging dragon emerged from the sea, it sped toward the human army. Seeing this, Ling Huang stepped forward and leaped into the air, charging towards the direction from which the dragon was coming with an aura of arrogance. Bang! The two collided with a loud bang, and a huge ripple of origin she spread outwards like water ripples, stirring up huge waves. With this attack, both the Emperor Ling and the Demon King were forced back several feet, and neither of them gained the upper hand. So powerful! Ling Huang was shocked and secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Fine, I'd like to see just how much this human junior is worth. The Sea Demon King roared and charged forward again. Wait! Emperor Ling extended his palm, signaling the Demon King to stop. Seeing this, the Demon King stopped, puzzled. It didn't understand why the Emperor had called it over. Ling Huang looked at the Demon King. If the two armies clash, there will surely be rivers of blood. Let's discuss this and each of us will send 5 people to compete. If we win, you will have to withdraw your troops. If you win, I can help you fulfill your request to attack the human race. What do you say? Oh, with my sea monster army, crushing your army would be a piece of cake. Why would I need to discuss a contest with you? The Demon King looked at the human army before him with disdain in his eyes. It must be said that although the number of humans has increased significantly, the strength of their elites is still lacking. If the entire human army attacks, the human army will surely be defeated. Oh, is that so? What if we join you? Just as the Emperor Ling and the Demon King were locked in a staring contest, a cheerful voice came from the distant southern horizon. In the distance, a massive whale was slowly swimming towards them, followed by a row of small black shadows. Atop the giant whale, a tall and imposing figure stood. The person who arrived was none other than Ling Chen. Chapter 166 10 Battles. Ling Chen wore a long, gray-blue robe, held the Shenyuan sword in his hand, had a tall and slender figure, and an incomparably handsome face. He stood on a giant whale in the deep sea, like a god descending to earth. Ling Chen's appearance immediately attracted the attention of both sides in the great battle. Just as the Demon King was about to speak, a dense array of sea monster warriors appeared behind Ling Chen in everyone's sight. These sea monsters were all enormous and clearly not to be trifled with. Hundreds of thousands of sea monsters lined up neatly behind Ling Chen, like a black tide sweeping towards the battlefield. As Ling Chen and the sea monster army behind him gradually approached, the Demon King and the East Sea monsters were shocked to discover that their opponents were all Supreme Realm and Kingdom Destroyer level experts. Moreover, there are several powerful individuals at the Saint Realm. Who are you? The Demon King's expression turned extremely serious as he stared at Ling Chen and asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen smiled faintly, stood with his hands behind his back, and said in a firm and powerful voice, "Human race, Ling Chen." Upon hearing Ling Chen's name, the Demon King was taken aback. He had never heard of Ling Chen before, but the fact that he could command hundreds of thousands of top experts meant that he was no ordinary person. The entire battlefield fell eerily quiet because of Ling Chen's sudden appearance. After pondering for a long time, the Demon King, whose expression had been constantly shifting between anger and uncertainty, finally made up his mind and asked, "Alright, I agree to the challenge, but but the outcome will be decided in 10 battles. 10 battles? Ling Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but then he understood the other party's intention. When the opponent realized that there were only 8 Saint Realm experts on their side, they proposed 10 battles, clearly intending to take advantage of the human race. A Saint Realm cultivator could easily crush a Supreme Realm cultivator, but that might not be the case against him. A faint smile appeared on Ling Chen's lips. Leading the South China Sea Navy to the side where the human race was located, Ling Chen bowed slightly to Emperor Ling and said, "Greetings, Emperor Ling." Although Ling Chen had a very close relationship with the Emperor, he still maintained a respectful demeanor in front of outsiders. Emperor Ling smiled and nodded slightly, then gave a soft command, "Please, all those at the Saint Realm, come and discuss this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures flew out from the human army behind him. 3 elderly vice presidents of the university, and a masked, powerful stranger. Although the unfamiliar powerful figure was masked, everyone knew from the black clothes he was wearing that he came from the Dragon Team. The secret force under Ling Huang has always carried out extremely dangerous missions, but no one knows how big the Dragon Team is or how strong its members are. Now, to everyone's surprise, the Dragon Team members actually include a Saint Realm expert, which gives everyone a new understanding of the Dragon Team's strength. Behind Ling Chen, 3 Saint Realm experts from the South China Sea Demon Clan also arrived before Emperor Ling. "Greetings, Emperor Ling." The 3 Saint Realm experts from the South Sea Demon Clan greeted Emperor Ling in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty Ling Huang." The masked man approached Ling Huang and bowed respectfully. Ling Huang. 3 vice principals from Wuhan University also came to Ling Huang's side. Emperor Ling quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, this time, it's up to you." Although he had always been in the South China Sea and had little interaction with Emperor Ling's name had already spread throughout the entire South China Sea. Upon hearing what Ling Huang said, the 3 saints of the South Sea exchanged glances and nodded in unison. When Ling Chen appeared beside Ling Huang, a commotion arose from the ranks of college students in the human army behind them. "Holy crap, isn't that Ling Chen? Ling Chen, where is he? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Ling Chen is with a bunch of Saint Realm experts? Didn't you all realize that it was because of Ling Chen that this war didn't break out?" Amid the discussion of a group of freshmen, the senior students around them finally realized that the young man standing next to Ling Huang on the distant horizon was actually just a freshman. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Ling Chen. No way, a freshman? And he can have several Saint-level sea monsters following him? Is his background really that terrifyingly powerful? He alone can mobilize hundreds of thousands of nation-destroying level experts? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. For a moment, everyone felt a mix of emotions. There were those who admired, those who were jealous, those who envied, and of course, those who were dissatisfied. At this moment, the group of Saint Realm experts who were discussing the remaining 2 candidates for battle on the horizon were at a stalemate. After all, sending a supreme-level expert would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Ling Chen smiled and said, "I'll decide on the last 2 candidates." Ling Chen then vanished from his spot in a series of flashes, disappearing from everyone's sight, and soon arrived at a mountaintop not far away. Taking out the array plate, Ling Chen stepped out and disappeared from the spot. The trial grounds, the Tree of Life. Ling Chen's appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the creatures present. Ling Chen went straight to the dragon turtle. After dozens of days of absorption, the dragon turtle's physical body had been completely reconstructed, but its soul was incomplete, so it could not be resurrected, although its strength had been partially restored. At this moment, the dragon turtle's head was retracted into its shell and not exposed. Ling Chen gently tapped the shell to wake the dragon turtle from its slumber. After tapping for a while, the turtle's shell began to shake. Soon, the turtle's head and limbs emerged from the shell. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the dragon turtle let out a soft cry, as if blaming Ling Chen for disturbing its sweet dream. Ling Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Little turtle, if you help me get rid of this eyesore, I'll help you recover your strength as quickly as possible, and I won't disturb your rest afterward. How about it?" Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the dragon turtle's eyes lit up, and it nodded hurriedly, seemingly very satisfied with Ling Chen's deal. Seeing the dragon turtle's expression, Ling Chen smiled slightly and put the dragon turtle into his pet space. Then, with a single step, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Soon, Ling Chen left the trial grounds and returned to the mountaintop he had left behind. After several flashes, he was back in the sight of Ling Huang and the others. Seeing that Ling Chen returned in less than half an incense stick's time, the elders' eyes were filled with surprise and doubt, wondering what Ling Chen was up to. Seeing the surprised looks on everyone's faces, Ling Chen smiled faintly and said to them, "I'll take the last 2 spots. Young brother Ling Chen, this is a matter of life and death, not something to joke about." The old man in black frowned and looked at Ling Chen seriously. Ling Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I guarantee with my own life that there will be absolutely no problem." Chapter 167 Ling Huang vs. Demon King. Seeing Ling Chen's determined gaze, the white-bearded elder and the others exchanged glances, and all of them saw a solemn expression in each other's eyes. However, seeing that Ling Chen was so persistent distant and didn't seem to be joking, and that he seemed genuinely confident, the old man didn't insist any further, since there were no other candidates. "Alright, since Brother Ling Chen has already made such a guarantee, we believe you," the white-bearded old man sighed, speaking politely, though he himself was not entirely sure. "Come out." Seeing this, the others didn't say anything more. Since Ling Chen was so certain, what reason did they have to refuse? Moreover, they only needed to win 5 out of 10 battles, and everyone was confident in themselves. Emperor Ling gave Ling Chen a deep look. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand his son. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't possibly think he could challenge a saint after only a few months of cultivation, could he? In that case, let's get ready to begin. After saying this, Ling Huang flew a distance towards the East Sea monsters, hovering right under the noses of the numerous sea monster army. "Let's begin. Demon King, let's settle this first battle with you. Shall we fight?" Ling Huang shouted in a fierce voice, his tone filled with boundless domineering power. "Humph, what's there to fear in a battle?" Upon hearing Ling Huang's words, the Demon King snorted coldly and leaped in front of Ling Huang. Compared to the Demon King's enormous dragon body, Ling Huang's figure appeared somewhat small. Seeing this, Ling Huang remained calm. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by the flashing lightning. Ling Huang's aura increased more than twice as much as before. Rumble! The Demon King's body trembled violently, emanating an incomparably powerful pressure. "It's starting." Seeing this, everyone, including the Siren clan, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the 2 people about to fight in midair. A roar erupted from the Demon King's throat, and a powerful demonic aura burst forth from his body. Then, the Demon King's figure transformed into a blur as he rushed towards Emperor Ling, moving with lightning speed and unparalleled force, stirring up towering waves. Upon seeing this scene, Ling Huang raised an eyebrow without the slightest panic. He slightly opened his hands, and endless lightning descended from the sky, gathering into Ling Huang's body. "Thor has descended." A soft shout came from Ling Huang's throat, and endless lightning surged forth, enveloping Ling Huang's figure. As the lightning surged, a world-destroying pressure was released from Ling Huang's body. Thunder containing terrifying energy gathered between Ling Huang's palms, and then Ling Huang punched the oncoming Demon King. With a single punch, thunder roared, and the violent fist energy slammed straight towards the Demon King. Boom! His fist collided with the charging Demon King, producing a deafening sound that shook the entire space violently. Ling Huang's fist energy shattered instantly, and endless lightning exploded on the Demon King's body. Thick electric snakes coiled around the Demon King's body, constantly devouring it. Although these electric snakes only caused the Demon King some superficial injuries, they thoroughly enraged him. A flame erupted from the Demon King's body, burning fiercely and making his body even larger. His eyes were filled with blood red and filled with a murderous aura, and his whole body exuded a strong baleful aura. Seeing this, Ling Chen, who was watching from the sidelines, frowned slightly. This move was somewhat similar to his own 3 revolutions Thunder God technique. The Demon King, exuding a murderous aura, suddenly pounced towards Ling Huang, its enormous claws reaching for him. A terrifying demonic power enveloped Ling Huang, and its aura had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Sensing the Demon King's aura, Ling Huang frowned and suddenly raised his fists. Bang bang bang! A fist and a claw collided several times in succession. When the 3 fists met, an invisible energy wave spread out from the center of the collision, creating a giant wave 100 meters high that spread outwards. Ling Huang was forced back several meters before regaining his footing, but the Demon King's body remained standing there, perfectly straight. So powerful. Everyone present gasped and stared in astonishment when they saw that the Emperor Ling had actually been defeated by the Demon King. "Ha, it seems your title of the #1 human is nothing more than that." The Demon King, his face full of murderous intent, laughed loudly, then charged towards Ling Huang once again. Ling Huang moved his feet, his speed suddenly increasing, turning into a blur as he dodged the Demon King's attack. At the same time, clusters of purple lightning balls appeared beside Ling Huang, striking the Demon King as they passed by. Dozens of purple lightning bolts exploded upon contact with the Demon King's body, impacting his flesh with destructive power, and arcs of electricity flowed across his body surface. Although the Demon King's attack power has increased, his defense remains his weakness. Sensing the sudden attack on its body, the Demon King let out a howl, unleashing a powerful force that shook off the electric arcs inside and on the surface of its body. Even so, the Demon King's body was still severely damaged, and its scales turned charred black. Seeing his body so badly injured, the Demon King's eyes flashed with crimson light. He roared to the sky and charged at Ling Huang once more. Boom boom boom. The 2 top experts clashed once again, and for a moment, the entire area where they were located was covered by layers of violent winds and lightning. Terrifying energy fluctuations were constantly being released from the battle zone. Watching the human and the sea monster battle, everyone's eyes, including the sea monsters, were filled with fervor. Their combined strength is already infinitely close to the Saint Realm, exceeding the comprehension of most people. The battle between the two became increasingly fierce. Let's settle this with one move. After defeating the Demon King with a single blow, Emperor Ling breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. Upon hearing this, the Demon King remained silent, but the rapidly rising aura emanating from him indicated that he agreed to the Emperor Ling's proposal. The primal energy from his entire body surged towards the Demon King's mouth, and a dazzling ball of light formed, slowly condensing inside the Demon King's mouth. This ball of light is the secret technique cultivated by the Demon King. It is his strongest move. As the Demon King poured his origin chi into the sphere, it gradually expanded, containing more and more energy. 4. 9 heavens. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Ling summoned endless lightning, which gradually gathered to form 9 giant stone pillars symbolizing the god of thunder. These pillars were arranged in the air in a 9-palace 8 trigram formation. As the power of the lightning surged, the pressure carried by the 9 stone pillars grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 168 Unfavorable Situation. Dragon Turtle displays its power. The 9 stone pillars, each thousands of feet tall, contain earth-shattering energy. With a soft shout, the Emperor Ling sent the array formed by the 9 stone pillars hurtling towards the Demon King. Faced with the power of this move, the Demon King showed no intention of backing down, and at this moment, the ball of light in its mouth was fully formed. With a flick of his head, the energy sphere that had condensed in his mouth was thrown out, carrying the same earth-shattering force, hurtling towards Ling Huang. The two energies collided in mid-air and exploded with a deafening roar. A terrifying energy storm instantly ravaged the entire battlefield, stirring up the surrounding seawater and creating towering waves. At the center of the explosion, Emperor Ling and the Demon King absorbed almost all of the energy and were blasted away together. After being knocked thousands of meters away, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Ling Huang's mouth, and his aura gradually weakened. The Demon King on the other side retreated, smashing several sea monsters to death before stopping. With a mouthful of blood spurting out, the Demon King's body became much weaker, and the aura emanating from his body grew weaker and weaker. This first match is a draw. Ling Huang pressed his right hand to his chest, his face as pale as paper. He felt that he would not be able to continue fighting for a while, and the enemy Demon King's condition was definitely worse than his. As expected, upon hearing Ling Huang's words, the Demon King opposite him weakly nodded and then retreated to heal his wounds. Seeing this, Ling Huang turned around and returned to his position to heal his injuries. The first match ended in a draw. After witnessing the duel between Ling Huang and the Demon King, almost everyone present, including the sea monsters, gaped in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. In their own minds, both the Emperor Ling and the Demon King were invincible beings, and they never expected to draw with their opponents today. In the second round, a sea monster at the second stage of the Saint Realm stepped out from the opposite side. Although its strength was not comparable to that of the Demon King, it should not be underestimated. On the human side, there was only one powerful cultivator at the second level of the Saint Realm, the Masked Man, who was therefore sent into battle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Masked Man from the Dragon Team clashed with the Saint Realm sea monster. The two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted for about 3 minutes. In the end, the Masked Man from the Dragon Team, covered in blood, defeated the Saint Realm second stage sea monster. In the second match, the human race won. Subsequently, the human warriors and the sea monsters began to fight one after another. In the third match, the Old Man in Black was crushed and the human race was defeated. In the fourth match, the white-bearded elder narrowly won and the human race emerged victorious. In the fifth match, the armored elder narrowly lost and the human race was defeated. The sixth match ended in defeat. Seventh game, won. Eighth match, loss. So far, in 8 matches, the human race has a record of 3 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw, indicating that the human race's situation is not optimistic. To achieve final victory, we must win the last 2 matches. In the last 2 matches, the human race no longer had any saint-level experts. Ling Chen had previously secured the spots for the last 2 matches and made a guarantee. Although the chances were slim, everyone still looked at Ling Chen with hope, hoping he could win the final victory. Young friend Ling Chen, the last 2 matches are in your hands. The white-bearded old man looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression. Ling Chen nodded to indicate that he understood and then looked in the direction of the sea monster army. He then said, "Please rest assured, everyone, I will do my best and will not let you down." "Alright, then I'll wait and see," said the white-bearded old man. At this moment, the 9th Saint Realm sea monster on the opposite side stepped out. Everyone turned to look at Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled, reached out his hand, and called out softly, "Come out, Dragon Turtle." Before he finished speaking, a summoning gate appeared out of thin air, and the Dragon Turtle emerged from it, appearing beside Ling Chen. The moment the Dragon Turtle appeared, an extremely dense dragon aura enveloped the battlefield. Just as everyone was about to ask why Ling Chen had summoned his pet, they immediately shut their mouths. The Saint Realm experts standing nearby gasped in astonishment. They clearly sensed that the Dragon Turtle exuded an aura far superior to their own. And this Dragon Turtle is actually Ling Ling Chen's pet? It should be noted that the dragon turtle is a naturally arrogant mythical beast and ordinary people simply cannot subdue it by force. This young man is extraordinary. The powerful figures exclaimed in admiration, and their gazes toward Ling Chen changed. Roar! The dragon turtle roared to the sky, letting out a deafening sound, and then its body charged towards the sea monster opposite it. Seeing the dragon turtle rushing towards it, a hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the sea monster. Then it roared and spewed out a jet of water, blasting it towards the dragon turtle. Seeing the water column rushing towards it, the dragon turtle didn't even blink and charged straight at it. The water jet struck the dragon turtle's shell without causing any damage. The dragon turtle raised its head and charged straight at the Saint Realm sea monster with astonishing speed. Soon, the two clashed. The siren's attack power was strong, but the dragon turtle's defense was simply too abnormal. Its attack landed on the dragon turtle, as if hitting a steel plate. It not only did not cause much damage, but also made itself numb. The dragon turtle relentlessly attacked the sea monster, and within moments, the sea monster was severely injured and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, all the surrounding sea monsters were shocked. This dragon turtle was too abnormal. Its shell was incredibly hard. In the 9th game, dragon turtle easily secured the victory. After defeating its opponent, the dragon turtle returned to Ling Chen's side, calling softly as if to say, "The sea monster has been dealt with. Don't forget what you promised me." Ling Chen smiled, patted the dragon turtle's head, and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep my promises. Go and rest now." Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the dragon turtle seemed somewhat delighted, then disappeared from its spot and returned to its pet space. Now that 9 games have been played, the humans and the sirens are tied, making the final game crucial. The opponent's 10th Saint Realm expert quickly took the stage, but he still exuded a trace of mortal aura, as if he were a powerful expert who had just transcended the mortal realm and entered the Saint Realm. "Young friend Ling Chen, about the 10th match?" the white-bearded elder asked, looking at Ling Chen with anticipation. Clearly, Ling Chen's summoning of a saint-level pet had given everyone a glimmer of hope. "I'll take on this 10th match," Ling Chen said with a faint smile. "What? Young friend Ling Chen, are you out of your mind? Don't be reckless." The white-bearded elder's expression suddenly changed. All the Saint Realm experts present could sense Ling Chen's level. He was only at the platinum level. Going up to fight a saint? How is that possible? Isn't that just asking for death? Chapter 169 The Defeated Saint. Ling Chen smiled and replied, "Don't worry, senior. This time, I will definitely do my best." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded with wry smiles and said nothing more. Immediately, Ling Chen leaped forward and arrived at the open sea between the two armies, looking at the last powerful figure on the opposite side. The last Saint Realm expert was a blue whale siren. It looked at Ling Chen with a look of doubt in its eyes, because it could sense the platinum level aura emanating from Ling Chen. TSK, are you humans all incompetent? Sending a little kid like you to your death." The blue whale siren opposite said with a sneer, her face full of disdain. Hearing the blue whale siren's mockery, Ling Chen smiled calmly and said, "It's not certain who will be sent to their death yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen's expression turned serious. 3rd Revolution Thunder God Technique, 2nd Revolution. Enhanced, strengthened version. His aura suddenly surged, and Ling Chen's origin chi level climbed from platinum level 7 star all the way to the peak of diamond level. The origin chi in his body was like a sea, with multiple types of origin chi superimposed together, comparable to a supreme level expert. Ling Chen's physical abilities have also reached the supreme level. Sensing the sudden surge of power emanating from Ling Chen, the blue whale siren's expression immediately darkened. "Ha, it's just power obtained by borrowing external forces. Let me show you what absolute strength is." The blue whale siren let out a cold shout, slapped its tail hard, and suddenly flew up, pouncing directly on Ling Chen. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Ling Chen in an instant, opening its bloody mouth to bite him. Looking at the gaping maw of the blue whale siren, Ling Chen's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to be bitten by the blue whale, his figure vanished instantly. The blue whale siren was slightly taken aback when its attack missed. The opponent had disappeared right under its nose, and its speed was so fast that it hadn't even noticed. Thor's fist. A loud shout came from above. Ling Chen's right fist was covered with silvery white arcs of electricity. He threw a punch and smashed it into the back of the blue whale siren. The blue whale, struck by a punch, staggered, struggled for a moment, and quickly returned to normal. Although Ling Chen's attack hit completely, the damage was not significant. Feeling a sharp pain in her back, the blue whale siren was instantly enraged. She turned around and stared intently at Ling Chen. The blue whale siren sneered and said, "Your attack is far too weak. You dare to fight me with something like this? You're courting death." As soon as she finished speaking, the blue whale siren swung its tail and suddenly charged towards Ling Chen, its huge tail sweeping across with a whooshing sound. Ling Chen slightly turned his body to avoid the attack of the blue whale siren. Missing its first attack, the blue whale siren attacked again, but Ling Chen, who possessed spatial abilities, moved on the sea surface as if it were flat ground, easily dodging the blue whale siren's attacks. "If you're so capable, then don't hide." Seeing that its repeated repeated attacks had failed, the blue whale siren said in exasperation. Hearing the blue whale siren's words, Ling Chen replied with a smile, okay, but don't move yet, take this move. Okay. Thinking of Ling Chen's ticklish attack power, the blue whale siren agreed without hesitation. Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Ling Chen stretched out his hands, a surge of icy blue origin chi appeared on his right hand, and a purple-white lightning bolt appeared on his left hand. Ling Chen then fused the source energy of his left and right hands together, a technique he had mastered many times before. Soon, the two types of superpowers merged in front of everyone, and when the two types of superpowers reached a balance point, a ball of light gradually formed. After the light sphere was created, Ling Chen first slowly inputted his fire-type ability into it, and then successively incorporated his time and space abilities into it. As more superpowers were added, the sphere of light emitted an increasingly terrifying aura. The blue whale siren's pupils shrank sharply as it felt the energy fluctuations released by the light sphere in Ling Chen's hand. Its heart pounded violently, and the look of horror on its face was hard to suppress. What a terrifying attack! At this moment, the blue whale siren finally realized that he had underestimated the human child in front of him. The power of this move was far beyond his imagination. He poured almost all of his source energy into it, and the ball of light grew larger and larger, emitting a terrifying aura. Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief after doing all this, and was about to throw the ball of light at the blue whale siren. Seeing the ball of light rushing towards them, the blue whale siren's eyes revealed a hint of fear, and it quickly dodged backward, having already forgotten the boast it had just made. Don't run away. The ball of light in Ling Chen's hand began to vibrate violently, looking as if it was about to explode at any moment. Suddenly, the sphere of light shattered like a glass ball, and the energy contained within it surged out in an instant. Just as the blue whale siren breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had dodged the attack, Ling Chen and the ball of light suddenly appeared in front of the blue whale siren. The intense shockwave instantly engulfed the blue whale siren. A scream echoed throughout the entire sea as the blue whale siren's entire body exploded instantly, blood gushing out and its body covered in wounds. The wounded siren lay dying on the sea surface. Hiss! Everyone present couldn't help but gasp when they saw the blue whale siren covered in wounds. They were dumbfounded and their eyes were full of disbelief. A platinum-level human youth defeated a siren who had just entered the Saint Realm, completely shattering everyone's worldview. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding. In the 10th match, the humans won, disappeared on the spot. In the end, the human race won the duel, and all the human warriors on the battlefield shouted in unison, Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Ling Chen! Excited shouts echoed across the battlefield, shaking people to their core. Ling Chen's face was somewhat pale. Although he had defeated the blue whale sea monster, he was also severely depleted. He had no source energy left in his body. Seeing Ling Chen standing motionless, Ling Huan, who was healing his wounds in the back, noticed Ling Chen's predicament. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning bound Ling Chen and pulled him back. Well done. Emperor Ling patted Ling Chen's shoulder gently, speaking with considerable appreciation. I still have a long way to go, Ling Chen said with a wry smile. This time, Ling Chen's success was entirely due to the high level and quantity of his supernatural talents. His own strength still had a long way to go. Don't underestimate yourself. Your growth rate is already astonishing. In a while, I'm afraid even I won't be able to beat you, Ling Huan laughed. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen remained silent, as if he were saying something like, I dare to hit you. Chapter 170 The War Ends, A Realm Above Saints. Ling Chen muttered to himself, alright, you should rest now. Leave the rest to me. Emperor Ling patted Ling Chen on the shoulder, indicating that Ling Chen should rest first and leave the rest to him. Ling Chen responded, sat down cross-legged, and began to calmly regulate his breathing. Although the light sphere he had just used was incredibly powerful, it had consumed all of his source energy. Now he needed time to slowly regulate his breathing and recover the source energy he had consumed. Emperor Ling rose and walked to the center of the battlefield. Looking at the Demon King opposite him, he said calmly, we have one. As agreed, you can withdraw your troops now. Upon hearing Ling Huang's words, the Demon King's expression turned somewhat grim. He glanced intently at Ling Chen, who was not far away. Their previously overwhelming advantage had vanished entirely due to Ling Chen's arrival. If the two armies were to clash, even if the Siren race were to defeat the human race, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, the Demon King knew that the human race was not limited to such a small force, just as the Siren race had not launched a full-scale attack. He just didn't expect that the Emperor Ling would actually recover. Withdraw the troops. The Demon King flicked his tail and angrily turned to leave. Demon King, are we just going to withdraw our troops like this? A Saint Realm expert standing nearby was slightly taken aback, looking at the Demon King with some doubt and uncertainty. I always keep my word. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The Demon King glanced sharply to the side, his brows furrowing slightly, his tone filled with displeasure. Upon seeing the Demon King's piercing gaze, the Saint Realm sea monster immediately shut his mouth and remained silent. The siren beside him looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. Didn't he see that the Demon King was in a bad mood? Why did did he have to provoke him at this time? Seeing this, the sage-level sea monster was somewhat annoyed. He had only wanted to express his doubts, but he hadn't expected to offend the Demon King. Poof! With a cold snort, the Demon King flew directly backward. After the Demon King left, all the saintly sea monsters also withdrew from the battlefield and followed him, and the sea monster army slowly retreated. Seeing the sirens retreat, the human warriors cheered. They had won. The newly arrived reinforcements were happy but also somewhat helpless, as if they had come only to leave empty-handed. It ended without anything being done. Watching the departing sea monster army, Emperor Ling frowned. The siren army's attack was so sudden, and they retreated so quickly. It seems that this sea monster of the East Sea has a secret. Unable to come up with a solution for the time being, Ling Huang turned back to the position of the human army. At this moment, Ling Chen's face was also a little pale. Apart from his torn clothes, there were no other injuries on his body. With his divine-level cultivation technique, Ling Chen quickly recovered some of his source energy, and the depletion of source energy was nothing to him. Many people looked at Ling Chen with deep admiration. Ling Chen had actually defeated a sea monster at the Saint Realm. He was truly amazing. Withdraw the troops and return to the city, Emperor Ling said calmly, glancing at Ling Chen. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, and slowly and orderly retreated back to the city. Sensing that the army was retreating, Ling Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and prepared to return with the army. Ling Chen, wait a moment. Ling Huang's voice came, and Ling Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked straight at Ling Huang with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Rest and recover first, then come find me and we'll talk again, Ling Huang said calmly, looking at Ling Chen. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded without saying anything and turned to walk away. Looking at Ling Chen's retreating figure, Ling Huang's eyes flickered slightly. Ling Chen found a place to sit cross-legged and quietly closed his eyes. That move just now consumed almost all of his source energy, so his top priority is to recover it as soon as possible. Ling Chen activated his cultivation technique, drawing in a continuous stream of origin chi that formed a massive vortex above his head. Ling Chen continuously absorbed the source energy into his body, and after circulating it through his cultivation technique for one cycle, it flowed into his depleted dantian. Time passed second by second, and half an hour later, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, a deep excitement shining in them. His source energy was not only fully replenished, but also improved, and his strength advanced to the platinum level 8 stars. Feeling the source energy become several times more abundant than before, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. Not bad. Ling Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up, stretched out a big yawn, and felt great. Recalling Ling Huang's words, Ling Chen lightly stomped his foot and disappeared from the spot. Military camp, the Imperial tent. Ling Chen arrived at the entrance of the military camp in an instant. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Huang's voice came from inside the tent. Come in. Ling Chen lifted the tent flap and went inside. Upon seeing Ling Chen enter, Emperor Ling stood up, waved his hand, and a burst of origin chi enveloped the entire tent, making it impossible for anyone outside to hear what was being said inside. Looking at Ling Chen, Emperor Ling asked with a smile, "How was it?" Ling Chen smiled and replied, "I have recovered and even made some progress." Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling was slightly taken aback but quickly came to terms with it. After all, he was his son, and it was normal for him to be a little monstrous. Your performance has truly astounded me. Your talent far surpasses mine. You are the strongest genius I have ever seen, Ling Huang said calmly, then added with a slightly serious tone, but the Saint Realm is only the beginning of transcending the mundane. After this battle, I have already vaguely touched the threshold above the Saint Realm. Above the sage? Ling Chen was shocked and looked at Ling Huang. That's right. Above the saints are the immortals on earth, then the great Luo golden immortals, and then the immortal god kings. Your mother's clansmen are at least above the saint level, Ling Huang said thoughtfully. Land immortals and great golden immortals, each realm is divided into 3 levels. The immortal god king realm is divided into several levels: minor success, major success, perfection, and peak. All of this was learned by Emperor Ling from the Shen Yuan family's library, but it had been a long time since anyone on Blue Star had reached the saint level. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. It seemed that he also needed to work harder. The main reason I called you here is for one thing. The attack by the East Sea Siren was too sudden. I think you can go and find out what's going on. The Emperor looked at Ling Chen and said seriously. Oh, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. First the South China Sea, then the East China Sea, they're treating me like a spy. I will soon return to Dawn City to continue guarding it and go into seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough. I entrust the investigation of the East Sea matter to you. Emperor Ling said that Ling Chen was his biological son, and he naturally trusted Ling Chen. Moreover, Ling Chen possesses the combat power of a Saint Realm expert and spatial abilities. Emperor Ling believes that if he encounters danger, this guy, his son, will be able to turn the situation around. Chapter 171 Holy Angel. Okay, I understand. Ling Chen glanced at Ling Huang and nodded slightly. To be honest, he also had a considerable interest in the East China Sea, and this was also an opportunity for him to hone his skills. Not only that, he also plans to take this opportunity to improve his skills. skills. After all, he can handle newly entered Saint Realm experts, but if he encounters a veteran Saint Realm expert, he will only have the fate of running away. If my strength is improved again, I won't have much trouble dealing with those veteran Saint Realm experts. Okay. Seeing that Ling Chen had agreed, Ling Huang nodded in satisfaction and instructed, go ahead. Remember, be careful in everything you do, and don't act impulsively. If possible, try to keep a low profile. Don't worry. Ling Chen nodded in response, then chatted with Ling Huang for a few words before getting up and leaving Ling Huang's tent. As Ling Chen stepped out of the emperor's tent, a smile appeared on his lips. He really wanted to go and see what was going on with the East Sea, that it had suddenly sent out such a large number of sea monsters, as if it wanted to exterminate the human race. However, through this period of understanding, Ling Chen knew the human race's strength. Even if the sea monsters didn't know, they wouldn't be so hasty as to send only 10 Saint Realm experts to invade the human race's territory. They must be hiding something. Ling Chen's mind raced as he tried to figure out the mystery, but he couldn't, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Only by going and investigating for myself will I know the answer. After thinking it over, Ling Chen quickened his pace, preparing to go and check on the situation of his army. After asking around several times, Ling Chen quickly arrived at the location where the Tianan City Special Ability Army was stationed. After a brief mental examination, Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. The army, which originally numbered in the hundreds of thousands, now had only 30,000 left. Moreover, each of them had scars on their bodies. However, Ling Chen saw no disappointment or fear on their faces, only determination and hopeful eyes. They grew up through the baptism of war. Ling Chen quickly took out the array plate and came to the trial grounds. After so many days, the healers should have almost completed their evolution. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Chen arrived at the Tree of Life in the trial grounds, he saw that the group of little Lolas had disappeared and been replaced by a group of holy angels with legs over a meter long and voluptuous figures. These holy angels were dressed in pure white gowns, and each of their pretty faces wore a gentle smile, making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. They have 4 wings on their backs, which flutter gently, making them dance gracefully. These holy angels were all handsome, especially their emerald green eyes, which were like jewels and hard to look away from. The holy angel at the very center is Soka. She was also draped in a silver white robe, her long black hair tied high behind her head, revealing her slender neck and a pretty face with a captivating smile on her delicate features. These holy angels had reached the supreme level 9 stars in strength, and their holy aura was overwhelming. Ling Chen stared blankly for a moment, then blushed, realized what was happening, and coughed lightly to ease his embarrassment. Upon seeing Ling Chen appear, the holy angels immediately bowed and greeted him, saying, "Master, we have successfully evolved." Suddenly, Ling Chen saw patches of white before his eyes, along with those somewhat alluring curves. Ling Chen coughed again and said softly, "Not bad. Congratulations on your successful evolution." "Thank you, Master." The holy angels responded respectfully, each winking playfully at Ling Chen, their pretty faces blossoming with joy. "Well, since you've successfully evolved, come with me and help me heal my army." "We'll come back another time," Ling Chen said dryly. Seeing that Ling Chen was a little flustered, all the holy angels smiled slightly. Okay. All the holy angels agreed, and Ling Chen quickly called them to leave with him. Soon, Ling Chen arrived at the Superpower Army's encampment with a large group of holy angels. Upon seeing the holy angels, all the Superpower warriors were stunned, staring wide-eyed with disbelief. "Oh my god, what am I seeing? Am I dreaming? These girls are absolutely my goddesses. This must be a hallucination. I actually saw angels? So beautiful, so beautiful. She's truly an angel, so beautiful." Hearing the straightforward praise from the group of men around them, the holy angels nervously stood behind Ling Chen. Commander, may I ask what these are?" One of the superpowered officers asked eagerly. "They are also part of my legion, and will be our medics from now on. You must protect them well," Ling Chen said with a faint smile, somewhat teasingly. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, the group of superpowered warriors became excited. "Alright, you all go and treat them." Ling Chen turned around and smiled at the group of angel healers. "Yes, Master," the nurses replied hastily, then waved their staffs together and slowly floated into the sky. A pure white beam of light descended from the sky and landed on a group of superpowered warriors. Instantly, the group of superpowered warriors were enveloped in light, their entire bodies bathed in holy radiance. "Ah, that feels so good. It feels like soaking in a hot spring." The superpowered warriors below were buzzing with discussion. Warm, luminous energy seeped into their pores, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Their bodies emanated a strange aura, an aura with a sense of holiness, as if a holy power was constantly cleansing their blood and internal organs. I feel like all my previous hidden injuries have disappeared." A soldier was surprised to find that his body had completely returned to normal. "Yes, and I feel like I've gotten stronger," another soldier chimed in. Listening to everyone's voices, Ling Chen smiled. The evolved healers could not only heal the injuries they had suffered. These sacred elements of light can also remove chronic acne, restore normal bodily functions, and enhance physical strength. Make your body stronger and more suitable suitable for combat. It can be said that with this group of holy angels, the strength of his army will rise to a whole new level. Soon, the angels healed all the superpowered warriors' injuries, and after recovering, they returned to Ling Chen's side. Chapter 172 The turmoil caused by Jun Xie and other demons. Alright, that's all for now. Go and rest. Ling Chen waved his hand and said to the holy angels. Yes, Lord, all the holy angels replied in unison. My lord, where are brother Junxi and the others? Sokka, standing among the angels, stepped forward and asked Ling Chen. Them? Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. Hearing Sokka mention it, Ling Chen remembered that after arranging for Jun Xie and the others to hunt sea monsters on their own last time, he had forgotten about the matter. And there's also the Shark Warrior Legion, we don't know their specific situation. Thinking of this, Ling Chen reached out his hand, wanting to summon a demon warrior to inquire about his situation. But after a long time, there was no sign of the demon warriors in the summoning space, and Ling Chen felt a little uneasy. What's wrong, my lord? Sokka asked, somewhat puzzled, noticing Ling Chen's furrowed brows. It's nothing. Ling Chen shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go find the demon warrior himself. Then, Ling Chen opened the summoning gate again, and the figures of White Shark and 2 shark warriors appeared. Greetings, master. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the 3 shark warriors knelt on one knee and said respectfully. After sensing the aura emanating from the White Shark, Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. In just half a month, the aura emanating from the White Shark had reached the level of a 3-star city-breaking expert. Level up in a day? And that's with tens of thousands of shark warriors sharing experience. These guys are practically killing gods. Ling Chen clicked his tongue in amazement, feeling fortunate that he had chosen to let them develop on their own, otherwise, he would not have been able to train them so quickly. How are you doing now? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to my lord, since we parted ways last time, we have been searching for and fighting the sea monster army. Gradually, everyone has been upgraded to the city-breaking level. At this point, White Shark paused, his voice slightly hoarse, and continued, however, over 1,000 brothers have left us in the battle. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen sighed, feeling inexplicably sad. He remained silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a notification sound came through. Ding! Friendly reminder. Fallen Legion warriors can be resurrected. Ha! Ling Chen swallowed back the words that were about to come out. System, how do I revive you? Resurrection can be performed by consuming Legion points. Every 10,000 Legion points can revive 1 Legion warrior, and every 1,000,000 Legion points can revive a Legion commander. Upon hearing the notification, Ling Chen quickly opened his long-unused system interface. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Platinum level 8 stars. Number of Legion beasts, 3,194,250. Legion points, 15715,983. Backpack, view all. Seeing the number of his goblins, Ling Chen's lips twitched slightly. These goblins were quite prolific, but their speed had been severely slowed down, indicating that they were being restricted and it would be difficult to increase their speed in the future. Although Ling Chen's Legion of Beasts seems to have a large number, only a few tens of thousands are actually combat ready. Seeing that he had tens of millions of Legion points, Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. His summoned Legion had already killed tens of millions of monsters. Thinking about whether his own Legion had any normal members, Ling Chen noticed that the healer Legion next to him looked much prettier and more pleasing to the eye. I can resurrect them. Ling Chen's words shocked everyone. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the White Shark, the Shark Warriors, and all the holy angels looked at Ling Chen with astonishment and disbelief in their eyes. Resurrection? The Lord can actually resurrect people? White Shark was instantly excited. Brothers, we can be resurrected. Resurrection? The Master could actually be resurrected? The holy angels beside him stared at Ling Chen in astonishment. That was a divinely bestowed skill that they only had a 1 in 10 chance of awakening after evolving into a seraphim. Moreover, their resurrection is only possible if they have been dead for less than 3 minutes. But now, their master says that they can resurrect the Shark Warriors who have been dead for a long time. Ignoring the shock of the holy angel healers, Ling Chen chose to use Legion points to revive the Shark Warrior in the system. Ding! Resurrect 1314 Shark Warriors? As Ling Chen silently chanted, a familiar summoning gate appeared before everyone. White Shark was slightly taken aback, then sensed the familiar aura within it. I got excited instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1314 Shark Warriors. Upon closer inspection, Ling Chen discovered that the group of Shark Warriors had returned to the Platinum level 9-star strength. It was as if they had been reset. Master, how did you do that? White Shark asked excitedly. Well, you don't need to know that. Ling Chen waved his hand, then said to White Shark, lead your men to hunt down the sea monsters. Their strength needs to be raised again. Yes, my lord. White Shark's tone was full of respect. He now regarded Ling Chen as a godlike figure to be worshipped. Oh, by the way, have you seen a group of demon warriors recently? Ling Chen asked. A demon warrior? White Shark was slightly taken aback upon hearing Ling Chen's words. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he immediately said, according to the native inhabitants of the sea, they once saw a group of about a dozen shadowy killing gods who slaughtered a sea monster monster clan of millions overnight. They are now wanted by the sea. Ah, when did this happen? Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, only then realizing where all those legion points came from. It happened just a few days ago. It said that the demon emperor was furious and was going to send a large army and dozens of Saint Realm experts to besiege them. A large army? Dozens of Saint Realm experts? Ling Chen's eyes twitched slightly upon hearing this. It sounded so familiar. Moreover, it actually took dozens of saint-level beings from the Sea Demon clan to besiege Jun Xie and his group. Ling Chen, who exactly is the protagonist? Alright, I got it. You guys go ahead and level up. I'll contact you if I need anything. Ling Chen waved his hand, signaling White Shark to take the newly resurrected shark warriors to level up. Watching by Sha and the others' retreating figures, Ling Chen stroked his chin. There must be some unknown reason why Jun Xie and the others could attract such great attention from the East Sea Demon Emperor. There was no response to the summons just now. It seems that Jun Xie and the others are trapped. It seems I have no choice but to make a trip to the East China Sea. My lord, what about that resurrection spell you just used? The angels rushed forward and asked as they saw White Shark leading the warriors away. Well, that's kind of my exclusive skill, but it can only revive my summon legion, which means you guys. Ling Chen said frankly. The angel's eyes were filled with envy. Chapter 173 Departure for the East China Sea. Although Ling Chen's resurrection ability has limited applications, it's still a resurrection. This made a group of holy angel healers who didn't yet have resurrection skills extremely envious. Looking at the angels with envious expressions, Ling Chen felt a sense of helplessness. They didn't know that it took killing 10,000 demonic beasts to revive just one summoned beast. Of course, Ling Chen only thought these words to himself. My lord, are Junxi and the others wanted? Let's hurry and rescue them, Sokka said anxiously from the side. Yes, of course. Let's get ready to depart now. Ling Chen nodded in agreement and then went to the council hall of the superpower army. Upon seeing Ling Chen, City Lord Yi, who was seated at the head of the council hall, immediately rose and bowed to Ling Chen. Greetings, young Master Ling. Don't mention it. What are your plans now? Ling Chen asked with a smile. City Lord Yi shook his head and said, we are awaiting your orders. In that case, let's withdraw the entire army to Tianan City. There's no need for our few men here, Ling Chen ordered. Yes, Lord Yi replied, and then gave the order. Soon, the entire superpowered army retreated in a grand procession. After arranging everything, Ling Chen first returned to the trial grounds and went to the second level. He then refined several body-shaping pills on his own. They felt good and were all of excellent quality. Seeing that the clone skill was already usable, Ling Chen left the clone on the second floor for alchemy once again. Exploiting myself. However, it's worth making the most of resources and working hard for yourself. Clone, listen, thank you. You're welcome, we're all family. Afterwards, Ling Chen left Bai Ling in the trial grounds to cultivate and fed the body-shaping pill to the little turtle. Then he and the wet nurses prepared to set off to save Jun Xie and the other demons. Because there were too many wet nurses, and in order to prevent his own body from being depleted of its vital energy, Ling Chen took the other angelic wet nurses into his own space. Only Sokka remained, and then Little Blue, who was watching the little dragon in the pet space, was summoned. How is Xiaolon? Ling Chen asked with some concern when he saw Xiaolon. It will take some more time to recover, but then it will be almost healed, Xiaolon said. She had been staying by Xiaolon's side these past few days. That's good. Take us to the depths of the East China Sea. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded and, with Sokka in tow, leaped onto Xiaolan's back. Little Blue spread its wings and took Ling Chen and the nannies into the air. With the flapping of its wings, Little Blue moved very fast and flew into the sky in just a moment. Ling Chen and the others rode on Xiaolan's back and flew swiftly towards the depths of the East China Sea. The East China Sea is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the coastline, and even at Xiaolan's speed, it would take a whole day to reach it. On Xiaolan's back, the two could feel the sea breeze blowing, see the churning waves on the sea, and the sea monsters that kept rolling around. The monsters on the surface of the sea were too low level, and upon sensing the aura emanating from Xiaolan, they all dived into the seabed. Ling Chen didn't intend to waste the day on the long journey. He sat cross-legged on Xiaolan's back and began to cultivate. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Chen opened his eyes, stretched, and stood up. Little Blue had stopped flying and was hovering in midair, waiting for Ling Chen to wake up. Boss, this is the deep sea area of the East China Sea. Seeing Ling Chen awaken, Xiaolan's phoenix beak twitched a few times and she said softly, okay, thank you for your hard work. Go back and look after Xiaolong. Ling Chen nodded and put Xiaolan back into his pet space. A chill ran through their feet as a thick layer of ice formed on the sea, upon which Ling Chen and Sokka stood. He exchanged 2 more water-repelling beads from the shop and put them into his and Sokka's mouths. Then, Ling Chen's body swayed and he transformed into a stream of light, plunging into the East Sea. Sokka followed closely behind Ling Chen and also transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the East China Sea. Upon entering, a cool sensation spread throughout their bodies. Soon, Ling Chen led Sokka down to a depth of nearly tens of thousands of meters, finally seeing the seabed. It was pitch black all around, and there was nothing there at all. After pondering for a moment, moment, Ling Chen chose the east side and led Sokka through the vast sea. This area of the sea was quiet, as if there was nothing there. Before he knew it, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the seabed not far ahead, where countless sea monster corpses lay. The beast cores and the brains of these sirens' corpses had all been removed. Most of them were killed in one blow, and those that weren't instantly killed were basically supreme-level beings. Stepping forward, Sokka frowned, her face pale as she looked at the bloody scene before her, sniffing the air with her little nose. There are still traces of Brother Junxi's aura here. After a moment, Sokka suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. In this sea area, apart from Jun Xia, probably no one else would dare to slaughter the sea monster clan like this. This sea area belongs to the Sea Emperor of the East China Sea. All the sea monsters obey the Demon King, and it is rare for any group to fight each other to the point of annihilation. In that case, there is only one explanation: it was done by foreign demon warriors. It seems that Brother Junxi and the others are heading in this direction, Sokka said with certainty, pointing north. She wouldn't forget the scent on her brother Junxi. Okay, let's go. Upon hearing Sokka's words, Ling Chen immediately flew north, releasing his spiritual power to envelop the surrounding area. After absorbing the water spirit illusion flame last time, Ling Chen's mental power has been greatly enhanced, and the coverage area on the seabed has been greatly increased. The area within a radius of several miles is all within Ling Chen's detection range. After searching northwards for an hour, Ling Chen did not find any trace of Jun Xie and the other demons, but he did discover that a large number of various sea monster groups, including shrimp soldiers and crab generals, had gathered there, and these sea monster groups were searching in the northwards. It is very likely that their target was Jun Xie and the others. After turning around, he put Sokka into his space. A group of holy angels were crammed into Ling Chen's space to soak in the hot spring. Ling Chen's body slowly transformed into the appearance of an East Sea crab demon. Immediately, Ling Chen's aura changed, and his presence became similar to that of the crab soldiers in front of him, with no difference. Having done all this, Ling Chen slowly swam towards the group of sea monsters ahead, and while the monsters weren't paying attention, he blended into the group of crab monsters. Brother, you look unfamiliar. A crab soldier who noticed Ling Chen's appearance came over and greeted him warmly. Chapter 174 Meeting Junxi. This crab soldier was tall and burly, about 2.5 meters tall, with an incredibly strong body and golden skin. He carried a heavy sword weighing over 100 pounds on his back, and his muscles were bulging, making him look very imposing. I'm new here, it's normal that you haven't seen me before, Ling Chen replied casually, then searched the area with a serious expression. Seeing Ling Chen's serious expression, the old crab soldier didn't bother to make a fool of himself. After all, Ling Chen's body was entirely covered in the scent of crab soldiers, so the old crab soldiers didn't suspect anything. Ling Chen searched while keeping an eye on the scene ahead. After searching for several hours, Ling Chen's sea monster army did not find any trace of Jun Xie and the others, but they did find the corpses of the rest of the sea creatures, all of whom were killed in one move. Judging from the looks of it, they have encountered a formidable enemy. It must be a powerful force that attacked them, and it is very likely that it was Jun Xie and his group. It seems that Jun Xie and the others are indeed in trouble. Ling Chen frowned, thinking to himself. At this moment, he noticed that the number of sea creatures appearing around them was increasing, and it seemed that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. If things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before they find Jun Xie and the other demons, so Ling Chen has to figure out an escape route for them. Ling Chen pondered for a moment, and then a flash of inspiration struck him. Since the encirclement of the Siren clan is gradually shrinking, there is only one way: to open a gap in one direction through a coordinated attack from within and without. Immediately, Ling Chen deliberately slowed down and then casually moved from the front of the line to the back. At this moment, the sirens in front had already narrowed their encirclement to a very small area. Soon, the sounds of battle could be heard from ahead, clearly indicating that Jun Xie and his group were fighting the sea creatures. Ling Chen's team sensed the commotion and quickly sped up, rushing forward. Ling Chen, who was mixed in with the team, soon spotted Jun Xie and the other demons. Meanwhile, the battle ahead was still raging, with the corpses of sea monsters falling one by one, their blood staining the entire seabed red. Ling Chen glanced around briefly and saw that among the surrounding sea monsters were dozens of Saint Realm experts and countless Supreme Realm experts. Moreover, Ling Chen felt that these Saint Realm experts looked somewhat familiar. They were clearly the sea monsters who attacked the coastline. This group of saints is missing one blue whale siren and one demon king compared to the last time we met. Then, Ling Chen turned his gaze to Jun Xie and the other demons, and found that Jun Xie was in a bad state, covered in wounds, and his clothes were stained with the blood of sea monsters, obviously having gone through a fierce battle. However, after this period of fighting and fleeing, and by constantly killing the pursuing sea monsters, Jun Xie and the other demons all reached the peak of the supreme level. With their powerful bloodline and physique, even a Saint Realm expert in the early stage would find it difficult to defeat them. However, what puzzled Ling Chen was that all the sea monsters around him seemed to feel fear towards Jun Xie and the other demons. It wasn't that they were afraid of being killed by Jun Xie, but rather that they were afraid of their race. Could it be that the demon race has some connection with the sea monsters of the East Sea? Ling Chen wondered to himself, because when he summoned the demon race, he knew that the demon race might actually exist. At this moment, Ling Chen thought of the battlefield of 10,000 races, where there was also a demon race. The definition of demons there was bloodthirsty and brutal. Could it be that demons had once descended to Earth? Ling Chen stroked his chin, and thinking about this, he felt more and more that his guess might be correct. However, the most urgent task is to rescue Jun Xie and the others before considering anything else. Although the demons were powerful, after several days of continuous fighting, Jun Xie and his companions were clearly exhausted. Ling Chen did not act rashly, but continued to lie in wait among the team, observing the situation and waiting for an opportunity to rescue them. Jun Xie seemed to sense something and secretly glanced in Ling Chen's direction, but quickly looked away and continued fighting with the sea creatures. Soon, the sea creatures in front gained an absolute advantage, suppressing Jun Xie and the others so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Seeing the increasing number of sea creatures in front of him, Ling Chen was also somewhat worried. If this continued, Jun Xie and the others probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Third revolution, Thunder God Technique. Second revolution. Amidst the stunned gaze of a nearby crab soldier, Ling Chen's aura suddenly surged from platinum level to city-breaking level. With his inner energy as vast as the sea, Ling Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he took out the Xianyuan sword from his spatial storage. Time and space ban. In an instant, the space-time ban imprisoned all the sea creatures, rendering them unable to move. Enveloping the entire group of sea monsters in his forbidden zone, Ling Chen held his sword in his right hand and unleashed a powerful swing. Dimensional slash. An invisible, gigantic sword arc thousands of meters long and wide swept forward from Ling Chen's center. The enormous sword blade, carrying destructive power, swept across the sea creatures ahead. As the massive sword swept across the seabed, it instantly became empty, revealing a deep trench hundreds of meters deep. All the sea monsters in front of them vanished, leaving behind a vast empty space. Tens of thousands of sirens vanished without a trace, tearing a gap in the encirclement. The power of that single sword strike was terrifying. The sirens around them, realizing what was happening, stared at Ling Chen in horror, their eyes revealing a hint of fear. Ling Chen ignored the other sea monsters and rushed quickly to Jun Xie's side. With a graceful turn, he instantly appeared before Jun Xie and the other demons. With a wave of his hand, one by one, pure white holy angels appeared out of thin air. Then the demons saw that the nurses, dressed in bikinis, were staring blankly at their surroundings. Great healing technique. Finally, Sokka reacted, her face flushed, and waved her staff, releasing a powerful healing light that enveloped Jun Xie and the others. A pure light enveloped Jun Xie and the other demons, and their complexions quickly returned to normal. "My lord," Jun Xie said respectfully upon seeing Ling Chen. The recovered demon warriors were all eager to fight. They had been suppressed and frustrated because of their injuries, but now they were full of fighting spirit. "It's you!" Upon seeing Ling Chen suddenly appear and heal the demon's injuries, a saint-level sea monster in the distance said in surprise. Originally, this group of demons was already a sure thing, but Ling Chen's sudden appearance stirred things up. "Do you know the origins of the demon race? You're raising a tiger to your own detriment." An elderly, veteran saint-level sea monster stared coldly at Ling Chen, his eyes filled with anger. Chapter 175, The Reasons for the Demon Clan's Attack. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about my affairs. They are all my brothers. If you want to fight, then fight." Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the veteran Saint Realm sea monster was immediately enraged. He formed a hand seal, and a terrifying talisman shot towards Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen's expression remained unchanged. He flipped his wrist, preparing to make a move. Possessed by a demon. A soft shout came from behind Ling Chen. Jun Xie pushed off with his feet, and his aura suddenly rose. A huge divine soul power spread out, and instantly, a phantom demonic figure appeared. This phantom was nearly 1,000 feet tall, shrouded in a black robe, and exuded an extremely wild and ferocious demonic aura. Jun Xie threw a punch, and the phantom of the demon god also threw a punch. He shattered the flying talisman with a single punch. Possessed by a demon god, the veteran saint-level sea monster exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Ling Chen turned to look at Jun Xie, a hint of admiration in his eyes. The demon god possession move is quite impressive, very domineering. Jun Xie waved his right hand, and a huge spear appeared in his hand. He suddenly thrust it towards the old Saint Realm sea monster. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old Saint Realm sea monster. The veteran saint-level sea monster let out a low shout and clapped his hands repeatedly. Under the control of the veteran Saint Realm sea monster, runes containing immense power instantly condensed into massive beams of energy, which bombarded Jun Xie. The two collided, producing a deafening explosion. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the saint-level sea monster was sent flying backward, crashing into the rocks on the seabed and instantly shattering into pieces. The instant kill terrified the surrounding sea monsters. This veteran Saint Realm sea monster was already among the top in the entire East Sea, yet he was still instantly killed by Jun Xie in Chen one move, which was truly terrifying. Possessed by a demon. The dozens of demon warriors behind Ling Chen also used the same skill. Terrifying energy burst from the demon warriors, instantly increasing their strength. A phantom hundreds of feet tall appeared behind them. The demon warriors roared in unison and charged forward, heading straight for the enemy's Saint Realm experts. Soon, they were engaged in battle with dozens of Saint Realm sea monsters. Boom boom boom. A series of loud bangs echoed, deafeningly loud. The demon warriors' attacks were swift and powerful. The sea monsters at the Saint Realm couldn't dodge in time and kept swinging their weapons to parry. They were forced to retreat step by step. Going head-on with the demon warriors would only lead to their own suffering. Soon, the group of Saint-level sea monsters were covered in wounds, and the demon warriors gained the upper hand, subsequently defeating the Saint-level opponents one by one. The remaining sea monsters saw that even their Saint-level leader could not withstand the attack of this group of sea monsters, and they all began to flee in panic. Without their Saint-level leader, the remaining large number of sea monsters were just a disorganized mess. Once all the Saint-level sea monsters had lost their fighting ability in the battle against the demon warriors, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Wave after wave of sirens fell like wheat being harvested by the demon warriors. Behind each demon warrior float several pure white angel healers, providing them with healing services at all times, so that they don't have to worry about their injuries. Ling Chen didn't go to check on the demon warriors again, knowing they weren't in any danger. With a leap, he landed on several Saint-level sea monsters who had been knocked unconscious and rendered unable to fight. This was Ling Chen's special instruction to leave them alive. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the eyes of several Saint Realm sea monsters began to flicker with panic. Now that they were enemies, Ling Chen would certainly not show them any mercy. I can give you a few chances. If any of you tell me why you attacked the human race this time, I will release everyone, Ling Chen asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the several Saint-level sea monsters exchanged glances, and then one of them, who appeared to be the oldest, stepped forward. Approaching Ling Chen, he said earnestly, "The main reason is them." Oh, Ling Chen was somewhat surprised. Why would they go to such lengths to gather an army of tens of millions of sea monsters just for Jun Xie and a few others? Some time ago, our clan's supreme elder sensed the presence of demons on the East Coast. Demons are a terrifying group. They are bloodthirsty, brutal, and incredibly powerful. As he spoke, the siren's tone was filled with hatred. Once upon a time, the East Sea was peaceful. Until one day, a foreign demon came. It was bloodthirsty and greedy, loved killing, and was extremely bloodthirsty. Moreover, it grew stronger and stronger in the killing. Our East Sea demon clan was almost wiped out. In the end, if it weren't for one of our supreme elders who risked his life to exchange blows with that demon, the East Sea demon clan would probably no longer exist. The siren continued, her tone filled with deep hatred and fear, clearly indicating that she harbored a profound resentment towards the demon race. Therefore, as soon as our demon emperor sensed the aura of the demon race, he immediately sent us to the East Coast to investigate. Later, we only encountered humans on the East Coast, so we wondered if we could rush ashore and search for the demon race there. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded. So that's how it is. No wonder the East Sea monsters, who had always lived in peace with the human race, suddenly invaded the human race. It turns out that the reason was that when Jun Xie came to the East Sea to practice, his aura was sensed by the demon emperor. However, all Ling Chen had ever heard of the demon race as evil, bloodthirsty, and obsessed with killing, but the demon warriors he summoned, such as Jun Xie, did not exhibit any of these traits. Does the demon race have two groups? This question flashed through Ling Chen's mind, but he shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to think about it. All he needed to know was that Jun Xie and the others were his own people. Young human, you must not raise a tiger that will cause you harm. These demons are from beyond the realm, not from our blue star, and their intentions must be eliminated, the sea monster said to Ling Chen with a serious expression. Ling Chen shook his head and waved to a healer beside him. The healer then gently waved her staff with her right hand, and a beam of healing white light fell, causing some of the sea monsters at the Saint Realm to recover from their injuries. Thank you for your kindness, but these are my brothers, Ling Chen. They are not the same kind of demons as the demons you are talking about. They would not do anything that would offend the heavens. Ling Chen turned to the siren who had been talking the whole time and said with a resolute expression, Chapter 176 Demon Emperor's Palace. Since that's the case, there's nothing more we can say. The siren sighed. What could she do if she couldn't defeat her opponent? Stop, Jun Xie. Ling Chen shouted in the direction Jun Xie and the other demons were chasing. Upon hearing Ling Chen's voice, Jun Xie immediately stopped, and the giant demonic shadow behind him dispersed. Dozens of demon warriors returned and quickly came back to Ling Chen's side. Brother Junxi. Upon seeing Junxi, Sokka immediately flew to Junxi's side and sat on Junxi's broad and upright shoulders without any hesitation. The sea monsters at the Saint Realm were stunned when they saw this scene. How come these demons are different from the previous ones? They had all been fortunate enough to see the last demon in person, and the blood-red killing intent in his eyes was something they would never forget. Before them, Jun Xie, though also a demon, had clear eyes and a somewhat sinister yet not blood bloodthirsty demeanor, making him seem like a completely different race from the demons they had previously known. Junxie, they say that your demon race once had an extremely bloodthirsty demon who came to the East Sea and dyed this sea red. But that kind seems very different from yours. Ling Chen looked at Junxie with a smile and said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. That's because he's a demon with impure blood. He became a demon on his own, lacking a complete cultivation system. He can only increase his strength through constant killing and bloodshed, but he also lost himself in the process. Junxie said expressionlessly, with a touch of coldness, and I am a true demon, a descendant of the demon god, possessing a complete cultivation system, thus enabling me to improve my strength without losing myself. After Junxie's explanation, Ling Chen nodded. It turned out that Junxie and the others were genuine descendants of the demon god, and their status was based entirely on the degree of their bloodline. Junxie is the descendant of the demon god with the highest bloodline among this generation, and is also a descendant of the demon god bloodline that is rare to find in 1,000 years. He is the last demon prince who can inherit the position of demon god. I see. The sea monsters beside them nodded in agreement. It seemed that it was all just a misunderstanding. However, going back like this would be difficult to explain to the demon emperor. This was a real challenge for this group of Saint Realm experts. At this moment, Ling Chen seemed to have noticed something. He looked at the somewhat distressed sea monsters, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He said calmly, actually, we can go with you to see the demon emperor. Upon hearing this, the sea monsters were overjoyed. It's true. If we can bring Ling Chen and the demon warriors back, we demons can consider our mission accomplished, and what happens afterward will be none of our business. Lead the way. Ling Chen nodded slightly and said to the sea monster, okay, this way please. These saint-level sea monsters hurriedly spoke respectfully and then led the way. Ling Chen put all the holy angels into his spatial storage, leaving only Sokka, who was sitting on Junxie's shoulder, behind. He then led his demon soldiers to follow closely behind. An hour or two later, the group of people and demons arrived in front of a huge palace. This palace, towering 100 feet high, is adorned with ancient and intricate patterns, exuding an aura of vicissitude and antiquity, giving it a very mysterious feel. Above the plaque at the palace entrance were three large, elegant characters: Demon Emperor's Palace. Outside the Demon Emperor's Palace, there were several fishman guards holding long halberds. These guards were all dressed in silver-white armor with black swords at their waists, and their faces were serious. When they saw the commotion of people coming, these guards all looked warily in the direction they came from. Upon seeing these guards, Ling Chen was slightly taken aback, because he discovered that these guards had all reached the peak of the supreme level. These are demon soldiers guarding the palace, reserves for the Demon Emperor's personal guard. Once they advance to the Saint Realm, they will become the Demon Emperor's personal guards, the sea monster said to Ling Chen, his tone tinged with envy. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was taken aback. A personal guard battalion composed entirely of Saint Realm experts? This Demon Emperor certainly has some tricks up his sleeve. Then this, I don't know. The siren interrupted Ling Chen's question directly. Moreover, even if the siren knew, these secrets were not to be told to an outsider casually, even if his life was in the other party's hands. Ling Chen smiled and didn't ask any further questions. Upon reaching the guards, the leading sea monster took out a token from his waist and handed it over. The token was engraved with the character Emperor, clearly indicating that it was a token given by the Demon Emperor. After a quick inspection, the guards at the entrance made way for them. Let's go inside. A group of people filed into the palace. The corridor behind the palace entrance was quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps on the floor of the underwater palace audible. Walking through the long corridor, one can see that the interior of the palace is very luxurious, decorated in a magnificent style everywhere. Ling Chen smiled and thought that the sea monsters had a similar decorative style to the human race. Greetings, elders. A maidservant stepped forward and bowed. Where is the Demon Emperor now? Lead us to him. One of the sea demon elders, who was at the Saint Realm, nodded casually and asked. Reporting to the elder, His Majesty the Demon Emperor has just departed and is currently in the Imperial Consort's palace. The maid's voice softened slightly at the end. Ahem, then let's go to the main hall and wait for the Demon Emperor. Please go and inform him. The elder coughed lightly and waved to the maid. Yes. The maid bowed again and then withdrew. Ling Chen watched the maid's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that this Demon Emperor seemed to be a man of character. Young Master Ling, let's go to the main hall and wait for a while. The Demon Emperor will be here soon. He'll be here as soon as he's done with his work. The Saint-level Sea Demon Elder said to Ling Chen with a smile, then led the way forward. Okay, let's go. Ling Chen didn't think much of it, and the group of demons headed straight for the main hall. Soon, Ling Chen and the other demons arrived at the entrance of the main hall. At this moment, a row of sea monsters stood at the entrance of the main hall. When they saw Ling Chen and the other demons arrive, they all showed unfriendly eyes. They clearly remembered that the demons had almost destroyed their entire race. However, although their eyes were filled with hatred, they did not act immediately, but waited for the Demon Emperor's command. Ling Chen and the others others ignored them and walked straight into the main hall and into the main hall. Just then, the maid arrived at the Empress's palace and heard a creak as the door opened, and the Demon Emperor walked out with a satisfied expression. Chapter 177 Conditions for forming an alliance with the Demon Emperor. Upon seeing the Demon Emperor emerge, the maidservant hurriedly knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor." The Demon Emperor glanced at the kneeling maid, waved for her to get up, and then stood up to leave. "Your Majesty, several elders, along with a human and several demons who resemble monsters, are waiting for you in the main hall," a maidservant hurriedly called out to the Demon Emperor, who was about to leave. Upon hearing this, the Demon Emperor turned his head and stared at the maid with his sharp eyes. The maid trembled and couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Then, the Demon Emperor disappeared from the spot, leaving only the maid kneeling there, feeling somewhat uneasy. Soon after, the Demon Emperor arrived at the main hall, pushed open the door, and saw Ling Chen and the others sitting on a chair in the hall chatting. When they saw the Demon Emperor, they all stopped talking and turned their gazes to him. The Demon Emperor glanced at Ling Chen, then turned his gaze to the group of demon warriors behind Ling Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. "Demons, I have finally found you." The Demon Emperor uttered a soft shout, slowly raising his hands. A powerful pressure emanated from his body, enveloping Ling Chen and the others. This pressure was extremely immense. Even though Ling Chen and the others, along with the demons, were all physically strong, they couldn't help but feel some difficulty breathing and even suffocation under this terrifying pressure. To their shock, they discovered that the Demon Emperor was far stronger than they had imagined. His mere physical aura alone exerted an immense sense of pressure on them. Ling Chen quickly checked the system briefly. "Demon Emperor, half-step immortal. Recently, my beloved concubine has been disliking me for being too fast in certain aspects." Upon seeing the system notification, Ling Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected that this Demon Emperor had already reached the strength of a half-step immortal. No wonder he had such a powerful aura. This half-step immortal cultivation level is probably among the top on the entire Blue Star. Ling Chen and his group were no match for them. "But system, are you serious about this note? Will your suggestion really get it approved?" "Senior Demon Emperor, I am Ling Chen of the human race. I would like to say." Ling Chen then explained to the Demon Emperor the difference between the purity of bloodline and the innate and acquired bloodline of the demon race, which Jun Xie had mentioned earlier. Ling Chen explained the matter, and the Demon Emperor frowned and pondered for a moment. The change in the Demon Emperor's expression gave Ling Chen and the others a glimmer of hope. However, the Demon Emperor quickly shook his head. "I don't care if they are different from the previous demons. As long as they are demons, they are the enemies of our East Sea Demon clan." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Demon Emperor really intended to exterminate Jun Xie and the other demons? Ling Chen carefully observed the expression on the Demon Emperor's face. He found that the murderous aura on the Demon Emperor's face had disappeared, which suggested that he was a reasonable emperor, or perhaps he has ulterior motives. However, the Demon Emperor paused, then continued, "My Demon Emperor Palace can accept any race, including the demon race. As long as you demon race are willing to submit to me, nothing is a problem." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, this guy is trying to poach his girlfriend. "Senior Demon Emperor, to be honest, they are all my subordinates and my brothers. So, it's impossible for them to pledge allegiance to you. However, we can form an alliance," Ling Chen said with a smile, revealing his purpose. They are all major combat forces on Earth, and Ling Chen certainly wouldn't categorize them as opposing sides. However, Ling Chen did not expect that the Demon Emperor had already reached the threshold of Earth Immortal. Ling Chen, who was originally confident that he could escape from the Peak Saint Realm expert, was somewhat embarrassed. "An alliance?" The Demon Emperor raised an eyebrow, glancing indifferently at Ling Chen. "How do you intend to form an alliance? And why do you want to form an alliance?" Upon hearing the Demon Emperor speak, Ling Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed there was hope. "My legion and your East Sea Demon clan are allies, advancing and retreating together. As for the reason, I think Senior Demon Emperor doesn't want to stay on Blue Star for the rest of his life," Ling Chen said with a smile. After hearing Ling Chen's words, the Demon Emperor remained silent for a long time. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he looked at Ling Chen and said, "Heh, you do have some ambition. But for an alliance to form, there must be a leader. And since ancient times, strength has been the most important factor in forming an alliance. If we're going to form an alliance, I'd like to be the leader, no objections." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was taken aback, not expecting the Demon Emperor to speak so bluntly. "When the alliance is formed, let's have a contest based on strength, shall we?" Ling Chen thought for a moment and then said, "All right." The Demon Emperor nodded in agreement. "However, you have to show me the strength of the alliance first, otherwise, there's no point in being the leader of the alliance." "Of course, you'll know when we summon you," Ling Chen said calmly, with a hint of confidence in his tone. "I don't know if the demons you mentioned before, who have impure bloodlines, were just making things up, so I need you to bring their corpses to me later. Only then will I agree to the alliance," the Demon Emperor said slowly, looking at Ling Chen. "Since Senior Demon Emperor says so, then we we will follow your rules. I will bring their corpses to pay my respects later. I hope you will not go back on your word, Ling Chen said. You can leave now. By the way, senior, this is for you. Ling Chen mysteriously spent 1,000 points from the shop to redeem a good item, along with a description, and handed it to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor took it with a puzzled look. It was a bottle that looked like a pill, and underneath the bottle was a strip of cloth. Senior Demon Emperor, farewell. Ling Chen bowed slightly, then waved to Jun Xie and the others, and the group walked out of the main hall. The Demon Emperor watched Ling Chen and his group's departing figures, his eyes narrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, lost in thought. Once Ling Chen had walked far away and was out of sight, the Demon Emperor picked up the strip of cloth from under the bottle and unfolded it in his hand. Huh, what's this? The moment the cloth was unfurled, the Demon Emperor's eyes widened. If this is true, then I'm definitely going to hand in this human brother Ling Chen. Now I can finally do my homework properly. Ahem, you may all leave. The Demon Emperor coughed lightly, then dismissed all the elders. After all the elders had left, the Demon Emperor couldn't wait to disappear from the spot and head straight for the Empress's palace. Your Majesty, I'm back. The Demon Emperor excitedly ran into the Empress's room. What is it? The Imperial concubine's pretty face was full of displeasure. Not satisfied, huh? Well, here's what will satisfy you. The Demon Emperor poured out the small pills from the medicine bottle, tilted his head back and swallowed them in one gulp. Then he stepped forward, hugged the Empress's waist, and walked towards the bed. Chapter 178 Returning to Tianan City. Oops. The Imperial concubine let out a coquettish cry, but she quickly stopped struggling, and her body gradually went limp as the Demon Emperor moved. After leaving the Demon Emperor's palace, Ling Chen and his group swam straight up and soon arrived at the surface of the sea. Now, the only remaining opponents are the demonic beasts and the new humans. It seems we need to deal with them quickly. Ling Chen murmured to himself, now that I have dozens of demon warriors capable of fighting saints and tens of thousands of sea monsters from the South China Sea, I am confident that I can begin to counterattack the demon beast territory. Come out, little blue. Ling Chen gave a soft shout and waved his right hand, and a spatial gate appeared in midair in front of him. A crisp whooshing sound rang out, and an ice blue phoenix flew out and arrived in front of Ling Chen. Little blue, grow bigger, there are too many demons. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, Xiao Lan's body rapidly expanded and swelled, instantly growing to about 500 meters tall, radiating a dazzling blue light. Alright, let's go back, Ling Chen said, then jumped onto Xiao Lan's back first. Dozens of demon warriors behind him also carefully climbed onto Xiao Lan's back. Once Ling Chen and all the demons were on his back, Little Blue's wings flapped suddenly, and it returned the way it came at an extremely fast speed. The journey back would take about a day, and Ling Chen wasn't in a hurry. Sitting cross-legged on Xiao Lan's back, Ling Chen looked back at Jun Xie. Are you the one with the highest bloodline among your demon race? The one most likely to inherit the position of demon god? Ling Chen asked Jun Xie. Upon hearing Ling Chen's question, Jun Xie was taken aback, then nodded and replied, yes. If you inherit the position of demon god, will all the demons listen to you? Ling Chen asked excitedly. Jun Xie nodded in agreement. Yes, once I inherit the position of demon god, the entire demon race will submit to me. That's great. Ling Chen became excited. These dozen or so demon warriors were all capable of fighting against 10,000 men. If the entire demon race were under his command, the world is vast. Who can rival me? Ling Chen became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Jun Xie. However, the difficulty of inheriting the position of demon god is quite high. With my current strength, I am still far from being able to inherit the position of demon god, Jun Xie said with a sigh and a shake of his head. Ling Chen patted Jun Xie on the shoulder. I believe in you. If you need anything, just let me know. Upon hearing this, Jun Xie's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Chen, and he said without hesitation, I need to fight. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. Goodness, what a battle maniac. Let's arrange for them to go and have some fun in the demon beast realm later. Then, Ling Chen began to circulate his cultivation technique, unwilling to waste time on the journey. When Ling Chen opened his eyes again, Xiao Lan had already flown to the east coast. There, Ling Chen saw an army of countless sea monsters from the South China Sea. They were in the waters beside the coastline, waiting for something. Upon seeing Ling Chen's arrival, the South Sea Demon King leaped out from his army and stood before Ling Chen. Young Master Ling, it seems I'm a step too late, the South Sea Demon King said, clasping his hands in greeting. It's alright, Your Majesty the Demon King. You've come at just the right time. I happen to have a favor to ask of you and need your army. Ling Chen returned the greeting and then looked at the army behind the South Sea Demon King. Does young Master Ling intend to mobilize a large army? The South Sea Demon King raised an eyebrow, then looked at the South Sea Demons behind him and shouted loudly, listen up, everyone. Young Master Ling's words are equivalent to my orders. Do you all understand? Understood. The group of sea monsters shouted in unison. Young Master Ling, I'll leave the army to you. I have matters to attend to back in the South China Sea. Once the army is used up, you can have Nantian bring it back. The Demon King of the South Sea cupped his hands in greeting and spoke to Ling Chen. Ling Chen Chen nodded. The South Sea Demon King led his personal guard and quickly left. Ling Chen stood in front of the army, his gaze sweeping over the South Sea demons. The demon army numbered 5 million, and almost all of them were diamond-level demons. The rest were all sea monsters of the city-breaking level or above. With such a large army, Ling Chen was confident that he could advance westward and expand the territory of his Tianan city. All troops, proceed. At Ling Chen's command, hundreds of thousands of vanguard troops and 5 million sea monsters marched in a mighty procession toward Tianan city. Ling Chen rode the Ice Crystal Phoenix and led the way at the head of the army. The army advanced rapidly with no obstacles along the way, reaching the vicinity of Tianan city in just 3 days. The cities along the way that were under lockdown due to the terrifying army all breathed a sigh of relief after Ling Chen showed the Dawn Academy token. Upon arriving outside Tianan city, the South China Sea demons set up camp and established a military camp. This military camp covered an area of 1,000 miles, where more than 5 million sea monsters were stationed. He ordered all the sea monsters to rest and recuperate and wait for orders in place. Ling Chen led the demons and Nangong Shao, the deputy head of the South Sea Demon clan's Nanchantang, back to Tianan city. The city looked much more spacious, indicating that the Goblin clan had put in a lot of effort during this time. By this time, the superpowered army had already returned to the city. Having been tempered by war, the vast majority of the superpowered soldiers broke through to the diamond level and successfully joined the superpowered army. Although the number is not large and the level is not high, this is an army that Ling Chen personally arranged to train. Currently, the number of superhuman troops is far less than that of the allied forces of other allies, but Ling Chen believes that one day, the superhuman army will become one of the most powerful legions on Earth. Hopefully, they'll still be useful then. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Ling Chen immediately summoned all the major legion commanders, including Bone Dragon Abyss, from the trial grounds, Bai Ling, as well as Zhuge Kongming, City Lord Yi, and even Qian Duo, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, all members of their own faction. Sitting in the head seat, Ling Chen looked at the familiar faces below and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. So quickly, his legion had already achieved some success. Gentlemen, our Tianan city has now reached a considerable scale, which is very good. Keep it up. City Lord Yi, the recruitment and training of the superpowered army will continue to be entrusted to you. Ling Chen spoke. Don't worry, young Master Ling, I will do my best to train the superpowered army, Lord Yi said with a smile. Ling Chen nodded and continued. I've gathered everyone here today to announce something. I've decided to exterminate the demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, all the legion commanders present showed excitement. Battle was the catalyst for their continuous growth. Lord Yi and Qian Duo were somewhat shocked and fell silent for a moment. No one has ever done this before in all these years. It can be said that the monsters are the greatest enemy of the human race on Earth. If it were possible to defeat them, the Huaxia Alliance would have taken action long ago. Chapter 179 Taking the Initiative, Summoning the Legion to Level Up. Young Master Ling, why don't we rest and recuperate for a while? City Lord Yi couldn't help but ask, and Shen Duo, who was standing next to him, nodded in agreement. Ling Chen shook his head. Through this trip to the East Sea with the demon warriors, he realized that his legion still needed constant fighting. Moreover, I should also practice leveling up. In Ling Chen's heart, there was an obsession that even he himself was unaware of, to return to the battlefield of all races and personally kill that man, the man who instantly killed his own clone. How can we tolerate such a thing? No need, let's do it now, Ling Chen said firmly. Upon hearing this, the strategist Zhuge Kongming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although Ling Chen's decision was risky, even reckless, it was still exhilarating at this moment. This war is the first battle between our new Tianan city and the demonic beasts. Now, let me make the arrangements. In this battle, the South China Sea Demon clan will be the main force. Jun Xia, Sokka, Abyss, White Shark, and Shibaju lead your legion members and launch a full-scale attack. Zhuge, this time you will be in charge of the battle command of the South China Sea monster army as the strategist. Shen Duo, Ian, take out your savings and fully cooperate with the army's daily expenses. Furthermore, Lord Yi, focus all your efforts on developing the superpowered army. Don't skimp on money. If you need funds, come to me. Ling Chen instructed. Yes, Lord Yi and the others responded. Our Chinese predecessors were too busy with external threats to deal with this, so let us take care of the Blue Star monsters. Ling Chen waved his arm, and everyone present couldn't help but get excited. This can be said to be the first time in human history that a counterattack against monsters has begun. Whether they succeed or not, they are destined to be recorded in history. Of course, this held no appeal for the summoning legions. In that case, we will depart promptly at 10 a.m. every day. Ling Chen made the decision, then remembered something and said to Lord Yi, gather the superpower army together. I have a good place to train that I want to send them there. Yes, Lord Yi replied and then withdrew. Not long after, all the super soldiers gathered in the square of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing the group of superpowered soldiers, Ling Chen smiled and said, starting today, I will send you to a sacred cultivation ground. There, you can cultivate diligently quietly, and I hope that in the future, I will see a brand new superpowered army. The crowd shouted in unison. Ling Chen then took out the array plate and arranged for the warriors of the Superpower Legion to step onto the array plate one by one. Before that, Ling Chen had taken them into the Legion system to ensure that there were no spies. Thank you, Senior. Once everyone had entered the trial grounds, Ling Chen also stepped in. Isn't this the trial grounds? It seems so. In the superpowered army, seeing the familiar surroundings, he said in surprise. Then Ling Chen appeared. Hearing the crowd's discussion, he smiled faintly and clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. That's right, this is the trial grounds. However, it has now become my private space. You will cultivate here from now on. You will find all the resources in this world on your own. In addition, outside the central area of the trial grounds, there are some dangerous places in the surrounding mountain environment. There are opportunities and challenges. You will cultivate well, Ling Chen said slowly. Hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone's eyes lit up. This trial ground was indeed very suitable for their cultivation. In the past, due to their strength, they had not had any good opportunities in the trial ground. Now they had to search carefully. A group of members of the Super Legion stood up straight, some shouting excitedly, rubbing their hands together, eager to get started. Having experienced the battlefield, they were no longer the naive children they once were. After making arrangements for everyone, Ling Chen left. Upon returning to Tianan City, Ling Chen led all the legions in Zhuge Kongming to the South China Sea Demons encampment outside the city. Upon arriving at the main camp of Nanshintang, Ling Chen summoned all of his legions in front of Zhuge Liang, except for the goblins, of course. Dozens of demon warriors, all at the peak of the supreme level, capable of fighting saints. The 33 bone dragons that have recovered their bodies are no longer considered bone dragons. They have just entered the supreme level and are invincible among their peers thanks to their dragon bodies. The 50 holy angels with voluptuous breasts are all at the peak of the supreme level, possessing immense healing power, making them divine healers for surviving military campaigns. Hundreds of shadow assassins, clad in black and all at the city guard level, were hidden among the crowd. They were killers of the night. Finally, there were tens of thousands of shark warriors, all of whom were city guarding level experts. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit and exhaustion, clearly indicating that they had just experienced a major battle. Looking at the powerful legions before him, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Zhuge, who was standing to the side, was also learning for the first time that Ling Chen's power had grown so strong, with so many powerful legions and such a powerful coalition. Immediately, Zhuge felt a glimmer of confidence in subduing the monsters and taking back the lost territory. As for completely defeating the monsters, he still felt that the possibility was slim at the moment. After all, the fact that the demon beasts were able to occupy human territory for so long shows that they have a very deep foundation. Starting tomorrow, Zhuge, you will lead the army westward, proceeding slowly along the way. Ling Chen instructed Zhuge Kongming, use war to sustain war. The longer this war lasts, the better. Yes, Zhuge Kongming quickly agreed, looking very serious. This was his first time commanding an army of 5 million, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Tomorrow, I will lead my legion to join the main army, and then I will go on my own to eliminate the monsters, without traveling with the main army, Ling Chen said. As for the rest, I will leave it to Mr. Zhuge. Yes, Zhuge Kongming nodded. Afterwards, Ling Chen briefly spoke a few words to the members of the Summoning Legion in the South Heaven, and then instructed everyone to go and rest. At 10 a.m. sharp, the army set off. Ling Chen led his summoned legion away from the main army and blended into the dense forest. It would take at least 2 days for the army to reach the border, so Ling Chen first led the summoned legions to clear out some of the monsters that were ruling the mountains in the surrounding area. Upon reaching a mountain range or dense forest, hundreds of shadow assassins would act as scouts, disappearing into the environment to investigate enemy movements. The Shark Warrior Legion swept through the area thoroughly, leaving no corner untouched, while the high-level monsters were dealt with by the demons and bone dragons. Of course, Ling Chen wasn't idle either. Holding the Xianyuan sword, he also began to work on clearing out the monsters. Ding, kill. Chapter 180 Strength grows wildly. In just 2 days, Ling Chen's summoned legion generally leveled up by 1 level. This was only because the strength level of the nearby monsters was too low. Otherwise, Ling Chen was confident that they would level up even faster. Ling Chen's experience pool was enough for him to advance 1 level. A white light flashed, and Ling Chen reached the strength of Platinum level 9 star. The monsters along the westward route have been mostly cleared out. Only some low-level monsters remain. Leave it to the mercenaries who make a living by hunting low-level monsters. Estimating that the main army had likely reached the front lines of the border battlefield, Ling Chen led his summoned legion toward the western border. Soon, they caught up with the army that was on its way. With the token from Dawn Academy, the border's beast-suppressing pass allowed Ling Chen's sea monster army to pass. Having passed through the demon-suppressing pass, the army ventured westward into the territory of the demon beasts. The guards at the beast suppression pass stared in disbelief as they watched Ling Chen and his group walk away. Are these the students of Dawn Academy? At such a young age, how could he have already commanded such such a massive army of sirens. Moreover, it was such a large army. That young man from earlier, why does he look so familiar? Yes, have we seen him before? A man wielding a large knife stared intently at Ling Chen's back, as if he were the boy from the past. Having crossed the border battlefield, the army continued forward, traversing a vast plain eroded by years of war between humans and beasts. Finally, before nightfall, the army reached the beast forest beyond the border. The monsters in the monster forest are not of high level, but this forest is the dividing line between the human and monster territories. Beyond this forest lies the territory of demonic beasts. Currently, this forest is dominated by monsters, and no human warriors live here. The army began its slow advance, gradually occupying the forest. Before nightfall, half of the forest area was captured, and the Siren army set up camp on the spot. After discussing the general itinerary with Zhuge Liang, the army advanced slowly and steadily, prioritizing stability. Ling Chen, on the other hand, planned to lead his summoned legion to invade the monster territory first, using the army as a shield to clear out the monsters. It should be understood that the monsters have occupied 9/10 of the land territory of the entire planet, and their total number is no less than 1 trillion. To completely eradicate them would be a long and arduous project. However, with such a large number, the vast majority are low-level demonic beasts with little strength. After arranging everything, Ling Chen led his summoned legion through the entire forest overnight and entered the territory of the monsters. Just after passing through the forest, Ling Chen encountered a squad of monster lords, a total of 700 or 800 gold-level monsters patrolling. Upon seeing a large human army invade the territory of the demon beasts, the 700 or 800 demon beasts immediately pounced on them like madmen. Without wasting words, Ling Chen immediately ordered the summoned legion to charge forward. In a bloody battle, 700 or 800 demonic beasts were completely wiped out by Ling Chen's summoned army within a minute. Killing these monsters and summoning the legion yielded almost no experience. One by one, the monster cores were extracted and swallowed by the shark warriors as snacks. Then, Ling Chen unleashed his mental power, and a vast mental force spread out, quickly giving him a general idea of the situation of the demonic beasts within a radius of several miles. Yes, City Lord, there were hardly any powerful demonic beasts. Ling Chen shook his head and ordered the shadow assassins to scout out the situation of demonic beasts further away. Upon hearing Ling Chen's command, hundreds of shadow assassins vanished into the darkness. Ling Chen led the Shark Warrior Legion to clear out the nearest small monster tribe. Ants may be small, but they can still have meat. Soon, several small tribes of tens of thousands of monsters in the vicinity were completely wiped out. Having just finished clearing out several small tribes, Ling Chen received a message from the shadow assassin that there was a medium-sized tribe a few dozen miles to the northwest. The millions of wind-chasing wolf monsters, with their main combat strength being platinum level, are perfect for leveling up. Without hesitation, Ling Chen led his legion forward at breakneck speed, and soon arrived not far from the wind-chaser wolf tribe. This tribe is as large as a small city, and groups of 3 to 5 wind-chasing wolves come and go in and out of the tribe. Looking at the wind-chasing wolf tribe in front of him, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he charged forward first, holding the Xianyuan sword. These demonic beast tribes stationed on the border have been fighting with the human race for many years, and have ended up with countless human blood on their hands. With a single swing of his sword, Ling Chen unleashed a torrent of sword energy, transforming himself into the sword energy and relentlessly slashing through the wolf pack. Before the surrounding wolves could even retaliate, they were all annihilated by Ling Chen's sword energy. Ding! Platinum level monster defeated. Experience gained plus 500. Instantly, thousands of notification sounds rang out. The White Shark Legion behind them, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, charged forward and slaughtered the Wolfpack tribe. Terrified by the sudden intrusion of the Butcher's army, the Wolfpack scattered and fled, but the Wind Chaser wolves that fled into the surrounding dense forest were assassinated one by the assassins hidden in the darkness. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire massive Wind Chaser wolf tribe was slaughtered. Ling Chen's experience pool was filled with the experience needed for leveling up, just as he had hoped. As the power of an invisible force surged in, Ling Chen's strength successfully advanced to the diamond level, 1 star. Feeling the sudden increase of several times the source energy within his body, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. With several god-level talents, Ling Chen's strength increases several times more than others with each level up. In the days that followed, Ling Chen led his summoned legion to travel between various demon beast tribes within a radius of 1,000 miles, clearing out all the tribes on the front lines of the demon beasts. Several days later, on a slightly raised hill, a figure stood there, with tens of thousands of figures standing silently behind him. The figure leading the group was Ling Chen, whose origin chi had reached the level of diamond level 4 star. Just now, Ling Chen received news from the sea monster army in the rear. The monsters already knew about the invasion of such a large army, so they had dispatched tens of millions of monsters to rush towards the sea monster army. As for the strength of the demon beast army, it is unknown. However, the demon beast army has not been able to ascertain the strength of the sea monster army either, since the small demon beast tribes they they encountered along the way were almost wiped out without them having to lift a finger. At this moment, Ling Chen was leading his summoned legion, waiting on the inevitable path of the demon beast army, intending to take the opportunity to harass them first. Ding, the summoning legion cooldown has ended, you can summon now. A familiar system notification sounded, indicating that the cooldown for summoning a legion had ended. Ling Chen was taken aback, then silently prayed, hoping to get a good legion. Chapter 181 Battle. After finishing his prayer, Ling Chen clicked the summon button without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for summoning the Xuanwu Holy Guard Legion. Legion size, 999. Legion Commander, Xuanwu. All Legion members talent level, SS. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Absolute Defense, Shield Bash, Taunt, Linked Formation. Strength Diamond level 4-star, can be upgraded with Legion points. The Xuanwu unit, a bunch of big, dumb guys with shields who only know how to defend. Upon seeing the summoned legion, Ling Chen was extremely excited. I already have enough offensive legions, what I need is a legion that is strong defensively and can draw aggro. On the battlefield, having sufficient defensive capabilities is essential for an army to survive longer. Without superior defenses, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot guarantee the safety of your army. The legion that Ling Chen summoned this time was the defensive legion that Ling Chen had been hoping for. This legion possesses formidable earth-based defensive capabilities and can also coordinate attacks with other legions, making it both offensive and defensive, and capable of playing a significant role in war. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of Xuanwu Holy Guards. As soon as they appeared, the Xuanwu Holy Guards quickly separated and stood in a circular protective circle, surrounding Ling Chen and the summoned legion behind him. Ling Chen took the opportunity to examine them closely. These Xuanwu Holy Guards were all tall and mighty, wearing thick cyan armor and holding huge black shields. They exuded a resolute aura and were full of imposing presence. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Xuanwu Holy Guards knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Not bad. Ling Chen couldn't help but secretly praise. Just as Ling Chen was filled with excitement, he suddenly felt a series of tremors coming from the ground. Ling Chen turned his gaze and saw an army of countless demonic beasts suddenly appear on the distant horizon. Thousands of giant wolves, each 5 meters tall, led the way for the army, charging madly in this direction. These giant wolves were covered in scales, their fur was glossy and smooth, and their sharp fangs gleamed with a cold light, exuding a strong smell of death. Behind it, hundreds of thousands of enormous black bears followed closely, their massive bodies moving at a considerable speed. Behind them was an army of countless demonic beasts. Tens of millions of demonic beasts swept towards this direction like an overwhelming tide, and the entire world seemed to change color. Seeing the scene before him, Ling Chen showed no sign of panic. It was a good opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of the Xuanwu Holy Guard. With a soft shout from Ling Chen, thousands of Holy Guards seemed to receive some kind of command and quickly formed a huge square formation. The thousands of Holy Guards roared in unison, their bodies radiating a layer of azure light. A cyan light shone brightly, growing stronger and stronger, enveloping the thousands of Holy Guards and protecting Ling Chen within it. Azure energy surged continuously around the thousands of Holy Guards. Above their formation, a gigantic Xuanwu figure appeared. Ling Chen could sense that even a Saint Realm expert would have difficulty breaking through this defensive formation. And this was actually performed by a group of diamond-level Holy Guards. The leading pack of city-breaking level giant wolves arrived first, their gaping maws full of fangs lunging at the Xuanwu Holy Guard. With a series of loud crashes, the giant wolf slammed into the defensive formation set up by the Xuanwu Holy Guard. With a thunderous boom, the giant wolf's body flew backward. The defensive formation of the Xuanwu Holy Guard only shook slightly and was not damaged in the slightest. TSK, not bad defensive capabilities. Ling Chen clicked his tongue in silent praise. Such a defensive formation can be quite effective on the battlefield. Of course, they couldn't just give up. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and tens of thousands of white shark warriors behind him rushed forward and fought against the giant wolf. With the strength and numbers overwhelming the enemy, the situation became one-sided before the demonic beast army arrived, with giant wolves falling one by one. A deep, rumbling roar came from afar, and tens of thousands of black bear monsters charged towards them from a distance. These should be black iron bears of the bear clan, a type of demonic beast possessing ancient and savage power, and having the bloodline of ancient and savage behemoths. Ling Chen's thoughts raced. Then, holding the Shenyuan sword, Ling Chen pushed off with his feet and appeared in a flash not far in front of the charging black bear. With a swing of his Shenyuan sword, countless sword energies gathered behind Ling Chen. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Hundreds of thousands of sword energies condensed into swords shot towards the black bear. The thick-skinned black bear was covered with dense wounds under the sword energy, and blood flowed freely. One by one, the black bears fell to the ground under the attack of the sword energy, making muffled thuds. Ding! Killed a city-breaking level monster. Experience plus 1,500 for monsters of the same level, double for each higher level. Under Ling Chen's sword, hundreds of thousands of black bears were wiped out in an instant. After they died, their soul power floated out of their corpses and Chen was absorbed by the Xianyuan sword. Hearing the continuous system notifications, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. The experience gained from these black bears is enough for Ling Chen to level up twice more. 6 stars in diamond rank. A smile appeared on Ling Chen's lips, but some people were happy while others were angry. A deafening roar came from the center of the demon army, and a figure leaped up and charged towards Ling Chen. The aura of a Saint Realm beginner suddenly emerged. Ling Chen was taken aback, then thought of the war between the demon beasts and the human race, in which they rarely sent out Saint Realm experts. Seeing the demonic beast rushing towards him from afar, Ling Chen did not make a move. Jun Xia, who was behind him, instantly appeared in front of Ling Chen and threw a punch. This punch, imbued with Jun Xia's full strength, carried unparalleled explosive power, heading straight for the charging monster. Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out, followed by the sound of bones shattering. With a spray of blood, a terrifying crack appeared in the monster's chest, from which bright red blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground and staining the soil red. The monster crashed to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the land. When the Saint Realm demon beast fell to the ground, it caused a commotion among the millions of demon beasts behind it, but it quickly returned to normal under the intimidation of the other leading demon beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Several earth-shattering roars were heard, followed by a series of whooshing sounds as dozens of saint-level demonic beasts rushed towards Ling Chen and Jun Xia. With a soft shout, Jun Xia sent dozens of demon warriors flying out behind him to meet the Saint Realm beasts. Chapter 182: Repelling the Army, Alarming the Demon Emperor. The demon warriors are arguably Ling Chen's most formidable fighting force. Although they haven't reached the Saint Realm yet, they can still challenge opponents of higher levels thanks to their powerful physical strength and bloodline. Bang bang bang, the two sides clashed. Although these saint-level demonic beasts came with great ferocity, they were no match for the demon warriors and were quickly forced into retreat by them. Whoa! Seeing that the main leading monster was being suppressed, the monster army behind could no longer hold back. With a roar, a large number of monsters rushed out from the monster army's ranks. Seeing the monsters rush out, Ling Chen swung his sword, and countless bone dragons behind him, which had already regained their bodies, spewed out dragon breath. The dragon's breath formed tornadoes in the air, engulfing the army of demonic beasts, tearing them to shreds. Ling Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. The dragon-type skills were indeed powerful tools for team battles. Ling Chen shouted and charged out first, followed closely by tens of thousands of white shark warriors at the city breaking level. The distance of several thousand meters passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Chen led his white shark warriors into the army of demonic beasts, brandishing the Xianyuan sword in his hand. Streams of sword energy roared out, and one demonic beast after another fell dead. The mere tens of thousands of shark warriors were immediately surrounded by millions of monsters. However, these sirens are generally weak, and most of them are only platinum-level warriors. In the face of the Shark Warrior Legion, the attack of the monster army was like a group of children bullying an adult, and was easily dealt with by the Shark Warriors. As one monster after another was dealt with, the horde of monsters behind them became even more frenzied, as if they knew that Ling Chen was the culprit, and they pounced on him. Seeing the surging monsters like a tide, Ling Chen was overjoyed and waved the Xianyuan sword in his hand repeatedly. This is all solid, hard-earned experience. Possessed by a demon. Seeing the frenzy of the demon army, the demon warriors exerted their strength in unison, unleashing the demon god possession technique. Illusions appeared behind them, and the demonic energy within the demon warriors surged. Without hesitation, the demon warriors charged up and threw their right fists, unleashing terrifyingly increased power as they clashed with dozens of saint-level demonic beasts. In an instant, he sent these Saint Realm demonic beasts flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, barely alive, and lost his ability to fight. Afterwards, the demon warriors ignored them and joined the battle against the monster army. Faced with overwhelming power, the entire battlefield presented a one-sided situation. One monster after another was slain on the ground. The fighting went on from day to night, and even at night, the battle continued. Both the White Shark Legion and the Shadow Legion rose several stars, and Ling Chen also rose 2 stars, reaching the strength of 8 stars in the diamond rank. After an unknown period of fighting, a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, and the demon beast army finally collapsed and retreated. Thus ended a large-scale battle. Seeing the routed army, Ling Chen felt a surge of pride. Tens of millions of beasts were nothing compared to this. However, this also illustrates the role of top-tier combat power on the battlefield. What an overestimation of their abilities. If the top Saint-level combat power of this demonic beast army hadn't been suppressed by their own demonic warriors, they could have easily taken away several members of their summoned legion with the help of the enemy's Saint-level demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Ling Chen felt somewhat fortunate that he possessed top-tier demon army warriors. Otherwise, relying solely on other summoned legions would certainly not have been enough to stop the attack of the demon beast army. Having annihilated the attacking army of demonic beasts, the demon warriors were now only one step away from advancing to the Saint Realm. After a short rest, Ling Chen led his legion to be bolder and ventured deep into the territory territory of the demon beasts. Killing high-level demon beasts would allow them to advance faster. Fortune favors the bold. On the other side, atop a giant mountain, a dignified and imposing man stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the scene below. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, the demon army previously dispatched has been completely routed, suffering more than half its losses. A young demon warrior clad in armor knelt on the ground and respectfully reported. The dignified man turned his head slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the faces of the kneeling young soldiers before shifting his gaze to the sky. Who was the commander who defeated the demon army? The dignified man asked after a moment of silence. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, according to our investigation, he is a human warrior named Ling Chen. His army is much smaller than our demon beast army, less than 100,000 people, but his strength is remarkable. Each of them can easily take on 100 men. The young man kneeling on the ground answered respectfully. Oh, is that so? It seems I need to meet them myself. Upon hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Pass down the order, keep a close watch on Ling Chen and his group, and mobilize manpower. I will personally meet with Ling Chen and his group, the imposing man commanded. Yes, the young soldier responded and withdrew. After the young soldiers withdrew, the Demon Emperor slowly stood to the side of the palace, gazing eastward, lost in thought. Ling Chen was unaware that he had successfully attracted the attention of the Demon Emperor. At this moment, Ling Chen was leading his legion, searching everywhere for powerful demon beast tribes. He swept through any demon beast tribes he encountered without showing any mercy. These tribes contain many high-level demonic beasts, but in front of the demon warriors, they are like clay chickens and earthenware dogs, utterly insignificant. Along the way, almost all the monsters were killed by the demon warriors, who gained a lot of experience. Finally, the demon warriors successfully began to advance to the Saint Realm. The demon warriors who had advanced to the Saint Realm were shrouded in black mist, their auras becoming extremely strange and unpredictable. Then, Junse's body emerged from the black mist, with silver hair and a height of about 10 jang, still with the same aloof and demonic face. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Junse stepped forward, his eyes burning with fervor, and said, "My lord, I can sense that I can continue to summon demon warriors." "Oh, then hurry up and summon them," Ling Chen said with some surprise. The fact that the demon warriors had advanced to the Saint Realm was already a big surprise, but he didn't expect there to be an even bigger surprise. Upon hearing this, Junse nodded, waved his arms, and wisps of black mist condensed in front of him, forming a huge black hole. The black hole continued to expand, and one by one, demon warriors emerged from it. Soon, a full 100 demon warriors appeared. Chapter 183: Defeating the Demon Emperor. The auras of these demon warriors were all at the supreme level, star 1. Seeing this, Ling Chen was overjoyed. Although the number of newly summoned demon warriors is not large, each of them has the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. Good. Ling Chen was extremely excited. The more demon warriors there were, the more his strength would increase. Just as Ling Chen was excited about the appearance of the new demon warrior, the system's familiar voice came through. Ding! Summoning legion members to advance to the Saint Realm, unlocking experience sharing function. Experience sharing: 10% of the experience gained from summoning legion members to kill monsters will be added to the host's experience pool. So, does that mean I can keep improving my strength without even lifting a finger? Ling Chen was taken aback at first, then thought with some anticipation. He now needs to spend 90 million experience points to advance one level, which is equivalent to killing 90,000 city-breaking level monsters. The path to advancement would only become slower and slower, but now that there is experience sharing, Ling Chen can send out his summoned legions to kill demons on their own, and his experience will increase rapidly. Without further ado, let's level up. Ling Chen's recent meteoric rise in cultivation level made him somewhat complacent. Just as Ling Chen and all the members of the summoning legion were preparing to set off, a tall figure appeared on the distant horizon, rushing towards them. Behind it, in the distance, lay an army of countless demonic beasts. They actually delivered themselves to my doorstep. Ling Chen was secretly delighted, as he didn't even need to search for the monsters himself. "So you are Ling Chen?" The leading demon emperor stared at Ling Chen, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Indeed, may I ask who you are?" Ling Chen asked with a smile, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a hint of provocation. The demon emperor snorted coldly, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Ling Chen. Seeing this, Junse threw a punch, meeting the afterimage that the demon emperor had transformed into. A deafening explosion rang out, causing violent fluctuations in space, and Ling Chen and the others were thrown backward. Junse also took several steps back, clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange of blows. Seeing that the opponent had repelled Junse with a casual strike, Ling Chen was somewhat surprised and quickly used the system to check. Demon King, half-step immortal, peak, desperate to replace the beast god. Another half-step Lucien, Ling Chen thought in shock. Moreover, this was a peak half-step Lucien, who was only one step away from becoming a Lucien. No wonder he was able to easily defeat Junse. Ling Chen thought to himself, "Junse, are you alright? alright? Ling Chen asked Jun Xia with concern. I'm fine. Jun Xia shook his head, glanced at the demon emperor over there, and then looked at Ling Chen and said, go and rest over there. Leave the rest to me. Ling Chen smiled, indicating that Jun Xia didn't need to worry, and then turned his gaze to the demon emperor over there. A mere human dares to fight me? He's courting death. The demon emperor sneered, releasing a powerful and domineering aura from his body, filling the entire sky with a terrifying sense of oppression. Feeling the oppressive aura, Ling Chen also felt a bit short of breath. The demon emperor's strength was indeed formidable. Third revolution, Thunder God technique. Second revolution. With a soft shout, Ling Chen's aura suddenly surged, and the level of his origin chi jumped from the diamond level 8 to the peak of the city guardian level. With the enhancement of multiple god level talents, Ling Chen's origin chi is as vast as the sea, comparable to a peak saint realm expert. Ling Chen's physical abilities had reached the saint level, but now, when he fought against the demon emperor, he couldn't withstand even one move. Come out, little dragon. Ling Chen called softly, and a summoning gate opened, revealing Little Dragon's figure. Little Blue was once again lying on his body, gently massaging Little Dragon's shoulders. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. The way Xiaolan and Xiaolong were getting along was just like a couple in love, but it looked rather comical. On the other side, the demon emperor's pupils shrank when he saw the little dragon appear. He sensed the aura of the beast god from the chubby divine beast in front of him. Beast god? The demon emperor was extremely shocked, his face filled with horror, but soon, the shock on his face turned into joy. A profound thought arose in the demon emperor's mind: kill the beast god and seize the beast god's heart. The demon emperor looked at little dragon with a chilling expression. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of little dragon, completely disregarding Ling Chen. The demon emperor was incredibly fast. Just as Ling Chen sensed something was wrong, the demon emperor appeared right in front of little dragon. Ling Chen inwardly cried out in alarm. He quickly teleported to Xiaolong's side, then pulled Xiaolong away from the spot by teleporting again. The demon emperor was somewhat taken aback when his attack missed, but he did not hesitate and immediately gave chase, his speed astonishing. Little dragon, combine and transform. Yes, boss. Xiaolong's excited voice rang out, and he immediately transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen's body trembled violently, revealing his golden armor, which was dazzlingly bright, and a faint dragon's might was released from the armor. Ling Chen felt that the vast and boundless source energy within his body was rapidly condensing, and his aura was becoming even stronger. Ling Chen is now fully confident that he can fight a half-step Lucien. Damn it! The demon emperor's pupils contracted. He could feel the suppression of his bloodline from the faint dragon aura emanating from Ling Chen's armor. This suppression even surpassed the suppression of these half-step immortals. This feeling gave him the sensation of facing a celestial being, which made him somewhat terrified. Seeing the demon emperor's somewhat stunned expression, Ling Chen certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. Ling Chen's figure instantly appeared above the demon emperor, and the Xianyuan sword appeared in his hand. Dimensional/thunder. Ling Chen unleashed a sword strike, crackling with lightning and thunder, unleashing a terrifying aura. A gigantic arc of lightning erupted from the Xianyuan sword, shooting towards the demon emperor through the void. This attack was extremely powerful, and it seemed to have the potential to kill Lucien. The demon emperor's expression changed drastically, and he tried to dodge. However, the demon emperor could not pinpoint the location of this invisible attack in the void, and could only focus on defense. In the end, he was struck squarely by this attack. The demon emperor was blasted away and crashed into the cliff, leaving a long mark on the mountainside. The mountain collapsed, and dust filled the air. This is impossible. Standing up from the dust, the demon emperor's face was filled with shock. I am already at the peak of the half-step Lucien realm. In this imprisoned world, no one can advance to Lucien. I simply cannot have any rivals. Chapter 184: The Demon Emperor's Demonization. A world imprisoned? Upon hearing this, Ling Chen frowned. What secrets did this world hold that he was unaware of? Could it be that in this world, the Saint Realm is the pinnacle of power, and the reason why no terrestrial immortals have been born for so long is because this world contains a power that imprisons heaven and earth? The upper limit of strength on Blue Star is the Saint Realm, and the upper limit of strength for entering the battle of myriad races is also the Saint Realm. However, those extraterrestrial races clearly possess strength that transcends the Saint Realm. Could it be that this power that imprisons heaven and earth is only targeting Earth? Why is that? Just as Ling Chen was racking his brains trying to figure it out, suddenly, an incomparably powerful force erupted from the demon emperor's body, and under this force, the entire world seemed to tremble. Ling Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the demon emperor before him. He could clearly sense the aura emanating from the demon emperor. This aura was violent and ferocious, filled with the smell of killing. This murderous aura gave Ling Chen a familiar feeling, as if he had felt this aura somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. This feels a bit like being possessed by a demon, Ling Chen muttered to himself. Ling Chen was certain that this was not the demon emperor's own power. It must be caused by some special hidden energy within the demon emperor's body. My lord, the aura within him is that of an acquired demon. Junxia, sensing this aura, came up behind Ling Chen and said to him, "The demon plan of the day after tomorrow?" Upon hearing Junxia's words, Ling Chen was startled. Indeed, within him lies the bloodlust of an acquired demon, now activated under extreme emotional circumstances. Junxia's voice was somewhat low as he continued, "It is very likely that he is the same demon who perished together with the East Sea monster. So, the demon emperor has been controlled by the heart of slaughter all along?" Ling Chen asked, frowning. "No, the desire to kill can only be inducing, not controlling. If the demon emperor's willpower is strong, he can remain completely unaffected," Junxia said, shaking his head. So, Ling Chen suddenly realized something, but before he could finish speaking, he stared at Junxia with an expression of understanding. Junxia nodded without speaking. His aura surged to an overwhelming level, and the demon emperor's strength continued to grow, at one point possessing the power to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. The demonic aura emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger. Ling Chen's expression changed slightly. He couldn't let the already demonic demon emperor improve his strength without worry. Clad in golden armor and wielding the Xianyuan sword, Ling Chen vanished from his spot in a flash, instantly appearing behind the demon emperor. Holding the sword in his right hand, he gathered his strength and thrust it out with a sudden burst of lightning, which streaked across the sky and headed straight for the demon emperor's back. The demon emperor sensed the power of the lightning bolt and looked at Ling Chen with disdain. "Humph, courting death." The demon emperor roared, his demonic energy erupting and transforming into a thick black mist that enveloped his entire body. Ling Chen's sword strike was blocked by the black mist and could not penetrate it at all. It was stopped by the black mist. "Oh no," Ling Chen thought to himself, realizing that the demon emperor's strength after his demonic transformation was terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. 7 swords were thrust out in succession, but they were all blocked by the black mist. Ling Chen's attacks all missed their mark. Ling Chen frowned slightly. The black mist's defense was too strong. He couldn't break through it. The song of the Xianyuan sword. Ling Chen's body transformed into countless sword energies, launching a barrage of sword energy attacks at the demon emperor, who was shrouded in black mist. At this moment, Ling Chen's sword technique was several times stronger than before. Bang bang bang. Sword energies struck the demon emperor, creating explosions, but they caused him no pain whatsoever. He felt nothing at all. Seeing this, the demon emperor's face revealed a hint of mockery, and he looked at Ling Chen and said indifferently, "Are you doing guasha?" Ling Chen snorted coldly, ignoring the demon emperor's mockery. What he cared about was how to deal with the demon emperor now. He did not expect that although the demon emperor, after being demonized, could not reach the level of a terrestrial immortal due to the constraints of heaven and earth, his physical strength had already surpassed that of a terrestrial immortal. One's own attack is ineffective against the opponent. It is virtually impossible to harm the other party. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "It seems we have no choice but to try that method. My lord, I'm here to help you." Junxia's voice rang out, possessed by a demon. With a soft call, Junxia's aura suddenly surged, and at the same time, a massive demonic shadow appeared above his head. This phantom was tens of thousands of feet tall and exuded a strong demonic aura. Sensing the demonic aura within the demonic shadow, the demon emperor was slightly taken aback. He could feel that under this demonic aura, the demonic energy within his body seemed to be suppressed, and a sense of fear arose within him. It was as if his own demonic energy wanted to pay homage to this demonic figure. Yama's pursuit of life. Junxia chanted an incantation, and the demonic shadow suddenly rushed towards the demon emperor. This demonic shadow is so eerie, my demonic energy actually feels like it wants to submit to it. The demon emperor was somewhat surprised and quickly dodged to the side. Taking advantage of Ling Chen's moment, Ling Chen quickly unleashed that move. Ling Chen's gaze hardened, and 5 different colored origin chi gathered in his hand. Having fused them multiple times, Ling Chen quickly found the balance point of the 5 origin chi. A ball of origin chi gradually formed and slowly emerged in Ling Chen's hand. As origin chi was continuously input, the aura emanating from the ball became increasingly terrifying. The demon emperor, who was constantly dodging attacks due to the suppression of his innate demonic bloodline, seemed to sense something, turned around, and looked at Ling Chen with a look of horror. He sensed a destructive fluctuation emanating from the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand. Even though his defensive power had reached the level of a terrestrial immortal, he felt that he might not be able to withstand this attack. The demon emperor had only one thought in mind: dodge this attack. Time and space span. The orb of origin chi in his hand had almost fused with 99% of Ling Chen's origin chi. Ling Chen quickly used the last bit of origin chi to influence the demon emperor. The difference in strength caused the demon emperor to be affected by the time-space restriction for half a second. However, half a second was enough. The ball of light in Ling Chen's hand began to tremble violently, and a world-destroying energy wave emanated from it, as if it was about to explode. Space chains. Unconsciously, countless spatial chains connected Ling Chen with all the members of his summoned legion. Taking advantage of the half-second the demon emperor was affected, Ling Chen flashed behind the demon emperor, and the ball of light in his hand exploded. A loud bang clang resounded, and a terrifying burst of energy blasted both Ling Chen and the Demon Emperor away. Chapter 185 The Demon Emperor Escapes. In order not to give the other party time to react, Ling Chen did not leave any time for himself to leave. Ling Chen crashed into a distant tree, and the towering ancient trees were blasted to pieces by the terrifying explosive energy, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Huff! Ling Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The Demon Emperor was no exception. He was injured by the explosive energy, and now he was experiencing waves of pain within his body that were difficult for him to bear. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, the Demon Emperor raised his head and looked at Ling Chen in the distance, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't believe he couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. How do you know such terrifying moves? The Demon Emperor endured the excruciating pain and asked. Ling Chen did not answer, but stood up, flipped his palm, and several strands of origin chi of different colors began to flow out again. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor was so frightened that he hurriedly fled with his wounded body. Seeing the Demon Emperor fleeing, Ling Chen did not give chase, but instead sat down to adjust his physical condition. A flash of white light appeared on his body, and the golden armor transformed back into. He had used all his strength in that move just now, and he had no source energy left in his body. He was just trying to scare the Demon Emperor. He needs some time to recover and return to his peak condition. My lord, are you alright? Jun Xia came to Ling Chen's side and asked with concern. Seeing Jun Xia, Ling Chen smiled with relief and shook his head. I'm fine. You lead everyone to take care of the remaining monsters. Yes. Jun Xia clasped his hands in acceptance of the order, and then led all the summon legions to fight against the remaining demon beast army. Since their demon king had fled, the remaining demon beasts had lost all will to fight and scattered in all directions, wanting to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. Jun Xia snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned his legion to surround the fleeing demon beast army. Tens of thousands of legion warriors chased after the million-strong army of demon beasts, slaughtering them relentlessly. The great battle quickly came to an end, and of the million-strong army of demon beasts brought by the Demon Emperor, only a dozen or so escaped. Ling Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in place, looked at his experience pool. With a 10% experience share, his experience pool had increased by more than 100 million. That's just enough to level up myself. Having consumed 90 million experience points, a flash of white light appeared, and Ling Chen advanced to diamond level 9 star. Ah, that feels so good. Can I switch to lazy mode now? This thought suddenly popped into Ling Chen's mind. Since I can gain experience without killing monsters myself, I'll just let the summon legions do the killing. Thinking about how his summoning legion was only activated because Jun Xia and others had advanced to the Saint Realm, he shared his experience. Then their own human army should also need a member at the Saint Realm. I don't know, would hiring someone now count? Ling Chen stroked his chin. If other people wouldn't work, why not just ask Emperor Ling to join as a guest legion commander? That would be a piece of cake. After that, the entire army will attack the monster race, and I can just lie back and level up every day. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Moreover, the demon beast race has caused too many heroic predecessors of the human race to sacrifice themselves over the years, and now it is time to take revenge. Humans and the demon beast race have reached a point of no return. Civil war on Earth is inevitable, so let's use this unavoidable war between humans and beasts to enhance our legion's strength. Ling Chen thought to himself. After figuring it out, Ling Chen smiled faintly and called out, "All troops, listen up. From now on, follow Jun Xia's command and act freely to kill demonic beasts. I hope that when I return in a few days, I will see that you have greatly improved in strength." Yes, the legion members roared in unison. Realizing that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was still cultivating in the trial grounds, I couldn't waste any more time and had to set aside some time to gain experience. Taking out the array plate, Ling Chen arrived at the trial grounds. Soon, he reached the central area, where a group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan members were cultivating. Ling Chen. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Bai Ling immediately came to greet him. Last time, when Ling Chen went to the East Sea, he brought her back. Many people hadn't seen Ling Chen and missed him. Linger, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is coming out of the mountains this time. Ling Chen patted Bai Ling's head and smiled slightly. Yes, brother Ling Chen, everyone is already prepared. Bai Ling nodded obediently. Ling Chen walked up to the group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan members, looked at their expectant eyes, smiled faintly, and said, "Everyone, we are about to begin a war. This battle is between humans and demon beasts, and I hope you can help us." Before Ling Chen could continue, a fox demon elder hurriedly said, "Swordmaster, we will all listen to you. Please give us your orders." "Yes, Swordmaster," the group of fox demons echoed in unison. Ling Chen nodded and said, "Very good. Since you're all cooperating so well, I won't waste any more words. First, gather my summon legion together, and then go with Jun Xia and the others to hunt down the demon beast race." Good. The fox elders all expressed their understanding. Ling Chen then added, "The demon emperor has been severely injured and escaped, and he will not recover for a while." Upon hearing this, the group of fox demons looked surprised and shocked as they stared at Ling Chen. They knew who the demon emperor was, of course. Yet, he had been severely injured by Ling Chen and escaped. Just how strong must Ling Chen be? Sword Master, you are truly powerful. That demon emperor was no match for you, one of the elders exclaimed excitedly. Ling Chen waved his hand. Alright, stop praising me. Gather the fox demons who are ready to fight, and I'll take you out. Yes, sir, the fox demons shouted in unison. Then, the group of fox demons began their operation. Soon, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, thousands of fox demon warriors had assembled, looking ready to go. Very good, let's go. Ling Chen nodded, waved his hand, and a teleportation array appeared in front of the foxes. One by one, the fox demons stepped into the teleportation array, and soon all of them were teleported. Ling Chen followed closely behind and stepped into the teleportation array. On the open ground next to the summoning legion, a teleportation array suddenly appeared, and one after another, beautiful fox spirits stepped out from it, with Ling Chen following closely behind. Jun Xia, I'm leaving these fox demons under your command. They'll travel with the legion. Ling Chen stepped forward and said to Jun Xia, then whispered, take good care of Bai Ling for me. Upon hearing this, Jun Xia nodded, a smile appearing on his usually aloof face, his lips curving upward slightly. Do whatever you want, I have to go now. Ling Chen patted Jun Xia on the shoulder, gave him a few more instructions, then turned around and disappeared. Chapter 186 Everyone works. Goodbye Emperor Ling. Bai Ling stared at the spot where Ling Chen had disappeared, and remained lost in thought for a long time. As the strongest member of her clan, she had to stay and protect her people. She felt that only she would wholeheartedly protect her people. Of course, it turned out she was overthinking it. Upon seeing the appearance of this group of beautiful fox spirit ladies, the warriors of the Shark Legion could no longer sit still. They all stepped forward, chatting and mingling with the fox spirit ladies, and patted their chests, saying, we'll protect you. This caused the fox spirits to giggle repeatedly, proving that the power of beautiful women is boundless. The bone dragons standing nearby scoffed. Although dragons are known for their lustful nature, they were all dead dragons and no longer had such desires. The shadow assassins also looked at the fox spirits with indifference. The banshees would only slow down their sword drawing speed. Behind the demon warriors floated holy angels, creating a scene straight out of a tale of demons and angels. Alright, stop flirting and get ready to go. For the next part of this forest, we'll split into 3 groups and fight our own battles. We'll regroup at Tianyao Mountain, Jun Xia said to the legion. Next was a vast forest. If the legions acted together, it would take a long time to clear the entire forest. Therefore, Junxi immediately decided to split up the forces. Moreover, Junxi and the other demons have always advocated fighting against hundreds of enemies and fighting independently, so he did not want to lead these troublesome legions. Soon the legions present automatically split into 3 teams. The demon warriors and holy angels took the central route and headed straight for Tianyao Mountain. Meanwhile, the Shark Warrior Legion took the initiative to team up with the Fox Demon Clan, even though their team had the largest numbers but was too weak. Remembering Ling Chen's instructions, Jun Xia quickly arranged for all the bone dragons to follow their 2 legions. With a group of bone dragons whose strength is close to that of a saint, Junxi believes there shouldn't be any problems. As for the remaining Shadow Assassin and Xianuan Holy Guard, they are a good combination, one for offense and one for defense. After the 3 teams were divided, they set off from 3 different directions. A slightly thin figure appeared on the horizon where he stood, slowly approaching. It was Ling Chen. Ling Chen had changed his clothes and was now wearing a black outfit that accentuated his tall and slender figure. Upon arriving at the city gate, we quickly entered the city. Upon arriving in the city, Ling Chen headed straight for the military base where Ling Huan was located. Arriving at the foot of the military base's walls, Ling Chen looked up and saw a massive, steel-like military base before him. Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel. This military base was more magnificent than any city he had ever seen, and its defenses could be described as indestructible. Last time, Ling Chen entered this military base directly from the air, and the impact of standing in front of it now was not as strong as it is now. After walking along the towering walls of the military base for a short distance, a magnificent base gate finally appeared before Ling Chen. The gate was several tens of meters high and was dark blue in color. Strange patterns were carved on it, which Ling Chen could not understand or guess what they meant. Ling Chen strode forward and walked towards the gate. In the lower left corner of the main entrance, there is a screen for identity verification. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, then took out his token and placed it in front of the screen. A bunch of information about Ling Chen immediately appeared on the screen. Affiliation, Dawn Academy. Looking at the information above, Ling Chen was stunned. Some of the information was from a long time ago. Hello, please come in through the side door and walk straight ahead for a disguise check. Just as Ling Chen was engrossed in looking at his information, a loud voice rang in his ears. Then, a continuous, mechanical sound of doors opening was heard. Ling Chen looked towards the source of the sound and saw a small door, about 2 meters high, slowly opening in the center of the main gate. Without hesitation, Ling Chen stepped inside. After passing through a passage that stretched for dozens of meters, Ling Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Before them lay a wide plaza, where many soldiers in combat uniforms were undergoing basic training and practice. Upon seeing Seeing Ling Chen's appearance, a soldier saluted him, then took a scanning device and examined Ling Chen. After a thorough inspection, the soldier saluted Ling Chen again and asked, "May I ask who you are here for? I need to see Emperor Ling. Could you please pass on a message for me, saying that young friend Ling Chen is looking for him?" Ling Chen replied calmly, "Okay, please wait a moment." The soldier replied and then left, returning to the square shortly afterward. "Lord Ling Huang has just finished his seclusion and is in his study. I'll take you there." The warrior gestured for Ling Chen to proceed. Ling Chen nodded slightly, then followed the soldier across the plaza and into the base behind it. As he walked, Ling Chen lost count of how many doors he passed through and how many turns he made. Finally, they arrived at a gate that Ling Chen found somewhat familiar. "Come in." Ling Chen had just raised his hand to knock when Ling Huang's righteous voice came from inside the door. Ling Chen withdrew his hand, pushed the door open, and closed it behind him. The study was set up in the same familiar way. The Emperor Ling, dressed in a white robe, sat at the table with his brows slightly furrowed. Hearing approaching footsteps, Ling Huang looked up at Ling Chen and said with a pleased smile, "You're here." Ling Chen nodded slightly, sensing the aura emanating from Ling Huang, and felt a stronger sense of oppression than before. Ling Huang, half-step immortal, peak. Seeing the information the system had provided, Ling Chen was taken aback. Sure enough, he was also stuck at the final step of advancing to the level of a terrestrial immortal. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Seeing that Ling Chen's gaze was somewhat dazed, Ling Huang asked with some confusion. "As expected, you're also stuck at the half-step immortal level." Ling Chen shook his head and sighed softly. "Also?" Ling Huang's eyes turned strange as he looked at Ling Chen and asked, "Do you know that there are other people stuck here as well? I've met the Demon Emperor. He's also stuck at the half-step immortal level. He said it's because Blue Star is a sealed world," Ling Chen said calmly. "Imprisoned?" Ling Huang frowned, then suddenly realized why the clan elders had been stuck at the half-step Lucien level for so many years. Demon Emperor, how did he find out? Ling Chen then recounted to Emperor Ling what happened after he met the Demon Queen and the Demon Queen became demonized. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling frowned deeply. After a long while, he finally spoke, "So, the demons are very likely extraterrestrials who know the secrets of Blue Star. So, who exactly is he?" Knock knock knock. Chapter 187 The Mother's Origins. "I remember, this Demon Emperor was just a nobody back then. I was wondering how his strength could improve so quickly. Now I understand," Emperor Ling said with sudden realization, then seemed to have thought of something, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. "Oh no, you mean the Demon Emperor was severely injured and escaped by you?" Ling Chen nodded, looking at Ling Huang with some confusion. Emperor Ling gave a wry smile and looked at Ling Chen, explaining, "After the Demon Emperor was severely injured by you, he fled back to the Demon Clan, but he was unable to recover from his serious injuries. If what you said is true, then it is very likely that the acquired Demon Clan will be resurrected." "Can a demon that has been dead for so long be resurrected?" Ling Chen was also taken aback upon hearing this news. "You know, even with my system I can only revive fixed members of the Summoned Legion, so how can I revive demons that were born later? The demon race is a special race, and that is why countless people choose to become demons, because becoming a demon can help them achieve immortality to some extent." Ling Huang looked at Ling Chen and explained. "I see." Ling Chen nodded, but he didn't take the possibility of this acquired demon being resurrected to heart. After all, the strongest person in this world is only a half-step Lucien, and he can now completely handle a half-step Lucien. "Alright, let's not discuss this matter for now. What brings you here?" Ling Huang asked Ling Chen. "Oh right, I almost forgot. I came to invite you to join my legion as a guest legion commander," Ling Chen said. "Oh?" Ling Huang was somewhat surprised. He gave Ling Chen a deep look, then nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Ding! Ling Huang has joined the legion. Ding! Recruiting human legion members to the Saint Realm unlocks experience sharing function. Experience bonus: 10% of the experience gained by all members of the legion from kills will be added to the host's experience pool. Hearing the system notification, Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, I can focus on honing my skills and leveling up at the same time. As Ling Huang heard the system notification, he suddenly felt a mysterious force in the darkness binding him. The feeling was mysterious. It seemed as if he had a connection with that power, yet it also seemed as if there was no connection at all. However, since he could sense that this power was not harmful to him, Ling Huang didn't pay any more attention to it. "Is there anything else?" Ling Huang continued to inquire. In his eyes, Ling Chen's invitation to him to be a guest elder was nothing. After all, Ling Chen didn't need his permission to make the announcement, and he wouldn't come forward to deny it. Ling Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "My current strength meets your requirements, right? Can you tell me about my mother?" Upon hearing this, Ling Huang was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he gave a bitter smile. "Your mother, she is not human." Ling Chen blinked blankly. "She is actually a divine beast, the holy maiden of the Vermilion Bird Clan," Ling Huang continued, looking at Ling Chen. He had no intention of hiding it from Ling Chen. The holy maiden of the Vermilion Bird Clan? Ling Chen was stunned. This news was too shocking. It was even more shocking than having a divine beast himself. If his mother was actually the holy maiden of the Vermilion Bird clan, then wouldn't he be considered a member of the Vermilion Bird clan? Wouldn't that mean he wasn't even human? Yes. Emperor Ling nodded and continued. Yes, for some reason she was sealed on Blue Star. When I ventured into the demon realm alone, I was chased and fell off a cliff, entering her sealed place and bringing her out. Later, her people discovered her and brought her back. Later, I returned to that sealed land many times to search for your mother, but unfortunately, I was unable to do so. I can no longer enter that place. After listening, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel sad, and at the same time, he understood why his father had met his mother. However, the sealed Vermilion Bird felt a sense of familiarity, as the divine dragon that had entrusted the little dragon to it seemed to have been sealed as well. Back then, Brother Shenlong told me to go after I had transcended the mortal realm, and he also said that the future of Blue Star depended on me. Ling Chen still hasn't figured out what that really meant. What kind of disaster is Blue Star about to face that even the dragon seems unable to solve? The sealed Vermilion Bird divine dragon, the imprisoned heaven and earth, the foreign demon race, and the extraterrestrial humans who are determined to invade the human race. What exactly is controlling everything in the dark? Knock, knock, knock. Ling Chen felt as if an invisible hand was controlling everything on the entire Blue Star. It's not just the survival of humans, but also the survival of the demon race. The survival of the demon race is also under the control of that giant hand. Is all of this just a coincidence? Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Seeing Ling Chen deep in thought, Emperor Ling couldn't help but cough lightly. Ling Chen suddenly snapped out of his reverie, temporarily putting these questions aside. What he needed to do now was to find a way to bring his mother back. According to Ling Huang, without Lu Xian's strength, going there would be futile. Therefore, the most urgent task is to improve one's strength. I understand. Ling Chen nodded and began to think about how to improve his strength. Since he wanted to improve his strength, he needed to improve in all aspects. Ling Chen first thought of his mental strength, as well as his cultivation techniques, skills, strength level, and other comprehensive abilities. Looking for a place to improve one's mental strength, Ling Chen thought of the soul refining chamber on the second floor of the trial tower and the trial grounds. One can increase the total amount of soul power, and the other can increase the intensity of soul power. Ling Chen immediately decided to try the trial tower again. Back in the trial tower, I broke through to the soul realm after reaching the 30th floor. This time, my soul realm has reached the peak of the human realm, so breaking through again shouldn't be a problem. Immediately after greeting Ling Huang, Ling Chen left Dawn City and headed towards the trial tower. With Xiao Lan as his mount, Ling Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of the trial tower. Before the guards could speak, Ling Chen handed over his Dawn Academy identity token. Upon seeing the token, the guards at the gate quickly made way and respectfully said, "Please come in." Ling Chen nodded, opened the door with practiced ease, and stepped inside. It still feels like that desolate place. Welcome to the trial tower. Difficulty, hell. Consciousness transfer is about to begin. A dazzling beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Ling Chen. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes, his body frozen in place, motionless. Chapter 188 Re-entering the trial tower, entering the Saint Realm. A blood-red world, utterly empty. Ling Chen appeared, surrounded by a desolate and empty landscape, devoid of any sign of life. Ling Chen stood still, waiting quietly. Knock, knock, knock. Hell mode has been activated. Proceed with the challenge. Being killed is considered a failure to complete the challenge, and the consciousness returns to the body. The first level will begin in 3 minutes. The notification sound continued, and Ling Chen took out the Xian Yuan sword. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to absorb soul power. 3 minutes later, thousands of bronze-level monsters surged towards the horizon. Ling Chen chuckled lightly, and with a gentle wave of his Xian Yuan sword, a circular sword aura shot out in all directions. Wherever the sword energy passed, all beasts were silenced, scattered by a single strike. First level successfully passed. Ding, spiritual essence detected, can be absorbed. Ling Chen quickly absorbed the small ball of spiritual essence. Ants may be small, but they can still have meat. Soon, we arrived at level 82. Surrounded by thousands of saint-level demonic beasts, a fighting spirit ignited in Ling Chen's eyes. At this moment, relying entirely on his own strength, Ling Chen could only crush the supreme-level demonic beasts. The realm of saints consists of beings who are extraordinary and detached from worldly affairs. Third revolution Thunder God Technique. Second revolution. Ling Chen's aura suddenly increased, and the level of his origin chi instantly rose to the initial stage of the guardian level. With the enhancement of his multi-elemental divine talents, Ling Chen's origin chi surged into the sea. Ling Chen clenched his fist and a slight smile appeared on his lips. If you want to fight, then I will fight. All swords returned to their origin. Countless sword energies transformed into swords, converging in the sky behind Ling Chen, pointing at the demonic beast. Countless sword energies transformed into swords and shot towards the thousands of demonic beasts. Just as the group of demonic beasts were preparing to use their skills to resist the flying swords, time and space span, Ling Chen let out a low shout, and an invisible force enveloped all the Saint Realm demonic beasts. beasts, freezing the spacetime around them. The time-space restriction lasted for a full second, but that was enough for Ling Chen. Endless sword energy descended, and in an instant, countless drops of blood splattered, instantly killing thousands of demonic beasts. Ling Chen pushed off with his feet and charged forward. A flash of silver light appeared on the blade of his sword, and the few remaining demonic beasts were pierced through with a single strike. Level 82 successfully passed. Ding, spiritual essence detected, can be absorbed. Ling Chen sat cross-legged and began absorbing the spiritual essence. A vast amount of spiritual energy flowed continuously into Ling Chen's spiritual sea. After an unknown period of time, the barrier that had been blocking Ling Chen was gently broken open. Suddenly, Ling Chen felt as if his spiritual power had been sublimated, and an ultimate feeling surged into his heart. His perception of the world around him became clearer, and a whole new world unfolded before his mental power. Ding! Congratulations, host, your spiritual power has broken through the human realm and entered the saint realm. Despite his breakthrough in mental strength, Ling Chen did not become overly excited. Instead, he continued to absorb the remaining spiritual essence completely. He steadied his mental strength and let out a long sigh of relief. In the 83rd level, thousands of demonic beasts at the second stage of the saint realm appeared, and Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Is the entire saint realm only 3 levels? It's impossible for Xiaolong to appear in the trial tower. Ling Chen's own strength is enough to fight thousands of newly entered saint realm demon beasts, but he has no confidence in fighting thousands of second realm demon beasts. However, he had no intention of backing down. Ling Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and charged towards the monster in front of him. Thousands of demonic beasts surrounded Ling Chen. They moved swiftly and quickly, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Time forbidden. A prairie fire. 10,000 swords return to their origin. Thunderous force. Winter is coming. Spatial oscillation. After unleashing a series of AoE ultimate moves, Ling Chen's source energy was completely depleted. However, he achieved his goal. Those thousands of second realm demonic beasts were hit by his skills one by one and dissipated after a short time. Only a few dozen demonic beasts survived, but Ling Chen had no source energy left in his body. He sighed and decided that this was the end of it. A fierce tiger-like beast lunged at him with its claws, but Ling Chen dodged it with a swift movement. At the same time, he gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand and thrust it forward with a sudden thrust. A spray of blood erupted, and the ferocious tiger-like beast collapsed to the ground, dead, before vanishing. At the same time, a snake demon as thick as a water bucket bit down and swallowed Ling Chen whole. Ling Chen, who was motionless at the bottom of the trial tower, suddenly shuddered, opened his eyes, and looked at his hands. It has to be said that being swallowed by a monster and then digested to death is a really unpleasant experience. Ling Chen gave a wry smile, shook his head, turned around, opened the door, and strode out. Just as he stepped out of the trial tower, a beam of light shot out from Ling Chen's right hand, heading straight for the trial monument in the center of the plaza. The trial monument displays the ranking of the best achievements of the human race since the establishment of the trial tower, with Ling Huang currently ranking first. Ling Chen scanned the list and found that most of the participants were veteran Saint Realm experts. A golden light rose from the bottom of the trial monument, shooting straight up and quickly surpassing the names before it, taking the top spot. As the golden light gradually faded, a row of large golden characters appeared. Ling Chen, 83rd floor, completion rate, 99%. When Ling Chen's name appeared, the surrounding guards and powerful figures who were standing there were all shocked. The Ling Emperor, who had dominated the rankings for many years, had actually been overtaken. Of course, Ling Huang's achievement was from many years ago, and he should be able to achieve even higher now, but it is undeniable that the current number one is Ling Chen. Ignoring the shocked expressions of those around him, Ling Chen turned and left. Arriving at a secluded corner, Ling Chen took out the array plate and entered the trial grounds. Upon arriving at the trial grounds, Ling Chen went straight to the second floor and entered the soul refining chamber, where he prepared to thoroughly hone the strength of his mental power. Upon entering the soul refining chamber, Ling Chen felt his mental power being suppressed, but for Ling Chen in his current state, it was negligible. Please select the level of mental strength you wish to resist. A voice echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen decisively made his choice of primary saint realm. Soon, a sense of oppression several times stronger than before struck, and Ling Chen felt waves of pain spreading from his sea of consciousness. It was as if an invisible hammer was constantly striking Ling Chen's mental power. Ling Chen frowned, a look of pain appearing on his face. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and persevered for a moment, but finally couldn't help but let out a scream. His body staggered back several feet and fell to the ground, his whole body aching and sweating profusely, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. Ling Chen's face was as pale as paper, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. It wasn't this outrageous last time. Ling Chen cursed inwardly. No, it's not over yet. I can't give up. I have to keep going. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, gathered his mental energy, and endured the repeated impacts. After a long time, he gradually lost consciousness. Chapter 189 Guardian Bead, Spiritual Power Surges. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent tremor ran through Ling Chen's mind, and a black star appeared deep within his spiritual sea. The black stars began to rotate, carrying a mysterious rhythm, and Ling Chen gradually regained consciousness. Ling Chen's head felt a little dizzy, as if he had just woken up. Under this rhythm, the waves of pain lessened and came down to within Ling Chen's tolerance. What's going on? What is this? Ling Chen frowned, looking at the black star in his mind with suspicion. What's going on? Ling Chen was taken aback. He could sense that the black star had no hostility towards him. What's going on? Ling Chen was completely baffled, but since there was no danger, he decided to wait until he had weathered this mental shock before investigating further. Ling Chen kept his eyes tightly closed, and under the rhythm of the black stars, the pain he felt gradually lessened. After an unknown amount of time, the mental hammering subsided, and Ling Chen survived the test. Congratulations on passing. You have received the empowerment of the spiritual source. A vast source of spiritual energy descended from above and entered Ling Chen's mind. With the infusion of the source of spiritual energy, Ling Chen's spiritual power surged dramatically. Half an hour later, Ling Chen opened his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp light. Ling Chen could sense that his spiritual power had now broken through the initial stage of the Saint Realm and reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Ling Chen knew that his breakthrough was not due to his own perseverance, but to this black star. At this moment, Ling Chen calmed down and carefully observed the star in his sea of consciousness. This star gave Ling Chen an extremely mysterious feeling. Ling Chen sensed that this black star contained an incomparably powerful aura. Even a Saint Realm expert standing in front of this black star would probably not dare to look directly at it. Moreover, strangely enough, Ling Chen could feel a familiar and warm sensation from it, as if he and this black star were connected by blood, and there was some kind of connection between them. Could it be that this was left behind by my mother? Ling Chen couldn't help but think that although such a thought only flashed through his mind, he felt that this star was very likely something left behind by his mother. Mother, is that you? Ling Chen's mental energy trembled slightly as he transmitted this message to the black star, hoping to get a response. Unfortunately, the black star still did not react at all. Somewhere far away in the sky, in a mysterious space, several vermilion bird mythical beasts flew in the air. Below, on the ground, stood a massive palace. Around the palace were rings of runes, from which a mysterious aura emanated, enveloping the entire tribe. Behind the palace was a vast tribal castle complex, and in one of those castles, a woman dressed in luxurious attire was imprisoned. The woman sat sadly on the stone bench, gazing at the distant sky. Sister, are you thinking about him again? A young girl walked up to the woman and asked softly. The woman turned to the young woman beside her. You know, I haven't seen him in a long time. I wonder how he is now, and also, my child. Sister, don't worry too much. Father has promised that as long as you can break through to the immortal monarch realm, you can come and go as you please. Hearing the girl's words, the woman forced a smile. You silly girl, do you think it's so easy to break through to the immortal monarch realm? The woman stood by the window, gazing at the distant sky, lost in thought for a long time. Just then, a special message entered her mind. Mother, is that you? The woman's body stiffened instantly, trembling slightly. She could tell that this information was not an illusion. Her hands trembled slightly, and her nails dug into her flesh. This is her child. He's alive. Is he all right? Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The girl asked anxiously, seeing her sister's pale face. The woman shook her head. No, I'm fine. I'll go prepare and try to break through again. After saying that, the woman turned around and walked into the room. The girl followed behind her, a look of worry flashing in her eyes. She didn't know whether her sister's constant attempts to break through were a blessing or a curse. I hope my sister can break through safely. The woman entered her secluded chamber, and silence fell over the fortress. Mother, is this black star something you left behind? A hint of hesitation crossed Ling Chen's face, but it quickly hardened into determination. He believed that one day he would be able to see his mother again. Ling Chen gathered his thoughts and began to study the uses of this star. Just now, when I almost lost consciousness, this star revealed itself and came into play. Ding! Divine treasure detected. Guardian bead. Guardian bead, a divine artifact for mental defense, capable of protecting mental power from dissipation and strengthening the sea of the mind. Characteristic 1, absorbs the spiritual power of dead monsters, purifies it, and transforms it into spiritual essence. Characteristic 2, immune to attacks from the same level of mental strength. Looking at the black star before him, Ling Chen felt a warmth in his heart. This artifact must have been left to him by his mother to save his life. Mother, I will improve my strength as soon as possible and find you soon, Ling Chen said to himself. Ling Chen entered the training room to continue studying the uses of the black star and to practice his skills. During this cultivation, one forgets about time, while in the outside world, half a month has quietly passed. Ling Chen's mental strength has been completely stabilized. For the past 2 weeks, thanks to Ling Chen's time-slowing ability and the fact that the concentration of source energy in the cultivation room was 100 times higher than that outside, the cultivation process has been progressing smoothly. Ling Chen's cultivation level naturally reached the first star of the city guarding level. Although he only advanced one level, Ling Chen's strength increased significantly. Next, Ling Chen planned to properly cultivate his third revolution Thunder God technique and his clone skill. If Ling Chen can improve his skills in these 2 sets, it will greatly enhance his overall strength. The second transformation requires tempering the body with heavenly lightning. Ordinary lightning has no effect on Ling Chen at all. This is also why Ling Chen's second transformation has not progressed much. Heavenly lightning, or a clone. Ling Chen fell into deep thought. His clone was currently refining pills. Wait, refining pills. When a sacred pill is formed, it will attract pill lightning, because every sacred pill has the potential to defy fate. Once it is successfully condensed, the power of the pill lightning will become extremely terrifying. And this pill lightning is just right for body tempering, Ling Chen thought to himself. Since that's the case, let's begin refining the elixir. Chapter 190. The sacred pill is completed, and pill lightning appears. Refining a sacred grade elixir was not an easy task for Ling Chen either. After all, a saint grade pill is the most advanced pill on Blue Star, and ordinary people simply cannot refine it. With Ling Chen's current master level alchemy skills, he can only barely refine one of the simplest sacred grade pills. To refine the legendary sacred pills, Ling Chen would probably need to upgrade his alchemy skills to the level of emperor level alchemy. However, for Ling Chen, all he needs to do is keep practicing until his alchemy skills reach the emperor level. Let's refine an ordinary saint grade pill first. Ling Chen thought for a moment and decided to refine an ordinary saint grade pill. Ordinary high grade pills cannot attract heavenly lightning, but they can help Ling Chen increase his proficiency. Upon arriving at the alchemy room, Ling Chen found his clone diligently practicing alchemy. If alchemy didn't grant him experience, Ling Chen would likely have already broken through to the emperor level. Seeing how hard his clone had worked, Ling Chen felt a little sorry for him. After all, it was all him, and he needed to relax. After sending his clone out of the trial grounds and letting it do as it pleased, Ling Chen returned to the alchemy room and began to grind for proficiency. Ling Chen took out several medicinal herbs, placed them in his palm, and then began to refine them. Refining ordinary saint-grade pills is relatively simple for Ling Chen. After all, with his current strength, refining simple saint-grade pills is as easy as eating and drinking. A moment later, a golden pill emitting a faint halo appeared in Ling Chen's hand. This pill is called the Purple Gold Pill, which is a powerful healing medicine for supernatural martial artists. No matter how severe the injury, taking it on the spot can immediately stop the injury and allow for a slow recovery. Ling Chen put it into his spatial storage and then began refining the second saint-grade pill. One after another, the medicinal herbs in the entire alchemy room were consumed in no time, and Ling Chen's space also contained a large number of sacred-grade pills. Ling Chen's alchemy skills became increasingly proficient. Although he hadn't reached the emperor level yet, Ling Chen was already 3/10 confident that he could try refining the 9-yang sacred pill. The 9-yang sacred flower has 9 leaves, and each leaf can be used to refine a simplified version of the 9-yang sacred pill. Using the flowers of the sacred flower as a catalyst, one can refine the complete version of the sacred pill that grants the 9-yang sacred body. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to practice with the leaves first, since this would be his first attempt at refining this legendary elixir. After Ling Chen had placed all the necessary medicinal materials, he began refining the 9-yang sacred pill. Ling Chen focused his energy in his dantian, raised his right hand slightly, and slowly released the source energy in his hand, forming the shape of a cauldron in the air, with flames dancing quietly on it. Ling Chen, whose fire-based superpowers have been elevated to the god level, has mastered fire with ease. Fire is as if it were an extension of his body. Before starting, Ling Chen stared intently at the alchemy cauldron. He picked up the prepared sacred medicinal herb, the 9-star illusion branch, and gently tossed it into the cauldron formed from his own source energy. As soon as the 9-star illusion branch entered the cauldron, it was enveloped by a ball of origin chi flames and instantly burst into flames. After being slowly burned by the flames, a small ball of bluish liquid soon rolled in the flames, shimmering with a faint green light. Soon, the small ball of cyan liquid was refined. Ling Chen then picked up another 9-star lotus seed and gently tossed it into the cauldron. Before long, a dark green liquid began to flow in the flames, being continuously purified. Then, following the same procedure, all the auxiliary medicinal materials were purified and extracted into liquid, which was then suspended on one side of the inner wall of the alchemy cauldron. Ling Chen picked up a leaf from the 9-yang sacred flower and placed it in his palm. With a flick of the finger, the leaf was gently flicked into the cauldron, where flames immediately enveloped it and quickly melted it into a bluish-green liquid. All the purification work has been completed. Next comes the crucial step of forming the elixir. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Ling Chen focused his mind, controlling the 9 drops of pure medicinal essence to merge together into a larger liquid. By continuing to control the liquid with flames, the liquid was purified and impurities were removed. Soon, the liquid mass became smaller and smaller under the scorching of the flames. Ling Chen stared intently at the liquid, and as it shrank, his mind became increasingly tense. Just then, a loud bang rang in Ling Chen's ears. Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and his face instantly turned pale. First attempt failed. Ling Chen closed his eyes and carefully recalled the specific circumstances of his previous failure failure in an attempt to find the reason for it. Although this attempt to refine pills failed, Ling Chen gained a much deeper understanding of alchemy. Ling Chen kept recalling the failed attempt in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he understood some details of the refining process. No wonder I failed the first time I tried to refine it. The refining of this 9-star sacred pill requires balance. Balance is one aspect, but the quality of the ingredients is another. If the quality of these medicinal materials is even slightly different, the experiment will fail. Since that's the case, let's try again. Before starting this time, Ling Chen carefully screened the auxiliary materials. He then followed the steps to refine all of them into liquid. Next came the crucial step. Ling Chen concentrated his energy and controlled the 9 clumps of liquid to slowly fuse together, and then continued the fusion and refining process. Under the control of Ling Chen's flames, the 9 medicinal properties in the liquid remained in a balanced state. Finally, the liquid clump shrank and the 9 medicinal properties remained in a balanced state. Gradually, the liquid began to solidify, forming a solid, perfectly round pill. Ling Chen was overjoyed. The prototype of the 9-yang sacred pill had finally been refined. After a long while, the 9-yang sacred pill finally condensed completely. A powerful energy surge emanated from the sacred pill, shooting straight into the sky. The cauldron formed from Ling Chen's origin chi was shattered by this surge. At the end of the energy fluctuations shooting straight into the sky, a strange mist began to condense, and soon it condensed into the shape of a thundercloud. Ling Chen gazed at the thundercloud, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He had succeeded. Ling Chen stretched out his hand, and a surge of origin chi flowed from his hand, enveloping the Saint Pill. Then, Ling Chen pushed off with his feet and shot straight into the sky. This newly formed Saint Pill thundercloud is just the right size for Ling Chen to undergo heavenly thunder body refinement. Ling Chen, suspended in the air, raised his head and looked at the churning thunderclouds on the horizon. Faintly, brilliant lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating this small patch of sky as if it were daytime. Chapter 191 Body Refinement with Dan Lei. The thunderbolt did indeed seem quite terrifying, but Ling Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. This was the first time he had used real heavenly lightning to cultivate the 3 revolutions thunder god technique, and he didn't know how effective it would be. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, dark clouds loomed overhead, and lightning bolts crisscrossed within the thunderclouds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, like a giant python, burst forth from the clouds, carrying terrifying power as it lunged fiercely towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen showed no fear. He raised his head and charged straight at the giant thunder python, colliding with it. With his current physical condition, he shouldn't have much trouble withstanding this level of Dan Lei. The lightning struck Ling Chen and quickly entered his body. Ling Chen's body trembled violently, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body. Under the onslaught of this violent energy, Ling Chen couldn't help but groan, his body retreating several meters, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, this lightning didn't harm Ling Chen much. After withstanding the impact of the lightning, Ling Chen began to frantically circulate the 3 revolutions thunder god technique. The rampant lightning that had entered his body was gradually brought under Ling Chen's control, and began to continuously temper his physical body. Ling Chen's physical body grew stronger and stronger under the tempering of this pill lightning. Ling Chen's face lit up with joy as he looked at the thunderclouds above and shouted, again. As if understanding Ling Chen's provocation, the thunderclouds churned violently, and then, magnificent lightning, like a giant dragon, roared across the sky, sweeping down with dazzling lightning. Instead of a single bolt of lightning striking down, dozens of bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, the guy wiping the glass was just joking around. The lightning struck Ling Chen's body fiercely, and dazzling silver lightning spread out. Fortunately, Ling Chen's physical body was strong enough. Under the tempering of the lightning, Ling Chen's body was constantly strengthened into countless electric snakes that burrowed into Ling Chen's body. A scream echoed through the sky as Ling Chen convulsed from the electric shock. Bolts of lightning pierced his body from beneath his skin, causing wisps of black smoke to rise from his skin. Waves of pain filled his body. Fortunately, Ling Chen's physical body was strong enough to withstand the impact of the lightning. After that, Ling Chen gritted his teeth and frantically activated the 3 revolutions thunder god technique to draw lightning to temper his body. Under the tempering of lightning, Ling Chen's physical body was constantly strengthened. Strands of lightning seeped into his body through his pores, continuously merging into his internal organs and bones. As Ling Chen continued to temper himself, his body grew stronger. Under the baptism of lightning, his physical strength and defense were greatly enhanced. After an unknown amount of time, the lightning disappeared, and Ling Chen was soaked to the bone, his clothes drenched in sweat. The thunderclouds in the sky had dissipated at some point. Ha ha ha, this is so great. My physical body is twice as strong as before. Ling Chen laughed heartily, feeling extremely happy. He slowly descended from the sky and returned to the alchemy room. He reached out and absorbed the incomplete 9-yang sacred pill into his hand, then examined it closely. The surface of the elixir has a layer of pale yellow cinnabar patterns. Sensing the immense energy contained within, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. Although it's not as powerful as the perfect 9-yang sacred pill, this pill is still considered top grade. Ling Chen muttered to himself. Put away the pills, and while things are going well, finish refining the rest. Ling Chen then underwent 7 more rounds of alchemical lightning, completing one of the 9 types of lightning in the second transformation. I wonder if the complete version of the 9-yang sacred pill summons the same thundercloud as the incomplete version. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Ling Chen meditated for an hour to restore his mental energy. I'm preparing to refine the complete 9-yang holy pill. To refine the complete 9-yang holy pill, the amount of auxiliary medicinal materials required is 9 times that of the original. Concentrating intently on purifying all the medicinal herbs into a liquid state, Ling Chen took a deep breath. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and then with a gentle wave of his arm, he threw the 9-yang sacred flower into the cauldron. As soon as the 9-yang sacred flower entered the cauldron, it withered rapidly under the terrifying temperature of Ling Chen's flames, turning into a golden liquid in just a few breaths. Ling Chen completed the first step of purification with ease. The next step was fusion. Ling Chen then waved his hand, and several balls of flame enveloped the liquid, pushing the 9 suspended liquids to slowly merge together. Ling Chen focused intently on controlling the flames, continuously pushing the liquid to fuse and purify. Almost every drug was 9 times more potent than before, causing Ling Chen's pressure to rise sharply. The fusion process required a high level of control from Ling Chen. Therefore, Ling Chen focused his mind and concentrated on the liquid in the cauldron, not daring to make the slightest mistake. After all, there is only one sacred flower. As the large clumps of liquid gradually merged and refined into smaller clumps, beads of sweat began to drip from Ling Chen's forehead. His gaze remained fixed on the cauldron. Time passed like quicksand, and finally, Ling Chen saw the pill gradually solidify. Under Ling Chen's tense gaze, a round pill slowly took shape. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The elixir is complete. Thunder roars. Above the sky, a thundercloud several times more terrifying than the previous ones was slowly brewing. As thunderclouds gathered, the energy in this small area suddenly became extremely turbulent. Go out and catch this lightning. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from Ling Chen. It was his master, Kong Ming. Before he could ask why, Ling Chen took the 9-yang sacred pill and flashed out of the space city. Arriving at a deserted desert, Lei Yun followed the sacred pill in Ling Chen's hand. A terrifying thunderous aura permeated the entire world, causing the surrounding air to crackle with arcs of electricity. Compared to this, Danlei was nothing. Soon after the thunderclouds gathered, they unleashed their terrifying destructive power upon the world, with thick bolts of lightning crashing down from the dense clouds. A hint of fighting spirit couldn't help but flash in Ling Chen's eyes. With Ling Chen's soft shout, bolts of lightning containing terrifying power poured down on Ling Chen's body. Sizzle! Ah! A piercing sound of electricity piercing flesh filled the air as currents surged through Ling Chen's meridians and bones. Under the impact of this terrifying thunder, Ling Chen dared not be negligent in the slightest. He quickly mobilized all his power and frantically activated the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique to guide the thunder to temper himself. Through continuous tempering, Ling Chen's muscles, bones, flesh, and skin all underwent a complete transformation. Under this tempering, Ling Chen's physical strength continued to increase, reaching a terrifying level. Chapter 192: Refining the 9-yang sacred pill and obtaining the sacred body. At this moment, all the tendons and bones in Ling Chen's body turned purplish black, faintly emitting a cold light, looking extremely hard and even stronger than before. Ling Chen could clearly feel that his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. Then, about half an hour later, the tribulation of the pill lightning finally disappeared. Ling Chen's eyes snapped open, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck. It seems that different pills attract different kinds of heavenly lightning. So, by refining 7 different sacred pills, we can attract the remaining 7 kinds of heavenly lightning. Make good use of bugs. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ling Chen's lips. However, Ling Chen currently doesn't have enough rare and precious materials to refine the same pill. We can only proceed once we have enough rare and precious materials. Ling Chen waved his hand lightly, dispersing the traces of the tribulation around him, and then left the spot, returning to the trial grounds. A short while after Ling Chen left, several figures appeared here. The leader, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask whose face was obscured, was the current leader of the new humans. Master, someone was undergoing tribulation here just now, and the scene was very grand. I dared not approach. A burly, middle-aged man with a sharp, angular face and a hooked nose bowed and said. Upon hearing this, the leader of the new human cult nodded without saying anything. After carefully sensing it, the sect leader under the black robe spoke up. This is not an ordinary lightning tribulation, but a pill tribulation for the birth of a sacred pill. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted sharply, and a look of shock appeared on his face. A saint-level pill? Not bad, the black-robed cult leader replied calmly. To have withstood the saint pill tribulation and leave unscathed, this person is no ordinary individual. I will go and investigate immediately, the middle-aged man said respectfully. The black-robed cult leader nodded. nodded, then disappeared without lingering. Back in the training room of the trial grounds, Ling Chen couldn't wait to try out the effects of the 9-yang sacred pill and see if it could grant him a sacred body as it claimed. Ling Chen sat cross-legged and began circulating the chaos god-slaying technique, absorbing the primal energy of the surrounding world to adjust his state. Having just undergone a tribulation of lightning, Ling Chen was covered in injuries and completely exhausted. Therefore, Ling Chen needs to make some adjustments to get himself into the best possible condition. Ling Chen quickly recovered to his peak condition. Ling Chen let out a soft breath, opened his eyes, and flicked his fingers, revealing a round, cyan pill between his two fingers. Ling Chen took a deep look at the 9-yang sacred pill, which was difficult to refine and required a lot of effort to succeed. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes, and his hands formed the hand seals for cultivation. The 9-yang sacred pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth. Before Ling Chen could react, it transformed into 9 streams of pure energy of equal intensity, rushing down his throat like a surging river and flowing into his meridians. A surge of violent energy filled Ling Chen's limbs and bones, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably and his body to quiver slightly, with waves of pain spreading throughout his body. But Ling Chen gritted his teeth and endured it, a look of excitement appearing on his face. He knew that this violent energy was tempering his body. A bead of cold sweat slowly slid down Ling Chen's forehead. His lips twitched suddenly, and his entire face twitched. A hissing cold breath escaped from between his teeth. Under the tempering of these energies, Ling Chen's body, like a giant funnel, spun wildly and underwent earth-shattering changes as these energies washed over it. Ling Chen's body became increasingly resilient, his bones became more solid and powerful, and his muscles became more firm and elastic, as if forged from steel, indestructible. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time flew by, and Ling Chen's physique became increasingly powerful. Inside Ling Chen's bones, there were flowing purple gold patterns. These patterns looked somewhat blurry, but they had a mysterious and unpredictable feel to them. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 9-yang sacred body. 9-yang sacred body. The 9-yang body is a powerful physique born at the beginning of time. Activating the 9-yang sacred body can increase attack power 9-fold for a short period of time. Upon hearing the system notification sound, a hint of excitement flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. Who are you? The 9-yang sacred body actually possesses such powerful attributes? The 9-yang sacred body not only improved his current physique several times over, but also increased his combat power 9-fold in battle. It truly deserves to be called a sacred body that is 1 in a billion. Moreover, this is the acquired 9-yang sacred body. One wonders how strong the innate 9-yang sacred body would be. Ling Chen thought to himself. Inside the cultivation room, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of purple gold light passing through them, and he let out a long exhale of the pent-up breath he had been holding in his chest for so long. Sensing that his physical abilities were several times stronger than before, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Now, Ling Chen is confident that he can fight against a powerhouse in the late stage of the Saint Realm simply by relying on his physical strength. He skillfully opened his experience pool, which had accumulated over 100 million experience points. A flash of white light appeared, and Ling Chen leveled up another star, reaching the first star of the city guarding level. Is this what it feels like to win without lifting a finger? It has to be said, Ling Chen has developed a slight affection for her. If I want to reach a higher level now, I can only refine other high-grade pills, but I need some rare and precious materials. Touching his chin, Ling Chen decided to go back to Dawn Academy to try his luck. If all else failed, he would go to the battlefield of 10,000 races again. Last time he went there, he had to slink back in disgrace. I am now many times stronger than before. Even if he encountered a half-step Lucien, it would be no problem for Ling Chen, let alone the battlefield of 10,000 races where cultivation is restricted. Since that's the case, let's go back to Dawn Academy first, but before that, let's go see our master and ask what happened. In a flash, he arrived at the secluded paradise where his master was. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged. The only change was that Master Kongming, who was standing by the stream, had changed from his previous straw raincoat into a brand new Taoist robe, which made him look elegant and otherworldly. He seemed to have been reborn, exuding a refined and noble aura. You've arrived, Master Kongming said without turning his head, as if he had expected Ling Chen to come, and as if he already knew. Yes, Master. Ling Chen bowed respectfully. Your strength has improved to the point that even your master is amazed. Moreover, I never expected you to have such an opportunity to use the pill lightning to temper your body. You're truly remarkable. Kongming looked at Ling Chen and praised him without any reservation. Just lucky, just lucky. Ling Chen smiled modestly and asked, by the way, Master, why did you make me go out to face the Danlei tribulation? Chapter 193 9-turn Soul Fusion Pill. Kongming did not answer directly. He looked up at the sky and sighed. If you undergo tribulation in the City of Space, the City of Sky will help. You resist most of the lightning power, so it will not achieve the effect of tempering. Moreover, it will be easy for those people to discover you. Those people? Ling Chen looked at his master with a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed. aloud. Could they really be detected just because he was undergoing tribulation? Were there really people that powerful? Your master's enemy. Don't underestimate a true strongman, you're still far from being one. As if seeing through Ling Chen's thoughts, Master Kongming replied. Ling Chen nodded, thinking that even his master, the immortal king, had fallen to this state. It's a long and arduous journey for me to avenge my master. Master, what are you doing? Ling Chen pointed to Kongming's clothes, as if to say, why are you suddenly wearing a Taoist robe? Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Master Kongming suddenly looked at Ling Chen with bright eyes, his gaze filled with relief, excitement, and a hint of embarrassment. He said, I have a request for you. Please speak. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was taken aback and looked at Master Kongming with amusement. This Master Kongming was completely different from the unfathomable and ethereal person he had been before. Did you refine that sacred pill yourself? Yes. Ling Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation. Disciple, I never imagined your alchemy skills had reached such a level. I hope that in the future, you can help me refine a 9-turn soul fusion pill. 9-turn soul fusion pill? That's right, this is a divine pill, which has the effect of fusing the soul with the physical body, so I can regain my physical body. Kongming looked at Ling Chen with longing, his eyes full of anticipation. Ling Chen nodded. I will do my best to refine this pill so that Master can return to his original state. Alright, the three main medicinal materials for refining the 9 Revolutions Soul Fusion Pill are Dragon Saliva Grass, Heavenly Fragrance Wood, and Blood Lotus. Dragon Saliva Grass, Heavenly Fragrance Wood, and Blood Lotus? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, as he had never heard of these things before. Dragon's Saliva Grass grows in the dragon vein, and its root is formed from a drop of dragon's essence blood. Heavenly Fragrance Wood is a rare and precious herb that grows in places where the essence of the sun and moon converges. It is a treasure that is hard to find in the world. The Blood Lotus is a strange flower that grows thousands of meters underground. It is said to be rooted in blood and possesses extremely strong healing properties. Master Kongming explained. Ling Chen nodded without saying much. These rare treasures of heaven and earth were not ordinary objects, and it would probably take quite some time to find and obtain them. Moreover, his alchemy skills were only at the master level. Even if he advanced to the emperor level alchemist, he would not be able to easily refine divine pills. Therefore, the matter of refining the 9-turn soul fusion pill cannot be rushed at all. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I'll come to see you again next time. Ling Chen bowed and took his leave, preparing to return to Dawn Academy. Wait, we've been here too long. It's time to go out and see the world. Master Kongming called out to Ling Chen, gazing into the distance with a look of reminiscence. High mountains and flowing water, beautiful scenery, and secluded orchids in the valley. Master, do you want to come out with me? Ling Chen asked, slightly taken aback. That's right, I should go out for a walk too. The old man Kongming turned his head and looked at Ling Chen. However, unless it is an emergency, I will not take action. I understand. Ling Chen nodded. Then, the old man from the void realm gradually became ethereal, turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing from the spot, entering the spatial ring in Ling Chen's hand. Attribute, fire. Without hesitation, Ling Chen left his master's domain and the trial grounds, preparing to head directly to Dawn Academy. Reaching out his hand, a spatial vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen's door. Now, the source energy within Ling Chen's body was as vast as the sea, and he no longer needed to worry about being completely exhausted. With one step, Ling Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. Ling Chen reappeared on the wall outside Dawn Academy. Perfect positioning control, Ling Chen murmured softly, taking out the token and skillfully placing it into the groove on the wall. A dazzling white light flashed, and Ling Chen stepped forward, walking towards the wall. He quickly blended into the wall, appearing exceptionally mysterious. After putting away the token, Ling Chen flashed through the passageway and arrived at the gate outside Dawn Academy. Upon returning to the academy, Ling Chen immediately went to the academy's treasure pavilion to see if there were any rare and precious materials he could exchange for. The treasure pavilion, first floor. The pill that is still called vacuum is a legendary existence in the cultivation world. Legend has it that one of these pills is worth tens of thousands of points, or even more. This kid actually took out a top-grade elixir. Old Manly stared at Ling Chen in disbelief. You, where did you come from? Only the familiar Old Manly was lying on the table, looking down and chuckling. Seeing this, Ling Chen's lips twitched, then he smiled slightly. Bang! Ling Chen suddenly appeared in front of Old Manly's table and slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. Old Lee was so startled that he nearly fell off his chair. His eyes widened as he unleashed a torrent of curses. You little brat, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm examining some treasure? Researching treasures? Ling Chen gave Old Manly a look of utter contempt. What do you know? This is a collector's edition. Old Lee said with a disdainful look, glancing at Ling Chen before looking down at the scene below. I want to exchange for rare and precious materials. Ling Chen said, gently patting the table. Rare and precious materials? Exchange them? Old Manly was stunned, looking up at Ling Chen. Do you know how rare and precious materials are? Your points are not enough to exchange for them. Ling Chen shrugged, opened his right hand, holding a small purple bottle, and handed it to Old Manly. This is? Old Manly took the pill, opened the lid, sniffed it, and then stared blankly at Ling Chen. This is a saint-grade pill? That's right, it's a saint-grade pill. Ling Chen nodded. A divine-grade elixir. These 4 words exploded in Old Manly's head like a bomb, leaving him stunned and speechless in his chair. Although he was not very skilled in alchemy, he knew what a high-grade elixir represented. This kind of pill is a legendary existence in the cultivation world. Legend has it that one of these pills is worth millions of points, or even more. This kid actually took out a top-grade elixir. Old Manly stared at Ling Chen in disbelief. Where did you come from? Chapter 194 Trading a Pseudo 9 Yang Sacred Pill. That's none of your business. Just tell me if it's possible to exchange it. Ling Chen glanced at Old Manly and said with a smile, yes, of course. Realizing what was happening, Old Manly immediately agreed. No way, this is a top-grade elixir. If he doesn't change it, the dean will definitely give him a hard time. Give me the token, and I'll add points to it. 1 token is worth 1 million points. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen handed over his token, and Old Manly quickly took it and entered the points. He then handed the token back to Ling Chen, his face still showing an undisguised excitement. You're really lucky, kid. You just entered the academy and you've already obtained a saint-grade pill. It's unbelievable. Old Manly looked at Ling Chen as if he had seen a ghost. Ling Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, if you knew I still had more, and could refine them whenever I wanted, you'd probably be scared to death. By the way, Ling Chen, what are the effects of this pill? Old Manly asked excitedly as he carefully put away the pill. This pill is called the 9 Yang Sacred Pill. It uses the leaves of the 9 Yang Sacred Flower as its main ingredient. After taking it, one can obtain a pseudo 9 Yang Sacred Body, which greatly enhances physical attributes, increases defense, and can increase attack power several times over for a short period of time in battle. Ling Chen explained the effects of the 9 Yang Sacred Pill in detail in one breath. Hearing Ling Chen's explanation, Old Manly's eyes lit up, and his excitement deepened. He couldn't help but ask, Ling Chen, can I ask you something? Ask away. Ling Chen said calmly. Ling Chen, do you have any other 9 Yang Sacred Pills? Old Manly rubbed his hands together, looking at Ling Chen expectantly, and said with a smile, what, Oldly, do you want it? Why don't you just exchange it with your own points? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Oldly with a half-smile. Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. Old Manly's questioning was too obvious. It was clear he really wanted this sacred pill. He could finally take advantage of this fat sheep. Oldly chuckled awkwardly and said, to be honest, I don't have many points left, and exchanging for such a precious pill as the sacred medicine requires the dean's approval. When the word dean was mentioned, Old Manly couldn't help but shudder. That old devil was not someone he could afford to offend. I do have one more here, Ling Chen said, looking at Old Manly. However, I originally planned to keep it for myself. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Old Manly was speechless. This little brat was clearly trying to trick him, but he had no reason to refuse a holy medicine, so he looked at Ling Chen with a bitter face and said, Ling Chen, just sell it to me. What do you want? Just tell me. Since Elderly wants this sacred pill so much, I have no choice but to reluctantly part with it and sell it to you, Ling Chen said with a pained expression. But upon closer inspection, one can see a hint of mockery on Ling Chen's lips. Upon hearing that Ling Chen had agreed to sell him the holy pill, Elderly was overjoyed and failed to notice the mocking smile on Ling Chen's lips. However, I have one condition, Ling Chen added. What are the conditions? Oldly suppressed his joy and looked directly at Ling Chen. The condition is that I need rare and precious medicinal herbs, and not only do I need them, but the more the better, Ling Chen said earnestly, looking at Old Manly. What do you need so many rare medicinal herbs for? Oldly looked at Ling Chen intently, as if trying to see through him. Just tell me if you have it or not, Ling Chen said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Oldly gave a wry smile and said, this is the only rare and precious material I have left. Never mind, I don't need it anyway. Do you think it's necessary? Spatial tremor. After saying that, Old Manly, looking pained, took out a jade box from his storage ring and handed it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took the jade box and gently opened it. A delicate fragrance wafted over, and a small, translucent plant, radiating a pale golden light, lay quietly in the jade box, exuding a magical aura. Upon seeing this mysterious little plant, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. This is Golden Sun Divine Grass? Ling Chen looked at the small grass in the jade box in surprise. That's right, it's the Golden Sun Divine Grass. Old Manly chuckled when he saw the shocked expression on Ling Chen's face. I want it. Also, I want 100,000 points, Ling Chen said, his eyes fixed on the divine herb in the box. Old Manly's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Ling Chen's words. You took my divine herb and still want my 100,000 points? Do you even know how rare this divine herb is? Suddenly, a small bottle identical to the one from before appeared in Ling Chen's right hand. With a gentle flick, the jade bottle flew towards Elderly. Upon seeing what Ling Chen threw, Elderly was startled. He quickly reached out with both hands, and a gust of wind surged out, catching the jade bottle from a distance and drawing it into his hands. Upon receiving it, Elderly carefully opened the bottle bottle cap, revealing a perfectly round and plump pill in his sight. Upon seeing the pill emitting a faint green glow, Elder Lee's eyes burned with fervor. This was a saint-grade saint pill, something he had always dreamed of. His lifelong wish was simply to possess a sacred pill of the highest quality, and now his wish had come true. This was the most wonderful moment of his life. Okay, deal. Old Lee's hands trembled slightly as he carefully closed the jade bottle and put it into his ring. At this point, he no longer cared about his few remaining points, and then traded the points from his token to Ling Chen. By the way, I need to exchange for medicinal herbs. After putting away the jade box in his hand, Ling Chen looked up at Elder Lee and said calmly, "Okay, no problem." Upon hearing this, Old Man Lee nodded without hesitation. Ling Chen's proposal to exchange for medicinal herbs at this time was a big deal. Although this was a transaction between Ling Chen and the academy, as the owner of the treasure pavilion, it was perfectly reasonable for him to make a profit. "Follow me, the medicinal herbs are all on the third floor," Old Man Lee said, turning to lead the way towards the stairs. Ling Chen followed Old Man Lee all the way. Soon after, the two arrived at the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, the two stopped. Ling Chen glanced around and saw that the entire third floor was protected by an array, which was filled with origin chi. Within the formation, numerous shelves were set up, displaying all sorts of medicinal herbs, ranging from low grade to high grade. Ling Chen's gaze swept across the area, and soon settled on the table at the very back of the third floor, where several rare and precious herbs exuded endless charm. Chapter 195: Exchanging for Rare and Precious Treasures, Returning to the Battlefield of Myriad Races. Ling Chen's gaze fell on a lush, translucent herb, its entire body emerald green, like jade. He raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Ice soul fruit?" The moment Ling Chen uttered those words, Old Man Lee trembled, staring at Ling Chen in disbelief. "You recognize this fruit? Do you know its effects?" Ling Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. It turned out that these people hadn't recognized the ice soul fruit at all and had simply left it there. Ling Chen nodded and said seriously, "This fruit is called ice soul fruit. If you take it alone, it can greatly increase your mastery and comprehension of ice attribute abilities." At this point, Ling Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "It is the main ingredient for refining a divine pill. Taking this divine pill gives ice-type abilities a chance to advance to god-level talent, which can be described as defying the heavens and changing one's fate." Divine pill? Divine talent? Upon hearing Ling Chen's explanation, Old Man Lee stared at Ling Chen in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Aren't these all just things from legends? How could Ling Chen know so much detail? Could he also be an alchemist? And at a high level? But he's only 18. Such a thought arose in Old Man Lee's mind. It is important to know that an alchemist must undergo countless trials and tribulations to reach the level of a Grandmaster Alchemist, which takes an extremely long time. An 18-year-old high-level alchemist, could this be the reincarnation of the Pill Emperor? That's right, a divine talent. Ling Chen nodded. From the moment he saw the fruit, information about it and the formula for refining pills appeared in his mind. "Then can you tell me why you know so much about medicinal herbs and alchemy?" Old Man Lee suppressed his shock and looked at Ling Chen, asking, "Because I have a very powerful master, and I am a master alchemist." A mysterious smile appeared on Ling Chen's face. What? Upon hearing that Ling Chen was a Grandmaster Alchemist, Old Man Lee was completely dumbfounded. You're actually a Grandmaster Alchemist? Today was definitely the day that shocked Old Man Lee the most. All I can say is that this young man in front of him is just too abnormal. An 18-year-old alchemy master, capable of fighting against a saint at the age of 18. What terrifying talent. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless geniuses, including many alchemy geniuses, but he had never seen such a terrifying existence as Ling Chen. Ahem, keep it low-key. Ling Chen coughed lightly, waved his hand, and asked Old Man Lee, "How many points is this ice soul fruit worth?" Upon hearing this, Old Man Lee's eyes flickered for a moment, and he gently extended two fingers and waved them in front of Ling Chen. 200,000 points, right? I'll take it. Ling Chen said without hesitation. No, we need to add another zero. Old Lee shook his head, looking every bit the shrew. Ling Chen's lips twitched violently. Good grief, they're treating me like an idiot and ripping me off. If I hadn't told you, you probably would have sold it for 200,000 yuan without hesitation. Too small-minded, too narrow-minded. Ling Chen shook his head, looking disdainful. You're standing before a genius young man, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Like, you could give me this fruit, then our relationship would be he. Old Lee rolled his eyes, looked at Ling Chen, and didn't know what to say. Could this guy be any more shameless? Fine, no one here can use this anyway, so I'll take it. I'll sell it to you for the original price of 200,000 points. Old Man Lee gritted his teeth and quoted the price directly. Hearing Old Man Lee's words, Ling Chen's lips twitched a few times. The original price was 200,000, but you sold it to me for 2 million. I really thank you. However, Ling Chen still handed over the token. 200,000 was definitely not a loss. The remaining 3 rare and precious herbs, though valuable, were still slightly inferior to the ice soul fruit, but Ling Chen readily purchased them all. Each plant cost 200,000 yuan, which was already a loss from the agreed price. Even as as the owner of the treasure pavilion, Old Manly did not have the authority to make changes. Ling Chen collected all the remaining rare and precious herbs and exchanged his remaining 300,000 points for sacred-grade medicinal herbs. Thank you, elderly. If you have any rare and precious herbs next time, please keep an eye out for them for me. After putting the exchanged medicinal herbs into his spatial ring, Ling Chen cupped his hands to elderly and thanked him. No problem. Oldly patted his chest and assured him. Ling Chen smiled with satisfaction, greeted elderly, and left the treasure pavilion. Watching Ling Chen's departing figure, Old Manly stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "This kid is no ordinary person. I need to inform the dean right away." Thinking it over, Old Manly took out a jade tablet, crushed it, and transmitted a message. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Ling Chen went straight to his villa dormitory. After a quick wash, he went to bed. After being busy for so long, I finally have some free time. What should I do? I guess I'll just go to sleep. The night passed quietly, and the next morning arrived. Thunderous force. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes and stretched. After a quick wash, Ling Chen took out the jade tablet leading to the battlefield of all races from his ring. With a slight thought, a stream of origin chi flowed from Ling Chen's hand into the jade tablet. Ling Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. A wave of molten lava heat rushed towards me. Ling Chen's figure appeared in the vast underground world. Looking at the molten lava flowing a few inches below his feet, Ling Chen's face twitched involuntarily. Could this teleportation be any more random? Turning around, Ling Chen approached the entrance and, before the guard could speak, skillfully took out his academy token and handed it to him. Upon seeing this, the guard immediately and respectfully took the academy token for inspection. After confirming that there were no problems, Ling Chen passed through smoothly and arrived at the teleportation array leading to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Stepping onto the teleportation array, a flash of white light appeared, and in a blur, Ling Chen disappeared from the teleportation array. After passing through the corridor and arriving at the square, Ling Chen gently stretched his muscles and bones. This feeling was simply amazing. My main task now is to collect rare and precious medicinal herbs to refine holy pills. Moreover, this world is inhabited by demons, and I can fulfill my promise to the Demon King of the East Sea. The timid and hesitant self I was when I first arrived is gone forever. This time, chaos divine liquid, rare and precious materials, beautiful I want them all. Chapter 196 Re-encounter with Little Fatty, accepting the investigation mission. Ling Chen, you're still alive? That's great. Just as Ling Chen was thinking about going to the mission hall to see what missions he could pick up along the way, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen turned his head and saw that the source of the voice was none other than Little Fatty, who had been his teammate before. At this moment, Little Fatty stood there excitedly, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Ling Chen, his eyeballs practically bulging out of their sockets. Ling Chen, why does this chubby guy look like he's seen a ghost? Ling Chen, you're alright. That's wonderful. Little Fatty stepped forward, looking at Ling Chen with excitement. As expected of Ling Chen, you actually managed to return unscathed from a Saint Realm expert. Ling Chen's lips twitched. If he didn't have a clone, he probably wouldn't have been able to come back. Just lucky. Ling Chen shook his head, smiled faintly, and didn't explain further. Oh, right, Ling Chen, this is the reward for completing the last mission. Little Fatty lowered his head, took out a spatial ring from his pocket, and handed it to Ling Chen. No need, you can keep it for yourself. Ling Chen waved his hand to indicate that it wasn't necessary and pushed the spatial ring back. Ling Chen, last time I already knew you. I hurriedly ran away, and afterwards I've been regretting it ever since. Why didn't I? Why didn't you run earlier? Ling Chen interrupted jokingly, and continued, it's okay, I'm not blaming you, it's just that I don't need these things right now. Ling Chen, you've actually reached the city guardian level? Little Fatty was about to say something when he suddenly realized that Ling Chen's aura was completely different from the platinum level when they first met. In just over 2 months, he jumped 2 major levels and achieved a promotion of more than 10 stars? Just lucky. Ling Chen shook his head and said casually, not really caring about his promotion. After all, I have the system as my daddy. Luck, you truly deserve to be called the chosen one with extraordinary luck. Little Fatty sighed with admiration, looking at Ling Chen with envy, and said, Ling Chen, with your current talent, you will definitely be able to advance to the Saint Realm soon. Maybe we can really give it a try in the Secret Realm a few months from now. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen suddenly remembered that the Secret Realm was about to open, and only those below the Saint Realm could enter. Wouldn't that make him feel incredibly lonely being invincible? Ling Chen couldn't help but smile, looking at the chubby boy and saying, with your stagnant strength, you should just go wash up and go to bed. Ling Chen, you can't be so mean. Little Fatty looked at Ling Chen with a resentful expression, just like a wronged woman. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I have things to do. Ling Chen waved his hand, ignoring the little fat boy's resentful gaze, and walked towards the mission hall. Ling Chen, wait for me. What do you need me for? I'm a know-it-all. Little Fatty hurriedly followed Ling Chen's departing figure, saying as he chased after him, no, I'm going to take on a few missions and need to go to the demon realm. Do you want to come along? Ling Chen turned his his head expressionlessly, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said calmly. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, little fatty was stunned, and then a look of fear appeared on his chubby face. He hurriedly said, God Ling, we can't go to the demon realm. However, Ling Chen ignored his words and continued to rush towards the mission hall. Ling Chen, you really want to go to the demon realm? Do you know that the demon realm is an extremely dangerous place? Even if your current strength is enough to deal with a Saint Realm expert, going to such a place is far too risky. Little fatty caught up and continued to persuade him relentlessly. Looking at the chattering chubby boy, Ling Chen was both amused and exasperated. This chubby kid's nagging skills are getting better and better. I'm already tired of hearing it. Alright, I understand. I know what I'm doing. Ling Chen tilted his head slightly, looked up at the anxious little fat boy, and smiled. Although the little fat boy was afraid of death, he was still kind-hearted. Seeing that Ling Chen was determined to go, little fatty gritted his teeth, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, Ling Chen, I'll go with you. Are you going to cause me trouble? Ling Chen rolled his eyes, shook his head, and continued, if you're willing, help me collect some rare and precious medicinal herbs. I have a use for them. Alright, fine. Hearing Ling Chen's suggestion, the chubby boy had no choice but to agree. He patted his chest, nodded, and said, I understand. I'll help you collect rare and precious medicinal herbs. Ling Chen nodded, then continued walking towards the mission hall. Watching Ling Chen disappear from his sight, little fatty sighed and whispered, Ling Chen, I will definitely help you collect all the rare and precious treasures. You must come back safely. Then he muttered to himself, otherwise, wouldn't all my collecting have been for nothing? Ling Chen entered the mission hall and went straight to the mission screen in the lobby, where detailed descriptions of each mission were displayed. Ling Chen quickly sifted through the tasks related to the demon race, and soon his eyes were drawn to one task. Demon Realm Exploration. Venture into the heart of the demon realm, to the demon god's palace, to gather intelligence and uncover the true nature of the demon race. Mission rewards depend on the findings of the reconnaissance and will be personally awarded by the alliance leader. Mission difficulty, SSS rank. Although the task description seems simple, it is actually one of the most difficult tasks present. So far, none of the superhumans who accepted the mission have returned. It's easy to imagine how difficult the mission was. Finding information about the demons would be no easy task. It would be a near miss if one were to die. However, the reward for this task is quite good. It's a reward personally awarded by the alliance leader. If the alliance leader is involved, it can't be bad. Without hesitation, Ling Chen clicked to accept the task and selected the SSS level Demon Realm Exploration mission. The next instant, on the large screen, below the Demon Realm Exploration mission, one more name appeared in the list of those who had accepted the mission. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from inside the hall. Look, someone else has accepted a mission from the demons. Everyone looked up and, sure enough, an unfamiliar name appeared on the task list in the hall. This guy named Ling Chen actually accepted this mission too. This name sounds unfamiliar. I know, this is the student who achieved the top score in this year's college entrance examination, an older man said thoughtfully. It said he's already entered the Alliance's core academy, Dawn Academy. Now, he should be heading to the Demon Realm for training. Dawn Academy? No wonder they dared to accept this mission. But the Demon Realm isn't that simple. Let's go and try to persuade them. Even if we try to persuade him, we might not be able to change his mind. I doubt he'll listen at all. Oh, poor child, may you rest in peace. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Clearly, no one believed the boy could return alive. Chapter 197 Journey to the Demon Realm, a plea for help from the depths of the sea. After all, the Demon Realm is the territory of the demon race, whose bodies are extremely strong and whose physical strength is formidable. Ordinary martial arts techniques simply cannot harm them. Among those of the same level, the demon race, with its physical strength, makes it difficult for humans to defeat them. Ling Chen heard these comments, but his expression remained unchanged. These comments could not shake his resolve at all. He did not come here seeking refuge. Now that we've arrived at the battlefield of all races, of course we must strive to change the current state of humanity. With his current strongest fighting power, Ling Chen could easily handle even a half-step immortal. As long as he was careful, he was confident that he would be no problem dealing with the demons. I accept this mission. There's this mission too. This task is pretty good too. After accepting the reconnaissance mission, Ling Chen scanned the area again and selected a few missions that he could complete along the way in the demon realm. After accepting the mission, Ling Chen left the mission hall and went to the teleportation array outside the square to wait for teleportation. Beside the teleportation array stood two warriors in long robes. Upon seeing Ling Chen, one of the warriors in the robes asked indifferently, "Where to?" Ling Chen raised his head and looked at the two robed warriors, saying calmly, "The demon realm." Upon hearing this, the two warriors were taken aback. They exchanged a glance, then shook their heads and said, "We don't have a teleportation array that directly leads to the demon realm. We can only teleport you to the northwest of the eastern region, and then you'll need to travel to the northern region, where the demon realm is located, on your own." After listening to the two warriors' explanation, Ling Chen nodded and said indifferently, "It's alright, let's just teleport to the northern region portion of the demon realm first, it's not far anyway. He then handed over 10 high-grade spirit stones and walked directly into the teleportation array. A beam of light shot into the sky, and Ling Chen's figure disappeared. I didn't expect that someone else would take on a mission from the demon realm. Yes, I respect him as a true man, and I hope he can come back alive. As the teleportation array gradually dissipated, the two warriors began to exchange words. In the northwest corner of the eastern region, atop a mountain peak, a flash of white light appeared, and Ling Chen's figure appeared on a teleportation array that had not been used for a long time. Beside the teleportation array, a concealment array was set up, covering the teleportation array. There were several array patterns on the array, and wisps of black mist were faintly swirling on the array patterns, making the entire teleportation array look quite mysterious. Standing atop the mountain, Ling Chen gazed at the distant sea and the rolling mountains behind him, and let out a deep sigh of relief. Across the sea lies the demon realm. To reach it, one must first cross this vast ocean. Fortunately, as our predecessors had said, the ocean between the two continents was not very wide, and a day was enough to cross it. Without further ado, let's set off immediately. Looking at the vast, boundless sea before him, Ling Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stomped his foot and charged forward. With a whooshing sound, Ling Chen's figure transformed into a purple lightning bolt, heading straight for the sea at an extremely fast speed. Although Ling Chen also wanted to save a lot of travel time by using the space directly, the extent of this ocean and the territory of the northern demon clan were unknown to him. If Ling Chen were to rashly pass through the spatial vortex, he feared he would lose his way. Ling Chen chose to travel on his own for the time being and concealed his presence. Even if the marine life in the sea saw Ling Chen's figure, they would think he was just a passing bird. In the blink of an eye, Ling Chen had left the coastline and arrived in a boundless ocean. The seawater was azure, the waves were magnificent, and the waves crashed against the shore, making a series of splashing sounds. Waves rolled and rose, beautiful as mist and rain, splashing ripples in the sea. In the sea, there lives one of the most powerful races in this world, the Sea Clan. Among the Sea Clan are some enormous beings, each with formidable strength, who are the true overlords of the ocean. However, these powerful sea creatures mostly live in the deep sea, and they could not attract the attention of Ling Chen, who was hiding his aura. Ling Chen traversed the sea and soon entered the deep sea area. At this moment, Ling Chen had entered the territory of a potentially powerful sea race. In this vast ocean, Ling Chen's combat power would be somewhat limited, while the sea creatures would receive a boost from the ocean's power. Therefore, Ling Chen preferred to avoid trouble and wanted to cross the sea area as soon as possible. Half a day passed quietly, and Ling Chen continued to move forward at the same pace. Suddenly, a roar came from ahead, and a thick column of water shot into the sky from a distance, exploding in midair, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. That is, Ling Chen's forward figure suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. This aura was not right. Almost the moment this aura appeared, Ling Chen was certain that the owner of this aura was more than just a Saint Realm expert, and that it would be easy for the other party to kill him instantly. However, in this world, the limit of strength is clearly only the Saint Realm. Ling Chen's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed on the seabed below. He could sense that terrifying being was spying on him from the seabed. Ling Chen dared not act rashly and could only observe the situation. After a long time, there was no movement from the sea creatures. Just as Ling Chen thought it was just a false alarm and was about to leave, the seawater suddenly surged violently and gradually formed a huge whirlpool. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the bottom of the vortex, as seen by Ling Chen's naked eye, became deeper and deeper, like a black hole. Ling Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a premonition that the one in the seabed seemed to want to see him. Moreover, he must not have any ill intentions towards him, otherwise, he would not be able to resist him at all. Gradually, as the vortex grew larger, a huge black shadow appeared before Ling Chen at the bottom of the vortex. Above the black shadow, two eyes, like luminous pearls, lit up, shimmering with a dazzling, eerie light, causing Ling Chen to be momentarily stunned. "Help me, O_O." A childish voice suddenly appeared in Ling Chen's mind. Ling Chen was stunned for a moment, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. Could that cute voice be coming from the huge thing beneath him? Just as Ling Chen was stunned, suddenly, the world changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and a terrifying pressure descended. Feeling the pressure looming over him, Ling Chen's heart sank. This is a formation? Chapter 198, 9 Heaven's Thunder Prison. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, dark clouds gathered, and the sky instantly turned completely dark. Within the dark clouds, a massive vortex appeared out of thin air. Ling Chen raised his head and looked at the huge vortex of dark clouds in the sky. His eyes narrowed sharply. This was a grand formation, and definitely a high-level one. As Ling Chen's thoughts raced, a bolt of purple thunder roared from the dark clouds in the sky, followed by a purple dragon-shaped bolt of lightning carrying boundless pressure, which struck down towards Ling Chen's location. This thunderbolt, carrying the power to destroy everything, seemed to tear everything apart, causing the surrounding seawater to boil violently, with surging waves crashing against each other. The dragon-shaped lightning bolt moved with incredible speed, appearing above Ling Chen's head almost instantly. Just as Ling Ling Chen unleashed his full power, purple lightning brushed past him, and the dragon's eyes glanced at Ling Chen with a hint of disdain. Ling Chen was taken aback. This dragon-shaped lightning bolt was not aimed at him, but at the one in the seabed. The lightning bolt, carrying a destructive force, shot straight down into the vortex and struck the enormous black shadow. An explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. A powerful aura rippled across the seabed, causing the ocean to tremble. Faintly, Ling Chen seemed to hear a somewhat mournful scream. What's going on? Ling Chen was taken aback, then looked on with surprise and disbelief. This formation seemed to be preventing the terrifying being in the seabed from communicating with him. This formation should be a sealing formation. That lightning bolt would probably be too much for even a terrestrial immortal to withstand. Who on earth set up such a grand formation here to seal the dark shadow deep in the sea? Who exactly is that dark figure? Ling Chen's eyes were full of doubt, and his heart was filled with intense curiosity. As if Ling Chen's presence within the formation had attracted the attention of the thunderclouds in the sky, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a thigh, tore through the dark clouds like a giant purple python and hurtled toward Ling Chen with lightning speed. Looking at the sudden, violent lightning bolt, Ling Chen's heart stirred. This was exactly what he wanted. Ling Chen took a step in midair and leaped towards the purple lightning, spreading his arms wide and letting the purple lightning strike his body hard. Purple lightning struck Ling Chen's body, and a muffled sound rang out. Ling Chen felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his lips. As the lightning entered his body, Ling Chen did not hesitate at all. He quickly activated the 3 revolutions Thunder God technique, guiding the lightning to temper his body. This purple lightning bolt contained incredibly violent and destructive power. An invisible force eroded Ling Chen's body, causing his bones to crackle and pop. However, Ling Chen's physical body was extremely resilient. Although he was injured by the lightning, he was not damaged at all. Only his meridians were a little numb, but he recovered quickly. Ling Chen's body was tempered once again, becoming more resilient. Similarly, the power of lightning was also refined by Ling Chen, merging into his internal organs and tempering them, making them stronger and more resilient. After a long while, the lightning power that had entered his body was completely exhausted. Ling Chen opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and once again experienced the heavily lightning body refinement. 6 more are needed, Ling Chen thought to himself. The whirlpool beneath our feet gradually shrank and subsided, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sky returned to its clear state. That terrifying aura had vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. Ling Chen left a spatial marker here without lingering, and his figure shot out, continuing to fly towards the demon realm. After Ling Chen's figure moved away from the area, a familiar voice reached his ears. Just now, that formation was called 9 Heavens Thunder Prison, a particularly powerful defensive formation that can be used in conjunction with sealing formations. What was suppressed under that formation just now was a great Luo Golden Immortal. Master Kongming's voice echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was startled, realizing that the black figure's strength had surpassed the limits of this world. That dark figure shouldn't exist in this world, but rather in another world. For some reason, being sealed in this place allows them to escape the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth. Master, I just heard it seemed to be telling me to help it? Ling Chen asked Master Kongming, puzzled. That's because at first, it sensed my presence, but later, with the appearance of the formation, I concealed my aura, Master Kongming explained. If I reveal my aura, the formation will target me, and that shadowy figure may have mistaken you for someone stronger than me. Ling Chen suddenly realized why the dark figure had sought help from him, whose external aura was only at the city guard level. Master, do you know what kind of creature that dark shadow is? Ling Chen asked curiously. That black body that stretched as far as the eye could see was such a huge creature. It must be extraordinary. He wondered what kind of being it was. I don't know either, but that creature is still in its infancy. If you have the chance, you could rescue it and take it for yourself, Master Kongming said after a moment of contemplation. Possessing such terrifying strength in its infancy? What kind of powerful demon beast must it be? Ling Chen was slightly surprised. Yes, these naturally powerful demonic beasts often reach the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm once they reach maturity. However, advancing to the immortal realm is still quite difficult because it requires not only talent and hard work but also a bit of luck, Master Kongming explained, his tone tinged with envy. You must know that he had worked hard to cultivate and hone his skills to advance to immortality, while these races favored by the heavens only need a little luck and opportunity to advance to immortality. However, upon hearing this, Ling Chen felt no envy, jealousy, or hatred whatsoever. He only had one thought: how to get his hands on this shadowy creature. Once he had it, it would advance even faster, which would be even better for him. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be able to break through the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison and rescue the dark shadow. How can we break through the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison? Ling Chen paused for a moment, then decided to rescue the dark figure first. I don't know about others, but you have a method you can try. Master Kongming thought for a moment and then slowly spoke. What method? Ling Chen was overjoyed and quickly asked. Once you cultivate the third revolution Thunder God technique to its peak and reach the Saint Realm, you can try to directly absorb the Thunder Prison of the formation. Master Kongming's words were astonishing, leaving Ling Chen dumbfounded. Thunder Prison capable of suppressing even a great Luo Golden Immortal. Ling Chen was dumbfounded. Master, you want to change your apprentice, don't you? Chapter 199 First Arrival in the Demon Realm. Don't rush, you should first cultivate this 3 revolutions Thunder God technique to its peak, Master Kongming said with a smile. Your talent is exceptional. If you can cultivate it to its peak, you should have a way to absorb this 9 heavens Thunder Prison. Then I'll cultivate first, and we'll talk about it later. Ling Chen nodded, temporarily suppressing the thought deep in his mind. Now, the most urgent task is to investigate the situation in the demon realm. The dark figure encountered at sea made Ling Chen wary. This world did not completely restrict Saint Realm experts. There may be beings at the level of Lu Xian or above in the demon realm, so we must be extra careful on this trip. They traveled swiftly, and before long, the outline of a continent came into view in the distance. Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed they had arrived at the northern continent. The demon realm covers an extremely vast area, almost encompassing the entire northern continent. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, the entire northern continent is the territory of the demon realm. Ling Chen landed, took a step, and with a flash, shot towards the ground. Soon after, Ling Chen flew to the edge of the continent, where dense demonic energy permeated the air. Before long, Ling Chen set foot on the northern land and arrived at a desolate place. This desolate land was barren, with no grass growing and yellow sand everywhere. A gust of wind blew by, and the yellow sand rose into the sky, obscuring the view. This demon realm is so desolate. Ling Chen frowned. The demon realm was a dangerous place, where countless demons existed. In this demonic realm, everything is based on strength. If you are weak, you will be bullied. If you are strong, you will have nothing to fear from any demons. The strength of a demon is largely tied to the concentration of their demon god bloodline. Therefore, in this demon realm, the higher the concentration of demon god bloodline, the stronger the demon, and the more respected they are. Sensing the intense demonic aura emanating from this continent, Ling Chen frowned slightly. Within the demonic aura permeating the air, he sensed fluctuations of emotions such as slaughter, bloodlust, violence, and madness. Those who lack a firm will likely not be able to stay in the demon realm for long before losing their minds, being controlled by this demonic force, and thus becoming possessed and a member of the demon race. This place is definitely suitable for Jun Xia and the others, Ling Chen thought to himself. Then, he stretched out his right hand, and a summoning gate appeared. Soon, Jun Xia's figure walked out of the summoning gate. Master, Jun Xia bowed respectfully. Afterwards, Jun Xia silently sensed the surrounding demonic energy, which was very concentrated, and a look of excitement flashed across his face. My lord, the concentration of demonic energy here is very high, which is perfect for our cultivation. Jun Xia looked at the surrounding demonic energy with great interest. Even the usually expressionless and aloof god couldn't help but feel excited. Oh, how does it compare to your own demon realm? Ling Chen asked with some surprise, as he rarely saw Jun Xia so excited, which surprised him greatly. Our demon realm, after years of cultivation, has long since become less demonic, unlike the dense demonic energy here. Moreover, I can sense that this demon realm is almost entirely populated by acquired demons, and very few demons understand the cultivation methods of the demon race, Jun Xia said earnestly. That's good. Ling Chen nodded. It seemed that his guess was correct. The demon realm was indeed created by the demon clan after birth. How's it going over there? If everything's normal, call all the demon warriors over. Also, have Qi Baju temporarily take your place and lead the remaining legion to kill the monsters, Ling Chen instructed Jun Xia. Jun Xia nodded, and then flashed into the summoning gate. Not long after, Jun Xia reappeared, followed by more than 100 demon warriors. Upon seeing Ling Chen, all the demon warriors bowed in unison. Ling Chen nodded, signaling the demon warriors to stand aside. After thinking for a moment, Ling Chen silently uttered in his heart, transform into human form. Ling Chen's appearance suddenly changed, transforming into the same form as the demon warrior before him, making him completely indistinguishable from the outside. The demon warriors also looked at Ling Chen with curiosity, their faces showing surprise. The transformed Ling Chen said to Jun Xia beside him, this mission is to investigate the situation of the entire demon realm. If possible, I hope you can take over this entire demon realm and turn it into our territory. Yes, sir. Jun Xia bowed and accepted the order. Even if Ling Chen hadn't said anything, as a demon inheritor of the demon god's bloodline, he also had the idea of taking this opportunity to his own advantage. Jun Xia led a large group of demon warriors, heading towards the center of the demon realm. Ling Chen watched the scene with a slight smile on his lips. Such a team would definitely be twice as effective in dealing with the demon realm. Using demons to fight demons is simply the best solution. Along the way, the demon warriors did not advance very fast. If you looked closely, you could see that a continuous stream of demonic energy was gathering towards the demon army. Ling Chen was somewhat surprised that the demon race's techniques could actually absorb demonic energy actively during movement. Nourished by demonic energy, the bodies of these demon warriors visibly strengthened, and their physical strength was much greater than when they first reached the level of demons. It's hard to imagine what level of strength a demon could reach by staying in such an environment for many years. No wonder demons rarely invade the territories of other races, they would rather spend that time absorbing more demonic energy. Of course, these are advantages that innate demons have in cultivating techniques. Acquired demons will only slowly lose their reason in this demonic energy. Soon, after traversing the desolate area along the coastline, the demon warriors entered an area where demonic energy was more concentrated. Before me lay a dense forest, filled with bare trees, none of which bore leaves, yet they still grew strong and upright. These trees are all demon trees. My lord, these trees were all planted by the demon race after birth. Each tree contains a rich demonic energy, which is very helpful for the demon race's cultivation. I estimate that if we occupy this area, our demon race's strength will definitely increase significantly, Junxie said. Oh, upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. He had to acquire anything that could strengthen his legion. There must be demons guarding this area. We can glean some information from them, Junxie continued. Ling Chen nodded, signaling Junxie to lead the demon warriors to find the demons guarding the demon race. Before long, the demons spotted the encampment of the demon guards not far away. Chapter 200 Distribution of the Demon Realm. The encampment was located in a valley where many demons took turns patrolling. These patrolling demons were mostly at the level of destroying a nation, and some were even at the level of supreme beings, making them quite powerful. However, in the eyes of Junxie and the others, these demons were not a threat at all. Looking at the camp not far away, Ling Chen waved his hand gently. At Ling Chen's signal, the demons took out their weapons and, led by Junxie, quietly approached the encampment. Meanwhile, several demon warriors sped off towards the demons who had just gone out on patrol. Stop! What do you want? This is not a place for you. Several demons guarding the camp walls became alert upon seeing Junxie and his group suddenly appear, and shouted. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Junxie's eyes. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of one of the demon warriors, throwing out his right fist. A punch landed squarely on the demon warrior's chest. The demon warrior didn't even have time to scream before he died instantly, his body collapsing to the ground with a thud, utterly dead. The remaining two demon warriors were terrified when they saw Junxie kill one of them in one strike, and they quickly retreated. Unfortunately, their escape speed was no match for Junxie's movement speed. In the blink of an eye, Junxie caught up with them, and the two demon warriors were sent flying by Junxie's blows, crashing heavily into the stone wall of the camp with a muffled boom, causing the entire stone wall to cave in. The two demon warriors died instantly without even uttering a sound. The commotion on the wall attracted the attention of some demons nearby, and soon, several postnatal demon warriors arrived. Looking at these lowly demons, Junxie smiled wickedly, waved his right hand lightly, and several demon warriors behind him stepped forward and rushed out, instantly arriving in front of the several acquired demons. With a swift stroke of their blades, the acquired demon warriors died instantly. At this moment, the surrounding demons were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to provoke the territory of one of the 72 demon kings of the demon realm. Whose demons are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of Demon King Otis? Several acquired demon warriors glared angrily at Junxie and his group. Demon King Otis? Ha! Junxie smiled contemptuously. Who we are is not important. What is important is that from now on, this place belongs to us. Oomph! Arrogant and conceited. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Attack us all at once. One of the demon warriors from the demon realm sneered, then took out his weapon and attacked Junxie and the others. Seeing this, the other acquired demon warriors also drew their weapons and attacked Junxie. You're courting death, Junxie sneered, raising his right hand. A black flame appeared, quickly condensing into a black net that enveloped the attacking demons. A piercing scream suddenly rang out. Black smoke billowed from the body of the demon that was wrapped up, and his body was burning. Help! I am the Demon King's own brother. Do you want to die? The demon warrior cried out for help. Upon hearing this, a group of acquired demons nearby picked up their weapons and swarmed forward. If anything happened to the Demon King's brother, none of them would escape. Oh, looks like you caught a small fish. Junxie raised his right hand, and the black flames on the demon's body gradually disappeared. Leave no one alive. Then Junxie waved his hand, and hundreds of demon warriors rushed forward like lightning, slaughtering all the acquired demons around them. After dealing with these troublesome acquired demons, Junxie and Ling Chen arrived in front of the demon, and Junxie picked him up with one hand. Tell me, where is your Demon King's base? And what is the situation in the demon realm? Junxie asked. Upon seeing Junxie, the demon warrior immediately begged for mercy. My lord, I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. I'm willing to serve you as my king and be loyal to you for all eternity. Ha! You're not worthy to be my person. Just tell me everything you know about this demon realm, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. Junxie smiled indifferently and pointed to the corpses lying on the ground with his right hand. I'll tell you everything. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. The demon warrior pleaded hastily. He had already sensed Jun Xie's unusual nature. He could feel a strong bloodline suppression emanating from the other party, and it was clear that the other party's bloodline concentration was far higher than his own. That's for the best. Tell me, I want to know everything about the demon realm. Jun Xie nodded. The demon warrior quickly began to explain. The entire demon realm is divided into a central area and an outer area. The central area is occupied by one sovereign and 4 emperors. At the center of the central area is the palace of the demon lord, the son of the demon god palace. In the 4 directions of the southeast, northwest, and southwest are the demon emperor palaces of the 4 demon emperors, which govern the 4 directions of the entire continent. The outer region is the area outside the central region, which is composed of the 72 demon kings, each of whom has his own territory. And this is the territory of one of the 72 demon kings, the demon king Otis. And I am one of the demon king's 36 younger brothers, named Okasai. I was assigned here to protect this demon forest, which is quite a good job. As Ocasio spoke, a fawning expression appeared on his face. Where is Otis's residence palace? Jun Xie asked. My lord, about 100,000 miles north of here, there is a demon's palace, which is Otis's demon palace, Okasai said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jun Xie nodded. Alright, you can get lost now, Jun Xie said, waving his hand, and Okasai's body instantly appeared a few meters away. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. Ocasio nodded hurriedly and turned to run away into the distance. Jun Xie gave a wink to a demon warrior at the Saint Realm beside him, who understood and immediately followed Okasai stealthily. Brothers, let's cultivate in this demon forest for a few days using the demon trees before we set off, Jun Xie said to the demons. The demons nodded in agreement and sat down in the woods to begin their cultivation. These demonic trees absorb demonic energy daily, removing all impurities such as killing, bloodshed, and violence mixed in with it, leaving only pure demonic energy that demons can directly absorb. Thanks to these magical trees, the demon warrior's strength improved very quickly. Jun Xie sat cross-legged among several trees, and wisps of demonic energy overflowed from his body, flowing into the surrounding demonic trees and extracting the demonic energy into his body. As time went by, Jun Xie's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his strength broke through to the second stage of the Saint Realm. Chapter 201 Demon King Otis. Before I knew it, more than 10 days had passed. At this moment, Jun Xie's aura had stabilized at the second level of the Saint Realm, and he was only half a step away from the third level of the Saint Realm. The demonic energy stored in the surrounding demonic trees has been almost completely exhausted. These days, Ling Chen has been quietly refining pills, successfully making 2 saint pills. He has also undergone the baptism of 2 heavenly lightning strikes and used the experience in the experience pool to level up by 1 star, reaching the 2nd star of the city guarding level. It seems the demonic energy here is no longer sufficient for everyone's needs. We'll have to look elsewhere. Jun Xie stood up, waved to the demon warriors, and prepared to lead them on their way. Ling Chen, who had been meditating nearby, also opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Ha! Ling Chen and Jun Xie's gazes sharpened simultaneously, their eyes gleaming like torches. In their line of sight, figures were sweeping down from the hillside not far away, numbering at least several thousand. At the very front of them, a man in black robes, accompanied by several guards, slowly approached them. Moreover, he was riding a giant, ferocious beast, 5 or 6 zhang long, entirely black, covered with sharp bone spikes, with 2 bull horns on its head, and exuding a terrifying aura. This is a saint-level demon bone-armored bull, which is definitely considered a rather powerful demon in this demon realm. The master on the back of this demon bone-armored bull was none other than one of the 72 demon kings, Demon King Otis, whose aura at the peak of the saint realm suddenly erupted. The demon bone-armored bull stopped, raised its enormous hooves, and stomped on the ground. Brother, it's them. Behind him was the younger brother of the demon king whom Jun Xie had previously let go. Otis's gaze fell on Jun Xie upon hearing this. How dare you cause trouble on my Otis territory? You're courting death. Otis stared at Jun Xie and the others with eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as knives, exuding a murderous aura. Oh, you're Otis? Jun Xie looked at Otis, a playful smile on his lips. I'd like to see how you're going to make me think I'm courting death. Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, Otis was filled with rage. He hadn't expected this person to be so tactless and dare to challenge his authority. What arrogant words! Otis sneered. Then I'll grant your wish. Boom! After saying that, Otis suddenly raised his right arm, and as he swung his arm, an invisible black aura exploded and rushed towards Jun Xie and the others. Looking at the mass of black energy, Jun Xie's expression remained unchanged. With a swift movement, he unleashed a punch that instantly shattered the black energy. Moreover, after the black energy was destroyed by Jun Xie, visible ripples spread outwards. Ha! Your strength is actually greater than I expected. Otis's eyes narrowed slightly. However, you are destined to die today. Attack! At Otis's command, the Demon King's guards behind him roared and charged towards Jun Xie and his group, brandishing their weapons. Jun Xie didn't waste any words and directly issued the attack order. Roar! Roar! The roars of the demon warriors echoed through the heavens heavens and earth as they charged toward the enemy. In an instant, the two sides engaged in a chaotic battle. The demon warriors were already quite strong, and with the nourishment of the demonic energy of the demonic tree, their strength advanced even further, making them incredibly powerful and formidable, causing the Demon King's guards to suffer repeated defeats. For a time, the battlefield became one-sided. At this moment, Ling Qin took out a small stool with peanuts and melon seeds, squatted down to the side, cracked melon seeds, and watched the show. Given the current situation, he didn't even need to take action. Jun Xia was already in control. Moreover, in this demon realm, with Jun Xia personally taking action, not only will their strength be greatly enhanced, but after conquering the demon realm, these demons will also be more loyal to Jun Xia. Seeing this, Otis cursed angrily. Then, his gaze shifted to Jun Xia. He hadn't expected that his personal guards were inferior to the enemy's warriors. Since he couldn't rely on his personal guards, he had no choice but to do it himself. Otis suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a cloud of black mist flew out from his sleeve, transforming into a ferocious ghost claw that slashed fiercely at Jun Xia. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Jun Xia in an instant. Boom! The ghostly claw collided with space, causing the space to tremble. The power of the ghost claw was several times stronger than the previous black aura. The next moment, a terrifying force exploded at the point of impact, and Jun Xia was thrown back several meters before he regained his footing. With one hand covering his chest, a trace of red appeared at the corner of Jun Xia's mouth. "You've got something." Jun Xia looked at Otis in surprise. This Demon King's strength was a whole realm higher than his own. He was indeed not simple. "You're nothing special." Otis, seeing that he had repelled Jun Xia with a single blow, revealed a cold smile. "Today, I will wipe out all of you ants. I'll show you the consequences of offending my demon race." As soon as he finished speaking, Otis raised his sleeve again, and another stream of dark energy flew out from his sleeve, transforming into a ghostly claw that slammed fiercely towards Jun Xia. Possessed by a demon. Jun Xia let out a soft shout, and his aura suddenly rose to the peak of the Saint Realm. A huge divine soul power spread out, and behind him, the illusory figure of a demon god appeared. With a single palm strike, he collided with the flying ghost claw, instantly shattering it. Upon seeing the phantom of a demon god behind Jun Xia, Otis's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. This is a phantom of a demon god? How could this kid possibly be able to use the demon god's phantom? Could it be that his identity is even more noble than I imagined? Upon thinking of this, Otis's expression changed drastically, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Yama's pursuit of life. Jun Xia chanted an incantation and gave a soft call. The phantom of the demon god behind him suddenly rushed towards Otis. Otis tried to dodge, but the bloodline suppression within the demon god's phantom greatly slowed him down, leaving him no time to evade. Unable to dodge in time, Otis hurriedly activated the magic power within his body, covering his hands with demonic energy to protect himself, and collided with the phantom of the demon god. The demon god's phantom strike sent Otis flying, crashing heavily onto a hill hundreds of feet away. Puff! Otis coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. You are the successor of the demon god? Chapter 202 Subduing Otis. That's right, it is I. Jun Xia's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes filled with icy light. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now, let's see how arrogant you can still be. As he spoke, Jun Xia's figure blurred, and he appeared behind Otis, throwing a punch. Suppressed by the aura of the demon god, the demon king Otis had no time to dodge and was struck by Jun Xia's punch. A punch landed squarely on Otis's back, unleashing a surge of demonic power that poured into his body, sending him flying. The power of the demon god invaded Otis' body in a very domineering way, and the demonic energy in his body was suppressed. A look of pain crossed Otis' face. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to get up, but he couldn't. But. A stream of blood spilled from Otis' mouth. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with intense fear as he looked at Jun Xia standing in front of him, his eyes filled with panic. How about it? Do you still think you're so great? Jun Xia stood in front of Otis, looking down at him, his cold voice ringing in his ears. I surrender, Otis cried out and begged for mercy. The demonic aura was too overwhelming for him. In this state, he had no chance of defeating Jun Xia. Admit defeat? Fine, absorb this. Jun Xia nodded coldly, then waved his hand, and an extremely dense black aura emerged from his fingertips. Upon seeing the black mist, Otis's expression changed drastically, revealing a hesitant look. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. On the other side is the successor of the demon god. Thinking of this, Otis gritted his teeth, struggled to raise his palm, aimed at the black mist, and swallowed it. The black aura entered his body, flowing through Otis's blood vessels and into his heart. Immediately, Otis felt a faint demonic energy surging from his heart. It was the aura of a demon god. Sensing this aura of the demon god, Otis's face lit up with ecstatic joy. This faint demonic energy was constantly washing over his body, and he could feel his body being strengthened. If he had known there were such benefits, he would have abandoned darkness and embraced light long ago. I believe you've already felt the benefits this demonic energy brings, but if you disobey, this demonic demonic energy can also cause you unbearable pain. Hearing Junse's threatening words and knowing about his increased strength, Otis dared not resist and quickly said, "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely obey your orders and dare not do anything disobedient." "That would be best." Junse's expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple. Then, Junse took a step forward and came to Otis's side. His hands surged with demonic energy as he placed his palms on Otis's back, and the demonic energy surged into Otis's body. The demonic energy entered his body, absorbing the demonic power that had been eroding his body. With the suppression of the demonic power gone, Otis's pale face gradually regained a rosy hue. Soon after, his injuries gradually healed. After absorbing the remaining demonic power within Otis, Junse withdrew his demonic energy and said to Otis, "You can get up now." Upon hearing this, Otis quickly struggled to sit up, checked his body to make sure he was alright, and then respectfully said to Junse, "Thank you, Lord Demon Prince." Junse nodded slightly, then looked at the demons fighting not far away and called out, "Stop." Upon hearing this, all the demons ceased their fighting and turned their gazes toward Junse and Otis. The demon warriors retreated and returned behind Junse, standing in neat rows as if awaiting his orders. Junse gave Otis a meaningful look, and Otis immediately understood. He stepped forward, looked at his guards, and said loudly, "From today onwards, this man is the new king of our territory. Greetings, your majesty." "Greetings, your majesty." All the guards knelt on one knee and bowed to Junse. Junse waved his hand slightly, signaling his guards to rise. Then, Junse turned to Otis and said, "Your territory will remain under your control." "Yes." Otis was taken aback upon hearing this, then replied respectfully, "Do you have a map of the demon realm?" After the fight scene ended, Lingchen clapped his hands, put away his stool, and came to Otis' side, asking directly, "Who is this person?" Otis was taken aback upon hearing this and looked at Lingchen with some confusion. "This is my master," Junse said calmly. "My lord?" Otis' eyes widened upon hearing this, his gaze towards Lingchen filled with astonishment. "My lord? How is this possible?" This boy, who had previously gone unnoticed, had actually managed to gain the support of the demon god's heir. Otis looked like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Seeing Otis's expression, Junse didn't explain anything. After a moment of stunned silence, Otis finally reacted and quickly took out a piece of parchment from his storage ring and handed it to Lingchen. "This is a rough map of the demon realm, but it's from a long time ago, and it should have changed a bit since then," Otis said respectfully to Lingchen. Lingchen nodded, took the parchment scroll, and began to read it. With his powerful mental strength, Lingchen quickly memorized the contents of the parchment scroll. After reading it, Lingchen handed the parchment to Junse. Junse took the parchment scroll and began to read it, then gave Otis a strange look. "They are currently located in a very remote corner of the southeastern part of the demon realm continent. Relatively speaking, the demonic energy here is sparser, and resources are also less abundant than in other regions. It can be said that among all the demon lords, the demon lord Otis, whose territory is here, is absolutely the weakest." As expected, the Otis territory was ranked 71st on the parchment. The two demon kings adjacent to him are Saxton, ranked 36th, and Russell, ranked 39th, whose territories are much larger. Seeing the two looking at him strangely, Otis felt a little embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Well, those were rankings from a few years ago. Now, I could at least move up one place." Upon hearing this, Lingchen's lips twitched slightly. He had made great progress. But then, remembering something, Lingchen chuckled to himself, "Not bad, at least I'm not at the bottom. The last one is my younger brother, Autica." Otis scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and added, Chapter 203 The Great Array That Restricts Heaven and Earth. Upon hearing this, Lingchen's lips twitched even more violently. They really are a family. "In that case, let's go to your post first. We can discuss other matters later," Lingchen said to Otis. "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, Otis immediately replied respectfully. Then, Otis led Lingchen and the others toward his own base. Along the way, Otis would occasionally introduce the situation of his base. According to Otis, his territory is called the Dis Territory, a name that the Demon King himself must have chosen. This territory covers an area of over 10 million square kilometers, accounting for about 1/10,000th of the entire northern region. It faces the sea to the southeast, borders the territory of the Demon King Saxton to the north, and is adjacent to the territory of the Demon King Russell to the west. Their territories are several dozen times larger than the territory of Dis. Although they are all demon lords under the same demon emperor, they can still have conflicts, wage war against each other, and vie for resources. In the demon realm, strength is the fundamental measure of everything. As long as you have strength, your territory will be large enough. As the bottom-ranked entity, Otis can only become easy prey for the higher-ranked demon kings. Therefore, the current territory of Dis is nothing more than this barren environment. However, this situation only applies to Otis territory. In the demon realm, strength reigns supreme. The weak demons can only submit to the powerful, lacking even the courage to resist. Because in the demon realm, the law of the jungle has been fully activated. If it weren't for the demon emperor and demon lord's strong prohibition against extermination exterminating everyone, Otis's small territory would probably be lost by now. Soon, Ling Chen and his group arrived at Otis territory. Within the territory, Lord Otis's palace is located in the very center of the territory. The Lord's palace was built in a semicircular cave halfway up the mountain and was surrounded by many guards on patrol. Otis and his party arrived at the palace gate of the Lord's mansion. Lord Otis. The demon soldiers guarding the gate bowed respectfully upon seeing Otis and his party arrive. Yes, I'm back. Otis nodded, then led Ling Chen and the others into the Lord's mansion. After entering the Lord's mansion, Ling Chen realized that there were actually hundreds of millions of demons in the territory. Moreover, these demons are basically all at least at the level of breaking through a city. This is only the situation in the weakest demon king's territory. The situation in the entire demon realm is simply unimaginable. No wonder none of the predecessors who took on the mission to explore the demon clan were able to complete it successfully. This is simply hellish in terms of difficulty. Kill, kill, kill. Why do you demons rarely venture out to other regions in large numbers? Ling Chen, who had just sat down in the council hall of the Lord's mansion, looked at Otis with a puzzled expression. Since they were so oppressed internally, they rarely went out to sea to other lands. You should know that this small demon king territory alone is enough to sweep across the entire eastern region. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. If the demons had invaded the eastern region earlier, what if they had discovered the passage into Blue Star? Wouldn't that have been? Upon hearing this, Otis shook his head and sighed. That's because the demon lord has ordered that we not launch a large-scale invasion of the eastern region. The demon lord is the one who resides in the demon god's palace at the center of the entire demon realm. Oh, why? Ling Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. That's because, I think you should know that the upper limit of strength in this world is the Saint Realm, right? Otiston paused, lowered his head, covered his mouth with his right hand, and said softly. Ling Chen nodded. Wasn't this something almost everyone in this world knew? Ling Chen gestured for Otis to continue. In fact, the upper limit of strength in this world is controlled by humans. Otis's words were startling. Ling Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He quickly asked, what do you mean? Human intervention? How strong must this person be to control the upper limit of a small world's power? Otis fell silent for a while before continuing. This world is controlled by a massive array, and the one who casts the array is a human array master. And in the center of the demon realm, under the protection of the demon god, it is not restricted by the formation. A formation master. Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a storm of shock surged within him. If, as Otis claims, this world is under human control, then that would be terrifying. This formation master's strength is astonishing, and what exactly is his reason for doing this? Just as I expected. Master Kongming's voice came from the ring. From the previous Nine Heavens Thunder Prison, we can see that a high-level array master once came to this world. If I'm not mistaken, this array master has already broken through to the immortal realm. Immortal. Ling Chen murmured upon hearing his master's words. With his own power, he had limited the upper limit of the entire world. His wisdom was terrifying. With such a grand gesture, what exactly is this formation master's purpose? Ling Chen thought to himself, but then he suppressed the question in his heart. He believed that as his strength increased, sooner or later he would be able to uncover the secrets of all this. Ling Chen nodded to Otis, gestured to Jun Xie, and then sat down to the side, lost in thought. Alright, how many high-ranking warriors does the Dis territory have now? How does it compare to the Saxton territory? My Lord Demon Prince, are you going to attack Saxton's territory? Otis's eyebrows twitched slightly in surprise, but he quickly replied respectfully. Our Dis territory has about 1,500 saints, while Saxton has at least 30,000 saints under his command. Hiss. Ling Chen gasped. This strength was truly terrifying. It would be an easy task to flatten the entire Blue Star. As expected, the human race is the weakest in this land, but the entire demon race dares not step out of the demon realm because of a human array master. It seems that taking these two territories will require careful planning, Ling Chen thought to himself, stroking his chin. Jun Xie shook his head and said, I don't think there's a problem. Otis, gather all the demon guards above the supreme 7-star level. I'll help them break through. Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, Otis was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, Lord Demon Prince, you can help them break through to the Saint Realm? I'm just giving them an opportunity. Whether they can break through or not depends on themselves, Jun Xie said calmly. Otis nodded, then clapped his hands lightly. A magic guard appeared out of thin air in the hall, knelt on one knee before Otis, and said, Lord Otis, what are your orders? Immediately summon the Demon Guard Legion, gather all demon guards of supreme 7-star rank and above, Otis commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Otis. The Demon Guard nodded and quickly disappeared. Chapter 204 Collective Breakthrough. Not long after, the Demon Guard reappeared, bowing to Otis and saying, Lord Otis, the entire Demon Guard Legion has assembled in the backyard. Alright, lead the way. Otis nodded and led Ling Chen and the other two, following the Demon Guards towards the backyard. The backyard was a large training ground, where 6 or 7,000 demon guards were gathered. These demon guard legions consist of nearly 2,000 members who are at the peak of the supreme level, while the rest are high-level supreme level beings. Attribute: fire. Moreover, this group of demon guards were all dressed in black armor, with tall and muscular builds and a fierce aura. Greetings, Lord Otis. The entire demon guard legion bowed to Otis in unison. Get up, all of you. Otis nodded to them, waved his hand, then looked at Junxia and Ling Chen, and said with a smile, "These are the demon guard legion." Then, Otis addressed the demon guard legion, saying, "This is the new king of our territory. I have summoned you here today because the new king has good news to share." Greetings, new king. The demon guard legion knelt down on one knee before Junxia once again, shouting. The sound resounded through the sky, deafeningly loud, and extremely powerful. Looking at the demon guard legion before him, Junxia nodded slightly and raised his hand to signal the demons to sit down. Sit down where you are, and quietly sense whether you can break through. Whether you can do so depends on your own destiny. After Junxia finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared directly in the center of the demon guard legion. Yes, new king, the demon guard legion responded in unison, all sitting down cross-legged. Junxia, who was in the middle of the demon guard legion, closed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and his inner energy surged wildly from his palms, rushing into the sky above the demon guard legion. The energy churned and rolled, forming a vortex of demonic energy. As the demonic energy within Junxia's body continued to surge out, his face gradually turned pale. Beneath this vortex of demonic energy from a radius of 1,000 miles around was slowly gathering. Within the vortex of demonic energy continuously surged forth, then flew towards the demonic guards of the demonic guard legion, darting up and down among them. Each wisp of demonic energy found its master. This demonic energy is the purest demonic energy, containing boundless demonic power, which can slowly enhance the demon guard's innate bloodline and physical attributes. The demon guards sat cross-legged, feeling the demonic energy enter their bodies and then circulate within them, tempering their flesh and bones and making their bodies stronger. Before long, some of the demon guards felt that, under the tempering of the demon god's aura and the dense demonic energy drawn in by the vortex, the demonic energy within their bodies was becoming increasingly thick and abundant, showing faint signs of breaking through to the saint realm. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong fluctuation came from inside the demon guard legion, and a powerful saint realm aura emanated from the demon guard legion, instantly enveloping the entire demon guard legion. One of the demon guards broke through to the saint realm. Immediately afterwards, as if resonating with them, the other demon guards began to break through one after another. In a short time, more than 2,000 members of the demon guard legion advanced to the saint realm, and the remaining demon guards also made considerable gains, resulting in a significant improvement for the entire legion. The demon guards of the demon guard legion who had broken through to the saint realm opened their eyes, their faces filled with joy. Feeling the vast and powerful energy within their bodies, they were all extremely excited. They had been stuck at the peak of the supreme level for decades, even centuries, and due to the upper limit of their talent, they had been unable to break through to the saint realm. They had been searching for an opportunity to break through to the saint realm, but unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they found nothing. Now, under the tempering and nourishment of Junxi's demonic energy, their bloodlines have been strengthened, and they have found an opportunity for a breakthrough. Moreover, the demonic energy that entered their bodies did not disappear, but instead clung to their hearts, continuously tempering their physical bodies. This means that their potential will no longer be limited to this. Sensing the benefits of the demonic energy, the demon guards' faces lit up with ecstatic joy. "Thank you, Your Majesty the new king." The demon guards of the demon guard legion stood up together, knelt on one knee in unison before Junxia, and shouted excitedly. Their eyes were filled with deep gratitude and admiration as they looked at Junxia. Clearly, Junxi has won their loyalty. "Get up," Junxia said, waving his hand to signal everyone to stand up. After the demon guards of the demon guard legion got up, they all stood there respectfully. "The first reason I've gathered you all here is to lend you a hand in your breakthroughs. The second reason is that I wonder if any of you dare to join me in conquering the entire demon realm," Junxia said calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, all the surrounding demon guards were stunned. Many of them even rubbed their ears, afraid that they had misheard. Their new king was going to attack the demon realm, and the demons became excited and roared in unison, their voices echoing through the valley like thunder. "I am willing to follow the new king in conquering the world." For a long time, they had been suppressed too severely by the demons of the neighboring Saxton territory, and they dared not resist or send troops to deal with the demons of Saxton territory. They harbored endless resentment in their hearts. Now that this grudge can finally be avenged, how could the members of the demon guard legion not be excited? With the emergence of a new king who greatly enhanced their strength, they finally had the courage to rebel and the right to resist other territories of the demon realm. Seeing the excited expressions of the demon guards before him, Junxia couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. He believed that as long as the demon guards were given some time, once they had all reached the saint realm, they could send troops to conquer the demons in the Saxton territory. Before Before that, Jun Xie decided to personally lead his demon warriors to weaken the enemy's strength and lay a good foundation for the Demon Guard Legion. After all, the demons of Saxton territory are far more powerful than the demons of their own territory. If Jun Xie were to conquer the entire demon realm entirely on his own, who knows how many years it would take. Now, with the help of these demon guards, he can move faster. Roar, roar, roar. Very well, since everyone shares this passion, then let us conquer this land together. Jun Xie smiled faintly. You all should focus on your cultivation first, and when the time is right, the entire army will launch an attack. Yes, Your Majesty, the demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. My name is Jun Xie. Jun Xie looked at the group of demon guards before him, their fighting spirit surging, and spoke. We swear to follow Lord Junxi to the death. The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Seeing this, Otis's lips twitched involuntarily. His group of demon guards had become so convinced of Jun Xie's abilities so quickly. Looking down at the passionate demon guards, Otis was somewhat moved. It had been so many years since he had seen them so enthusiastic, which reminded him of his youth. Otis couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Jun Xie. This new king was indeed a formidable figure. Chapter 205 The Musicians' Legion. Very good. Now everyone, cultivate diligently. When I go to Saxton to stir up trouble, I will need you to kill me in one blow. Jun Xie smiled slightly and said, Yes, Lord Junxi. The demon guards of the Demon Guard Legion responded in unison, and then continued to sit cross-legged to consolidate their cultivation. Looking at the bustling scene of cultivation below, Otis sighed. He realized that compared to Jun Xie, he was really not suited to be a leader. Let's go back and rest first, and set off tomorrow. Jun Xie turned around and walked towards the door of the council hall. My lord, are you departing tomorrow? Otis asked hurriedly upon hearing that Jun Xie was leaving. Not bad. Tomorrow, I will lead my army away, and you will continue to manage this place. If you need anything, you can tell my brothers at any time. Whether it's me or my men, we will do our best to help you in the Demon Guard Legion. Jun Xie stopped, turned around, nodded to Otis, and then arranged for a demon warrior to follow Otis. Yes, sir. Otis bowed and replied respectfully. Jun Xie nodded, and then the group of demons returned together to the residence that Otis had arranged in advance. Back in his residence, Ling Chen enveloped the room with the primordial energy of heaven and earth, shielding it from the outside world. He had just been outside when he heard the system notification that the summoning system's cooldown had ended. Experiencing the joy of summoning an army, Ling Chen rubbed his hands together impatiently. Which legion will it be this time? Ling Chen closed his eyes and softly called out, System, sir. Ding, I'm here. Ding. Congratulations, host, for summoning the Musician Legion. Legion size, 111. Legion Commander, 9-fingered Qin Demon, Shuqin. All Legion members talent level, S rank. Attribute, music. Class skills, life aura, blood rage aura, defense aura, all attribute buff aura, 9-tone illusionary music, illusionary sound. Strength, 1 star, city breaking level, upgradable. Extremely weak in combat and defense, and excellent support in war. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. The summoning of the Legion had come at just the right time, as a large-scale battle was about to take place. Having a group of support musicians who can buff themselves might just determine the outcome of a battle. Ling Chen gently raised his hand, and a summoning gate exclusively for musicians opened. Then, a figure with a graceful figure appeared, none other than the 9-fingered Qin Demon, Tianqin. She was dressed in purple, stunningly beautiful, exuding an alluring charm. Her purple eyes seemed to possess a strange magic that captivated, enchanted, and left an unforgettable impression. Her delicate face was adorned with a charming smile, giving off a gentle, serene, and tranquil feeling. In her hand, she held a silver-white guqin, its body pure white, as if carved from crystal, meticulous and exquisite. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her pair of purple eyes shimmered with an eerie purple light. Her cheeks were as white as jade, her skin so delicate it seemed to break at a touch, radiating a lustrous glow. Her cherry red lips were so tempting that one couldn't resist taking a bite. Greetings, Your Majesty. The lyre musician parted her red lips slightly, her charming voice emanating from her mouth, and she bowed to Ling Chen. No need for formalities. Ling Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand, and continued, I wonder how high the buff bonus of your musicians is. Your Majesty, please experience the musician's enhancement for yourself. Upon hearing this, the heavenly harp musician smiled slightly, lightly touched the harp with his fingers, and the music immediately rang out, resounding through the air like spring thunder. As the music began, a green halo descended upon Ling Chen, instantly making him feel lighter and a refreshing sensation spreading from his chest and abdomen, filling him with power. Ding! You have received the musician's blessing, increasing all your attributes by 20%. Great! Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes widened in delight. The effect was indeed quite good. He. My lord, this is our highest all-attribute bonus at present. As our strength and realm increase, this bonus ratio will also increase accordingly. Tianqin gently covered her lips with her hand and explained with a smile, then continued, if it's a one-sided attribute bonus, it's it's about double. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Tianqin's words, Ling Chen nodded. In that case, you should go and level up with the demon warriors first. Then Ling Chen snapped his fingers lightly and another summoning gate appeared. Jun Xia stepped out and appeared in front of the two of them. Master, did you need something from me? Jun Xia asked Ling Chen respectfully. Yes, you take them to level up. They can improve your overall strength. Ling Chen pointed to Tianqin beside him and said to Jun Xia. Jun Xia looked at Tianqin beside him and saw that her pair of purple eyes were staring at him. Those eyes seemed to bewitch his soul, staring straight at him. Jun Xia was slightly taken aback. This musician was simply too beautiful. If only. But soon, Jun Xia suddenly realized what was happening, shook his head, and shook off that thought. This musician actually possesses such profound illusion magic, disregarding the difference in their cultivation levels, pulling me into an illusion, and making me involuntarily think in that direction. Yes, I'll take them to level up tomorrow. Jun Xia came back to his senses and looked at Ling Chen. Oh, Tianqin was somewhat surprised by Junxi's performance. This guy had broken free from her illusion so quickly. It should be noted that even a saint-level peak expert with a weak will can fall deeply into her illusions. And this man before me can actually resist my illusion? Interesting. Thinking of this, Tianqin couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Junxi. A playful look appeared in her eyes as she looked at Junxi. What's your name? Tianqin blinked, parted her teeth slightly, and asked. Jun Xia. Jun Xia said expressionlessly. Jun Xia, what a nice name. I like it. Tianqin gently pursed her lips and smiled, saying, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of me from now on. Jun Xia's lips twitched twice. Why did he feel like he was being teased? Space travel. Ahem. You two can talk about this privately. I need to cultivate now. Ling Chen coughed twice, urging the two to leave quickly. Chapter 206 Territory Borders. Yes, the two replied in unison, bowing to Ling Chen. Then Tianqin followed Junxi, turned around, and left the room, heading outside. Ling Chen watched the two leave and couldn't help but shake his head. Jun Xia, that kid, has quite a lot of female admirers. A cool, aloof male god with a cute little girl with short legs, or a cool, aloof male god with a charming, mature woman? TSK TSK TSK. Ling Chen sighed inwardly, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. At dawn, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a glint of light shot out from them. Ling Chen stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, making a cracking sound. Then he stretched his limbs, and immediately, a series of cracking sounds came from his joints. After cultivating all night, Ling Chen consolidated his drastically improved physical abilities. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, Ling Chen was confident that he could fight hand-to-hand with a peak Saint Realm expert. After tidying up, Ling Chen stepped out of the room and saw that the members of Jun Xie and Qin Mo's legions were already fully prepared and waiting for him. A group of young female musicians, dressed in white, each holding a small white zither, possessed graceful figures, delicate and flawless faces, and looked like fairies, giving people a stunning sense of beauty. They were positioned in the middle of the group, surrounded by two concentric circles of demon warriors who protected them. My lord! Qin Mo and Jun Xie greeted Ling Chen respectfully as they stepped forward. Okay, let's go. Ling Chen nodded and then waved his hand. Everyone immediately took to the air and flew away from the camp, with Ling Chen following closely behind. After leaving the camp, the group headed north, speeding towards the northern border of the Dis territory. The group moved quickly, and before long, the camp behind them had disappeared from sight. Along the way, the barrenness was visible to the naked eye, with endless deserts everywhere. Although the Dis territory looked large, most of it was useless desert land. Without stopping at all, the group traveled at top speed and arrived at the border area in just a few days. On the border, there is a continuous mountain range that forms the boundary between the two territories. If the army of either side crosses the line, it is considered a provocation against the other. However, generally speaking, it is the army of Saxton that comes to invade. Their main reason for invading was the lack of resources. On the one hand, the war could consume too many of their acquired demon warriors, and on the other hand, they could plunder the remaining resources of the Dis territory. This mountain range is teeming with all sorts of demons. These demons are extremely low in intelligence, but they possess considerable strength. Each one of them has the power to destroy a nation, making them particularly suitable for the current musicians to level up. Therefore, everyone stopped and landed on the ground, on this mountain range, preparing to walk all the way to level up the musicians. As soon as they landed, the female musicians placed their fair hands on the strings and gently plucked them. The melodious and graceful music transformed into green halos that blessed the demon warriors beside them. All attributes increased by 20%. The green halo attached to his body continuously emitted wisps of green light, which entered the demon warrior's body. With the green light entering his body, the demon warrior's strength instantly increased by a significant amount. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, the demon warrior couldn't help but feel somewhat intoxicated. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Good heavens, are they a bunch of hulks? Buff activated, time to get to work. The demon warriors roared to the sky to express their exhilaration, and then a group of demon warriors at the Saint Realm charged charged towards the bewildered demon. Sensing the hostility of the demon warriors, the demons were not to be outdone. Ignoring their own inadequacy to fight the demon warriors, they immediately charged at them, and the two sides clashed. The demon warriors' attack methods are very simple and brutal. With a single punch, several demons will perish, which also greatly reduces their stamina. Unsurprisingly, the battlefield turned into a one-sided crushing defeat. Although the monsters had the advantage in numbers, they were far from enough in the face of absolute power. Before long, Ling Chen could vaguely see a white light flash around the female musicians, and they had leveled up by 1 star, which was very fast. Ling Chen, who was also a 2-star city guardian, was slightly taken aback. He realized that it seemed that his summoned legion was leveling up much faster than his own. Both were at the city protection level, 1 star to 2 stars. I had several legion members grinding experience for me, and I only accumulated enough experience to level up once. But these musicians just gave me a buff and leveled up in half a day? System, what's going on? That's because you, host, are exceptionally talented, so you gain more experience points for leveling up than others. Oh, how much more than others? Holy crap, Ling Chen's eyebrows twitched involuntarily upon hearing that number. 100 times more? That means your army has to put in 100 times more effort than others. They really worked hard. No, I can't just lie back anymore. I have to take action myself to increase my strength. Soon, the warriors cleared away all the monsters around them. After they finished, the warriors ran to the musicians and surrounded them, protecting them in the middle. Looking at the group of demon warriors who had just been as fierce as wolves, smashing a monster to pieces with a single punch, and now standing next to the musician with silly smiles, scratching the back of their heads, Ling Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. These were probably a bunch of lecherous demons. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be eager for sex but also inexperienced, which made Ling Chen want to laugh. Keep going. Jun Xia ignored Tianqin, who was trying to cling to him with alluring passion, and gave a calm order. The group of demons continued to rush forward. Along the way, the demons continuously took action, clearing away the monsters on the road. The musicians' levels also rose by 5 stars, reaching the 7-star realm. Soon, after traveling for several days, the group crossed the mountain range. Beyond the mountains lay a boundless plain, and on the distant horizon stood a magnificent border pass. On the pass, there was a row of arrow towers and the military flag representing the army of the Demon King Saxton. This is the first line of defense that Saxton stationed on the border to prevent the Otis army from attacking. However, Otis's army had always been on the defensive and had never launched an offensive. As a result, the demon army in the pass gradually lowered its guard over time. Looking at the border pass, which was much larger than Otis's territory, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. This was truly a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong always had more resources. Chapter 207. One man's strength destroys a city. My lord, what should we do next? Jun Xia's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the city not far away, a wicked smile creeping onto his usually stern face. Do whatever you want, I have no objection, Ling Chen said with a faint smile. He could tell that Jun Xia was planning something big. Instead of killing them one by one, let the demons of the entire Saxton territory come to us. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Jun Xia couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly. He immediately took the lead and headed towards the border pass. The rest of the group followed. Just as the demon guards on the pass walls were dozing off, Jun Xia and his group had already arrived at the city gate of the pass. Just then, a gun-wielding demon patrolling the border outpost glanced out of the city and saw Jun Xia and his demons. He immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Hearing the patrol's shouts, the demon warriors were immediately awakened, raising their weapons and turning their gazes toward the hundreds of demons not far from the city. I am the new demon king of the Dis territory, Jun Xia declared loudly. I have come to present Saxton with a gift. Upon hearing Jun Xia announce his name, the demon warriors on the city wall immediately relaxed their tense nerves, put away their weapons one by one, and mocked. We thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be someone from the Dis territory. Our demon king wouldn't even glance at the meager gift you offered. After all, what good stuff could you possibly have to offer? Ha 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 ha. The group of demon warriors made a loud commotion, their eyes filled with contempt as they looked at Jun Xia and his companions. Now that I've decided to give it away, I have no intention of taking it back. Jun Xia chuckled, and then, in a flash, he appeared above the city wall, possessed by a demon. A roar erupted from Jun Xia's mouth, his aura surged, and a massive divine soul power emanated from him. Then, above Jun Xia, a phantom image of a demon god appeared. The current demonic shadow is 8,000 feet tall, shrouded in black mist, and exudes a terrifying demonic aura that inspires awe. This is a demon god? I feel like the demonic energy in my body is about to stop circulating. Upon seeing the appearance of the demon god's shadow, the demon warriors in the city were so frightened that they froze on the spot, their legs trembling slightly, unable to move. The demon god will destroy the world. Looking down at the magnificent fortress below, Jun Xia roared, and the shadow of the demon god instantly transformed into endless divine light, swooping down towards the below. Rumble! A violent crash resounded, and the entire fortress fortress collapsed instantly under Junse's attack. Countless stones tumbled down, dust flew everywhere, and all the demon warriors in the city were sent flying backward by the blow, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood, and severely injured. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Junse. Many of the bewildered demon warriors in the city lost their lives in this attack. With just this one move, it can be said that the entire city has been breached. I believe Saxton will like this gift, Junse said calmly. He had deliberately left a few survivors to go back and report to the Demon King Saxton. After speaking, Junse turned around and instantly returned to the group. Good heavens, he's even better at pretending than me, Ling Chen thought to himself as he watched the scene unfold. My lord, let's go. Let's go to Saxton and have some fun, Junse said to Ling Chen after returning. Okay, Ling Chen replied, and then led the way toward the Saxton territory. Soon, led by Junse and the others, the group quickly crossed the border pass and entered the border area of Saxton. After crossing the border region, there is a dense forest. Beyond this forest lies the territory inhabited by Saxton's demon name. Come over here, all of you. Junse waved his hand at the demon warriors, and they immediately gathered around. Next, we will roughly group together 33 demons and 33 musicians, Junse said calmly, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. We'll split into 3 groups and set off along these 3 routes. We must make the cities along these routes as chaotic as possible. Finally, we'll meet up here in Piltover. Junse took out 3 identical copies of the parchment scrolls and drew a route forward while speaking. The parchment scroll that Junse took out was the map of the demon realm, and every city in Saxton was marked on the map in great detail. This must be the last stand of the Dis territory. Yes, the demons replied respectfully, and then quickly formed their own groups, each group equipped with the same Sona support. Soon, the other 2 teams disappeared from the spot, following the route on the map indicated by Junse. My lord, let's go too, Junse said to Ling Chen after the other 2 teams had stopped moving. Ling Chen nodded slightly, and then he and Junse led the remaining warriors along the third path. With a 3-pronged approach, they are determined to disrupt the current situation. After traveling along the third road for several days and passing through the forest, the first city on this route came into view. This city covers a vast area, and its buildings are extremely magnificent, even larger than the previous pass, about 7 times larger. This is one of the frontline cities of Saxton, and it is the main place where troops are dispatched should war break out on the front lines. Therefore, through his mental probing, Ling Chen discovered that there were many high-level demons in this city. There are no fewer than 3,000 demons with the strength of a saint, and countless others at the supreme level. 30 versus 3,000, it's like working yourself to death just by slaughtering a pig. Here, one can clearly feel that the demon warriors on the city walls are standing guard dutifully, much better than those at the frontline passes. This should be our first target, Scar City, Junse said calmly, looking at the city before him. A direct assault would easily result in heavy losses for both sides, with the enemy suffering 1,000 casualties and ourselves losing 800. It seems we can only outsmart them. Junse stroked his chin. Ling Chen nodded. Let's go. Let's sneak into the city and see what's going on, Junse said, and took the lead into the city, with the others following suit. Okay, let's go. Ling Chen nodded, put the musicians into his space, and then walked towards Ska City with Junse and the other demons. Upon arriving at the city gate, after a brief inquiry, Ling Chen and his group entered the city. Chapter 208 Time Bomb. Scarcity, as the frontline city of Saxton, was not desolate and deserted at all. Instead, it was bustling with activity, contrary to its usual prosperity. Within the city, demons constantly came and went on the roads, and the streets were filled with the sounds of demon merchants hawking their wares, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Ling Chen's face showed a strange expression. It turned out that the demon race was in the same situation as the human race. In this city of Ska, it was just like a normal human city. The only difference is that human cities have a certain order, while here, the strong are respected and there is no order at all. Along the way, strong demons can be seen everywhere, knocking down or even killing weaker demons. The entire city is filled with bloodshed. The passing demons didn't even glance at them, as if they were already used to it. Moreover, in this city, all the demons live a primitive lifestyle, and the entire city has no technological elements whatsoever. After exploring the city for half a day, Junse's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the chaotic scene he had witnessed. He hadn't expected that these demons would do such cruel and brutal things every day as if it were commonplace. These acquired demons were like a bunch of savage beasts, only knowing how to be ruthless and kill. Looking at everything before him, Junse couldn't help but feel a strong killing intent. These acquired demons were simply tarnishing their reputation. My lord, I want to massacre the city, Junse said in a calm tone, looking at Ling Chen beside him. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's face twitched. This was truly the most ruthless thing said in the most indifferent tone. However, he didn't say anything, but nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to Junse's decision. Since Junse wants to do it, let him do it. He knew that, on the one hand, Junse also felt disgusted by the behavior of these acquired demons, and on the the other hand, only by massacring the city could he attract the greatest attention in the entire Saxton. After all, the fall of a frontier pass garrison with border soldiers is nothing serious, but the fall of a border city with hundreds of millions of demons is a serious blow. However, this city is too large, and there are many powerful people. Relying solely on us demons, it will probably take a long time. What do you think, my lord? Junxia raised an eyebrow slightly, looked at Ling Chen, and said with a faint smile. Ling Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. You might as well just be direct. Gather all the demon warriors in the city together, and leave the rest to me. Forget about the massacre, we can clean up and govern the city slowly after we take over, Ling Chen said after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Junxia narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. That's simple. After saying that, he turned to the group of demon warriors behind him and ordered, go into the city and hunt down the city guards. Lure all the city guards to the center of the city and kill them all. Yes, the demon warriors replied respectfully. They then dispersed in small groups, disappearing into the ends of the streets and alleys, leaving only Junxia and Ling Chen in the same spot. Watching the demons disappear, Junxia's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. A bloody massacre was about to begin. The best weapon against bloodshed and violence is strength. My lord, let's go find out where the military camp in the city is, Junxia said calmly, glancing at Ling Chen. Okay, let's go. Ling Chen nodded slightly and said. The two then began searching throughout the city. Soon, the two discovered the military camp to the west of the city. In the military camp in the west of the city, a huge tent stood, densely packed with hundreds of thousands of demon warriors. In front of the central tent, hundreds of demons, armed with weapons, stood ready and vigilantly watched their surroundings. These demon warriors, the lowest level being supreme, and thousands of them even exuded the aura of saints. The demon warriors stationed in the military camp are the most elite force in this city. However, once war breaks out, the entire city is mobilized for war, and ordinary demon civilians can only become cannon fodder. The city guards were the reserve soldiers of this military camp. Once they reached the required strength, they would have a great chance to join the army. Instead of barging in, Junxia and Ling Chen quietly slipped into the tent and circled the camp, observing the situation. There are probably more than 1,500 demons in this military camp, all of whom are at least Saint Realm, and the rest are all Supreme Realm. Ling Chen observed carefully while covering the entire camp with his spiritual power. Using a powerful move rashly could very well be blocked by the combined efforts of these saint-level demons. If we can unleash it simultaneously throughout the entire camp, then, Junxia said, his eyes deep and cold. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen had a flash of inspiration and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind, to use his source energy to create a time bomb. If the source energy of different supernatural abilities is not properly balanced, it will collide violently when it merges with each other, resulting in an explosion. Ling Chen, who had mastered the art of fusion of source energy and controlled its balanced disappearance multiple times, had already achieved some success. If these time bombs were placed in various corners of the military camp and then detonated simultaneously, the entire camp would suffer enormous damage. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile with excitement. In his mind, the image of the source energy bombs exploding together appeared. Leave this to me, Ling Chen said calmly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Then, Ling Chen led Junxia out of the military camp and arrived at an empty courtyard not far away. I'll make a time bomb and plant it in the military camp, while Ling Chen looked at the courtyard in front of him and said slowly, the stone table in this courtyard is covered with fallen leaves, as if no one has been here for a long time. Ling Chen gently exhaled a breath of stale air, then stretched out both palms facing upwards. Purple-red origin chi surged from his left hand, and crimson origin chi flowed from his right hand. This time, Ling Chen did not control the balance of the two source energies, but directly merged them together, and quickly added the power of time and the power of space. Finally, the source energy of ice was used to freeze the energy cluster that had fused the four types of source energy together. Once the ice source gas covering the surface of the source gas mass thaws, the several streams of source gas will quickly merge, collide, and eventually explode. Success! Ling Chen smiled slightly as he solidified the primordial energy in his palm, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 209 Explosion Camp. This small cluster of source energy, which has been fused with 5 different types of source energy twice, can generate an explosion with a power roughly equivalent to a strike from a Saint Realm beginner. Although the attack power was insufficient to destroy the entire camp, it was easy to incite the camp's anger. Subsequently, Ling Chen made more than 100 more time bombs. These time bombs looked just like an ordinary block of ice. This number should be about right. Ling Chen put away the hundreds of time bombs and wondered to himself, let's go plant bombs in the military camp. After putting away the hundreds of bombs, Ling Chen clapped his hands and said to Junxia, okay. Junxia nodded, and then the two left the courtyard and headed straight for the military camp. Arriving a short distance from the military camp, Ling Chen led Junxia directly into the camp. Let's split up and release them all. Ling Chen took out half of the time bomb he had just made from his spatial ring and handed it to Junxia. Alright, right, my lord. Junxia nodded, took the pile of bombs, and gave Ling Chen a strange look. Ling Chen didn't say much and immediately disappeared from the spot, while Junxia quickly moved through the military camp. Place a few tents for the wizards to rest and sleep in. Place a few in the dining area. Place a few places where you can relieve your physiological needs. Place one by the bedside of the military commander. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Ling Chen and Junxia continued their actions, bombs were placed in various corners of the camp. The two, who had been positioned, gathered in a corner of the military camp. Alright, let's go back and wait for the show to begin. Looking at everything in the military camp, Ling Chen said with a smile, it won't be long before these time bombs explode at the same time, affecting the entire military camp. Just thinking about it is exciting. Okay. Junxia responded and left the military camp with Ling Chen, arriving at the rooftop of a tall building not far from the camp. The two sat cross-legged on the roof, gazing into the direction of the military camp. Ling Chen took out peanuts, melon seeds, and popcorn from his spatial ring, looking quite relaxed. Ling Chen raised his head slightly, his deep eyes gazing into the distance, and said softly, it's time. At this moment, in the military camp, a certain demon who was relieving himself suddenly felt a violent fluctuation coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a flash of white light, after which he lost consciousness. The marshal, having lifted the curtain and returned to his tent, put down his helmet and was about to remove his armor to train when he suddenly noticed a block of ice beside his bed. Ha! When did this ice appear? Suddenly, the ice block trembled violently. The marshal was slightly taken aback, then his origin chi surged, and he quickly struck out with a palm, colliding with the exploding ice block. Boom! A booming sound came from the direction of the military camp. Boom! 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 Immediately following, several more deafening booms came, followed by endless rumbling that shook the entire military camp. The hundreds of origin chi bombs that Ling Chen Junxia had previously placed exploded simultaneously, causing a massive shockwave. The military camp was instantly engulfed in thick smoke and dust, with flames rising and instantly consuming everything around them. Let's go check out the military camp. Ling Chen waved to Junxia and got up to rush towards the military camp, with Junxia following closely behind. The demons inside the military camp never expected that someone would plant so many bombs in the camp. In an instant, the entire military camp was engulfed in a huge uproar. Apart from a few saint-level experts who were seriously injured, the rest who were killed or injured by the explosion were all demon warriors. Inside the military camp, many demon warriors were hurriedly treating the wounded, while the marshal glared at the scene, with several peak Saint Realm experts standing behind him. Who is it? How dare they attack our camp? Aren't they afraid of being wiped out by us? The marshal roared, his face contorted with rage. Investigate! Investigate to the death! The marshal's gaze was gloomy, and he shouted with murderous intent. Yes! Several peak Saint Realm experts behind the marshal responded and quickly relayed the order. No need, we're here. A voice came from the sky. The marshal looked up and saw two handsome young men appear in the sky. They were tall and slender, with a dashing and heroic air, exuding a kingly aura. The two youths were none other than Ling Chen and Junxia. Their appearance attracted the attention of all the demon warriors in the camp. They all cast questioning and wary glances at the two youths. May I ask who you are? The marshal frowned as he looked at Ling Chen and Junxia and asked in a cold voice. The several Saint Realm experts beside him were also staring nervously at Ling Chen and Junxia. They didn't know who these two teenagers were, daring to run wild in their military camp. They were simply courting death. Ling Chen glanced at the marshal and said calmly, I am Ling Chen, the child of time and space, the owner of the Legion, and the one chosen by the system. What the hell? Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the marshal and the demons in the camp were all stunned, then laughed disdainfully. Little brat, are you talking nonsense? Ling Chen, too lazy to pay any more attention to the marshal, directly took out the time bomb, fiddled with it in his hand, and looked at the marshal with a smile. Do you recognize this? It really is you. The marshal realized what was happening as soon as he saw the ice block in Ling Chen's hand. His face turned extremely ugly, and he glared angrily at Ling Chen, his aura overwhelming. Ling Chen glanced at it and said indifferently, so what if it's me? What can you do to me? You bastard! Upon hearing Ling Chen's provocation, the marshal flew into a rage, his inner energy surged wildly, his eyes turned blood red, and his body was filled with terrifying demonic power. His strength was already at the peak of the Saint Realm, the same level as the demon King Otis, but he was only the marshal of the army of the city of Saxton. The marshal roared, and a cloud of black mist suddenly surged from his body. Amidst the spreading black mist, the phantom of a huge black python appeared behind him. The giant black python roared to the sky, its massive tail lashing out violently. A gust of wind swept through, raising countless dust particles that rushed towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the huge black python rushing towards him, a smile curving his lips. He then stretched out his right fist and slammed it down hard. This punch was completely devoid of any fancy moves. With a muffled thud, a visible ripple spread outwards. With that punch, the black python exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh that flew everywhere and dissipated into the air. Chapter 210 Attracting Pursuers. Ling Chen shattered the black python with a single punch, silencing the entire sky. How is this possible? This kid actually blasted the marshal's black python to pieces with a single punch? Seeing the marshal's black python turn into a rain of blood in Ling Chen's hand, the Saint Realm experts around the marshal widened their eyes and showed expressions of disbelief. This marshal is a peak Saint Realm expert. Even an ordinary peak Saint Realm expert would need to expend considerable effort to shatter this black python. The young man before them had shattered this ferocious black python with a single punch, leaving them deeply shocked. Nothing special. Ling Chen glanced at the shocked marshal and uttered 3 words indifferently. Taunt skills maxed out. You brat, you're asking for death. The marshal was enraged by Ling Chen's words. He roared and suddenly accelerated, rushing to Ling Chen's side in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. A layer of black light flashed on his right fist. His fierce attack, accompanied by a whistling sound of wind breaking, slammed fiercely towards Ling Chen. Humph! Ling Chen snorted coldly and threw a punch to meet the attack. The 2 fists collided, producing a loud crash, and a violent shockwave spread outwards. The marshal's body trembled slightly, and he was sent flying backward. His face turned pale, his chest heaved violently, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Ling Chen's punch, though seemingly casual, contained terrifying power, actually blocking his own attack. This strength greatly surprised the marshal. Not only the marshal, but also the several peak Saint Realm experts around him were shocked by Ling Chen's punch, and the shock in their hearts did not subside for a long time. Damn it! Quickly lend the marshal a hand. One of the peak Saint Realm experts became anxious when he saw the marshal suffering a loss. Let's join forces. The other Saint Realm experts nodded in agreement and rushed forward together. You brat, prepare to die. Prepare to die. Seeing these peak Saint Realm experts attacking together, Ling Chen's expression changed slightly, and he then looked somewhat frightened. Everyone, are you going to bully the weak and gang up on them? Ling Chen shouted in a pretentious manner, his fearful appearance causing the mouths of the group of peak Saint Realm experts to twitch involuntarily. Good grief, you're small? It is indeed quite big. You brat, are you the king of trash talk? You think we can't swallow our pride? Let me tell you, we're shameless. A powerful expert at the peak of the Saint Realm sneered, his figure blurred, and he rushed in front of Ling Chen, throwing a punch at Ling Chen. The other experts followed suit. Are you kidding me? Didn't you see what happened to their marshal? Wouldn't they just be sent to their deaths one by one in a one-on-one fight? Seeing the powerful Saint Realm expert attacking, the fear in Ling Chen's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold indifference. He stretched out his left hand, suddenly appearing beside him, grasped the fist of the peak Saint Realm expert, and exerted force with his right hand. With a sharp crack, the arm of the peak Saint Realm expert was snapped. He screamed and flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground some distance away. Taking advantage of the brief moment of contact with the Saint Realm expert, Ling Chen lightly patted his shoulder, then quickly retreated a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The demons, who had been hesitant because of the tragic state of the Saint Realm cultivator, became excited when they saw that Ling Chen seemed to be injured. It seemed that the opponent was not as invincible as he appeared. Ha ha ha. Junior, now that you're injured, let's see how you deal with our attacks. The demons sneered in unison. Humph, do you think you can stop me if I want to run away? After saying that, Ling Chen gave Jun Xia a look, and together they flew towards the city center. Seeing Ling Chen's fleeing appearance, the group of demon clan experts became even more convinced that he was already injured and in poor condition. I refuse to believe that you can fight your way out of our encirclement by so many demons all by yourself, a Saint Realm expert said coldly with a mocking look on his face. Hearing this, Ling Chen's face twitched involuntarily. You think you've gotten too big for your britches just because I put on a show? However, this suits me just fine. My lord, I've discovered that you're too. Jun Xia shook his head speechlessly, with a look of bewilderment. That's so brilliant, isn't it? Ling Chen grinned, then put on a serious face. This is all strategy. Hearing Ling Chen's explanation, Jun Xia's lips twitched involuntarily. What kind of bullshit strategy was this? However, since his master was unwilling to admit that he was an idiot, he could only silently accept it. Under Ling Chen and his companion's speed control, the group of demons behind them were kept hanging by a fine line, just enough to keep them from being left behind. Kid, just surrender obediently. Seeing that they couldn't catch up with Ling Chen and Jun Xia, the faces of the several Saint Realm experts grew increasingly ugly, and they shouted coldly, "We'll talk when you catch up." Ling Chen turned around and coldly uttered those words. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you taste my poison needles later and see if you can still be so cocky, one of the peak Saint Realm experts threatened viciously. Ling Chen shrugged, looking nonchalant. You wouldn't feel a thing when your poison needle pricks you, would you? Upon hearing this, the peak Saint Realm expert froze for a moment, then glared at Ling Chen in exasperation. Alright, enough talk, hurry up and catch up with them, another peak Saint Realm expert shouted, then suddenly accelerated and took the lead in chasing after Ling Chen and his companion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing that the peak Saint Realm expert was catching up, Ling Chen and Jun Xie also accelerated quickly. In a chase, it wasn't long before Ling Chen and his companion, along with the pursuing demon warriors, arrived at the city center. Then, Ling Chen stopped, turned around, looked at the group of powerful demons chasing after after him and said with a smile, "Alright, congratulations on catching up now. Now let's see how you catch me." The group of powerful demons also stopped, their gazes coldly fixed on Ling Chen. One of them said with a grim face, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant." Ling Chen smiled faintly and remained silent. The demonic experts opposite him exchanged glances when they saw Ling Chen standing still and not making any move, and dared not make any rash moves. After a long while, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds rang out, and a series of dark figures flashed by, arriving behind Ling Chen and his companion. Following closely behind were shouts from all directions, and a densely packed troop of city guards rushed over, surrounding the entire central area. Looking at this vast and mighty group of demons, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Our demon warriors have a bright future ahead of them. Chapter 211: A shocking explosion. Now you can't escape. A leader-like general stepped forward from the city guards, his gaze sweeping over the group of powerful demons standing behind Ling Chen. The soldiers in the nearby camp were stunned. They hadn't expected that these demons had not only provoked them, but also the entire city's guards. Are they courting death, or are they absolutely certain of victory? Seeing that the military camp and city guards had all arrived, Ling Chen's lips curled into a strange smile. Looking at the demons around him, he said, "Since you're all here, I'll give you a big gift." Upon hearing this, the demons frowned in confusion. What trick was this kid up to? "Attack together!" shouted a demon race leader at the peak of the Saint Realm, who then charged towards Ling Chen, preparing to attack him. Seeing the demon who was the first to rush forward, Ling Chen slightly raised his arm and flicked his finger. An invisible gust of wind emanated from Ling Chen's index finger, transforming into a sharp sword that shot towards the demon warrior. The moment it was released, the arrow transformed into a streak of white light and shot out, instantly piercing the demon warrior's brow. The demon warrior's body shuddered, his eyes widened, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. One-hit kill? How is that possible? How could a human at the city guardian realm possess such terrifying strength? The rest of the demons were stunned as they watched the demon warrior being killed in one move. It turned out that the opponent was not injured at all, and their strength far exceeded that of a saint. In an instant, a deep sense of panic welled up in the hearts of all the demons. Their strongest member had been killed instantly by a single, seemingly effortless blow from the opponent. The visual impact was so great that their minds went blank for a moment, and they stared blankly at Ling Chen. Ling Chen rubbed his palms, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He smiled faintly, realizing it was time to end the battle quickly. Third revolution: Thunder God Technique. Second revolution. Ling Chen gave two light shouts, and his aura suddenly rose. The source energy in his body was raised to the level of the fourth star of the National Protector, and his body was still filled with source energy as vast as the starry sky. After gently sensing the source energy within his body, Ling Chen smiled faintly. He was now confident that he could fight a half-step Lucien on his own without the help of Xiaolong. Ling Chen stretched out his hands, and 5 different colors of origin Qi surged out. Having mastered the balance of origin Qi, Ling Chen instantly formed an origin Qi sphere. As the source energy was continuously injected, a world-destroying aura emanated from the sphere of light. The stunned magicians around them seemed to sense something, their eyes fixed on the ball of light in Ling Chen's hand. They sensed that the ball of light contained a world-destroying power. A strong sense of danger washed over them. Not good. It's the power of a terrestrial immortal. Retreat quickly. Sensing the energy fluctuations contained in the ball of light, a demonic expert at the peak of the Saint Realm finally reacted, exclaimed in alarm, and tried to retreat. But it was too late. Ling Chen suddenly swung his arm downwards. Then they arrived at the Junxi demon warriors. With a loud bang, the ball of light suddenly exploded. A series of violent energy storms emanated from the shattered sphere of light, raging outwards and suffocating everyone present. In this massive energy fluctuation, all the powerful demons around were swept away by the energy storm. Screams of agony rose and fell, blood splattered, and the screams were mixed with the sounds of flesh breaking and bones breaking. Before long, in the entire central square, all the demons except for the demon leader and Ling Chen lay dead on the ground. Ding! Killed a Saint Realm expert. Experience plus 4,000. Another series of posts about gaining experience points flooded the screen. This is a pretty good way to gain experience. With the added bonus of 10% from Qi Bajio's Summon Legion, Ling Chen's experience pool is now enough to level up another level. Whoosh! City Defense level 3 star. Doing it yourself is definitely much more efficient. Ling Chen's lips curled up, and he was in a good mood. Hearing the commotion in the city center, the demons on the edge of the city approached curiously, wanting to find out what was going on. I know that among you are some of the Demon King Saxton's subordinates. Could you please ask him for me if he liked the gift I gave him? Ling Chen's voice resounded high in the sky, clearly reaching the ears of every demon citizen. Upon hearing this, all the demons were astonished, not understanding who the other party was. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the Demon King? How dare he be so arrogant? The scout, who was mingling among the demons to investigate the situation, was taken aback upon hearing this, and then a mocking expression appeared on his face. This kid is really asking for trouble, daring to provoke the Demon King Saxton? No No matter who he is, what awaits him is a torment worse than death. However, looking at the mess around him and the scene of corpses strewn everywhere, he dared not stand up and mock Ling Chen. Slowly disappearing into the demon horde, the scout sighed inwardly, quietly left the area, and then contacted his superior to relay the message. After wiping out all the military camps and city guards, Ling Chen and Jun Xianma left the city and continued along the prearranged route. On a high peak teeming with demonic energy thousands of miles away, a group of monsters, shrouded in demonic mist, floated in midair. At the summit, a magnificent palace stood, surrounded by many demon guards, creating a solemn atmosphere. A deep male voice echoed in the palace, "Lord Saxton, on the southern border, a group of demons has halved our border city, Scar City." As soon as that deep voice fell, the entire hall fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat somber. "How many demons are there?" After a long while, a deep voice slowly echoed from the palace. "It is said that there are more than 30 demons," the deep voice replied respectfully, with a slight tremor in it. Upon hearing this reply, the demon king Saxton, seated at the head of the table, displayed an angry expression on his aged face. "A mere 30 men dare to destroy my city. Summon 100,000 imperial guards, led by Bo, with the city guards of all cities cooperating fully, to jointly pursue and capture them." "Yes, your majesty," the demon below hurriedly bowed and replied. Then, the demon bowed and quickly turned to leave. In the main hall, only the demon king, seated on the throne, remained, his sharp eyes flashing with a cold, sinister light. Chapter 212 sends out pursuers to continue the massacre of the city. This demon king is none other than the demon king Saxton. Saxton had long blonde hair, a wrinkled face, an old face, and a pair of narrow, hooked noses that made him look somewhat fierce. A black leather whip hung down on his thigh, making him look exceptionally grotesque. He was tall and slender, about 1.8 meters, and looked quite imposing. His pair of eagle eyes gleamed with a sinister light, giving people an extremely intimidating feeling. Saxton sat in his chair, one hand on the armrest and the other behind his back, his expression extremely calm. "Humph, a mere 30 people dare to destroy my Scar City? They're incredibly audacious. These ignorant fools, I'd like to see who you really are," Saxton muttered coldly to himself, a chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just then, another series of hurried footsteps reached Saxton's ears. "Come in," Saxton gave the order in a hoarse voice. The same demon warrior walked in through the doorway. "Your Majesty, the same thing has happened in our other 2 border towns. 2 groups of about 30 demons are causing trouble." The demon guard knelt on one knee and reported. Upon hearing the demon guard's report, Saxton raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes narrowed, and a glint of light flashed in them. "Looks like they're a group. Tell Bo to deal with them all at once." "Yes, your Majesty," the demon guard replied respectfully. "Go down." Saxton waved his hand, dismissing the demon guards. After the demon guards left, Saxton remained silent for a while, then suddenly looked up at the main hall, his gaze falling on the towering palace, a thoughtful look in his eyes. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. "Hopefully, it's not what I imagined," Saxton murmured to himself, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. As the demon king, he naturally understood that if his guess was correct, the landscape of the demon realm would undergo a dramatic transformation. And all of this will change because of the appearance of this group of people. In the southwest corner, atop a colossal, pitch-black mountain hundreds of feet high, Ling Chen and his demon guards stood silently atop the summit. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. Not far away, another magnificent demon city stood on the land. There were also many demons stationed there, but the demons there seemed to have much weaker defenses than those in Scar City. Ling Chen's spiritual power spread out, briefly scanned the area, and then withdrew. The city's defenses consist of only a few 100,000 demons, including 20 to 30,000 city guards, and very few Saint Realm experts. Such a defense was as flimsy as paper in the eyes of the demons. "That's up to you." Ling Chen smiled faintly, waved to Jun Xie and the other demons beside him, and then summoned the musicians in the space. "Give them a buff," Ling Chen said softly. Upon hearing this, all the musicians raised their strings and gently plucked them with their delicate hands. As they played, a strange wave surged from their fingertips, transforming into a green halo that attached itself to the demon warrior. As these halos enveloped the demon warrior, a green aura suddenly appeared around him. As the halo spread, each of the demon warriors felt a significant increase in their strength. "Cough cough, can you change the color of this buff?" Ling Chen's lips twitched as he looked at the bright green light and couldn't help but cough. "No way. This is our innate skill. It can't be changed." The musicians shook their heads in unison. Ling Chen couldn't help but think of himself radiating green light, and his lips twitched slightly. "Go ahead." Ling Chen couldn't bear to look at the demon warriors who were radiating green light, so he waved his hand, signaling them to set off. Jun Xie nodded, took a step, and leaped into the air, leading the demon warriors as they flew towards the distant city. The demon warriors were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the city in front of them. "What the hell?" a guard on the city wall exclaimed. "What demon? How dare you trespass into our city?" The guard had barely finished speaking when a sword flashed across his throat. Blood spurted out, and the corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Jun Xie let out a low roar and charged into the city first. The demon warriors charged into the city like wolves and tigers, and began their slaughter. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shouts erupted from the city gate tower as the guards rushed to the city wall, brandishing their weapons and launching a fierce counterattack. However, they were no match for the demons. Under the charge of dozens of demon warriors, the guards on the city gate tower died one after another. This city, which has only a few dozen Saint Realm experts in its entirety, poses virtually no challenge to demons like Jun Xie. Work in groups of 3 and wipe out all the city guards in this city. Jun Xie's cold voice resounded through the sky, and then he rushed into a street. These demons rampaged through the city, slaughtering the guards along the way. In less than a quarter of an hour, almost all the city's guards were dead. Wow, what a strong team! What an amazing team! The ordinary demon citizens in the city trembled with fear as they watched these demon warriors wreak havoc within the city, and dared not stop them at all. However, Jun Xie had already told the demon warriors that he would not attack these ordinary demons. Under the organization of several Saint Realm experts, the city's defense forces were no match for Jun Xie, and his groups attacked, suffering repeated defeats and leaving behind a city full of demonic blood. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the demon warriors had completely cleared out the entire demon city. Alright, let's retreat. Jun Xie clapped his hands after punching the last city guard in front of him to death and shouted to the surrounding demon warriors. Yes, the surrounding demon warriors responded in unison, their bodies splattered with blood, each one a living god of war. However, there was no bloodlust in their eyes, only excitement for battle. After this one-sided massacre, some demon warriors made another breakthrough in their cultivation level. Some of them who were originally at the first level of the Saint Realm broke through to the second level, reaching the strength of the middle stage of the Saint Realm. The power that the Lord has given us is too strong? Jun Xie thought to himself as he looked at this scene. Originally, after breaking through to the Saint Realm, the improvement of the realm required years of accumulation, but now, they can directly level up just by fighting. This is practically tailor-made for their fanatical, warlike race. Chapter 213 Sneak Attack on the Imperial Guards. Their race is inherently a race of killing and fighting. If it weren't for the special ability bestowed upon them by their lord, they would probably still be in the midst of arduous training. Junxi and his demons quickly left, leaving behind a city in ruins and corpses scattered everywhere. Having completed his mission, Jun Xie arrived outside the city and returned to the summit of Giant Peak where Ling Chen was, where he reported on the progress. Ling Chen and the others rested briefly on the spot. Logically speaking, the pursuers from Saxton's main city should be arriving soon. Therefore, Ling Chen and the others rested well and were given some holy pills to help them recover from their injuries. At this moment, on a plain a few kilometers away from the demon city, a group of demon warriors wearing armor and exuding a cold and murderous aura were running at full speed. They were Saxton's first army, the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard were Saxton's most elite soldiers, his only ace legion. The leader of this Imperial Guard was a short man, thin and withered, with a gaunt face and narrowed eyes, who looked extremely sinister and cunning. General Bo, we have reached the border area. There is a small town called Snow City ahead, and Ska City is not far from Snow City. At this moment, a subordinate of the short and thin man reported to him. Upon hearing this, the short man's eyelids twitched slightly. Well then, let's stop and rest for a while in Snow City, mobilize the city guards, and have them help investigate the whereabouts of those demons. We'll head to Ska City first. This short, thin man was none other than Nicola Po, the first commander of the Imperial Guard. Yes, General Bo. The subordinate bowed and replied, then turned to relay the order to those behind him. Behind him followed 100,000 Imperial Guards. The group continued on their journey and soon arrived at the foot of a towering peak that seemed to reach into the clouds. General Bo, Snow City is just ahead. Not far ahead, the subordinate reported respectfully, pointing to the distant city walls. Something's not right. There's not a single person on the city wall, and why is there no movement at all in the city? Just then, the Imperial Guard suddenly pointed to the distant city and exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Nicola Po frowned. He too realized something was amiss. Have the army stand by where they are. You come with me to take a look. Bo's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Snow City with a solemn expression, giving a deep order to the guards beside him. As he spoke, Nicola Po's figure flashed, transforming into a streak of black light as he sped forward, with the Imperial Guard close behind, their speed no less impressive. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the walls of Snow City. At this moment, on the walls of Snow City, corpses lay scattered about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The people in the city huddled in their houses, filled with fear and unease, not daring to make a sound. Nicola Po surveyed the situation in the city, his expression shifting slightly before anger flashed in his eyes. Damn it, how dare they act so presumptuously in my Saxton territory? They're courting death. Nicholas roared, his figure flashing as he transformed into a streak of light and arrived at the home of a demon hiding inside a house. I am Nicola Po, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Tell me everything you know about what has happened here, Nicola Po said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of demons arrived today, and they were all saint-level experts. It was a massacre. They killed all the city's guards. However, it seems they didn't attack the ordinary demon civilians. Upon hearing this, the demon mortal trembled, fear flashing in his eyes, but he dared not be negligent and hurriedly said, "I think I saw them leave the city from the south." "Sir, I've told you everything I know." Upon hearing this, Nikolapa frowned. South was the direction he had come from, but his army seemed to have encountered no such demons. He fell into deep thought. Just then, the Imperial Guard who had accompanied General Po into the city walked in from outside and said to Nikolapa, "General Po, we just received a signal from the Imperial Guard that they are under attack and have suffered some losses." Nikolapo's expression changed drastically, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Since you've come to me willingly, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's go back." Nikolapo immediately ran out of the city to support the Imperial Guard. A few minutes earlier, the demons, who were resting, discovered that a large demon army was rapidly approaching and had precisely arrived at the foot of the giant peak where they were located. This led Ling Chen to believe that he and his demon companions had been discovered, but he soon realized that they had not found any trace of them, because the demon army beneath the giant peak had actually set up camp and begun to rest. "Good grief, resting right in front of me, you temptress, huh?" Ling Chen sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and immediately ordered, "Unleash your full-ranged attacks and catch them off guard." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this command, the demons were invigorated. They rubbed their hands together, unleashing their full power. Their demonic energy surged, and various spell seals condensed in their hands before they charged towards the demon army. The demon god descends. Yama's pursuit of life. One powerful move after another came crashing down from above. The demon army's camp was attacked instantly. Many people didn't even have time to react before their bodies were pierced by powerful attacks, and their screams echoed through the sky. As they unleashed their moves, Ling Chen also drew his Shenyuan sword, smiled faintly, and silently chanted in his heart. Third Revolution Thunder God Technique. Feeling the boundless and vast source energy within his body, Ling Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He brandished the Shenyuan sword in his hand and softly uttered, 10,000 swords return to their origin. The Shenyuan sword instantly unleashed a dazzling sword light, transforming into countless strands of Shenyuan sword chi, which, in turn, formed swords and floated in the air behind Ling Chen. Swords formed from sword energy descended from the sky, falling towards the Imperial Guards. The dense array of swords, like raindrops, enveloped tens of thousands of Imperial Guards in the blink of an eye. The sword energy pierced their bodies instantly, causing the heads of the Imperial Guards to explode and blood to spurt out. Caught off guard, the Imperial Guards were instantly struck, their screams echoing as one after another fell, blood splattering across the sky. The scene was horrific and gruesome, but soon, the remaining Imperial Guards reacted, quickly raising their shields and unleashing demonic energy to block the endless sword energy falling from the sky. Chapter 214. The first clash with the Imperial Guard. Countless sword energies slashed at the shield, producing a clanging sound. A series of metallic clanging sounds rang out continuously. However, the swords did not break through the shield's defenses directly, but still slashed fiercely at the shield. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled thuds echoed, and cracks appeared on the shield. Soon, the shields could not withstand the powerful sword energy and shattered into a pile of scrap metal. Without the shields to protect them, the royal guards could only try their best to defend themselves with their moves, and one by one, they were killed amidst screams of agony. Just then, Nikolapo, the commander of the Imperial Guard, arrived. Seeing the scene before him, his eyes were bloodshot and he glared angrily at Ling Chen. Holding a long sword, he unleashed his full power, displaying the strength of a half-step immortal, and slashed down towards where Ling Chen was. The long sword sliced through the sky, carrying a blinding white light, and slashed fiercely towards Ling Chen. Seeing the white light coming, Ling Chen dared not be careless. He suddenly accelerated and flashed away, instantly avoiding the white light blade energy. The blade flashed like lightning, slashing fiercely at the summit of the giant peak, instantly severing the entire mountaintop. Taking this opportunity, Ling Chen came up behind Nikolapo. Seeing this, Nikolapo immediately swung his knife at Ling Chen behind him, trying to force Ling Chen back. Ling Chen was not about to have his way. He dodged to the side. With a single strike, Nikolapo shattered the hard rock, leaving a deep gash a meter deep, raising dust and filling the air with smoke. Seeing that his first strike had been dodged, Nikolapo let out a cold shout and then swung his sword again, faster, and with greater force. Seeing this, Ling Chen dodged again. He knew that Nikolapo was fighting desperately this time, and if he were to get hit by Po's blade, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Form ranks. General Bo roared when he saw that he had not been able to attack Ling Chen for a long time. Upon hearing General Bo's order, the chaotic Imperial Guards below quickly gathered together, lined up neatly, and formed a battle formation. Streams of demonic energy surged from their bodies, converging in the sky and condensing into a massive array. As the formation materialized, Nikolapo appeared above it. The surging demonic energy seemed to have found its master, rushing wildly into his body. Instantly, his aura surged, creating towering waves of energy. He stood atop the formation like a mad god of war, holding a long sword and pointing it at Ling Chen above, exuding murderous intent. With the help of this formation, Nikolapo's strength and aura successfully entirely broke through to the level of Lu Xian, a whole level higher than before. Upon seeing this scene, Ling Chen's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected the Imperial Guards to possess such a powerful formation. Boy, prepare to die. Nicola Po sneered, raised his sword and slashed again. Terrifying auras converged, transforming into huge blade energies that surged towards Ling Chen like a tidal wave. The blade energy was incredibly fast. A blur of motion appeared before Ling Chen in an instant. Ling Chen's pupils constricted as he watched the overwhelming blade energy surge towards him. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and instantly flashed backward. Swish, swish, swish. One slash after another, massive blade beams followed closely, densely packed, and Ling Chen hurriedly swung his sword to defend. One after another, blade strikes landed on Ling Chen's long sword. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of metallic clangs, Ling Chen's sword collided with the blade's energy, producing crisp sounds. Ling Chen defended and dodged the attacks of these sword energies. Suddenly, a blade of energy slashed across his shoulder, and blood gushed out. Ling Chen frowned slightly. At this moment, he could no longer hold back his strength. He called out softly, "Come out, little dragon." A portal to a summoning space appeared out of thin air, and the figure of Xiaolong appeared. Xiaolan was lying below, and Xiaolong was lying on her back, gently massaging her. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Xiaolong immediately jumped up, patted his bald head with his chubby hand, and said with a grin, "Master, long time no see. You've gotten even more handsome, ha ha." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. This is like going from the imperial throne of the family to the position of the younger brother in the family. Stop talking nonsense, let's merge, Ling Chen said irritably. The little dragon leaped up, transforming into a white beam of light that flowed into Ling Chen's body. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force surged from Ling Chen's body, and golden armor appeared on his body surface, emanating a strong dragon's might. With Xiaolong's support, Ling Chen's aura became even stronger. Again, Ling Chen shouted softly, looking at General Bo, who was exuding overwhelming demonic energy. Boy, how dare you underestimate this general? Looking at Ling Chen, Nicola Po's eyes flashed with malice, and he slashed out with his sword again. A terrifying blade aura tore through the void, rushing towards Ling Chen with an aura of annihilation. Ling Chen narrowed his eyes, gripped the Xianyuan sword, his muscles bulged, and veins popped out like writhing dragons. Seeing the blade energy coming towards him, he didn't dodge. Instead, he thrust out the Xianyuan sword, and a dazzling sword light tore through the void to meet the massive blade energy. The sword light and the blade energy collided, unleashing a deafening roar. Terrifying power swept around the two, shaking the ground and creating huge cracks, like spider webs. Ling Chen and General Bo retreated simultaneously. Hiss! Gasps filled the air as the Imperial Guards stared at Ling Chen in shock, never expecting that he could actually fight their General Bo. General Bo was also deeply shocked. He hadn't expected that Ling Chen could fight him to a standstill, even with the enhancement of the formation. However, if this is the opponent's full strength, then this battle is about to end. Boy, you're quite capable, and I admire you greatly. However, you're still too green. I'll show you what it means to be outmatched. You're destined to die here today. General Bo roared, raised his sword, and charged forward again, the long sword in his hand bursting forth with an even more dazzling light. Death trial. One after another, huge black rings appeared, emanating a thick demonic aura. This demonic aura converged and formed a huge blade of light, slashing towards Ling Chen. Sensing the power generated by the Death Judgment move, Ling Chen's expression hardened slightly, and he dared not relax in the slightest. The Xianyuan sword in his hand burst forth with a blazing sword light. Song of the Xianyuan sword. Ling Chen's body, along with the Xianyuan sword, transformed into countless sword energies, colliding with that deathly judgment. Chapter 215. The wounded retreat first. Goodbye, General Bo. The two attacks collided, unleashing an incredibly powerful pressure and producing a violent collision sound. The explosion resounded through the sky like thunder. Both of them coughed up blood at the same time, and their bodies couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Chen, having regained his footing, spat out another mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Although he had used the Xianyuan sword song to enter a brief state of invincibility and block the opponent's attack, he suffered a backlash. General Bo's attack contained a powerful aura of death which directly invaded Ling Chen's body, ravaging his meridians. Hiss! This is something. Ling Chen endured the excruciating pain, secretly marveling at his skill. Although his strength had significantly improved with Xiaolong's help, the short, withered, ugly guy opposite him had also become incredibly powerful, having absorbed the demonic energy of tens of thousands of Imperial Guards. On the other side, General Bo staggered back several steps before stopping, his face pale and a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen's attack had indeed seriously injured him. Heh, kid, I don't believe you can last more than a few moves. General Bo chuckled darkly, took a step forward and rushed towards Ling Chen, once again wielding his long sword and slashing fiercely at Ling Chen. Come on. Ling Chen sneered, not dodging, and gripped the Xianyuan sword, clashing with General Bo once again. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the ground cracked, and the two clashed continuously, with powerful powerful energy emanating in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured the view. As their moves clashed, they sustained more and more injuries. "Boy, if you've got the guts, take this last move," General Bo roared, his demonic energy surging wildly, forming a storm of demonic energy around him. General Bo roared, gathering all his energy into a single strike. He unleashed a long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, slicing through the air as it aimed at Ling Chen. At this moment, he unleashed his final killing move. Seeing this, Ling Chen sheathed his Shen Yuan sword, and the 5 elemental energies surged out wildly, fusing together at an extremely fast speed. As Ling Chen recklessly poured in the primal energy, the ball of light grew larger and larger, gradually becoming as dazzling as the sun. A vast aura also spread out, enveloping a 100-meter radius around it, creating an incomparably powerful oppressive force. After Ling Chen injected enough origin chi, it became clear that the ball of light began to become unstable. However, it was enough. Ling Chen took the ball of light and flashed toward General Bo. It instantly appeared on General Bo's face, and the ball of light suddenly exploded, creating a huge energy collision with General Bo's Godslayer attack. A massive energy ripple, larger than any before, spread out from the center of the explosion. The two, caught off guard, were instantly sent flying. Ling Chen slammed hard into the ground not far away, smashing a deep crater into the hard rock. He was in a sorry state, with blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. The armor on its body also dissipated and disappeared in a golden light, replaced by a small, wounded dragon lying on the ground, barely alive. Clearly, that attack had rendered Ling Chen's Xiaolong almost completely incapacitated. "Let's go!" Ling Chen shouted softly, grabbed Xiaolong and climbed onto Xiaolan's back, calling out to Jun Xie and the other demons. Yes, the demons responded in unison, and after unleashing their final attack, they followed behind Xiaolan and sped away into the distance. General Bo spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back by the aftershock of the attack, crashing to the ground and creating a huge crater, kicking up clouds of dust. General Bo struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The attack had severely injured him, and he swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. There was a shocking wound on his chest, and blood seeped into his body through his clothes, making it look horrifying. It will take quite some time to recover. General Bo exhaled a heavy breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up into the distance, and saw that Ling Chen and the others had already escaped. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Chase them." Yes, a group of Imperial guards beside General Bo hurriedly replied, then transformed into streaks of black shadows and sped off in the direction Ling Chen had fled. All the Imperial guards gave chase. "General, are you alright?" The Imperial guard who had been by General Bo's side stepped forward and helped him up, asking. "It's nothing." General Bo waved his hand, took out a healing pill from his pocket, swallowed it in one gulp, and prepared to recuperate. "It's good that you're alright." The Imperial guard smiled faintly, and his right hand, which was behind General Bo, suddenly transformed into the shape of an eagle claw. With a powerful claw strike, he pierced through General Bo's body, and in his hand, he held an extremely black heart. General Bo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body slumped to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring incredulously at the Imperial guards behind him. You, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Your heart is truly black. It's time for me to sit in this position, the Imperial guard said calmly. General Bo's eyes were filled with resentment, but his body had completely lost sensation and he could no longer move. The Imperial guards stared coldly at General Bo's corpse, then slowly withdrew their hands, tossed the body into their spatial rings, and with a slight flicker, headed towards the Imperial Guard army ahead. He is Nicola Lang, Nicola Bo's younger brother, but he has always been overshadowed by his older brother. This time, with his brother seriously injured, he will never give up such an opportunity. Having caught up with the Imperial Guard ahead, Nicholas Lang came atop the army and shouted, "General Bo has ordered that I shall command the army from now on until the general finishes his treatment and leaves the pass." Upon hearing this, the Imperial Guards had no doubts. After all, he was General Bo's younger brother, which was no secret. "Yes, General Lang." A very perceptive Imperial Guard immediately called out respectfully. Nicola Lang nodded in satisfaction. "Go, keep pursuing," Nicholas Lang shouted, then led the Imperial Guard to increase their speed. Sitting on Xiao Lan's back, Ling Chen was unaware that in a short period of time, the Imperial Guard behind him had changed commanders. At this moment, he was busy healing his injuries. Ling Chen had already exerted all his strength in that move, but he was still seriously injured by General Bo's attack. "The last time I couldn't win was also in this battlefield of 10,000 races. This small world is truly a place where hidden talents abound." Chapter 216. Those who disrupt this world should be slaughtered. These guys are all incredibly skilled. However, this also made Ling Chen's mind start to wander. If he continued to be so leisurely, by the time he unified the entire demon realm, it would be too late. To unify the demon realm, one must possess sufficient power, and he is currently far from being as powerful as Jun Xie and other demons. He wants to seize the time to increase his strength. Heal your wounds first, and after you've recovered your strength, then go and eliminate all of these Imperial Guards without leaving a single one alive. Ling Chen muttered to himself, took out several healing pills from his ring, put a few into his moistened Xiaolong's mouths, then closed his eyes, circulated his cultivation technique, and began to recover his body. Time passed slowly, and during the healing process, Ling Chen consumed several more healing pills. Finally, around midnight, Ling Chen's injuries were completely healed. Feeling his injuries heal, Ling Chen opened his eyes. Sure enough, his superhuman physical abilities were not to be underestimated. With the help of the pills, such serious injuries were healed in half a day. Although he hasn't recovered to 100% of his peak condition yet, it's only a matter of time. Xiaolong, how are you? Ling Chen asked with some concern, looking at Xiaolong, who was pale-faced beside him. I'm fine, just some superficial injuries. I'll recover after some rest, Xiaolong said weakly. Ling Chen nodded. The physical body of the divine dragon was definitely not to be underestimated. Although he himself was seriously injured, General Nebo was not much better off. In that case, it's time to switch roles between prey and hunter. Ling Chen looked at Xiaolong and smiled faintly. His strength had been restored and his injuries had been healed, so it was time for him to do something else. My lord, shall we counterattack? Jun Xia, who was flying alongside him, turned his head and asked. Of course we should retaliate, but now is not the time. I don't know if other demons can use this formation. If they can, it's not a solution either. Ling Chen said calmly, I am not yet at the point where I can easily defeat a terrestrial immortal at the peak of the initial stage. Putting everything else aside, just that group of generals, with the support of the army formation, reached the peak of the initial stage of the land immortal realm. If nothing unexpected happens, General Bo must also have a deputy who is about half a step into the immortal realm. If they can also use formations to enhance their abilities, their strength will not be much worse than General Bo's. Under these circumstances, Ling Chen decided to wait until he was fully recovered before making any moves. Although Ling Chen was confident, he was not blindly arrogant. He would never launch an attack rashly without a sure chance of victory, unless the temptation is just too great. My lord, what do you intend to do? Jun Xia asked. Let's go to the next city. I'm going to personally slaughter the city. Ling Chen's expression hardened. He had figured it out. What he needed to do now was to find enough powerful demons, kill them, and gain experience to improve his strength. They should have considered this day from the day they became possessed by evil. Yes, my lord. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Xia nodded and followed Ling Chen. The demons transformed into a streak of light and rushed quickly toward the next city. A day later, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the city gate of this city. The defense of this city was much stricter than that of the other city. The city walls were covered with demon soldiers. At the city gate, there stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, who seemed to be very dissatisfied with something. Who dares to trespass into my city of stir? The middle-aged man shouted coldly as soon as Ling Chen and his group arrived at the city gate, his tone full of threat. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, ignoring the middle-aged man's reprimand, and flew straight toward the city wall. What's the point of talking to a demon who's about to die? Behind Ling Chen, dozens of demon warriors followed closely. Seeing that Ling Chen ignored his words, the middle-aged man flew into a rage, flicked his spear, and thrust it toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen easily dodged the middle-aged man's attack by moving his body to the side. Then, he pushed off the wall with his toes, soaring into the air and landing swiftly on top of the middle-aged man's head, delivering a punch to his head. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Ling Chen to launch a surprise attack, so he quickly pulled back his spear to block Ling Chen's fist. The middle-aged man was sent flying by Ling Chen's punch, crashing through several stones on the city wall. He fell to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched a few times before he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Ling Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to charge towards the demon soldiers at the city gate. Seeing that Ling Chen had easily killed their general on the city gate with a single blow, the dozens of demon soldiers were terrified and fled in panic. However, Ling Chen had already locked onto them and was not about to let them escape. He transformed 2 fingers of his right hand into a sword, and hundreds of sword energies rose into the air behind him, heading straight for the fleeing demon soldiers. The sword energy sliced through the demon soldiers' bodies, and instantly, bright red blood spurted out. The hundreds of demon soldiers fell to the ground, convulsing incessantly, until finally their lives were extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the ground around Ling Chen was littered with corpses. Let's go in. After dealing with the demon soldiers at the city gate, Ling Chen gave some instructions to Xiaolong and Jun Xia, and then led everyone into the city. As soon as they entered the city, they saw a dense swarm of demonic figures rushing towards the city gate, all of whom had come after hearing the commotion earlier. They've come at the perfect time, saving me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Ling Chen chuckled, stomped his foot on the ground, and his entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball, disappearing instantly. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky, thunder roared, and bolts of lightning raged within the black clouds, exploding intermittently with deafening roars. Thunderous force! A soft shout rang out from the thunderclouds, and a figure wrapped in arcs of electricity descended from the thunderclouds, standing in midair, looking down at the densely packed demon soldiers below. With a gentle wave of his hand, the figure unleashed a torrent of thunderclouds behind him, which surged forth like a sea dragon and charged toward the demonic demonic soldiers below. Boom! With a deafening roar, lightning raged, and sparks flew everywhere. Thick electric snakes leaped through the demon horde, frantically devouring the demon soldiers. In a short while, they had consumed nearly 1,000 demon soldiers, and the remaining demon soldiers slowly turned to ashes under the dancing electric snakes. The piercing screams echoed throughout the city, one shriek after another, chilling all who heard them. This scene filled many demons in the distance with terror. Ling Chen stood atop the thunderclouds, looking down at the scene below, his eyes calm as still water. But he didn't know that he now looked like a god, inspiring awe and reverence in everyone. Chapter 217 Ling Chen's sudden change in mindset. Imperial aura. Ling Chen's figure floated on the thunderclouds, his clothes fluttering without wind, revealing a domineering, kingly aura, a supreme temperament, a disdainful demeanor, and an overbearing presence over the entire land. As more and more demons were being annihilated below, Ling Chen's eyes showed no pity or sympathy. Since they had fallen into demonic ways, they had to bear the price of being annihilated. At this moment, a murderous intent gradually grew in Ling Chen's heart. He realized that he had been too comfortable all along. This trip to the demon realm showed him a lot and made him truly realize that he needed to grow stronger. Then, he would no longer fear any enemy. He wanted to conquer the world and rule the world. How could a person not live a carefree life? His immediate priority is to improve his own strength in order to realize the ambition that has been growing in his heart. Having figured this out, Ling Chen's aura suddenly changed, and a kingly aura emanated from him, making people involuntarily want to submit. Furthermore, a faint golden light shone around him, a symbol of imperial aura. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the aura of an emperor. Imperial aura, the majesty of an emperor, possessing an invincible imperial physique, with a powerful deterrent effect. When used in battle, it can instill a deep-seated fear in the hearts of enemies. Imperial physique. The host possesses an imperial physique capable of harnessing the surrounding heaven and earth's fortune to convert into personal strength, increasing all attributes by 100% for a certain period of time. Imperial aura? Imperial physique? Truly powerful. Ling Chen muttered to himself, never expecting that he could comprehend such a heaven-defying ability. Not far below him, Xiaolong, Junxi, and the others sensed the change in Ling Chen's aura. They couldn't help but exchange glances, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. They could sense that their lord was like an emperor descending to earth, possessing an aura that looked down upon the world and the qualifications to be equal to the heavens. Ling Chen suppressed his aura, slowly lowered his body, and stood on the ground. He glanced around and found that the surviving demons were all staring at him in horror, as if they were looking at a god. Without wasting any words, Ling Chen made his move. Thunderclouds rolled and electric arcs intertwined around him, transforming into a gigantic, incomparable thunder claw that reached out to grab the surrounding demonic soldiers. Lightning flashed, and the giant claw tore through the void, slamming down and blasting the demonic soldiers to pieces. The massacre lasted a long time, until the sun set and the demons' blood flowed like rivers. The entire city was left with only ordinary demons hiding in their homes, trembling with fear. Ling Chen seemed like a demon emperor who had been reborn from the blood of the demons, his whole body exuding an aura that made people afraid to look directly at him. Ding! Killed a supreme level expert, experience plus 2000, triggered Emperor's aura, experience doubled plus 4000. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback when he heard the system notification, and then the corners of his mouth turned up. He didn't expect that the Emperor's aura had this effect. Double the experience points meant that his strength could be increased by a factor of 2. Seeing the experience pool fill up again, Ling Chen didn't hesitate to level up once more, reaching the 4th star of the city guarding level. Standing atop the city wall above the city gate, Ling Chen gazed into the distance. With the added power of the Emperor, dealing with the Imperial guards pursuing him should be no problem. Ling Chen sat cross-legged on the spot, his hands forming a mudra. The vast, heaven and earth energy around him surged wildly into his body, gradually gathering into dazzling pillars of light that poured into him. The beam of light relentlessly washed over Ling Chen's body, refining his flesh again and again. Every inch of his skin radiated a crystal clear luster and emitted a faint golden glow, making Ling Chen appear even more extraordinary, mysterious, and unpredictable. This is the body of an emperor. Time passed quietly, and after an unknown amount of time, countless tiny black dots appeared on the distant horizon. They gradually grew larger, becoming dark shadows, the Imperial guards. However, this time the leader was Nikolai Lang. They're finally here. Ling Chen squinted at the rapidly approaching Imperial guards, smiled slightly, and flashed into the air outside the city wall. "Ah, kid, I've finally found you. Prepare to die. Form ranks." Nicholas Lang roared as soon as he saw Ling Chen, and tens of thousands of Imperial guards behind him stood up in neat formation. With a shout, they released powerful demonic energy that gathered above them, forming a formation. Nicholas Lang replaced General Gobo and entered the formation. The surging demonic energy poured into his body, and instantly, his aura suddenly soared to an extremely terrifying level, reaching the peak of the initial stage of a terrestrial immortal. "Ah, this power I've always dreamed of. Kid, prepare to die." Nikolai Lang roared arrogantly, charging towards Ling Chen, raising his sword with both hands and slashing down. The sword energy crisscrossed, tearing through space with earth-shattering power. Third revolution, Thunder God technique. Second revolution. With a roar, Chen unleashed an incredibly powerful aura, his imposing presence overwhelming. He continued, "Little dragon, merge." "Yes, boss." Xiao Long rushed towards Chen, transforming into a white beam of light that shot into Chen's body. A flash of white light appeared, and a set of golden dragon armor materialized on Chen's body, radiating a powerful dragon aura. Damn it! Wasn't he seriously injured? Nikolai Lang's pupils shrank sharply when he saw the surging aura emanating from Chen. It should be noted that his strength is slightly inferior to General Bo's, otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed for so long. Even his brother could only fight the other side to the point of mutual destruction, so he probably. Moreover, looking at the other person, a deep sense of fear rose in his heart. However, the sword had already been drawn, and there was no time to retract it. Chen took a step forward and threw a punch at the sword blade that Nikolai Lang was slashing at. The fist struck the sword blade, and a loud boom rang out. Nikolai Lang's sword blade was actually knocked away by Chen's punch and flew thousands of meters away. Nikolai Lang coughed up a mouthful of blood, swayed, and quickly steadied himself. "What? How is this possible?" Nicholas Lang looked at Chen in disbelief. "Even if I am no match for General Bo, I should not have been defeated so decisively." Looking at Chen, Nikolai Lang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth agape, but he couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 218. The Demon King makes his move. "What? Weren't you going to kill me? Why aren't you killing me now?" Chen looked at Nikolai Lang with a playful smile on his face. "I'm not reconciled." Nicholas Lang roared through gritted teeth as he looked at Chen. Although he knew he couldn't kill Chen, he was still unwilling to admit defeat, even though he had suffered a crushing defeat. "You just wait, I'll definitely kill you next time," Nicholas Lang roared, turning to leave. Chen shook his head helplessly. They really think too much. How could there be a next time? With such little strength, they still want to cause trouble for him. Chen raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers pointing straight up, and gently waved it in the direction of Nikolai Lang. Instantly, the primal energy of heaven and earth gathered and condensed into a sharp sword, piercing through the air with unparalleled sharpness, and stabbed towards Nikolai Lang's back. Nikolai Lang reacted quickly, sensing the danger behind him, and hurriedly turned around to slash down with his sword. The sword flashed and collided with the sharp sword. A violent roar rang out, and Nikolai Lang's body was blasted away. His demonic energy was shattered, and he slid hundreds of meters on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he was seriously injured. "It's over." Chen smiled faintly, looking at Nikolai Lang, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood. He stepped on the ground and disappeared into the air in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Nikolai Lang, with one foot on his chest. With a crisp crack, Nikolai Lang's chest caved in, all his ribs were broken, and he coughed up blood. "No, don't kill me." Looking at Chen, Nikolai Lang's face turned deathly pale, and he cried out in horror. Without uttering a word, Chen suddenly exerted force with his right foot, instantly extinguishing Nikolai Lang's life force. With a muffled thud, Nikolai Lang's body sank heavily into the ground, his eyes wide open in death filled with terror. After killing Nicholas Lang, Chen did not stop there. He leaped up, sword in his right hand, and charged towards the remaining Imperial Guards. Seeing Chen charging towards them, the Imperial Guards hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, Chen's strength was too great. He was at the level of a terrestrial immortal, which was an insurmountable wall for most of the Imperial Guards, who were at the supreme level. They knew they had no way to escape, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and fight Chen to the death. Kill! The Imperial Guards drew their weapons, rallied their troops, and charged toward Chen. "You're courting death." Chen sneered, and swung his longsword out suddenly. A sword light whistled past, instantly annihilating a large group of Imperial Guards. Chen slightly gathered his strength in his right hand, and the source energy within his body surged wildly. Dimensional slash. An invisible, gigantic sword arc tens of thousands of meters long and wide, centered on Chen, slashed towards the Imperial Guards in front of him with a destructive aura. But. The sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out, and wherever the sword arc passed, chaos ensued. Every Imperial Guard that was struck was cleaved in two, turning into a cloud of blood mist. A crack several kilometers long appeared on the ground, several meters wide, extending downwards into an unfathomable depth. In a single move, tens of thousands of Imperial Guards were reduced to only 100. These 100 people were merely lucky ones who were outside the attack range. Such terrifying strength. Who on earth is this person? He looks so young, how can he be so powerful? Seeing Chen slaughter tens of thousands of Imperial Guards in the blink of an eye, all the Imperial Guards were terrified. Their gazes toward Chen became even more fearful, as if Chen were a death god who had walked out of purgatory. This level of strength is beyond their ability to contend with. Chen didn't bother with the remaining remnants. With a wave of his hand, Jun Xia and the other demons behind him swarmed forward and slaughtered all the Imperial Guards, leaving no one alive. Whoosh! City protection Production level 5-star. Ling Chen's strength has increased by 1 level again. Indeed, making good use of the system is the fastest way to upgrade. A golden light flashed across his body, and the little dragon reappeared. Ling Chen smiled slightly, then waved to the demons. Let's go to the next city. Yes, Your Majesty. Ling Chen led the demons and flew directly towards the next city. Soon after, Ling Chen arrived at the third city, a city called Scarrow. After an incense stick's time, Ling Chen, looking calm, led the demons away and continued towards the next city. The fourth one, the fifth one. Rumors of Ling Chen's ruthlessness and bloodlust had spread throughout much of Saxton. Wherever he went, rivers of blood flowed. God of Slaughter. This is the title the demons of Saxton's territory give to Ling Chen. Ling Chen is simply the biggest demon here. Meanwhile, the other two teams of demon warriors had just finished killing the demon army in the first city one by one. In comparison, progress is incredibly slow. While Ling Chen was committing his killing spree, a message also reached the palace of the Demon King Saxton. That damn bastard. Saxton was furious, his fists clenched, veins bulging, his face contorted with rage. These foreign demon warriors dared to provoke them and wiped out his imperial guards. This was a blatant slap in the face. What face did he, the Demon King, have left to stay here? What dignity did he have left? Ling Chen's domineering nature thoroughly enraged Saxton, who decided to personally lead his army to kill the foreign demon warriors who had invaded his territory. Guards! Saxton shouted, and a black figure appeared out of thin air, kneeling before the Demon King. My lord, what are your orders? The black-clad figure asked respectfully. Go, assemble all the imperial guards and prepare for the expedition, Saxton commanded in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, the shadowy figure replied, then vanished swiftly. This time I'll see just how powerful you are, daring to be so arrogant. You've slaughtered several of my cities, I'll make you taste what it's like to be worse than dead. Saxton muttered, a chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes as he stared at the spot where the shadowy figure had disappeared. Soon, the Imperial Guard was assembled, consisting of nearly 20,000 Saint-level experts and 200,000 Supreme-level demon warriors. These demon soldiers are all elites under Saxton's command, the force Saxton trusts most, and the force he relies on most. Saxton stood atop the platform, surveying the Imperial Guard below, and nodded in satisfaction. Proceed. More than 200,000 royal guards answered in unison and left the Demon King's palace with Saxton. Chapter 219 Demon King Saxton. Meanwhile, Ling Chen led his demon warriors and slaughtered 18 cities. The news spread like wildfire throughout Saxton, causing a huge uproar. This news was so astonishing that the entire demon territory was in an uproar, with all the demons discussing the God of Slaughter. Upon hearing the news, Saxton's face darkened considerably, and he wished he could immediately slay the God of Death. Where are they now? Demon King Saxton said through gritted teeth. Reporting to you, sir, we just received news that they are currently resting in Castan City. If we speed up our journey, we can arrive in half a day. The man in black acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Soon, the Imperial Guard accelerated its march. After Ling Chen conquered 18 cities, he stopped in Castan City and, without any attempt to conceal it, let the news leak out. After days of massacring more than 10 cities, Ling Chen's spirit had become a little numb. He needed to rest and recover his mental state. Through these days of hard work, Ling Chen has successfully advanced to the peak of the city guarding level and is only one step away from breaking through to the national guarding level. The experience required for this step is the sum of the experience gained from upgrading to 9 stars. Therefore, Ling Chen will not be able to continue leveling up in the short term. Hopefully, Saxton has brought enough experience. Ling Chen muttered to himself. In his eyes, the demon army had become a wealth of experience. Standing atop the city wall, Ling Chen closed his eyes, silently adjusting his breathing, and his mind gradually calmed down. He was now certain that the Demon King Saxton was no ordinary man. His generals all possessed combat power at the level of terrestrial immortals, not to mention himself. Ling Chen now understands perfectly why Otis can only pitifully occupy a corner of the stage, with almost no resources. All of this stems from a difference in strength. However, even if this Saxton was not simple, Ling Chen still believed in his own strength and thought he was still stronger than Saxton. After all, he has now reached the peak of the city guarding level, and with various enhancements, he is confident that he can defeat a mid-level terrestrial immortal. Behind Ling Chen stood more than 30 demon warriors. Although Ling Chen had been eating meat these days, they had also had some soup and almost all of them had advanced to the third stage of the Saint Realm. This group of demon warriors was practically invincible on Earth, but unexpectedly, they were quite common among the demons. Time passed silently, and after an unknown amount of time, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a chilling glint in them, and a cold smile played on his lips. Finally here, on the distant horizon, a densely packed black army had already come into view. Countless demon armies surged in like a tidal wave. Ling Chen's spiritual power spread out, but after a brief sensing, it was stopped by another invisible force. There were no fewer than 10,000 Saint Realm experts on the other side, and all of their warriors were supreme level or higher experts. Ling Chen's gaze fell on the Demon King's warriors, and his brows furrowed slightly. If these Demon King warriors warriors also knew the formation that Nicholas Pa and his brother had used before, then things would be a bit troublesome. Who is your leader? Who is the god of death? How dare you slaughter my territory? You have some nerve, Saxton said with a sneer as he approached the city wall. He scanned the demons present, puzzled. How could this group of peak Sate realm beings have slaughtered 18 of his cities and killed his Imperial Guard leader, his right-hand man? Their leader must not have appeared yet. Saxton looked around warily, naturally ignoring the young man of the city guard level in front of him. Stop looking, it's me, Ling Chen said with a faint smile and indifference. What? Saxton paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Kid, are you joking? A mere city guard level brat dares to spout such nonsense. Do you know what you're doing? Do you think I'm stupid? You'll soon find out whether I'm joking or not, Ling Chen said with a helpless shrug. Saxton snorted coldly, glancing disdainfully at Ling Chen. Fine, since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Take this guy down and kill him without mercy. Yes, sir. A demon warrior at the peak of the Saint realm shouted, drawing his weapon and charging towards Ling Chen. The other demons also sprang into action, surrounding Ling Chen in the middle. Tens of thousands of Saint realm experts rushed forward, surrounding Ling Chen and the other demons. They unleashed their power, creating an overwhelming aura and sweeping pressure that distorted the surrounding space. Ling Chen stood there, without the slightest panic, his face cold and indifferent as he glanced at the demons before him. Third revolution Thunder God Technique, second revolution. Ling Chen silently recited this in his mind, and the aura within his body rose sharply, quickly surpassing all the demons present. Under the watchful eyes of the demons, Ling Chen slowly raised the Xianyuan sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing forward. The blade trembled, and a terrifying power instantly erupted from the long sword. Oh no! Everyone, get out of the way, the Imperial Guard shouted, realizing what was happening, and hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could Ling Chen let such a good opportunity slip by? Time and space span. Ling Chen let out a low shout, and an invisible aura spread out from Ling Chen, enveloping all the Imperial Guards surrounding him and imprisoning the space around them. Although it lasted only a short time, it was enough for Ling Chen to unleash his full power. Dimensional slash. An invisible sword arc slashed in one direction, instantly tearing space apart and revealing a huge rift before the demons, unleashing a terrifying pressure. The Imperial Guards, positioned in the direction the sword arc passed, were reduced to ashes without even moving. Boom! With a deafening roar, an invisible force exploded, destroying everything within a kilometer radius directly in front, leaving a huge, elongated crater beneath the city wall. Seeing Ling Chen's move in the long, deep pit, the surviving Imperial Guards present couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with shock. This move far surpassed their own. Damn it! A flash of anger crossed Saxton's eyes. This guy really was the murderer of Nicola Po, and he actually had such amazing strength. Give me your life! Saxton roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot, his blood surging, and his killing intent boiling. Chapter 220 Fierce Battle in Saxton. If this brat isn't eliminated, I'll never have peace of mind again. Such a person must die. Saxton's aura suddenly erupted, like a volcanic eruption, its power terrifying to the extreme. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Saxton's strength had actually reached the initial stage of a terrestrial immortal. This was also the first living powerhouse he had ever seen whose strength had reached the level of a terrestrial immortal. As expected of the 36th among the 72 demon kings of the demon realm, he is one of the higher-ranking beings. Does that mean that at least half of the demon kings are powerful beings who are terrestrial immortals? The overall strength of the demon realm far surpasses that of the current blue star. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate that this world has restrictions, and the high-level demons of the demon realm can only remain in the demon realm. Otherwise, given the strength of these demons, Blue Star would be utterly vulnerable. If the demons were to invade, the human race on Blue Star would be wiped out. Before Ling Chen could think further, Saxton suddenly charged forward at an astonishing speed, covering more than 200 meters in the blink of an eye and arriving in front of Ling Chen. Saxton unleashed a punch, sending up a cloud of black mist and a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the air. Saxton's attack made Ling Chen dare not be careless. He quickly adjusted his posture, shook his arm, and swept the Xianyuan sword horizontally, colliding with Saxton. A dull thud resounded as the tip of the Xianyuan sword collided with Saxton's fist. A piercing sound followed, and then a surge of terrifying power erupted, sweeping across the area. Under the influence of that force, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, making it difficult for Ling Chen to breathe. He quickly circulated his internal energy to control the chaotic power within his body and stabilize his mind. He hadn't expected that this Saxton would be so powerful. Kid, is this all the strength you have? Too weak. Saxton looked at Ling Chen with a mocking expression and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen smiled faintly and said softly, Dragon, come. Here they come, boss. A dragon's roar followed. The little dragon let out a soft roar, transforming into a white beam of light that shot straight towards Ling Chen and entered his body. With Xiaolong's support, Ling Chen's strength returned to its peak, and his aura also reached its peak, confronting Saxton. Covered in golden armor, he exuded an aura of domineering battle intent that made everyone want to submit. My lord, lord, I'm here to lend you a hand. Tianqin on the city wall also shouted, and with a slight lift of her wrist, the strings vibrated and made a crisp sound. A green halo appeared and headed towards Ling Chen's direction. Ah, no. Ling Chen looked at Tianqin's hands plucking the strings with some horror and hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. The green light fell on him, and Ling Chen could feel that all his attributes increased by 20%, but he stood there stunned, as if he had been electrocuted, and did not move at all. Ling Chen, radiating a soft green light, looked utterly dejected. Kid, what are you up to? Saxton frowned and asked suspiciously when he saw Ling Chen's green glow. Enough with the nonsense, let's fight. Ling Chen snapped out of his daze, roared, and unleashed his inner energy, activating the Xian Yuan sword as he charged headlong towards Saxton. Saxton's expression also changed drastically, not expecting Ling Chen to be able to significantly improve his strength. Seeing this, Sax took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Chen, reaching out with his hand and grabbing hard. Ling Chen's face darkened, and he dodged Saxton's claws with a swift movement. He then raised the Xian Yuan sword in his hand and slashed fiercely at Saxton. Saxton flipped his hand over and placed it against his chest. Boom! When his first attack failed, Ling Chen raised the Xian Yuan sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword aura burst forth, heading straight for Saxton and engulfing him. Saxton stepped back slightly, his feet slamming heavily on the ground, cracking the hard bluestone slabs into pieces of powder. Shock flashed in his eyes. He could clearly sense that this sword energy was capable of harming him, and it also gave off a sense of danger. Form ranks, Saxton shouted, and the guards surrounding the two warriors quickly retreated to their positions and lined up neatly. Streams of demonic energy surged from their bodies, gathering in midair to form a source energy that was more than 100 times more concentrated than before. As the formation continued to operate, Saxton flashed into the air above it, seemingly exuding an irresistible allure. Dense, surging demonic energy rushed into his body. Having received the infusion of demonic energy, Saxton exuded a dense aura of demonic power, and an immense pressure emanated from him. His aura had reached the level of a high-level terrestrial immortal. Ha, kid, now you know how big the gap is between you and me, right? You have absolutely no chance. Saxton laughed arrogantly, exuding a strong sense of self-confidence. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then let's give it a try. The outcome is still uncertain. With that, Ling Chen swung the Xian Yuan sword fiercely, unleashing a series of sword energies that slashed towards Saxton. A mere trick. Saxton scoffed disdainfully, and with a sudden wave of his right hand, a ball of dark demonic energy instantly formed a giant skull that lunged straight at Ling Chen. The enormous skull slammed into Ling Chen's Xian Yuan sword, sending a surge of immense power through him, causing Ling Chen's arm to tremble violently. What terrifying recoil force! Ling Chen exclaimed inwardly. Even with his formidable physique, he was finding it difficult to withstand. Well, bring out your tricks and let's see who wins in the end, Saxton said arrogantly, while activating the demonic energy on his body to make it even stronger. Ling Chen frowned. He hadn't expected Saxton to be so powerful. This time, he had truly met his match. Then you'll just have to wait and see, Ling Chen said coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. His true energy circulated wildly within his body, and the 5 elemental energies surged forth continuously, merging together at an extremely fast speed. A ball of light, radiating intense heat and dazzling light, appeared in Ling Chen's hand. This ball of light exuded terrifying pressure and destructive power, giving people a great sense of crisis. As the origin chi within Ling Chen surged wildly in, Saxton's expression gradually became serious. He sensed a threat emanating from the sphere of light. Holy demon shield! Saxton shouted, and the demonic energy in front of him quickly formed a thick shield, blocking his way. Chapter 221 Master takes action, subduing Saxton. Ling Chen, holding the ball of light, teleported towards Saxton and slammed it hard into the demonic shield. The ball of light bombarded the shield, creating a deafening roar. Cracks appeared, and a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of explosion. A massive energy ripple spread outwards, blasting away the Imperial guards in the distance. Saxton swayed slightly, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his face paled considerably. However, he still managed to withstand Ling Chen's attack, while Ling Chen on the other side had almost exhausted his source energy and appeared extremely weak. Heh, that's a powerful move, but unfortunately, it's still a little short. Saxton sneered, once again channeling his demonic energy as he charged towards Ling Chen. Seeing Saxton hurtling towards him, Ling Chen frowned slightly. He had no source energy left in his body, making it almost impossible for him to dodge Saxton's attack. It seems I can only rely on clones, Ling Chen thought to himself. Although Ling Chen's Nirvana skill has been on cooldown, even with only a 1% chance, you might still win the lottery. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Ling Chen was ready to switch places with his clone. Just as Ling Chen was about to make up his mind to switch positions, an aged voice came from his mind. What, are you going to give up already, Master? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ling Chen exclaimed in surprise, overjoyed. Yes, I just woke up and saw you being ravaged. TSK tisk TSK Master Kongming's voice came out with a few teasing sounds. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but secretly purse his lips and said, said, then you must help your disciple get revenge. Just as the master and disciple were exchanging thoughts, Saxton arrived in front of Ling Chen and struck him with a palm. Ling Chen quickly swung the Xianyuan sword to meet the blow. Ling Chen shouted urgently and jumped back. Don't rush, it's coming. Prepare to bear my power. Master Kongming's voice slowly echoed in Ling Chen's ears, causing Ling Chen's body to stiffen and involuntarily close his eyes. A tremendous power surged from the ring where Master Kongming was located and poured into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen groaned, his body trembling violently. Ling Chen could clearly sense the vast energy surging from Master Kongming, like a raging flood, rushing wildly into his body. Feeling the terror of this power, Ling Chen trembled all over, as if his body was about to be burst by the energy. Fortunately, this terrifying energy did not last long. It stopped surging shortly after being injected into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen briefly assessed his strength and, with the infusion of his master's power, his power had increased to the peak of the high-level terrestrial immortal realm, even surpassing that of the Demon King Saxton. Your body can only take this much longer. Master Kongming's aged voice slowly drifted over. Understood, but it's more than enough. Ling Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and quickly adjusted to his surge of energy. At this moment, Saxton had once again arrived in front of Ling Chen. He raised his foot to the ground, bent his legs slightly, arched his body, and threw a punch at Ling Chen's face. The fist's energy shattered the sky, bringing with it a destructive aura. This punch contained all his strength, and its speed was incredibly fast, creating gusts of wind as it crashed into Ling Chen like a small mountain. Looking at the punch, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. He calmly extended his right hand and met Saxton's fist, enveloping it. Saxton's punch was quite powerful, but unfortunately, it was no match for Master Kongming. Ling Chen suddenly exerted force with his right hand, his aura bursting forth, and grabbed Saxton's fist. With a flick of his wrist, he dislocated Saxton's arm, causing Saxton to scream in pain. Saxton was shocked, completely unexpected that Ling Chen's strength had suddenly increased so much. Now, it's my turn. Ling Chen couldn't help but grin, and with a light leap, he flew into the air, unleashing a fierce attack on Saxton. Damn it! Saxton roared, frantically swinging his arms to block Ling Chen's attack. Ling Chen's attack was several times stronger than before, and Saxton could hardly stop it. He could only keep dodging Ling Chen's attacks, and soon his body was covered with wounds. What kind of secret technique is this? How did you become so strong? Saxton said through gritted teeth. Well, don't ask anymore. In short, you are doomed to lose. Now you only have two paths, surrender or die. Ling Chen said calmly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. Saxton was furious, blaring at Ling Chen through gritted teeth. I am not one to yield. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's lips curled into a strange smile as he coldly stared at Saxton. He knew that at this point, anything he said would be meaningless. However, things might not be so clear about Saxton later. Time and space span. Ling Chen waved his right hand, and an invisible force of time and space enveloped Saxton. With a higher level of understanding, Ling Chen's time-space restriction lasted for several seconds. In that instant, Saxton's energy flow malfunctioned, as if restricted by some force, and his speed slowed down considerably. Time seemed to stand still. Saxton stood frozen in place, motionless. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, suddenly raising his arm to try to break free of his restraints, only to find himself powerless. Half a minute later, he finally broke free from the time-space restriction. Saxton looked at Ling Chen with some fear, his lips trembling for a moment, unable to speak. Now, are you ready to choose something? Ling Chen asked slowly, a playful smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Saxton's face was full of hesitation. He had always been loyal to the demon god and the demon lord, and now he had to surrender to a human. He found it hard to accept. Jun Xie. Ling Chen called softly, gesturing for Jun Xie to come over. Jun Xie stomped his foot, transforming into a black streak of light, and flew to Ling Chen's side. Then, Jun Xie's aura suddenly erupted, and a unique aura of the demon god's royal family emanated from him. Sensing the aura emanating from Jun Xie, Saxton couldn't help but shout, Demon god? Chapter 222. The Demon King seeks allegiance and enters the treasure pavilion. He could sense that the aura emanating from the demon youth before him was very similar to that of a demon god. I am not a demon god, but the successor of the demon god, and I will surpass the demon god. Jun Xie's voice was low and hoarse, but to Saxton, it sounded like thunder. You are the successor of the demon god? How is that possible? Our demon lord, the son of the demon god, should be the successor. He possesses the ability to be possessed by the demon god. Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, Saxton's pupils constricted slightly, and he retorted. Upon hearing this, Jun Xie smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, Is that so? Then take a look at this. Possessed by a demon. Jun Xie's aura suddenly surged, and a massive divine soul power emanated from him. At the same time, a huge, illusory demonic shadow appeared above Jun Xie. This demonic figure was tens of thousands of feet tall, entirely black, radiating an immense and terrifying pressure, with a pair of dark eyes that gleamed with a captivating light. This demonic shadow is the shadow of the demon god, and is the demon god's representative. Upon seeing Seeing the demonic figure, Saxton's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, How? Is this possible? You can also be possessed by a demon? And the demonic phantom is even more powerful than our demon lords. Saxton found it hard to believe that the young man before him possessed a more concentrated demonic bloodline than their demon lord. This means that the boy before them is one step closer to becoming a demon god than their demon lord. If the young man before me can grow up, then if I were to pledge allegiance to him now, I would be recognizing a wise ruler. Thinking of this, Saxton couldn't help but consider surrendering to him. After all, the demon boy in front of him was the most likely person to become a demon god, and his current surrender would be a timely help for the other party. It's far better than seeking refuge later as a mere icing on the cake. I am willing to join you. After thinking it through, Saxton hurriedly bowed and said sincerely, Good, very good. Ling Chen smiled faintly, very satisfied with Saxton's choice. With the demon army in Saxton's territory, Junxia's progress in unifying the demon realm could be greatly accelerated. Junxia, from now on he will be under your command. Ling Chen looked at Junxia and said, Yes. Junxia nodded and looked at Saxton. Greetings, Lord Junxi. Saxton quickly bowed. Junxia nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Saxton dared not delay and quickly stood up, looking intently at Junxi. Lord Junxi, I am willing to serve you forever. Junxia nodded without saying anything more. Although Saxton is quite capable, he can only be considered his subordinate at the moment. In Junxia's eyes, Saxton is not qualified to join his legion. Saxton also understood that he was not enough to gain Junxia's trust. Alright, let's go. Lead the way and let's take a look at your main city, Ling Chen said calmly, looking at Saxton. Yes, this way please, Saxton said respectfully. By the way, send people to the Dis territory and bring over all those at the Saint Realm and above, and have them gather in the main city of Saxton. Ling Chen turned to Junxia and said, then turned and followed Saxton toward the main city, toward Saxton's palace. Yes, my lord, Junxia responded, then gestured to a demon warrior beside him. The demon warrior pushed off with his feet and sped off in the south. Half a day later, the group of demons quickly returned to the palace gates of Saxton. Ling Chen glanced around, feeling a sense of awe. The palace covered an area of hundreds of miles. Its architecture was extremely magnificent and imposing, truly a luxurious palace. My lord, this is my palace, Saxton said, looking at Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded and responded softly, without saying anything more, and stepped into the palace. Saxton followed closely behind, looking at Ling Chen with trepidation. He had just learned that Lord Junxi, who possessed a bloodline concentration, surpassing that of their demon lord, was merely this lord's subordinate. Just how powerful was the background of the young man before him? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Saxton took a deep breath, looked at Ling Chen's back, a burning glint in his eyes, and secretly made up his mind. Upon reaching the palace gate, the guards standing outside saw Saxton leading Ling Chen over and immediately knelt down respectfully. Saxton waved his hand and carefully stepped aside to lead the way for Ling Chen. After entering the palace, Saxton led Ling Chen inside, introducing the interior as they walked. The palace was extremely luxurious, with all kinds of decorations and layouts showcasing its opulence. This palace is extremely spacious, with more than 300 rooms. My lord, this is the main hall. Sir, this is the alchemy room. Oh, this is the armory. Okay. My lord, this is the treasure pavilion. Let's go take a look over there. Okay. Wait, what did you just say? The treasure pavilion? Come on, take me to see it. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he eagerly interrupted Saxton. Saxton felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He looked at Ling Chen and said, Sir, the treasure vault only contains ordinary items. You wouldn't be interested in them, so please don't bother looking. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced at Saxton, then looked away and headed straight for the treasure pavilion. Saxton was taken aback, a bitter smile playing on his lips, and could only helplessly follow behind Ling Chen. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Ling Chen saw piles upon piles of items, densely packed, dazzling and mesmerizing. Looking at the rare materials in front of him, Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, there are quite a few rare and precious plants here. I estimate there are at least 30 of them. Even Ling Chen couldn't help but be tempted by so many rare and precious materials. Ahem, these things are just gathering dust here. Things should be put to good use. Ling Chen coughed lightly, and his hands quickly swept over, packing all the rare and precious materials into his storage ring. Seeing so many rare materials being acquired by Ling Chen, Saxton's eyes twitched, his heart ached, and he almost fainted. These rare and precious materials were something he had painstakingly acquired over decades and was reluctant to use. He never expected that Ling Chen would sweep them all away with a casual wave of his hand. However, Ling Chen is the boss now, and he makes the decisions. Chapter 223 The Xianyuan Sword. The second seal opens. Saxton could only watch silently, his heart aching. What's this? Ling Chen suddenly exclaimed, looking at one of the black stones. Saxton followed Ling Chen's gaze and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the black stone. Damn it, why didn't I put this away? Saxton thought to himself, feeling extremely annoyed. annoyed. Seeing that Saxton did not answer, Ling Chen used his appraisal skill to check. Crystal of Chaos, a crystal nucleus formed from the residual energy left behind when a planet is on the verge of destruction. Touching his chin, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This small black stone actually stored the residual energy of an entire planet after its destruction. Wow, this is a good thing, but I feel like I've seen this name somewhere before. Ling Chen pondered for a moment and finally remembered that the second layer of the seal on his Xianyuan sword required the Chaos Crystal. Without hesitation, Ling Chen took out the Xianyuan sword and the beast core he needed. As for the 100,000 soul power, Ling Chen had already exceeded the target in recent days, even having more than that. Ding, required conditions detected. Unblock now? As if sensing that all conditions had been met, the system's voice came through. A golden light emanated from the Xianyuan sword, and the Chaos Crystal and beast core rose out of thin air and shot towards the Xianyuan sword, gradually merging into it. Then, a golden light shot up from the Xianyuan sword, as if it were about to pierce through the clouds. Ding! The second seal has been broken. Ling Chen couldn't wait to see the attributes of the Xianyuan sword, so he quickly opened the system. Xuanyuan sword, sealed city guardian level. Attack, 99,999. Xuanyuan sword style, first sword, 10,000 swords return to the source. The second sword, Song of the Xianyuan sword. The third sword, One Sword Supreme. One Sword Supreme, one sword decides life and death. One sword breaks all laws. One sword is invincible. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, one strikes with full force, capable of slaying gods. The last 5 moves are not yet unlocked. Conditions for unlocking the third layer of the seal. 1. 5 elemental monster cores of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, capable of destroying entire kingdoms. 2. Chaos Chi. 3. Soul power, 1212121/1000000. Upon seeing the newly unlocked move, Ling Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this a single target burst attack? It seemed he had gained another excellent trump card. Moreover, a single sword strike can slay gods, which sounds truly terrifying. Ling Chen shook his head, clearing his mind of the random thoughts, and focused on continuing to examine the conditions of the third level. It was clear that he had already completed 2 tasks, but the second one, the Chaos Chi, sounded like a ball of gas. However, since it contains the word chaos, it must not be something that is commonly encountered. We can only leave it to fate. Saxton, standing to the side, watched as Ling Chen used up the Chaos Crystal that he had searched for over 100 years, his face contorted with pain. My lord, this Chaos Crystal is of great significance to our demon race. Saxton was somewhat speechless, and stopped short of saying anything more. Ling Chen turned his head and glanced at Saxton. Seeing his pained expression, he smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll make it up to you." Upon hearing this, Saxton's eyelids twitched a few times, and a smile appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to his original expression, revealing a sincere look. "You flatter me, sir. This Chaos Crystal, although of great value, is nothing in front of you. It is my honor that you need it." Seeing Saxton's sensible expression, Ling Chen smiled faintly. "I don't want the rest." "Well, there's not much left." "There isn't much left." Saxton looked at the empty shelves around him and couldn't help but smile bitterly, muttering to himself, "Alright, find me a quiet, open space. I need to refine pills." Ling Chen touched the spatial ring in his hand, where dozens of rare and precious herbs lay quietly, and said excitedly, "Oh, okay," Saxton replied, then said, "Behind our palace is a great mountain, and on its summit is a platform that spans 1,000 miles. Shall I take you there?" "Excellent." Ling Chen nodded, and then set off with Saxton. Soon they arrived at the platform at the summit. Ling Chen took out the necessary medicinal herbs, closed his eyes, and recalled which sacred pills these rare and precious herbs could be refined into. Ling Chen quickly searched his mind for the methods of refining several different sacred pills. With just 6 methods, Ling Chen can complete the Heavenly Thunder body refinement. Ling Chen opened his eyes, gently exhaled a breath of stale air, and his gaze changed from lazy to focused as he began refining. The fire elemental energy in his hand surged, forming the shape of a cauldron in midair. Ling Chen then began to throw the medicinal herbs into the alchemy cauldron and controlled the flames to begin refining them. In an instant, the herbs burst into flames and turned into rolling liquid droplets. Purification, fusion, and finally, the elixir is formed. Soon the first sacred pill was completed, and in midair, the pill lightning arrived as promised. Upon seeing the lightning strike where Ling Chen was, Saxton, who was some distance away, gaped in disbelief. How old is this boy? How can he be able to refine a sacred pill that attracts heavenly lightning? This further fueled Saxton's speculation about Ling Chen's identity. It should be understood that only members of super families have the resources to cultivate a young man's alchemy skills to this level. What is the background of this boy? Rumble. A series of deafening sounds echoed from the sky. The lightning in the sky grew thicker and denser, containing a terrifying aura that seemed poised to devour Ling Chen. Boom! With a loud bang, lightning suddenly struck down, crashing down on Ling Chen. "They're here!" Ling Chen's eyes narrowed, a glint of light flashing in them. With a light stomp of his right foot on the ground, Ling Chen shot into the sky like a cannonball. Then, amidst Amidst Saxton's horrified gaze from not far away, Ling Chen took the initiative to head towards the sky. Boom! A muffled clap of thunder boomed, and Ling Chen's figure was instantly engulfed in lightning. Lightning flashed and intertwined, coursing through Ling Chen's body with a constant booming sound. Saxton stood frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the black-clad boy enveloped in lightning within the thunder. Chapter 224 The Third Transformation of the Thunder God Technique. He's a monster. He actually dared to withstand this lightning tribulation with his own body. Saxton was secretly shocked and admired Ling Chen's courage immensely. The lightning lasted for a full 30 minutes before finally dissipating. In the sky, the black-clad youth was still enveloped in lightning, his entire body crackling with electric light, and a powerful aura emanated from him. As the lightning dissipated, Ling Chen's figure slowly appeared in Saxton's line of sight. At this moment, Ling Chen's entire body was covered in electric light, and he looked like an electric ball, with green smoke rising from his body. However, his body remained steadily suspended in the air, descending step by step towards the ground. Feeling the changes in his physical condition, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. 5 more times, let's continue. Ling Chen carefully put away the holy pill he had just refined, adjusted himself for a moment, and then immediately began refining the next pill. With his right hand, he used the origin chi to create a cauldron, controlling the flames within to burn and refine the medicinal herbs that were thrown in. Then it is purified, fused, and formed into a pill, and then tempered by heavenly lightning. This process is repeated 5 times, and several days pass quietly. In midair, a lightning dragon swooped down, carrying a world-destroying aura, and rushed straight toward Ling Chen. The power contained in this lightning dragon was more than the sum of the previous lightning strikes. It seemed that Ling Chen had repeatedly provoked the heavenly lightning, thus incurring their displeasure. Seeing this, Ling Chen remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his body transforming into a black shadow as he charged towards the thunder dragon. 2 figures became entangled in the sky. The thunder dragon and Ling Chen collided, unleashing terrifying power. 3 turns Thunder God Technique. Ling Chen shouted, and the source energy in his body began to circulate wildly according to the technique. A special suction force emanated from Ling Chen's body, gradually beginning to devour the thunder dragon into his body. Lightning crackled and surged from Ling Chen's body as it was frantically absorbed into his body. The lightning that entered his body immediately began to frantically destroy Ling Chen's meridians, internal organs, bones, and flesh. However, the damage from the lightning did not pose any threat to Ling Chen. On the contrary, it was a form of tempering, making Ling Chen's body even more resilient. Ling Chen's physical abilities have reached an extremely high level. He can clearly feel that his physical strength is still gradually increasing. Gradually, it reached a peak. This feeling is very strange. This feeling made Ling Chen extremely excited. Ling Chen's body was thoroughly tempered to its peak. He could clearly feel the abundant energy in his muscles. If he wanted to, a single punch from him could probably have the power to destroy the world. The thunder dragon shattered and vanished completely. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a ray of sunlight shone through them, falling into the valley and illuminating the scenery within. After 9 rounds of refinement, Ling Chen has perfected the second stage of the 3-turn Thunder God Technique and is ready to attempt the third stage. The third transformation requires using a lightning tribulation as a catalyst to temper oneself. Ling Chen stroked his chin. The lightning tribulation of Dan Lei had not met the requirements for cultivating to the third stage. Just how terrifying will this third tribulation of lightning be? Ling Chen pondered to himself. Lightning tribulation is the power of divine punishment. Depending on the opponent being punished, the power of lightning tribulation varies in strength. In this world, no one dares to say that they can withstand the attack of all lightning tribulations. The cultivation requirements for the third stage of the 3 revolutions Thunder God Technique are so high, yet it's only a heaven-ranked technique? Ling Chen couldn't help but secretly guess that it was probably because the cultivation difficulty of the third stage was extremely high, and almost no one could master it, while only the first 2 stages of the third stage Thunder God Technique were equivalent to a heaven-ranked technique. Thinking of this, Ling Chen frowned. If almost no one had succeeded in mastering the third transformation, what were his chances of success? Forget it, let's focus on mastering this first. As for tempering the body with lightning tribulation, we'll definitely seize the opportunity later. Ling Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, having made up his mind. Since the third turn is so much more difficult than the first 2, I should give it a try. If he could refine it to its ultimate level, Ling Chen believed that this third transformation would definitely reach the god level. In this way, one's physical strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. Since that's the case, let's learn this third transfer first. Ling Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to rapidly circulate his internal energy. Within the body, the source energy begins to refine the third stage of energy along the meridian pathways of the third stage. Time slips away quietly. Half a day later, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a wisp of golden lightning flashed and disappeared in his pupils. The third stage of body tempering is complete. A faint smile appeared on Ling Chen's lips as he stood up. With a swift movement, he teleported to a spot in front of a giant peak. With his right hand outstretched, Ling Chen struck the giant peak, instantly shattering it into pieces that scattered everywhere and raised clouds of dust. What's going on? Not bad, my physical strength has improved significantly. Now, relying solely on my physical strength, I should have no problem fighting a half-step immortal. Ling Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. A half-step immortal is already the strongest person on earth. Third revolution Thunder God technique. Third revolution. Ling Chen spread his arms, and lightning crackled around his body. The power of lightning swirled around Ling Chen's body, and he exuded an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Ling Chen's aura suddenly surged, reaching the peak of the supreme level, skipping 2 major stages, and the origin chi within his body was like a vast starry sky. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen slowly suppressed the aura within his body. Third stage Thunder God technique, not bad. Feeling the immense power within his body, Ling Chen smiled slightly. The third stage of the Thunder God technique requires more conditions to cultivate than the first 2 stages, but its effects are undoubtedly much more powerful. After finishing his cultivation, Ling Chen pushed off with his feet, preparing to go back, when he saw Saxton standing to the side, dumbfounded. What? Ling Chen glanced at Saxton and asked with a smile. Sir, you are truly too abnormal. Oh no, you are too amazing. Saxton's face was full of awe, and his eyes were full of admiration and respect as he looked at Ling Chen. This young man, whose family background is unknown, actually used Dan Lei to temper his body. It's unheard of. Let's go. Ling Chen smiled calmly and strode outside. Saxton followed closely behind and soon returned to the palace. At this moment, Jun Xie and others were discussing the next target in the council hall when Demon King Otis arrived with his army. Upon seeing Ling Chen's arrival, all the demons stood up and bowed respectfully. Sit down, all of you. Ling Chen waved his hand, gesturing for the demons to sit down. My lord, we are currently discussing the expedition to the territory of Cell. Jun Xie looked at Ling Chen and asked, what do you think? I know the territory of Cell very well. Before Ling Chen could speak, Saxton interjected. Russell, the demon king of the Cell territory, is my old rival. He is slightly weaker than me, but not by much, and he has about 30,000 saint-level experts under his command. Chapter 225 Group Enhancement. Ling Chen departs. So, what are our plans for this war? Ling Chen sat down in the main seat, leaned on his arm, and gently tapped the table. I'd like to hear your suggestions. The demons exchanged glances, each with a thoughtful expression. Then, Saxton volunteered, saying, My lord, the strength of my Saxton territory is enough to take them down. Why don't I lead the army to attack them directly? Don't be reckless. Ling Chen shook his head. Jun Xie pondered for a moment, then said, That's feasible. Your Saxton territory and the Cell territory have had many frictions and conflicts. This time, you will lead everyone there as usual. They'll definitely mistake this for routine harassment and lower their guard. Then we can launch a full-scale attack, capturing the ringleader first, and taking Russell into custody, catching them completely off guard. Ling Chen nodded. That's a good plan. Saxton's territory is stronger than Cell's territory, and with the addition of demons like Junxi, they should be more than capable of dealing with Russell. However, before that, we can still improve our strength. Jun Xie continued, Saxton, gather the supreme-level high-ranking and peak-ranking soldiers from your Imperial Guard. Okay, Saxton replied, scratching his head, still puzzled. The Royal Guard is the most elite force in Saxton's territory. The 200,000 demon troops that Saxton took out a few days ago were almost all qualified. The demons arrived at the battlefield and saw an army of nearly 200,000 men, all clad in heavy armor and exuding a dense aura of malevolence, clearly having endured countless bloody battles. Greetings, Your Majesty. The demons knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. They were all survivors of Ling Chen's sword and dared not be negligent in the slightest. Get up! Ling Chen waved his hand, signaling the demons to rise. Everyone, take this time to feel it. Whether you can break through to the Saint Realm depends on yourselves, Jun Xie said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the 200,000 Imperial Guards. The demons bowed in unison, their voices booming. Yes. Jun Xie flashed and arrived above the demons. He closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and the demonic energy within his body surged wildly, bursting out and forming a vortex of demonic energy several times larger than before. As soon as the demonic energy vortex formed, it generated a powerful suction force, drawing the demonic energy of this area into the vortex. As the demonic energy of heaven and earth was injected, wisps of demonic energy continuously shot out from the vortex and flew towards the Imperial Guards below. This demonic energy entered their bodies, coursing through their limbs and bones, tempering their flesh and strengthening their bodies. Soon, many Imperial Guards touched the threshold of the Saint Realm. They closed their eyes, sat cross-legged, and frantically circulated their cultivation techniques to absorb the demonic energy attracted by the demonic energy vortex. The sounds of continuous breakthroughs echoed, and the powerful aura of the Saint Realm spread throughout the entire battlefield. Before long, as many as 50,000 Imperial Guards directly advanced to the Saint Realm, and the rest also improved significantly compared to before. With these Royal Guards, it would be easy to take over the territory of Cell. The Imperial Guards who broke through below were in tears. They They had been stuck here for a long time, their potential determined by their talent. Now, under the cleansing influence of the demonic energy, their talents have been enhanced, and their strength has naturally broken through. Transcending the mundane is the starting line for ordinary people to embark on the path of cultivation to become immortals. Feeling the deliciousness brought to them by the demonic energy, the demons were overjoyed and looked gratefully at the figure in midair. Junxia nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his pale face, and said, "Continue to consolidate your cultivation." The demons respectfully responded and began to sense the demonic energy between heaven and earth to temper their physical bodies. "Saxton, will set off tomorrow." Ling Chen looked at Saxton. "Yes, sir," Saxton replied respectfully, while excitedly looking at his elite troops, a quarter of whom had advanced to the Saint Realm. Saxton was genuinely pleased to see his subordinates' abilities improve. The current strength of the Saxton territory is almost overwhelming that of the Cell territory. "My lord," Junxia, who was in midair, slowly landed beside Ling Chen. His face was a little pale, obviously because he had just used up a lot of demonic energy. Ling Chen glanced at him and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" "It's alright, it's just that the demonic energy I used up was too strong, and I'm a little overdrawn. I just need to rest for a while." Junxia shook his head. Ling Chen nodded and said, "In that case, you should go back and rest first. We'll set off tomorrow." After speaking, Ling Chen took out 2 pills that would aid in recovery and handed them to Junxia. Junxia did not refuse, reached out and took it, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. "After tomorrow, the plan to unify the demon realm will be yours to carry out gradually. The musicians will all stay here and take good care of them," Ling Chen said, patting Junxia on the shoulder. "Yes, my lord, please rest assured." Junxia nodded, then asked, "What are your plans, my lord?" "I plan to visit the demon god's temple first, then return to Blue Star to resolve some internal issues," Ling Chen said without hesitation, his face serious. "I'm leaving the demon realm to you. Summon me if you need anything, and I'll be there. I'll be waiting for your good news." "Okay," Junxia replied. Ling Chen nodded. He had great confidence in Junxia's strength, and the experience they needed to level up was much less than his own, so he didn't need to worry about their progress. "Alright, I'm off now. Hopefully next time we meet, you'll be the lord of the demon realm, hee," Ling Chen said with a smile, then waved and vanished from the spot. Looking at the group of demons behind him, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After staying here for so long, he had almost forgotten what humans looked like. Upon reaching the high peak outside the palace, Ling Chen took out the parchment scroll and studied it for a while. Then Ling Chen was surprised to find that the demon god palace was about 100 million miles away from this place. Even if Ling Chen used the spatial vortex to travel at full speed, it would still take him a month to arrive. At this moment, Ling Chen finally understood why these demon kings acted like local emperors in their own territories. It was as if the emperor was far away and could not control them at all. Compared to these peripheral areas, the central area where the demon god temple and the demon emperor temple are located is undoubtedly rich in resources, and the concentration of demonic energy is much higher than in the surrounding areas. If only there were something faster than my own spatial vortex, Ling Chen muttered to himself. Ling Chen's eyes lit up as he remembered one of the family heirlooms that little Fatty had mentioned before, the light shuttle. Where do we get this stuff? Chapter 226, Exchanging the Cloud-Piercing Shuttle. Just as Ling Chen was pondering, the system's crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out. Ding! Friendly reminder, you can exchange for it in the store. Upon hearing the system notification, Ling Chen was momentarily dazed, then it suddenly dawned on him. That's right, I can use points to exchange for it. Ling Chen then opened the store and, seeing that he had over 30 million points in balance, began searching for transportation tools like the light shuttle without hesitation. Flying sword, sacred artifact, an extremely precious flying sword, allowing flight at a speed of 10,000 li per day. Price, 99,999 points. Cloud shuttle, divine artifact, allows for space travel, covering 80 million miles a day. Price, 30 million points. After that, Ling Chen couldn't afford it anymore. Seeing that all his points and wealth could only buy one divine artifact, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel depressed and decided to rename it the profiteering system. Ding! Host dissatisfaction with the system has been detected. From now on, a 1% handling fee will be charged for redeeming points. You freaking, what a shrewd and calculating system. Ling Chen was about to mutter to himself, but he immediately changed his mind. Forget it, I'll just exchange it. It's better than walking. Ling Chen sighed inwardly, then chose to exchange it. Congratulations, host, on redeeming the cloud-piercing shuttle. Welcome back next time. Next time? There won't be a next time. Ling Chen took the cloud-piercing shuttle out of the system space. With a flash of white light, the cloud-piercing shuttle floated in front of Ling Chen. The cloud shuttle is boat-shaped, about 2 meters wide and 6 meters long. It emits a dark light and faintly shows traces of an array. This cloud-piercing shuttle will be Ling Chen's personal mode of transportation from now on. With a slight push of his foot, Ling Chen boarded the cloud-piercing shuttle, ready to take it for a test drive. After a careful inspection, Ling Chen saw the array inside the cloud-piercing shuttle. There are 2 driving formations that require spirit stones to activate, as well well as a concealment formation and a defensive formation. Without hesitation, Ling Chen placed 3,000 high-grade spirit stones into the driving array, planning to deal with them later. Inside the cloud shuttle, directly in front, is the cockpit, and in front of that is a huge screen that shows the situation outside the cloud shuttle. The cloud shuttle can also drive autonomously. Simply import the map and enter the destination. But autonomous driving can't compare to the comfort of driving manually, so Ling Chen decided to take control himself. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ling Chen began to try to control the cloud shuttle. As soon as he started it, he felt a wonderful sensation, as if the cloud shuttle had become a part of his body. He could control everything about the cloud shuttle, and could teleport or shoot out instantly. Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to accelerate rapidly from a standstill. What's the point of slow acceleration? He just went for it. The cloud-piercing shuttle began to tremble, as if absorbing energy from the spirit stones. In less than 5 seconds, it shot out like a bolt of lightning, heading towards the demon god temple in the north. It was incredibly fast, covering hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Such speed! Ling Chen exclaimed in surprise. He now finally understood that the cloud-piercing shuttle's ability to travel 80 million miles a day was not an exaggeration. The cloud-piercing shuttle truly lives up to its reputation as a divine artifact. Its speed is indeed terrifying. When he saw that it would take several days to reach his destination, Ling Chen thought it was a bit slow. But now, the speed is so fast that Ling Chen can no longer see the surrounding scenery. This rapid flight made Ling Chen feel incredibly energetic. Even his soul was filled with a pleasant feeling, a little bit exhilarating. I'm afraid even a great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't keep up with my speed, Ling Chen murmured. The speed of this cloud-piercing shuttle has basically reached that of an immortal king. Where did you get this? Just as Ling Chen was getting excited, Master Kongming's familiar voice came. System, can't my master sense your presence? Ling Chen wondered to himself. Aside from the host, no one else can sense my presence. In that case, Ling Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Master, this is a family heirloom. Ancestral tradition? Who were your ancestors? Master Kongming asked curiously. My ancestors were. Ling Chen was speechless for a moment, having no idea who his ancestors were. Ling Chen glanced left and right for a moment, then thought, Shen Yuan sword. Well, I'll just make one up on the spot. Ling Chen coughed lightly, and said without batting an eye, Ahem, my ancestor was the Yellow Emperor. What did you say? The Yellow Emperor is your ancestor? Master Kongming exclaimed in astonishment. Although Master Kongming had never seen the Yellow Emperor, he had heard of his legends. 10,000 years ago, the Yellow Emperor was considered a cosmic overlord in the entire starry sky. No wonder. I was wondering why you have such high talent and amazing luck, Master Kongming murmured. Hearing Master Kongming's words, Ling Chen was slightly taken aback. Was there really such a person as the Xian Yuan Emperor? And it seems like it's pretty awesome. Emperor Xian Yuan, please don't take offense. I was just saying it casually. Ling Chen silently recited a phrase in his mind, then continued to control the cloud-piercing shuttle as it sped forward. Inside the demon god temple, in the demon clan's council hall, the 3 elders, the demon lord, and the 4 demon emperors were all gathered. The demon lord and the elders had somewhat solemn expressions. Demon lord, why have you summoned us in such a hurry? Azure Wing Demon Emperor, one of the 4 demon emperors, couldn't help but speak first. Yes, demon lord, what has happened that summoned us here? The other 3 demon emperors also inquired. Upon hearing this, a burly and robust man turned around in the direction they were facing. He exuded a violent and chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who looked at him. This demon was none other than the demon lord. The demon lord glanced at them and said calmly, Yesterday, the Grand Elder observed the celestial phenomena and discovered that the demon realm's power structure may undergo a major change. I wonder if it will be a blessing or a curse. Could it be that the sea race is going to attack us? The Azure Wing Demon Emperor couldn't help but speculate. The Grand Elder stepped forward and shook his head. This change must be internal to the demon clan. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the demon emperors fell silent. Even if the demon kings below were replaced, it wouldn't change the overall situation of the demon realm. The biggest change is likely to be in the position of the demon lord. If it's within the demon clan, then the only ones with the ability are my brothers who are demon emperors. Upon realizing this, the demon emperors' expressions changed, and they looked at the other demon emperors around them with unusual expressions. Could it be that one of the demon emperors wanted to rebel? Moreover, according to the Grand Elder's celestial predictions, success is highly likely. Immediately, the demon emperors exchanged glances, thinking, which demon emperor wants to rebel without taking me along? I also have the strength to help. Chapter 227 Demon God Temple, Demon God City. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the demon emperors, the demon lord snorted coldly and said, Humph, you can stay in my demon god palace and cultivate well during this time. I hope you can make another breakthrough before the great changes occur. Remember, this matter must not be made public. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, the demon emperors exchanged unpleasant glances. On the surface, they were saying nice things and preparing for a major upheaval, but in reality, weren't they just distrusting them and effectively placing them under house arrest? This greatly displeased the demon emperors, but considering that even if the four of them joined forces, they were no match for the demon lord, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Seeing that none of the demon emperors intended to object, the demon lord sneered inwardly. Alright, you may all leave now. Stay here for the time being. I will give the order that no one is allowed to leave the demon god's temple without my permission. Yes, Lord Demon Lord, the four replied, bowing, and then left the demon god temple. Watching the four figures disappear into the distance, the demon lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, I will not let you succeed in this great upheaval. I will make you know the price of betraying me. I will make you wish you were dead. Clearly, in his eyes, the major changes came from the betrayal of the four demon emperors. Otherwise, who else could have caused the changes from within the demon clan? As he pondered this, the demon lord glanced at the elders beside him, and the elders immediately felt a chill run down their spines. After leaving the main hall, the azure-winged demon emperor angrily exclaimed, "This demon lord is simply going too far. Not only does he not trust us, but he has also imprisoned us. It's utterly despicable. We shouldn't take it too seriously. After all, he is the demon lord of our demon god palace. We must abide by the demon lord's rules." With such a major change in the internal structure of the demon clan, it would be strange if he didn't suspect us. Bloodwing demon emperor smiled bitterly. Yes, what we need to do now is to quickly improve our strength. I think this change is definitely aimed at the demon lord. We also need to strengthen ourselves as soon as possible, otherwise, we may not even have a chance to intervene in the internal battles of the demon clan. The Darkwing demon emperor nodded and said, "I agree with brother Darkwing's opinion." Whitewing demon emperor echoed, "Alright, let's all go and cultivate diligently. We need to improve our strength as soon as possible." Darkwing demon emperor nodded and said. As the demon emperors spoke, they parted ways. The demon lord gave them different places in different parts of the demon god's palace, so that they would not be able to contact each other privately afterward. Not long after the four demon emperors parted ways, a black dragon shadow emerged from the void, hovered in the air for a moment, and then disappeared back into the void, arriving at the main hall. Longing arrived at the main hall, transforming into a young man dressed in black, and bowed to the demon lord. "Master, you asked me to monitor the actions of these demon emperors. They are currently cultivating in the demon god palace, and they don't seem to be planning a rebellion," Longing reported respectfully. You continue to lie low and report any developments immediately, especially their secret meetings," the demon lord said after a moment's thought. "Your subordinate understands." "Alright, go ahead," the demon lord said, waving his hand. "Yes, master," the dragon shadow replied, and then it transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the demon lord's eyes. The demon lord stared at the empty hall, his eyes deep and filled with murderous intent. After driving the cloud shuttle for several days, Ling Chen finally arrived at his destination, the demon god city, the central area of the demon realm. This is the most prosperous place in the demon realm. The demon god temple of the demon realm is located in the center of the demon god city, and many forces have established their own shops here. Ling Chen stopped far outside demon god city. This demon god city was the residence of the demon god palace, the headquarters of the demon god palace, and the most powerful and core place in the demon god palace. As a human, he couldn't just go in so easily. Recalling General Bo's appearance and aura, Ling Chen smiled slightly. Transformation technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen's appearance changed completely. He became a gaunt, short man with a thin face, resembling General Bo, and was wearing the armor of the Imperial Guard. Ling Chen then used a concealment technique to hide his aura, making him completely undetectable to ordinary people. Ling Chen then headed towards Demon God City. At the city gate, the demon guards glanced at Ling Chen and then let him pass. In their eyes, no one would dare to sneak into the city and cause trouble, so the usual inspections were just perfunctory, which conveniently made it easier for Ling Chen to infiltrate. As he entered the Demon God City, he did not attract any attention along the way, which was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that his ugly appearance would definitely draw attention, but he did not expect to blend into the city so smoothly. Moreover, no one cared about his appearance at all. Of course, Ling Chen soon understood the reason. The demons he saw on the road were all strangely shaped and extremely ugly. In comparison, General Po looked relatively normal. Indeed, excellence is revealed through comparison. Ling Chen couldn't help but think. Ling Chen circled around the Demon God City before slowly making his way towards the Demon God Temple in the city center. At the entrance of the Demon God Temple, a squad of demon soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing someone approach, they immediately stared at the person warily. "Halt! Who goes there?" the demonic soldier at the door shouted, blocking Ling Chen's path. Ling Chen stopped, looking timid, and said with a wry smile, "Sir, I am the commander of the Imperial Guard under the Demon King. Don Scosa. I have been ordered by the Demon King to report something important. Could you please introduce me to the Demon Lord?" Upon hearing this, the demon soldier sized up Ling Chen a few times and said with a serious expression, "The Demon Lord has ordered that personnel from the Demon God Palace are prohibited from entering or leaving during during this period. What important matter do you have? I will convey it to you. Well, the Demon King instructed that this matter must be told to the Demon Lord in person, and cannot be conveyed through other people, Ling Chen said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the demon soldier frowned. Then I can't help you. Well, seeing this, Ling Chen sighed and turned to leave. After leaving the demon god temple, Ling Chen secretly pondered how to infiltrate it. Although he could have waited until he was stronger before coming, a voice in his head kept telling him that he had to come. As Ling Chen wandered aimlessly, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him. He quickly looked up and around. Soon, Ling Chen discovered the source of the gaze, a general store located in an alley on the edge of Demon God City.